On the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Shinobi Alliance, formed by nations across the world, surrounded a lone figure, as though the next moment would swallow him whole. A colossal azure two-headed giant abruptly manifested its four arms, forming the tiger and ram hand seals simultaneously, while the man himself formed the snake hand seal, his expression filled with disdain. Meteorite of heaven's wrath. In that instant, the cloud layer that had covered the sky was torn apart by an unexpected visitor. A meteorite several hundred meters in diameter fell from above like divine punishment, as if determined to annihilate everyone on the battlefield. At that moment, almost everyone fell into despair. Their speed could never match the meteorite's descent. Once it landed, everyone present would die together except for the ninja revived by impure world reincarnation who possessed immortal bodies. Fortunately, the third Tsuchikage and the fifth Kazekage joined forces and barely managed to halt the meteorite's fall. A vast amount of sand formed a giant hand, lifting the meteorite and holding it in place. Just as the crowd began to celebrate, that figure merely smiled faintly. Not bad, you actually blocked it. What about the second one? An even more enormous void suddenly tore open above the clouds, and another colossal meteorite appeared above. This time its diameter was fully twice that of the previous one. Because of his age, Inoki's body was far worse than before. With this meteorite's arrival, the already exhausted third Tsuchikage could no longer hold it back. The fourth division of the Shinobi Alliance was annihilated. With no one left to stop him, Uchiha Madara ultimately became the Sage of Six Paths, and after being betrayed from behind this time, no one appeared to seal Kagaya. Everyone was trapped by the infinite Tsukuyami and eventually turned into White Zetsu. Or so it seemed. Who would ever read this lousy ending? Let me tell you, the ending of this story is decided by me. In an obscure underground cavern somewhere in the ninja world, an old man with white hair sat atop a huge stone statue, muttering to himself. Beneath the statue, several strange white beings were whispering to one another. Has Madara-sama been acting a little odd lately? In what way? He's always muttering strange words we can't understand, and his expressions seem richer than before. You're one to talk. You're always saying things I can't understand either. Oh, you're right. Then it's probably nothing, I guess. This white-haired old man was none other than Uchiha Madara, once the equal of Hashirama Senju, the god of ninja, former leader of the Uchiha clan, and one of the founders of Konoha. And what he sat on was no ordinary statue. It was the once heaven-reaching divine tree. The husk left after the Sage of Six Paths extracted its chakra, namely the demonic statue of the outer path. Once the power of the nine-tailed beasts returned, it would become the 10 tails again. But strangely, Uchiha Madara, who should have radiated overwhelming dominance, now wore a rather dejected expression. You might even say, a salted fish. Ugh ugh ugh. Of all people, why did it have to be Uchiha Madara, and at such an old age? Isn't this just messing with me? Due to some accident, the current Uchiha Madara was not entirely himself. The soul of an otherworldly visitor had merged with the aged Madara. Now, in terms of mindset, Madara was much closer to the younger self who had founded Konoha alongside Hashirama, while simultaneously carrying most of the memories of both souls. In theory, Madara's long-tempered soul could not be shaken by any external force. But the otherworldly visitor's soul contained too much information, including a future history in which he was stabbed in the back by Black Zetsu and reduced to the vessel for Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival. How stupid. Manipulated by something like Black Zetsu, estranged from his closest friend, killing so many people. Yet in the end, it was all a lie. He had only been a puppet. Mixed with a little shame and guilt, Madara chose to voluntarily give up control of his body, allowing the otherworldly visitor to become the primary consciousness. Oh, stranger soul, I can sense you bear no ill will. I hope you can do better than I did, for me and for this world. After saying these words, Madara's consciousness silently chose to sleep. If nothing major happened, he intended to keep sleeping indefinitely. Complaints aside, life at this stage wasn't too bad. He could only sleep on hard stone and drink cold mountain spring water, but at least he didn't have to go out and find food. Black Zetsu would bring it to him. If there was any complaint, it was that his aging body forced him to rely on connecting to the demonic statue of the outer path to stay alive, which in turn indirectly confined him to this cavern. The only ones around to keep him company were Black Zetsu, always ready to scoop out his heart, and a crowd of White Zetsu whose intelligence fluctuated and whose way of thinking was far from normal. He certainly couldn't say to Black Zetsu, hey, I already know you plan to stab me in the back after I awaken the Rinne Sharingan, and then release your mother Kagaya, who is sealed on the moon. Black Zetsu would definitely choose to flee on the spot, then silently wait a few hundred years for the next person to awaken the Rinnegan. As for the White Zetsu, forget it. They all obeyed Black Zetsu, so anything he said would easily be reported back. Even worse, they loved grinning and cackling, making normal conversation impossible. And so Madara's only pastime was sitting on the demonic statue of the outer path, muttering to himself from time to time, while also having to guard against Black Zetsu eavesdropping. Recently, however, he had come up with an idea, one that could get him out of the cavern and allow him to move freely. But he couldn't tell Black Zetsu it had to be done without his knowledge, or Black Zetsu would definitely interfere. At this thought, Madara immediately controlled the demonic statue of the outer path to lower himself to the ground. As soon as he stood steady, a dark shadow drilled out from underground. Madara-sama, has your relaxation time for today ended. A lump. No, a mass of black gel-like substance was speaking human language, but Madara had long since grown accustomed to it. Black Zetsu's true body was exactly like this. A mass of black gel-like matter with two pupil-less yellow eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth forming its features. At first glance, one might mistake it for a black slime. When Madara's soul had just finished merging and his mind was still unclear, seeing Black Zetsu like this had genuinely startled him. But after so long, he had grown used to Black Zetsu's mysterious, unpredictable appearances. As long as it was something without life, no matter how hard Black Zetsu could slip into it with ease. This was also why Madara liked sitting on the demonic statue of the outer path. The demonic statue of the outer path was a living body, a living thing. Even Black Zetsu couldn't slip into it. Madara nodded. The plan is progressing well. I can relax a little. After a moment of thought, he came up with an unadorned simple plan. Zetsu, go scout out Konoha's intelligence. The ninja world may soon begin another great war. At times like this, many excellent ninja will appear. Go see if there's anyone we need. Yes, I'll go at once. Zetsu summoned the White Zetsu he usually possessed, merged with it, and quickly sank into the ground. On this stage, as Black Zetsu was truly satisfying to command. He brought everything, arranged everything perfectly, and never complained no matter what was asked. If he didn't know that this fellow was scheming to betray him every day, Madara might really have thought Black Zetsu was his own split-off consciousness. How else could he be so attentive? After sending Black Zetsu away, the cavern was left with a large crowd of carefree White Zetsu. Without orders, they kept sleeping and playing, completely unconcerned with what had just happened. Among the many White Zetsu, one unusually lively individual stood out conspicuously from the rest. This special individual had a body like a human-shaped whirlpool, no facial features, and only an empty black hole where the right eye should be. This abstract-looking White Zetsu was a Fei, the one who would spend a long time attached to Obito in the future. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, a Fei possessed Yamato, and unleashed would release, true, several thousand hands. He could spit out 5 nature transformation techniques, and fought the reanimated third Hokage for a while. If ordinary White Zetsu were mob monsters, then this goofy a Fei was at least elite level. He could sustain the consumption of the giant wooden man, and in raw chakra alone, he probably surpassed a certain 6th Hokage, who had a Sharingan. Uchiha Madara lowered his head and looked at his aged body. Chakra is a mysterious power produced from the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. Even if one ignored spirit energy, Madara's current body simply couldn't support extracting chakra. Otherwise, he would reunite with Hashirama in the Pure Land in no time. In that case, he beckoned to a Fei. Sensing fun, a Fei immediately kicked aside a nearby White Zetsu and happily scurried over to Madara. The kicked White Zetsu didn't mind. It stood up, scratched its head, and immediately started playing with the others again. Yo, long-haired old man, what do you want? Want me to play with you? I'm warning you, I hit hard. Although a Fei had no facial features, he could still speak, and he was even more fluent than Madara was now. Madara could barely speak now, and would save every word if possible. Madara simply ignored a Fei's clowning. This level of snark was nothing compared to the shame of running out of chakra in a duel and being slowly killed by basic attacks. You attached to me. Now. He tried to imitate Uchiha Madara's tone and gave the order to a Fei. Okay, coming right up. A Fei agreed, then split open from the head, turning into countless writhing white tendrils that wrapped around Madara's body, finally merging back together and leaving only a right eye visible. After being possessed by a Fei, Uchiha Madara looked almost exactly like an enraged Obito. If there was any difference, it was only the style of clothing he wore. Madara punched the cave wall hard instantly, leaving a fist imprint. Countless web-like cracks spread outward and stretched all the way to the ceiling before stopping. His hand was unharmed, but a Fei was yelling loudly in his ear, which annoyed him. Ow, it hurts, I'm dying. Stop that noise. Oh, old man, you have no sense of humor. Shouldn't you be caring about me right now? A Fei immediately stopped wailing. White Zetsu had no sense of pain, or it had just thought it was fun. It pouted. This cave was truly boring. A bunch of dull clones, an old man with no sense of humor, and one dark shadowy figure. If only someone else could come chat with it later, and even better, take it outside to play. It didn't want to stay in this cave forever. There was nothing fun here, and it was bored to death. Madara didn't bother with a Fei because he knew that as soon as he responded, the creature would cling to him and chatter endlessly. Especially now, a Fei's voice appeared directly in his ear, impossible to ignore. So he chose to ignore a Fei completely and began testing his jutsu on his own. Seeing no response, a Fei babbled to himself for a while, then boredly shut up. Worried that a Fei's chakra might run out and he'd die on the spot from a huge jutsu, like Heavenly Obstruction, Star Madara chose the Great Fireball technique. Even young Sasuke could use it. It was an entry-level Uchiha jutsu. After all, Obito wasn't here yet. If Madara really died, he might not even have a chance to be revived by impure world reincarnation. Well, not necessarily. Black Zetsu had waited years for a Rinnegan to appear. If Madara really died, he would probably be anxious to find someone to resurrect him. After all, a dead person summoned by impure world reincarnation couldn't become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. But the experiment had only just begun when he ran into a problem. How did the hand seals for the Great Fireball go again? Back in his Chinibu days, he had learned them specially, but now he had long forgotten the gestures. Just as he was struggling to recall, his body started forming the seals instinctively. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. In an instant, Madara completed the hand seals for the Great Fireball. A fiery warmth surged in his body, energy gathered at his throat, and the heat made him instinctively open his mouth. The next moment, a fireball several times larger than a person burst out of Madara's mouth. The roaring fireball was like a burning meteor. On hitting the wall, it released explosive energy, a deafening blast creating a huge crater. Dust and rocks flew everywhere, and the entire cavern seemed to tremble. Hey old man, be careful. If this cave collapses, we can earth dive and get out, but you'll be done for. Fei tried to start a conversation, but Uchiha Madara was completely uninterested with only one thought in his mind. The Great Fireball had this much power. Back when Kakashi used it to test Naruto and Sakura, was he sure he wasn't trying to blow them to bits? If Naruto hadn't dodged, it would have been more than severe burns. He would have been cremated on the spot. He had originally wanted to try more powerful jutsu like Great Fire Annihilation or Deep Forest Emergence. But seeing this, he decided to hold back. If Deep Forest Emergence wasn't even finished, the forest would likely collapse the cave first. Planetary devastation or heavenly obstruction star were even less possible. Ignoring weather chakra was enough. The former would wipe out all the White Zetsu in the cave, and the latter, well, he wasn't planning to cosplay as a mole. He might as well try ninjutsu with less destructive force. Speaking of the Uchiha clan, what was their greatest characteristic? That's right, the Sharingan. He closed his eyes, gathered chakra to his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pitch-black pupils had turned blood red. Red-eye disease is the fate of the Uchiha clan. One must taste it. After Madara activated his Sharingan, everything around him seemed to slow down countless times over. He could even clearly discern how many strands of hair crowned the heads of the distant White Zetsu. This was one of the Sharingan's fundamental abilities, enhanced perception, also known as the Eye of Insight. It allowed the user to observe the chakra within others, and served as the foundation for the Sharingan's copying ability. After all, when your opponent appears to move in slow motion before your eyes, you can easily match their hand seals and release jutsu in perfect sync whenever you wish. In the early stages, this ability did carry some weight. For instance, Sasuke copied Lee's Lotus and created his own lion combo, which Naruto later learned and turned into the Uzumaki Naruto combo. An even more famous feat belonged to a certain notorious copycat of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. In his battle against Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi copied Zabuza's hand seals right before his eyes and unleashed the Water Dragon Bullet technique simultaneously, a true iconic moment from the early part of Naruto. However, once the story advanced to its middle arc and direct confrontations with the Akatsuki began, the Sharingan's copying ability became all but ornamental. At that stage, the signature techniques of opponents were essentially impossible to replicate. Take Deidara's clay, Sasori's puppets, Itachi's Mangekyo and Jinjutsu, or Haiden's immortal body. These were things you simply could not copy no matter how hard you tried. The essence of copying was simply to observe your opponent's hand seals while forming the same ones yourself. That was all. It was hardly some conceptual godlike power. What could you copy when the enemy no longer bothered with hand seals? Surely you wouldn't claim that by watching pain unleash a planetary devastation, you could instantly do it yourself. If the Sharingan truly were that powerful, Konoha would never have been founded. The Uchiha clan of the Warring States period would have long since conquered the world and unified the shinobi realm. Madara sighed. This was the downside of knowing the storyline. Once the initial novelty wore off, the Sharingan's observation and copying abilities felt more like dead weight. As for the hypnotic suggestion mentioned in the data, sorry, but perhaps his mind wasn't pure enough. The impression that word left in his head was mostly of things easily censored. He was well aware that this hypnosis referred to the Sharingan's enhancement of Jinjutsu. In the Book of the Warrior, for example, both Kurenai Yuhi and Itachi Uchiha were rated 10 in Jinjutsu. Yet, when Kurenai cast Jinjutsu on Itachi, she ended up ensnared herself and was kicked straight into the river. But Jinjutsu was hardly something he could test inside this cave. He couldn't exactly cast it on a White Zetsu where hitting or missing made little difference. Ninjutsu he dared not use, Jinjutsu he could not use, so why not give Taijutsu a try? With that thought, Madara drove several fierce punches into the wall, wondering if he might release something like an Azura Kajaku. Yet he had barely landed a single blow when Obito piped up from the side. Hey old man, have you been cooped up so long you've gone crazy? Why keep punching rocks? Is it that fun? Maybe I'll try it sometime. Madara thought about it and realized using the wall as a punching bag revealed nothing. Even that guy from the Hidden Sound Village, what was his name? Ozaku Abomi. He once left behind the famous line, "This power can even destroy rock." And well, how should he put it? It felt like he had suddenly reduced himself to the same level as a ninja like that. Uchiha Madara smashing a wall. Uttering such a deed would only diminish his reputation. After lightly stretching his body, he felt he had mostly mastered the physical capabilities that Obito had enhanced, and it was time to try summoning Susanoo. Chakra converged around Madara from within his body, eventually manifesting as several ethereal blue ribs floating around him, enveloping most of his form. Alongside them appeared a colossal blue arm coiled around one side of his body. This was the first stage of Susanoo, the skeletal stage. Its effect was to block 3 attacks struck through with these chakra-formed ribs, capable of warding off the vast majority of harm. Its drawback was an inability to completely shield the user, leaving part of him exposed. He raised his right hand and clenched it hard. The enormous Susanoo arm mimicked his motion and seized. An innocent White Zetsu passing by. White Zetsu. I haven't done anything to any of you. There was no helping it. This place had nothing besides White Zetsu. He could hardly keep fighting rocks, so he might as well squeeze a White Zetsu for fun. After all, 100,000 White Zetsu would eventually serve as mobs for others to farm, so why not let him test his grip now? White Zetsu possessed remarkable vitality. Even after their body had been crushed and warped by Susanoo's grip, the moment Madara released it, it dropped to the ground, scrambled back up full of energy, and scurried off, wearing a strange, ambiguous smile. Hey old man, I know these guys are dim-witted, but don't go killing them. They're still kind of my comrades, you know. Obito still hadn't given up, continuing his attempts to strike up conversation with Madara. Madara, however, was now like a child with a shiny new toy, absolutely thrilled. He hadn't even clearly heard what Obito said before he eagerly activated Susanoo's second stage. As a vast torrent of chakra drained from his body, the azure skeleton rapidly expanded, gradually shaping itself into a complete, semi-translucent skeletal structure. Then flesh and sinew woven from chakra began to grow over the Susanoo's frame, swiftly encasing every inch of it, transforming it into a blue giant, nearly 10 meters tall, that sealed Madara within, without leaving the slightest gap. Unlike ordinary Susanoo, Madara's Susanoo was distinct in possessing not only the usual 2 arms, but also an extra pair sprouting from its back. A truly striking sight. But once Madara activated his half-body Susanoo, the cave that had seemed so spacious a moment ago suddenly grew cramped. Even at eye level, the Susanoo's top nearly scraped against the cavern ceiling. If he raised his head, it would certainly bump into it. He tried maneuvering the Susanoo to swing its arms a few times, and the stalactites in the cave paid the price. With just a gentle squeeze from Susanoo's massive hands, countless stalactites that had taken tens of thousands of years to form were ground to dust that drifted through the air. The scene was oddly satisfying, like squeezing putty in your hands. Here's a bit of unrelated trivia. Fun fact: Susanoo is actually Susanoo, also known as Takaya Susanoo Mikoto. Both names refer to the same deity. Itachi's Susanoo was equipped with the Totsuka blade, the Yata mirror, and the Yasaka Magatama. In mythology, the Totsuka blade was precisely the weapon of Susanoo. Thus, in the beginning, Susanoo was very likely conceived as Itachi's exclusive ability. It was only later, thanks to its immense popularity, that it became a generic Mangekyo technique. Once anyone awakened the Mangekyo, everyone gained their own Susanoo. Even Shursui was retroactively granted one. Otherwise, think about it, according to Shursui, an ultimate storm, a man who could activate a giant with a single "I" would never be driven to jump off a cliff. He would have long since ridden his Susanoo over and slapped Danzo twice. Susanoo wreaked havoc within the cavern, accompanied by Obito's excited cries. Wow, old man, that thing of yours is so cool. Can I learn it? Can you teach me? I want to try it too. Give it up. To use Susanoo, you must possess the Sharingan. Madara immediately shattered Obito's unrealistic fantasy. Throughout history, aside from that cheated 6 Paths old man and his son Indra, using Susanoo required at least a Mangekyo Sharingan, while also enduring the side effect of gradually losing one's eyesight. If his memory served him correctly at this point in time, he was likely the only one in the entire ninja world who possessed Susanoo, that is himself. At present, Minato Namikaze was not yet the 4th Hokage, nor had he even been called the Yellow Flash. Obito was still years away from descending into darkness, his Sharingan not even awakened. Shursui. It was hard to say whether he had even unlocked his Mangekyo. As for Itachi, he probably hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy, and Sasuke was nothing but a distant glimmer. Even if one went a step further and included Uchiha Hikari from the Ultimate Ninja Storm original story, according to the timeline, she still wouldn't have joined the Zero organization, probably sealed away in some remote corner. That was a problem for Lord Boruto to worry about, not him. Why would he go out of his way to dig up a true ancestor for fun? To be fair though, he didn't know the upper limit of her Yagura. Even Naruto with the 9 tails had fallen victim to it, so the other Kage definitely couldn't withstand it either. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan, beauty, strength, and tragedy all in one. After playing the role of a demolition worker for a while and shattering the surrounding rocks with Susanoo, Madara finally calmed down and began to seriously contemplate his next move. First and foremost, the most crucial point: whether or not to follow the original plot's plan. the so-called Eye of the Moon plan. Although he knew the Moon Eye plan was nothing but Black Zetsu's fabrication designed to make him awaken the Rinne Sharingan enter Six Paths mode, and then betray him from behind to use his body to resurrect Kaguya. However, openly breaking with Black Zetsu now would do him no good. For one, the storyline would be thrown into massive upheaval, and his advantage of knowing the plot would vanish entirely. Secondly, Madara, or rather his current self, was already a centenarian, his bodily functions having long since deteriorated to their limits. Utterly broken. Once he broke with Black Zetsu, he would likely be reduced to sharing Nagato's fate, relying on tubes plugged into his back to stay connected to the demonic statue of the outer path, just to cling to life. But even worse, Nagato could control the Six Paths of Pain to go for a stroll outside, while in this crappy cave there was nothing but White Zetsu after White Zetsu. Where was he supposed to find corpses? Let alone whether White Zetsu could even be made into the Six Paths of Pain, even if they could be turned into puppets. Can you imagine a White Zetsu shouting "The Six Paths of Pain assembled," followed by 6 identical green-haired figures striking poses? He certainly couldn't accept that. Even if he had to use White Zetsu, he'd use them as fodder for the Impure World reincarnation, then have the resurrected ninja serve as the Six Paths of Pain, just like a certain Uchiha Madara White Mask. Therefore, at least for now, he couldn't afford to break with Black Zetsu. At the very least, he must not let him suspect that he wasn't the original Uchiha Madara and had no intention of casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. But the problem was if he followed the original plot. First waiting until Obito was severely injured, giving his Sharingan to Kakashi before saving him, then building up favorability while planting a curse mark. Once he had mostly recovered, he'd have White Zetsu tell him about the mist ambush on Kakashi and Rin. Then he'd manipulate the mist A and BU into capturing Rin, plant the curse mark and the 3 tails inside her. Finally, he'd let Obito witness Kakashi killing Rin with his own hands, triggering his rampage and the furious awakening of his Mangekyo, leading to his complete corruption and villainous path. That didn't seem reliable either. If this plotline were followed, he'd probably have at most 2 or 3 more years to live before bowing out of the stage. Then Obito would run amok across the ninja world under the banner of Uchiha Madara, dragging Madara's reputation even further through the mud. Following that route, his next appearance wouldn't be until the 4th Great Ninja War more than a decade later. Sure, it'd be fun to unleash a one-man rampage against an army of 100,000, but by then the story would be nearly at its end. Wouldn't that mean he had accomplished nothing at all? He couldn't just wait until he was reincarnated and immediately perform Impure World reincarnation release, could he? After all, that still left him as an impure reincarnated body, and he certainly couldn't cast Rinne Rebirth on himself for a true resurrection. So the original route was definitely a dead end. If he had traveled here and ended up changing nothing, then what was the point of coming at all? At the very least, he should save a few more people and reduce some of the original tragedy. What? You say the tragedies were mostly caused by Uchiha Madara? Those things haven't happened yet, so don't spread rumors. Besides, it's all Black Zetsu's fault. It was his conspiracy. If you want to curse someone, curse Black Zetsu. If you're still dissatisfied, you can blame Danzo. The two of them are the designated scapegoats of the ninja world. 80% of all blame can be dumped on them. While lost in thought, Madara unconsciously dispelled Susanoo. The blue giant dissolved into countless particles of chakra that scattered into the air, leaving only a pensive silhouette behind. Obito felt rather disappointed. He had wanted to see that big thing for a while longer. They clearly still had plenty of chakra, so why stop playing? He had even wanted to ask if he could take a turn operating it. Now it looked like there was no chance. Oh well, next opportunity he'd secretly make a similar wooden golem to play with. The following is a delirious tangent unrelated to the main story. How beautiful is Uchiha Hikari? She possesses Itachi's Dojutsu, Sasuke's face, Madara's hairstyle, and the quintessential Uchiha personality. A simply perfect heroine, even more Uchiha than Sarada. The Uchiha among Uchiha. I suggest Boruto stop being so ungrateful, quickly return to the past again, marry Hikari, and have her change her name to Uzumaki Hikari. Thank you. Boruto, you know Sarada is my comrade. We've fought many opponents side by side. I've known Hikari for a long time, and that girl is incredibly strong. I believe the two of us can have great chemistry. Sometimes making a decision is hard. After many days and nights of thought, I've decided to take my talents to the Uchiha. I can't wait to put on the Uchiha clan robe. As for Sarada, I wish her all the best in Konoha. P.S. Wo got ganked by a typhoon today. The wind outside is insane and the power's out. I hear lots of trees nearby got blown down. The moment Kuro Zetsu returned to the cave entrance, he was startled to find the walls riddled with dense gaping holes and the ground scattered with rubble. Large chunks of broken wood lay strewn across the floor. He recognized at a glance that the splintered debris were traces left by wood release. Could it be that shortly after he had left, someone had invaded the cave and clashed with White Zetsu? Kuro Zetsu grew anxious. Madara in his current state could not fight at all. Even taking a few extra steps would trigger an asthma attack. If he truly got into a battle, by the time it ended, his life would likely be over as well. His mother's resurrection still depended on Madara. Before the infinite Tsukuyomi was completed, Kuro Zetsu would not allow any accident to befall him. After all, the talent of ordinary mortals was far too lacking. In the 1,000 years since the death of the unfilial son who had sealed away his mother, he had waited, and only now had someone awakened the Rinnegan. Who knew when the next one would appear? Kuro Zetsu hurried into the cave only to find Uchiha Madara sitting leisurely on a rock resting, while Obito crouched nearby drawing and scribbling on the ground with his hand. He opened his mouth to demand what in the world had happened outside, but suddenly remembered that he was supposed to be pretending to be a clone created by Uchiha Madara. He could not contradict him. He had to go along with whatever Madara said. So Kuro Zetsu, relying on his love for his mother, forcibly swallowed his anger and asked respectfully, "Lord Madara, while I was away, did something happen in this cave? Then why is it such a mess outside?" Madara gave a cold snort and did not even look at Kuro Zetsu. He appeared arrogant, but in truth he was afraid of revealing a flaw. Nothing much. I simply had a sudden whim and moved around a little. What do you have a problem with that? Since Kuro Zetsu's face was completely smooth except for his eyes, no one could tell his current mood from his expression. But from his tightly clenched fists, it was clear his heart was far from calm. If Kuro Zetsu had enough power to rescue his mother without needing Madara, he would probably already be pointing at Madara's face, launching a series of affectionate greetings centered on Madara's parents and spanning the entire family tree. But reality demanded submission. As the foremost filial son in the ninja world, for the sake of rescuing his suffering mother, he could endure such trifles. He would take his revenge when the opportunity arose. I see. So it was caused by Lord Madara. I thought an enemy had invaded, and I was worried that you might have been injured. Kuro Zetsu suppressed the resentment in his heart and spoke with utmost deference. At that moment, Obito excitedly ran up to Kuro Zetsu, holding up a drawing board he had picked up from somewhere covered with strange patterns. Look, I just drew this. Isn't it pretty? Obito proudly showed off his masterpiece, even though he himself had no idea what he had drawn. Kuro Zetsu let out a disdainful snort. What kind of drawing is this? At best, it's nothing more than a child's scribble. You people are far too relaxed, actually wasting time on such meaningless things. Obito felt a little aggrieved and immediately shot back. What do you mean scribble? The old man said I have a real artistic sense, like some abstract master or something. You're just blind, you don't appreciate true art. Hehehe. An abstract master. Kuro Zetsu sneered coldly. White Zetsu's intelligence was no better than a child's. He would believe anything anyone told him. A bunch of fools fit only to serve as weapons. You idiot, true art is not something you can create with a few random strokes. If what you made counts as art, then everyone on this planet would be an artist. Obito grew angry. He believed he was a true artistic genius, yet Kuro Zetsu dismissed him as worthless, an outright desecration of art. This grudge he would remember. Madara grew weary of this meaningless quarrel. Being a painter in the ninja world had no future anyway. In the entire series, the only named painter was Sai, and even he fought using creatures he painted. I'll wait. If you extended the timeline a bit, you could also include his son Inogen. Father and son were basically the only two named painters in the entire ninja world. After all, Naruto was a world where battle was the central theme. If you had no combat ability, no matter how high your status, you could easily end up as nameless extras, background character A, B, C, or D. Take the feudal lords of the various nations, for example. Their titles were uniformly the feudal lord of the land of X, which sounded about the same level as ANBU member A of village Y. Pure extras. But come to think of it, why the feudal lords had never been overthrown was also a mystery. What exactly were they even useful for? He had let his thoughts drift a bit too far. Madara pulled his focus back, looked at the black and white Zetsu before him, and tapped the ground beneath him, pretending to be impatient as he asked, "Did you find anything about what I told you to investigate? Stop wasting time on useless nonsense." Kuro Zetsu shot a glare at Obito, then lowered his head and reported the intelligence White Zetsu had gathered. Recently, quite a few young ninja have gained fame in the various nations. However, due to time constraints, we only have relatively detailed information on the ninja of Konoha. For those from other villages, we mostly have just their names. Madara revealed a contemptuous smile. No matter. Those other so-called villages are nothing but clumsy imitations of Hashirama. They are not even worth mentioning. Just tell me about Konoha's situation. Complaint time, also unrelated to the main story. Given the enormous disparity in combat power between ninja and ordinary people, it was already strange enough that feudal lords existed at all. No matter how you looked at it, the Hokage seemed far more like the true ruler than the feudal lord. With the combat ability of ninja, there was simply no reason to kneel before a feudal lord who was just an ordinary person. Even if they did not want to farm themselves, wouldn't it be simpler to just seize power by force and rule directly? This inconsistency arose from Kishimoto's shifting portrayal between the early and later parts of the story. In the beginning, ninja combat power was not yet as exaggerated as it became later. It was still within the reach of ordinary humans. In other words, at that stage, ninja were merely people with special abilities, at best something like special forces. If stabbed by a blade, they would still die. At that stage, it was reasonable for ninja to serve the feudal lords because they could not yet defeat the non-ninja forces under the lord's command. Operating as semi-mercenaries was perfectly normal. But in the later period when ninja combat power expanded explosively, this setting became completely absurd. Oh, so even though I can pilot a Susanoo over 100 meters tall, because I'm not a noble, I'm supposed to listen to this useless fool who became a feudal lord through his family. Is that possible? Absolutely not. I'd flip the table at once. I alone could crush the entire fucking world. And you still expect me to bow to some ordinary person? That would be no different from those defense force commanders in certain tokusatsu works who are experts at creating father figures for themselves. I suggest they go get some photon skin treatment. This complaint ran rather long, so this chapter is a bit longer than usual. Heiju feigned agreement, but inwardly he couldn't help but grumble. This fellow was truly the reincarnation of Yu Yi's son, having inherited that very arrogance as well. Mother, why did you give birth to those two unfilial sons? It was all because of Yu Yi and Ucun that you were sealed on the moon. If you had only me as your child, you would never have been imprisoned on the moon, and I wouldn't have to bow to these mortals. I could be with you every day. Thanks to his lack of discernible features, no one noticed Heiju's tumultuous inner thoughts. After letting out his habitual eerie laugh, he reported to ban the intelligence gathered by Baiju. According to the Baiju's reconnaissance, the most renowned young ninja in Konoha village recently is an elite jonin named Bo Feng Shui Min, a disciple of one of the Sanin Zi Lai Yi. He is proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique created by the second Hokage, as well as a self-developed ninjutsu called the Spiral Sphere. He is suspected to have studied the Senjutsu of Miyaboka Mountain, though no one has ever seen him use it. Before graduating from the Ninja Academy, he once defeated 3 Cloud Ninja single-handedly after they infiltrated Konoha to capture the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, thwarting the Cloud Village's mission to seize the beast. He currently serves as the supervising jonin for 3 Chunin, one of whom is Chimu Kaka, she a former prodigy of Konoha and the son of the White Fang, Chimu Shomao. The other 2 are ordinary Chunin with no special traits. Heiju rambled on about Shui Min's exploits, but Ban found these already known facts tedious. The only useful information was 4 words. 3 Chunin. This meant Kakashi had not yet been promoted to Jonin, and the Canopy Bridge battle was still some time away. There was no need to worry about whether to save Obito if he got crushed by a rock. He interrupted Heiju, who was warming to his topic, telling him to talk about another ninja, instead of fixating on Shui Min. After all, he already knew the Yellow Flash was impossible to catch. He didn't care what missions Shui Min had completed, nor did he want to know the details. Just the gist would do. Move on to the next one. Heiju was accustomed to Ban's capriciousness. Even when interrupted, his expression remained unchanged, and he immediately began introducing another ninja. Though even if it changed, no one would notice. Another of the Sanin Shiwan, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, is considered a strong candidate for the 4th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage called him a genius who appears only once every few decades. As a child, he found a snake's shed at his parents' grave, which the 3rd Hokage deemed a symbol of luck and rebirth, sparking his fascination with snakes. After the deaths of his fellow Sannin Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki and her fiancé Dan Kato, he felt the fragility of life and is currently conducting forbidden human experiments. It might be possible to approach him and test the waters for cooperation. Cooperation. Did he mean the kind where, bypassing the middleman Kabuto, he would be dug up and reanimated into the impure world reincarnation after death? Besides, the Shiwan was a pure villain early on, utterly self-centered. Seeking his cooperation at this stage was just asking to be exploited. Even if his own strength was enough, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be set up by the Shiwan. If he were to cooperate, it would have to wait until after the Ninja World War, when the Shiwan had been redeemed, preferably in the Boruto era after he had become a parent. That version was truly amiable. Don't doubt it. The Shiwan had once infiltrated the Cloud Village disguised as a nurse to feed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki medicine, then scraped off powder after the beast went berserk. If he actually cooperated with the Shiwan, even if the man didn't openly betray him, he would likely collect fallen hairs, secretly tip off Konoha, and then reanimate him after his death. Such a scenario was highly probable. So he refused to cooperate with the Shiwan. Though he possessed the Sharingan, the Shiwan hadn't yet used the living corpse reincarnation, so there was no mismatch between soul and body. He immediately dismissed Heiju's proposal with disdain. This fellow is unworthy. He even experiments on his own village comrades. Such a selfish person will only betray us later. That wasn't slander against the Shiwan. At least everyone who had trusted him had ended up dead at his hands. Not to mention the countless test subjects. Even if someone passed every trial and emerged from the crowd, they would merely become the Shiwan's next vessel. The 3 genin of the Sound Village and the 4 Sound Ninja all obeyed the Shiwan's orders, only to be discarded as pawns in the end. Kimimaro, who possessed the Deadbone Pulse, suffered even more. He was treated as a spare body by the Shiwan, yet fought Gaara to the death, until his illness claimed him, never regretting his choice. Among the few who survived under the Shiwan, Sasuke, Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo, none held any affection for him. They were even hostile. As for Kabuto Yakushi, it was hard to say how loyal he was to Deshiwan. What he truly cared about was his adoptive mother Yakushi Nono. The most direct evidence was that in the Boruto-era Kabuto chose to become the director of an orphanage rather than Deshiwan's assistant. That spoke volumes. Kakashi was 31 during the Fourth Ninja World War and Obito was also 31. If Rin as a fellow Genin had survived, she would be around the same age. They were all peers. Shuei Min died at 24 in Konoha year 51, while the Canopy Bridge battle occurred in Konoha year 49 2 years earlier. This meant Shuei Min had been Hokage for at most a little over a year. That meant the masked man who caused the Ninetales attack Obito was roughly 14 or 15, about the same age as Naruto at the start of Shippuden. Nagato died at 35 when Naruto was 16, meaning Nagato was 17 years older than Naruto. Obito was 31 at the time, so 31 minus 17 equals 14, which roughly aligns with the timeline. Of course, the anime had a minor inconsistency. It stated that Yahiko died at 15, while Nagato was in his youth also around 15 or 16. Jiraiya took care of the three of them for 3 years. Even if they founded Akatsuki immediately after he left, Nagato would have been 10, meaning he had already awakened the Rinnegan before age 7. Nagato was 4 years older than Obito, making Obito only 6 at that time. Kakashi had just become a Chunin, and the Canopy Bridge battle was 6 years away. Therefore, when Obito met Ban, I couldn't find a scene in the manga where the elderly Ban opened his eyes, so at this stage Ban should have already removed his Rinnegan. However, in the anime the Ban Obito met had 3 Tomo Sharingan, not blind. It can only be speculated that Ban had a backup power source and gave himself new eyes. For the convenience of the plot, otherwise a blind, elderly Ban would truly have nothing to do. He couldn't just send Heiju to work all day using him like a beast of burden. Wait, how old was Kabuto at this point? He was about 24 during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Naruto was 17 at the same time, so Kabuto should be around 5 or 6 now. No rush. According to the formation book, Kabuto wasn't adopted by Yakushi Nono until after the Third Shinobi World War ended. And the Battle of Canopy Bridge, one of the landmark events of the Third Shinobi World War, hasn't happened yet. In other words, Kabuto hasn't even entered the orphanage yet. Then in Kabuto's 5th year as a spy, Danzo's deception made him gravely wound his own adoptive mother by accident. Since Nono could only see a photo of Kabuto and the photo had been swapped for someone else's by Danzo midway, the dying Nono couldn't even recognize him. Finally, believing he had no place left in the shinobi world, and craving recognition, Yakushi Kabuto accepted Orochimaru's invitation, joined his hidden sound village, and became a spy. Danzo truly lives up to being Konoha's root. Whenever any bad thing happens, he's basically behind it. He's the kind of person you can curse out whether or not there is a reason, and you'd still be right. Going to find Kabuto now feels too early. A Kabuto who hasn't even learned medical ninjutsu would be useless even if I brought him here, and I don't know medical ninjutsu myself, so I couldn't teach him. I should at least wait until he has spent 2 years learning from Yakushi Nono. The urgent priority now is to solve the problem with Obito. First of all, infinite Tsukuyomi is definitely out of the question. Even if I used 6 Paths Sage mode, it would be useless. Once that old man the Sage of 6 Paths hands the other side a cheat, I won't be able to withstand it. Besides, I'd have to be out of my mind to fight the protagonist. My goal is only to regain my youth. There's no conflict between us, so there's no need to fight to the death. So the original plan stays the same. Let Obito take the blame. That doesn't feel right. If Obito goes around using my name, everyone will curse Uchiha Madara when he does something bad. Either way, I'm the one who loses. If I follow the original plan, Rin will inevitably become the sacrifice. That feels too cruel. It's not my style. I can't just change it to Rin blowing Kakashi up with an exploding tag, right? Not to mention that killing either one of them is pretty cruel. If Kakashi dies, who's going to fill the 6th Hokage position for me later? I definitely can't let Obito take that role. That would be too dark of a joke. Come to think of it, doesn't White Zetsu have an ability to absorb chakra and take on someone else's appearance? It infiltrated the 5 Kage summit back then without being recognized. It wasn't until Naruto gained the ability to sense hostility through the Ninetales chakra that White Zetsu's disguise was exposed. Before that, no one noticed anything unusual. How about letting White Zetsu disguise itself as Rin and take a Raikiri through the chest from Kakashi? That way the plot can continue smoothly and I won't be tormented by my conscience. What? You're asking if sacrificing White Zetsu doesn't weigh on my conscience? Of course it doesn't. Although they claim to have 100,000 White Zetsu, the actual number is even greater. Losing a few is nothing at all. After all, White Zetsu are merely bioweapons created by the God Tree. They may not even have been human in life. Animals are also affected by infinite Tsukuyomi. So I don't need to treat White Zetsu as humans or even as ordinary living beings. After all, no ordinary organism could merge with its own kind to become a pitcher plant giant with multiple heads. That image alone is mental pollution. I roughly calculated the feasibility in my head. First, Minato doesn't have the nine tails within him right now, so he can't perceive malice, and Kakashi and Obito probably wouldn't notice anything strange either. The only problem is if I make Rin fake her death, what should I do with the real Rin? I can't send her back to the village or Obito will see her and see through the lie. I also can't keep her in the cave. Otherwise, sooner or later the two would run into each other. Through some coincidence, my lie would be exposed, and then things would get awkward. Madara ran his fingers through his hair. Why is being a good person so hard? You have to consider this and worry about that. No wonder they say going dark makes you 10 times stronger, while turning good makes you 3/10 weaker. Once you abandon your morality, many problems instantly become much easier to solve. It's like two people fighting. One is afraid of hurting the other and acts timid, the other aims every move at vital spots. When the two sides are close in strength, the outcome is almost always that the vicious one wins. Since I need to find a way to change the future in which Noara Rin is killed, yet I don't want the story to change too much, I have to create a new possibility for her. First, she definitely can't remain a Konoha ninja. If Obito doesn't witness the tragedy of a teammate killing a teammate with his own eyes, he'll stay the goofy dead last Uchiha, and he might never awaken the Mangekyo in his entire life. If I need to settle Rin somewhere else, I have to do it myself. Neither the not-too-bright White Zetsu nor the sly old Black Zetsu is trustworthy. But once I stay away from the ghetto statue for a long time, my body's functions will deteriorate, and I'll die quickly, so I can only be trapped in this cave. I have to solve this problem first. Several solutions instantly flooded his mind, including, but not limited to, killing himself immediately, and having White Zetsu use impure world reincarnation on him, dressing a limbo border jail clone in clothes as a disguise, and passing it off as human. After ruling out most plans, whether because of severe side effects or extremely low feasibility, he thought of a relatively reliable solution: the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique differs from ordinary clone techniques in two main ways. First, a shadow clone has consciousness independent from the original body and a certain ability to withstand hits. When the technique ends, it brings its memories and experience back to the original. Second, the shadow clone technique evenly divides the caster's chakra, and even opponents with abilities like the Sharingan or Byakugan cannot see through it. Of course, as Uchiha Madara, he would never use the shadow clone technique invented by the inherently evil Tobirama Senju. If he were to use any clone, it would be Hashirama's wood clone technique. I'm joking. Actually, it's because the wood clone technique is sturdier than the shadow clone technique, so it won't suffer the embarrassment of being scattered by a single slap like a shadow clone. Black Zetsu was still chattering on about major events in the ninja world, such as the disappearance of the third Kazekage and the never-ending wars among the villages. But Madara didn't take in a single word. He was still preoccupied with the idea of starting an alt. Black Zetsu certainly had a way with intelligence gathering. The information White Zetsu had just obtained took him a full 10+ minutes to finish reporting. The content of that intelligence was equally scandalous. From the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi peeping at the women's bathhouse with his crystal ball, to the Toad Sage Jiraiya heading to the women's bathhouse for sketching. Useful or not, proper or not, it was all there. Even though Madara was devoting most of his attention to perfecting the clone technique, the occasional bits of news that drifted into his ears still made him raise an eyebrow. Fortunately, White Zetsu had neither gender nor desire. Otherwise, with its transformation jutsu and combat power close to a Jonin's, who knew how many people it would have ruined. For example, a White Zetsu breaks into a civilian home, drains the occupant's chakra, kills them all, then disguises itself as a victim, and has the ninja, who came to check on things, bring it back to the village. Then, under cover of night, it ambushes and kills a Chunin, changes into the Chunin's form, and instantly becomes a member of some ninja village. On missions, teammates would from time to time accidentally meet with mishaps and die unnatural deaths. And this was only one White Zetsu. If many White Zetsu coordinated, they could even replace some small ninja villages, turning everyone except the leader into White Zetsu, and become the village's true controllers. After all, even a behemoth of a village like Konoha had at most 20 or 30,000 ninja at Chunin rank or above. A small ninja village having 4,000 or 5,000 Chunin was already pushing the ceiling. As for the number of White Zetsu, he had never counted them. But just now, when he glanced beneath the demonic statue of the outer path, the dense mass of chakra nearly blinded him. One look, and he could see no end to it. Imagine when a friend is no longer a friend and fam. Wrong line. Let me start over. A comrade who has always fought at your side suddenly attacks you, absorbs your chakra as you are dying, and takes your appearance before your eyes. How terrifying is that? During the Great Ninja War, even a few White Zetsu that slipped and managed to slaughter a large number of precious medical ninja, making everyone in the allied shinobi forces feel endangered and plunging them into a crisis of trust. If not for Naruto's Nine Tails chakra having the ability to detect hostile intent, the White Zetsu hiding among the allied forces would never have been discovered, and the so-called allied shinobi forces would have scattered like loose sand because of the White Zetsu. Alas, it was a pity White Zetsu couldn't be used as a clone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to think about making an alternate account. He could simply control White Zetsu directly. After Black Zetsu finished reporting, he stood respectfully to one side with his head lowered quietly waiting for Madara's response. He felt that his report had been so detailed that even the proud Madara could find nothing wrong with it. Just as he had thought Madara indeed could find nothing wrong. Because he hadn't been listening much. Most of that information was things he had known long ago. He did not care that the heir of the Sarutobi clan was getting married, nor about Fugaku's son, who was just 4 years old. Oh no, Itachi Uchiha was still worth caring about. He couldn't let Itachi massacre the Uchiha clan again. Of course, there was some more important intelligence as well. For instance, Uchiha Shursui, who had distinguished himself in this great ninja war and was hailed as the Uchiha clan's foremost master, already possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was just uncertain whether he could activate Susanoo. He vaguely remembered that Shursui's Susanoo was green with an orange Magatama inside its chest armor that could fire green chakra arrows called 99. As for the weapon, it was a huge drill sword. Although it had been personally designed by Kishimoto, it only ever appeared in a game, so he really didn't have much of an impression of Shursui's Susanoo. But at this point in time, the most Shursui could do was activate the initial stage of Susanoo, only a bare skeleton. Let alone the perfect form, he probably couldn't even do the second stage. You ask why? If Shursui could already manifest a perfect Susanoo, now his title wouldn't be Shursui of the Body Flicker. It should be Legend of the Ninja World. By then the third great ninja war wouldn't even need to be fought. At that stage, who could stop a perfect Susanoo? Onoki with his dust releases, huge casting wind up, or Raza with his gold dust. It wasn't as if they could rely on the third Reikage. Shursui had probably only awakened the Mangekyo not long ago. He might not even be able to use Kodo Amatsukami, let alone Susanoo. As the clan's only Mangekyo wielder at present, being able to unlock the initial stage without a teacher could already be considered exceptional talent. He propped himself up, waved feebly at Black Zetsu, and said in a hoarse voice, "I understand. You may go." Black Zetsu gave Madara a perfunctory bow and prepared to leave. Just as when he had come, his black figure swiftly sank into the ground, leaving no trace behind. Although Tobi had listened to Black Zetsu's entire report, he hadn't remembered a single thing. He only heard a bunch of names. Who cared? Nothing was as fun as painting. Tobi stopped playing around. "Come here." Madara beckoned Tobi over. In his plan, Tobi was a very important piece. Tobi heard Madara calling and hurried over at a run, his face still smeared with paint from who knows where. "What's up, old man? Need me to help again?" Madara patted Tobi's head and coaxed him earnestly. "Next, I'm going to do something great that will benefit many people. Would you be willing to help me?" Tobi immediately straightened up. "Good deeds. I like good deeds. Whatever needs to be done, leave it all to me. I need you to merge with my clone and keep supplying it with chakra. It may have to last for a very long time. Can you do it?" Madara did not try to hide anything. He stated his plan directly. With Tobi wrapped around it, the clone would have abundant chakra, and Tobi would also act as armor, making up for the weakness of a wood clone turning into a wooden statue when struck. As for the downside, maybe having to wear 2 layers of clothing when going out. After all, it was impossible to merge with Tobi without being naked, and it was just as impossible to run around naked after merging. Even if Tobi as a White Zetsu had no concept of shame, Madara had his own sense of shame. He had no intention of being seen as a pervert. Using the remaining chakra, Madara pressed his hands together, and a wooden Uchiha Madara exactly like him emerged from his body. After leaving Madara's body, the clone's wooden skin instantly turned flesh-colored, and the robe it wore was no different from his, like looking into a mirror. The clone and the original exchanged a glance. Since the clone's memories and personality were exactly the same as the original's, Madara did not even need to speak. The clone knew perfectly well what needed to be done. "So I'm supposed to look after the kid, huh? I don't mind, but this idea of yours really isn't great. There's only one Tobi. With that many people later, how are you going to manage?" As expected of an independently thinking clone, the moment it opened its mouth, it started mocking the original. But it had clearly underestimated the original's pettiness. "Thank you for the reminder. So from now on, all the work will be yours alone." The clone's face changed drastically. It shouldn't have mouthed off. It quickly begged for mercy. "Bro, I was wrong, bro. I was just joking. Your idea is brilliant. Tenami couldn't have come up with it." Madara's expression did not change. He replied coolly, "Is that so? You think it's good too? Then I'll leave everything to you from now on. After all, you said it yourself. There's only one Tobi." The clone's mind raced and quickly found an excuse. "Don't forget, when a clone is dispelled, the fatigue comes back with it. If I die from overwork, you won't get away either. Oh, then please do me a favor and die often. Don't work too hard. Only a person truly knows himself." Naturally, Madara understood that the clone just didn't want to work and only needed a little pushing. "For heaven's sake, do you hear yourself? Is that anything a human would say? If you're too tired, just go and die. Where's your conscience?" Fuming, the clone vowed to speak up for the countless oppressed clones across the world. "I'm human, so of course I speak human. And I have a conscience. I'm even giving you the chance to do a good deed, aren't I?" Madara spread his hands. Clones, after all, weren't covered by human rights. Fists hardened. The clone's fists were clenched so tight. If not for the limits of his body, he would have gone to blows with the original right then. Naruto had so many shadow clones, and yet none of them had ever fought the original. It was a miracle. Oh wait, that wasn't right either. During that arc when Naruto trained on Turtle Island, one of his clones had indeed thrown a tantrum. It was only because both the clone and the original had such good temperaments that it ended peacefully. Watching Madara summon a clone, and then get completely absorbed in chatting with it, leaving him forgotten on the side, Toby immediately started yelling in Madara's ear. Hey old-timer, didn't you say you needed my help? Then get your clone to coordinate. Doing this alone is a pain. Madara shot the clone a glare and blamed him before the clone could speak. See, just because you refuse to cooperate, even Toby can't stand it anymore. Can you be any more shameless? You were planning to use me like a beast of burden. I'm just fighting for my legitimate rights. The clone was livid. Even Danzo had never been made a scapegoat like that. Scram. What legitimate rights does a clone need? Naruto has so many clones, and every single day all they do is work or get beaten up. No pay, and they work all year round without a single day off. You should consider yourself lucky to even have rest time. The clone thought about it. It actually was true. Shadow clones mostly had only two kinds of lives: taking hits for the original or following the original into group beatdowns. They were cannon fodder before Shippuden began, cannon fodder after it began, and kept being cannon fodder once the Great Ninja War broke out. Their treatment was worse than that of beasts of burden. Cold sweat trickled from the clone's forehead. Suddenly he felt his treatment wasn't bad after all. At least he wasn't summoned and beaten up the moment he appeared. If he had to do more work, so be it. He could accept that. With a long sigh, the clone finally merged with Toby. Wearing a shabby blue cloak dug out from some unknown corner, he looked considerably more valuable. Worth about 298 renminbi, give or take. Thanks to the original's experience, the clone quickly got used to the changes after Toby attached to his body. Since Toby wrapped his head along with everything else, his voice came out muffled. By rights, shouldn't you be pulling out the tubes and quietly dying in a chair now? The clone really had a sharp tongue. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted the original to kick the bucket soon. He knew everything perfectly well, but he just couldn't help being snarky. Madara twitched the corner of his mouth and shot back mockingly. Have you forgotten that once the original dies, the clone vanishes along with it? I can still go to the Pure Land and play Dedizu, but you'll only be able to wait until I'm reanimated. The clone had been so busy running his mouth that he really had forgotten that. He forcibly changed the subject and skipped past that page. By the way, there's still some time before the Canopy Bridge. Don't you think you should go check on Nagato? Otherwise, who are you counting on to use Rinne Rebirth later? Obito. Toby listened to their exchange, utterly baffled. Who was Obito? He had clearly never seen anyone else come here. Could this be someone he knew in the past? Madara scratched his chin with an I'm done look. There's no way I can go over there in person. Even if something has to be delivered, Black Zetsu can go on my behalf. Besides, according to our plan, Nagato doesn't even need the demonic statue of the outer path, so what's there to send? What are you going to find some other unlucky fool to cast Rinne Rebirth for you? The Rinnegan isn't something just anyone can use. The clone was rather curious. There shouldn't be any suitable candidate in his memory. After all, Nagato had barely managed to support the Rinnegan's drain, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's enormous chakra. Even so, when he appeared later, he looked half dead. It's true that casting Rinne Rebirth costs the caster his life, but no one said it has to be a person who cast it, Madara said calmly. The more Toby listened, the more bewildered he became. What was Rinne Rebirth? Why would casting it kill you? Who on earth invented such a jutsu anyway? The clone was just as baffled. What did he mean has to be a person? Had scientific ninja tools already advanced enough to use dojutsu? This wasn't Boruto yet. Madara shook his head regretfully. All he could say was that the clone was still too inexperienced. His thinking wasn't agile enough, his ideas weren't bold enough, and his thoughts were boxed in. In short, his imagination wasn't big enough. Since White Zetsu could be used as material for the impure world reincarnation, and that material had to be a living person, White Zetsu could be considered a kind of living person. If that was the case, then why not simply implant the Rinnegan into White Zetsu, and have White Zetsu cast Rinne Rebirth? This wasn't him making things up. In the manga, there had once been one of Orochimaru's test subjects named Shin Uchiha. However, the surname was self-proclaimed. Shin wasn't actually a member of the Uchiha clan. Because of his special constitution, he rejected none of the tissues grafted onto his body, so Orochimaru had implanted Sharingan all over him. The arm Danzo used had been harvested from Shin. Of course, though Shin presumably could also use Rinne Rebirth, the real key was not Shin himself, but his clones. As Shin Uchiha's clones, every clone Shin Uchiha possessed the 3-Tomo Sharingan, and could even awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. That was utterly terrifying. If clones could use the Mangekyo Sharingan, then there was no reason why White Zetsu, created by the God Tree, couldn't use the Rinnegan right. As for the obvious question, since the plan already existed, why not use Rinne Rebirth right now to revive himself? The answer was simple. Rinne Rebirth could indeed bring the dead back, but in essence it sent a soul from the Pure Land back to its body to achieve resurrection. It would not restore the dead person's youth. So if he released Rinne Rebirth directly, he would remain an old man after resurrection, no different from now. Thus at minimum, he had to first use the impure world reincarnation technique, then cast Rinne Rebirth on himself, while in the reanimated state, before he could regain his youth. And he didn't trust Black Zetsu in the slightest. The moment he died, the initiative would fall completely into its hands. He couldn't even decide when he would be revived. Who knew exactly when he would be reanimated? For all he knew, the Great Ninja War would have already begun. So for now, this plan remained merely a concept. The most pressing matter was to deal with Obito and Nagato first. Everything else had to be set aside for the time being. Madara patted the clone on the shoulder, gazing at him with a meaningful expression. Once you get to Konoha, remember to bring me back some local specialties. You know me. I've always had a taste for works of art. As beings of one mind and body, the clone naturally understood perfectly, wearing a knowing look that said more than words. Got it. We like the same things, so I'll definitely bring you something good. Even with only his right eye visible, the spiral-masked figure's grin was indecently suggestive. Now that he'd awakened the Sharingan, wasn't it almost a crime against the masses not to use Genjutsu for certain purposes? Achoo. Why do I suddenly have this ominous feeling? Could someone be filing another complaint against the Uchiha clan again? In the main house of the Uchiha clan leader in Konoha, Fugaku instinctively pulled his robe a little tighter. The recent battles had been escalating into a fever pitch. Even he, as captain of the Konoha military police force, had been sent out on missions for half a month straight. He finally had a day off, and he hoped no one would come complaining about some clan member causing trouble and ruining his rare day of rest. Fugaku took a gentle sip of hot tea, watching with tender eyes as Itachi spoiled himself in Mikoto's arms. It felt like the exhaustion of the past half-month melted away in that very moment. A gentle and devoted wife, an obedient and brilliant child, and a clan that was mostly decent overall. Fugaku was already content. In this chaotic age, to have a home of one's own was more than enough to ask for. Lately, Itachi had been asking to see the battlefield, but he was still far too young. No matter how dire the village's war situation became, they would never send such a small child to the front lines. Though Itachi was gifted and would surely become a powerful shinobi one day, he was too gentle, soft to the point of weakness. Fugaku worried whether he might one day show mercy even to his enemies. Well, once the war situation improved, he'd have Itachi train under sure sway. Being too kind-hearted was not a good trait for a shinobi. He had seen too many tragedies born of hesitation. That was what Fugaku thought. The perspective shifted back to the nameless cavern where Uchiha Madara was going over the tasks with his clone. Though their minds were one and the same, he still wanted to confirm everything once before feeling at ease. Find a way to secure a legitimate identity in Konoha. We'll need it later. Try to avoid conflicts with people. If a conflict truly breaks out, make sure no one sees through your identity. Make as much money as you can. Don't end up unable to afford even a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. The clone silently had Obito cover his ears to block out the sound. He had never realized before that he himself was actually a hidden chatterbox. After who knew how long, Madara finally finished explaining everything he needed to do. Just as he was about to ask the clone if he had remembered it all, he heard only a round of snoring. Fine. Here he was talking until his throat went dry, and this guy was just standing there sleeping. He'd been thinking about whether to rotate shifts with the clone, but it seemed this one was more than enough on his own. Madara casually picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground, weighed it in his palm a few times, and estimated that the weight probably wouldn't kill a man. Then he rolled up his sleeve and hurled it hard at the clone's head. Who dares to plot against my sovereign self? The clone, half awake, suddenly sensed a threat approaching. He snapped his eyes open, caught the stone in one hand, and instantly refined. Crushed it. Plotting against your sovereign self. I'll make you a eunuch right now, believe it or not. Madara flew into a rage. This guy dared to sleep, and still spoke so arrogantly. He had to throw a heavy punch. What are you planning to cultivate the sunflower manual? I don't mind, I can practice it with you. The clone's talent for mockery seemed to surpass even the original body's, always seizing the gaps in his words to counterattack, while the original could only rage helplessly. But still, as the saying when a clone was ultimately just a clone, it could never overturn the heavens. Madara calmly ordered Obito strangle him. Squeeze tighter, but keep it just below the level that would destroy the clone. Receiving the command, Obito immediately cut off its chakra supply and kept constricting its body, squeezing the clone until he could hardly breathe. The clone struggled a few times at first, but after realizing he couldn't break free, he gave up resistance and promptly surrendered. Bro, I was wrong. I was just joking earlier. As your clone, of course, I want nothing but the best for you. Since your attitude is sincere enough, I'll let you off this time. Madara waved his hand, signaling Obito to release the clone. He didn't want him actually squeezed to the point of destruction, or he'd have to create another clone. His chakra was running low with each use. The demonic statue of the outer path had been absorbing his power for over a decade, and the chakra within it was almost depleted. Every bit saved was for the better. Good that you know you were wrong. Madara gave a cold snort. Now tell me, what did I just say? Recite it back to me. Get it wrong, and I'll go learn the sexy jutsu, believe it or not. You said to get a legitimate identity, try not to cause trouble, and find a way to earn some money. Though the clone had fallen asleep halfway through, the two shared the same mind, so he could guess most of it by pure reasoning. Not bad. It seems we really do think alike. I'll have to stay here to handle Black Zetsu, so everything from here on is up to you. For once the clone turned serious. He nodded firmly, then walked out of the cave without looking back. Their earlier quarrel was merely to liven up the mood. The two shared the same goal, so how could there possibly be any real conflict between them? Naruto trivia you might not know. It is known that Fugaka died at age 40, and Itachi was 7 years older than Sasuke. In the year Sasuke turned 7, the Uchiha clan massacre occurred, making Itachi around 13 or 14 at the time. Because the age calculation in Naruto is rather peculiar, everyone gets 1 year added collectively at a certain point. Their exact ages can't be determined precisely. From Itachi's age we can then derive Fugaka's. When Itachi was born, Fugaku was around 26. For reference, in Boruto's era Naruto is 32 and Boruto is 12, meaning Boruto was born when Naruto was 20. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Normally shouldn't people have children earlier during wartime? I think something's off. Let's look at other father-son pairs. The third Hokage Hiruzen died at 69, Asuma was 31. Shippuden was set 4 years after the original series, meaning Asuma was 27 at the time. When Asuma was born, Hiruzen was 42. No wonder he used his crystal ball to peep at the women's bathhouse in his old age. It truly was a case of old in years, but young at heart. He had his second child well past 40. During the last movie, Naruto was 19. Considering that pregnancy takes nearly a year shortly after their wedding at the end of the movie, Hinata should already have been pregnant. On a tall tree outside Konoha's main gate, a furtive figure concealed himself among the leaves, watching the steady stream of people below without a single soul noticing. The mysterious figure's true identity was a White clone fused with White Zetsu. Owing to Tobi's White Zetsu nature, he could merge into any substance and move swiftly, reaching Konoha's gate in no time. He soon ran into a problem, though two fierce-looking guards stood watch on either side of the gate. Perhaps because of the Great War's aftermath, every visitor trying to enter Konoha now had to pass through layers of scrutiny to prevent enemy spies from infiltrating. Only after passing inspection and being confirmed safe did the guards press a temporary pass into each person's hand as proof of clearance. Within that brief stretch of time, he had already watched 3 waves of spies. Nearly every one of them was captured, only a handful escaped, and those who fled were all wounded. It wasn't that he felt guilty. After all, he was one of Konoha's founders. Returning to his own village was simply a matter of course. But Tobi's appearance was the problem. The moment he took off his hood, he'd probably be hauled off as a biological weapon. It wasn't as if he could pass for one of Orochimaru's experiments. Just as the 4th wave of spies was being led away, Madara suddenly had a bold idea. From his observation, the guards' checks fell into 2 categories. When inspecting ninja, the process was far stricter than for civilians. They were required to give their name, home village, and purpose for visiting Konoha, and then checked for dangerous items such as explosive tags and other weapons. Beyond that, one had to produce appropriate documentation. If visiting Konoha on a commission, one had to present the commission scroll. If visiting relatives or friends, the person in question had to come in person to vouch. If one happened to be a rogue ninja without a village and also lacked a legitimate reason to enter Konoha, then sorry. You had to file an application and wait for the Hokage's approval before being let in. Undeniably, these regulations were almost openly aimed at ninja from other villages, yet given the spies exposed from time to time, they proved quite effective. Of course, if you were an ordinary villager whose chakra couldn't even rival a fresh academy graduate's, the inspection you received was much simpler. No documentation was necessary. One needed only to state his name, residence, and purpose for visiting Konoha, then confirm that he carried no contraband, and he was allowed straight through. Madara swaggered into the queue and blended in with the crowd. People in hooded cloaks like his were not rare, so nobody noticed an extra person suddenly joining the line. The civilian inspection moved quickly, and after roughly 10 minutes, it was Madara's turn. The guard wore a Konoha forehead protector and a green shunin vest. His eyes showed signs of fatigue, and he appeared to be about 30. Seeing Madara approach the guard's side. Take off the cloak first and show your face. Madara calmly removed his hood, revealing a face covered in wrinkles. The guard was taken aback. The man's skin was creased entirely. Just how old was he? The guard blinked, recovered from his surprise, and asked out of habit, "Please state your name, the village where you currently live, and your purpose for coming to Konoha." Uchiha. He stopped halfway, suddenly stuck. He had forgotten to prepare a false name. Why not just say he was Sasuke? Sasuke hadn't been born yet, so it shouldn't count as identity theft. Huh. Uchiha. You're from the Uchiha clan. The guard paid no attention to Madara's incomplete sentence and questioned him at once. Madara nodded. If he stayed in Konoha for any length of time, he would be found out to possess the Sharingan. There was no hiding it, so he might as well admit it. After all, the Uchiha clan had not yet been annihilated. Their standing in Konoha was hardly outstanding, but their strength was genuinely formidable. Otherwise they wouldn't later conceive the notion of rebellion. Thus openly acknowledging himself as Uchiha would actually let him blend into Konoha more smoothly. At the very least he would be treated well enough, and maybe even be assigned a house. The guard's mouth twitched slightly as if he were about to speak, but after a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the words back. Finally he carefully said, "Then would you mind showing us your Sharingan? Otherwise we can't verify whether you're being truthful." Madara looked up and met the guard's gaze. 3 Crimson Tomo quietly stared back at him. The guard quietly wiped away the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. So the man truly was Uchiha. Fortunately, he had been civil to the Uchiha and hadn't provoked him. Otherwise trouble was sure to follow. Everyone knew the Uchiha were among the most dangerous people in Konoha to cross. No matter their internal discord, if an outsider bullied one of their own, they would immediately assemble a team to exact revenge. Besides, Uchiha clan members generally had fierce tempers. A single unpleasing word could start a fight. If you lost, that was that. But if you won, you'd soon find yourself surrounded by Uchiha in some alley. And filing a complaint with the Hokage did little good. At best, the assailants would be made to cover your medical expenses, for they were measured in their force. They would beat you, but not cripple you. After 10 days to half a month of rest you'd mend. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan was basically a hedgehog. Touch them, and your hand would fill with spines. Most people went out of their way to avoid them, lest they accidentally stir up trouble. Alright, no need to say more. We trust the Uchiha name. Please come in. The guard waved his hand, urging Madara through his tone, even carrying a hint of eagerness. Madara scratched his chin. He hadn't expected the Uchiha name to be so effective. He didn't even need a name. The surname alone earned him entry. It seemed the Uchiha truly deserved their place, as Konoha's foremost clan, their prestige considerable. He wondered whether he even had to pay for meals. Asuma and Kakashi were actually the same age. Yet by the time of Boruto, when Asuma's daughter Sarutobi Mirai had reached the age of 15, Kakashi was already 46 and still had no wife or offspring. Kakashi in truth possessed more than just 5 chakra natures. According to the formation databook, he had all 7: wind, fire, earth, lightning, water, yin, and yang, making him a genuinely all-attribute ninja. The anime once invented a love interest for Kakashi, a woman named Hualing. Quite the beauty, she was a female spy from Shurchian village in the land of locks, and she once kissed Kakashi through his mask. After being set free by Kakashi in the end, she made another appearance after pain raised Konoha, raising people's spirits as a wandering performer. A fitting conclusion of sorts for her character. After passing through the gate guard's rather lax inspection, Uchiha Madara, one of Konoha's founders, the strongest clan leader in Uchiha history, and the reincarnation of Indra, eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, finally returned to Konoha. No sooner had he stepped through the great gate than he spotted the Hokage rock on the distant mountain, its carved faces bearing the likenesses of past Hokage. Yet the rock as it appeared now differed from his memory. Owing to the era, only 3 massive visages adorned it: the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the current Hokage, the third Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps because of its age, the first Hokage's face seemed rendered in an minimalist style, looking rather out of place beside the other 2 portraits. His hair resembled a pot lid atop his head, the usual bangs omitted entirely, and his features betrayed not the slightest trace of Hashirama. One might easily mistake him for some passing stranger. Of course, the most grating detail about this Hokage rock was the missing 4th spot. Without Minato's face, the cliff seemed incomplete, and it gnawed at Madara no matter how he looked at it. Aside from the Hokage rock, the most conspicuous structure in the village was the Hokage building not far below it, a crimson pagoda-like tower that served as the political heart of Konoha, where the Hokage conducted daily affairs. That said, none of this had much to do with Madara, who had just set foot in the village. He simply wanted to head to Ichiraku Ramen for a bowl of noodles and catch a glimpse of the renowned Otsutsuki Ichiraku. He reached into his pocket and unsurprisingly came up empty. As a clone, he naturally carried no money, and since Obito was a White Zetsu, he wouldn't have any either. Combined, the two couldn't scrounge up a single coin. Forget ramen. He couldn't even afford the broth. Did Ichiraku have some kind of free meals for seniors promotion going on? As the saying goes, heaven never seals off all exits. Just as Madara was pondering whether to take on a mission to earn some meal money, a band of Good Samaritans came to him. He had barely taken a few steps past the gate when 3 burly men surrounded him, malice writ plainly across their faces. It was obvious they were after him. Hey, you already confirmed it, right? This old man isn't a shinobi, just a civilian, yeah. The leader was cautious, ensuring he knew the target's circumstances before striking, though it would have been better if he hadn't asked so openly. Of course I checked. He passed under civilian standards and went through especially fast. He's definitely loaded. Relax, boss. Boss, you're overthinking it. This geezer's so old, he probably can't even refine chakra. Even if he were a ninja, what could he do? The 2 underlings flanking him left and right successfully convinced their boss. Having never even graduated from the ninja academy, he understood he wasn't cut out to be a shinobi. A lifetime of grueling work would likely net him no more than Shunin rank. Far better to rob the out-of-village folks coming through the gate. Since they only targeted civilians, those suckers wouldn't dare report them to the Uchiha of the police force. Is there something you need? Madara regarded the three calmly, his heart utterly undisturbed. How to put it? Was this the textbook starter pack of villains? A hulking idiot, a dog-brained strategist, and a ferocious boss. But his own lineup didn't match either. By any look, this was just three big brutes. Were they planning to merge three copies into one star? Old man, be smart and hand over your money. The bulky leader's words died in his throat as Madara's eyes suddenly flushed crimson, 3 Tomo reflecting in his gaze. Crap, he's from the Uchiha clan. Run. The mere sight of those eyes was enough. All three knew the situation had gone south and wheeled around to flee. But it was too late. In an instant, Madara appeared behind them, seized 2 of them by the necks, and hoisted them into the air, adding a kick for good measure that sent the remaining ringleaders sprawling to the ground. Mercy. Please, mercy. The 2 trembled in terror, begging for forgiveness before they could even grasp what had happened. Madara sized up the trio. Aside from some muscle on the 2 he held, there was virtually no chakra flowing through their bodies. Likely just ordinary men. Nothing worth his concern. He tossed them aside carelessly and turned his gaze to the remaining 1. Be proactive and hand over the money yourself. Or would you rather I knock you out and take it from you directly? Shaking violently, the man reached into his robe and produced a bulging wallet, offering it to Madara. Madara opened it, pulled out the few large bills inside, gave a satisfied nod, and tossed the wallet back. Get lost. Don't let me catch you again. Next time you won't get a chance. The 3 scattered as if granted amnesty, scrambling away in a panic. Today had truly been disastrous. Not only had their extortion failed, but they'd lost their own money to boot. Watching their retreating figures, Madara felt a quiet surge of satisfaction. He hadn't expected that the moment he arrived in Konoha, a helpful soul would voluntarily provide financial support. Truly Qin Shi Huang, touching an electric wire. Absolutely shocking luck. Madara counted the bills. Those 3 might not have been strong, but their wallet was fat. 5 10,000 Ryo notes, no small sum by any measure. After all, a D-rank mission typically paid between 5 and 10,000 Ryo. Even for recently graduated genin working missions every single day, one might not earn that much in a month. Without purchasing any valuables, 50,000 Ryo would cover the entire monthly expenses of a family of 3 for 2 months. Come to think of it, that didn't seem like much. A B-rank mission would pay more than that. Still, money just needed to be enough. Why hoard so much of it? He wasn't Kakuzu after all. He had no hobby of amassing wealth. Ninja knowledge time. Kishimoto once wrote in the manga that 1 Ryo equals about 10 yen, which converts to roughly 2 Ryo to 1 renminbi. Asuma's bounty was 35 million Ryo, about 35 Taunton pigs, roughly 5 million renminbi. D-rank missions were mostly taken by genin. Their advantage was that they wouldn't die. At worst, minor injuries. The downsides were low pay and potentially annoying tasks. Reward 5000 to 5000 Ryo. C-rank missions were mainly handled by genin, occasionally chunin. They involved no combat with other ninja. At most injury, but no death. Reward 3000 to 1000 Ryo. B-rank missions were typically undertaken by chunin squads. They involved combat with other ninja with a chance of death. The reward was shared among the team, usually ranging from 800 to 200 Ryo. A-rank missions were large-scale operations that often involved the security of a nation or village. They were usually conducted in unit formations with jonin captains leading chunin into battle, while genin handled tasks like civilian evacuation. Each unit's reward ranged from 15000 to 1000 Ryo. S-rank missions were grave undertakings directly tied to the survival of a village or nation. They were typically carried out by elite jonin, either alone or in small teams. The reward had no upper limit, with a floor of 1 million Ryo. After a few kind-hearted benefactors who preferred to remain unnamed were reluctantly generous with their wallets, Madara found himself with a little spare cash, enough to avoid spending his very first day in Konoha on missions. Since there was still some time before the Kanobi Bridge matter, he was in no hurry to track down Minato's team. Instead, why not relax a bit? Say by sampling the Ichiraku ramen that the future 7th Hokage loved most, and while he was at it, meeting the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Though Otsutsuki Ichiraku was only a joke, going to Ichiraku ramen wouldn't cost him anything. He might as well treat it as a pilgrimage to a sacred site. Madara stepped into a bustling commercial street. The shops on both sides were still doing brisk business, but the lingering impact of the recent Great War could be clearly sensed. Those emerging from the Yamanaka flower shop often wore solemn or grieving expressions and carried bouquets of white flowers, presumably on their way to the cemetery to remember loved ones who had passed away. Outside the ninja tool shop, called Manton, a long queue had even begun to form. Genin and Chunin packed the entrance so tightly that the staff had to come out and maintain order lest anyone start a fight over line jumping. By contrast, the inn's entrance looked rather desolate, with hardly a soul in sight. Even the occasional guests coming or going seemed to be in a hurry, quickly disappearing through the hotel's doors. But none of that mattered to Uchiha Madara, whose only thought was about food. He simply wanted to fill his stomach first and would deal with everything else later. He walked along the commercial street for quite a while. Perhaps because of the recent war, ninja tool shops and medicine stores were especially plentiful, while restaurants were comparatively rare. Did everyone suddenly prefer eating at home? Madara felt that if he kept wandering aimlessly like this, he would probably miss lunch before ever finding Ichiraku ramen. And that was not good news. As the saying goes, a gentleman is no different from other men. He is merely good at making use of external things. Since he didn't know the way, why not simply ask someone? Madara grabbed a random, kindly-looking man by the roadside and asked for directions to Ichiraku ramen. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Ichiraku ramen?" Madara tried to make his tone sound as friendly as possible, because he often unconsciously spoke with an air of superiority. The man had been a little irritated at being suddenly grabbed, but seeing that the speaker was a white-haired old man, he replied patiently, "Old sir, this must be your first time in Konoha. Ichiraku ramen is just next to that izakaya up ahead. A few more steps, and you'll be there." Hearing the man's reply, Uchiha Madara looked ahead and sure enough spotted the izakaya with its red sign not far away. He thanked the man, let go of him, and walked on. Watching Madara's retreating figure, the man scratched his head in bewilderment and muttered, "Just how old is that guy? Compared to him, even the third Hokage would count as a youngster." Before long, Uchiha Madara arrived at the entrance of Ichiraku ramen. It seemed the establishment hadn't been open for very long, as the flower wreaths from its opening were still displayed outside. Although the Ichiraku ramen shop at this time was small, not even having a real door with only a lettered cloth curtain serving as its entrance, business was quite good. The few tables inside were completely occupied and newcomers could only sit at the little tables outside to eat. Madara lifted the curtain and looked inside. A man in a white coat and white hat was busy behind the counter. He moved swiftly and deftly, handling the steps of pulling noodles, simmering broth, and chopping vegetables all by himself. Every minute or two, he would bring out a steaming bowl of ramen. This must be the younger Otsutsuki Ichiraku, or Tuchi. To be fair, although his eyes had always been narrowed, even in his youth he was in rather good shape. For some reason though, the young Tuchi looked a little like Yamato. Hearing someone come in, Tuchi instinctively turned and welcomed him. "Welcome. The menu is on the wall. Oh, just tell me what you'd like. We're full inside at the moment, so I'm afraid you'll have to enjoy your meal outside." When he saw Madara, Tuchi was startled. In nearly 20 years of making ramen, this was the first time he had ever seen a customer that old. But then he was pleased at the thought. It was wonderful that even an elderly person liked his ramen. "Boss, one special chashu ramen with double chashu and an extra egg, and make the noodles a bit thicker, please." Madara's stomach was already growling from the aroma of the various broths in the shop, so he immediately ordered a bowl piled high with meat. As a meat lover, he felt uncomfortable whenever he went a single meal without meat. Apart from desserts, most of his favorite foods were meat-based. Purely vegetarian dishes were few and far between. "Sure thing, double special chashu with an extra egg. That'll be 100 ryo. Please wait a moment, your ramen will be right up." Madara walked over to a small table outside, sat down, and quietly waited for his ramen. Before long, Tuchi came over carrying a steaming bowl of ramen. "Here is your ramen. Please enjoy it. If you finish it and still feel unsatisfied, come ask me for a free noodle refill." Madara looked at the ramen before him. Thick slices of chashu completely covered the surface, while minma, nori, narutomaki, and other toppings were squeezed off to one side. The noodles beneath were completely invisible. He picked up his chopsticks, took a slice of chashu, and put it into his mouth, chewing gently to savor its tender texture. As he continued chewing, the sweet and savory juices of the meat gradually seeped out, and before he knew it, he had swallowed. Delicious, quite delicious. Both the heat of the cooking and the seasoning were perfectly judged. The chashu itself was outstanding, and the delicate savory broth only made it better. It was absolutely worth the 100 ryo. Madara quickly finished off the chashu, then downed the noodles in a few quick sweeps of his chopsticks until the bowl was clean. He even drank every last drop of the broth. Finally, he patted his belly in contentment, stood up, and paid. He had considered asking for a noodle refill, but because of the double portion of meat, he was already 90% full after finishing. One shouldn't eat until too full. 90% was just right. Madara couldn't help but praise him. "Boss, your craft leaves nothing to be desired. If you ask me, you could run this place for another 30 or 40 years. Tuchi replied with a smile, "Thanks for the praise. I'm glad you enjoyed it. My goal is to make every person who comes to Ichiraku happy with their meal. At least until I retire, Ichiraku ramen will stay open." Indeed, not only did Ichiraku ramen stay open before his retirement, it never closed even after he retired. In fact, because it was the Hokage's favorite restaurant, the Ichiraku in Boruto only grew bigger and bigger. The next step might be opening a chain and then cashing in, spreading Ichiraku ramen to every village so that more people could enjoy it. Naruto fun fact: the Ichiraku ramen price list. A portion of Ichiraku's menu prices has appeared in the anime and manga. Although it isn't complete, it can serve as a reference. Ramen 60 ryo. Special ramen 70 ryo. Vegetable ramen 65 ryo. Tonkatsu ramen 60 ryo. Special chashu 75 ryo. Ramen with eggs 65 ryo. Rice 15 ryo. Miso chashu ramen 90 ryo. Cola 15 Rio. Beer 35 Rio. Yakisoba 40 Rio. Yes, you read that right. There is cola. Where it came from is unknown, but that's what the menu says. Going by the minimum D-rank reward of 1 Rio, one could afford roughly 16 bowls of regular Ichiraku ramen. Even if a ninja was inefficient and completed only one D-rank mission every 2 days, eating at Ichiraku could hardly be called a luxury. By the way, when the price list first appeared, Naruto was 12 years old. By the time he married in the last, he was 19. 7 years had passed, and yet the prices at Ichiraku had barely changed. Truly a business with a conscience. Ban had intended to chat a while longer with Shouta, but the ramen shop was simply too busy. Customers filed in one after another, leaving Shouta swamped with orders. An endless stream of noodles to prepare, truly no end in sight. Forget conversing with Ban. Shouta didn't even have a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. No sooner had he finished one bowl than he had to rush to cook the next. His hands moved so swiftly while pulling noodles that they left afterimages in the air. Seeing how overwhelmed Shouta had become, Ban felt it inappropriate to impose on him further. After bidding a brief farewell, he turned to leave. But he had barely taken a few steps when a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Hey, old-timer, I'm back. Give me a large bowl of salt ramen, please." Ban turned to look. A thick-browed youth with a melon-shaped bowl cut, clad in a green tight-fitting jumpsuit, lifted the curtain and stepped inside, carrying with him the distinct odor of sweat from having just exercised. Ban's first thought was that he had run into Rock Lee. But then he reconsidered. At this point in time, Lee probably hadn't even been born yet, so how could he possibly be this old? He realized at once that this was Might Guy before he had even become a Chunin. So he already had the habit of tying his ninja headband around his waist back then. Come to think of it, these ninja forehead protectors were called headbands in name, yet practically nobody actually wore them on their foreheads. Some hung them around their necks, some tied them around their waists, some strapped them to their arms, and others used them as hair ties. Each one more ridiculous than the last. Fortunately for them, the ninja world didn't have strict rules about such matters. If this were the modern era, show up to work without your uniform, and you'd lose performance points. Wear the uniform improperly, and you'd still lose performance points. Almost got sidetracked. Since he had the chance to meet Might Guy now, there was no reason not to strike up an acquaintance. After all, Guy and Kakashi were always seen together. Befriending Guy was essentially equivalent to befriending Kakashi. This was far more reliable than his original plan of infiltrating the Uchiha clan and using an elder's authority to get close to Obito. After all, even if he did nothing, he would eventually end up rescuing Obito anyway. But doing it that way, he'd never get the chance to meet Kakashi. Kakashi before acquiring the Sharingan, the legendary Kakashi with unlimited chakra, whose combat ability rivaled the conceptual god of a healthy Itachi, and who in theory possessed chakra greater even than that of the divine tree. While obviously that was absolutely impossible, still he genuinely wanted to witness the legendary technique of the young Kakashi, the white light chakra saber, the short blade that would later be shattered during the Battle of Kanobi Bridge, never to be seen again. Although Konoha's white Fong, Tsukumo Hatake, had already passed away, at least his weapon still remained. So before that blade too became a thing of legend, Ban wanted to see for himself what kind of existence the White Fang truly was. Of course, if he were shameless enough to secretly dig up Tsukumo Hatake's grave, he could presumably summon the man himself for a personal demonstration. But the price would be making an enemy of Kakashi for life. Hardly worth the trouble. Better to drop that idea. In so many stories, villains who had no grudge against the protagonist would still fail to keep their hands to themselves, feeling compelled to provoke the hero's group. Isn't that just sheer boredom? Ban walked up and tapped the youth on the shoulder from behind. "Excuse me, are you Might Guy?" Might Guy turned his head, momentarily stunned, but still broke into a warm smile. Yes, I'm Might Guy. Is there something you need from me, old-timer?" "Your father, Might Guy, is a man strong in both heart and body. Spend more time talking with him in your daily life." Ban spared no praise for Might Guy. A mere Jonin, yet he had single-handedly kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a squad composed entirely of Jonin, down to only 3 survivors. One could say that the collapse of Mist Village's ace team, the 7 ninja swordsmen, was brought about solely by Might Guy. Among the 3 survivors, Suikazan Fuguki was later killed by a young Kisame. For betraying the hidden Mist Village, Momochi Zabuza joined the Akatsuki, but died when his decapitating carving sword deflected the 4th Mizuki's tailed beast ball and was struck down by the rebounding blade. Raiga Kurasuki, however, lived the longest among the original 7 ninja swordsmen, even adopting a child, and he wasn't entirely a villain. He ultimately chose to end his own life with lightning release while plummeting off a cliff. Speaking of which, should he save him when the time came? After all, having one more ally wouldn't hurt, and since Raiga had no further role in the story anyway, saving him wouldn't affect the plot at all. Anyway, those were matters for later. The most pressing thing right now was to build a rapport with Might Guy and find a way for him to lead the way to Kakashi. Hearing someone praise his father, Guy's smile grew even more radiant, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "You know my father? Well, how should I put it? I've lived far away from Konoha for a long time. Though I've heard of your father's exploits, I've never had the chance to meet him in person. Yet that hasn't stopped me from admiring him. Not only did he raise you single-handedly, but he also turned you into an outstanding person. Thank you for your kind words. If my father knew someone approved of him, he'd be overjoyed. Mike Guy scratched his head wearing a simple honest grin. Feeling that the rapport between them had grown a little closer, Ban brought up his true purpose. I've heard you're quite close with Kakashi. I'd like to meet him too. Once you finish your ramen, could you take me to see him? Of course. My eternal rival Kakashi is no stingy fellow. Leave it to me. Guy agreed heartily, then devoured his ramen at a speed beyond all human norms, stood up, and slapped his belly. Alright, I'm full. Time to start burning my youth. Guy suddenly placed both hands on the ground, lifted his legs upward, and flipped his entire body into a handstand. A sense of dread suddenly welled up within Ban. Don't tell me he's going to. Today's training is to walk on my hands, all the way to Kakashi's place. If I fail... Guy had barely spoken halfway when a sudden wave of nausea hit his throat, and he promptly vomited up his undigested ramen. Ben had been about to warn him about this. Who in the world does a handstand immediately after eating? Even a ninja would throw up. Was this what they meant by calling him the blue beast that surpassed humanity? An ordinary person simply couldn't begin to grasp his way of thinking. Helplessly, Ban helped Guy to his feet and gently patted him on the back until the boy caught his breath. He then asked Shouta for a cup of water and slowly fed it to Guy. Once Guy recovered, his first reaction was to clutch his head and burst into tears. No, I failed. As compensation, I'll run 10 laps around Konoha. With that, he took off running at lightning speed and vanished in an instant. Ban blinked. What just happened? Barely a few seconds had passed, and the guy was already gone. Isn't he supposed to take me to meet Kakashi? Obito immediately seized the chance to jeer. Hey old-timer, is this what you called being stood up? Shut up. This isn't being stood up, it's just a minor unexpected development. Everything is still going according to my plan. His heart was so tired. What he wanted was a gentle and considerate beautiful girl to comfort him, yet all he had by his side was a White Zetsu named Obito, who could give anyone high blood pressure. A brief rant about the Boruto timeline. Let me criticize Ikemoto's sense of aesthetics. If you can't draw, then don't draw. Boruto is a young adult series, not a delinquent young adult series. The hairstyles were already non-mainstream enough, but stop adding all those inexplicable accessories. Especially Sarada. She actually looked quite nice as a teenager, but as a young adult, she wears her coat on only one shoulder, leaving the other bare. What's the point of that? Is it about being fashionable? People in the know would recognize her as an Uchiha, but those who didn't would think she was some kind of delinquent girl. Kawaki is also a heavyweight offender. His hair is as greasy as if he'd slathered on half a kilo of hair gel, and his pants hang so loose you'd think he was some random rapper who wandered in from nowhere. That said, young adult Boruto is actually quite handsome, so I'll hold back on attacking him for now. I'll decide based on how things go in the future. Madara feigned composure, pretending everything was under control. Although Guy had run off too quickly for him to stop and ask for an introduction to Kakashi, there was still plenty of time before the Canopy Bridge battle, so there was no need to rush meeting the 3 members of Minato's team. Since there was still time, Madara decided to take a stroll through the Hidden Leaf Village. Perhaps he would happen upon Might Guy running laps around the village or catch a glimpse of Minato returning home via the Flying Thunder God technique. He also wanted to buy some local specialties of the leaf to take back with him, such as Makeout Paradise, and of course more Makeout Paradise. As an artist with a keen appreciation for the beauty of the human form, he naturally had to thoroughly savor such a renowned masterpiece as Makeout Paradise. Madara took the change handed over by Tucci, pulled up his hood, and turned to leave Ichiraku Ramen. After passing several shops, he arrived at the Leaf Village's largest bookstore, Shuedo. Whether it was due to Kishimoto's personal preference or not, Shuedo occupied a much larger footprint than the surrounding stores. It was even a 2-story building with 2 rows of bookshelves outside the entrance where books were freely available for anyone to browse. Quite a few children unable to afford their beloved manga crowded around the shelves to read for free. Occasionally one could even spot a few young genin among them. Stepping inside the store, Madara swept his gaze across the interior. Though the shelves were lined with a dazzling array of books, most of them were nothing more than useless miscellaneous reads. For instance, 100 Things You Must Do After Graduating from the Ninja Academy. Being a lifetime genin doesn't mean you're useless, and from a commoner to a Hokage candidate. All because I did this one thing. Somehow just reading these titles gave off the vibe of clickbait articles, the kind that middle-aged and elderly people love to forward to younger generations. He walked around the bookstore, even activating his Sharingan, but still couldn't find Makeout Paradise. Considering that the book had become a massive hit the moment it was published, if it wasn't on the shelves now, that meant it hadn't been released yet. Holding the mindset that since he'd come all this way he might as well not leave empty-handed, Madara casually picked out a few books whose titles caught his eye and brought them to the front counter to pay. That'll be 3,000 Ryo in total. Thank you for your patronage, please come again. The clerk took the books, deftly clicked the abacus a few times, and immediately quoted the price. Madara pulled 3 1,000 Ryo bills from his change and handed them to the clerk. The clerk took the money, retrieved a paper bag from beneath the counter, placed the books inside, and handed it to him. He then walked out of the bookstore, bag in hand. Though Madara had remained silent the whole time, he was inwardly grumbling. No wonder, they say knowledge is wealth. Just 4 books cost him 3,000 ryo, enough to buy 50 bowls of ordinary Ichiraku ramen and stuffed choji until he passed out. After leaving the bookstore, Madara weighed the paper bag in his hand and couldn't help shaking his head. These books were outrageously expensive, yet they were so light. No wonder so many people outside were freeloading. The price of paying for knowledge was simply too steep. No, at this rate his money would run out within a few days. He wasn't yet a ninja of the leaf, so he couldn't even earn money by taking on missions. He couldn't very well end up like Naruto scrounging for free bowls of Ichiraku ramen, could he? Madara's gaze swept across a child nearby clutching a manga. On the child's back was a red and white whirlpool-like pattern, the symbol of the Uchiha clan. That's right, he was after all a former head of the prestigious Uchiha clan, wasn't he? In any case, he was an elder of very high standing in the Uchiha clan, so it wasn't unreasonable for younger members to offer their elders some filial support. After all, according to his plan, the Uchiha clan couldn't and wouldn't experience another night of annihilation. As for Itachi Uchiha, forget being a double agent and obsessing over the will of fire. He could just go off and enjoy a honeymoon with his little girlfriend. He vaguely remembered that girl's name was Uchiha Izumi. She had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at just 13, which meant she had a promising future. Perhaps she would even have a chance to awaken the Mangekyo later on. Once he got his hands on that certain someone whose grief hid tears behind Kimui, there would be hell to pay. He'd drill him relentlessly and see if he still acted like a lunatic. Always obsessing over the infinite Tsukuyumi. That young man's life was essentially over. Still, Madara was rather curious if Rin hadn't died. The composition of Minato's team would look remarkably familiar. A cold on the surface but inwardly gentle genius, a woman skilled in medical ninjutsu, and a carefree dead last. Then the dead last likes the girl on the team, the girl likes the genius on the team, and the genius for certain reasons has no interest in romance whatsoever. Was it possible, just possible, that Obito was actually Naruto, Kakashi was Sasuke, and Rin corresponded to Sakura? Madara seemed to have suddenly discovered something. From that perspective, could Obito be considered a child of prophecy in a sense? After all, he had brought change to the ninja world. The allied shinobi forces had been established because of him. A quick complaint here: why did the Hokage statues in Obito's deathbed fantasy include Minato, but not Tsunade? Could it be that he never returned to the leaf to look after she became Hokage? Naruto trivia time. As the only bookstore in Naruto to be given a name, Shuedo is unquestionably a nod to Shueisha, the real-world publisher of Naruto. The Hidden Leaf's secret taijutsu technique, 1,000 Years of Death, was actually not developed by Kakashi, but by his father Tsukumo Hatake. In fact, in a rather unserious spin-off anime, it was said that it was precisely because of the terrifying lethality of 1,000 Years of Death that Tsukumo Hatake earned the title Konoha's White Fang. Kakashi himself had also admitted that his own 1,000 Years of Death was far inferior to his father's, leading to the serious suspicion that Tsukumo Hatake had unleashed the technique using that chakra short sword. Author's note: please do not attempt to use 1,000 Years of Death on others. Aside from the risk of causing the victim's rear end to rupture, there is also an extremely low probability that the victim might awaken and retaliate against the caster. I bear no responsibility for any adverse consequences resulting from imitating or learning 1,000 Years of Death. Type 1 here to confirm you have acknowledged the risk before proceeding. Unserious Naruto news time. Recently we have discovered a mysterious suspect who has been deceiving others with phrases like infinite Tsukuyami, or a world where everyone can be happy. A considerable number of Uchiha clan members have fallen for it and attempted to help him carry out his plan. According to our investigation, the suspect is a shadowy figure with indistinguishable features and no identity information can be found on him. We have reason to suspect that his true identity is the descendant of illegal immigrants from another world, and that he is attempting to free his mother, who has been sentenced to life imprisonment. Such behavior is without a doubt a blatant disregard for the law, and we shall impose severe punishment. It is reported that the suspect is still at large. Anyone who spots him is requested to contact the relevant authorities immediately, and a reward will be provided. That said, he only knew that after the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan had been semi-forcibly relocated to the outskirts of Konoha. But right now the Ninetales was still safely sealed inside Kushina's belly. Where had the Uchiha lived before the relocation? He had no idea. Yet as the saying goes, heaven never seals off all exits. Just as Madara was pondering whether to use Obito's underground traversal ability to search house by house, a boy with goggles and spiky hair happened to walk past him. If his eyes weren't deceiving him, the orange goggles, the blue-black jacket, and that unmistakable spiky hair, this was none other than Obito Uchiha in his youth. Having grown accustomed to seeing masked Obito, Madara felt somewhat unaccustomed to encountering the unmasked version and nearly failed to recognize him. If he remembered correctly, before his fall to darkness, Obito had been a respectful, gentle, and kind-hearted youth, the kind of exemplary boy who often arrived late because he stopped to help the elderly. After a moment of deliberation, Madara reached out to stop. Obito coughed heavily a few times and feigned a frail appearance. Young kind soul, would you be willing to help this poor old man? As a virtuous and noble boy, Obito saw Madara looking as though a gust of wind might blow him over and promptly rushed forward to support him. Grandfather, what do you need my help with? If it's within my power, I'll do it. Madara let out a long sigh and spoke with a mixture of truth and fabrication. When I was young, I became the head of a clan. But later, through a moment of carelessness, I was deceived by a schemer, which turned my closest friend and me into sworn enemies. We came to blows. In the end, I was outmatched. After losing the duel, I left Konoha in a fit of anger. Now that I've returned, I can no longer even find the home I once had. I see. Grandfather, don't worry. I know Konoha very well. Just tell me where your home used to be, and I'll take you there. Obito was brimming with confidence. Though his combat abilities paled in comparison to Kakashi's when it came to helping the elderly, he was a true professional. Ahem, thank you, kind young man. Please take me to the Uchiha clan's compound. Obito was taken aback. This old grandfather was actually a member of the Uchiha clan, just like himself. That would make him an elder of his own bloodline. Despite his kind-hearted nature, he was no fool nor one to believe everything he was told. If he brought an unrelated outsider into the clan, he would surely be scolded severely by the clan head. He scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face. Grandfather, the Uchiha clan doesn't allow outsiders to enter freely. Do you have anything on you that can prove your identity? Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't take you in. Madara silently activated his Sharingan. Is this eye enough to prove that I am a member of the Uchiha clan? Obito was stunned. Even an old man on the roadside possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan, while he himself was already 11 years old and hadn't even awakened a single tomo. Day after day, he was called the clan's dead last. It's enough. That's more than enough to prove your identity, Obito replied, his entire demeanor deflated and his voice listless. He had trained so diligently, so why wouldn't his Sharingan awaken? Could it truly be, as the elders in the clan said, that one could only awaken it by enduring sufficient pain? Obito shook his head, casting aside those disheartening thoughts. Step by step, he supported Madara as they walked toward the clan compound. Even if he could never awaken the Sharingan, he could still become an excellent shinobi. On the way to the Uchiha compound, Obito asked curiously, Grandfather, since you're an elder of the Uchiha clan, how is it that you don't remember the way home? Madara was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I left Konoha several decades ago. The village today looks far too different from the one in my memories. Is that so? But Grandfather, you must have had your reasons for leaving back then. So why have you chosen to return now? Alas, back in those days I boasted that I would become the savior of the shinobi world. To that end, I waged a great war against my childhood friend. In the end, I fled gravely wounded, and my friend was badly injured as well. Not long after, he passed away from accumulated exhaustion and illness. Madara let out a sigh, his face full of emotion. If I had seen through that deception back then, perhaps the shinobi world today wouldn't be what it is now, but rather an era of unity and peace. Obito simply assumed that Madara was an old man who liked to boast and reminisce about his past, and didn't take a single word he said seriously. How could two people possibly change the very structure of the shinobi world? Unless the old grandfather was Uchiha Madara himself, and his friend was Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. But the first Hokage had been dead for decades. How could Uchiha Madara, supposedly killed by his own hand, still be alive today? Clearly the old man was just bragging, though Obito certainly wouldn't puncture an elder's small vanity. As they talked, the two arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha compound. Beside a gate wide enough for over a dozen people to pass through side by side, two yawning Uchiha clan members stood guard. The guards, who had been idly chatting, noticed a stranger behind Obito and immediately asked with vigilance, Uchiha, Obito, you know the rules. The clan doesn't allow you to bring outsiders in casually. Obito waved his hands and quickly explained, No, he's not an outsider. This grandfather is also a member of the Uchiha clan. He left the clan long ago, and after returning to Konoha he got lost, so I'm bringing him back home. The guard shrugged and sneered. I'll make this clear, don't get yourself tricked by this fellow. If the clan head asks who brought an outsider in, we won't cover for you. Even though the words were harsh, the guards still let the two of them through. After all, Obito was a member of the clan, and they had no reason to make things difficult for their own kin. Even if he brought in an outsider, it was easy enough to turn a blind eye. Naruto trivia: the mystery of Shursue's lineage. As is widely known, Shursue Uchiha was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, one of the second Hokage's bodyguards. However, the exact relationship between the two has never been directly described, but we can deduce it from their ages. First, apart from Akimichi Tofu, who has little presence, the remaining four all have recorded ages. Hiruzen Tsurutobi died during Orochimaru's Konoha Crush in Part 1 at the age of 69. Danzo Shimura died shortly before the Fourth Great Ninja War in Shippuden at the age of 73. Since Shippuden begins 4 years after Part 1, the two were the same age. Among the other two living advisors, Hamura Mitokado was 73 during Shippuden, and Koa Udatane was also 73 during Shippuden. From this we can infer that all 6 bodyguards were likely the same age. Uchiha Kagami died at the age of 25. If Shisui were his son, then even if he were born after his father's death, like Mirai Sarutobi Shisui would have been around 27 years old when Itachi was born. By the time Itachi Uchiha joined the Umbu at age 11, Shisui would have been 38. Would anyone really believe Shisui was that old? Therefore Shisui could not possibly be Uchiha Kagami's son. He could only be of the grandson generation. Considering that having children in one's 20s is normal in the shinobi world, and that Shisui already earned the moniker Shisui of the Body Flicker during the Third Great Ninja War, it's reasonable to estimate he was at least 12 years old at that time, while Itachi would have been only 5 or 6. Moreover, the time of Shisui's suicide is quite close to the night of the clan massacre. At that point Itachi was 13 and Sasuke was 7. Therefore it's inferred that Shisui was around 20 at the time of his death, having lived an even shorter life than his own ancestor. Obito initially felt indignant. After all, he wasn't the only clan member who had brought a friend to the family compound, and the gatekeeper had never stopped anyone else, yet he alone was singled out. But he quickly deflated, realizing it made sense. He was the only one among his peers who hadn't awakened the Sharingan. Those with talent had already reached 3 tomo while he didn't even have a single one. If not for his diligent training in taijutsu and ninjutsu, just barely passing the Chunin exam this year, to become a Chunin, the clan would probably be urging him to give up being a ninja by now. After all, not every Uchiha could awaken the Sharingan. Those who couldn't would typically live like ordinary villagers, find a trade to support their families, and settle into a peaceful life. Obito wasn't actually short on money. If not for his dream of becoming Hokage, he might have truly chosen to give up his identity as a ninja and live as an ordinary person. Becoming a ninja meant inevitable battles, and battles always brought death. He didn't want to kill anyone, but he didn't want to be killed either. If possible, he wished that one day he could end these meaningless wars. What are you spacing out for? Aren't you supposed to show me the way? Madara patted Obito's shoulder. The kid had been keeping his head down since entering the gate, not saying a word, clearly burdened by something. As a mature adult, one must offer guidance when youths are about to stray from the right path, such as preventing them from turning dark, and while preventing them from turning dark. Granted, Obito's early personality was similar to Naruto's, carefree and kind-hearted. But he was an Uchiha clan where everyone harbored latent mental instability. After his fall to darkness, Obito had become one of the most extreme among the Uchiha, so he had to be watched closely. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Obito scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Is that so? Something on your mind? Why not tell me? Maybe I can help. Madara transformed into a portable, carrying old grandpa, ready to untangle the troubled Uchiha youth's psychological issues. Nothing much, grandpa. Just some unrealistic daydreams. Obito brushed it off, knowing his thoughts would only be mocked if spoken aloud. A just-promoted Chunin and the clan's dead last fantasizing about ending wars. It was nothing but a pipe dream. As a seasoned veteran, Madara naturally knew Obito wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't press the matter. Everyone had some secrets in their heart, and as long as they were harmless to others, there was no need to expose them. Alright, now that you've snapped out of it, please continue leading the way. Madara pointed ahead. The two had been standing by the roadside, and passing Uchiha clan members were beginning to take notice. Sorry. Follow me, grandpa. I don't know where you lived before, but the clan head surely does. I'll take you to see him right away. Obito scratched his head and looked at Madara apologetically. The clan head. Was that Fugaku Uchiha? He was truly pitiable. He had been doing fine as clan head. His power wasn't particularly great, but he was still one of Konoha's high-ranking figures. During his tenure as captain of the Konoha military police force, the Uchiha clan enjoyed considerable prestige. Most villagers viewed them with respect, and the rest mostly held them in awe. With a virtuous wife, a brilliant son, and a united clan, Fugaku Uchiha could be said to have reached the pinnacle of his life. The loudest complaint within the clan was merely that Konoha wouldn't let their clan head become a Hokage candidate. It wasn't until the day of the Nine-Tails rampage. The third Hokage had originally planned to have the military police force engage the Nine-Tails, but Danzo objected, claiming that if the Uchiha controlled the Nine-Tails, it would spell catastrophe. Because of the Sharingan reflected in the Nine-Tails' eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi did harbor some suspicion. In the end, he refused to let the Uchiha clan take part in the Nine-Tails incident, ordering them to refrain from combat and instead protect the villagers. In the end, the Uchiha clan, who should have been on Konoha's front lines, could only watch helplessly as the Nine-Tails ravaged the village while they were all dispatched to guard the villagers. And the villagers who lost their homes and families, seeing the enormous Sharingan in the Nine-Tails' eyes and recalling the Uchiha's absence from battle that night, came to believe the Uchiha clan was the culprit. Many vented their resentment upon the clan members. Yet how could the proud Uchiha tolerate such baseless accusations and abuse from the villagers? Conflict naturally erupted between the two sides, further tarnishing the Uchiha clan's reputation. At the same time, after the Ninetales rampage ended for the purpose of surveillance and weakening the Uchiha, the third Hokage relocated the Uchiha clan's compound from the village center to the outskirts of Konoha, surrounded by several other clans. Due to multiple factors, discontent within the Uchiha clan toward Konoha grew ever stronger. More and more Uchiha hoped their clan head would step forward and take charge for them. But Fugaku, who favored a steady hand, chose to accept the village's arrangement and move the entire clan to Konoha's outskirts, further intensifying the clan's resentment toward Konoha. In the end, these disgruntled Uchiha gathered together, hoping that Fugaku Uchiha, as clan head, would lead the Uchiha clan to seize control of Konoha. Was it that the Uchiha clan had truly been blinded by fury, or that they were simply arrogant? One of Konoha's two great clans, the Uchiha, at that time had only Shursui possessing a Sharingan, yet they still hoped to use that power to seize Konoha. Swept up by the will of the people, Fugaku had no choice but to begin plotting a coup. He ordered Itachi Uchiha, then serving in the Umbu, to act as a lookout. However, Itachi had no intention of fully complying. Instead, he revealed the plan to the third Hokage. Even at this point, the Uchiha clan need not have met their original annihilation, for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had planned to have Shursui use Kodoame Tsukumi to control Fugaku, while easing the harsh policies against the Uchiha, resolving the coup peacefully. But the root of all evil, Danzo Shimura, couldn't resist his desire for Kodoame Tsukumi. Using the Sharingan hidden beneath his bandages, he activated Izanagi, successfully ambushed Shursui, and stole his right eye. In the end, disheartened, Shursui chose to throw himself off a cliff. Before dying, he entrusted his remaining eye to Itachi. What happened afterward, everyone knows. For the sake of the village, Itachi Uchiha decided to sacrifice his clan, his friends, and even his family. Together with Obito, he turned the Uchiha clan into history, leaving only Sasuke, then just 7 years old. Madara sighed. How should he put it? The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was a complete tragedy. The arrogance of the Uchiha, Obito's revenge in manipulating the Ninetales, Danzo's greed for Kodoame Tsukumi. Multiple coincidences stacked together, ultimately leading to this bitter fruit. What? You say Obito manipulating the Ninetales was Madara's doing? Well, it hasn't happened yet, has it? Besides, isn't he here now to prevent the tragedy from happening? Danzo, just you wait. I'll slap your face soon enough and rip your bandages all over the ground. Obito brought Madara to a house slightly larger than those around it. He knocked gently. With a creak, a small head poked out from behind the door. It was the young Uchiha Itachi. Are you here to see father? He happens to be resting at home today. Please come in. Madara stared at the little boy, making Itachi instinctively shrink his head back behind the door. Looking at Itachi as he was now, one could never have imagined that a few years later he would slay all his own clansmen. Obito did not notice Madara's gaze at all, taking it for granted that Itachi was merely afraid of strangers. He crouched down, ruffled Itachi's hair, and took a box of tricolor dango from the pouch at his waist. Thank you for opening the door for us. I happened to buy an extra box of dango, so take it as a gift. Just don't tell the clan head, okay? Itachi's eyes lit up. He took the dango timidly and whispered, "Thank you, big brother." After saying this, he bowed and darted away in a flash. Obito suddenly remembered that the old man had only just returned to Konoha and surely did not know Itachi. So he introduced him. "Old man, that child just now is the clan head's son, Uchiha Itachi. He is a little shy around strangers, so don't blame him." Madara could not help twitching at the corner of his mouth. Yes, shy with strangers. So much so that he made a specialty of butchering people he knew, literally. That was very shy indeed. The two took off their shoes and entered the house. At that moment, Fugaku was sitting on the courtyard steps, leisurely drinking tea, savoring his hard-earned rest. Hearing footsteps behind him, Fugaku set down his teacup and turned. When he saw that the newcomer was Obito, his heart relaxed at first, but the moment he spotted Madara behind him, his nerves tightened again. He vaguely sensed a powerful aura from this stranger, one even stronger than the third Hokage in his youth. Fugaku could not help swallowing. Could it be that Obito had betrayed Konoha and intended to let an enemy destroy the village from within? But after a moment's thought, he felt it was unlikely. Although Obito's talent was average, his love for the village was second to none among his peers. It was hard to believe he would ever betray the village. "What is it, Obito? Is there something you need my help with?" After all, he was the head of a clan. Fugaku soon calmed himself. Since the other party had shown no hostility, he should respond in kind. "No, I met an old man who had just come back to Konoha. He couldn't find his home, so I brought him here to see you." Obito hastily stepped aside, revealing Madara behind him. Fugaku was inwardly speechless. This foolish child had definitely been tricked. The man behind Obito had strength that even he, Fugaku, could not see through. How could he possibly have no place to stay? This was clearly a case of ulterior motives. While Fugaku was observing Madara, Madara was also appraising Fugaku. To be honest, Fugaku's strength was considerably greater than he had expected. He had sensed them from the very first moment they entered, and upon first laying eyes on Madara, he maintained a posture that allowed him to move at a moment's notice. Even while speaking with Obito, he kept observing Madara out of the corner of his eye. Judging from the changes in his chakra, he seemed to be preparing to unleash some form of genjutsu. Unfortunately, he was a little older now. His power was basically stuck at the level of an elite Jonin. Once his Sharingan was awakened, he could probably exchange blows with a weaker Kuga-level opponent. But that was all. One of the requirements for the Sharingan to evolve was intense emotional turmoil. Yet as a ninja grew older and witnessed more tragedies, his emotions gradually became numb, so further advancement of the Sharingan became extremely difficult. This was especially true for ninja who had lived through great wars. They had seen death too many times and had grown accustomed to the passing of comrades, friends, and even loved ones. They grieved, but the grief was not strong enough. In theory, Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo were mostly emotionally rich and had undergone some immense upheaval. Such a shock often transformed a person's temperament, making them appear somewhat unhinged in the eyes of others. Fugaku rubbed his hands uneasily. Before this stranger, he could not help feeling a head shorter, as if he had been sent back to the days when his father scolded him more than 20 years ago. But in front of Obito as the clan head, he had to set an example. He cleared his throat. I am Uchiha Fugaku, current patriarch of the Uchiha clan. May I ask what business this gentleman has with the Uchiha clan? No wonder Fugaku had become the clan head of the Uchiha. He had indeed perfected the art of courtesy. The only pity was that his temper was too soft. In an age of war, gentleness was itself a weakness. Madara was not going to waste words. His opening line was a bombshell, I am your great-grandfather. Fugaku forgot all about the gap in strength. He stood up at once and glared at Madara. Sir, do not push your luck. This is an insult to the Uchiha clan. Madara shrugged. It seemed he truly had no talent for talk, no jutsu. He would have to use evidence to persuade others. He activated Susanoo. The blue giant appeared for only a blink before vanishing. Yet that instant was enough to give Fugaku a fright. If his eyes had not deceived him, what he had just seen was the true power contained in the Sharingan, the legendary Susanoo. No one in the current Uchiha clan possessed this power, himself included. Moreover, the form of that Susanoo bore a striking resemblance to the Susanoo of a certain legendary figure in Uchiha history. Those able to awaken Susanoo were already extraordinarily rare, so a duplicate was practically impossible. Impossible. He should have died in the battle at the Valley of the End. Even if he had not died, he should now be an old man with white hair. At the thought of this possibility, Fugaku's heart began to pound. Could the old man before him truly be the one who had once been as renowned as the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju? A small rant, Uchiha special. Truth be told, the Sharingan is a bit like a time bomb. Sufficient negative energy is required to awaken it in the first place. Naturally, the negativity produced by losing something after you have had it is far stronger than the negativity of never having had it at all. Therefore, an Uchiha who possessed love would almost always fall to darkness once they lost that love, and the Sharingan would evolve along with it. And in the ninja world, an age prone to endless fighting and killing, the number of tragedies was far, far greater than in peacetime, so Mangekyo Sharingan emerged all the more easily. As a result, most people who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan because of their own tragedies tended to become exceedingly extreme and eventually fell to the path of evil. Even Sasuke, one of the principal protagonists, did quite a few rather dubious things during his dark phase, including but not limited to attacking his teammate, even when that teammate was being held hostage, and insisting on becoming the second coming of Uchiha Madara even after defeating Kaguya. However, in Boruto, Sarada showed everyone a special move. Without the death of a friend or a family member, she could still awaken the Mangekyo. Because she was so thrilled to see her father, she awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. Because Boruto was framed and had gone missing, she was so worried that she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. So the more emotionally delicate an Uchiha was, the easier it was to awaken the Sharingan. Is this the reason why female Uchiha generally sport 3 Tomo Sharingan? Got it. The strongest Uchiha is the glass-hearted Uchiha. Say one thing wrong about him, and he will immediately rage open the Mangekyo. Not really. In the past, when Madara Uchiha left Konoha, he had called upon his clansmen to follow him, but they had grown accustomed to the peaceful days in the village, and not a single one chose to leave with him. After departing alone, he reappeared wielding the Nine Tails, attempting to destroy the very village he had once built alongside the first Hokage. In the end, the first Hokage fought him to the point of utter exhaustion before barely managing to slay Madara. If he truly never died, and has now returned to Konoha, what could his purpose be? Could it be resentment toward the clansmen who refused to follow him, compelling him to seek vengeance upon the Uchiha? Or with the first Hokage already dead and no one left to stop him, does he intend to once again attempt the destruction of Konoha? Just as Fugaku was agonizing over whether to side with the former clan leader against the village, or to remain loyal as a member of Konoha and report the news of Madara's resurrection to the Hokage, Madara spoke first. Stop dwelling on those pointless thoughts. Before me you have no chance at all. Standing at Madara's side, Obito did not catch the fleeting crimson gleam in his eyes. He merely found it odd. Why did the clan leader seem afraid? Could it be that he was simply too nervous upon meeting an elder? Could the old man he had encountered truly be the clan leader's great-grandfather? If so, the clan leader must be tremendously excited right now. Perhaps he shouldn't disturb them. Feeling that the atmosphere had been built up enough, Madara reflected that he had come to meet the head of a major clan, not to slaughter him. Merely proving his identity sufficed. He hadn't even activated the Rinnegan. Then, what is your purpose in returning to Konoha? Fugaku asked, cautiously terrified of provoking this god of death. He didn't believe for a moment that Madara would spare them simply because they shared the same blood. To be fair, if Fugaku were in Madara's position facing a group of clansmen who had refused to follow him, he wouldn't necessarily kill them, but he certainly wouldn't care for them as before. Madara curled the corner of his mouth, as if mocking Fugaku's wild speculations. Don't overthink it. I simply had some free time and decided to return to see how Konoha has developed and to check on the Uchiha along the way. Hearing these words, Fugaku dared not relax in the slightest. Who knew if Madara might suddenly turn hostile the very next second? The clan was currently in a period of decline, with only himself possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, relying on the remaining elderly, weak, sick, and wounded to hold back Madara Uchiha. Perhaps it would be simpler to dig a hole and bury himself. Fugaku had already resolved in his heart to sacrifice himself to buy time for the clan to evacuate. He quietly activated the explosive tags hidden in his sleeve, ready to hurl them the moment battle began. Madara scratched his chin, wondering whether Fugaku had grown foolish from being clan leader for too long. The explosive tags in his sleeve were as conspicuous as two tiny suns beneath the Sharingan. Impossible to miss. Put away your little tricks. Explosive tags are useless against me. You'd best not keep such dangerous things so close to your body. Fugaku was stunned. Without his noticing, two vines had grown from the wooden floor and crept into his sleeves, crumpling all his defensive explosive tags into useless scraps of paper. This was the wood release of the first Hokage alone. How could this be? The books had never mentioned that the Uchiha clan could use wood release. Madara Uchiha should be no exception. Madara walked over to Fugaku and gently patted his shoulder. Relax. I'm neither here to destroy Konoha nor to take revenge on the Uchiha. Take it easy. Fugaku's body trembled as he slowly lowered his half-formed hand seal. If one could live, no one truly wished to die. Besides, Madara paused. If I wanted to destroy Konoha, I wouldn't need to come inside at all. The Konoha of today is far too weak. Only then did Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already drenched in sweat. Though they were both Uchiha, his strength was nowhere near Madara's league. Madara lightly tapped Obito's shoulder. When Obito instinctively turned his head, a flash of red light entered his eyes, and his body instantly went limp, falling into deep slumber. What was about to be discussed wasn't suitable for Obito's ears. If that boy proved loose-lipped, by tomorrow morning the whole of Konoha would know about Madara Uchiha's resurrection. I'll be staying here for a while. Prepare lodgings for me, Madara said in a tone as if he were discussing something trivial, yet to Fugaku's ears these words struck like thunder from a clear sky. Fugaku's eyes widened. Had his ears gone bad with age? Madara Uchiha wanted to live within the clan compound. He took several deep breaths to force himself to calm down. No problem. I'll arrange it immediately. Is there anything else you need? Madara lowered his head in thought for a moment, then finally forced out a sentence. Your son is exceptionally talented, but he might easily go to extremes. Pay more attention to him in your daily life. Don't leave all his upbringing to the ninja academy, or you'll suffer for it later. Fugaku blinked, not fully understanding what Madara meant, but he nodded nonetheless, planning to find time to check on Itachi's studies. Sensing the wariness emanating from Fugaku, Madara knew the man was still on guard. But he didn't mind. After all, a strong sense of caution wasn't a bad thing, at least it made one harder to deceive. Madara tapped the table and remarked with feigned casualness. Recently, I returned to the village, and noticed the currency is no longer the same as before. Fugaku caught his meaning at once, and gritting his teeth, withdrew a full 500,000 ryo from his private savings, and handed it to Madara. How could that be? Please take this money. If it's not enough, come to me for more. As he spoke, his heart was bleeding. 500,000 ryo. Household expenses were mostly managed by Mikoto. He had struggled to scrape together this small fortune, and now it was all gone in one breath. His heart ached terribly, but if money could resolve this problem, the sacrifice was worth it. Madara weighed the money pouch with satisfaction. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan leader, generous with his spending. This was far quicker than robbing petty thugs, and it also solved his lodging problem, saving him from staying at an inn. When he found the time, he would teach the man's son a lesson or two to prevent a repeat of the father-killing, son-avenging tragedy. Consider it his repayment. Fugaku let out a helpless sigh. Though he had bled heavily, at least he had temporarily stabilized this formidable ancestor. He quickly ordered his clansmen to prepare a vacant room so Madara would have a place to stay for the night, otherwise this great-grandfather of his might very well turn Konoha upside down. Supplementary notes for this book. Fugaku died at the age of 40 during the night of the massacre, which occurred 7 years before the start of the first part. Therefore his current age should be just over 30. Madara's age is unknown, but it is certainly close to Hashirama's. Although the ages of Hashirama, Tobirama, and Mito are all unknown, Sarutobi's age is known. When he was a boy, he had seen Hashirama and Tobirama, so it is estimated that Hashirama was about 30 years older than Sarutobi. At the time depicted in the book, Sarutobi should be around 55, meaning Madara is at least 80 at minimum. With an interval of 50 to 60 years, roughly 2 to 3 generations, it is reasonable to assume Madara holds a senior generation status. I haven't even called him great-great-great-grandfather yet. After a friendly one-sided conversation, Madara came away with a better understanding of Fugaku. This current head of the Uchiha clan was, how should one put it, irresolute and pliable. He was the type who had his own opinions, yet could easily be changed by the will of others. In the original story caught between his clan and the village, he ended up pleasing neither side. Fugaku neither wanted to oppose the village chief's decision nor to defy the clan's demands. The only decision he ever truly made for himself was to refuse a father-son slaughter with Itachi, choosing instead to die beneath his own son's blade. No wonder Fugaku could keep smiling throughout, even while Madara was pressing him so hard. This one was too deep by half. He must not be allowed to live. Sorry, I wandered into the wrong script. Madara was actually wondering whether Fugaku, as in the TV anime, had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan or merely possessed the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. If Fugaku already had the Mangekyo Sharingan, that would mean this child. Ahem, that phrase slipped off the tongue by habit. It would mean he theoretically possessed his own dojutsu, and could even activate Susanoo. Judging by what was shown in the story, other than an inexplicable title like Evil Eye Fugaku, this pair of Mangekyo had no presence at all. It couldn't have been that Orochimaru took them and transplanted them into Shin Uchiha, the one who called himself an Uchiha, could it? After mulling it over, that seemed unlikely. Fugaku had never displayed the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, but he had revealed its design, and it was vastly different from Shin Uchiha's eyes. It was actually quite close to Itachi's. Could it be that Fugaku had simply never realized the Mangekyo's true power and treated it as nothing more than an upgraded three-tomo? After all, even Sasuke and Itachi hadn't mastered their ocular techniques the moment they awakened it. Forget it, there was no point dwelling on this. At any rate, he had now joined, or rather returned to the Uchiha clan, and at least tonight, he wouldn't worry about where to sleep. Ignoring Fugaku, who was silently mourning his private savings behind him, Madara swaggered out of the room. With money in hand, even his stride felt more assured. He yanked the door open, and a small figure tumbled onto the floor. When he looked closer, it was Itachi Uchiha. The boy's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment, as if he had been eavesdropping outside for quite a while. As expected of a future double agent, he was already so fond of eavesdropping at such a young age. Could that be considered a talent as well? The corners of Madara's mouth curled slightly. Itachi had been adorable as a child. His chubby baby cheeks carried no trace of the man he would become, nor even the distinctive lines around his mouth. Did you hear anything interesting, little one? Madara thought he might as well tease Itachi while he was still young. In another 2 years, Sasuke would be born, and then it wouldn't be nearly as much fun. Itachi stammered, Grandpa, please don't quarrel with Dad. He's a good man. And so are you. Madara gave his little head a firm ruffle, leaving his hair thoroughly mussed, then stood up with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not quarreling with your father. We were just discussing some grown-up matters, and I also asked him to help me with a small favor. Madara seriously suspected that Fugaku had failed in the parenting department. A child this adorable, when little, had turned out so unhinged when he grew up. It had to be that the parents' psychological guidance was inadequate, causing him to go astray at such a young age. Of course, as one of the future masterminds, he didn't exactly have the right to mock anyone. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Fugaku's wife Mikoto. Shouldn't a mother be at her child's side? Could she be preparing dinner for the family? Madara shook his head. All he could say was that his mission was rather heavy. He had to stop a whole bunch of teenagers from going astray in the future. Even the warden of a juvenile correctional facility wasn't as busy as he was. When leaving Fugaku's house, Madara casually lifted a robe from the coat rack, one with the Uchiha clan crest embroidered on the back. Fugaku had about the same build, so it fit Madara well when he put it on. It wasn't that he couldn't afford clothes, but that many Uchiha clan members he passed on the street wore robes of the same style. Wearing one was a good way to keep from standing out too much. The previous robe had been left in a cave for decades, and was already ragged and worn. When not worn, it looked about as good as a rag. Walking through the village in it would inevitably draw attention. As an outstanding spy, self-proclaimed, Madara couldn't allow any flaw in his disguise. It definitely wasn't because he was afraid of being mistaken for a beggar. On one of Konoha's commercial streets, Madara strolled along eating a handful of grilled skewers. To be fair, Konoha's grilled meat was truly good. The meat was slaughtered fresh the same day, and a pinch of salt and cumin was enough to make it satisfying. But wasn't the pace of technological development in the shinobi world a little strange? Utility poles lined the streets, and gas canisters for fueling stoves could be seen outside restaurants. Yet they still used horse-drawn carriages for transportation. The steam engine hadn't even appeared, yet electric lights had become universal in every household. No matter how you looked at it, that was bizarre. What kind of tech tree had they actually developed? After a vigorous brainstorming session, Madara realized he wasn't cut out for science, and decisively gave up investigating further. He wasn't Orochimaru, he had no intention of mastering core technology. Refining chakra was much simpler. The more he thought, the more irritated he grew, so he decided to go to the training grounds to calm down and vent his frustration on some targets, say by flying above Konoha and unleashing a Super Shinra Tensei or something. But how could he? He wasn't Pain. To keep himself from leveling the training ground with a single great fire annihilation on a whim, Madara felt he should find some healthier means of letting off steam. Before he realized it, he had reached a riverbank. He bent down, picked up a few smooth stones and flung them across the river's surface, watching them skip again and again until they reached the opposite bank. Hashirama, I can already reach the other side. Madara suddenly shouted at the empty far bank. For some reason he felt an overwhelming urge to call out exactly that. Unofficial records of the shinobi world say that the real reason Uchiha Madara defected from Konoha was not that he failed to become Hokage, but that Hashirama married Mito Uzumaki. Realizing he had no chance, Madara flew into a rage and left Konoha on impulse. Later, when he piloted the Ninetales back to Konoha, it was to force Hashirama down and drag him back as a hard labor slave. Unfortunately, his strength was ultimately a cut below, and he suffered final defeat. The proof was that alive or dead, the person Uchiha Madara mentioned most often was always Hashirama. He also loved comparing others to Hashirama, and had even gone so far as to have a life-size tattoo of Hashirama's face inked on his chest. After shouting toward the riverbank, Obito suddenly felt refreshed, but he quickly realized he wasn't in the wilderness. He was by the river in the village. He hastily glanced to both sides. Fortunately, not many people deliberately walked down to the river, so no one noticed his outburst. Otherwise, his very first day in Konoha would have been an utterly humiliating disaster. Of course, if someone had noticed, that person would probably have been handled with his Jinjutsu, forced to forget everything they had just seen and promptly go about their business. Unless the old sage of six paths had nothing better to do than come watch him skip stones, there was currently no one in Konoha who could rival him. Most of the village's future top-tier fighters were still children, and some had not even been born yet. He could boldly declare that at this stage, barely anyone in the shinobi world could match him in combat. Edo Tensei Hashirama was the exception. He truly could not beat that man, not even with Kurama, let alone now without it. The Ninetales. At this stage, the Ninetales Jinchuriki should have already changed from Mito Uzumaki to Kushina. Following the normal process, it would not be easy to obtain. Once a Jinchuriki has their tailed beast extracted, they die quickly. No matter how tenacious their vitality, they only buy themselves a little more time. He was not ready to have a Rasengan slammed into his face. Forget it. Even without the Ninetales, it would not make much difference. Feeding Ginkaku and Kinkaku to the demonic statue of the outer path would be enough. After all, those two were hardly decent people. They had killed their own Reikage in a sneak attack, and then led men to hunt down the second Hokage. Both villages despised them, so feeding them to the statue could even count as accumulating merit. As for the Eight Tails, maybe he could quietly slice off an octopus tentacle. That should be enough to satisfy the statue's needs. With the chakra of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails solved, what about the One Tail through the Seven Tails? He could not very well chop off their tails, could he? Could their tails even regenerate? Just as Obito was pondering which body parts he could harvest from the remaining seven-tailed beasts, all 9 beasts still sealed within their Jinchuriki suddenly shuddered in unison. An inexplicable sense of unease weighed on their hearts, as if something had set its sights on them. Even while still trapped within their seals, the tailed beasts stirred restlessly inside their Jinchuriki. Hey old monk, someone is targeting me. Be careful lately. Don't go and get yourself killed. At this time, Shikaka's Jinchuriki was not Gaara, but an old monk named Bunpuku. Bunpuku had once earned Shikaka's praise by saying, "As long as you can truly accept each other, there is no difference between humans and tailed beasts." Shikaka never said it aloud, but in his heart he had already acknowledged this Jinchuriki. Matatabi had not yet reconciled with her Jinchuriki. Too lazy to say anything to humans, she curled her body into a tight ball within the seal, clutching a faint sense of unease. Isabu had been sleeping soundly at the bottom of a lake. After its previous Jinchuriki died, Kirigakure had not yet found a successor, so it was resting in a nearby lake. Even sensing the malice, it remained motionless inside its shell. Surely no one would dive to the bottom of the lake just to find it right. Son Goku and Kokuo reacted with remarkable consistency. Though they sensed the malice, their distrust of humans made them withhold part of the truth from their Jinchuriki, merely hinting that they had a bad feeling. Seiken. Because Obito's malice came and went in an instant, it paid it no mind, and did not even mention the matter to Utakata. As for Komiai, it actually wanted to warn its Jinchuriki, but its current Jinchuriki was a child of only 5 or 6 years old, who could not even understand what it was saying. I sense a hostile intent aimed at me. There may be an enemy targeting us. Be careful. Although Gyuki could not locate the source of the malice, it told Killer Bee about it, just to be safe. Yo, we're strong and fierce, the enemy's nothing but a joke. Though Killer Bee's response was somewhat abstract, Gyuki understood him perfectly. Don't worry. If the enemy dares to come, they won't be going back. Inside Kushina Uzumaki's body, Kurama, bound by the adamantine sealing chains after his outburst, suddenly widened his eyes. A malicious intent was fixed on him, and he recognized that scent. It was that damned Uchiha Madara. That bastard was still alive. Hashirama Senju, who had sealed him back, then had been dead for ages, yet this despicable man was still breathing. How infuriating. He was about to tell Kushina that Madara was still alive, but then he reconsidered. Madara had restricted his mind, and the Konoha people restricted his body. Neither side was any good, so why should he help them? But if Madara came and pulled him out of this woman's body, he would probably end up controlled again. Kurama found himself torn once more. Inside a Jinchuriki's body, he had no freedom either, but at least he could observe the outside world through the chakra. That was still better than being controlled when he knew nothing at all. Maybe he should give them a little warning. This did not count as helping humans. It was just helping himself. Hey woman, Kurama barely began before he was cut off. Don't even think about it. No matter what you say, I'm not letting you out. Stay quiet in there. Kushina would never listen to anything the Nine-Tails said. That creature was obsessed with destruction, and it had only calmed down after the seal had been reinforced several times over the past 2 years. TCH, you damned woman. I'm not asking you to release me right now. I'm telling you that Uchiha Madara, who deserves death even more than you, is still alive. I just sensed his presence. What did you say? Kushina was greatly shaken by this news. Though the stinking fox's words were harsh, it rarely lied. Besides, it had been controlled by Madara before, and had considerable contact with him, so this could very well be true. She bit her lip and pondered, then felt something was off. Logically, Madara should have been killed by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju decades ago. How could he still be alive now? Hey stinking fox, what exactly is going on? How do you know about this? Tell me now. The Nine-Tails snorted and had absolutely no intention of answering her. It was already generous enough to mention it at all, not as if it had known all along that Madara was still alive. TCH, this stinking fox. When I actually needed to speak, it just plays dead. Kushina clicked her tongue and quietly tightened the adamantine sealing chains, binding the Nine-Tails like a crab. A few idle thoughts. Actually, at first, I wanted to skip the roles of the 2 tails through the 7 tails. Since they barely appeared in the original story and had fewer personality details, I thought I might as well omit them. But thinking about it, it did not seem fair. Since they are all-tailed beasts, they should be treated equally. Even if they did not have much screen time, they should at least make an appearance when the time came. By the way, can anyone tell me how to counter Kuratsuchi? I'm genuinely losing it. Big recovery lag, low damage, old-style ninja, high skill requirement. Just, Kushina bit her finger. The words of the tailed beast just now, though harsh, could not be ignored. The one who had nearly manipulated the Nine-Tails to destroy Konoha, Uchiha Madara, was still alive. This was by no means good news for the village. Back then it was Hashirama Senju, hailed as the god of shinobi, who defeated Madara. Now the first and second Hokage had long passed away, the third Hokage was advanced in years, and even the young ninjas who had just graduated from the academy were sent to the front lines. Under such circumstances, if the news of Madara's possible resurrection spread, it would severely shake the village's morale. Kushina bit her lip. Regardless, she had to report this intelligence to the Hokage first. What did you say? In the Hokage's office, upon learning that Uchiha Madara might still be alive, Hiruzen didn't even bother to pick up his fallen pipe. He slammed his palm on the desk and stood up. It was the Nine-Tails that told me. It said it sensed hostility from Madara. Judging by its tone, it was not lying. Hiruzen's face was grave. As one who had personally witnessed the battle between Madara and Hashirama, no one understood the weight of this matter better than he. In the eyes of most shinobi, were merely slightly stronger than ordinary people. A jonin might be formidable, but even a dozen shunin could overwhelm him. Yet he knew that there were always geniuses whose power defied comprehension. Against such opponents, no number of ordinary shinobi would be of any avail. Recalling that day when 2 colossal beings clashed, blotting out the sky, he first truly realized the insurmountable gulf between mortals and geniuses. Hiruzen shook his head. Madara was undoubtedly powerful, but after so many years, even if he were still alive, he would be too old and frail to move freely, posing no immediate threat to the village. He rubbed his temples, feeling his headache worsen. Rumors had been circulating that Orochimaru was secretly researching forbidden techniques. Tsunade had stormed off after a bitter argument, and had not returned. Jiraiya was still on his training journey, delayed. These 3 disciples, each one more worrisome than the last. Troubles piled up one after another, making Hiruzen acutely aware that his energy was indeed waning with age. After some deliberation, Hiruzen looked at Kushina with a trace of apology. Thank you for your hard work, Kushina. This intelligence is of utmost importance. Konoha is deeply embroiled in war. Please keep this matter confidential for now. Can't I even tell Minato? Minato. You may inform him, but make sure he does not disclose it to anyone else. Hiruzen sighed. Whenever he saw Minato use the Flying Thunder God technique, he was reminded of his own teacher. Master Tobirama, if it were you, would you have handled this better than I? Why did you who possess the Flying Thunder God ultimately? I understand, third Hokage-sama. Kushina nodded solemnly. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she could vaguely sense its emotions. Even the Nine Tails spoke of Madara with fear, which was enough to illustrate the severity of the matter. At that moment, Madara, who had just finished skipping stones by the river, was completely unaware. After all, who would have thought that the Nine Tails could detect his presence from a mere hint of hostility? But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It wasn't like he had Uchiha Madara written across his forehead. Even if someone had seen him decades ago, they would never recognize him now. Obito Nagato Garadadara. Sasori should have left the organization by now, and who else? Madara was tallying the issues he needed to address when a figure suddenly charged straight at him. Youth. Might Guy, clad in his green jumpsuit, was sprinting at full speed, not noticing Madara, lost in thought, and crashed into him head-on. My poor back, Madara cried out. He hadn't even become the Sage of Six Paths yet, and here he was collided by Guy. Wasn't this appearance timing a bit too early? Sorry. How, old man, it's you. Guy bowed repeatedly in apology, then suddenly recognized the old man from the ramen shop earlier. Guy abruptly remembered that he had promised to take this old man to see Kakashi. Might as well bring him now as an apology. Madara, still clutching his back, hadn't even processed what had happened before he was lifted up by Guy, looking utterly bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? For some reason, an ominous premonition struck him. First gate of opening open. Second gate of rest open. Third gate of life open. At this moment, Might Guy's body was enveloped in a green energy, and his face flushed red from accelerated blood circulation. Hey, that's enough. Madara's ominous feeling grew stronger, and he tried to stop Guy from opening more gates. Not even close. Fourth gate of wound open. Ooh, this is my current limit. Fifth gate of limit open. Due to the high-speed blood flow, Guy had now become a red giant. Stop. I don't need this. Madara's voice dissipated into the air. Guy sprinted toward the training ground at near sonic speed. Madara remembered clearly that opening the fourth gate of the 8 gates already caused physical damage, yet this guy had casually opened the 5th gate. Was his apology too sincere, or was he simply reckless? The distance to the training ground was not far. With the physical boost from the 5th gate, Madara was brought to the entrance in just a few breaths. Madara could already see the white-haired boy training in the distance, but he did not rush in. Instead, he turned his gaze to Guy, who lay collapsed on the ground. I told you I didn't need it, so don't push yourself. Madara said helplessly. What was wrong with this 8 gates technique? Why were all its practitioners so stubborn? If I don't give it my all, how can it be called youth? Guy struggled to prop himself up, gave Madara a thumbs up, and flashed a bright smile with his white teeth. Madara looked at Guy, whose face had not yet lost its redness, and suddenly pictured him sitting in a wheelchair in the Boruto era. Having pushed himself this hard since childhood, it was no wonder he ended up in a wheelchair. Huff. Old man Kakashi is inside. You. Hurry in. I still need to. Huff. Rest a little longer. Guy didn't think he had done anything wrong. After all, an apology had to be given with all one's might. That was youth. Watching Guy gasp for breath, Madara felt he might collapse at any moment. It was a pity he didn't know medical ninjutsu, or he would have treated Guy right then. Are you sure you're really okay? Maybe I should take you to the hospital first. Madara was a little uneasy. What if he came back later and found Guy collapsed on the ground? Then the 8 gates would be lost. Guy silently gave Madara a thumbs up. No big deal. After all these years of training, opening the gate of limit for a short time was nothing to him. After resting for a while, he would be able to move normally again. Although his blood-red skin looked scary, it was actually just the result of superficial capillaries rupturing. His body hadn't suffered much real damage. With his current physical condition, he could maintain the gate of limit for about 10 minutes after opening it. Any longer than that could easily cause irreversible damage to his body. The actual effect of the 8 gates was to enhance a ninja's own physical abilities. Therefore, even if a ninja with poor basic physical condition learned the 8 gates, the effect would be extremely weak. Madara observed with his Sharingan. Although Might Guy looked on the surface as if he had just unleashed Night Guy's chakra, was repairing his body from within. It seemed there really was nothing serious. Finally, he could go see Kakashi with peace of mind. Wait, where was Kakashi? The silver-haired youth who had been practicing ninjutsu not far away had suddenly vanished, but then he heard a muffled voice. Who are you? Are you here for me? Madara recognized the voice. It was young Kakashi's voice, but where was he? He turned his head and looked around. Apart from Guy lying motionless on a chair not far away, he saw no one. Tisku looked down. Madara followed the sound, and saw that Kakashi was actually standing right in front of him. It was only because of their height difference that he couldn't see him without looking down. Kakashi's current height. Madara roughly estimated it to be somewhere between 1.4 and 1.5 meters, nearly 2 heads shorter than him. No wonder he hadn't noticed him just now. So, judging by your appearance, that musclehead must have brought you to me. What do you want? Unlike the middle-aged Kakashi of the future, young Kakashi wore a very stern expression, serious and unsmiling. Come to think of it, when exactly had Kakashi changed from an aloof, handsome guy into a goofball? It probably started at the Battle of Canopy Bridge with Obito's talk no jutsu. Later, after joining the Umbu, his personality was gradually led astray by Guy. That would still be about another 10 years away. The current young Kakashi was probably still trapped in the shadow of his father who had abandoned a mission to save his comrades only to be blamed by the very comrades he saved and then kill himself. If this were a Gal game, 2 choice boxes should have popped up before Madara's eyes. A. Leave it alone and let the plot develop naturally. Obtain plot stability. 1b. Help Kakashi overcome the shadow of his father's suicide ahead of time. Obtain Kakashi's affection up. Plot stability -1, but unfortunately this wasn't one, so nothing popped up in front of Madara. The only thing that appeared was Kakashi's gradually furrowing brow. I heard Konoha has a genius who became a chunin at 6, so I asked Guy to bring me to see you. Am I disturbing you? Madara had imagined many ways of meeting Kakashi, but being carried all the way here by someone who had opened the 8 gates was definitely not one of them. He actually still hadn't quite recovered from it. Kakashi snorted coldly. Suit yourself. I don't care. Just don't come over and bother me. While this cold aura was practically from the same mold as Sasuke more than a decade later. The same cold personality created by losing both parents in childhood, gradually melting into the team after meeting a gentle teacher and kind comrades. If there was any difference, it might be that Sasuke had a clear goal of revenge, so he was a bit more unhinged, while Kakashi had lost his purpose in life, but had a best friend like Guy supporting him to live. He had a feeling that Kakashi wasn't very approachable right now. Maybe he should consider going to find Obito, who was sleeping soundly. Or go find Rin Nohara, who was somewhere unknown at the moment. Why was there a human-shaped chakra? Madara inadvertently activated his Sharingan and scanned the surroundings. Behind a big tree in the training ground, he could faintly see a human figure made of chakra. Had the big tree become a spirit? That was of course impossible. Someone must be hiding behind the tree, quietly observing what was happening in the field. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, Madara walked over to the tree to see just who was peeping at Kakashi's training for no reason. Are you Rin Nohara? Behind the big tree, Madara didn't find some lecherous peeping uncle. He only found a girl who was peeking. Could you please not tell Kakashi? I don't want him to know I'm here. A blush spread across the brown-haired girl's cheeks as she awkwardly poked her fingertips together. The gift she gave to congratulate Kakashi on his promotion to Jonin was a specially made medical kit, the crystallization of Rin's medical talent and love. Madara hadn't really understood what that passage in the databook meant, but now he suddenly understood. It was White Album season again. But girl, your line here is a big problem. Luckily this wasn't the world of some doujinshi or hentai anime. Otherwise, if she followed it up with "you wouldn't want XX to know, would you?" The rest of the plot would be the kind of content that gets someone arrested. If it were written, the author would end up singing the prison blues. Don't worry, I'm not that tactless. I won't tell Kakashi. Keep it up. I'm rooting for you. Madara gave a thumbs up. The shy budding love between a boy and a girl. There was nothing better to watch. Especially when he thought of Obito, who was also secretly in love with Rin, he couldn't help the corner of his mouth curling up. Perfect, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Wasn't the sweet and sour romance of youth better than the same old revenge against the ninja world? The ninja world had never lacked Avengers, but romantic comedies weren't something you could watch just because you wanted to. Hell yeah, this was exactly what I wanted to see. Exactly this. Even if I died right now, this alone would be worth the price of admission. Next episode preview: the one I have a crush on has a crush on someone else, but I won't give up. Of course, Madara was neither a transfer student clutching a phone with some strange app, nor a yellow-haired muscular minotaur. He had absolutely no interest in a little girl like Rin who was barely 10 years old. He simply wanted to observe without any external interference what kind of relationship the 3 members of the Minato squad would eventually develop. Stop it, you two. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The mere thought of that scene made Madara want to laugh. If he hadn't remembered that Kakashi was still training nearby, he probably would have burst out laughing already. Since his 1.8-meter height standing behind a tree could easily be noticed by Kakashi, and to ensure that the girl's act of sneaking a peek wouldn't be exposed, Madara simply sat cross-legged and started talking to Rin. Aren't you two teammates? Why don't you watch him openly instead of hiding here and peeping like a thief? Madara asked knowingly, just to see how Rin would react. I don't want to disturb Kakashi's training. Rin's cheeks flushed slightly as she clutched the carefully prepared bento box in her hands. Madara stared at Rin. Or rather at the bento box in her hands with keen interest. Is that so? But it seems the food you've prepared is getting cold. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't give it to him? It's fine. Even if it gets cold. I'll eat it myself. Rin shook her head, a trace of melancholy flickering across her face. To be honest, Rin's delicate demeanor at this moment made it easy to manipulate a pure-hearted boy like Obito. If she weren't a good girl, Obito would likely have been completely brainwashed. Speaking of which, the Jinjutsu he had cast on Obito should have worn off by now. Obito should have woken up already, but for some reason, he still hadn't shown up. To prevent Obito's memories from becoming chaotic, Madara did not erase the original memories, but made a slight modification altering the parts related to his true identity. Now in Obito's memory, Madara was actually Fugaku's great uncle. After leaving the village for decades, he returned to find his old house demolished, so he was given a new house. Madara wiped the sweat from his brow. Should probably, maybe, perhaps, or possibly, When he released the Jinjutsu, he might have accidentally used too much force, causing a slight miscalculation in time estimation. Although he had practiced Jinjutsu for a while, it was different from Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. Relying solely on practice was futile. Only real combat could forge truly powerful Jinjutsu. So his previous practice method was to stand in front of water and cast Jinjutsu on himself. As for the result, does making someone fall asleep count? There was no way around it. Those high-level Jinjutsu couldn't be figured out by sheer guesswork. Not to mention one-time techniques like Izanagi and Izanami, which cause blindness after use, and exclusive skills like Tsukuyomi and Kodoamatsukumi were beyond reach. Even with ordinary Jinjutsu such as the traditional demon illusion tree binding, he was still completely in the dark. In the end, he only managed to master 2 proper Jinjutsu. One was a low-end version of Tsukuyomi, a demon illusion shackling stakes technique used with the Sharingan. It made the enemy feel as if iron stakes were piercing them from the sky, causing intense pain, and was generally used for interrogation. The other was a special Jinjutsu called Demon Illusion, Mirror Heaven, and Earth Change. When used alone, it had no effect. It had to be prepared before the enemy cast a Jinjutsu on you, and upon release, it would instantly break the enemy's Jinjutsu and reflect it back at them. What? You ask why both techniques rely on the Sharingan. Don't be too curious. Madara would never admit that he failed to learn any other Jinjutsu. It must have been the scrolls provided by Black Zetsu that were flawed. Youth revive. My eternal rival Kakashi. Come and settle this with me. Although Madara hadn't seen Obito arrive, a certain green watermelon slice-headed guy had fully recovered after a period of rest and was about to challenge Kakashi again. Huh, where's the old man? He said he was coming to find you. How come he's already gone? Guy scratched his head. The training ground had only one exit, and he hadn't seen anyone leave. TCH. So that guy was brought by you. He said a couple of words and left. Who knows where he is? If a beating could make you smarter, I wouldn't mind. Kakashi tightened his headband ready for battle. Huh, Gate of Life open. Without a word, Guy directly opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Life. A verdant aura surged from his body, and his skin turned from its natural flesh tone to a pale red. Kakashi, let's have a battle worthy of men. Guy leaped into the air and launched a flying kick aimed at Kakashi's face. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Although Guy was a muscle-brained fool who kept pestering him, his strength was not to be underestimated. Especially after opening the 8 gates, his speed and power far surpassed Kakashi's. If he wanted to win, the simplest way was to stall. Drag it out until Guy's body couldn't withstand the consumption of the 8 gates, and he was forced to close them. Then Kakashi could seize the opportunity to win. Kakashi sidestepped the flying kick and casually threw a kunai in Guy's direction, but with the 8 gates activated, the kunai couldn't even touch a single hair on him. Kakashi, is this all you've got as my eternal rival? Guy seemed inexplicably excited, perhaps a side effect of opening the Gate of View just now. Kakashi was a bit speechless. This guy seemed even more annoying than usual. After several rounds of futile exchanges, his patience wore thin, and he finally drew the white fang from his back. Kakashi poured nearly half of his chakra into the white fang, then used the body flicker technique to appear behind Guy. He swung the blade down, and a blinding white light flashed, seeming to devour the surrounding light. The might of the white fang was once again revealed to the world. Madara was dazzled by the white light, and was forced to close his eyes. However, Toby watched with great interest. Since he didn't even have eyes, how could he be dazzled? When the white light faded, Madara looked back at the field, and saw Kakashi had already sheathed the white fang, while Guy now had a large lump on his head. It seemed Kakashi had struck him with the hilt of the sword. Idiot. Next time you fight, don't expose your back. Otherwise you'll die. Kakashi coldly tossed a tube of ointment in front of Guy, then returned to his previous spot to continue practicing hand seals. Isn't it ironic that Ashura's chakra and Indra's chakra seem to have conspired? Hashirama died much earlier, yet Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, is a few months older than Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura. Were those two brothers doing it on purpose? The elder must always be the elder, and the younger must always be the younger. Madara felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Yes, very familiar. The current Kakashi was just like a certain Uchiha, who preferred to remain anonymous, outwardly looking down on everyone, but with a surprising contrast inside. He was about to stand up when new commotion arose at the entrance of the training ground. A spiky-haired boy wearing orange goggles was standing at the door, shouting loudly. Hey Kakashi, hurry. Obito suddenly noticed Guy lying on the ground, stumbled back in fright. Whoa Kakashi, you've killed someone. Hurry, come with me to confess to the Hokage. Kakashi helplessly rubbed his forehead. Idiot, he just hasn't gotten up yet. If you want to confess, go yourself. Don't drag me into it. Oh really? Haha, I actually saw through it long ago, just testing you. Is that so? Haha, I actually saw through it long ago. I was just testing you. Obito, trying to cover his embarrassment, quickly changed the subject. By the way, Kakashi, have you seen Lin? I've got a big secret to tell you guys. Lin? I saw her this morning, but I haven't seen her during training. I don't know where she is now. Kakashi shrugged. Lin was a medical ninja. She might be practicing medical ninjutsu somewhere. Alas. How could this be? Does that mean I can only tell you this secret? Obito was instantly deflated, sitting down weakly on the bench in the training ground. Disturbed by Obito, Kakashi lost his desire to continue training. 3 people had already come to find him. If he kept practicing, he might be surrounded. He drew out White Fang and evenly applied a preserving oil along the blade, casting a casual glance in Obito's direction. If you have a secret to say, just say it quickly. Stop playing tricks here. Obito curled his lip. That Kakashi, wasn't he just a bit better looking, a bit stronger, and a bit smarter than him? What gave him the right to be so arrogant? No matter how strong, wasn't he still a chunin, just like himself? Well, he admitted that Kakashi's strength and intelligence were far beyond his own, but, well, he often did good deeds, so he wasn't any worse. I met the second uncle of our clan leader today, Obito said mysteriously. Kakashi was a bit speechless. He had thought Obito's mysterious expression meant something important, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. He must be really idle. Go away, go away. Who cares about that? If you have time to think about such things, you might as well train with me. Kakashi waved his hand. He shouldn't have expected anything from this guy. He had actually thought there was something big. Hey, aren't you curious? This is an elder of the Uchiha clan leader. Maybe his Sharingan is even stronger than the clan leaders. If the Sharingan gets stronger with age, then the strongest in the Uchiha clan would be those old geezers from the Warring States period. And if it's really as you say, why has no one in your clan ever mentioned this second uncle before? Kakashi poured cold water on Obito, cooling his heated head considerably. Obito was left speechless, unable to refute for a moment. Kakashi's words, though harsh, did sound reasonable. Kakashi sighed, putting White Fang back on his back. For a ninja, strength is the top priority. It's better to spend time training yourself than daydreaming. Hey Kakashi, do you think I'm a failed Uchiha? I'm 11 years old and haven't awakened my Sharingan yet. Am I not cut out to be a ninja? Obito recalled how when he walked down the street, his former classmates would often mention him as the dead last of the Uchiha. Although he laughed it off on the surface, it left a knot in his heart. After being reminded by Kakashi's words, the pent-up emotions of the past surged all at once, making the corners of his eyes moist. You idiot. Without the Sharingan, didn't you still become a chunin? Does that mean without the Sharingan you're not a ninja? Among the Hokages, which one had the Sharingan? Weren't they excellent ninjas? Obito weakly raised his hand. But isn't it said that the first Hokage had the sage body? Kakashi glared at him in annoyance. He was here comforting him, and this guy was still correcting him. Then the second and third Hokage didn't have it right. Are they excellent ninjas? Obito nodded. Of course the Hokages were excellent ninjas. His dream was to become Hokage and have his face carved on the Hokage monument like the past Hokages. So being an excellent ninja has nothing to do with having the Sharingan. Whether you have it or not, it doesn't matter. Kakashi's voice grew louder and faster, seeming particularly agitated. Obito was a bit surprised. The usually taciturn Kakashi when talking about ninjas seemed as if he was afraid of something. His emotions came and went quickly. After being soothed by Kakashi's crude talk no jutsu, he returned to his usual cheerful grin. Madara turned to look at Lin beside him. The girl was staring at Kakashi with starry eyes, and there seemed to be an unknown liquid at the corner of her mouth. Tisk tisk tsk. It seemed Obito's chances of winning were slim. He suggested that Obito dye his hair blue or gold now, so he would look better when he lost. As a bystander who loved to watch the excitement grow, Madara naturally couldn't just sit idly. He immediately had a Fae take him underground, planning to give Kakashi a huge surprise. No one noticed Madara's movements. He easily slipped behind Kakashi, then brought his hands together, tucking his ring and little fingers, extending his thumbs, and formed the tiger hand seal. As the saying goes, the heavens have a fair cycle. Who does the heavens spare? Today he would use the ninjutsu developed by Kakashi's father to open his eyes, making him understand what it means to be so arrogant that you fly. Hellish joke time. Among the following options, which person can ignore Uchiha Shirsue's Jinjutsu Kodoamatsukami? A. Mifune. B. Uchiha Fugaku. C. Uchiha Itachi. D. Uchiha Obito. The correct answer is D. Uchiha Obito, because his will is strong enough to activate Kimui the moment Kodoamatsukami is cast. Hidden answer: Uchiha Shirsue, with his eyes gouged out, cannot see at all, so naturally, he won't be affected by Kodoamatsukami. Uchiha Obito once dreamed of becoming Hokage and having his face carved on the rock. In the end, he achieved half of his dream. A rock pressed against his face. Why did both Sasuke and Naruto lose an arm in the battle at the Valley of the End, but only Naruto had his reattached, while Sasuke didn't? Because Naruto lost his right arm. Kakashi finally perceived the malicious intent coming from beneath him, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Even if Madara had attacked head-on, he might not have been able to dodge, let alone a sneak attack. Konoha's secret taijutsu ultimate, 1,000 years of death. Aunt. A miserable shriek followed. Kakashi's face first flushed crimson, then rapidly turned a bruised purple. The pain of the localized attack was enough to shatter his usual aloof expression. If not for the mask he always wore covering half his face, one would probably have caught a glimpse of his features twisting in real time. The scream was so miserable that men fell silent and women wept. Even Guy, who had just gotten up from the ground, couldn't help but shudder. It sounded unbearably painful. As Kakashi screamed, Madara swiftly slipped back underground. While everyone's attention was fixed on the fallen Kakashi, he returned to his original position, as if nothing had happened. Oh my, why has Kakashi fallen to the ground? Madara put on an expression of complete ignorance, giving no sign at all that he was the culprit. After all, no matter how famous 1,000 years of death was, in essence, it was only an ordinary physical attack. The damage it dealt to the body was probably far less severe than the blow it delivered to one's psyche. As for Kakashi's unconscious appearance, he was only faking it. He had been awake the whole time. Sheer embarrassment was what made him pretend to be unconscious. Rin bit her lip. She really wanted to go check on Kakashi, but she was afraid of being caught having stolen glances at him just now. The conflicted girl even pressed dents into her metal lunchbox with her fingers. What's going on? Why did Kakashi suddenly pass out? Obito scratched his head. The guy had just been lecturing him a moment ago, and now he was collapsed on the ground. Could he have fainted from skipping breakfast? Anyway, let's carry Kakashi to the hospital and have a doctor take a look. Obito was still thinking when Guy hoisted Kakashi onto his shoulder and took off running. Hey, wait up. I'm coming too. Obito, still not understanding what was going on, ran after Guy. Madara helpfully reminded her, they've already carried Kakashi off. Aren't you going to go along and see? No need. Rin thought about where Kakashi had been injured, and her face instantly flushed as red as if she had opened the gate of death. Oh, is that right? If I remember correctly, Rin, you're also a medical ninja. Do you want someone else to treat Kakashi, or would you rather do it yourself? Madara was someone who liked his drama big, and he was determined to lure Rin into going over for an eyeful of Kakashi. Well, that is, I think. I want to treat Kakashi myself. Rin stammered out what she truly wanted. Madara patted the girl on the shoulder and encouraged her, barely holding back his laughter. Then you'd better hurry. I think Kakashi isn't seriously injured. If you're too late, the treatment might already be finished. Rin nodded and immediately hurried toward the hospital. Behind her, Madara was practically collapsing from laughter. This was just too funny. He had just watched Obito, who was carrying Kakashi by the head, crash straight into a utility pole. By his estimate, by the time Kakashi reached the hospital, the injuries from the trip would be worse than the 1,000 years of death from earlier. Even funnier, Kakashi, in order to keep pretending to be unconscious, had to endure the collisions in silence whenever he was knocked against a wall. If not for his chakra stirring involuntarily, even Madara would have been taken in. With acting skills like that, Kakashi was simply wasting his talent as a ninja. He should switch to a career as an actor. He remembered that the heroine of the first Naruto movie was a movie star. Oh, what was her name? Yuki Fujikase. That woman was a true princess of the land of snow, and she went on to become its queen while still acting. So wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable for Kakashi, the future 6th Hokage, to star in a small blockbuster movie as well? Ahem, Madara's old face flushed. A moment ago, his mind had inadvertently wandered to some age-inappropriate content. Better not to mention it. That said, the three most basic ninja techniques: transformation technique, clone technique, and substitution technique, had the transformation technique as arguably the cream of the crop. Why say so? Because the sexy technique, one of Naruto's signature jutsu, was essentially a transformation technique. The so-called harem technique was in essence a shadow clone technique combined with a transformation technique. The only difference between the reverse harem technique and the harem technique was the transformation target, but this single move was powerful enough to work even on Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of all shinobi, a testament to its overwhelming power. So theoretically, Kakashi should be able to. Sorry, he had inadvertently drifted to content that would never pass the censors. In any case, Kakashi was definitely fine. Madara had only urged Rin to rush over because he wanted to watch the show. The shinobi world had no x-rays. To examine an injury, one could only look at it directly with the naked eye, and considering the spot where 1,000 years of death had struck. Madara couldn't help but laugh just thinking about it. Having a doctor pull down his pants for an examination, a young teenager would find that shame nearly impossible to endure. Perhaps he would choose to let his teammate Rin treat him instead, and then, he had very nearly failed to hold it in again. After a moment's thought, Madara formed the rat hand seal. His form was instantly hidden by white smoke, and when the smoke cleared, he was wearing a different face. Because the transformation technique required the user to be familiar with the appearance he was changing into, Madara, after a brief deliberation, decisively chose to take on Hashirama's face. There were two main reasons. First, Madara knew Hashirama Senju well enough that although it was impossible to be an exact replica, he could still achieve a 90% likeness. Second, as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju was very popular in the village, and imitators of him were hardly lacking. Even if someone saw through the transformation, it would not be easy to expose Madara's true identity. After trying to coax a sapling to break through the soil, and confirming that he could use would release, even while transformed, Uchiha Madara, wearing the face of Hashirama, set off in the direction the others had gone. Although he did intend to see how Kakashi was doing, that was not his main purpose for now. Before going to see Kakashi, he still needed to do some pruning. Achoo. Who's talking about me again? Inside route, Danzo wiped his nose, feeling as though someone was bad-mouthing him. It had to be that detestable Hiruzen. The position of third Hokage should have been his. He casually summoned a root member and asked, "How is Kino doing? How much longer until he can be put into real combat?" Reporting to Lord Danzo, Kino's cell fusion is progressing well. He is expected to begin training this year and to be ready for actual combat within 2 years. The root member answered respectfully. "Too slow. Send down the order. Intensify the training. I want results as soon as possible." Danzo touched his right eye, bound in bandages. "Would release. Sooner or later this power will be mine as well." In fact, Hashirama himself had a hobby caring for bonsai. He did not use wood release to force them to grow, but watered and fertilized them normally. If he had lived in modern times, he would have been a true environmentalist, the kind who would go to a desert and plant trees. Tsk. Danzo really has hidden this base deep. Just as expected, villains always prefer to operate underground. Using Tobi's underground traveling ability, Madara found the root organization's base beneath Konoha. But aren't we underground too? Does that make us villains? Tobi's voice rang out at just the wrong moment. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. I'm keeping a low profile. Do you understand low profile? But why? Shut up. Stop mulling over this." Tobi wanted to ask more, but Madara had no intention of getting entangled. As everyone knew, if you keep arguing with a fool, your IQ gets dragged down to his level, and then he beats you with his years of experience. He still had important matters to attend to, and no time for a comedy act with Tobi. First, he needed to shake down the root organization and also give Danzo, the source of all evil, a proper beating. Although he had considered killing Danzo outright as a permanent solution, if Danzo died now, they would probably have to hold a memorial service for him. That was too disgusting to stomach. For scum like this, he had to destroy his reputation, make him witness his conspiracies exposed, and his plans collapse, and only then finish him off. Otherwise, it would be letting him off too easily. "Hey, who are you? Unauthorized personnel are forbidden here. Get out, or I'll make a move." A ninja wearing a boar mask blocked Madara's path, speaking with a hostile tone. By now, Madara had put his hood back on and had Tobi cover his face. The only thing visible was the red glow of the Sharingan in his right eye. "Uchiha, how are you? Even you can't come in. That's Lord Danzo's order. Unless you have the Hokage's seal, please turn back." After seeing Madara's Sharingan, the root member's tone softened slightly. Seeing that Madara still did not stop, the member's tone turned hostile. "Hey, this is your last warning. Take one more step, and I'll attack. I don't care if you're an Uchiha. Look at me," Madara said abruptly. Huh. The instant their eyes met, the light behind the member's mask vanished from his eyes, and an unidentified liquid began to drip from the corner of his mouth. Madara rubbed his eyes. The Sharingan's Jinjutsu was truly convenient. Even though this root member was a jonin, one glare from him was enough to make the man stand there dazed, just as expected. The only problem was that his eyes ached after use. He had to blink several times to ease the dryness and soreness. No wonder prolonged use of the Mangekyo Sharingan caused loss of vision. Even the eternal Mangekyo made one's eyes hurt after extended use. It seemed the tears of blood Sasuke shed after unleashing Amaterasu were not artistic license. It genuinely hurt. Could it be that Sasuke's later breakdown was partly caused by the Mangekyo as well? Madara yawned. He felt like there was too much to deal with today. He should finish quickly and get some rest. He was already starting to miss the feeling of a bed. Sleeping on stone ground really was not meant for humans. He walked around the gatekeeper, who was lost in his delusions, and found a heavy door blocking his way. It seemed a keycard or something similar was needed to pass through. If this were a puzzle game, this would be the point for an unlocking segment. Search for the keycard and open the door. But Madara had no intention of going through such trouble. Susanoo threw a single punch, and a hole large enough for one person appeared in the sturdy door. Madara walked straight and casually crushing the security camera beside the door as he passed. Hey, that's an intruder. Shouldn't you be stopping him?" In the surveillance room, a root member wearing a fox mask nudged the companion beside him. "Do you want me to get myself killed?" That guy one-shot the gatekeeper Yamanaka Idera and instantly smashed through a 10-centimeter thick door. "And you want me to go up against him?" The root member with the monkey mask was rather displeased. "Danzo doesn't pay much anyway. Why should I risk my life? Aren't you afraid Lord Danzo will find out and come after you?" The fox-masked member was surprised by his companion's attitude. After all, Danzo was hardly a forgiving superior. "Let him. It's not like he can kill me. I'm the third Hokage's nephew. Does he dare?" The monkey-masked man was arrogant, looking as if he feared nothing. "You're tough. Not me. I'd better hide in the restroom for a while. If anyone asks, say I've got a stomachache." The fox-masked man was only a civilian and did not dare to defy Danzo openly. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. While those two in the surveillance room were idly chatting, Madara had successfully gotten lost. It wasn't that he had no sense of direction, it was that there were rows upon rows of identical corridors. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded? He strongly suspected someone had embezzled the renovation budget. At last, at the end of his patience, Madara recalled the saying, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Since that was the case, he might as well use Susanoo to carve a path forward. The blue Susanoo appeared once more. Though it had only one arm for the current situation, one arm was just right. Boom. With a tremendous crash, a large hole tore through the metal wall. The root member wearing the monkey mask, who had been lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, stared in utter confusion. How could trouble find him even when he did nothing at all? Before Madara could say anything, Monkey had already raised both hands on his own. I surrender. I surrender. We don't need to fight. Let's talk. Madara had been wondering whether he should use Jinjutsu to interrogate the man. He hadn't expected such a voluntary surrender. He was almost caught off guard. Surrender? Are you sure? I did after all invade your organization. Even with the mask on, Monkey's voice carried thick contempt. TCH, what organization? It's just Danzo's one-man show. The only reason it hasn't been disbanded is that old Hiruzen is too soft-hearted. If it were me, I'd have dissolved it long ago. Huh. Since when are root members this bold? It's one thing to badmouth Danzo, but ridiculing the Hokage too. Madara patted him on the shoulder. You're promising. I like your spirit. So can you tell me where Danzo's office is? I have business with him. The root member with the monkey mask pointed in the direction Madara had just burst through the wall. There. Keep going straight from here, turn right at the fork, and it's the room at the very end. With the answer in hand, Madara wasted no time and headed straight for Danzo's office. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the monkey-masked man suddenly muttered to himself. Oh dear, the intruder absolutely must not turn left at the fork. Otherwise, all of Danzo's experiments would be discovered. If an accident happened, I really wouldn't know what to do. To think there was such a considerate root member. It seemed Danzo wasn't completely useless after all. After all, hadn't he raised a root member with a keen sense of duty? Not long after Ban left, the fox mask that had vanished earlier reappeared on a corner of the sofa, asking casually, He's gone. He's gone. You're really underhanded leaving me alone here. If my staff were around, I'd give you a good whack. Tisk, you say that. One of us uses the brain, the other uses the brawn. That's called division of labor. You think I'm stupid? Next time I'll use the brain, and you use the brawn. No way, no way. I'm the intellectual type, don't ask me to get physical. I see you're just lazy. Fix the wall quickly, or we'll get caught. As his companion used earth release to patch the wall, the monkey removed his mask, revealing a face resembling the third Hokage, and wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a towel. That was quite a scare. Fortunately, it was as he had estimated. That person wouldn't attack anyone without hostile intent. Otherwise, he doubted he could even last 3 moves. Ban, who had already left, had no idea that someone was quietly discussing him behind his back. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Go straight, then turn right to Tuan Song's office. Ban fell into a trolley problem. According to that monkey-masked guy, if he went left, he would reach the place where Tuan Song conducted his experiments. If he went right, he would find Tuan Song himself. If he went left first, Tuan Song might go into hiding upon sensing the intrusion, much like during the Pain invasion. If he went right, he wouldn't kill Tuan Song outright, but might instead cause him to cover up the traces of his experiments. After a brief deliberation, Ban concluded that sabotaging Tuan Song's plans took priority over Tuan Song himself. Destroying the lab would not only halt his experiments, but also gather evidence of his crimes. He decided to go left first. After all, Tuan Song's lust for power would never allow him to truly leave Konoha. Even if he sensed danger, he would only hide deeper rather than consider disbanding Root and retiring. Having made his decision, Ban didn't hesitate. He dashed left, scattering tiny black specks on the ground. After smashing through another door blocking his path, with Susanoo, the sight before him left him stunned. The room was filled with countless glass containers of all sizes. Most of the culture jars held various body parts, from smaller ones like eyeballs and hands to larger ones like arms, torsos, and heads. Everything was present. From the colorful and bizarre limbs, it was clear that these parts had belonged to extraordinary individuals, most from clans with special bloodlines. Ban recognized many familiar bloodline limits: 3 Tomo Sharingan, soaking in test tubes, Deadbone Pulse, with bone spurs growing from bodies, dual Demon Strike, with 2 heads fused together. Good heavens, Tuan Song's collection of bloodline limits was truly extensive. The experimental materials Orochimaru later used were probably all taken from here. If not for the caged bird seal on the Hyuga clan, there would likely be a few more Byakugan here. Tisk, I thought that 5-in-1 fusion of Bei-Lu, who was already extreme, but compared to Tuan Song, Bei-Lu, who was still too restrained. The number of test subjects didn't even come close to Tuan Song's. Nameless 3, what heartless cruelty is this? Buddha shed tears of blood. Well, actually, it wasn't that exaggerated. Ban felt a slight discomfort at the scene, but more than that, he felt a surge of anger. Anger at Tuan Song. He kept saying everything for the sake of Konoha. But what was the result? During the Nine-Tails rampage among the 6 guards of Tobarama, apart from Uchiha Jing, who died young, only Tuan Song didn't lift a finger. He was absent throughout the entire incident, only reappearing after it was all over. When Pain destroyed Konoha, even his own subordinates and Root said, if Konoha disappears, becoming Hokage would be meaningless, and begged to go out and stop Pain. But he shifted all responsibility to others, claiming that Tsunade would use the slug to protect most of the villagers, and then killed the toad that communicated between Mount Myaboku and Konoha, directly leading to Tsunade's severe injury and coma. He seized the opportunity to become the acting Hokage using the Kodoame Tsukumi he had stolen from Shursui to control the leader of the Land of Iron Mifune, but was eventually exposed in public, becoming a laughingstock. His final use of the reverse 4 symbol seal made his previous so-called sacrifices seem like a joke. So many people died, and in the end it was just for you to destroy a bridge along with yourself. Don't be ridiculous. Necessary sacrifices. If you sacrifice yourself, that's conviction, that's a hero. But if someone sacrifices others freely while spouting necessary sacrifices, they are the lowest of the low. They can't even admit their own cowardice. Without a doubt, Tuan Song was that kind of person, leaving sacrifices to others, keeping benefits for himself, putting his private interests above the public good, and even shamelessly believing he was right. Bai despised him from the bottom of his heart. Chongmin died too, and others turned dark, due to external influences more or less. Only Tuan Song was truly rotten to the core, needing no one to tempt him. Ban shook his head. Though he didn't know the fate of these bloodline limit owners, it was likely grim. The remaining parts would only bring harm to others if left behind. He thought about using fire release to incinerate the entire room, but then reconsidered. That would be destroying evidence for Tuan Song. So he shook his head and walked into the next room. This room was similar to the previous one, filled with numerous culture jars. But this time, instead of body parts, each jar contained a complete human being. A small nameplate was attached below each jar listing the person's name, gender, age, clan, and bloodline limit. Kido Jinsetsu male, 20 Kido clan water transformation technique. Uzumaki Hikoichi male, 22. Uzumaki clan weak sage body. Miya Tatsuri male 19 A Chinoike clan blood dragon eye. If Beilu who had followed Tuan Song back, then there wouldn't have been so much trouble later. He could have perfected the common no RA technique right within root. Most crucially, these people sealed in the culture jars weren't dead. Their chakra was still flowing, but they were all in a semi-conscious comatose state. Unsure if there were other traps in the jars, Ban dared not act rashly. Though imprisoned, these people were still alive. If his actions caused the death of people who might have been rescued, Ban would feel uncomfortable. After all, everyone wants to live, don't they? What evils did Tuan Song commit? Including but not limited to stealing Shursui's Sharingan, leading to the irreparable rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, manipulating Hanzo to kill Yahiko, causing Chongmin to turn dark, tricking Yakushi Kabuto and the orphanage director into killing each other, directly leading to Kabuto's corruption. The direct and indirect victims could drown him in a single spit. Although both in the past and present, Ban never considered himself a benevolent person compared to Tuanzang, he felt he was practically a living Buddha capable of attaining a golden body. How to describe it? If only considering the variety of bloodline limits, the number in this small laboratory likely exceeds that of any current ninja village. These semi-conscious ninjas, both male and female, young and old, all bore traces of experiments to varying degrees, their bodies twitching occasionally. It seemed their condition was not particularly good. Van walked around the room twice and noticed a row of distinctive culture dishes with a brown-black notebook placed on the table nearby. Unlike the other containers, this row of culture dishes neatly held not humans, but rows of green saplings, making one think at first glance that Tuanzang had decided to switch careers to landscaping. If not for Ban sensing chakra on these trees, he might have truly thought so. With few exceptions, most plants are no different from lifeless things like soil and stone. They are fundamentally incapable of possessing chakra, for chakra, unlike natural energy, requires active refinement. Given the plant's intelligence, which can hardly be called instinct, there is almost no possibility of them refining chakra on their own. Ban's gaze gradually turned cold. There was only one answer: these saplings were once living humans turned into trees by Tuanzang's experiments. Opening the notebook, the contents recorded were exactly as Ban had speculated. No. 079, male 28 years old, Chunin showed adverse reactions 3 hours after cell fusion and gradually treeified within 1 hour. And no. 082, female, civilian, developed adverse reactions 2 days after cell fusion, gradually treeifying within 12 hours, screaming continuously. It is speculated that children have better cell compatibility. And Ban could not bear to read after just 2 pages. The contents of this notebook stirred in him an impulse to utterly destroy the entire route. This was no ordinary villain. He had to strike hard. If it were just using prisoners for human experiments, that might be tolerable. After all, every village is somewhat dirty, and everyone has something to hide. But to even spare not civilians and children, such behavior, let alone in the relatively peaceful present, was rarely seen. Even during the most chaotic, war-torn periods of the ninja world, few would commit such inhumane acts. Ban took a deep breath, barely suppressing his anger. Now was not the time for impulsive action. Making a big scene here would be satisfying, but first it would destroy the evidence, preventing Tuanzang's crimes from being exposed. A second after discovering his intrusion, Tuanzang would only hide deeper next time. Putting the notebook into his pocket, Ban opened the last door of the laboratory. Unlike the previous 2 empty rooms, this huge laboratory was filled with dozens of white-robed researchers conducting experiments. Seeing Ban cloaked in black walk in, the nearby researcher assumed it was a member of Tuanzang's route and ordered without even lifting his head. Go back and tell Tuanzang that the experiment speed is already fast enough. The quantity and quality of recent materials are getting worse and worse. No matter how much he urges, it's useless. Seeing his attitude, the answer was clear. Every single person in this laboratory was guilty, their hands stained with the blood of innocence, their minds filled only with their own interests. Ban pulled down his hood and stared coldly at him. Take another look. Who am I? Hearing the voice, the researcher impatiently looked up. Who is you two? And when he saw the person, his mouth opened in terror. The first Hokage. Had he not woken up today? How could he be hallucinating? No, it must be a transformation jutsu, someone pretending. The first Hokage had been dead for decades. How could he appear before him? You bunch of bastards. Have you no empathy at all? You even dare to harm the civilians and children of your own village. Ban was truly furious. Even if he had not transformed into Jujin, his anger would not diminish one bit. Would release tree world birth. With this roar, a massive amount of chakra surged from Ban's body, awakening the seeds that had slumbered for ages beneath the earth. The surrounding hard walls and floor were shattered by a flood of trees, quickly transforming the entire laboratory into a small forest. These rapidly growing trees immediately entangled everyone present. The researchers were horrified to find that the wood not only bound their bodies, but also absorbed chakra as nourishment for growth. Now no one doubted the authenticity of Ban's disguise. Although they had created a successful case of merging Jujin cells that survived, it was only one instance, and its strength was utterly incomparable to the first Hokage. As for the strength of the person before them, the researchers, now bound like dumplings, had personally experienced it. Even among them were jonin, yet they were utterly powerless. If you told them now that this was not the real Chinsho Jujin, they would not believe it. Who proposed the fusion of my cells with humans? No one dared to answer Ban's question because the expression on his face clearly indicated he was not about to reward those people. No one was foolish enough to court trouble. None of you will speak. Fine. Then I'll consider all of you as participants. Go and apologize to the Pure Land if you still have the chance. As the trees wrapped around their bodies tightened, and they began to struggle for breath, someone finally couldn't hold out. It's Tuanzang. He wanted to obtain the power of wood release, but didn't want to take risks, so he made us. The man's words were cut short as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his tongue, instantly collapsing and unable to utter a single word. Tuanzang was truly cautious. Not only the members of Root, but even these researchers had been placed under a curse mark to silence them, something called the Curse Seal of Tongue Disaster Eradication, wasn't it? But it didn't matter. It was enough to know who was behind the experiments. Indeed, half of the evil in the ninja world could be traced to Tuanzang, and the other half to Heiju. There were still many people left. Ban could test them one by one to see under what circumstances the curse mark would trigger. With dozens of people, he could surely extract information. How to create a perfect Jujin. It is well known that Jujin cells possess extremely strong vitality. Even after his death, they maintain tenacious life, capable of growing a face of Jujin on any living thing they touch. The greatest flaw of the impure world reincarnation is that the body is not identical to the original. So theoretically, if one could culture a body of Jujin from his cells, and then insert Jujin's soul into that body, Jujin could be fully resurrected. Anyway, even if the curse mark were triggered, he wouldn't die, just suffer total body paralysis for a while. These people weren't good-hearted anyway, so Madara felt no guilt about it. Even if these researchers weren't the masterminds, there was no doubt that they had served as the executors and accomplices of Danzo's experiments. If all of them were sentenced to death, perhaps some of the innocent would be caught up, but if only every other one were executed, there would certainly be some who slipped through the net. Madara stopped the wood release from continuing to absorb that poor fool's chakra. With the curse mark already triggered, keeping up the drain might actually kill the guy. After all, he was the first to turn away from the darkness, so he deserved at least a little preferential treatment. If Madara accidentally killed Danzo later, the curse marks would disappear along with the death of their master. By then, these people could serve as human witnesses, at least a little useful. As someone who knew his own limits, Madara did not consider himself an enforcer of justice. Neither judgment nor punishment was his area of expertise. That sort of thing was better left to big shots like the Hokage. His responsibility was merely to expose the crimes of the guilty and ensure they received punishments befitting their offenses. If it were up to him to judge, the situation would probably become a massacre simulator. The people in the laboratory were not seeing wood release for the first time. After all, Ko had already set a precedent. But Ko's performance had also unknowingly made them underestimate the power of wood release, and they even began to doubt the first Hokage's strength. Such thoughts, however, vanished after giant trees rose from beneath the ground and bound them up like rice dumplings without giving them the slightest chance to resist. Now their only thought was how to survive the first Hokage. As everyone knew, when someone threatened the village, the first Hokage would show no mercy, even to his closest friend. The battle at the Valley of the End was the best example. They were not entirely unaware of their own actions. Most researchers simply believed all of it was a necessary sacrifice for the advancement of science. Or perhaps it was because Danzo, as the Hokage's aide and the one who had proposed the plan, led them to believe their deeds had the village's blessing and that they would not be troubled by the relatives of the victims. But now that the first Hokage was standing before them, never mind Danzo. Even the third Hokage would be of no help here. Madara smiled cheerfully, just like Hashirama himself. The mood of everyone else in the room, however, was far from good. As time passed, the wood-release birth of dense woodlands tightened its grip, and some faces had already taken on a purplish-red hue. If you want to live, raise your hands. The entire laboratory remained silent. No one raised a hand, which left Madara a little embarrassed. That's not right. He had already scared them, hadn't he? Even if not everyone chose to switch sides, there should have been at least one. A researcher whose midsection was already squeezed into visible abs kept twisting his body, seemingly wanting to say something. But with the vines stuffing his mouth, all he could let out was a faint whimper impossible to understand. Seeing his strong will to live, Madara loosened the vines binding him. He was still tied up, but at least he could breathe now. Do you have something to say? Aye. Our hands are tied. We can't move, the researcher said with an exasperated look. They were all bound up like crabs. Let alone raising their hands, they couldn't even lift a finger. Madara quietly untied the bindings on their hands and pretended he hadn't heard anything. He certainly wasn't going to admit that he had just forgotten about that. The instant Madara loosened the restraints, almost every researcher raised a hand. Only a handful remained unmoved, as if even the first Hokage's pressure could not make them yield. Most of those people were expressionless, with a lingering indifference in their eyes. Everything Madara had said and done just now had failed to change their minds. Madara shook his head. He had already given them a chance. If some didn't want it, he couldn't be blamed. The chakra in those stubborn ones suddenly drained several times faster. If the original process was like drawing blood with a thin needle, now it was like a knife in the aorta. After a few breaths, those who had refused to turn over a new leaf seemed to have aged decades in an instant. Their once smooth skin was now marked with wrinkles, making them look even older than Danzo. At the sight of this, everyone who had still harbored some doubts quickly cast aside their petty schemes and obediently waited for Madara to question them. In total, how many people has Danzo sent here as experimental subjects? Madara casually asked the nearest person. Several thousand. He had only said 2 words before the curse mark was triggered. His whole body trembled, and then he lost control of his body. There were no specific numbers, but that was enough. The curse mark didn't react that quickly, so the speaker could still get out a few words. Next, has Danzo ever planned to overthrow Hiruzen and become Hokage himself? With plenty of people to question, Madara could ask every question he wanted one by one. Yes. As long as the question was short enough, the answer could be given before the curse mark was triggered. But in the next instant, he too turned into a wooden statue like the previous two. When Danzo kidnapped ninja and civilians from the village, did he have Hiruzen's permission? The third Hokage only tacitly approved using ninja from other villages. Madara was a little surprised. He had originally thought a few words would trigger the curse mark, but unexpectedly someone had managed to answer without triggering it. He immediately grew interested and took a few extra glances at that person. Sure enough, it was someone he didn't recognize. Have you ever seen Orochimaru and Danzo act together? I once saw Orochimaru wearing a black cloak. In the end, a curse mark was a lifeless thing. It could only judge whether the person bearing it was uttering certain trigger words. It couldn't read minds. Based on Madara's speculation, the trigger words were most likely terms like Danzo and root. As long as those sensitive words were avoided, information could be disclosed without triggering the curse mark. With the help of this researcher who excelled at exploiting loopholes, Madara obtained quite a bit of intelligence he hadn't known before. For instance, Danzo had once attempted to learn the impure world reincarnation technique. During that time, he had sent his root agents to dig up the graves of ninja who had died not long ago. These even included Kakashi's father Tsukumo Hatake, as well as Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki and her lover Dankato. Of course, Danzo wouldn't be so blatant as to steal the bodies outright. That would have been far too easy to discover. He only took bits and pieces such as hair or blood, extracting what he needed before reburying the corpses. The man kept talking, and gradually the content began to get more and more absurd, saying things like Danzo had once peeked into the women's bathhouse, stolen a child's lollipop, helped an old lady back across the road after she had already crossed it, taken money from the shrine's offering box. Obito couldn't listen any longer and directly raised his hand to stop him. Stop. What were all those last parts? Are you messing with me? Why isn't this what you wished to hear? The man asked, looking astonished. I assumed you intended to reclaim the position of Hokage and were searching for an excuse to force Danzo to resign in disgrace. If he truly were Hashirama Senju, it might actually be feasible. But the problem was that he was not Hashirama. He was Obito Uchiha. He very much wanted to say that, but he still had to maintain the transformation into Hashirama for now. Hence he could only complain silently in his heart, while putting on an outwardly calm and composed expression. My era has long passed. I would not and should not return to Konoha. Had it not been for actions here that crossed all bounds of decency, I would not have even arranged to meet with you. Science is always accompanied by some unavoidable sacrifices, I can understand that. But using living people, especially your fellow villagers as test subjects, is absolutely unforgivable. This kind of conduct struck a raw nerve in Obito. He had never sought revenge even after being betrayed by every clansman he had. A cowardly, greedy, and cruel scum like Danzo did not deserve to live at all. He radiated a thick aura of revulsion. Those researchers who had spent years hiding underground had never witnessed such a presence, their bodies instinctively curled inward. Obito suddenly slammed his fist against the wall. In an instant, countless hair-thin cracks spread from the impact like a spiderweb, rapidly engulfing the entire surface. After Obito's outburst, the original laboratory was now completely unrecognizable. The unevenly raised floor was littered with shattered glass, and documents that had once recorded vital data lay scattered across the ground like worthless paper. Most of the experimental equipment had been wrecked by the surging trees, and broken fragments were strewn across every corner of the room. Had an uninformed person walked in and seen the plants covering the entire space, they would probably have assumed the laboratory had been abandoned for over a century. Having obtained most of the intelligence he needed, Obito had no intention of wasting more time. He said coldly, "All experiments conducted on the living must stop immediately. Do you understand?" The tension in the room instantly reached its limit. No one dared to speak carelessly. It was then that a scholar wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke up, trembling. "But my lord, our research is vital to the development of the village. If progress bought through the involuntary sacrifice of others is fundamentally wrong." Obito cut him off. "If the shinobi world truly desires peace, then you must terminate your experiments and atone for the wrongs you have committed in the past." A scholar who had not yet been interrogated and had not been turned into a wooden figure quietly raised a question. Since the first Hokage wishes the shinobi world to attain peace, why did he not simply unify the entire shinobi world back then? A good question. Actually, it was a question Obito also wanted to ask. But if Hashirama were here, he would surely say, "Even if you force others to submit through power, once that power fades, all that awaits is an even stronger backlash. Only when everyone yearns for peace from the bottom of their hearts can peace truly descend upon the shinobi world." The founding of Konoha was not because of anyone's strength, but the result of people weary of war coming together. As for me, I was merely fortunate enough to earn the trust of the villagers. Provided, of course, that there was no sneaky bastard like Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows specifically to sow discord. Obito silently added that to himself. The great battle between Ashura and Indra, the falling out between Hashirama Senju and Obito Uchiha, and even the fight between Naruto and Sasuke were partially caused by Black Zetsu. One could even say that without Black Zetsu, the shinobi world would have been unified 1,000 years earlier. After all, if the two brothers Ashura and Indra had joined forces, even the Sage of Six Paths in his youth would not have dared claim certain victory. Of course, that excluded the Sage of Six Paths in his Ten Tails Jinchuriki mode. He could directly go toe-to-toe with Kaguya. Sending the brothers to fight the sage in that state would truly be a father beating his son. After hearing Obito's grand and righteous speech, the researchers, who could still move, all put on expressions of being deeply moved, at least on the surface. What they truly thought inside was anyone's guess. After all, none of them were fools. With the butcher's knife in someone else's hands and their own fates on the chopping block, who would dare show any sign of objection at a time like this? Those few fellows over by the wall who had nearly been drained dry were a stark warning. I know that some of you believe what you are doing is correct and think my views are outdated, old-fashioned, and obsolete. That is only normal. But development is meant to serve people. If people are made to sacrifice themselves for the sake of development, then the cart is put before the horse. Obito released the wood style that had bound everyone, then sat down cross-legged without the slightest regard for his image. "If anyone here has a grievance with me, I am right here. You can come find me right now." He felt that although his talk no jutsu might not be as absurdly effective as Naruto's, it should at least be sufficient to persuade these nameless background characters. Otherwise, he would lose all confidence in his own eloquence. Before Obito could even properly take his seat, a figure suddenly charged out from the crowd with a kunai in hand, aiming directly for his heart. Nonsense. Deceitful words. How could a cowardly, sneaky bastard like you ever comprehend Lord Danzo's intentions? Although Hashirama had once attempted to kill himself with a kunai, that did not mean anyone holding a kunai could simply defeat Obito. Even if his current strength might not match Hashirama's, there was no way he would be stabbed to death by a chunin with a kunai. Obito let out a sigh. With a single stomp of his foot, the man tripped over the raised ground, after which his own colleagues firmly bound him to a tree. No kidding. They had finally grabbed a chance to survive. If this idiot ruined it, and they all ended up in hell together, what then? So even though they had been colleagues just a second earlier, these people showed no mercy at all. They bound the man up like a mummy to the point that he could not even open his mouth. I've been stuck on the story recently. So sad. By the way, where should the first major dungeon afterward be set? I'm feeling a bit conflicted. How about going to Lulan from the movie The Lost Tower? Time-wise, it's roughly around the point in the plot where Naruto travels through time. Since young Kakashi and Guy appeared here, and Kakashi still did not have the Sharingan at this time, this definitely takes place before the Battle of the Canopy Bridge. I took a look at the voice actor list, and noticed that the heroine of this movie was voiced by Sari Hayami. I never paid attention to that before. Love it. How could one describe the savagery of that group? Let's put it this way, after the poor wretch had been bound up like a mummy, he was now a full 2 sizes larger than before. Seeing such a fierce will to survive made Madara feel a bit awkward. If things continued like this, they would beat the man to death themselves before he even had to make a move. Ahem, that's about enough. Keep beating him and he'll die, and then your crimes will be even heavier. Hearing this, the ones who had been hitting him the hardest finally stopped, though one of them still kicked the mummy twice more as if reluctant to let go of the grudge. If anyone claimed there was no personal vendetta involved, he certainly wouldn't believe it. Back then, Takigakure once sent an elite to assassinate me. Even he, an elite jonin, didn't dare to fight me head-on. So where exactly did you find the courage? Madara was rather curious. What kind of benefits had Danzo offered to make people follow him so blindly? Even now that he had become Hashirama, someone still dared to strike at him directly. Could it be that the title God of Shinobi carried no intimidation at all? Sigh. Hashirama had truly been dead far too long. Even non-combat clerical staff dared to attack him. Although he wasn't the real Hashirama, his power wasn't all that much weaker. At least he could still use a jutsu like the Wood Dragon, whose consumption wasn't especially high. But the true several thousand hands was out of the question. Setting aside the fact that he had no sage chakra, even if he did his own chakra, could never support the drain. For instance, during the Great Shinobi War, the true several hundred hands used by Tobi after he had made Yamato his vessel had still been within Madara's limits, but anything more would truly have overwhelmed him. Unless he were to rip out the 9 tails still inside Kushina right now. No, he had almost slipped back into the mindset of a villain again. He intended to live another life, not to replicate the old one. It would be best to abandon such dangerous thoughts as soon as possible. Ahem. Since none of you have raised any objection to me, I won't hide the truth from you. The crimes you committed will never vanish, and you must pay for the mistakes of your past. I will not, and I have no right to, forgive you on behalf of the victims. When I eventually eliminate Danzo, I won't cover up what you have done either. You must be prepared to remain unforgiven. You may be ostracized, cursed, and even subjected to revenge from the victims' friends and families. I hope you have all already accepted this in your hearts. If you cannot accept it, then I can release you from this world right now. Madara's words were merciless, leaving them no room for illusions. Even if they had now turned from darkness to light, they would still have to face punishment. We accept. We accept. We admit the crimes we committed. We are willing to bear the punishment we deserve, and we will do our best to make amends. Even if the end result was death, they could still tell the difference between dying now and dying later. The almighty figure before them had already made it very clear: refuse and die now, accept, and at least there was still a chance of surviving. The researchers who had not taken part in the experiments on living people in particular figured that the worst they had done was desecrate the dead. At most, they would have to apologize to the families of the deceased and be locked up for a few months. But those who had participated in the Hashirama cell fusion experiments looked far less pleased. The number of people who had died in that project was nearly 10 times their own number. If the villagers ever learned of it, they definitely would not survive. Still, in the current situation, they did not dare say anything against it. They could only pull long faces and accept. Good. Since you are all prepared to bear responsibility for your wrongs, I will say no more. I am going to find Danzo now. The rest of you will stay here and collect evidence. Madara turned and left the laboratory, heading toward the other end of the hallway. To truly solve the problem, he would have to deal with Danzo first. The ones who remained in the laboratory began to busy themselves, intending to gather as much evidence against Danzo as possible, hoping that one day it might reduce some of their own culpability. At the very least, they needed to turn themselves from primary offenders into secondary offenders. With the credit they could earn by making amends, perhaps a death sentence could be commuted to life imprisonment, and life imprisonment to a fixed term. They started collecting the data and records scattered across the laboratory, unease written on every face. After all, what they were doing now was undoubtedly an act of betrayal against Danzo. If they were discovered, their fate would be to become experimental material. All they could do was hope that the Hashirama Senju from just now was the real deal, and that he would eliminate Danzo once and for all, putting an end to their worries. Not everyone had joined Danzo voluntarily. Some had been forced into route by Danzo's threats. Apart from a few true loyalists, most people actually had no good impression of Danzo. The reason they stayed in the organization was simply that Danzo provided ample experimental materials and funding. Besides, those who tried to leave were usually taken care of by Danzo through one means or another. Inside the office, Danzo was pondering how to squeeze more funding out of Hiruzen. With battles breaking out frequently lately, the village had been allocating enormous sums to buy weapons and pay death benefits to fallen shinobi, forcing Danzo to slow down his research. Short-sighted, womanish sentimentality. It had been a mistake for teacher Tobirama to hand the position of Hokage to him back then. He was the best candidate for Hokage. He should be sitting in the Hokage tower, not hiding underground like a rat. Why should Hiruzen get to stand in the sunlight and speak shamelessly about the will of fire while he was forced to remain hidden behind the scenes as a Hokage's advisor? If he were Hokage, Konoha would sooner or later unify the entire shinobi world and bring true peace. Just as Danzo was complaining as he did every day, a sudden knock came at the office door. Was there another matter to report? Danzo wondered. Could it be that the Hashirama cell fusion work had finally seen new progress? Come in. At the thought, he softened his voice, a rare occurrence. A long-haired man in an off-white robe walked into Danzo's office, and with surprising ease helped himself to a seat. Danzo had never seen this man before, yet he inexplicably felt that he looked familiar. Danzo Shimura, right? Before Danzo could ask, the uninvited man spoke first in a tone that suggested he knew Danzo quite well. Might I ask who you are and what business you have with me? Since Danzo could not yet figure out the man's background, he voiced the question on the surface while secretly reaching toward the bandage over his right eye. You should have heard my name. Hashirama Senju. Danzo slammed the table and stood up. Impossible. The first Hokage died decades ago. Who are you really? Humph. You've already secretly read the scroll Tobirama left behind, so how could you not know the impure world reincarnation technique? Madara smiled. Although he certainly was not Hashirama, Danzo had once browsed the forbidden scroll, and so it was entirely possible that he would believe Madara was Hashirama Senju resurrected by impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation. Danzo was startled at first. Could it be that after Lord Tobirama's death a second person had mastered this forbidden jutsu? No, impossible. In all of Konoha, only he and that man Hiruzen had the authority to access the forbidden jutsu scrolls. To sneak a look at the scrolls without alerting the guards, one would at least need strength approaching that of a Kage, who possessed that level of strength and could also have learned the art of impure world reincarnation. Could it be Orochimaru? That man truly couldn't be trusted. He had actually mastered such a forbidden jutsu, yet never told him. No, that's not right either. According to the scrolls, shinobi revived by impure world reincarnation still retain the consciousness they had in life. Only by using specially made talismans could they be forcibly controlled, but that method causes the revived to lose their own self-awareness. Yet the figure before him, this suspected Hashirama Senju, did not look like someone under control at all, and when he spoke he didn't sound like Orochimaru either. Could it be that Orochimaru had failed to control him? Cold sweat began to form on Danzo's forehead. Ever cautious, he was unwilling to gamble on whether the person before him was the real Hashirama Senju or an impersonator who had infiltrated Root. If it were an impersonator, that was still manageable. After all, spies sent by other nations would show up in the village from time to time. Most of them chose to use the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves as someone. This fellow had simply picked a particularly unusual target. But if it really was Hashirama Senju himself, Danzo could only pray that the materials used in the impure world reincarnation were of poor quality, so that the Hashirama before him had less than 1% of his living strength. Although Danzo, unlike Hiruzen, had not been fortunate enough to be personally instructed by the first Hokage, he had still met the first Hokage himself. He knew well that with Hashirama's character it was absolutely impossible for him to tolerate Danzo's actions of capturing villagers for experiments. Madara was growing impatient. This guy Danzo had slammed the table and stood up, then gone completely still. Anyone who didn't know would think he had been caught in a Izanami. Was he really trying to stunlock him for a full minute? Danzo, you actually use your own villagers and comrades as experimental subjects. Do you truly consider yourself a member of Konoha? Madara felt that after transforming into Hashirama his eloquence had risen a whole level. Was this the power of talk no jutsu? I am of course a member of Konoha. Everything I do is to protect Konoha. Danzo roared. Is this how you protect Konoha? By dragging villagers and shinobi into experiments that are virtually a death sentence. What kind of protection of Konoha is that? Madara was unmoved. He would sooner trust a ninja hound than Danzo. Konoha will sooner or later be destroyed by you soft-hearted people. A hint of madness and paranoia appeared in Danzo's eyes. Only by mastering enough power can Konoha flourish forever. What truly needs protecting is not Konoha but the people who live in Konoha. The village was built to stop war, not to create new wars. Madara shook his head. With an ideology like Danzo's, it was a pity he hadn't been born in the Warring States period. Stop war. That sounds nice enough. With power sufficient to unify the entire shinobi world, it was exactly your meaningless mercy that kept the world mired in war. While you were alive, the nations feared your strength and did not dare to rashly start a war. But only a few years after your death, the First Shinobi World War brought tremendous losses to the village. Even your younger brother Tobirama Senju died in that war. As if struck on a sore point, Danzo suddenly became agitated, pointing at Madara's face and cursing furiously. You're just like that Hiruzen. Short-sighted and soft-hearted. What do you know? For the sake of greater power, what does the sacrifice of a mere few hundred people amount to? Madara was not about to indulge that temper. Sacrifice a mere few hundred. Then why didn't he sacrifice himself? If Danzo were willing to be the first sacrifice, Madara would say nothing more. But refusing to sacrifice himself while forcing others to their deaths, all with a casual air of indifference. How utterly shameless. He strode forward and slapped Danzo across his old face. Danzo had no time to react. He only felt a sharp pain erupt on his cheek, then a burning sensation spread across his face. Bastard, what do a few hundred people mean? Let me tell you. This means you've destroyed hundreds of families. You enjoy the privileges of power while refusing to bear responsibility. How did Tobirama raise a cold-blooded wretch like you? Previously, Madara had always considered himself a rather cold-hearted man. But after meeting a petty villain like Danzo, who talked ceaselessly about protecting Konoha while in truth making others sacrifice themselves for him, Madara felt that being a little hot-blooded was not such a bad thing. Originally, he had planned to teach Danzo a lesson, saying something like strength alone cannot lead to true greatness. But after meeting Danzo in person, it was already a sign of his self-restraint that he hadn't cursed. You. Danzo covered his face, eyes wide, staring at Madara in disbelief. He had served as the Hokage's advisor for decades, and in all those years no one had ever dared to slap his face. Yet in the face of Madara's accusation, he found it somewhat hard to argue back. Could it be that Lord Tobirama had not handed the Hokage seat to him because he had seen through him? No. Back then he had clearly thought of volunteering as bait. He was simply one step too slow, and that wretched Hiruzen had beaten him to it. I have been thinking of Konoha all along. Danzo still refused to give in, insisting stubbornly that everything he did was for Konoha, though his words sounded somewhat lacking in conviction. He hadn't even been able to react to the speed of that slap. If this man truly were a spy sent by another village, Danzo would probably have died before he could even activate his Anaji. Sensing the faint pressure emanating from Madara, Danzo suspected that the man standing before him really was the former god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. This oppressive aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Even Hiruzen in his youth had lacked this kind of presence, and compared with Lord Tobirama, it was even more overwhelming. Apart from Hashirama Senju, Danzo could not think of anyone else. It couldn't be Madara Uchiha, could it? Could it be that Madara Uchiha, who had been killed by Hashirama's own hand back then, was actually still alive, still brimming with vitality decades later, and had now come all the way here just to slap him? The mere thought made Danzo feel it was impossible. Who was Madara Uchiha? He was the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, infamous and fearsome, the god of slaughter who had once controlled the Nine Tails in an attempt to destroy Konoha. Not to mention whether he would be angry at all. Even if he truly was enraged by Danzo using Konoha's residence for experiments, what Danzo would face would not be a slap, but Susanoo. The more Danzo thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Someone must have revived Hashirama Senju, and for some unknown reason let him move freely. In the end, he had stumbled into Root by chance, and discovered Danzo's experiments. It must be so. In that case, as long as he put on a show of turning over a new leaf, surely the first Hokage would not hold a grudge against a junior like him. With this thought, Danzo instantly assumed a face of utmost grief and anguish, bursting into loud sobs, while confessing his sins between cries. Lord Hashirama, it was all my momentary folly. In my zeal to protect Konoha, I forgot what truly matters. I am grateful for your teachings, and I swear that from this day forward I will never repeat such mistakes. I will turn over a new leaf and dedicate everything to the village. Turbid tears rolled down his wrinkled cheeks. He beat his chest with his fists as he wept, as if truly repentant for all his past deeds. Yet Madara's heart remained utterly unmoved. He even felt a hint of amusement. He possessed neither the Kodoame Tsukumi, nor was he named Naruto Uzumaki. If a few words could make Danzo repent, he would rather believe that Kagaya secretly harbored a crush on him. Even a certain black-clad phantom thief squad had to steal the target's distorted desires before making them repent. How could his words work faster than stealing those desires? Watching Danzo's theatrical performance, Madara felt as if he were watching a circus clown, and a free one at that. After a while of wailing, Danzo, receiving no response, peeked through his half-closed eyes while beating his chest. Seeing no reaction, he stopped, his face flushed with embarrassment. After all, to make the act more convincing, every strike he delivered to his chest was genuine. At nearly 60 years old, Danzo's chest was already aching from those blows. No matter how desperate he was, Danzo wouldn't truly sacrifice his life for a performance. Seeing that his pity act failed, he quickly devised another scheme. Danzo took a deep breath, silently pulled a gleaming kunai from his robes, and his eyes were filled with reluctance, as if he were prepared to face death. Since you refuse to forgive me, I am willing to prove my loyalty to Konoha with my life. I only ask that after my death you leave me here to die with dignity. He aimed the kunai at his abdomen, attempting to emulate Hashirama's past example, using suicide to demonstrate his sincerity. But unfortunately, if Danzo hadn't hidden his right eye, it might have been more convincing. However, he had already covered it, indicating that he had transplanted a Sharingan for himself. Danzo's little tricks could not escape Madara's eyes. He saw through the plan, at once feign death with the Izanagi, then revive after the others left. using the Izanagi to fake death and resurrect after others departed. This trick had already been used by Uchiha Madara himself. It could only fool an honest, unsuspecting man like Hashirama. But unfortunately the person he faced was not the honest and kind-hearted Hashirama Senju, but the intelligence master of all Hokage information. Uchiha Madara. Danzo's character was extremely vile, even more so than Orochimaru, who had killed his master. Though Orochimaru was also an ambitious, ruthless, and self-centered individual, he was not entirely devoid of emotions. For instance, toward his former student Anko Mitarashi, he had shown leniency on multiple occasions. When planning to defect from Konoha, he asked Anko if she wanted to accompany him, and after being refused, he simply told her to forget everything about him. During the Chunin exams, Anko attempted to use the double suicide technique against Orochimaru's clone, but Orochimaru's real body appeared and stopped her from sacrificing herself with the clone. As long as it didn't interfere with his plans, Orochimaru still displayed a trace of humanity. As for the Orochimaru revived in the later stages of the Fourth Shinobi World War, he had become a complete goofball. Moreover, even after his redemption, he never abandoned his scientific pursuits. In the Boruto era, while everyone else aged, he grew younger. Even Tsunade had only managed to halt aging through the 100 healings technique. By comparison, Danzo looked even more like a clown. He was inferior to Orochimaru in ninjutsu talent, inferior in scientific research, and didn't even live as long. Even in the matter of replacing body parts, Danzo was outdone by Orochimaru, who simply replaced his entire body, achieving a form of immortality in a sense. Thinking of this, Madara's gaze toward Danzo carried a hint of pity. How miserable. He had poured out both money and effort, toiled for years in human experimentation, ruined the reputation he had built over half a lifetime, only to have Orochimaru snatch away the fruits of his labor. Danzo was extremely uncomfortable. He had put on a show of sacrificing himself to atone, but the man before him hardly reacted, just staring at him, without a word, leaving him in an awkward position. The kunai was stuck, neither stabbed nor withdrawn. He was caught in an unbearable limbo. Go ahead, stab. Why don't you? I'm waiting. Don't worry, I'll be sure to return your eye to the Uchiha clan. Madara was not swayed in the slightest by Danzo's act. He ruthlessly exposed the secret Danzo had hidden for years. Most people seeing his bandaged face assumed he was injured, but only he knew the truth. Danzo was shocked. A fine layer of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. No one should have known the secret of his right eye. The witnesses at the scene had all been dealt with. His mind raced back through his past experiences, trying to recall where he had revealed a flaw. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine who could have discovered this secret hidden for years. To hide this eye, Danzo had truly sacrificed one of his own. After the successful transplant, he never showed it to anyone. Except for periodic replacements, he never removed the bandage, even when bathing or sleeping. Logically, no one should have found out. Could he have talked in his sleep one night, and someone overheard? Impossible. He always checked his surroundings before sleeping, and he never talked in his sleep. Even if someone possessed precognition, it would be more believable than him talking in his sleep. At the start of the Boruto story, Orochimaru was already 70 years old, not in physical age. Now that Boruto has progressed to the youth arc, Orochimaru is at least 74. Although Danzo lived 4 years longer than Hiruzen, he died at 73, unfortunately surpassed by Orochimaru in terms of age. Considering his now perfected artificial human technology, it is highly suspected that Orochimaru will still look the same when everyone else has died of old age. Science is indeed the primary productive force. Lady Snake not only grows younger, but can even perform parthenogenesis directly, creating Mitsuki, who is born with Sage Mode. What surprised? How does it feel to have a secret you've carefully guarded suddenly discovered? Madara felt as if he had been possessed by some Uchiha clan members' Chinibyu, and he couldn't help but want to show off a little. What you say, he's from the Uchiha clan? True enough. Then his current behavior suddenly makes perfect sense. No Uchiha can resist the temptation to show off. Every Uchiha of any renown, every single one, was a seasoned connoisseur of mischief, and they were constantly covering their faces and laughing uproariously. Only a rare few were exceptions. Take Shursui Uchiha, for example, possessor of the strongest Genjutsu, and one of the Uchiha clan's many geniuses whose eyes had more presence than the man himself. Danzo's hand clenched tightly around his kunai, his face flickering through one expression after another, as though he might explode at any moment. You. Just who on earth are you? Curious, frightened, and desperate to silence me. Am I right? Madara cut Danzo off before he could finish. He had wanted to do this for a long time, and now he had finally caught the opportunity. Fine, I surrender. Take me to see Hiruzen. Danzo's shoulders sagged as if he were resigned to being captured. As Madara walked toward him, he silently counted down the seconds until Danzo attacked. 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, when Madara had closed to about 10 paces, Danzo's mouth opened in an instant, and several wind blades as sharp as sickle weasels burst forth, cutting through the air toward Madara. Wind released vacuum serial waves. Madara could not be bothered to dodge. He stamped the ground, and a wall woven from trees erupted from the earth before him. Danzo's wind release left only a few scars of varying depth on its surface. Seeing Madara use wood release only made Danzo panic even more. He was fighting the first Hokage. Was this really happening? But he had already made his move, and there was no turning back. He had no choice but to steel himself and keep fighting. Danzo bit his finger, dipped his palm in blood, and slapped it onto the ground. A complex pattern like a spiderweb spread out while thick smoke enveloped the surroundings. As the smoke cleared, a creature resembling an orange elephant stood in the same spot. Baku Danzo's contracted summoned a legendary beast said to feed on nightmares. Oh. Letting out a long drawn-out cry, Baku opened its enormous mouth, and a tremendous suction force began drawing everything around it into its maw. Rubble, books, hanging scrolls, sofas, tables, cabinets. Anything that wasn't fixed down was mercilessly sucked into its gullet. Even the wooden wall that had just risen began to show cracks. How did Sasuke deal with this elephant back then anyway? If I remember correctly, he sent it back with one great fireball. Replicating that should work too. Hashirama and Madara both possessed all 5 chakra nature transformations. The only difference was that Hashirama lacked the power of Yin, while Madara had lacked the power of Yang before he transplanted Hashirama's cells. But since he had transformed into Hashirama, he had to stay true to that persona and solve the problem in a more Hashirama-like way. For instance, would release wood dragon technique. A massive dragon formed from wood burst out of the ground. Born by Baku's suction, it closed in and rapidly coiled around the beast. As it bound Baku, it also began drawing chakra from within its body without pause. Baku struggled with all its might, but the wood dragon only coiled tighter. Forced to stop devouring, the huge beast began rolling across the ground, yet still could not escape the dragon's grip. Danzo grew anxious. Why did this creature always let him down at the critical moment? He had expected Baku to rescue him, but now he had to rescue Baku first. Wind release vacuum blade. Danzo poured chakra into the kunai in his hand, and a blade formed purely of wind release chakra extended from it. He swung out a storm of sword aura, tearing a mass of gaping wounds into the wood dragon. But unfortunately, the wood dragon was not a living thing and felt no pain at all. Moreover, compared with its colossal frame, those wounds were nothing short of negligible. After being attacked, the wood dragon did not loosen its hold. Instead, it only quickened its absorption of chakra. Baku shot Danzo a glare that was almost human. That bastard never called for it during the good times. He only summoned it when he ran into enemies. Better yet, every single opponent was troublesome, and this time the foe even knew would release. Wait, would release. Baku suddenly realized what was wrong. Since the first Hokage's death, no would release user had ever appeared again. So who was it fighting now? The instant it recognized Madara, Baku immediately dispersed the summoning technique and vanished in a cloud of smoke. No way. It hadn't gotten a clear look earlier, but now it saw that its opponent was none other than Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. It was still young and had no desire to die anytime soon. It certainly wasn't about to throw its life away for a scumbag like Danzo. Danzo had only become more intolerable over the years. Why should it risk its life for him? Bastard. Seeing Baku vanish into smoke in an instant, Danzo understood that the creature was afraid of trouble and had taken the initiative to dissolve the summoning technique and flee. He never should have coveted Baku's power and formed a contract with such a disobedient summon. If he had known, he would have found something easier to control, like a Kamaitachi. Tisk tisk, Danzo. You truly are a miserable failure as a person. Even your own summoned beast is unwilling to look after you. Seems you don't usually treat it well. Madara's taunt sounded at precisely the right moment, adding frost to Danzo's already foul mood. Danzo even began to wonder whether the first Hokage in the Pure Land had grown tired of his wickedness and come back to settle accounts. In most cases, Madara would show his opponent a certain degree of respect and refrain from mockery. But the one standing opposite him now was Danzo. And what was Danzo? A notorious behind-the-scenes mastermind of the shinobi world, a professional scapegoat. Cursing Danzo was practically an act of merit. The things he had done deserved such abuse. Nailing him to a textbook and condemning him for decades wouldn't be too much. With Baku gone, the wood dragon coiled around it also vanished. The scene returned once more to a one-on-one confrontation between Danzo and Madara. By now, the sweat on Danzo's head was almost enough to form a waterfall. Danzo still had a fairly clear understanding of his own abilities. On his own, it would be absolutely impossible for him to defeat the first Hokage. If he possessed such strength, he would have kicked Hiruzen aside and become Hokage himself long ago. At this point, only one option remained. Danzo pressed a red switch hidden in the office wall, and a small door at once appeared in the middle of the wall. He immediately jumped into it. This hidden passage had originally been prepared by Danzo as a means of escape if Hiruzen ever discovered his experiments. He never imagined it would actually come in handy today. Fortunately, he had arranged for Kino to train outside. If he had kept Kino en route, the years he had invested in those experiments would have been nothing but wasted. As Danzo fell through the passage, he felt some relief. The impure world reincarnation technique could last only a limited time, and while the base was certainly beyond salvaging after being turned upside down like that, as long as he was alive, root would still exist. Even if his manpower had suffered heavy losses once he escaped and gathered back the members who were out in the field or who had left route, he would still be the darkness of Konoha. The wandering Miko seemed to be running an orphanage in Konoha now, didn't she? That woman had always had too much kindness to spare. When the time came, all he had to do was threaten those orphans, and she would obediently come back to work for him. Though she was not ruthless enough, Nono was indeed an excellent spy ninja. He could send her to a Wagakure later. No, that was wrong. First, she had to find out who had used impure world reincarnation to resurrect the first Hokage. If the impure world reincarnation technique ever fell into outsiders' hands, every powerful figure who had died in the ninja world could be revived. Resurrecting merely 2 or 3 Kage-level warriors would be enough to give Konoha a splitting headache. Lord Tobirama truly was something. Such a dangerous and difficult forbidden technique. Couldn't you have destroyed the scroll before you died? Now we juniors have to clean up after you. Even while fleeing, Danzo could not stop himself from grumbling about his teacher. Of the jutsu Tobirama had created, almost all except water release were forbidden arts, and few people in the entire Konoha could master the scrolls he had left behind. Soon a white light appeared before Danzo's eyes, and he could already see the exit of the escape route. He could not help but burst into laughter. So what if he was the first Hokage? He still couldn't keep me here. There's no way he could have gotten ahead of me and waited at the exit. As soon as the words left his mouth, the voice he dreaded sounded with perfect timing. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Madara kept his disguise, standing by the exit with a calm, carefree expression, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Before Danzo escaped, Madara had deliberately stuck a seed to his clothing. Through his connection with that seed, he had easily located Danzo's escape route, and was waiting at the entrance before Danzo could emerge. Danzo's expression turned incredibly sour in an instant. He was truly out of trump cards now. To prevent infiltration, the escape tunnel had been designed so that people could leave, but not enter. He now had absolutely no way out. Madara also found it a headache. Danzo was as slippery as a loach, nearly impossible to catch. And the chakra Tobi could provide was not unlimited. If not for wood release absorbing chakra, Madara would probably be as drained as Yamato right now. To be fair, it wasn't as if he planned to kill Danzo right now. Danzo still had value. At the very least, he had to live until the end of the Third Shinobi World War, and until Kabuto had been taken into the orphanage. Everything about Kabuto before the adoption was a complete blank. Apart from silver gray hair, he had no distinctive features, no known name, no known origin, no known location. Nothing at all. To find Kabuto Yakushi in the Land of Fire, the largest nation in the shinobi world, relying only on silver gray hair as the sole clue, the odds were probably lower than him randomly buying a lottery ticket and winning the grand prize. Besides, Kakashi's hair was silver gray too. Did that mean Kakashi's true identity was Kabuto Yakushi? Not to mention that Kabuto was probably only 4 or 5 years old at this point. Even if they found him, what use would it be? Was he supposed to teach Kabuto Senjutsu himself? If Kabuto could not learn Senjutsu, then only 2 abilities remained to him: espionage and medical ninjutsu, and neither was of any use to Madara. With Hashirama's cells transplanted into his body, Kabuto's natural recovery was already extremely strong. Most medical jutsu couldn't heal him any faster than he healed on his own. As for espionage, that was even more useless. Madara already had the entire script. What intelligence did he need? Of course, letting Danzo live a while longer did not mean Madara would simply let him walk away. At the very least, Danzo would have to leave something behind as a memento. Hand it over. Danzo was puzzled. He wasn't carrying anything valuable on him. What was he supposed to hand over? The eye you stole from the Uchiha clan. Hand it over. Danzo instinctively covered his right eye. The Uchiha had not yet gone through the Nine Tails incident and the night of the massacre, so Sharingan weren't something available in bulk. This 3-tomo eye had been obtained only with great difficulty from a certain Uchiha who had died in battle. For the sake of that eye, he had even gone specially to Fugaku to apologize, saying that the clansmen had been killed by enemies who had taken the body. He had tried everything to retrieve the corpse, but the eyes had been destroyed by the enemy. Of course, the truth was that he had fed information to enemy ninja of a Wagakure and lured that Uchiha into their trap. Only after the man had fought to the death did Danzo finally arrive late to the scene to claim the spoils of victory. What if I refuse? Danzo valued his life, but he really was reluctant to give up the Sharingan like that. After all, a 3-tomo Sharingan was not easy to find. Madara let out a soft sigh. Then I'll have to get it myself. The process might be a bit rough. I hope you'll spare yourself the trouble. Danzo knew he could not get through this day without shedding blood. He unwound the bandage and revealed the Sharingan he had been hiding all along. In that vivid red right eye flickered a sorrowful gleam. With a low, muffled groan, Danzo shoved his right hand into his eye socket, seized the Sharingan, and wrenched it out. Blood burst from the socket and streamed down his cheek. As befit a veteran shinobi of the old generation, Danzo had an astonishing capacity for endurance. Digging his own eye out without even anesthesia, he did not utter a single cry throughout. Only a few muffled groans. It was just a pity the times weren't right. Had it been the Warring States period, Danzo would definitely have earned himself a title. something like the one-eyed dragon. Covering his bleeding right eye, Danzo shot Madara a venomous glare. Whether this man really was the first Hokage or not, at least he could use wood release, and his strength was unmistakably above Danzo's. He was definitely no nameless nobody. Looking at the Sharingan in his hand, as clear and red as crystal, Danzo's heart was heavy beyond words. This was a 3-tomo Sharingan capable of casting as an Aji. Roughly speaking, that was one extra life. It was as if he had already died once. Today was a huge loss. The Sharingan was fine, but life mattered more. Whether to lose one life or two, Danzo could still tell the difference. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the Sharingan to Madara. Madara caught the Sharingan, confirmed that it was genuine, and nodded. I'll give you one last chance. If you are willing to atone for the past, I'll let you go after this. Danzo's face darkened. A flicker of rage passed through his remaining left eye, but in the end, he only gave a cold snort before turning to leave, leaving behind a somewhat desolate silhouette. After confirming that Danzo had walked far away, Madara dispelled the transformation jutsu. As a cloud of white smoke rose, he returned to his original appearance. When transformed into Hashirama, he always felt the need to keep up the dignified bearing of the first Hokage. He couldn't be as carefree and sloppy as the real Hashirama. After all, the Hashirama of everyday life showed little of the god of shinobi's presence. He just looked like a big simpleton. Incidentally, the last line Madara had said to Danzo was not wholly a lie. If Danzo were to turn over a new leaf today, immediately disbanding the rude organization, and from then on faithfully serving as the Hokage's aide, Madara would not go out of his way to trouble him. Because if one insisted on putting it that way, Danzo's actions had indeed been driven by his own motives, and had violated basic human decency, but they had to a certain extent advanced the ninja world's scientific development. Though his faults outweighed his contributions, there was still a little positive value in them. So if he were truly willing to repent, stop all inhumane experiments, and cease harming his own people, Madara would consider sparing his life afterward. Of course, that only meant not killing him. His past crimes still had to be made known, the penalties he deserved still had to be administered, and the victims still had to be compensated. Each debt had to be settled on its own, the two must not be muddled together. Of course, the probability of Danzo actually reforming was even lower than the probability of Kaguya suddenly leaping out of the moon, falling in love with him at first sight, and making him Black Zetsu's stepfather. The situation just now had been too solemn, so Toby had not dared to speak. Only now, with no one else around, did it finally dare to talk to Madara. Old man, that one-eyed guy really looks like someone who holds a grudge. Is it really all right not to chase him down and finish him off? It's fine. A person must keep their word. Since I said I would let him off, there is no reason to go back on it. It's good that he holds grudges. That way next time he comes looking for trouble, I'll have no reason to let him leave. But I don't seem to be a person. Do I have to keep my word too? Madara was a bit speechless. Why did this Toby act like such a contrarian? For every word Madara said, it came right back with a retort. Was it because Madara had been too gentle, or were all White Zetsu just the type to have a screw loose? When I said a person, it's just a term. It doesn't necessarily mean a human being. It can be a summoning beast, a White Zetsu, or anything else. The point is what you say must be done. Understand? I more or less get it. Toby nodded as though half understanding. But I still think directly killing him would be simpler and would settle everything once and for all. This is where you don't get it. If I kill him, now no one will know what he did. Instead, he'll be turned into a hero who died a glorious death. We need to let people know what he did and strip away his reputation. That will make him suffer more than death. Reputation. What is that? Can it be eaten? Is it good? No, it can't be eaten. Madara felt that this guy would give him a stroke sooner or later. What had Kaguya been thinking back then, planning to rely on the White Zetsu to fend off the Otsutsuki descending from the sky? Was she relying on their mouths to annoy the enemy to death? If you shut up now. If I don't tell you to speak, you're not allowed to speak. Otherwise, I'll throw you back into the cave and hang you up, and from now on, all you can do is watch other people have fun. Hey, don't do that. I'll just say fewer things from now on, all right? If I never get to speak, I'll be suffocated to death. At least when other people are around, you're not allowed to speak. Got it? All right, then I'll sleep for now. Just come look for me if something comes up. Although it was not the first time, Madara still could not adapt to Toby's strange way of thinking. It seemed interested in everything, yet also interested in nothing. It was hard for any normal person to follow a White Zetsu's mind, whom dealing with Danzo had taken up a fair amount of time. Now he had to go to the hospital to visit Kakashi, who had suffered a localized attack. If he could also run into Minato on the way, that would mean all 4 members of Team Minato had been greeted. Madara arrived at the hospital, asked a passing nurse which ward Kakashi was in, and walked straight over. When he pushed open the door, Kakashi was lying on the bed with a helpless expression, while Rin, Obito, Minato, and Kushina were all beside him. I told you I'm fine. I was just pranked by someone. I don't need to be hospitalized. Let me get up. Kakashi was not used to being surrounded by so much concern, especially when there was nothing wrong with him. He had already been completely awake when he reached the hospital entrance. Who could have expected that guy, as soon as he entered the hospital, would burst into tears and hug the doctor, shouting something like, "As my eternal rival, you absolutely cannot die here," and other words of that kind. The doctor had momentarily believed Kakashi was at death's door. He wheeled him into the emergency room on a gurney, searched for a long time without finding a wound, and assumed his own skill was lacking. He even nearly sent a flying message to ask the traveling Princess Tsunade to come back and perform surgery on him. Kakashi had to explain again and again before the doctor was finally convinced he was not at death's door, nor was it a final burst of life before death. It was simply that Guy had exaggerated ridiculously. He still could not forget that doctor's expression, a mixture of doubt and relief. In the end, the doctor expressionlessly applied medicine to his buttocks and had him stay in bed for half a month. It was not an injury from the 1,000 years of death. Rather, it was a muscle strain caused by long-term training, so he needed time for his muscles to recover. But come to think of it, the 1,000 years of death was a taijutsu created by his father. Apart from himself, there should not have been many who knew it. So who exactly had played a prank on him? Kakashi, don't try to be tough. The doctor said you need to rest well. It's because you're always so hard on yourself that you suddenly collapsed this time. Kushina pushed Kakashi back down, just as he was about to get up. She nagged him like an old mother, then caught sight of Obito snickering beside Rin, and her eyebrows immediately shot up. And you, Obito, how many times have I told you? When something happens, you come and find us. If Rin hadn't come running over, I wouldn't even have known that Kakashi was hospitalized. Obito catching strays. What does this have to do with me too? Alright, they didn't do it on purpose. Kushina, don't lecture them anymore. It happened out of nowhere, and besides. A handsome blonde-haired young man was playing peacemaker on the side. None other than Minato Namikaze, still in his youth before he had become the 4th Hokage. At that moment, Madara happened to push the door open and walk in. Seeing so many people in the room, his brain short-circuited for a moment. Every one of the people present was a heavyweight figure in the future. There were respectively the 4th Hokage, the 6th Hokage, the mother of the 7th Hokage, the one who would ignite the 4th Shinobi World War, and that igniter's unrequited love. If the one who had just walked in were also counted, then rounding everything up, this hospital room was roughly equivalent to a miniature 4th Shinobi World War. Sudden realization. It was only after killing his partner, returning to Kirigakure to kill the traitorous Fuguki Suikezen, discovering that the Mizukage was under someone's control, and feeling that everything was false, that Kisame joined the Akatsuki. The one controlling the Mizukage was Obito. At this point in time, Kisame seemed to still be serving in Kirigakure's Anbu. Why not lure him over as a partner? Elder, who are you looking for? Minato was somewhat taken aback. Did Kakashi actually know another Uchiha besides Obito? Still, he didn't recall ever having seen this elder of the Uchiha clan before. Before Madara could say anything, Obito cut in. Grandpa, you're here to see Kakashi too. Obito, is he someone you know? Minato turned his head. As a fellow Uchiha, it was only natural that Obito would know this unfamiliar elder of the Uchiha clan. Obito scratched his nose. I know him, sure, but I only met him recently. He's the clan leader's granduncle, and just moved back to Konoha not long ago. Minato blinked in a dazed, almost boyish way. So this was an Uchiha who had settled outside Konoha. No wonder he didn't recognize him. Madara curved the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. That he supposed counted as a greeting. I recognize you. You're Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. I mean the disciple of Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin, right? I've heard about you. You're a truly outstanding man. Minato scratched his head. Even an old man who had just returned to Konoha had heard of him. Could it be that he was actually famous somewhere he didn't know about? Ha, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary Konoha ninja. Nothing special about me. If he hadn't read the script, Madara might almost have believed Minato's modest nonsense. Yes, the man who had mastered and improved the Flying Thunder God technique left behind by the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju, who had already created the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan in his youth, and who would soon become famous throughout the ninja world under the name Yellow Flash, was just an ordinary ninja. That was on par with his future son Naruto Uzumaki declaring that he was not good at lecturing people. If Minato Namikaze counted as an ordinary Konoha ninja, then there were only 2 possibilities. Either Konoha was a secret gathering place of the Otsutsuki, and ordinary meant Kaga level, or Konoha's definition of ordinary was the exact opposite of Madara's. Perhaps because he had just returned from a mission, Minato was still dressed in that blue form-fitting outfit with a green jonin vest. He looked refreshingly neat, yet Madara could not shake a strange feeling. How should he put it? He felt as though this version of Minato might shout, Rasengan, at any moment, and charge over to land a heavy hit on him. Madara quickly shook his head, driving out some unpleasant memories. He wasn't Obito. How could he possibly end up on the receiving end of a Rasengan shoved into his face by Minato? If you ask me, the 3rd Hokage is already quite old. Once this great war is over, they'll have to start choosing the 4th Hokage. I think you have a good chance. Minato had never been thick-skinned. Hearing such high praise, he couldn't help scratching his head a little awkwardly. You're exaggerating. I haven't made any significant contribution to the village. How could I possibly become Hokage? In my opinion, Lord Orochimaru is more likely to be the next Hokage. Well, what a coincidence. Orochimaru thought so too. Madara glanced at Kushina with an enigmatic half-smile, then turned back to Minato. No contribution? I wouldn't say that. Isn't calming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki a contribution? Minato was startled. This man had seen through Kushina's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at their very first meeting. He knew that at the time of the handover between the two Jinchuriki, only a handful of Konoha's higher-ups had known the truth. Most people had been kept completely in the dark. Even Jiraiya, his master the Toad Sage, and one of the three Sannin, did not know about it. If Minato were not Kushina's husband, he would never have known either. Unlike the other villages which regarded their Jinchuriki and tailed beasts as weapons of war, Konoha preferred to keep the Nine-Tails in a relatively peaceful environment so that external stimulation would not cause it to break the seal. This elder before him had actually seen straight through to the Nine-Tails sealed inside Kushina's body. He was certainly no ordinary person. As Minato thought this, his gaze grew sharp and his hand unconsciously moved toward his waist. Madara noticed Minato's movement, but paid it no mind. Instead, he walked over to Kakashi's bedside and turned his back on Minato with complete ease, because Minato was not Danzo. He would never do something like launch a surprise attack from behind. Kakashi, is your body all right? Kakashi, whose lower body was wrapped up like a mummy, silently glanced at Madara. For some reason, he had a feeling that this old man was the one who had ambushed him. There was no evidence, but the feeling was simply there. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Kakashi had already lost count of how many times he'd said that today. Still, since the other person was showing concern, and he wasn't gravely wounded or unconscious, he couldn't exactly stay silent. You? What was it you, sir, wanted to ask earlier? Kakashi was somewhat grasping for conversation. It was quite rare for him to take the initiative to speak to Madara. Oh, nothing special. I simply wanted to tell you one thing. Your father was a wonderful man. It was the name of ninja that was unworthy of him, not the other way around. You knew my father too? Kakashi's eyes widened. He had never heard his father mention having acquaintances in the Uchiha clan. To be precise, most Uchiha did not particularly like ninja from common backgrounds like his father. Knew him? Of course I knew him. Madara gave a mysterious smile. Wasn't knowing someone from one side still knowing them. If he were still alive, he would definitely be proud to have a son like you. Kakashi looked at the old man in front of him with surprise. All along, the village's view of his father had been an almost one-sided condemnation. He had abandoned the mission, brought loss to the village, and was a useless excuse for a ninja. Even the teammate his father had saved had turned around and blamed him, saying that he had taken the mission too lightly and was unworthy of being called a ninja. In the end, crushed by the unbearable pressure, his father had taken his own life at home 2 years ago. Kakashi's expression suddenly darkened. Ever since then, he had kept silently telling himself that a ninja should be devoid of emotions, place the mission above all else, and never become someone like his father. But as he looked at the other members of Team Minato nearby, his gaze softened a little. He had always thought that way, but after a few years in Team Minato, his stance had unknowingly softened. He now felt that he understood a little of what his father had thought back then. Comrades, after all, were not something one could simply abandon at will. And he could understand why his father, always so strong, had been unable to withstand a few accusations from his comrade. After hearing Madara's words, he tightened his hand involuntarily and asked Madara a question that had troubled him for years. Are ninja human beings or weapons? Between the mission and one's comrades, which is truly more important? Madara was somewhat surprised. Kakashi had actually started talking to him of his own accord. Could it be that he really had a talent for talk no jutsu? Fortunately, he had long been prepared for such questions. As a righteous character, this was naturally the time to say something noble and upstanding to build a good image for himself. He certainly couldn't say that ninja were weapons and that missions came before comrades, could he? Generally speaking, people who said such things ended up in one of only two outcomes. Either they were redeemed and became someone who cherished bonds more than anyone else, or they were not redeemed and got killed off at some point. But he was a man who planned to live at least until Boruto came to an end before dying. How could he leave the stage so early? Ninja are human too. Clans that were originally strangers or even at odds with each other joined together, and only then could a village be established. If ninja were all weapons, then I'm afraid even now ninja would still be fighting each other over the hatred between clans. Completing missions is for better protecting the villagers, but if you can't even protect the comrades beside you, then what meaning is there in completing missions? A failed mission will indeed bring losses to the village, but those can be made up for. If a comrade dies, however, no matter what you do, it can never be changed. As long as you yourself will not regret it, no matter which choice you make, it is the right one. There has never been any absolutely right choice in this world. You only need to listen to the voice in your own heart. The conviction in Kakashi's heart wavered even more. Father. Back then it had been his own choice. In order to save his comrade, he had been willing to break the village's rule that forbade abandoning missions. He must have been tormented inside back then too. But even knowing that he would surely be blamed by the villagers after giving up the mission, even knowing that his comrade might not appreciate the gesture, he still chose to do it. In the past, Kakashi had always believed that his father's choice was utterly foolish. As a genius whose strength surpassed the Sannin, he had actually abandoned a mission for the sake of saving a single comrade, causing his reputation in the village to plummet. The so-called comrade who had turned around and bitten him only strengthened that belief. So-called ninja were all cold-blooded weapons, heartless and devoid of loyalty. They only needed to complete their missions, and emotions were nothing but unnecessary burdens. That was how it should have been in theory. But Minato-sensei, his wife, Kushina Ringai, and Obito, they all seemed different from other people. They did not think that his father's actions had been wrong. The expression beneath Kakashi's mask kept changing. Sometimes it was confused, sometimes relieved. In that short span of time, a fierce inner struggle was raging in his mind. Finally, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze had become brighter than ever before. He nodded to Madara. "Thank you for your answer. I think I have found my answer." Minato was delighted. He had always been worried about Kakashi's state of mind. His father's past experience had caused Kakashi to seal off his own heart, unwilling to open it to anyone. Even though his experiences and his team over the past few years had allowed him to lower his guard a little, the pain of the past still lingered on the boy, making him appear extremely cold toward the outside world. This stranger from the Uchiha clan seemed to bear no hostility toward them, and had even taken the initiative to counsel Kakashi through his psychological wounds. As Minato thought this, the hand he had kept tense relaxed again. Rin blinked. So it was because of his father that Kakashi had always acted so cold. No wonder every time she showed concern for him, he would awkwardly push her away. Obito could relate deeply to what Madara had just said. It felt like words from his own heart. He had no deep memories of his parents because they had died in war very early. Young Obito had been raised by the village elders, and that was why he had developed the habit of gladly helping others. He had always thought that Kakashi, a genius since childhood, could never understand the troubles of an ordinary person like himself. He had never once considered what kind of past Kakashi bore on his shoulders. The father he had always been proud of was blamed by his village comrades. The comrade he had sacrificed everything to save showed not the slightest gratitude, and he had witnessed his father take his own life before his eyes. Few people could truly accept such an ending. Obito silently took Kakashi's hand. As a comrade, this was the time for him to support Kakashi. Among everyone present, only Kushina remained silent, because most of her attention was currently occupied wrestling the nine tails inside her body. Inside the mindscape, Kurama, its four limbs firmly bound by four thick golden chains, was struggling with all its might. In its scarlet eyes flickered fury and a sliver of unease. It thrashed its body wildly, trying to break free from the adamantine sealing chains. The chains trembled violently, as if they would snap the very next moment. Kushina had no choice but to keep reinforcing the seal to prevent the nine tails from escaping her body. She tried to calm Kurama with words. "Nine tails, what has gotten into you? Weren't you perfectly fine just now? If there's something you want, you can bring it up. The village will do its best to satisfy you." "What do I want? I want freedom," the nine tails roared. "I've had enough of being sealed inside a human body. I clearly haven't done anything wrong. Sorry, but your power is too great. The villagers will fear you. I have no way to set you free." Kushina's words seemed to strike a nerve in Kurama. It immediately flew into a rage, and the adamantine sealing chains had even developed cracks from its violent pulling. "Too powerful. That bastard Hashirama said the same thing back then, and then he sealed me with a single slap. You call that too powerful?" Back then it had been quietly resting in the mountains when that bastard Madara Uchiha came over and simply said, "Obey me." Before it could say anything, it lost consciousness in an instant. When it regained consciousness, its body was inexplicably covered in a large number of wounds. Before it could do anything, it heard that fellow Hashirama Senju saying that it was too dangerous and could not be allowed to roam free, and then it fell asleep again. When it woke up again, it had already been sealed inside that woman Mito Uzumaki. From being controlled by Madara to fight Hashirama to being sealed inside Mito, Kurama's total waking time had not exceeded half an hour. It would be a wonder if it did not harbor deep resentment toward humans. Kushina barely maintained the seal while continuing to calm the nine tails. "Nine tails, calm down first. If there's anything you want, we can discuss it. But you have to stop now, or I'll have no choice but to use force." However, the nine tails was no longer listening. It had had enough of human lies and enough of being restrained. It only wanted to escape from this damned seal, and then take revenge on these damned humans. Now Kurama harbors no favorable impression of humans, only disgust and hatred. Decades ago, before the outbreak of the Beast Rebellion, Kurama was still living his carefree days in the wilderness, awaiting the arrival of the fated one mentioned by the Sage of Six Paths. At that time, Kumogakure attempted to capture the nine tails while it was still wild, assembling a sizable force led by the newly renowned brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The outcome was inevitable. The unit suffered heavy casualties and was forced to retreat. The leading brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku were swallowed into the belly of the enraged nine tails after the sudden attack. However, as a beast of natural energy, Kurama had no need for regular sustenance. When he swallowed Kinkaku and Ginkaku, he did not bother to chew, allowing them to fall intact into his stomach. He initially thought such mere humans would starve within a month and paid no further attention to them. Little did he know that these two brothers were more terrifying than the tailed beast itself. They began devouring Kurama's flesh from within his stomach, feasting for a full half-month. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, Kurama spat them out. From this, Kinkaku and Ginkaku managed to steal a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra. Empowered by the treasures passed down by the Sage of Six Paths and the Nine-Tails chakra, they were honored as the two lights of the clouds. That was Kurama's first close encounter with humans since leaving the Sage of Six Paths, and the result was nothing short of unpleasant. Not only did they attack him without reason, but they even dared to devour his flesh. The tailed beast had yet to eat humans, yet humans had already eaten the tailed beast. Where was the justice? Later, Uchiha Madara sought him out, forcibly controlling the Nine Tails with his Sharingan to battle Hashirama Senju. By the time Kurama regained his senses, Hashirama's massive hand was already upon his head. Thus, the Nine Tails was absurdly sealed within Mito Uzumaki's body for decades, forced to observe the world solely through the senses of its Jinchuriki. After enduring until Mito was on the verge of death, another Uzumaki appeared, and he might face another few decades of confinement. Rather than saying Kurama is irritable and quick-tempered, it would be more accurate to say that under these circumstances, it would be strange if he were not enraged. The hatred within him surged forth, endlessly, rapidly corroding the chains of the adamantine sealing chains. Kushina was forced into a tug-of-war with the Nine Tails. Though the Uzumaki clan was naturally endowed with extraordinary chakra reserves, they still paled in comparison to the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Cracks gradually widened on the chains. As Kurama struggled relentlessly, more and more links broke, as if they might snap at any moment. To the others in the real world, it appeared as if Kushina's body suddenly emanated the chakra of the Nine Tails, and everyone present could feel the malice emanating from the tailed beast. Although Kakashi and the others had heard from Minato about Kushina being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, witnessing an attempt by the tailed beast to break free was a first for them. Still children at the time, they stood frozen in place. Only Minato and Madara reacted swiftly, placing their hands on Kushina's shoulders simultaneously. Minato was a bit bewildered. What was happening? He had experienced several of the Nine Tails rampages, and was thus seasoned, reacting quickly. But why was this old man so fast? Nevertheless, urgency overrode all else. The Nine Tails chakra was already taking shape behind Kushina. Any further delay risked her losing control. Mikoto, the wife of Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, had a good relationship with Kushina. Since he was an elder she trusted, he would likely not harm Kushina. Minato whispered, "Please lend me your aid." Madara raised his free hand with a thumbs up. "Rest assured, I promise to seal the Nine Tails tightly." Minato assumed Madara was joking, for even Lady Mito, the wife of Hashirama, dared not casually use the Nine Tails power, fearing it might break the seal one day. Could this old man be more skilled in sealing techniques than Lady Mito, or perhaps powerful enough to match the first Hokage and seal the Nine Tails effortlessly? Minato chuckled at the thought. How could that be possible? Madara, however, was not overthinking. He simply wanted a glimpse of Kurama. Having a rare opportunity, he could not let it slip. After all, he could hardly ask, "Kushina, may I inject my chakra into your body?" That would surely be deemed perverted. So before Naruto's birth, the only pretext he had to see the beast's true form was to suppress the Nine Tails. With their own agendas, the two simultaneously channeled their chakra into Kushina's body, successfully entering her mental space. Within the mental space, Kurama, on the verge of breaking free from the chains, sensed the approach of two forces and accelerated his destruction of the seal. Though he did not recognize the other chakra, he knew Minato's signature. Whenever this man arrived, he would be sealed away again for a long time. Roar! Kurama bellowed, furiously attacking the chains in a desperate attempt to shatter the seal before Minato arrived. Kushina struggled to maintain her hold, her chakra nearly depleted. At that moment, a voice rang out from above, "Gale's Super Flash Spiral Sphere." A golden-haired youth appeared abruptly mid-air, hurling a massive Rasengan toward Kurama. "Minato, what took you so long?" Kushina complained. The Nine Tails had erupted with unprecedented power, and she had nearly been forced into a rampage. Sorry. I was thinking about something and delayed a bit." Minato scratched his head apologetically. Normally, he should have sensed the Nine Tails seal disturbance immediately. Perhaps the recent string of battles had dulled his focus. What about Madara? He was watching the future fourth Hokage battle the Nine Tails from a first-person perspective, almost wishing he had a bag of melon seeds to snack on. It wasn't that he liked to slack off. He simply wanted to leave the heroic rescue to Minato, strengthening the bond between the couple. He could not steal the spotlight. Yet Minato was truly a naming genius. The so-called Super Flash Spiral Sphere, no matter how one looked at it, was just an ordinary Rasengan. The tale of the dead water returning in. Legend has it that during the cataclysmic ninja world war, the entire world faced an unprecedented crisis. The savior of the ninja world, Naruto Uzumaki, in his fierce battle with Uchiha Madara, had his Nine Tails extracted by the demonic statue of the Outer Path, leaving him on the brink of death. Yet fate did not abandon him. At that critical moment, his father, Lord Minato Namikaze, through the impure world reincarnation, appeared. He unhesitatingly infused his own young Nine Tails into Naruto, pulling him back from the jaws of death. This is the story of the dead water returning in, as told by the world. The Nine Tails' colossal frame thrashed violently, but it remained a step short of breaking free from the seal, forced to hold its ground and weather Minato's attacks. Minato drove the Rasengan forward, slamming it hard into the Nine Tails' abdomen. It let out a pained roar and staggered back involuntarily, yet its eyes blazed even more ferociously. Taking advantage of the Rasengan's impact, the Nine Tails wrenched free the chains binding its right claw, finally releasing one hand. It opened its gaping maw, and crimson and azure chakra began to gather within its mouth. After all, apart from the tailed beast ball, it had been born knowing the Nine Tails had never learned any other jutsu. In a fight besides its claws and fangs, the tailed beast ball was its only real move. As it would put it, what use is there in knowing more techniques? The number of tails is what counts. That stinky tanuki still could not beat me, even after learning ninjutsu. Although the tailed beast ball was incredibly powerful, its flaws were just as obvious. The wind-up was too conspicuous and was easily interrupted. And once interrupted, boom. Before Madara, who had been commentating from the sidelines, could finish his sentence, Minato fired another Rasengan into the Nine Tails' chin, violently cutting short its attempt to unleash a tailed beast ball. The half-formed tailed beast ball lost control and exploded inside the Nine Tails' mouth, dealing further damage to it. After being blasted by the tailed beast ball, the furious Kurama actually calmed down and became more rational. The tailed beast ball's wind-up was too long. It would definitely be interrupted by the blonde-haired man before it. It might as well use its body to fight directly. This time, it couldn't be interrupted right. Trusting in its thick hide and sturdy body, the Nine Tails simply ignored Minato's harassing attacks, used its free right hand to snap the chains binding its left arm, and restored freedom to both hands. Seeing that it was about to break all its chains, Kushina, who had barely caught her breath, immediately rejoined the fight. Several gleaming golden chakra chains extended from her back and firmly bound the Nine Tails' arms. The Nine Tails let out a furious roar, summoned all its strength, and snapped the chakra chains. It glanced back at Kushina, a hint of human-like cunning flashing through its eyes, then suddenly opened its mouth and spat a miniature tailed beast ball at her. Seeing this, Minato instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Kushina, swept her up in a princess carry, and dodged the tailed beast ball's explosion. After watching from the sidelines for some time, Madara felt that if he did not act soon, the Nine Tails would soon be sealed by Minato and Kushina, and he would no longer even have a chance to make a move. He rapidly ran through his abilities in his mind, considering which ones might expose his identity, and finally arrived at a conclusion. The Sharingan, on the other hand, was the least likely to expose him. After all, when a tailed beast was controlled, its eyes would simply take on the form of a three-tomo Sharingan. There was no way to tell who the Sharingan belonged to. But that would be far too boring. Besides, he was supposed to be the greatest hero to ever become Hokage. Constantly using Genjutsu to control others was something only a villain would do. If the matter could be resolved peacefully without a fight, that would naturally be even better. Nine Tails. No, Kurama, can you hear me? The Nine Tails froze because someone had spoken its true name, and Minato and Kushina took the chance to recover their chakra. Kushina especially, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's chakra reserves being far beyond ordinary, could hold out against the Nine Tails for so long. Had it been anyone else, they would have died long ago from chakra depletion. Although that voice made it feel somewhat irritated, Kurama was more concerned about who had spoken its true name. Since old Hagoromo had died, no one had called it that anymore. Down here. Look down. Kurama lowered its head and finally noticed Madara sitting cross-legged beneath it. For a tailed beast's enormous frame, a single human would be completely invisible unless one deliberately looked. Is it you calling me human? Thinking that this human might be connected to the Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails replied in what it considered its gentlest manner. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that the Nine Tails had never seen Madara in his old age. The white-haired, deeply wrinkled elder before it was far too different from the man in its memory. If it knew that the old man before it was the culprit who had sealed it away for decades, it would probably have exploded and lunged straight at Madara. Yes, it is I, Kurama. Why do you hate humans so much? Humph. Humans treat tailed beasts as weapons and manipulate them at will. Since you have never regarded us as living beings, is it not only natural for us to despise humans? At that, Kurama's eyes widened with fury as it roared at Madara. A colossal fanged maw loomed above him, but Madara was not rattled. He calmly stared into the Nine Tails' eyes. Do you believe the day when tailed beasts and humans coexist peacefully could ever arrive? Hearing this, the Nine Tails was so enraged that it laughed instead. Peaceful coexistence. Why don't you first go ask those humans how they see us? Innately evil monsters and powerful weapons. That's what we are. With that, how can you still talk about peaceful coexistence? You are wrong. The real cause of conflict between tailed beasts and humans is neither humans nor tailed beasts, but this world. A world in which one can only survive by killing others. Madara's point was a bit too ahead of its time for the present era. Most people were already using every ounce of strength just to stay alive, so they had no time to think about why they were fighting. Several hundred years had passed since the Sage of Six Paths separated Kurama from the Ten Tails. It had witnessed countless deaths caused by humans fighting over resources, from the Warring States period when they fought for their clans to the era of hidden villages when they fought for their villages. Humans had never changed. It had always believed that human greed was the source of the chaos and had never thought any deeper about who had created this world that forced humans to slaughter one another. Do you mean to say that you want to change this world? Not merely want. I absolutely will. I will change the future of this world. Madara's words had a double meaning. He wanted to change both the present of the shinobi world torn by mutual conflict and the future that had given rise to so many tragedies. For the first time, Kurama regarded Madara squarely. It could tell whether a person was lying, and the man before it had not told a single lie from beginning to end, proving that these were his true thoughts. But its pride would never admit that it had been swayed. Pretty words. Changing the world. That is nothing but a fool's pipe dream. You cannot even change me who is sealed away. Madara smiled. This just so happened to be his area of expertise. Is it really impossible to change? I wouldn't be so sure. As everyone knows, tailed beasts are all formed from chakra. Therefore, no matter whether their voices sound male or female, they are uniformly sexless creatures and cannot reproduce. But here comes the important part. Tailed beasts can learn ninjutsu later in life, and they can control their chakra to split off small clones, which can release ninjutsu, just like the main body. So theoretically, it is possible to win over a tailed beast, have it shrink itself to roughly human size and reshape its appearance to align with human aesthetics. Then you would have a devoted tailed beast companion who would never leave you. A companion who asks for no car because it cannot run as fast as the main body, no house because it is made of chakra, and no bride price because tailed beasts have no use for human currency and is still your best partner on the battlefield. Can you resist that? Moreover, tailed beasts value affection deeply. Even if you died, they would remain faithful to your memory. Tempted. There is a limited number of tailed beasts, first come first served. This piqued Kurama's curiosity. Although Kushina's sealing skills still lag behind Mito's as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, her sealing techniques were considered formidable across the entire ninja world. Not to mention Kurama, who knew nothing of sealing arts. Even Shikaku, a master of sealing, would have no choice but to obediently stay imprisoned. For the Nine Tails, the only solution it could think of was to break through by sheer force. Kill Kushina, the one who sealed it, and it would naturally escape. What are you planning to release my seal? Those two are on your side, aren't they? If a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki dies. Madara looked at it as if it were an idiot, making Kurama feel extremely uncomfortable. What? Did I say something wrong? Do you have a better idea? Let me ask you, if you broke free from your seal right now, what would you do? Kurama scratched its chin. If I could break free now, I'd get my revenge, at least destroy. The tailed beast was too simple-minded, unable to even lie, blurting out its plan right in front of Minato and Kushina without hesitation. Seeing Minato already raising his right hand ready to form another Rasengan at any moment, Madara quickly interrupted Kurama to prevent the negotiation from collapsing. Stop. Didn't I just tell you? Revenge will only breed more hatred, delaying the day of peace between humans and tailed beasts. Hearing this, Kurama grew annoyed. What humans could attack it, but it couldn't fight back. Where was the justice in that? If peace meant swallowing one's pride, it would rather remain enemies forever. Kurama, which had barely calmed down, began to stir again. It knew it. Humans were humans after all. Talk of peace was just a lie to deceive tailed beasts. Just as the negotiation was about to fail, Madara had to resort to his ultimate trump card. Kurama, look into my eyes. As he spoke, he activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. It wasn't that he couldn't activate the Mangekyo, but doing so would make it impossible to conceal his identity. The Nine Tails would immediately recognize his Mangekyo pattern and identify him as the real Uchiha Madara, turning the intended peaceful negotiation into a direct threat. The moment Kurama saw Madara's Sharingan, it stumbled backward several steps. Ever since being controlled by it before, it had developed a psychological trauma regarding the Sharingan. Why you? You're from the Uchiha clan. Close your wicked Sharingan right now. I don't want to see it, I don't. It was so terrified that its voice shifted from its usual deep baritone to something almost feminine. Madara scratched his head. Why was the Nine Tails reacting so much more violently than he expected? In the original story, it remained fairly calm when seeing Sasuke's Sharingan. Was the time gap not long enough? Calm down, Kurama. I told you I mean no harm, and I have no intention of using the Sharingan to control you. Don't lump me together with the previous Uchiha Madara. I don't want to force anyone's will. I want to have a sincere talk with you. Do you understand? I hope to resolve the relationship between you and other tailed beasts with humans in a gentler way. I showed you these eyes to prove my sincerity. The Sharingan can control tailed beasts, but I won't do that. Can you understand? Madara felt he had explained the stakes clearly. If Kurama still refused to cooperate, he would have no choice but to join Minato and Kushina in beating the dog, no the fox, while it was down. After all, even if a tailed beast was killed, it wouldn't truly die. In a few years, it would resurrect somewhere in nature. He didn't have to hold back since he was the ultimate mastermind until Kaguya appeared. So even if Naruto lost Kurama, it wouldn't matter. Because for a long time the Nine-Tails was purely a burden to Naruto, causing him to become an orphan, making his chakra uncontrollable, and turning him into the class dead last mocked by his peers. Maybe without Kurama, Naruto could have a happy childhood. As for the Six Paths power, wasn't he also Indra's reincarnation? When the time came, he could just dig up Hashirama's grave, use Edo Tensei to bring him back, and together they'd be resurrected by Rinne rebirth, inheriting the Six Paths power. After all, Orochimaru would eventually dig up the graves of past powerhouses. One grave robber was as good as another. Might as well let him do it. Then they could stage an old man versus even older alien showdown. Kurama blinked. It was indeed honest, but no fool. The Sharingan was clearly a warning. Now that Minato and Kushina had mostly recovered, it would be rude not to come to its senses. It turned its head and snorted. Fine, I'll give up destroying Konoha for now. But don't get me wrong. I'm doing this for the future of humans and tailed beasts, not for any other reason. Getting the unruly nine-tailed demon fox to yield was an unexpected joy for Minato and Kushina. Even when they had previously beaten it into a weakened state, it had never spoken a single soft word. But that alone didn't meet Madara's standards. He needed to ensure the Nine-Tails wouldn't harm anyone, only then would his goal be achieved. Because he had devised a plan that would allow Kurama to break free from its decades-long seal, while keeping Kushina safe. Do you long for freedom? What a stupid question. Try being locked up for decades and see if you want out. Kurama rolled its eyes at Madara. Who wouldn't want to escape captivity? What if I told you I could set you free, but you'd become extremely weak for a long time? Would you accept? Madara finally revealed his true intention. He coveted the Nine-Tails power. As long as I can get out, I don't care about weakness. Even being weak is better than being locked up forever. For a tailed beast, the choice was simple. Even a long period of weakness was fine. At worst, it would die once and come back fully revived. That was far better than being imprisoned for a century. Then please kill yourself, Kurama. Even Giolama, who prided himself on his vast experience and believed there was nothing he hadn't seen, was left utterly perplexed by Ban's words. What did he mean by asking him to commit suicide? Did he think he was an idiot? The few people present all looked at Ban with bewildered expressions. Ban, who had failed to land his joke, felt a bit awkward. He quickly cleared his throat and explained, "Don't misunderstand. What I meant was that your power is too great. Those weaker than you will inevitably fear you and even harbor hatred. So if you leave most of your chakra within Jixinai's body and use the remaining small portion as a vessel to split off a harmless clone, you will have effectively broken free from the seal." Giolama pondered for a moment. This method actually seemed feasible. After all, there was only one tailed beast, but more than one person could possess its chakra. The main reason a Jinchuriki died after the tailed beast was extracted was that the beast, upon breaking the seal, took away all the tailed beast chakra within the host. The massive loss of chakra caused the host's body to fail to adapt, leading to physical decline and death. Therefore, if the tailed beast voluntarily left most of its chakra within the Jinchuriki's body, even if the beast's consciousness departed, the host would not die. At most, they would experience an adaptation period due to the beast's disappearance. However, just as the Jinchuriki could not freely use the tailed beast's power, the tailed beast, without breaking the seal, could not send its consciousness and chakra out together. Even if Giolama agreed to this plan, if Jixinai the Jinchuriki did not consent, it would all be for naught. Ban understood this as well. Now that he had persuaded the Nine-Tails, it was time to work on the Minato couple. Jixinai was still a bit dazed. Could the Nine-Tails really be pacified through words alone? Then her previous desperate struggles seemed rather foolish. On such a major issue, Shuemon's acceptance was much faster than his wife's. Unlike most people, Shuemin neither regarded the Nine-Tails as a weapon nor as a brutal monster. He fought it only to protect the village and Jixinai. If the conflict between the tailed beast and the village could be resolved peacefully, it would be beneficial for both sides. Blocking is not as effective as guiding. No matter how strong the seal, there will always be a day when it is broken. The longer the seal, the deeper the Nine-Tails' resentment toward humans. If things remained as they were, when the Nine-Tails eventually broke the seal, it would vent all its fury on the village. At that time, Konoha would surely suffer a devastating blow. Shuemin, I still think it's too dangerous to let the Nine-Tails out of the seal. What if it suddenly changes its mind and causes destruction in the village? Jixinai came back to her senses and said with concern, "I know, but this might be the best way to resolve the conflict between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast once and for all." Shuemin patted Jixinai's shoulder and gently comforted her. But Jixinai wanted to say more, but Shuemin interrupted her. "Don't worry. If what he said is true, the Nine-Tails, having lost most of its chakra, won't be able to cause much chaos. Even if it goes back on its word, I'm confident I can stop it. Trust me. I will definitely protect you in the village." Shuemin reached out, gently stroked Jixinai's soft red hair, and held her tightly in his arms. Juxinai looked at the earnest Shimin, and her unease gradually dissipated. She nodded. All right, since you've decided, I'll trust you too. Juxinai, Shuimen. Their lips drew closer, and their breathing grew rapid. As the distance shortened, they could even feel each other's breath. Ban, who was about to be fed enough dog food on the sidelines, interrupted them. Ahem, you two, I'm deeply moved by your love, but there are others around. Please be mindful. Coming back to their senses, both of them turned bright red. The newlywed couple had thin skins. Realizing they had almost kissed in front of others, they wished they could bury themselves with earth release. Sorry. I've discussed it with Juxinai. We both agree to the plan, but we have two conditions. First, after leaving the seal, the Ninetales can only carry enough chakra to sustain minimal life. Second, until the Ninetales proves it is no longer an enemy of humans and poses no threat to the village, someone must be assigned to monitor it. When it came to serious matters, Shumen's smile vanished, and his expression turned stern. If the Ninetales can comply with these two conditions, Juxinai and I will allow it to temporarily leave the seal. But if it violates the agreement, I will kill its clone and force it back into Juxinai's body, and it will never have another chance to leave. Ju Lama rolled his eyes at him. I've never attacked humans first. It's always you who start the fight. Seeing that the two sides were about to reach a consensus, Ban, just in case, asked, Ju Lama, how small can you shrink your body? Can you show me? Although he hadn't measured it, Ju Lama in the mental space appeared to be at least 50 or 60 meters tall. Ban was smaller than his fingernail in comparison. If he stayed that big, there was no way he could stay in the village. Gio Lama scratched his chin with his enormous claw. That was a good question. He had never tried to see how small he could shrink. After all, when he lived in the wild, there was no need to shrink. And after being sealed, there was even less reason. He had only thought about growing bigger to break the mental space. About half a person's size. He wasn't sure himself. Even when he was born, he was about 5 or 6 meters tall. He had never deliberately shrunk before. As Gio Lama dispersed his chakra throughout the entire mental space, his massive body deflated like a leaking balloon, rapidly shrinking until it finally stopped at the size of a medium-sized dog. I can't go any smaller. If I do, I'll just disintegrate. This is the smallest I can get. As his body shrank, Gio Lama's voice became higher-pitched, and his once fierce appearance turned quite cute. With large ears and a somewhat round face, his originally sharp claws retracted. Except for the 9 iconic tails, no one would believe that this adorable creature was the legendary 9-tailed demon fox. The cute little 9-tails almost awakened Ban's long-dormant maiden heart. Little Gio Lama was really adorable back then. How did he grow up to become a foul-mouthed, ferocious fox? What a terrible growth. Gotcha. The now shrunken Kurama felt a little bewildered. Why did the people before him suddenly seem to be looking at him with such strange eyes? Was there something wrong with him? Kurama lowered his head to inspect his diminished body. Aside from the fact that his claws had been deliberately blunted, there wasn't much change at all. So why did they all look so stunned? Kurama shook his big fluffy ears, but in the end he couldn't hold back his confusion. Why are you all staring at me like that? If something's wrong, just say it. Even though the words were just as crude, the effect was completely different coming from the towering 9-tailed demon fox than from the tiny Kurama. The former inspired terror, the latter only made him seem like he was throwing a cute little tantrum. Kurama, if you had looked like this back then, Madara Uchiha probably wouldn't have tried to control you. As things stand, you might not have been sealed at all. Madara couldn't help but remark that with cuteness like that, little Kurama would at most be treated as a pet, never under any circumstances as a weapon. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I look like a pet now? Feeling slighted, Kurama's anger blazed. His eyes bulged round, and every strand of fur stood on end, as if he were ready to lunge forward and bite someone. But with his present appearance, even when he tried his best to look fierce and menacing, it only came across as a bit of a tantrum. Kushina was utterly shaken. The mightiest tailed beast, the legendary 9-tailed demon fox, the monster that had nearly annihilated Konoha, the 9-tails that even the first Hokage had feared, had actually been this adorable when young. What in the world had happened to make the 9-tails become what he was now? Could the other tailed beasts have been this round and plump back then too? In a way, after seeing Kurama like this, all the inner struggles and resistance she had once engaged in suddenly felt a little futile. After all, other villages still sought to wield tailed beast power as weapons. Konoha, by contrast, refused to risk a rampage by overusing Kurama's strength. Instead, it went out of its way to soothe the Jinchuriki and keep the 9-tails' power from leaking out. From Konoha's standpoint, the 9-tails was less a weapon than an uncontrollable time bomb that might blow up at any moment and destroy the village. That said, she still felt a trace of unease. She wanted to have another word with Minato, only to find him crouching beside Kurama and playfully toying with him. Is Kurama your name? Since you have a name, the other tailed beasts should have one too, right? Who gave them to you? Did you all live together back then? Who raised you? What kind of person was he? And you must have met the first Hokage. Can you tell me what he was like? Minato's curiosity had clearly been sparked, and he began bombarding Kurama with question after question until the little fox covered his ears and curled into a ball. Shut up. I don't know anything, so stop asking me. You're so annoying. Seeing Minato in such a silly state, Kushina grew furious. Clenching her dainty fist, she walked up beside him and said through gritted teeth, "Darling, what are you doing?" She deliberately stretched the word darling out, and a faint crimson chakra loomed behind her. It startled even the Nine Tails. Kushina had forcibly drawn out a fraction of its chakra without its permission. Minato turned around with an awkward expression. Darling, I. Before he could explain, Kushina gave him a firm slap on the shoulder and flashed a somewhat terrifying smile. No need to explain. Get ready for tonight. I won't let you rest. Madara rubbed his chin. He had a strange feeling that a truck had just rolled over him. Was it an illusion? Kurama yawned. Humans were truly strange. One moment they were full of tenderness and the next they were snarling fiercely. He really couldn't figure out what they were thinking. Hey, does what you said still count or not? Are you trying to mess with me? He was running out of patience. It had been agreed that he would be released once he shrunk, yet they had dawdled for ages without making a move. Did they really think he had a gentle temper? At that, Minato finally turned serious and looked at Kurama solemnly. Of course we'll keep our promise. But I hope you Nine Tails will keep yours as well. No longer treating the village as your enemy. Can you do that? I know. I never go back on a promise. Can you people stop being so annoying? Kurama now felt somewhat regretful. Were all humans this long-winded? Would he be pestered to death in the future? Kushina, are you ready? I'm going to release part of the seal. Minato placed his right hand on Kushina's abdomen and spoke in a gentle, reassuring tone. As Minato's words trailed off, the four-symbol seal on Kushina's abdomen dimmed slightly, and Kurama's face lit up with excitement. This was the closest he had ever come to freedom. Both of his Jinchuriki had possessed unshakable wills immune to his honeyed words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hoped to shatter the seal with raw force. That's it. I'm about to get out. Kurama's small figure began to fade, as if he would vanish on the spot in the next moment. Madara suddenly felt like an extra. There wasn't much he could do. He didn't know any sealing arts. But leaving abruptly would be impolite, so he simply began stroking Kurama's great fluffy tail. All 9 of Kurama's tails bristled at once. What are you doing? Careful, or I'll bite you to death. Accident. Your tail kept swaying back and forth. I just couldn't help myself. Kurama gave a huff and turned his head away. Today was the day he escaped his seal, so he would not lower himself to argue with anyone. Having been brushed off, Madara decided to take a little revenge on the Nine Tails. He first said goodbye to the busy couple. You two, I'll be waiting outside. After saying this, Madara's form disappeared from the spiritual space. Shortly after he vanished, the already hazy little Kurama faded away as well. Throughout it all, Kushina showed no unusual signs, which allowed Minato to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the large amount of chakra carried away when a tailed beast separated from its host was the true culprit behind a Jinchuriki's death. To prevent Kurama's chakra from leaking any further, Minato immediately reinforced the seal, guarding against any anomaly in Kushina's body. When they finally finished reinforcing the seal and left the spiritual space, they found Kurama lying in Madara's arms with a thoroughly despondent, life has no meaning expression. Just kill me now. I'd rather stay sealed than go through this. Madara, on the other hand, was grinning happily. He ruffled Kurama's head, then rubbed his ears. Don't say that. Haven't you always wanted freedom? Now you've gotten your wish. If he had a little less concern for his dignity, he would have scooped the Nine Tails up and shouted, Nine Tails gotcha. Well, he was a former Pokemon master after all. Even if the worlds were different, why couldn't a tailed beast be considered a Pokemon? Time rewound to a few minutes earlier. Kurama, who had just been freed from its seal, appeared beside Kushina with a poof. The 3 students of Minato's team still thought it was a summoning beast contracted to Kushina. Rin, who had little resistance to cute things, wanted to go up and hug it, but withdrew her hand awkwardly at its dissatisfied growl. She began to doubt her own charm and stood in a corner feeling dejected. Ooh, I'm free now. Everyone look at me. Next I'm going to. Kurama's declaration of independence was cut short by Madara, who directly embraced Kurama and lifted it high like a certain Lion King. Kurama certainly refused this humiliating play, but the fleeting red gleam in Madara's left eye forced it to swallow its protests. Damn Uchiha clan taking advantage of a person. A beast's vulnerability. Just as it was quietly gathering chakra in its mouth, preparing to shoot a super mini-tailed beast ball youth edition at Madara's face, a tiny plant seed suddenly sprouted in its mouth, absorbing the forming tailed beast ball completely. Oh no, it would release. Kurama's struggles intensified. Recalling the psychological trauma Hashirama had left it with, Kurama wished it could flee as far away as possible. However, its resistance was futile. Its current combat power was roughly on par with the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs. Escaping from Madara's embrace was nothing but wishful thinking. Kurama, being repeatedly ruffled by Madara's hand, fell into deep thought. Why would an Uchiha use would release? Could it be that he also had Senju blood? That's not right either. Not every Senju can use would release. Could it be that this is the offspring of Hashirama and some Uchiha woman? Did Mito Uzumaki know about this? Kurama's tiny head was filled with great confusion. It never expected that Hashirama, who seemed honest and straightforward, was actually secretly having an affair. Then came the scene when Minato and his wife woke up and saw the bizarre sight of Ninetales with a look of existential doubt, Madara rubbing its fox head and Obito, and Rin eagerly wanting to touch its big tail. Kakashi, the original protagonist of the room, was forgotten aside, but his gaze was also fixed on Kurama, looking eager. After all, he was just a 10-year-old kid. Senior, could you please put down 9? This little guy? I have some things to discuss with it. Minato wasn't quite sure about the situation, but he still needed to clarify things with the Ninetales. For example, the specific scope of activities, prohibited matters, and so on. He had to make everything clear to avoid unpleasantness between both sides. Hearing Minato's words, Madara reluctantly let go. Gaining freedom again, Kurama had never found Minato so handsome, and quickly nodded. Speak. I'm listening. Just as we agreed before, until we confirm you are not a threat, you cannot leave the boundaries of Konoha village unless someone is watching over you. Can you do that? No problem. Kurama agreed without hesitation. Compared to being sealed inside a Jinchuriki constantly suppressed by the seal, this relatively free state was already much better. Having received Kurama's affirmative answer, Minato also breathed a sigh of relief. In his conception, the worst-case scenario was that the Ninetales would go back on its word immediately after being freed from the seal. Now it seemed that at least the Ninetales wasn't just paying lip service. The Ninetale seal is of great importance. I must take you to meet the third Hokage. Please do not act rudely in front of him, okay? You mean that kid Sarutobi Hiruzen? Don't worry, I am at least his elder, I won't embarrass him. Kurama put on an air of an elder after all it had lived for over 1,000 years. Not to mention Hiruzen, even Madara and Hashirama were only youngsters in its eyes. Excuse me, I also intend to meet the third Hokage. Can I go with you? I haven't seen him since returning to the village. Madara suddenly interjected, indicating that he too wanted to go to the Hokage building. Of course. With a powerhouse like you returning to Konoha, Lord Hiruzen will surely be delighted. Bringing 1 or 2 made no difference to Minato, who was indifferent about it. Delighted, Madara thought that if he revealed his true identity the moment he entered, it might give the nearly 60-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen a sudden hypertension attack. Could he really be delighted? Thinking this, Madara felt he should first give everyone present a heads up to avoid being mistaken for a spy infiltrating Konoha in the future. He clapped his hands together, and a small sapling sprouted from his fingertips, winding around Kurama's neck, leaving a wooden collar. Witnessing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Minato's eyes. This is wood release. And such a precise, small-scale application. Minato was secretly astonished. Since the death of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, no ninja in the world had ever used wood release. Kushina, needing to adapt to the absence of the Ninetales inside her, woke up later than Minato. As soon as she came to, she was startled again. The Uchiha clan was actually using wood release. Wasn't this supposed to be the Senju clan's secret technique? After a moment of silence, Minato spoke hesitantly. Could it be that this is? Madara nodded, confirming his suspicion. That's right, this is wood release, the same wood release once used by Senju Hashirama. Then could it be that you? Minato only said half of the sentence, but the implication was clear. Madara neither confirmed nor denied. He simply turned around and gazed out the window, leaving the rest unsaid, letting others guess. If they guessed wrong, it wasn't his problem. Kushina had already silently concocted a melodramatic plot in her mind that could run for 200 episodes in the primetime evening slot. A couple in love amidst the age-old feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans, forced apart by their families. After Hashirama gained enough power to broker a reconciliation between the two clans, the woman harbored resentment for his abandonment and concealed the existence of their child. Eventually, before the mother's death, she told the child everything about the cause and result. The child, grown up, returned to Konoha decades later, vowing to reclaim what belonged to him and clear his mother's name. During the journey, he encountered a Senju woman. After a series of adventures, their feelings quickly deepened. Just as they were about to hold their wedding, he discovered that his beloved was actually his half-sister. In pain and rage, the youth awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Well, although it didn't seem to match reality, Kushina felt that her artistically embellished version would be more popular among the villagers. This was the experience she had gained from watching movies at the Konoha Grand Theater for years. This script would surely make many young boys and girls hum with delight. In the Hokage Tower, inside the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the window and washed over the mountain of paperwork piled on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen had just wrapped up an exhausting day of work. He sank into his chair, rubbing his temples, trying to ease his taut nerves. Like a thief, he took an exquisite crystal ball out of the drawer. To keep up the Hokage's image, he couldn't set foot in any disreputable place, so he had to feast his eyes through the crystal ball. Hiruzen packed fresh tobacco into his beloved pipe, ready to enjoy some time alone, when an ill-timed knock sounded at the door. Lord Hokage, it's Minato Namikaze. There's something very important I need to report to you. Hiruzen started to think this grand disciple of his was a little annoying. Why couldn't he come earlier or later? He had to show up right when Hiruzen was about to slack off. What perfect timing. Come in, Hiruzen sighed, hastily hiding the crystal ball in the drawer and switching back into a proper Hokage. Minato entered with an apologetic face and said rather awkwardly, Lord Hiruzen, whatever I'm about to tell you, please don't freak out. What is it? Why so serious? Hiruzen's heart gave a lurch and a bad feeling crept over him. Could the war have suddenly taken a turn for the worse, forcing the village to send more reinforcements? Minato had a hard time getting the words out. Voluntarily letting the nine tails out sounded like something a rogue ninja would do. Enough. If you're going to waffle like that, let me do the talking. Kurama was annoyed by Minato's hesitating attitude, so he walked in from outside, swaggered up to the desk, and jumped onto it staring at Hiruzen. Hey Hiruzen, I'm out now, but I've already promised as long as you don't cause me trouble, I won't cause you trouble. Got it? That familiar chakra and that arrogant tone. Nine tails. Hiruzen was so startled that he stood up. How did you get out? And Minato, what on earth is going on? Minato quickly explained, Lord Hiruzen, please don't be angry. It's like this. The nine tails and I made an agreement, it left most of its chakra inside Kushina. Hiruzen cut him off. You mean Kushina is still fine even after the nine tails separated from her body? Minato nodded. Yes, Kushina is perfectly normal. In fact, with the nine tails gone, she can use its chakra without being affected. Out of nowhere, why would the nine tails agree to cooperate? Has it found something? Because of the damage the nine tails had once done to Konoha, Hiruzen was suspicious of its sudden compliance. TCH. It's exactly your indecisiveness that lets other villages dare to declare war on Konoha. You're nowhere near Hashirama's level, boy. Kurama stood on the desk, putting on the airs of an elder, and began to lecture Hiruzen. You're right. Compared to Lord First and Lord Second, I truly fall far short. Back then I should have stayed behind to cover the retreat. Hiruzen didn't refute him. Kurama's words might be harsh, but every word was the truth. Seeing his pathetic lack of spirit made Kurama angry. Hashirama's successor turned out to be this kind of person. Even Kurama, who had been sealed away, felt ashamed. He jumped up and slapped Hiruzen. Back then, my ass. Since Tobirama chose you as his successor, he acknowledged you. Now you sit here complaining that you didn't do well enough. Are you saying his judgment was flawed? No, of course I didn't mean. Hiruzen was interrupted once more. Kurama suddenly released in overwhelming pressure. Then if his judgment wasn't flawed, show me the spirit of a Hokage. Mito was more spirited than you even when she was about to die. With the pathetic way you look now, do you have the nerve to face them after you die? Wow, what an imposing aura. He hadn't seen it before. The Nine Tails was also a maxed-out talk no jutsu master. Grand principles just kept pouring out of it, leaving even Hiruzen Sarutobi, the self-styled dispenser of heartwarming wisdom, completely dumbfounded. Madara began to wonder whether he had stepped onto the wrong set. By all logic, shouldn't the script be that Hiruzen scolds Minato for being reckless, releasing a tailed beast without permission, then drones on, and finally, makes Minato keep watch over the Nine Tails to stop it from causing trouble? How had it turned into the Nine Tails reproaching Hiruzen for being indecisive, wanting to reduce casualties, yet letting the war claim even more lives? Minato couldn't find an opening to speak, so he could only stand there as background. Like the shape-shifting body proportions in One Piece, or the line where everyone in Bleach spouts poetic nonsense, maybe Naruto's defining trait was that everyone was a talk no jutsu grandmaster. With nothing better to do, Madara decided to count his current attack options while waiting for the sermon to end. First, fire release. Nothing to say there, besides nameless grunts. It didn't seem to kill anyone. Then Jinjutsu. Well, those who know, would release. Was basically a beefed-up version of Yamato's. Aside from big moves like Sage Art True, several thousand hands, he could use it all. Next was his favorite, Susanoo, a perfect jutsu, equally suited for offense and defense. If its chakra consumption weren't so heavy, he would love to run around all day in perfect Susanoo. Then there were the six paths powers that came with the Rinnegan. The Preta Path sealing technique, Absorbing Seal, could absorb all chakra other than natural energy, but it was useless against Taijutsu. The Azura Path required modifying the user's body. He hadn't done it, so he couldn't use it. The Human Path could read memories by absorbing souls, but it couldn't put them back, and the victim died on the spot. The Animal Path could summon modified beasts, but he had to capture them himself. Right now all he had was a single Hellhound. The Naraka Path could summon the King of Hell. If the opponent lied, it would tear out their tongue. It was a bit redundant with the Human Path, and its resurrection effect didn't work on himself. Pain was a corpse, so as long as he was fixed up he could be revived, but Madara was living. Once dead, he was dead. Oh, and the most important one, the Deva Path. Universal Pull controlled attraction, Almighty Push controlled repulsion. Planetary Devastation and Heavenly Obstruction Star were also derived from Deva Path abilities. As for Limbo Border Jail, it could manifest 1 to 4 shadows with the same strength as the original. Those without the Rinnegan or Six Paths power could not perceive them. How should he put it? The ability looked incredibly strong. It even boasted a feat of instantly defeating Sasuke with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But in reality, it had a bit of a bully the weak vibe. In a battle against an equal opponent, Limbo was barely better than nothing. Somewhat useful, but not much, roughly equivalent to a deluxe Shadow clone. Thinking about it, Madara suddenly realized that most of what he knew were large-scale annihilation jutsu. One move would take care of the enemy, and also wipe out his allies at the same time. Maybe he should consider learning the 8 gates. Its destructive range was much smaller, at least enough not to accidentally hit his teammates. Just as Madara was thinking about retraining, as a taijutsu ninja, Kurama's scolding in the office came to a stop. It seemed the lecture was over. And that 1-0 Danzo. That guy might as well have mastermind written on his face, and you still damn well let him be, even making him the Hokage's advisor. Have you been kicked by Mu Wang or something? Kurama felt an unprecedented sense of relief. After being inexplicably sealed for decades, being able to thoroughly scold Hashirama's successor made it all worthwhile, even if he were sealed back again. Although Danzo has done some things improperly, it's still for the village. Hiruzen tried to retort, but Kurama's scolding once again left him unable to lift his head. You've lived for decades in vain, haven't you? Can't you see whether he's for this crappy village of yours, or for himself? Let me tell you, if someone comes and kills you one day, he wouldn't care even if half the village got blown up. Alright, stop wasting my time here. Kurama waved his paw impatiently. I'm only saying a few more words to you out of respect for Hashirama. Otherwise I wouldn't care if you died. Minato, standing nearby, had a complex expression. Logically, he should immediately stop the Nine-Tails' rude behavior, but by Lord Hiruzen's attitude, he didn't seem angry. Just then Madara happened to enter. Hiruzen, as if seeing a savior, hastily introduced, "This is from the Uchiha clan." He suddenly remembered that he had never asked Madara's name, only knowing that his seniority in the Uchiha clan seemed very high. No need to bother, I'll introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Madara. Madara's tone was relaxed, but the 2 humans and 1 fox present immediately felt their hearts tighten. Uchiha Madara. The same Uchiha Madara who was once called the legendary ninja, alongside Hashirama. The one who almost destroyed Konoha. Minato placed his hand on his kunai. Hiruzen assumed the starting gesture of the summoning technique, and Kurama had already quietly crept to the window, ready to jump out and flee at any moment. In this atmosphere, if Madara dared to nod and admit he was Uchiha Madara, the 5 great nations would probably immediately cease hostilities and form a ninja alliance for a righteous 5 against 1, the 5 great nations against 1 person. He pretended to look puzzled. What's wrong? Why such a big reaction? You don't really think I'm that Uchiha Madara who was as famous as Shinja Hashirama, do you? It's just a coincidence of names. Hearing Madara deny his identity, the tense atmosphere immediately eased. Thinking about it, Hashirama had been dead for 30 or 40 years. How could Uchiha Madara still be alive? So it's just a namesake. What a scare. I thought the Avenger was really alive. Hiruzen coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Minato also secretly sighed in relief and put away the kunai he had half drawn. Only Kurama remained vigilant. The Uchiha clan. Would anyone really dare to share the same name as that fearsome star? He was skeptical about this. However, the person before him who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was indeed far different in personality from the Madara of old. It was unlikely he was the real one. Probably. You are. Quite humorous, sir. May I ask what business you have with me? If there is anything I can help with, please do not hesitate to say. Hiruzen wiped cold sweat. That scare had nearly thrown his back out. Recently, as he had grown older, he felt increasingly unable to keep up with things. Once the war ended, he would have to consider who to appoint as the next Hokage. It was time for him to step down and enjoy retirement. Oh, it's nothing major. Just destroyed an illegal organization hiding beneath Konoha, seized the relevant evidence, and severely wounded the organization's leader. Madara said it lightly, but the more Hiruzen listened, the more sweat beaded on his forehead. In Konoha's underground, there were only 2 organizations worth mentioning. One was the Umbu, directly commanded by the Hokage. The other was nominally a division of the Umbu, but in reality, it was Root, independently led by Danzo. To distinguish it from the Umbu, Root had its own independent base. This situation of Root was certainly against regulations, but due to Hiruzen's leniency toward Danzo, he had always turned a blind eye to Root's activities. Madara took out a small glass bottle from his bosom, inside which a 3-tomo Sharingan floated in an unknown liquid. He placed the Sharingan on the table and pushed it toward Hiruzen. Here, this is the evidence I intercepted from the leader. He used bandages to cover his right eye, hiding the Sharingan he stole from the Uchiha clan. Covering the right eye with bandages, it was almost an open accusation toward Danzo. Hiruzen frowned. Although he knew Danzo had done some unsavory things, reaching out to the Uchiha clan was going too far. The current Uchiha were not as down and out as they would later become. Even the Hyuga clan dared not claim to be the strongest clan in Konoha at this time. Unlike the Hyuga clan, which cherished their own and used the caged bird curse mark to split the family into main and branch houses, the Uchiha clan had never had such a distinction. The clan leader was elected by the members, not inherited by blood. Even outsiders who married into the Uchiha clan were not treated differently, which made the Uchiha clan far larger and stronger than other families in Konoha. Of course, there were drawbacks. Without proper measures to prevent the Sharingan from leaking out, many young clan members who had awakened their Sharingan had their eyes stolen. Therefore, the current Uchiha clan took a very strict stance against such acts. Once discovered, regardless of the perpetrator's identity, they would be killed without mercy. On the current battlefield, even if Uchiha clan members fell in battle, few dared to desecrate their corpses, otherwise they might hear news the next day of someone committing suicide with a dozen kunai stuck in their back. Ahaha, I am truly grateful to you. I will definitely investigate thoroughly and ensure that all the victims' families receive a satisfactory result. Hiruzen wiped his cold sweat, hoping Danzo hadn't gone too far, otherwise he might not be able to protect him. That's good. I believe the Hokage-sama will make the right judgment and give the culprit the appropriate punishment, right? Madara asked seemingly casually. Of course. Upholding justice for the villagers is the Hokage's duty. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Since this, Uchiha Madara, could severely wound Danzo, his strength was certainly not inferior to his own. The Uchiha clan's power would only increase further. He silently erased Fugaku from the list of candidates for the fourth Hokage. The clan was already powerful, and now with an additional strong member, if the Uchiha clan leader became Hokage, Konoha might as well be renamed Uchiha Village. Suddenly a question came to mind. As everyone knows, Kaguya was resurrected using Madara's body while her original body is still sealed in the moon. If one were to copulate with Kaguya, who was resurrected using Madara's body, could she become pregnant? If she could become pregnant, and if Kaguya were sealed while halfway through pregnancy, would the pregnancy belong to Kaguya or Madara? If a male is reincarnated as a female through impure world reincarnation and then revived with Rinne rebirth, would that person be male or female? To become Hokage, one needs more than just sufficient ability. The most important thing is that the Hokage must prioritize the village's interests above all else. Friends, brothers, children, and even one's clan must be placed beneath the village. Only those who regard the village's interests as more important than themselves can become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku. Although he is mature and steady enough and his strength is sufficient to serve as Hokage, he, or rather the entire Uchiha clan, tends to place too much importance on emotions, making it difficult for them to become a qualified Hokage. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku is already considered one of the most composed. If a typical Uchiha were to become Hokage, within half a year the Land of Fire would likely be at war with all four other nations simultaneously. The first and second Hokage, to prevent the Senju clan from becoming arrogant after their brothers became Hokage, even disbanded the Senju clan outright, scattering its members throughout the village and fully integrating them into Konoha. Even the first Hokage's own granddaughter Tsunade is no exception, as she only calls herself Tsunade, not Senju Tsunade. It can be said that in a sense the Senju clan, once comparable to the Uchiha, no longer exists. If the Hozuki clan of Kirigakure, now bereft of talent, can be considered extant in name only, then the Senju clan should be considered extinct in name, but extant in reality. After all, its members have merely hidden their surnames, and even he, the Hokage, is not entirely sure of their actual numbers. In Hiruzen's mind, the ideal candidate for the fourth Hokage would be a ninja with outstanding ability, a sense of the bigger picture, youthful vigor, and a humble background. Just as he was pondering Konoha's future, Kurama had no interest in watching an old man daydream. Crazy, isn't this wasting my free time? It jumped off the table and bid Hiruzen farewell, quite rudely. Hey, I'm out of here. Don't just stand there staring, kid. Get off work and go home. Kurama then turned to look at Minato and Madara. You two, if you're done talking, then get going. Don't you have anything better to do? Minato, still a bit dazed, walked out of the Hokage's office in a trance. Madara had intended to show Hiruzen a wood-style demonstration, but he no longer felt like it. After growing older, Sarutobi, Hiruzen no longer had the youthful drive he once possessed. He was no longer so bold in thought and action, becoming hesitant and indecisive, looking ahead and behind. Some think this is a sign of maturity, while others feel it's a smoothing of rough edges. But in his view, it's cowardice, a fear of change, and a resistance to progress. If placed in an era of peace, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have become an even better Hokage than he is now. But unfortunately, the shinobi world is still engulfed in flames of war, and yearning for peace only makes one appear weak and exploitable. Of course, that doesn't mean Danzo is suitable to be Hokage. He hesitates to risk himself for great undertakings, but forgets his life for petty gains. He is by no means a qualified leader. Minato is actually a very good Hokage. Not only is his strength outstanding, but his personality is also gentle and magnanimous. Yet he never wavers in major matters, placing the collective's interests above his own. His only flaw may be that in the original story, he was taken off the stage too early. On the day he became Hokage, Kushina happened to tell him she was pregnant. On the day Naruto was born, both Minato and his wife perished. That means from the time Minato became Hokage to his sacrifice, the period was at most 10 months. Considering that pregnancy is not obvious in the early stages, Minato's actual tenure as Hokage was probably only about half a year. What does half a year mean? The Chunin exams are held twice a year, meaning Minato only experienced one Chunin exam before exiting early. He didn't even have time to train a few trusted subordinates. To put it bluntly, the time spent carving his face on the Hokage rock might have nearly matched his time in office. Madara glanced at Minato, who was still in a daze beside him. Tracing back to the source, the culprit behind Minato's early exit seemed to be himself. No, it should be Black Zetsu's fault. He is the true mastermind, not only orchestrating centuries of conflict among shinobi, but also directly leading Indra astray. Moreover, Black Zetsu's hands are truly black. In fact, not just his hands. Apart from his teeth and eyes, his entire body is black. Clearly, he is the perfect candidate for the mastermind behind the scenes. After a long silence, Minato spoke up again, asking out of the blue, "Do you think Lord Hiruzen is hiding something from us?" Is he hiding something? The answer is certainly yes. Hiruzen was by no means ignorant of the experiments Danzo was conducting. At the very least, he knew Danzo was secretly using live subjects for experiments. The only thing that might have exceeded his expectations was that Danzo was not satisfied with adults who volunteered to be test subjects and began targeting fellow villagers, even infants. But after all, this is only his speculation. No one can be sure of Hiruzen's true thoughts. What if Minato takes what he said seriously and then turns dark? Having one Kimui can't hide tears is already unbearable. If another, Flying Thunder God, can't hide tears, appears who could withstand that. To prevent the Yellow Flash from resorting to chains and BDSM games, Madara decided to tell some white lies. The Hokage is not omniscient or omnipotent. He probably did it for your own good. If there are things he didn't tell you, trust him. He patted Minato on the shoulder to comfort him. Maybe. Minato was not in high spirits, lowering his head in thought. As everyone knows, if you are not a noble superior being, the Otsutsuki clan, there is only one way to awaken the Rinnegan. After an Indra reincarnate acquires Asura's chakra, they can slowly grind out the Rinnegan through persistent effort. But if you are neither an Indra reincarnate nor an Asura reincarnate, does that mean you can never possess the Rinnegan in your lifetime? The answer is no. As long as you have enough courage, theoretically anyone can have a pair of Rinnegan. First, the impure world reincarnation revives a person in their strongest state. For the vast majority, their combat power cannot exceed that of the Rinnegan, so having the Rinnegan is their peak. Then, as long as there are enough sacrifices and the courage to give up one's life, one can follow the process, transplant the Rinnegan, die, have it taken out for the next person, resurrect the deceased. This can produce a large number of impure world reincarnated individuals with Rinnegan. Even if the individual combat power is a bit low, the sheer quantity is overwhelming. Why did the Ninja World War truly begin? Minato found himself lost in contemplation. When the villages were first established, the nations at least maintained the facade of peace. The first Hokage distributed the nine-tailed beasts equally among the 5 great nations, keeping only the strongest, the Nine-Tails, in Konoha. Yet after the death of the first Hokage, the first Ninja World War erupted immediately. The spark of that war was likely the surprise attack by the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku during the alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure. That war ultimately claimed the lives of the second Hokage, the second Mizukage, the second Raikage, and the second Tsuchikage, leaving deep blood feuds between the villages. Every encounter became a bristling standoff. Stranger still, the second Kazekage, who had not participated in the first war, met his untimely death during the conflict, and Tsunagakure has yet to find the culprit. The Second Ninja World War was triggered when the Wind Country, dissatisfied with its barren lands in the southwest of the Ninja World, sought to expand its territory and declared war on the Fire Country. The Rain Country, situated at the crossroads of the Earth, Fire, and Wind Countries, became the battlefield. Its leader at the time, Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the Demigod, stepped forward to resist the forces of the 2 great nations almost single-handedly. After this battle, all 3 sides suffered heavy casualties. Lady Tsunade's younger brother and lover both fell on the battlefield. Following the war, she left Konoha and rarely returned. Given the current situation, this war is highly likely to escalate into the Third Ninja World War. With the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage, the Lightning Country launched a massive invasion of the Wind Country, simultaneously declaring war on the Earth and Fire Countries. Relying on their easily defensible geography, they engaged all 3 nations at once. Even the Water Country, isolated across the sea, has grown restless recently, seemingly poised to join the war. How can these meaningless wars ever be ended? Minato was not a man of excessive sentiment, but neither was he cold-blooded. Konoha had already begun sending freshly graduated genin into battle. Barely 11 or 12 years old, they were forced to risk their lives fighting the enemy. Even though they had no idea why they were fighting, no understanding of the cause, they still had to join the bloody conflict, and most would ultimately perish on foreign soil. Those fortunate enough to survive might be brought back by their comrades for a proper burial, mourned by their families. Those less fortunate left no trace of their bodies, only their names engraved on the memorial stone. A string of pale characters, the sole mark of their existence in this world. This could not be right. The world should not be like this. Children should be thinking about which pastry shop to visit tomorrow, not how to survive the battlefield. Minato clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He strengthened his resolve to become Hokage, to achieve what the first Hokage had done. No, to surpass him, so that peace would no longer be empty words. Peace could not be maintained by emotion alone. Only by making every nation truly experience the benefits of peace could the cycle of war be broken. Establishing better transportation, strengthening trade between nations, and intertwining the interests of all countries might reduce the likelihood of war to some extent. Take the wind country's resource scarcity for example. Though lacking fertile land, it possesses abundant rare minerals. It could trade with the water country, which is isolated overseas, but rich in fertile soil. Mr. Madara, I've decided. Minato looked up, startling Madara. What? Madara was caught off guard by Minato's sudden declaration. Decided what? He wasn't about to shout, I choose you, and summon a yellow electric mouse, was he? I want to change this world. Madara blinked. Such a classic hot-blooded anime protagonist line. Wait, the protagonist is your son, not you, right? And you're already, oh, just barely over 20. Still young. But still out of nowhere, what world-changing nonsense is this? He wasn't actually planning to become the flying thunder god with tears hard to hide, was he? That was not something he wanted. This world has endured too many wars. I want to break the chains that bind everyone. Every word Minato spoke was from the depths of his heart. He had harbored this thought for a long time. Madara stood there dumbfounded. Seriously, man. Are you the protagonist, or am I? Isn't that kind of epic line supposed to come from the main character? Could it be that I've been approaching this all wrong? Is the real title of this book actually The Legend of Minato Namikaze? Sorry, I suddenly said some strange things. Please don't mind. I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. With those words, Minato vanished from the spot, leaving Kurama and Madara staring at each other in bewilderment. Is it now fashionable to speak in riddles? You just used Flying Thunder God to go back. Truly a homecoming, Minato, and you left this huge, tiny Ninetales behind without a second thought. He had that much faith in my character. Not afraid I'd run off with the Ninetales. Hey, did we just get abandoned? He poked Kurama's large orange head. Piss off. I'm free now. Like I wanted to stick with that guy anyway. Kurama was also a bit stunned, but soon a surge of joy washed over him. Awesome. One of the people who bossed me around is gone. Too bad the other one didn't leave with him, or I'd have made a run for it. Who'd want to stay in this lousy village? If I were still my original size, crossing this village would be just a few steps. What's there to enjoy in such a cramped place? Are you hungry? Want to grab something to eat? I know you're broke, so I'll treat you. Though theoretically a clone shouldn't feel hunger or thirst, that didn't stop Madara from feeling hungry. Huh, you're treating. Yeah, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. I can't wait. Kurama opened his mouth to curse out of habit, but then saw Madara staring at him with a kind smile, his Sharingan glowing. As a mighty-tailed beast, Kurama would never bow to human threats. It was just that he'd been sealed for so long and wanted to taste the new food humans had developed over the years. Definitely not because he feared the Sharingan. Absolutely not. Is that so? Good. I knew you were hungry too. Madara deactivated his Sharingan, picked up Kurama with a smile, and tucked him under his arm as he walked out of the building. To an outsider, it was the most ordinary, heartwarming scene. A kindly old grandfather taking a walk with his pet fox. But if anyone who knew the truth saw this, they'd probably have fled long ago. If these two got upset and no one could stop them, a Susanoo and Ninetales combo would level Konoha faster than Pain ever did. Hey, want some glutinous rice dumplings? There's a long line over there. Madara casually rubbed Kurama's head and pointed to a dumpling shop not far away. Kurama, who had been reluctant just moments ago, was now savoring the grilled meat with delight. He scoffed at Madara's suggestion. Who did he think he was? The Ninetales, the mightiest of all tailed beasts. Glutinous rice dumplings. Whoever wanted them could eat them, but he would never ever touch a single dumpling, even if he starved to death or died outside. I'm not eating. If you want some, buy it yourself. I have no interest in these human snacks. Madara shrugged nonchalantly. After all, he was paying so he could buy whatever he wanted. Asking was just to give Kurama a sense of involvement. Although Madara wasn't particularly fond of sweets, Uchiha Itachi had loved them since childhood. He wanted to buy some and taste them just to satisfy his own curiosity. Boss, how much are these dumplings? The shop owner worked quickly. Despite the crowd, Madara only waited a few minutes before it was his turn. Oh, you look like a first-time customer. White dumplings are 3 skewers for 30 Ryo, and tricolor dumplings are 3 skewers for 50 Ryo. How many would you like? The dumpling shop was run by a middle-aged couple. The wife handled the customers and payments at the front, while the husband worked tirelessly in the back, making dumplings without pause. Madara had wanted to ask how the dumplings were made, but seeing the growing crowd behind him and the owner's blurring hands, he abandoned the idea. 2 portions of each, please. Thank you. Alright, here are your 2 portions of glutinous rice dumplings and 2 portions of tricolor dumplings, plus a complimentary taiyaki. If you enjoy them, please come again. The wife deftly packed the dumplings into boxes and handed them to Madara along with a steaming hot taiyaki pressed into his hand. He hadn't even tasted them yet, but the service alone made him feel quite pleased. There was even a free gift. He paid cheerfully, took the bag back to Kurama, and offered him a skewer of tricolor dumplings. Take a bite. Though it sounded like a question, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Kurama reluctantly took a bite, planning to chew a couple of times before swallowing. It seemed actually quite tasty. Although made of glutinous rice, the dumplings were coated in a layer of honey, making them cool and not dry. Chewing brought a sweetness intertwined with the fragrance of the rice. Biting through the skin, the smooth and dense red bean paste inside offered a completely different texture. The finely ground paste melted instantly upon entering the mouth, leaving only the natural subtle sweetness of red beans. Kurama unconsciously took another bite. This time the white dumpling he swallowed was rather plain compared to the previous one. It seemed milk had been added to the dough, giving it a milky aroma, but there was no filling, leaving him feeling a bit disappointed. Indeed, dumplings just weren't for him. Meat was the true food for a tailed beast. Thinking this, Kurama bit into the last dumpling. The pale green surface revealed a faint taste of matcha. Inside, Kurama's eyes suddenly lit up. It was cream, matcha-flavored cream. The elegant tea fragrance of matcha combined with the rich, smooth cream perfectly balanced the cream's original sweetness. The slight bitterness of matcha made it just right, leaving no greasy aftertaste. Are there more? Kurama's face felt a bit hot, but he endured the shame and asked. Madara had bought 2 portions, intending one for each. He handed over the remaining skewers for Kurama to eat on his own, while he decided to try the taiyaki the shop owner had given him. For convenience, Kurama stood up and began walking on 2 legs, his small paws tightly gripping the dumplings. 4-tailed beasts, except for Mu Wong. Walking on 4 legs was merely a habit. Standing up and walking on 2 was not difficult. Mu Wong, expecting a horse to stand up and use its hooves to pick things up. Isn't that a bit too much to ask? Madara took a bite of the taiyaki. The soft outer skin wrapped around red bean paste, the texture was decent. It had just come out of the oven, still steaming hot. On a scale of 10, it would score around 7 or 8. But considering it was just a snack costing a few dozen ryo, expecting it to reveal life's profound truths was unrealistic. This wasn't a world where food glowed or had magical effects. As for the dumplings, the white ones had no filling, only a layer of honey on the surface. Coupled with the cool, refreshing texture, they reminded him of the white zongzi he had eaten before, mainly the aroma of glutinous rice and the sweetness of honey. The tricolor dumplings in the simplest terms were red bean paste dumplings, milk dumplings, and matcha dumplings. Taste-wise, they were average, not particularly outstanding, but decently pleasant. After all, unlike Kurama, who had been locked up for a long time, Madara had eaten and seen many things. He wasn't going to get overly excited over a little snack. Earlier, when Kurama smelled the grilled meat, he couldn't even walk and was almost drooling. Now this was already restrained. Although Kurama walking and eating dumplings on 2 legs looked a bit odd for an animal, considering the existence of talking ninja dogs and cats, a fox standing up to eat dumplings wasn't too surprising. As for his 9 fluffy tails, passers-by simply took them as decorations. After the 9 tails rampage, the beast was considered an ill omen in Konoha and was taboo. But now most people regarded the 9 tails as a legendary entity. Due to Konoha's conservative stance on the 9 tails, the vast majority of villagers had only heard of it from their elders, and some had never even seen the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. In fact, the villagers didn't even know that the Jinchuriki had quietly changed. They still believed Uzumaki Mito was the one. No matter how vivid their imagination, no one could guess that this harmless-looking little fox was actually the 9-tailed demon fox that had once nearly destroyed Konoha. Kurama finished the dumplings and let out a satisfied burp. He hadn't eaten anything in a long time. Although tailed beasts couldn't starve, it wasn't very comfortable. This was his first full meal in decades. You're pretty good, kid. I like you. When I recover, I'll give you a bit of my chakra. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Kurama, being civilized, tossed the skewers into the trash bin and patted Madara's thigh. No help for it. Kurama's current size, even standing up, was just over half a meter, not even reaching Madara's waist. He couldn't exactly jump up and pat his butt. A joke about MRFZ. One day a panicked Amaya went to find Calcit. This is bad, this is bad. 2 doctors have appeared in the doctor's office, and both claim to be the real one. We asked them many questions, and they answered all correctly. What should we do? Calcit remained calm and took a sip of tea. It's simple. Have them both look at a photo. The one who stares at the chest first is the fake. The one who stares at the feet is the real one. Amaya was puzzled. Will that really tell us which one is the real doctor? If you think that's not enough, consider sending them to the room where you can't leave without doing X. See what they do. The one who only takes off his shoes is the real one. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Ban was walking back to the Uchiha residence with the reluctant Giolama. Although the fox objected to going to the Uchiha clan's stronghold, its objections were in vain. Ban was momentarily distracted when someone bumped into him from behind, but he didn't even sway. Instead, the person who collided with him nearly fell. Are you alright? Out of instinct, Ban reached out to steady the person and thus got a clear look at his face. He had short light green hair, purple-red eyes devoid of pupils, and a youthful face bearing a hint of apology. He looked about 11 or 12 years old. Sorry. I was a bit distracted just now. I'm truly sorry. Are you hurt? As soon as the person regained his footing, he bowed repeatedly to Ban, making Ban feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he had also been lost in thought, otherwise he wouldn't have been so unresponsive to the collision. It's fine, I'm perfectly fine. But what about you? Are you hurt? You see, although Baiju appeared to be some kind of soft substance, its actual hardness surpassed that of rock. An ordinary person colliding with him would be similar to running into a telephone pole. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Seeing that Ban seemed truly unharmed, the person prepared to leave. But just then Ban offered an extra bit of concern. Little friend, where are your family members? Would you like me to take you to find them? Upon hearing this, the person's forehead instantly bulged with veins, and he ground his teeth saying, You're the little friend. I'm already an adult. Are you trying to provoke me? Adult. With that round cheeks, full forehead, and smooth chin, he hardly looked like an adult. He seemed about the same age as Kakashi at that time. Wait a moment, green hair, purple eyes. The more I look, the more familiar he seems. Isn't this the fourth Mizukage Goju shirt song? Except for the lack of a prominent scar below his left eye and the flower-adorned rod-like weapon, he looked almost exactly the same as he would a dozen years later. No way, what kind of skincare technique is this? It's a bit excessive. A full decade or more had passed, yet he hadn't changed at all. Ming Ren was still a 17-year-old youth at the end of the Fourth Great War, but by the time of Bo Ren Zhuan, he was already a 32-year-old uncle. Considering that by the time of Bo Ren Zhuan, his grandson was already 15 years old, Shirtsong's age was probably a few years older than Shui Min. So by that calculation, this tall, but under 1.5 meter, seemingly 12 or 13-year-old older-looking boy must actually be around 25. Ban couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Although the time of Shirtsong's death was not explicitly stated, one could infer the approximate time from the details. First, before his death, Shirtsong had the Jinjutsu cast by Dai Tu dispelled by Qing, and after a period of time, he died from unknown causes, presumably due to prolonged control by the Jinjutsu. Zai Buzhan and Kakashi were the same age. At 9 years old, Zai Buzhan killed all the examinees of his year, forcing the Mist Village to reform its examination system. Before defecting, Zai Buzhan killed a spy infiltrating the Mist Village, a special jonin from Konoha named Yushir Xiongshou. This unknown special jonin was a ninja from the same year as Kakashi. From this, it can be inferred that when Kakashi's team encountered Zai Buzhan, the time since his failed assassination of the Mizukage and his defection from the Mist Village was not particularly long. Most likely after Shirtsong was controlled by Dai Tu, Zai Buzhan noticed the anomaly of the Mizukage, and after failing to prevent the resurgence of the Blood Mist Village, he fled. Even at the beginning of the first part of the story, Shirtsong might still have been alive. It was just that the Mist Village's early presence was too weak, leaving him with no screen time. If that were the case, then Shirtsong would have been close to 40, or even over 40 at the time of his death, a full-fledged uncle. Thinking this, Ban's gaze towards Shirtsong couldn't help but carry a hint of pity. How tragic. He was probably only a few years into his tenure as Mizukage when he was controlled, then remained under control for over a decade and died shortly after being freed. During the peak years of his life, he was nothing but a puppet for others, causing a massive brain drain in his village. Yu Gao, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, became a rogue ninja, and the Gue Deng clan of the second Mizukage was nearly wiped out. Tragic, utterly tragic. Not only was he manipulated as a puppet by Dai Tu in life, but after death, he was also summoned by impure world reincarnation and controlled again. A tragedy to the extreme. The only silver lining might be that at the end, when the Sage of Six Paths summoned the 5 Kage of successive generations, Shirtsong was among them. At least it shows he got a stable job in the Pure Land, right? Although Ban had thought so much in his mind, only a short moment had passed in reality. Shirtsong was still staring at Ban, fuming. Because of his baby face, Shirtsong was especially sensitive to remarks about being small. Sorry, it's my fault. To make it up to you, how about I treat you to a meal? Following the principle of better to avoid trouble, Ban apologized straightforwardly. Although he was curious whether the water mirror technique could replicate himself, it was not in his nature to start a conflict without reason. No need for a meal. I'm well aware of the situation with my face. Shirtsong's temper was quite good. After Ban's apology, he immediately calmed down and even comforted him in return. Rather, because of this face, he had been mistaken for a child countless times. People like Ban who immediately apologized were the minority, and most people simply thought he was pretending to be an adult. He stroked his smooth chin, a hint of helplessness rising in his heart. He was after all a renowned expert in the Mist Village, yet this face made him look completely unthreatening. Even on missions, he couldn't intimidate anyone. Shirtsong had recently started considering whether he should just wear a mask like the Umbu when going on missions. When talking to Shirtsong, Ban had to look down at him, and his gaze inevitably traveled downward from Shirtsong's eyes all the way down to his abdomen. Don't misunderstand. Ben certainly didn't have any homosexual tendencies. He was simply attracted by the forehead protector engraved with the Mist Village pattern on Shirtsong's abdomen. Forehead protector, or belly protector. It caught his attention. After all, forehead protectors were supposed to be worn on the head, right? Why did so many people like to wear them in places where they shouldn't be? They really treat them as mere accessories. Don't be so polite. Since we met, it's fate. Come on, let's go. Ignoring Shirtsong's objections, Ban forcibly dragged him into a nearby restaurant. Uchiha Ban stood like a city wall, firmly blocking the path of the Ninja Alliance. Without Ming Ren, it would be very difficult to break through. Hey Ju, bro, is there a ninja named City Wall in Naruto? No, right. So there you go. I just want to save my mother. Oh, why do you want me to read more books? Yagura felt like crying, but had no tears. Were the people of Konoha always this enthusiastic? He had clearly said he didn't want to, yet they still dragged him along by force. Moreover, their strength was immense. After all, he was a jonin ranked among the notable warriors of his own village. Yet now he was being pulled along by an old man, unable even to break free from his grip. Both were great nations. Was the gap between Kirigakure and Konoha truly this vast? Were the people of Konoha all monsters? No matter what Yagura thought in his heart, he could not stop Madara, who had taken a sudden interest and was forcibly dragged into the shop. Kurama held a dumpling in his paw, utterly bewildered. Where had everyone gone? He had merely lowered his head to eat 2 dumplings, and when he looked up, the people beside him had vanished. What, had they forgotten him here, or were they planning to let him roam free ahead of time? After a brief moment of thought, he devoured the remaining dumplings in a few bites and followed the scent of Madara. No joking. He had a clear understanding of his current strength. He wasn't invincible under heaven, rather he was frail and weak. If he ran into several ninja hounds, he might not even be able to defeat them. Besides, he carried no human currency. Even if he fled, there would be no good outcome. Until his power recovered, it was wiser to behave himself. When he followed the scent and found the 2, Yagura had already given up resisting. While stuffing barbecue into his mouth without pause, he answered Madara's questions in a somewhat slurred voice. Although the 3rd Lord may seem easygoing, he's actually somewhat petty. Ever since the 2nd Lord perished alongside the Tsuchikage, the atmosphere in the village has grown heavier day by day. To put it more specifically, many people have become somewhat fanatical. Some take pleasure in slaughter, even turning their hands against ordinary people who cannot defend themselves. To be honest, I dislike that kind of atmosphere. Especially in recent years, the 3rd Lord's policies have grown increasingly radical. Normally, the Land of Water would not participate in the wars of other nations. After all, it lies too far from the continent, and supplies are extremely inconvenient. The 3rd Mizukage. In the original work, this character had very little presence. He didn't even leave behind a name, appearing only twice in the entire series. The first was during the first 5 Kage summits, serving as the escort of the 1st Mizukage. The second was when he was summoned by the Sage of 6 Paths alongside the other past Kage, using the summoning technique to bring back Naruto and the others who were trapped in the dimensional space. Madara absently ate his barbecue, his fingers tapping lightly on the table without his realizing it. He never expected that he who prided himself on seeing through the future would encounter such a problem. A person completely unrecorded in the original work was a complete unknown in both personality and ability. No matter how hard he tried to recall more details, the only impression he had of the 3rd Mizukage was that he had long hair and half-lidded eyes. And that was all. If he had to say more, only some uncertain conjectures remained. For instance, during the battle with Obito, the Kirigakure Anbu referred to themselves as Ninja of the Blood Mist, indicating that names like Village of the Blood Mist had already emerged within Kirigakure at that time. If he remembered correctly, both Kirigakure's Ninja Academy and its Anbu were founded by Hozuki Jinjetsu, modeling after Tobarama. Given his personality, he would hardly have turned his own village into some Village of the Blood Mist. So-called Blood Mist policy was most likely concocted by this obscure 3rd Mizukage, who never made a name for himself in the original story. Judging by the current situation, Yagura should have opposed the Blood Mist policy. Most likely, it was only after being controlled by Obito that the policy was revived or even intensified, leading to the emergence of numerous rogue ninja in the village. This also explains Zabuza's later assassination attempt on the Mizukage. After all, he had killed over 100 fellow candidates back then, precisely to end such bloody examinations. Now that the Mizukage suddenly went back on his word, it would be strange if Zabuza did nothing. Perhaps because he had been stifled in Kirigakure for too long, Yagura seemed to have opened the floodgates of his thoughts. Even though Madara hadn't asked, he kept talking on his own. About 10 odd years ago, it was as if the 3rd Lord had become a different person. He grew exceedingly concerned with affairs happening on the continent, almost wishing to rush over himself. Mission regulations also became stricter by the day. At first, failing a mission would only earn you a harsh reprimand. But now if you fail a mission, even if you manage to return alive, you'll most likely be executed. Because of such rules, more and more people began to stop at nothing. Even killing their own comrades to complete a mission became acceptable. At this point, Yagura suddenly leaned in and said with some embarrassment, "To be honest, I simply couldn't stand the atmosphere in the village anymore, so I made up an excuse and ran away." He cut a piece of steak and put it in his mouth, savoring the sensation of the fat bursting open on his tongue. Most of the land in the Land of Water was used for growing crops, leaving little room to raise large livestock, such as cattle and sheep. While in the village, he had eaten fish almost every single day. It wasn't that the fish tasted bad, but no matter how many different ways it was prepared, eating it continuously for over 20 years would eventually become tiresome. Moreover, the Land of Water was far from the continent, a round trip took at least a week. If he didn't seize the chance to eat more now, who knew when he'd have another opportunity? He was enjoying the barbecue immensely while Madara sat with a worried frown. An unknown opponent was more troublesome than a known formidable enemy, who knew what awaited him ahead. Hey, why did you run off and leave me all alone? Didn't you promise that blonde-haired guy you'd watch over me? Kurama jumped onto the seat and complained discontentedly. Only then did Madara snap back to reality. He instinctively rubbed Kurama's head. You didn't flee, but instead chose to come closer to me. Nonsense. With the little chakra I have now, I'd be running to my death if I strayed from your side. I sacrificed so much just to escape that prison. I have no intention of dying again. Kurama kept half a sentence unsaid. If he ran away, who would be responsible for continuing to supply him with free food? Although tailed beasts, as beings formed from natural energy, would not starve to death without eating if delicious food was available, who would want to subsist on absorbing natural energy? Madara didn't expose that little tsundere act of his. He placed several plates of grilled meat before Kurama, who clumsily tried to cut the meat with knife and fork. Failing, he grew frustrated and stabbed a piece with his claw, stuffing it into his mouth, only to hiss and grimace as the freshly grilled meat burned his tongue. Thank you, nameless third Mizukichi. Although we don't know your name, don't know your abilities, and don't know what you did during your reign, it doesn't matter. Today the title of scapegoat falls upon you. Adaptations must not become reckless fabrications, and dramatizations must not be nonsense. In the manga, during the battle with Obito, Kirigakure once declared, "Do not underestimate the village of the Blood Mist." Even the mediocre 7 ninja swordsmen in Boruto mentioned that the Blood Mist was a Kirigakure tradition. There are only 2 possibilities for specifically pointing out that the village of the Blood Mist was under the 4th Mizukichi rule. First, the Blood Mist policy at that time was even harsher than before. Second, the contrast between before and after being controlled left a deeper impression. Zabuza also held a fairly high status among Kirigakure ninja. Chojuro even addressed him as senior. This proves that he still had considerable prestige among the Kirigakure ninja of his time. On a side note, the first Mizukichi's appearance was rather unfortunate. The anime even depicted him with crossed eyes. Though his left eye was supposed to be blind, the anime insisted on drawing the blind eye black, further diminishing his already unremarkable looks. I quietly added an opening of about 500 characters to the first chapter. If anyone is interested, you can go take a look. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 2 people and the fox sprawled lazily on the sofa. Madara had already settled the bill, so they could leave at any time. Perhaps because he was finally full, Yagura remembered that he still had real work to do. Although the trip had been meant for relaxation, he had to complete at least a few missions to keep up appearances. He could hardly return empty-handed. Otherwise, judging by the 3rd Mizukichi's temperament, Yagura would not be executed or imprisoned, but a scathing reprimand and a period of confinement would be unavoidable. He stood up, touched the long staff slung across his back, and prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, however, he added one more detail about the 3rd Mizukichi. It was probably more than 10 years ago when I was still quite young, and I heard the village elders talk about it. After he came back from a mission in the Land of Fire, he began to act rather strangely. Once when I went to see him, I overheard him murmuring strange things to the wall, about a new world where everyone could be happy as savior, and the Land of Water remembering him forever. After saying this, Yagura hurried away. He seemed afraid that Madara would drag him off again, so he left with especially quick steps. Madara scratched his chin. The more he listened, the more something felt wrong. Why did these words sound so familiar? Wasn't this the same infinite Tsukuyomi spiel meant to fool people? Moreover, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara had once said that implanting the 3 tails into Rin Noira had not been the Hidden Mist's plan, but something he had planned beforehand. Could it be that the very culprit who had given birth to the Blood Mist village was him? No. A few months had passed since he crossed over into this world, yet no one from the Hidden Mist village had ever contacted him, and he had no memory of conversing with the 3rd Mizukichi. This suggested he had not directly communicated with the Mizukichi. Then the answer was obvious. At this point in time, only one being met both the conditions of understanding the infinite Tsukuyomi and being closely tied to Madara, a thing that could hardly be counted as a person, Black Zetsu. For Zetsu, who could freely sink into the ground and move without needing to breathe the oceans that obstructed ordinary people, were no different from flatland. He could travel between nations with ease. Black Zetsu's skill at staying hidden went without saying. Remaining concealed behind the scenes for over 100 years without being discovered was proof enough of his ability. In the future, he would even succeed in stabbing a powerhouse at the Sage of Six Paths level in the back. Of course, the fact that the poor soul who suffered that backstab was himself left Madara with a faint touch of melancholy. Madara briefly sorted out the current chain of events in his mind. First, Black Zetsu's influence on the Hidden Mist should have begun more than 10 years ago, soon after the 3rd Mizukichi took office. He did not know exactly what had been said, but it was most likely the same old spiel, a perfect world where everyone could find happiness with no war and no death, and so on and so forth. Or perhaps a customized version, such as letting the Land of Water unify the world and making the Hidden Mist village the most powerful village of all. In the end, these were just a few templates, each tailored to different audiences. To the selfless, he would say that the infinite Tsukuyomi could establish a new world where all were equal, without discrimination, death, or war. To those with regrets, he would say that the infinite Tsukuyomi could let them make up for their regrets and ensure that no one in the world would ever feel regret again. To those consumed by desire, he would say that the infinite Tsukuyomi could grant every wish. Whether unifying the world or avenging a grudge, it was all within reach. In short, it was utter nonsense. But had Black Zetsu lied? Alas, he truly had not. Put simply, the infinite Tsukuyomi was a colossal genjutsu that covered the entire planet. Within the world of that illusion, every wish of the one caught in it could genuinely come true, whether it was mending regrets or anything else. The part about no discrimination, no war, and no death was also true. After all, if everyone had turned into White Zetsu, they would not even possess self-awareness. How could discrimination exist? Well, if one put aside the side effect of turning into White Zetsu, even Madara himself was a little tempted. Who would not want their wishes to come true? Ahem. But considering the Otsutsuki, plural, who would attack in the future, one could only say Kaguya was a little too optimistic in counting on the White Zetsu to defeat them. All in all, Black Zetsu had most likely used the infinite Tsukuyomi to dupe the third Mizukage, who had just taken office and brought about the Blood Mist policy, a policy that disregarded casualties. This was also in line with what one would expect after believing in the infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, if he thought everyone could live eternally in the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi, death, in reality, no longer seemed very important. After that, the thoroughly duped third Mizukage would have sent the hidden mists Umbu to try to capture Rin Noara as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. What happened later went without saying. Given that Yagura had already become the fourth Mizukage by the time Obito returned to the hidden mist for revenge, the third Mizukage had most likely died before the third Great Ninja War ended. After all, his contemporaries Inoki and Hiruzen Sarutobi were both alive and well. The third Kazekage had died in Sasori's assassination, while the third Raikage had fought over 10,000 IWNin for 3 days and 3 nights before succumbing to exhaustion. Then why had the third Mizukage, the supreme leader of the hidden mist who had clearly not taken part in the Great Ninja War, died so mysteriously? The answer was obvious. Like the third Kazekage and the third Raikage, the third Mizukage had also died from external force. A mysterious person had killed the third Mizukage without being detected by anyone. In the land of water, isolated overseas and long cut off from the outside world, someone had actually killed a Mizukage and gone unnoticed. Who could it be? Truly hard to guess. Don't you think so, Black Zetsu-san? Perhaps he believed the third Mizukage no longer had any use, or perhaps he feared that his own existence would be exposed. Either way, Black Zetsu assassinated the third Mizukage and departed, not returning until Obito later took control of Yagura. Should he go and stop the third Mizukage? Madara thought it over. The third Mizukage was still in the Hidden Mist village. To meet the man himself, he would first have to traverse half the land of fire, reach a port in the land of bears, board a ship, pass by 3 or 4 islands, and spend nearly half a month at sea before arriving in the land of water. Even if he reached the land of water, meeting the Mizukage as an outsider would not be easy. What was more, with the Blood Mist policy already in effect for years, he would very likely end up trading blows with Hidden Mist Ninja. How troublesome. With that much time, he might as well go to the land of rain to look for Nagato's team of 3, see whether the Akatsuki had been formed, and try to get his hands on a Red Cloud cloak for fun. Let alone the fact that the third Mizukage might not even heed his words, because if he admitted to having been fooled, he would instantly become the greatest sinner of the entire Hidden Mist. It sounded a little callous, but Madara did not really want to bother with him. Unlike Yagura, who had been forcibly controlled, the third Mizukage had implemented the Blood Mist policy without being under any control, forcing the graduates of the Ninja Academy to kill their opponents, persecuting and killing the Kekkei Genkai shinobi of his own village. A whole series of decisions like these had all been his own. Black Zetsu had only played the role of a guide. The actual implementation was still decided by the third Mizukage himself. His actions were precisely why Madara had little desire to go out of his way to save him, traveling thousands of miles to the land of water just to save a slit-eyed fool who was duped by Black Zetsu. Feels a bit not worth it. Madara sighed. Well, it couldn't be helped. He was too kind-hearted to watch others suffer. He turned his gaze to the trees outside the window where many birds were resting on the branches. One bold little sparrow happened to meet Madara's eyes. Although Madara wasn't especially skilled in Genjutsu, controlling an ordinary bird was still a piece of cake. In an instant, the sparrow's pupils transformed into a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sensing the chakra of the Sharingan, Kurama, who had been lounging lazily on the sofa, digesting his meal, instantly bristled. Ever since being controlled once before, the mere sight of Genjutsu gave him a headache. When he realized that Madara was only controlling a little bird, he relaxed and lay back down. A false alarm. He had thought humans were about to betray him again. Don't push it, you idiot. Don't you know I'm afraid? Hate the Sharingan. At least give me a heads up. Probably because they had grown closer, Kurama's tone was much gentler than before. Sorry. I'll be careful next time, Madara replied casually. He took some paper and a pen he had snagged from the Hokage's office, wrote a letter, and tied it to the leg of the controlled bird. After using Jinjutsu to set the bird's destination so it would fly toward the Hokage's office, he put the matter of the third Mizukage out of his mind. Even if he went to the land of water now, he would only meet Zabuza and Meitarumi, who were barely over 10 years old. Haku was probably still a baby, and Kisame might not have even graduated from the ninja academy yet. Zabuza didn't even have a sword yet, and the same went for Kisame. As for Mei, he was neither a pervert nor into some training plan. He had no interest in raising people from childhood. When it came to talent, picking up ready-made ones was always the best. For instance, a defecting Zabuza came with a bonus, a Haku thrown in for free. Wait, if Yagura weren't under control, would Zabuza even defect? Maybe let Yagura suffer a bit longer and stay under someone's control for a few more years. Ahem, he was getting a bit ahead of himself. Anyway, there was really no need to go to the land of water now. He wouldn't find any experts, and it would be a waste of time and effort, extremely low cost effectiveness. Rather than exerting himself, it was better to let the meddlesome Hokage handle it. It would also earn some goodwill points for Konoha. The leader of Kirigakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, was being manipulated, intending to provoke a war with Konoha. With such a big matter, he didn't believe the third Hokage could just sit still. As for whether the third Hokage would send Anbu to assassinate, if the honorable third Mizukage could be assassinated by a bunch of Anbu, then he might as well not bother living anymore. It would be too disgraceful for a Kage. After all, the Anbu only had 70 members divided into 4 squads. Excluding the captain, vice captain, and the 4 squad leaders, the rest of the members were only around the level of Chunin or Special Jonin. If the Kage, the strongest of Kirigakure, could be silently killed by a dozen Anbu, then Kirigakure was practically finished. If even the strongest was this weak, one could only imagine how pathetic the other ninja were. Oh right, they were indeed pretty weak. A dozen Kirigakure Anbu were wiped out single-handedly by an enraged Obito. Now that he was full and had done what needed to be done, it was about time to return to the Uchiha compound and rest. Madara was just about to pick up the bristling Kurama when the fox avoided his reaching hand. TCH, the smell of the Sharingan on you hasn't faded yet. Don't try to carry me. I can walk on my own. He was still haunted by the memory of being controlled. The feeling of being deprived of his own will was utterly dreadful. He never wanted to experience it again in his life. Suit yourself, but make sure to stay close and don't get lost. However, even if Kurama chose to run away, it didn't matter. He still wore a collar made of wood release around his neck. Until he gained enough power to break free, running anywhere was useless. The journey back was smooth. He didn't encounter any spies from other villages attacking, nor did he stumble upon an Anbu cover-up scene. At most, a little kid tried to forcibly take Kurama away, only to get beaten up by him instead. Although Kurama's current power was less than 1% of his original, he was still a tailed beast. A brat who hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy was easy prey. Wah! The mean fox bullied me. I'm going home to tell mom and dad. The kid ran away crying. Whose unruly child had been let out without being properly restrained. At first, the kid just said he wanted to touch, which was fine. Madara had even specifically signaled Kurama with his eyes to stay calm and not scare the child, who knew that after a few strokes the brat got addicted. Not only did he refuse to let go, but he even tried to run off with the fox in his arms. Do you think the majestic 9-tailed demon fox would indulge such behavior? Kurama gave him 2 slaps, leaving the brat dizzy and seeing stars. When he finally struggled free from the kid's arms, he didn't forget to give a hard whack with his tail, leaving a red mark on the child's face. Madara didn't take this little incident to heart. After all, unruly children were a universal specialty, found in every world. If he held a grudge against every such child, he would have died of anger long ago. Madara walked at a moderate pace, barely arriving at the entrance of the Uchiha clan before the sun completely set. 2 unfamiliar Uchiha clan members were standing guard today. Although the guards didn't recognize Madara's face, the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his clothes couldn't be faked. No one would dare impersonate an Uchiha. After a quick glance, they let him through, saving him a lot of time. Although it was easy, he felt a slight twinge of dissatisfaction. According to the usual script, shouldn't the guards have stopped him, sneered, and said he wasn't worthy of entering the Uchiha clan's territory. Then he would call over Fugaku, have him respectfully escort him, and slap the guards' faces hard and tell them not to come tomorrow. Oh, he almost forgot. For most Uchiha clan members, serving as gatekeepers was indeed a hardship. Telling them not to come tomorrow would probably be considered a reward. The house arranged by Fugaku was already tidied up. Although not very large, it had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, about 100 square meters. More than enough for him alone, and that didn't even include the backyard. He never expected to become a homeowner on his very first day in Konoha, in a standalone house near the center of the village at that. That must be worth at least 1 Asuma. After a simple walk around the room to confirm that the water, electricity, and other basic utilities were functioning properly, Ban, without even removing his clothes, lay down directly on the soft bedding. That night Ban slept very soundly. It was the most comfortable sleep he had had in a long while, for the hard stones of the cavern were hardly suited to his frail 100-year-old body. Though he had heard that sleeping on a firm bed was better for one's back, no matter how one looked at it, sleeping on stone was simply far too hard. On the other hand, some people would not be so comfortable tonight. After being sealed away for decades and finally released from his sentence, Kurama was so excited that he could not sleep all night, longing to howl twice at the moon in the sky. But he was not foolish enough to do so. If he dared to howl wildly in the middle of the night and disturb people's sleep, he would simply be asking for a beating. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also stayed up all night. After receiving that letter, he urgently contacted most of the spies Konoha had planted within Kirigakure, and at the risk of exposing their identities, investigated the Mizukige's anomalous activities in recent years. What he discovered was startling. Due to the two-way isolation brought about by the blood mist policy, the spies had rarely had opportunities to send intelligence back to Konoha, and the occasional messages that did arrive were mostly fragments of information of little value. Coupled with the Land of Water's remote geographical location and its long-standing closed-door foreign policy, Konoha knew very little about the Land of Water and Kirigakure. The last large-scale exchange between Konoha and Kiri had been during the First Great Ninja War, when the second Mizukige Hozuki Genjutsu led a group of Kirigakure ninja to form an alliance with Konoha to jointly resist Iwagakure, then the most powerful village. In truth, aside from Iwagakure, the Kage of the other four villages all harbored some intention of ending the war, for each village was in a period of rapid development and had no need for conflict. Unfortunately, when the second Tsuchikage Mu and the second Mizukige perished together on the battlefield, and the second Reikage and second Hokage also fell victim to the betrayal of the Gold and Silver brothers, the sudden disappearance of the second Kazekage further intensified the unease. Ninja of the various villages grew to hate one another, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. The original work never explained exactly what happened to the second Kazekage. However, the reason Sasori resented the third Kazekage was that his parents were killed by Konoha's White Fang during the Second Great Ninja War, so, by the time of the Second Great Ninja War, the third Kazekage had already become Kazekage. Thus it is reasonable to speculate that the second Kazekage most likely also passed away during the First Great Ninja War, but with the cause of death unknown. Let us just say it was Black Zetsu's doing, with the aim of sowing discord among the great nations. Hiruzen skillfully lifted his beloved pipe to his lips and drew a deep breath. As the tobacco in the pipe was lit, wisps of white smoke drifted out of the office. He would be working overtime again tonight, and once his wife learned of it, she would surely have something to say. Hiruzen straightened the Hokage hat atop his head. His body now was nothing like it was in his youth. A decade or so ago, even staying up an entire night had posed no problem at all. But not anymore. It was only just past midnight, and already a headache was beginning to set in. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead, hoping only that the situation was better than what the letter had described. If the third Mizukige truly had been placed under someone's control, matters would become even more difficult to handle. Kumogakure and Iwagakure had launched their offensive against Konoha almost simultaneously. Were it not for the disappearance of the third Kazekage, which had left Tsunegakure leaderless and forced it into an alliance with Konoha, the situation might have been even worse. Simply dealing with the Cloud and Rock Ninja was already enough to overwhelm Konoha. If Kirigakure now decided to intervene as well, the situation would become even more troublesome. The moment he thought of the possibility that Kiri might declare war on Konoha, Hiruzen felt his head throbbing even more painfully. If only Lord Hashirama were still here. As long as that great man lived, no other village, no matter how bold, would have dared to start a war during his lifetime. Unfortunately, the first Hokage's would release seemed to differ from ordinary Kekkai Genkai. Neither his brother Lord Tobarama nor his granddaughter Tsunade had inherited that power. If only he had supported Danzo more. No, never mind. Danzo's actions had already gone far enough. If he had supported him further, he dared not imagine what Danzo would have done. At the thought of Danzo, Hiruzen could not help massaging his temples. Capturing Konoha ninja and children from nearby villages for live human experimentation. Even knowing Danzo's style as he did, he had never imagined the man would go that far. After all the ninja who had voluntarily participated in the experiments had died, Hiruzen had assumed the experiments had long since ceased. TSK. In the old days, Danzo had merely been somewhat more severe than the others, but now he had actually turned his hand against his own comrades within the village. Even if they had decades of old friendship, he could no longer turn a blind eye. Whether as Hokage's advisor or as the captain of an Umbu division, Danzo could not be allowed to continue in those roles. In his quest for power, he had already stopped at nothing. The Root organization also had to be dissolved by Danzo. As for those who were loyal to him, they would be made to retire. They could no longer continue serving as ninja in the village, and those who had violated the rules would be punished according to the regulations. Over the years, he had come to understand that would release was after all merely a somewhat special Kekkai Genkai. Even if one possessed would release, one could never become as powerful as the first Hokage. Sacrificing so many young lives for it was nothing but a loss outweighing any gain. Furthermore, Kurama had rarely shown signs of a desire for reconciliation, so the wood release originally intended to deal with the Nine Tails was no longer necessary. With every troubling thought that crossed his mind, Hiruzen could not resist taking a few more puffs. Had he not kept the window open for ventilation, the Hokage's office would surely have been shrouded in a haze of smoke. May the Sage of Six Paths bless him, so that the war might end soon and he could retire early. He could not end up like Inoki of Awagakure, a man old enough to be a grandfather, yet still not retired. Of course, if one were to speak of who was most distressed of all right now, it would have to be the ninja carrying out espionage missions in Kiri. Suddenly receiving an urgent contact in the dead of night, they had to risk their lives to investigate the Mizukage without even taking a single bite of food. Workers have the worker's soul. Workers are always the cream of the crop. No matter how reluctant they were after venting a few curses, they still had no choice but to obediently begin their mission. The mystery of the third Hokage's lecherous nature. Previously, Asuma's age was mentioned. If anyone does not remember, here is a quick reminder. Sarutobi Hiruzen lived to the age of 69 and Asuma was 27 at this time. In other words, Asuma was not born until Hiruzen was 42. Inoki was 5 years older than Hiruzen. Likewise, as their respective granddaughters, Kuratsuchi was already 33 in the Boruto era, while Sarutobi Mirai was only 15, a gap of fully 18 years between them. Sarutobi Hiruzen lived to 69, and at this time Asuma was 27, meaning that Asuma was not born until Hiruzen was 42. Inoki was 5 years older than Hiruzen. Also, as their granddaughters, Kuratsuchi was 33 in Boruto's era, while Sarutobi Mirai was only 15, a difference of 18 years. Do not doubt it. Hiruzen was an old lecher, old in years, but youthful at heart. His use of the crystal ball to peep at the women's bathhouse was no mere showmanship, it was the pure outpouring of his true nature. In the early morning of the next day, Ban was uncharacteristically sleeping in. In this cold world, only the soft bedding could still bring a hint of warmth. Nevertheless, shortly after the sun rose, he got out of bed, washed up simply, and prepared to head out. As for Jalama, that fellow had been so excited last night that he didn't fall asleep until midnight, and was now snoring loudly on the carpet in the room, his entire body curled into a ball, with only his 9 fluffy tails visible. Ban was neither a cat person nor a dog person, but to be honest, the sight of those 9 tails swaying before him stirred an urge to hold the 9 tails in his arms and give it a good rub. Of course, an urge was just an urge, he wasn't about to actually do it. He wasn't a child who would just reach out and grab whatever caught his eye. His mind, only just awakened, was still not fully alert. Ban scratched his chin, deciding to first go out and buy some breakfast, fill his stomach before considering anything else. Yawning, he walked toward the main gate. Although there were vendors selling breakfast within the Uchiha compound, they mostly offered sweets, which he wasn't used to. He figured he'd go out and buy a few steamed buns instead. But just as Ban approached the gate, he heard someone arguing with the guard. "I've told you I just want to ask you to inform clan leader Fugaku, so we can take our child inside to apologize and then leave. Is that even allowed?" A square-faced, somewhat fierce-looking middle-aged man was arguing with the guard. Beside him, a woman with long red hair tugged at his hand. "Forget it, dear. It's so early now and Irika is dressed too lightly. What if he catches a cold? Why don't you let him go back first?" The man's eyes widened. "How can that be? That brat tried to steal someone else's summoning beast yesterday and then dared to come back and tattle to me. I didn't make him come over last night, and that's already being lenient. And you want to send him back? But we can't even get in now, and standing here is pointless. Why don't I go back and grab a few jackets?" The woman in red said, her heart aching. Both she and her husband were ninjas, so the morning chill meant nothing to them. But their child was still young, not yet graduated from the ninja academy. He was already shivering from the cold, and as a mother she couldn't bear to see it. The guard seized the opportunity to mediate. Yeah, it's still early. The clan leader hasn't even started work yet. Why don't you come back later? Don't let the child freeze." The father, the middle-aged man, wavered. As a father, he certainly loved his child, but he was afraid that spoiling him would prevent him from understanding his mistake. "Then let's head back." Normally this matter should have had nothing to do with Ban, but the child with that unfamiliar couple was someone he recognized. The same brat with the pineapple-like hairstyle like Shikamaru's from yesterday. To Ban's surprise, as the saying goes, children are mirrors of their parents. Usually behind a bratty kid there are unreasonable parents, but these parents seemed unexpectedly reasonable. However, what caught his attention more was the mother. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't a chow thief, nor did he have the gin and style, and he had no interest in married women. What truly drew his notice was the mother's words. "Irika is dressed too lightly." Could it be that the bratty child was none other than the future 7th Hokage's godfather, the principal of the Ninja Academy, Yumino Irika? Ban did a quick mental calculation. Irika was about 3 years younger than Kakashi, who was now 11. It was entirely possible. Then the couple before him must be Irika's parents, who died in the Nine Tails rampage. Noticing Ban's gaze, the man awkwardly scratched his chin and introduced himself. "Sorry, I'm this kid's father, Hei Jiao, and this is my wife, Hei Xiaojin. We've come to apologize to you. I'm terribly sorry for blocking your way." Wow, so polite, too polite. Ban felt goosebumps all over. With that fierce face, he turned out to be so courteous. The contrast was overwhelming. But this confirmed Ban's conjecture. There might be another Iruka in Konoha, but there couldn't be another Hey Iruka. This child before him was the exemplary teacher who in the original history helped Naruto, who had lost his parents and was ostracized by the entire village, emerge from the shadows. Although he was reliable as an adult, as a child, he was just like Naruto, a brat. Ban thought this, but Iruka suddenly ran up to him and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have tried to take your summoning beast. True to being the future teacher of the Hokage, his apology came swiftly. Get up first. As long as you recognize your mistake, you're still a good kid. Ban wasn't good with children and didn't know what expression to wear. He kept a smile and gently patted the boy's head. Seeing Iruka's behavior, his parents realized that the old man before them was the victim from whom Iruka had nearly stolen the summoning beast yesterday. I am a Konoha Jonin Heijiao. I apologize to you here. It is due to my lack of proper upbringing that this brat committed such misconduct. I am truly sorry. He pressed Iruka's head down lower and bowed his own head, leaving Ban feeling somewhat at a loss. Although he hated parents who enable their children after they make mistakes, making such a big deal out of it seemed a bit excessive. Sensing Ban's discomfort, the woman in red quickly pinched her husband's lower back to make him tone it down. Couldn't he see that he was making the old man awkward? I'm sorry, my husband. He's a bit over the top, but he truly means to apologize. I offer my apologies as well. We've spoiled this child too much. Compared to the stern father Hei Ijiao, the mother Hei Xiaojin spoke much more naturally. Ban let out a long sigh of relief. Finally he could talk properly. Please rest assured. The child has already apologized, so this matter is over. As long as he promises not to do it again, it's fine. Ben hadn't actually taken the incident from yesterday to heart at all, which was why he hadn't even noticed the conspicuous scar on Iruka's nose. Now he just wanted to extricate himself from this situation and fill his stomach. He hadn't had breakfast yet. Yumino Ikaku had kept Madara pinned down for over 10 minutes, alternating between profuse apologies and insisting on treating him to a meal, leaving Madara utterly speechless. Madara had not actually suffered any real loss. Besides, Iruka was still under 10 and at that playful age, so their willingness to apologize sincerely was already rare enough. There was no need to make such a fuss. Just as he was wondering how to make his escape, a figure rushed across the rooftops, wildly flinging several kunai and shuriken over his shoulder. By unfortunate coincidence, one of them was aimed straight at Iruka's back. The kunai happened to lie within the blind spot of the Yumino family's vision. Only the gate guard and Madara noticed it flying toward them. But the gate guard, merely a chunin, had no hope of intercepting it before it struck young Iruka. Clang! Madara's caution was carved into his very bones. The instant he spotted the kunai, he activated his Sharingan, and everything around him seemed to slow dozens of times over. There were only two things he needed to do. First, use the body flicker technique to stand in front of Iruka. Second, knock the incoming kunai to the ground. But to the Yumino family, who had no Sharingan, it looked as though Madara had vanished, and then suddenly appeared behind Iruka. Only then did they notice the kunai lying on the ground. The two parents immediately moved to shield Iruka, afraid that the attacker might strike again from some corner. Hey, are you two all right? Like the late arriving reinforcements so common in stories, only after Madara had defused the crisis did a breathless young man appear before the crowd. I am truly sorry. It was my lack of skill that allowed the intruder who infiltrated Konoha to escape. I've frightened you. I sincerely apologize. The moment he appeared, the young stranger bowed frantically to everyone present. Madara, who had been planning to slip away, could not help but press a hand to his forehead. That familiar feeling. He was about to be trapped again. I am Uchiha Mitsuru, who just joined the Konoha military police force this year. I am terribly sorry. Please forgive my dereliction of duty. Enough. No one here is hurt. But what about you? That man is about to get away. Is that really all right? Madara cut off Mitsuru's apology and pointed at the figure that was about to disappear in the distance. Ah, yes. I still have a mission. I am so sorry. Once I complete it, I will come back and properly apologize to all of you. I have to go now. Thanks to Madara's reminder, he finally remembered that he had come to carry out a mission. He had been so busy apologizing that he nearly let his target escape. Mitsuru immediately chased after the figure. This was his first time undertaking a mission alone. If he failed, he was bound to be scolded when he got back. While everyone's attention was drawn to the scene, Madara quietly slipped away. By the time the Yumino family turned around, the only one left was the gate guard standing alone by the gate. Are you kidding? He had not even had breakfast yet. There was no time for pleasantries. He needed to fill his stomach first. Boss, give me 2, no 3 meat buns. And a cup of soy milk. Thanks. After only a few steps, Madara spotted a bun shop by the street. As a traditional person, he preferred the classic pairing of meat buns and soy milk over bread and milk. All right, 3 meat buns and 1 bean milk, right? That will be 40 Rio. Thank you for your patronage. The bun shop owner was a muscular, bald, middle-aged man, and probably because of the heat his upper body was covered only by an apron. Although the owner looked rough and blunt, his hands were remarkably quick. He packed everything, almost instantly bagged the buns and the bean milk separately, and handed them to Madara. Madara handed over the money, took the breakfast, and eagerly took a bite. The skin of the meat bun was very thin and the juice nearly seeped through it. The filling had been kneaded until firm, and its savory broth gushed out, almost scalding his mouth. Truly, being alive was wonderful. If he were currently in the impure world, reincarnation state food would have no taste at all. He might as well be dead. But that good mood from the morning was soon shattered. The soy milk was awful, truly awful. It had the fragrance of beans, but drinking it felt sticky and sludgy like a bowl of diluted paste. Following his principle of not wasting food, he forced himself to swallow the mouthful of soy milk, then glanced at the text on the packaging. Bean milk. Didn't I buy soy milk? What the hell is bean milk? Did I get a defective product? Did that boss sell me something fake? Madara licked the remaining bean milk from his mouth. The texture was rather rough, like the dregs of soybeans that had not been completely ground up. Case closed. Bean milk was indeed soy milk. But perhaps due to the production process, it contained a large amount of crushed soybeans mixed in while being made, producing a very strange mouth feel, like paste mixed with soy milk. Could it be that they do not strain the soy milk here at all, and simply drink it together with the soybean pulp? That is a bit too. Well, you know. Exhausted. Madara was truly exhausted at heart. He had only wanted a decent breakfast, so why was it so hard? Forget it. He had already bought it, he could not just throw it away. With tears in his eyes, Madara finished the soy milk that seemed to have been mixed with half a pound of soybean pulp, then took a fierce bite of the bun to console his wounded heart. He was upset. From this morning until now, all he had encountered was trouble. Madara was thoroughly irritated, desperately, hoping some clueless fool would appear and give him an outlet for his frustration. A figure suddenly burst out of the crowd, blindly crashing into Madara and knocking the last bun from his hand to the ground. Its pristine white skin was instantly covered in dust. Clearly it could no longer be eaten. Damn it. Would this never end? The taut string inside Madara finally snapped. Furious, he activated his Mangekyo and used one of Susanu's arms to grab the man by the throat. I was just eating breakfast. What did I do to you? Won't you ever stop? Ugh. Erg. With his throat gripped, the man frantically stabbed at Susanu with his kunai, trying to break free. But an ordinary kunai could hardly damage Susanu at all. Everything he did was futile. Madara was not venting his anger on some random innocent bystander. This was already the second time he had seen this fellow today, who just earlier this was the man who had thrown the kunai at Irika. He had not expected to run into him here. Whether this poor spy had bad luck or good luck was hard to say. He had been discovered during last night's major operation, then spent the whole night hiding without being found. In the early morning, however, he ran into Mitsuru, who was out on patrol, and on the way to escape, he managed to provoke Madara. Having endured in a single day an experience most people would not have in a lifetime, the already high-strung man was nearly scared witless at the sight of Susanoo. Did the Uchiha clan really have such a Mangekyo Sharingan user? The intelligence reports had never mentioned this at all. Were those fools in the village trying to get him killed? Alright, how do you plan to compensate me for my losses? This. Friend from Kusagakure. Madara's tone was quite gentle, but the man felt as though he had been marked by some kind of beast. Alright, nothing to see here. Everyone disperse. For the sake of the villagers, physical and mental health ban began to shoo away the curious onlookers. Although the gathered crowd did not know the circumstances, they recognized the Uchiha crest on Ban's back and naturally assumed he was a member of the Konoha military police force capturing a spy sent by another village to infiltrate Konoha. Although this police officer seemed a bit advanced in age, as a ninja surviving to such an age implied his strength was far from ordinary. During this period, scenes like this were witnessed every few days, so the villagers were no longer surprised. At most, some were merely curious about the sudden appearance of Susanoo. However, given the Uchiha's notoriously bad temper, even the most curious dared not speak up. At most, they would sigh inwardly and keep their distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Enough, I know you won't admit it, but denial is useless. Come look into my eyes. Ban forcibly grabbed his chin and forced him to meet his gaze. The spy was clearly aware of the Uchiha clan's expertise in Genjutsu. To avoid leaking information, he immediately shut his eyes tightly, refusing to meet Ban's gaze. He did not know how long had passed, but all sounds around him vanished, even the beating of his own heart. Though he desperately wanted to see his surroundings, his professional discipline as a ninja restrained him. He must not look. It was surely an enemy's trick. He must not open his eyes. Again, an unknown time passed. The pitch-black silent world remained unchanged, as if he were the only person left in the world. This isolating loneliness nearly drove him insane. Finally, he could no longer resist, and opened his eyes. What greeted him were a pair of crimson eyes and a sinister smile. Oh, couldn't hold out, huh? Welcome to Konoha. Get ready to enjoy a 3650-day sweet service. Although the Sharingan's Genjutsu could not penetrate obstructions like infinite Tsukuyomi, the scope of Genjutsu was not limited to vision. Simply closing one's eyes was useless. Ban used Genjutsu to affect the spy's hearing, distorting his perception of time. Although only a few minutes had passed, in reality the spy felt as if several days had gone by. When he finally could not resist opening his eyes, he immediately fell into Ban's Genjutsu. His consciousness gradually blurred, his gaze became vacant, and he stood frozen in place. Ban had originally planned to use Tsukuyami, but after some thought he deemed it not worth it. After all, even though the eternal Mangekyo did not gradually lose vision, like a normal Mangekyo, it still hurt. Using Tsukuyami on such a small fry would be more loss than gain. As expected, ordinary Genjutsu was sufficient to control the spy, without any difficulty. Which village sent you? What is your mission? Ban did not care about the answer. He asked mainly to test the effectiveness of the Genjutsu. The spy spoke with a dazed expression. I am a special jonin from Chao country. My mission is to gather intelligence on Konoha and seize the opportunity to steal ninjutsu to bring back to the village. Special jonin. Ban was somewhat surprised. Were the ninjas of Chao country so lacking in skill? That kid named Guangzalong was only a chunin, yet he could chase after a special jonin. Was that reasonable? Although he had guessed it was a ninja from Chao country, he did not expect a special jonin. He had assumed it was just a chunin. As for how Ban figured it out, the answer lay in the unfortunate spy himself. His appearance bore no characteristics of a ninja from a major country. For instance, Kirigakure ninjas often carried the scent of the sea, while Kumogakure ninjas typically had bronze skin. And so on. These traits more or less revealed a ninja's origin. This spy had almost no distinctive features, so he was most likely a spy sent by a small country. Around Konoha there were many small countries, including Taki country, Cha country, Nami country, Ta country, Yu country, Chao country, and Kuma country. As for the Rain country, known throughout the ninja world for the demigod, Sancho Fish Hanzong, and showing signs of rising in recent years, it was still recovering from the trauma of the Second Great Ninja War. Most small countries did not have their own hidden villages. They relied solely on money to hire ninjas from other villages to serve them, so it was impossible for them to dispatch their own ninjas for espionage. Currently, the countries around Konoha that had hidden villages aside from the other major nations were only 4 Taki hidden village of Taki country, Yu hidden village of Yu country, Chao hidden village of Chao country, and Hoshi hidden village of Kuma country. Taki hidden village was located within a massive waterfall in Taki country. It rarely communicated with the outside world. Although situated on the mainland, its isolation rivaled even that of Kirigakure. As for Yu hidden village, it was even more unlikely. Known as the village that forgets war, almost everyone from top to bottom was a pacifist, so sending spies was unthinkable. As for the Hoshi ninjas of Hoshi hidden village, they trained using the radioactive energy of a meteor possessing the peacock mysterious method that could activate chakra and transform it into peacock feathers. But this guy had never used it. In the future, there would be a sound hidden village in Ta country, but that was a village established after Orochimaru defected and bribed the daimyo of Ta country. For now, there was not even a trace. After eliminating all the wrong answers above, the middle-aged man, with a generic face before him, could almost only be a spy from Chao country. After fiercely slapping the unfortunate spy several times, swelling his face, and venting all his pent-up frustration, Ban found himself in an awkward situation. He could neither leave nor stay. If he left, the Genjutsu would eventually wear off, and this guy would get up and continue escaping. But if he waited for the police force to come and take him away, who knew how long that would take? After a moment's thought, Ban decided to solve the problem with a simpler method. Rather than waiting for police officers who might not show up anytime soon, it would be better to take the guy directly to the police headquarters. You follow me. Understand. The spy nodded dully, standing up like a soulless puppet and following closely behind Ban. Inside the captain's office at the Konoha Military Police Headquarters, Fuyue was just about to take a sip of his freshly brewed coffee when someone suddenly slammed the door open, startling him so much that he nearly spilled the coffee on his pants. Captain, someone wants to see you. Cough, cough, cough. Can you knock before entering next time? You want to choke me to death. If someone wants to see me, just say so. You're making it seem like an enemy invasion. Fuyue couldn't help but sigh. The so-called Konoha Military Police Force was nominally responsible for capturing individuals and ninjas with criminal tendencies, but they had no authority over matters involving the Hokage's direct subordinates, such as the Umbu. Most of their work involved trivial matters like catching drunkards causing trouble on the streets, husbands who abused their wives, and peddlers selling contraband. Whenever there was a slightly significant incident, his subordinates would either be overreacting, young hotheads charging in recklessly, or lazy veterans who couldn't be bothered to move. Every time the captain himself had to step in. It was exhausting. If only he had a reliable deputy to assist him. Fugaku let out a sigh as he rose to his feet, downing the already lukewarm coffee in one gulp. After all, he was the clan leader. A bit of hardship was only natural, and as long as his people could live better, it would all be worth it. Still, it was rare for someone to ask for him by name. Generally speaking, few people dared to come to the police force headquarters looking for someone, let alone specifically requesting a particular individual. Could something have happened at home? Had Mikoto or Itachi come looking for him? That couldn't be it either. Most of the police force were Uchiha clan members, so there was no way they wouldn't recognize the two of them. The moment Fugaku stepped into the lobby, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn right around and head back. Why had their ancestor come here? Managing the clan members who constantly stirred up trouble was already a headache. This ancestor was more of a pain than all the rest of the clan combined. He could not beat him in a fight, could not reason with him, and had to worry about whether the old man might suddenly lose his temper and level Konoha to the ground. Just imagining the possibility made Fugaku feel his blood pressure spike. Fugaku steeled himself and approached, bowing respectfully. "What business brings you to see me today?" Madara raised an eyebrow. "Oh, not happy to see me. I came all this way to hand you a merit, so aren't you going to thank your second granduncle?" Fugaku let out a dry laugh. "A thank you, second granduncle. Thank you, second granduncle. But what exactly do you mean by merit?" He could not help but silently complain. If Madara were to surrender himself right now and let them arrest him without any resistance, that would be the greatest achievement since the police force was founded. Madara pointed at the Kusagakure shinobi behind him, still under Jinjutsu. "See this guy? He's a spy sent by Kusagakure village. I happened to run into him, and I've already interrogated him. If you don't trust that, you can interrogate him again yourself." Kusagakure. Fugaku was taken aback. Due to the overwhelming rise of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander during the Second Great Ninja War, both sides of the war had deliberately avoided the Land of Rain. As a result, the Land of Grass, situated between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, had become one of the primary battlefields of this war. Kusagakure had historically maintained relatively good relations with Konoha, with exchanges flowing between them. Could it be that with Konoha's power in decline, they had begun harboring their own ambitions? Fugaku felt an even deeper ache in his head. Even with evidence that the Land of Grass had sent a spy into Konoha, the current relationship between the two sides appeared harmonious on the surface. If this incident triggered a war between the two nations, it would spell disaster for both Konoha and the Uchiha. He did not doubt that Madara might be lying, for he understood the legendary figure of his clan well enough to know that pride would make it nearly impossible for him to speak falsehoods. Of course, Madara was not the only one with such pride. Arrogance and a blatant disregard for the room had practically become the outside world stereotype of the Uchiha clan. The most crucial part was that most Uchiha indeed fit that stereotype. While they would not stoop to bullying the innocent, nearly every one of them looked down their noses at others, deeming a single polite word to those they despised a waste of breath. An ordinary person praised a comrade. "Amazing. How did you do that? Can you teach me?" An Uchiha praised a comrade. "Not bad, I suppose. I'll grudgingly acknowledge you as qualified to be my teammate." So the times have changed. Sundra types have long fallen out of fashion. And what's worse, most Uchiha have only the sun, without a trace of the deer. Not daring to be careless, Fugaku confirmed no one else had overheard their conversation before hastily inviting Madara and the Kusagakure spy into his office. "Why have you brought him here?" Fugaku was uncertain about Madara's intentions. If it were to provoke a war and bring about Konoha's destruction, that hardly made sense either. After all, the Land of Grass was at most a minor nation. Kusagakure itself had once nearly collapsed into ruin, and after its reconstruction it had split into a pro-war faction and a pro-peace faction. The authority of its so-called leader, or Kage, was also carved up among the village elders, leaving Kusagakure nominally led by a chief, while its internal affairs remained hopelessly chaotic. Were it not for the ongoing war, Kusagakure might already have descended into civil war. Expecting Kusagakure to destroy Konoha was no more realistic than hoping aliens would suddenly descend and annihilate the village with a large-scale lethal jutsu. Even taking a step back, if Kusagakure intended to support a Wagakure in this war, it would not make Konoha's situation significantly worse. Even counting retired veterans, Kusagakure could muster at most 1,000 shinobi. Subtract the half belonging to the pro-peace faction and most of the remainder were genin. Getting 100 shunin to fight would already be a stroke of luck. As for Konoha's current shinobi numbers, they had already surpassed 10,000 years ago. The Uchiha clan alone had close to 1,000 shinobi. Even if Kusagakure sent out every man, woman, and child, they might still be unable to defeat a single Uchiha clan. Madara remained silent, merely gazing at Fugaku in quiet contemplation. He had not thought that far at all. There was no grand purpose whatsoever. He had simply caught a spy, and unsure how to deal with him, decided to hand him over to the police force that maintained public order. But admitting that he had not given it any thought would be rather embarrassing, so he chose to stay silent, staring coldly at Fugaku, hoping his descendant would be sensible enough not to ask a question that might leave his ancestor in an awkward spot. Fugaku, true to the Uchiha clan's talent for overthinking, interpreted this as Madara, as the former clan leader, testing his descendant to see how he handled the troublesome Kusagakure spy, assessing whether he was a qualified leader. His mind raced, weighing the possibilities and consequences of every approach. Killing the spy was the worst option, as it would put both himself and Konoha at a disadvantage in the court of public opinion. If he were to use Jinjutsu to erase the man's memories, aside from doubts about whether one could precisely remove only certain memories, the traces left by Jinjutsu posed a significant problem of their own. What about imprisoning him permanently and making the man vanish without a trace? Though a permanent solution, it was too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there remained the risk of the prisoner escaping. Time and again he proposed ideas only to reject them. Fugaku could not arrive at a plan that satisfied him. At the end of the day, political schemes of this sort had never been the Uchiha clan's strong suit. While he racked his brains, Madara was perfectly at ease. He brewed a pot of coffee, set it on the office table, poured himself a small cup, and sipped it while gazing at the scenery outside the window. Benefiting from Konoha's scarcity of high-rise buildings, the police force headquarters, standing only 3 or 4 stories tall, already counted as a tall structure. From the captain's office on the top floor, one could take in nearly half of Konoha at a glance. Taking a sip of coffee, savoring the faint sweetness within the bitterness, Madara felt his good mood return. This was what true enjoyment looked like. That wretched cave from before was no place for a human being. Even Black Zetsu was not particularly fond of staying there. A quick note, the Kusagakure setting mostly comes from the theatrical film Blood Prison. Though film settings are generally regarded as parallel universes, the Land of Grass has so little screen time that without referencing the movie, there would be nothing relevant to use at all. Among Kusagakure's shinobi, aside from the Preta path of the 6 paths of pain hailing from that village, only those who appeared in the film have been shown. Besides that, Kishimoto did write a prequel novel covering the related story, so this section is not original to the anime team. It is content supervised by the author himself. Adaptation is not reckless fabrication, and dramatization is not baseless distortion. This is not improvised nonsense. I came prepared. Inside the office, Fugaku still hadn't devised a plan that satisfied him, while Madara stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows admiring the beauty of Konoha. The Kusagakure ninja, utterly ignored, remained detached from the Jinjutsu, standing dazed in the corner. It was perplexing how the ninja world's technological tree had developed. Although an electrical grid spanned the entire village, the natural environment remained almost untouched. Could it be that they had mastered some highly efficient, renewable, clean energy source? Could it be that captured prisoners were confined underground, forced to generate chakra daily to produce electricity? Well, that seemed unlikely because chakra couldn't possibly be used to generate electricity, could it? But after recalling the Cloud Ninja's proficiency in lightning release, Madara wasn't so sure. Perhaps they really did rely on ninjas generating electricity with their lightning release techniques. Come to think of it, besides Obito and Nagato, there was something else he needed to do. What was it? Whether it was due to spending too long in the cave or his advanced age, Madara's memory was now fairly poor. Though not yet senile, he easily forgot trivial matters. It had something to do with someone from the Akatsuki. Who was it? Sasori. No, Sasori had already killed the 3rd Kazekage and defected by now, impossible to find. Kakuzu. Even less likely. He was just a bounty hunter, contacting him would be pointless. Orochimaru was still in the village and Kisame hadn't become a rogue ninja yet. Deidara, Haiden, and Itachi were still children, so they were out of the question. Remove Obito and Black Zetsu. It was Yahiko. Yahiko had been forced to commit suicide at 15, and if the timeline was right, it would happen in the next couple of years. He had to hurry to the Land of Rain. No, the mastermind behind manipulating Hanzo to massacre the Akatsuki was Danzo, but Danzo had been severely wounded by him not long ago and couldn't have recovered so quickly. With that thought, Madara let out a long sigh. There was still time. He needed to prioritize the trip to the Land of Rain. In the coming days, he would work on gaining the Nine-Tails' favor and see if he could summon the armored Susanoo again. Though he had done it once before, that was then, and this was now. The past him was not the present him, so it was perfectly reasonable for him to want to do it again. Suddenly, someone pounded on the office door with such force it seemed they would smash it open. Madara nearly spilled his coffee. Who is it? Come in, Fugaku quickly said, roused by the knocking. He was afraid that if he didn't speak up, the person would keep knocking until the door was broken. He had already had the door repaired 3 times this year. At this rate, he might as well replace it with an iron door and let those reckless fools break their hands. Reporting to the clan head, no, the captain. I'm terribly sorry I couldn't catch that spy. He ran too fast. At clan head, you've already captured him. That's amazing. After Fugaku gave permission, the person who had been knocking strode in brashly. It was Uchiha Guangzalong, whom Madara had briefly encountered earlier. Despite sharing his name with a certain chosen child who possessed a knowledge crest, this Guangzalong was quite rash. Upon seeing the Kusagakure ninja in the corner, he immediately started shouting. What kind of behavior is this, shouting in front of your elders? Stand at attention. Fearing that his reckless junior would anger Madara, Fugaku scolded Guangzalong, harshly startling him. Guangzalong immediately shrank back, then rubbed his hands together ingratiatingly, before finally noticing Madara, who had been standing silently by the window. Old man, you're here too. Oh, it's a good thing you were around this morning. If that child had gotten hurt because of me, it would have been a disaster. By the way, were you also here to see the clan head? I haven't seen you around before. Did you just return from somewhere? Speaking of which, you're quite old. Have you ever met the first Hokage? I've always wanted to see him, but I was born too late. He passed away before I was born. Guangzalong's words came out in a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Madara no chance to speak. He could only manage an awkward but polite smile. Why did the Uchiha clan have such a chatterbox? Was he sure this guy hadn't wandered over from a Bleach crossover episode? Fugaku was terrified, fearing that Madara would suddenly lose his temper and summoned the complete Susanoo to wreak havoc in Konoha. Neither Konoha nor the Uchiha could withstand any more turmoil. Just dealing with the covetous smaller nations was headache enough. If they added Uchiha Madara, a one-man army, Konoha could truly be destroyed. For the sake of his own heart, Fugaku ignored Guangzalong's protests and forcibly shoved him out the door. Alright, whatever you need to report can wait. Now go patrol. Don't forget you haven't finished today's tasks yet. Huh. Oh. Right, I almost forgot the patrol isn't over yet. Clan head old man, I'll be off. I'll continue the conversation when I get back. Reminded by Fugaku, Guangzalong finally remembered his duties and dashed out of the room even faster than he had entered. So what exactly was this guy here for? Madara couldn't help but complain internally. Did the Uchiha clan not produce Shinibu, but rather hot-blooded idiots like shonen manga protagonists? Thanks to the interruption, Madara's half-formed plan was derailed. Whether he chose the land of rain or the land of grass, neither path would be smooth. To be honest, he was worried about both. In the land of grass, there was a significant artifact called the Box of Bliss, said to be a tool left by the Sage of Six Paths. It had 4 faces with different expressions and could grant any wish to its opener. As for its actual effect, it would release a monster named Satori that indiscriminately destroyed everything around it. That was it. A complete scam of an artifact. As for the land of rain, it went without saying Yahiko would die. Nagato would go completely berserk, summon the demonic statue of the outer path, kill most of the ninjas present, and turn into a villain. Within a few years, the elderly Hanzo of the Salamander would die at the hands of the pain of the Six Paths. God and Angel would become the rulers of the land of rain, and the Akatsuki would officially become a criminal organization. Between the two evils, the Box of Bliss and the land of grass had a more limited impact, confined to the Demon City, and would likely remain dormant for a long time compared to Nagato's influence over the entire land of rain. For now, he would set his next destination as the land of rain to see if he could recruit the newly formed Akatsuki to his side. On the way back, he would stop by the land of grass. Thinking about it this way, the Akatsuki's roster was quite complicated. Nagato's trio came from the land of rain, Kakazu came from the land of waterfalls, Haiden came from the land of hot water, Kisame, and Juzo Biwa, who had long since bitten the dust, came from the land of water. Sasori and Daidara, both devoted to art, came from the land of wind and the land of earth respectively. Itachi and Orochimaru were missing mean from the land of fire. Apart from the land of lightning, all 4 remaining nations had members in the organization. Oh, I almost forgot Zetsu. That one was probably born from his mother, right? After all, when he was born, the very concept of nations probably didn't exist yet. Speaking of which, Hagoromo and his younger brother Himuro were also Kagai's descendants, yet they were like humans and could have children with humans. Why did Black Zetsu, on the other hand, look like a slime that crawled out of a sewer? Just because he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Looking at the silent Madara, Fugaku felt uneasy. Could it be that Madara was so furious he couldn't say a word? Just as he was about to apologize on behalf of his juniors, Madara finally spoke. Has the land of rain made any recent moves? Fugaku blinked. Had he actually fallen asleep just now? Weren't they discussing the land of grass? Why had the topic suddenly jumped to the land of rain? He racked his brain for recent news about the land of rain. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo had single-handedly inflicted massive casualties on Konoha. Because of this, everyone in the land of rain, from the highest to the lowest, honored him as the hero who saved the country. His prestige even surpassed that of the daimyo, the nominal ruler. It could be said that Hanzo was the true ruler of the land of rain, and most of the young people there looked up to him as their idol. But perhaps this demigod was growing old. The land of rain's foreign policy had become extremely passive, almost matching the far-off land of water. Though not as bloody as the Bloody Mist Village, it was hardly any better. It controlled outsiders' movements so strictly that despite being a land at the crossroads of 3 nations, outsiders were rarely seen in the land of rain. Unless absolutely necessary, many merchants would rather take a long detour than set foot in the land of rain, afraid that they and their goods would be seized together. For spies in the land of rain, life was even harder. If they didn't nod when Hanzo was mentioned, they might find themselves arrested by a group of rain ninja the very next day. After struggling for a long time, all Fugaku could squeeze out was, it seems some young people want to change the land of rain. It's not clear yet what Hanzo thinks, but he doesn't seem to oppose them. It went without saying that those young people were the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki from the days when Yahiko was still alive and Nagato had not yet fallen. Since Konoha already knew the Akatsuki existed, Danzo might well have been in contact with Hanzo. It was likely that Yahiko would be targeted soon. He had to speed things up. I'm going to the land of rain for a while. Look after the Nine Tails for me. Rest assured I'll take good care of. Wait, what did you just say? Fugaku wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Take care of what? Exactly what you're thinking. The strongest tailed beast. The 9-tailed fox that nearly destroyed Konoha once. Madara's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he was very satisfied with Fugaku's reaction. This was exactly the expression he wanted to see. No wonder so many novel protagonists loved feigning weakness to crush their opponents. Showing off really was satisfying. and once you started it only got better. Wait. Wasn't the Nine Tails sealed? Who exactly are you? A terrible guess surfaced in Fugaka's mind, and immediately turned into reality. That's right. The Nine Tails seal has been removed. At least it's free for now. Hearing this, Fugaka's face immediately fell, not with surprise, but with sorrow. Could it be that you killed Ku? Don't jump to conclusions. I removed the seal with the couple's knowledge and consent. No one died, understand. Seeing the look on Fugaka's face, Madara immediately explained. He did not want to inexplicably take the blame for this. Having Danzo as the scapegoat was enough. But what about the Hokage? You can rest easy on that too. Hiruzen learned of this earlier than you did, and he agreed. Well, at least he hadn't said anything when I took the Nine Tails away. It wasn't that he was too stunned to speak. Was it? Fugaka gave a strained nod. Alright, since you put it that way, I can stop worrying. Seeing Fugaku's agreement, Madara drained the now cold coffee in one gulp and walked out of the office. He still had to go back and brief the Nine Tails so it wouldn't fail to recognize him later. Fugaku, however, stayed in his chair rubbing his temples, trying to accept the fact that the Nine Tails had broken free of its seal and that he was now expected to look after it for a while. He wasn't Madara, he couldn't control the Nine Tails with the Sharingan. His frail body couldn't even handle a single swipe of its claw. Forget taking care of the Nine Tails. It would be a blessing if he didn't end up as its food. As if he had heard Fugaku's inner thoughts, Madara, who had already left, poked his head back in through the doorway. The Nine Tails has lost most of its combat power now. You don't need to worry. We've reached an agreement. It won't attack anyone on its own. All you need to do is make sure no one hurts it. Hearing this, Fugaku still felt a bit uneasy, but he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to fight the Nine Tails. That would have been fatal. Descendant of the Sage of Six Paths clan, leader of the Uchiha Fugaku, versus the strongest tailed beast, the nine-tailed fox, inheritor of the 10 tails power. Will he win? He will die? Madara had no idea what Fugaku was thinking. He had only come back because he was worried that someone might hurt the Nine Tails, causing the enraged beast to be killed by someone. Don't expect the Nine Tails to hurt anyone in its current state. Any random chunin could probably take it down. But tailed beasts never truly die. Once it revived at full strength, it would definitely come back for revenge. Although he could control it a second time, he couldn't maintain that control for long. Besides, he genuinely liked Kurama. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to be at odds with the Nine Tails. Of course, joining forces with the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha was even more impossible. Leaving aside the question of how many would die, was he supposed to take on those Otsutsuki, each more monstrous than the last, all by himself? Of all the Akatsuki's official members, apart from a few from the great nations whose stories were common knowledge, this time the focus is on the immortal duo. First, Haiden. He was born in Yugikure, the hidden hot water village whose leader was known as the Hot Water Shadow. Thanks to an abundance of natural hot springs and rich resources, Yugikure possessed almost no military strength and followed a philosophy of pacifism. However, as a ninja, Haiden grew restless with a peaceful life. The gentle people around him made his skin crawl, so he chose to join a newly rising religion, the Jashin cult. The Jashin cult's purpose was to kill the people around you and sacrifice them to Jashin. This matched Haiden's thirst for slaughter and hatred of peace perfectly. After joining, he underwent the Jashin cult's transformation and became the only one to survive, gaining an immortal body. After killing the people around him, Haiden became a missing mean. Since his village didn't have strong combat power, they sent no ninja to hunt him down. As for Kakuzu, his story was relatively better known. Born in Takigakure, the hidden waterfall village, he was the village's strongest ninja and was sent to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Everyone knows how that ended. Beaten by wood release until he doubted his own existence, Kakuzu barely managed to escape. When he returned to the village, the higher-ups scolded him and threw him into prison. How could he accept that? The mission had been forced on him. After escaping death by a hair's breadth, they didn't comfort him and instead locked him up. Was that something a person should do? He steeled himself, escaped from prison, seized the hidden waterfall village's forbidden technique, Earth Grudge Fear, and learned it. Then he killed the village's higher-ups and took their hearts. All in all, Kakuzu was unfairly done by. He had run into awful superiors. What kind of logic made them imprison their own village's strongest combatant? Did they really expect everyone to be Yufei? As for Haiden, good riddance. He was a pure psychopath. All you can say is good riddance. That aside, it was not enough to simply inform the Hokage and Kurama. He had to go back and tell the Nine Tails as well, lest he encounter Nagato's dark transformation during his journey to the Land of Rain, and have the Nine Tails swiftly refined by the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Madara felt a wave of solitude wash over him as he observed the bustling crowds. Whether as Madara or anyone else, the companions he once had were all gone. Now Madara felt like an outsider in this world. Not only were there no peers his age, but even most of those who had ever seen him had long since departed this world. In this cruel shinobi world, those who managed to survive into their 40s or 50s like Inoki and Hiruzen were a rare minority. Many ninjas were forced onto the battlefield in their teens only to die senselessly in war. How lonely it was. He had no intimate friend to confide in nor a worthy rival to vent his frustrations upon. It was dull, exceedingly dull, but he could not single-handedly end the war. His own chakra was nearly depleted. If not for the Hashirama cells within him, he would have long since burned out and gone to the Pure Land to play mahjong with Hashirama. Using a half-body Susanoo for a short time was already his limit. If he attempted the complete Susanoo, a single swing of his sword would drain both him and Toby dry. One Punch Man only needed one punch, but gathering chakra for several days just to swing a single sword was utterly foolish. If he were skewered by Kanai afterward, he would be laughed to death in the Pure Land. Just as Madara was feeling a bit down, a striking orange pair of goggles caught his eye. Obito sat shyly on a bench while Rin was bandaging his left hand. "Sai, really, you've hurt yourself again. Take better care of your body," Rin said with a hint of complaint. She had lost count of how many times Obito had been injured during training. Although healing a comrade's wounds was the duty of a medical ninja, every time she saw someone injured it troubled her heart. Sorry about that. Next time I'll definitely be careful." Ouch. Obito instinctively tried to scratch the back of his head, but the movement pulled at his wound, causing him to wince in pain. "Oh, don't move. The wound hasn't healed yet." The newly wrapped bandage was immediately soaked with blood. Rin had no choice but to unwrap it and place her hand over the wound. A green light emanated from her palm, and the bleeding stopped at once. This was the first technique aspiring medical ninjas learned, the healing palm. By concentrating chakra in the hands and channeling it into the injured person's body, it accelerates the healing of wounds. But if overused, it disrupts the victim's chakra circulation, leading to unconsciousness. So for minor injuries, Rin preferred to use medicine and bandages rather than blindly resorting to ninjutsu. Madara observed everything clearly. The moment Rin placed her hand on him, the corners of Obito's mouth curled up almost to the sky. Though it quickly returned to normal, such a small gesture could not escape his eyes. Could it be that he deliberately reopened his wound just to have Rin treat him, thereby achieving physical contact with her naturally? Such a scheming mind at such a young age. This boy would surely become a great man one day. He must not. But seeing Obito's occasional silly grin, Madara felt he was overthinking. It was simply that the boy's brain was missing a few screws, with his muscles moving faster than his mind. Madara did not disturb them. After a few glances, he silently walked away. As a great wizard who had been single for decades, he could not bear such a scene. It was too bitter, so bitter it made his teeth ache. Especially considering that Rin might be harboring feelings for Kakashi, it made him even more bitter. What was this, a soap opera teenage love triangle? Did it have to be so cliché? After bypassing Obito and Rin, he soon encountered the Minato couple shopping on the commercial street. Seeing their hands tightly clasped, he did not even feel the urge to greet them. Why was there dog food everywhere? Was it spring already? Could they show some respect for single people? But thinking of the original history's ending, it seemed Kishimoto had a grudge against couples. Why were there so many tragic separations? Aside from the few couples that remained after the end of Shippuden, almost every pair ended in tragedy. Either the man died and the woman became a widow, like Hei Gekko and Yugao Yuzuki Asuma and Kurenai, or Dan Kato and Tsunade. There were also couples who both died, like the Minato couple, Naruto's parents and Sasori's parents. The orphaned children grew up under the care of their elders. Even those stuck in the ambiguous stage couldn't escape. With only one step to go, Jiraiya was killed by pain, and Obito witnessed the death of his beloved Rin at the hands of his best friend. Thinking about it this way, could the real reason Hashirama died while he lived be that he was single? He quickly slapped his own face. He had let his thoughts wander too far. Next, he needed to go to the land of rain, so he had to calm his mind. Whether in the past or now, Madara did not like going out much. If possible, he would rather stay home and read books. After returning to his new home in the Uchiha district, Madara temporarily ignored the Nine Tails rolling on the sofa and began sorting through the relevant information in his mind. The primary reason for Nagato's dark transformation was Yahiko's forced suicide. Yahiko killed himself because Konan was captured by Hanzo, who threatened them into killing each other. In a rage, Nagato summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path, killing most of those present. The Rain Ninja and Konoha Umbu present had their souls extracted by the Dragon 9 sealing. The nascent Akatsuki suffered heavy casualties, leaving only Konan and Nagato. Hanzo, seeing the situation was dire, used the water body flicker technique to flee. Danzo did not even show his face. But a few years later, Hanzo was eventually killed by the Deva Path of Pain, who came seeking revenge. The first method that came to Madara's mind was to eliminate Hanzo, which would solve the problem at its root. But considering that Hanzo had been manipulated by Danzo into believing that Akatsuki planned to replace him before committing his treacherous act, Madara felt he should not be too hasty. At least he should give Hanzo a chance to prove himself. The second method was more troublesome. Since he did not know the exact time of the event, he might have to stake out the land of rain for a few months. Perhaps it would be easier to find a way to join Akatsuki, ensuring he would not miss the timing. He had already thought of a code named Toby. Then he would put on an orange spiral mask, and he would certainly not be recognized. What? You call this plagiarism? How could it be plagiarism? At the time, Obito claimed to be Uchiha Madara, so it was only reasonable for him to cosplay as Obito. Ban swiftly reviewed the precautions for the Land of Rain in his mind. His primary objective was to prevent Nagato from falling into darkness, and at the very least to rescue Yahiko and Konan. On this premise, he aimed to minimize casualties as much as possible. The bond between Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan was far deeper than that between Kakashi and his comrades. They had been inseparable since childhood, studied under the same master, and founded the Akatsuki organization with a shared dream. It was no exaggeration to say that even blood brothers raised together might not share a bond as strong as theirs. In the world of Naruto, sibling relationships often resembled those of Virgil and Dante, far from harmonious. Such fraternal affection was virtually non-existent. Instead, it was a cycle of conflict and strife. Take the most typical example, Azura and Indra. These two brothers not only fought each other during their lifetimes, but even after death their chakra reincarnates perpetuated this meaningless struggle. Thinking this, Ban never considered that his words were also a condemnation of himself, the current reincarnation of Indra. Kurama's somewhat disgruntled complaint interrupted his train of thought. "Hey, I'm hungry. You've been gone for so long. You didn't forget to bring me breakfast, did you, eh?" Right. He had been interrupted mid-breakfast by that Kusagakure ninja, and had forgotten to bring a portion for Kurama. What now? Should he admit he forgot? Sensing Kurama's suspicious gaze, Ban had a sudden inspiration and immediately thought of an excuse. "No, a reason. Of course I brought you breakfast. But a ninja ambushed me on the way and the food was knocked over. I spent quite some time taking him to the police force. I came back early because I was worried you'd be concerned." As an innocent-tailed beast who had never read a book, Kurama easily believed Ban's words and leaped off the sofa, his face contorted with rage. "Someone dared to stop me from eating. Tell me where he is, and I'll devour him." Though Ban doubted Kurama's combat effectiveness at this stage, he still picked him up and placed him back on the sofa. "Enough, don't bother about that guy. He's been locked up. Besides, you promised me you wouldn't eat people. Could it be that the mighty strongest tailed beast is actually a liar?" Hearing this, Kurama's previously raised tail drooped again. He feigned calmness with a few coughs to mask his embarrassment. "Of course I'm not a liar. I said I won't eat people, and I won't. For your sake, I'll let him off this time." Ban casually rubbed Kurama's fluffy head. Although tailed beasts were beings composed purely of chakra, once they condensed a physical form, their texture was no different from that of ordinary creatures. He grew curious about what the other tailed beasts felt like to touch. He'd have to try it someday. Incidentally, if a Jinchuriki transformed into a tailed beast form, would touching it mean touching the tailed beast, the Jinchuriki, or both? "Say what you want, but stop rubbing my head, or I'll bite you." Kurama strongly protested Ban's habit of stroking his head. He was not a pet, and he disliked being petted. Though he didn't know why, he always felt that being touched on the head was a bad omen. "I have to go out on business recently. Stay here, and don't wander off. Someone will come to take care of you during this time. Remember not to bite anyone." "TCH, do you think I'm a dog? I won't just bite anyone. Also, where are you going that you won't even take me?" "I'm going to the Land of Rain to find some people. I'm afraid you'll be captured and thrown into the demonic statue of the Outer Path if you follow me. If you really want to come, I have no objection, but don't come crying to me if you get caught." Kurama curled his lips. He wasn't a stupid tanuki. He wouldn't actively stir up trouble before regaining his strength. Thinking of that guy who could only be imprisoned with his Jinchuriki, he felt a strong urge to go mock him. Unfortunately, he had lost most of his chakra now. If he actually went to the Land of Wind, he'd probably be captured by someone who recognized him along the way. Thinking that he might be the only tailed beast never sealed, Kurama couldn't help but snort. "Wait, what?" The demonic statue of the Outer Path. The Sage of Six Paths had told him that thing was sealed on the moon. How could it appear on Earth again? Could the Sage of Six Paths have been resurrected? It was only now that Kurama realized Ban had just mentioned something extraordinary. Though he had been sealed for a long time, he wasn't completely ignorant of the current shinobi world. If his memory served him correctly, the Land of Rain was a very small country. Where could a demonic statue of the Outer Path come from? Could it be that someone happened to awaken the same eyes as the Sage of Six Paths, and on a whim decided to try summoning, accidentally pulling the statue from the moon? That seemed impossible. The coincidences were too many. He wouldn't believe it wasn't deliberately arranged. He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again, feeling that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer anyway. Combined with all the previous behavior, he had a rather ominous guess. The casual mention of the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the identity of the Uchiha clan, and the very suggestive name and age. Could it really be that guy from back then? Kurama had already vaguely guessed Ban's true identity, but Ban hadn't made much effort to hide it either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been too lazy to even come up with a fake name. He hadn't revealed everything from the start simply because his reputation was too notorious and he feared others would attack without a word. In any case, although Ban's already flimsy disguise had been slightly exposed, it had at least calmed Kurama down, making him willing to stay put as a mascot for a while. The last thing he wanted was to regain his strength only to be controlled by a Sharingan again. He forced a smile at Ban. "Ah, I see. Then I'll skip the excitement." Ban was satisfied. True to his expectation, as long as he brought up a more weighty topic, no one would notice the trivial matter of forgetting breakfast. Incidentally, he suddenly remembered why that Kusagakure ninja had seemed familiar. That guy was one of the future Pains, the Gakido Hungry Ghost Path. His face wasn't studded with chakra-receiving black rods, his eyes weren't Rinnegan, and his hair wasn't the signature orange of pain. He looked too much like a background character, so Ban hadn't recognized him earlier. A brief introduction to the 6 paths of pain. The Tendo Path, Deva Path, Nagato's close friend and ninja from the land of rain. Too familiar, no introduction needed. The Gakido Path, Hungry Ghost Path, a ninja from Kusagakure, who spent his life complaining about his fate. After death, he was turned into a puppet capable of absorbing others' chakra. The Jigakudo Path, Human Path, a teacher from Takigakure, who taught students how to survive in times of chaos. His ability was to absorb souls and read memories. Those whose souls were absorbed died instantly. The Shirado Path, Azura Path, a wild puppet master who believed humans should accept their fate and not resist destiny. His ability was to summon various types of weapons, even missiles and laser cannons from other worlds. The Chikashodo Path, Animal Path, there were 2, one male and one female. The male was a ninja from the Fuma clan, and the female was a former Amigakure ninja named Hydrangea who had once interacted with Tintin and died on an S-rank mission. They could summon summoning beasts modified by the Rinnegan and share their vision with them. The Ghetto Path, Hell Path, formerly the leader of a religious sect, he taught followers to pray to avoid disasters. A complete charlatan. After being modified, his ability was to summon the King of Hell, who could resurrect deceased pains and judge whether others were lying. If someone lied, their tongue would elongate, and the King of Hell would rip it out. Those whose tongues were removed also died instantly. Well, never mind. After all, among Paiyan's 6 paths aside from the Tian Dao made from Mi Yan's corpse, the other 5 are merely puppets that can be replaced at any time. The abilities of Paiyan's 6 paths come from the Rinnegan. The specific body used is utterly irrelevant. Once transformed into a Paiyan puppet, it seems impossible to inherit the deceased's original ninjutsu. Although during the future 4th Great Ninja War, Dai 2 used the 6 Impure World reincarnated Jinchuriki to create the new Paiyan's 6 paths. The new 6 paths inherited the Jinchuriki's original ninjutsu, but lacked the Rinnegan's abilities. Ban now seriously suspects that this result was due to Dai 2 exploiting a glitch. Although Impure World reincarnation can revive the dead, the body remains that of the sacrificial vessel, not the original flesh of the resurrected. The reason the Impure World reincarnated Jinchuriki could exert their original strength was that the tailed beasts were sealed into their bodies alongside them. Otherwise, they would likely be like the Impure World reincarnated Xia, far weaker than before. And after all that effort, although the Jinchuriki were nominally Paiyan's 6 paths, not only did they fail to inherit the 6 paths abilities, but they could also automatically break free when the Impure World reincarnation was undone. It is hard to imagine what Yuzebo Dai 2 was thinking when he specifically used the Impure World reincarnated dead as materials for Paiyan's 6 paths. It can only be said that it was a pure waste of effort. It would have been better to simply control the Impure World reincarnated Jinchuriki in battle and casually find 6 corpses to make into Paiyan's 6 paths. Or simply abandon the useless Paiyan's 6 paths. Back then, Changmin created Paiyan for 2 reasons. One was to commemorate his friend and let Mi Yin continue as the leader of the Akatsuki. The other was to conceal his identity and protect his weakened body after his chakra was drained by the Weidao Maxiang. At that time, Dai 2 was not drained into a human husk by the Weidao Maxiang, and he wore a mask with a built-in voice changer. What was the point of creating Paiyan's 6 paths? Could it be that he was afraid that Ming Ren would pull off his mask and expose his identity? Most of the preparations before heading to the Land of Rain were complete. The only remaining problem was how Ban would get there. It was wartime, and no reckless driver would dare take you to the Land of Rain. No amount of money would convince anyone to go to their death. If he walked there, Ban would most likely end up collecting the corpses of Mi Yin and the others. Changmin had already summoned the Weidao Maxiang while he was still on the road to the Land of Rain. He was not the Ten Tails Jinchuriki now, so he could not fly. Unless Zuojia had a summoning contract with a giant eagle. Perhaps he could also get one and raise it. Unfortunately, time was tight. He probably had no chance to go deep into the mountains to find one slowly. He would have to wait for another opportunity. The curse mark had not been invented by Dashiwan at this time, so pass. Although it would only take 2 or 3 days to run from the Hidden Leaf to the Land of Rain, while using chakra boost, this was at best a last resort. Ban would never do it unless necessary. Even if he could run faster than a horse, that did not mean he had to treat himself like a beast of burden. Was there any other means of rapid movement? The heavenly transfer technique. No, not to mention this was a technique of the Cloud Village, and no one in the Hidden Leaf knew it. Even if someone did, the technique caused too much damage to the body. He was currently a wood clone and could not withstand such harm. The Flying Thunder God. Shui Min had probably never been to the Land of Rain. Without coordinates, the Flying Thunder God could not teleport there out of thin air. Although Ban had countless methods in his mind, none of them were useful at this moment. Either they had not yet appeared, or there was not enough time. Could it really be that this 100-year-old man had to cross the hidden leaf on foot and run all the way to the land of rain? Hey old man, why did you suddenly stop? Does your stomach hurt? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Can I take a look? A Fei whom Ban had ignored for a long time kept talking to himself. Although he rarely received a response, he never tired of it. Baiju had a technique that could burrow into the ground and use plant roots to move quickly right. It was called the mayfly technique. Since Heiju could use this technique after possessing Baiju, theoretically, he who was possessed by a Fei, a Baiju, should also be able to use it. Right? A Fei, can you still use that technique you used to burrow into the ground before? Ban was uncertain. If not, he planned to walk to the land of rain. I don't know. A Fei's tone carried a hint of simple-mindedness, but his sharp male voice was not suited for being cute. It only made him sound irritating. Fortunately, Ban had spent a long time with the Baiju and had long since stopped getting angry over such trivial matters. Try it now. See if you can take me underground with you. As soon as Ban spoke, he regretted it. Good news, the burrowing succeeded. Bad news, it only half succeeded. His lower body merged into the ground, but his upper body remained above. The pitcher plant-like covering that should have enveloped his entire body was inexplicably a full-size, smaller, barely wrapping around his waist. Oh dear old man, your body is different from that blackish guy. It can stick to us, but you seem unable to do that. This was pure nonsense. Whether Heiju was even human was debatable. If he could turn into a lump of black slime, that would be a miracle. Never mind, just cancel it. I don't want to be buried in the ground. Ban just wanted to get out of this buried in the earth state. He felt like he was cosplaying a gopher. But I don't know how. How about you dig yourself out, old man? Due to the technique, only a small portion of a Fei's body was exposed. He spread his hands, indicating he had never seen this situation before. Ban looked at his withered hands, then at the hardened earth trampled by countless people as hard as solid wood. He immediately abandoned the idea of digging with his bare hands. He was not a Steve, he had no intention of digging up soil with his bare hands. What made humans human was their ability to use tools. A giant blue figure appeared using its 4 enormous arms to dig at the ground simultaneously, quickly unearthing Ban, who was truly half buried in the earth. Ban thought that people should be pragmatic. Occasionally running on foot was not so bad. It could be considered exercise. Baiju's mini lesson. Baiju possesses a special technique called the mayfly technique, which allows the user to merge their body with the earth and move rapidly through plant roots or underground water currents. However, there is a prerequisite: the user must be a Baiju. Ordinary human bodies cannot meet the requirements of this technique. Heiju can use it because his form is special. He attaches himself to Baiju's body like a symbiote. Conversely, when a Baiju attaches to a human, it does not work because humans cannot deform like a Baiju. For specific structure, refer to the giant Baiju formed by combining with pitcher plants during the Ninja War. If humans could also merge in this way, they might be able to use this technique. It was another peaceful afternoon. Inuzuka Tsum, the future head of the Inuzuka clan, was taking a stroll with her beloved Ninken Kuromaru. She wanted nothing more than to join the fierce front lines of battle, but unfortunately the clan elders kept her in the village to make the most of her talent. Her talent lay in raising Ninken. No matter how ferocious a dog might be, she could train it into perfect obedience. Even in the Inuzuka clan, renowned for its Ninken, no one was more skilled than she was. Of the many Ninken she had raised, the finest was Kuromaru, the one at her side. As a Ninken, he not only understood human nature, but could even speak human language. In single combat, he would never lose to an ordinary ninja. His extraordinary quality was apparent from his appearance alone. Unlike most Ninken, Kuromaru resembled a wolf more than a dog. Most of his fur was black, with only his belly and limbs pure white. When walking, Kuromaru's body came nearly to Inuzuka Tsum's shoulder. If he stood up, he would probably stand more than 2 meters tall. He was truly a giant among dogs. Just as the two were leisurely strolling through a Konoha park, a black silhouette shot past them at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to follow, leaving only a few wind-tossed leaves drifting to the ground. Hey Kuromaru, did you see that? Some wondered whether her eyes had deceived her, but the swirling leaves told her plainly that something had indeed flashed through at incredible speed. I think I saw a person. There seemed to be the Uchiha clan crest embroidered on the back of his clothes. As a Ninken, Kuromaru had vision far sharper than any human's. He could just make out the figure's identity, but only the figure's back. So my gut says you'd better not get involved. Pretend you never saw anything. Oddly enough, between the two of them, Kuromaru was the more level-headed one. In theory, Inuzuka Tsum belonged to the logistics division, but she preferred solving problems with her fists and was a genuine force-first type. TCH, so you're telling me to turn a blind eye? Is that any way for a Konoha ninja to act? Perhaps because they had lived with dogs for so long, most Inuzuka clan members were straightforward. They never hid what they truly thought. Kuromaru sighed helplessly. Sometimes he really did not know which of them was the dog. What I mean is, all we saw was a back. We don't know anything else. What exactly would you report? Oh well, that we saw a very fast black shadow wearing Uchiha clan clothes. Tsum scratched her tousled hair and said uncertainly. And then, with only that much information, what difference does saying anything make? It's not as if we can go to the Uchiha compound and count heads to see which one is missing. I guess you have a point. How about we let it go? Persuaded by Kuramaru, Tsum felt less confident and had to admit he was right. Life is hard, and the dog sighs. Kuramaru felt that as a dog he still had to give his owner advice. Had their roles somehow been reversed? The Black Shadow's true identity was Uchiha Madara hurrying along his way. Fearing that a delayed plan would bring trouble, he set out for the Land of Rain the moment he decided on his mode of travel. By concentrating chakra in his legs, Uchiha Madara enhanced his running and leaping to a truly astonishing degree. The only difference between him and a certain friendly neighborhood New Yorker was that he did not have a spider sense. Guided by the principle that the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line, he vaulted walls and climbed trees, leaving Konoha's urban area in about a dozen minutes. As mentioned before, this world did an excellent job of preserving nature. Beyond Konoha's gates stretched vast primeval forests and enormous trees, dozens of meters tall, stood everywhere. Given so many wide-area destructive techniques, why were there scarcely any traces of environmental damage? How had they managed that? Uchiha Madara refused to believe it. Did ninjas simply agree to stop fighting in the forest? A couple of fire release techniques would ignite a forest fire in minutes, and one that would only grow wilder. Hadn't any clever spy ever tried it? Start a fire to attract the attention of Konoha's guards, then slip into the village during the commotion. Was that plan so hard to come up with? As he traveled alone at high speed, Uchiha Madara could not help griping inwardly. They said the shinobi world was base full of lies and deceit, but what he saw were so many honest fools. Well, as someone who actually believed Senju Hashirama could kill himself with a kunai, he was in no position to judge others. Still back then, Hashirama had genuinely intended to kill himself. Madara could see that. As for whether he would have died, Uchiha Madara figured that Hashirama's innate sage body would probably deflect the kunai outright. Unless the blow pierced his heart or brain, it was unlikely to kill him instantly. Tsunade could recover even after being sliced in half by Susanoo, and the sage body's healing power would only exceed the strength of 100 technique. Then theoretically his own healing power should be formidable now that he had transplanted Hashirama's cells. He would try it one day when he had the time. Chopping off a hand. That seemed a bit too extreme. A finger also seemed unnecessary. What if it did not grow back? Forget it. That felt a little too perverse. Better not to test it after all. He would wait until he was actually injured one day. Uchiha Madara's figure bounded through the trees, throwing only a long shadow on the ground below. Even if someone noticed, by the time they looked up, all they saw was a distant back. The strong wind rushed over Uchiha Madara's face. For the first time, he felt truly alive. The days he had spent in the cave before were no different from being imprisoned. No wonder so many people loved racing. Moving at high speed really did spur dopamine secretion. Uchiha Madara's pace grew faster and faster until the naked eye could catch only his lingering after images. Whoa, old man, you're surprisingly spry. Want to have a race next time and see who's faster? Toby kept chattering in Uchiha Madara's ear, but Madara had long refined a mind as clear as a mirror and as still as water. Mere verbal harassment could not sway him in the slightest. If he were still young, that would be one thing, but at his current age, without Toby's assistance, he would be lucky to avoid needing a cane, let alone run at such high speed. Speaking of canes, Uchiha Madara suddenly remembered his Uchiha War Fan. Forgetting to bring it was a real miscalculation. He had used it as a cane for so long that he had forgotten it was actually a rare and splendid weapon. To unleash Uchiha Reflection, the War Fan was indispensable. Used properly, it could send even the Nine-Tails-tailed beast ball flying back. Day one of missing the War Fan, even though he had never cared much about it while it was in his possession. The Land of Fire had an extremely vast territory, the largest among the 5 great nations, and bar none the largest country in the world. Konoha was located slightly to the left of the Land of Fire's center. In every respect, Konoha could be considered the Land of Fire's core. The Land of Fire could do without its daimyo, but it could never do without Konoha. Even if Madara were running at full speed with his speed approaching that of sound, he could not leave the Land of Fire within a short period of time. Every 1 or 2 hours he had to rest for a while in a village along the road, giving Toby time to replenish his chakra. Whether it was White Zetsu or Hashirama's cells, no matter how abundant the chakra in his body, it still took time to refine it. He could not truly become a perpetual motion machine. Even the great progenitor of ninja Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had consumed the god tree's fruit, needed Black Zetsus help to refine chakra while fighting Naruto and Sasuke. Otherwise, she might have fallen into the awkward predicament of running low on chakra. Speaking of the god tree's fruit, Madara recalled another matter. For the Ten Tails to become the god tree, it first had to devour a member of the Otsutsuki clan. After transforming into a sky-obscuring god tree, it would spread its roots across the entire world, and only after devouring the chakra of most of the planet's life could it bear fruit. Of course, the Otsutsuki clan's population was not yet so abundant that they could casually feed their own clansmen to the god tree. The one designated to be devoured by the Ten Tails would, before being devoured, search for a human who could become their vessel and plant a karma mark upon that person. When the time was ripe, the dead Otsutsuki would use the power of karma to seize the body of the human they had chosen as a vessel, thereby resurrecting once more. But if the human marked with karma died before the resurrection was complete, the Otsutsuki attached to that body would die as well. Therefore, they would go to great lengths to protect their vessel. Madara hardly knew where to begin in complaining about this. The Otsutsuki clan's attitude toward life and death was far too casual. The reason the Otsutsuki descended on planets in pairs was simply that one of them had to serve as the Ten-Tails fodder. That being the case, the reason Kinshiki in the future Boruto era would willingly turn himself into a chakra fruit for Momoshiki to devour was also clear. Because Kinshiki's role was that of the guardian and Momoshiki was exactly the protected one he was meant to guard. If they had descended on another planet, Kinshiki would have been devoured as the Ten-Tails' living sacrifice. Somehow this feels like a certain pink demon. It gains power by swallowing creatures too. I'll forget it, if the strongest legal department in the Eastern Hemisphere dragged me into court, that would be bad. The sun sank in the west, and even the last remaining light began to fade. The forest was gradually swallowed by darkness. The woods, already deprived of sunlight, were now pitch black. Madara casually snapped a branch from beside him, lit it with the weakest fire release he had ever used, and made it his torch. He wasn't Batman. He had no night vision ability. At night, what he couldn't see, he simply couldn't see. It had nothing to do with how strong he was. Two choices now lay before him: either turn back to the previous village and rest setting out again after sunrise, or press on through the night to the land of rain with the makeshift torch in hand. Confident in his sense of direction, Madara immediately decided to return to the village, rest for the night, and then set out again. No way. In this sea of trees there was no landmark by which to orient oneself. Even with a compass one could still get lost. If he moved at night under such circumstances, he might at sunrise pleasantly surprise himself by finding that he had returned to Konoha's front gate. Besides, he needed enough rest, otherwise his body would break down sooner or later. He was not like the dead resurrected by impure world reincarnation who could fight endlessly without sleep or rest. Following the traces he had left on the way, Madara returned along the same route to that peaceful, nameless little. What the hell? What? The village, peaceful and tranquil only moments ago, had now turned into a sea of flames. Cries and screams filled every corner of the village. Men and women, old and young alike, had all been reduced to corpses. Killing innocent villagers, not even sparing the elderly and children who could not resist. Those who committed such deeds were utterly unworthy of being called human. Madara would not claim to be a good person, but he would never do something so meaningless. This was not a battle at all, it was nothing but one-sided slaughter. Standing at the entrance of the village now reduced to ruins, Madara quickly caught sight of the killers through a Sharingan. Or rather, they had never intended to leave. They sat in the center of the village, using dismantled houses as fuel for a huge bonfire, gulping down fine liquor looted from the cellar, and tearing large bites from roasted meat. Even from a great distance, Madara could identify this group for what they were: rogue ninja, and from more than one village at that. There were 5 of them in total. For wore rogue mean headbands, 2 with hidden grass headbands, 1 with a hidden rain headband, and the last of the 4 with a hidden stone headband. Naturally, every headband had a long slash cut across it. The 5th figure, however, wore no headband, but a blank mask, making it impossible to tell which ninja village he was from. Yet the rogue ninja seemed extremely wary of him. While the other rogue ninja loudly boasted of their achievements, bragging about how many villagers they had killed, that man just sat by the fire, quietly watching the burning village, as if he were in an entirely different world from the rest. Tisk, another bunch of paupers. There's nothing worth any money. Together it's probably less than 100,000 Rio. The others nodded indifferently. Whatever. It's not like we could keep the money anyway. Eat and drink well. Tomorrow we can leave the land of fire. You're not going anywhere. Every last one of you dies here today. Who? Madara's voice suddenly rang out. The group turned toward the sound, only to see a giant blue arm charging at them. The 2 hidden grass rogue ninja were the slowest to react. The giant hand caught them on the spot. Before they could even scream, they were crushed. Their bodies burst into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated into the air in an instant. Madara did not like taking direct action, but for trash like them, he had nothing to say. Death was the only answer. TSK. 2 pieces of trash. I knew they couldn't be counted on. The hidden stone rogue ninja clicked, his tongue spat out a lump of dirt from his mouth, then slammed his hand onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth several meters long shot up from the ground and quickly stood before him. Though he couldn't determine the enemy's location, he at least had to ensure his own safety. As for the others, how many rogue ninja really cared about their comrades? It would already be a blessing if they didn't stab him in the back. Looking at the earthen wall blocking his path, Madara felt nothing at all. If anything, he almost wanted to laugh. Had the IWA shinobi played with earth release for so long that they had developed some unrealistic fantasy about the defensive strength of this mud, actually believing it could stop him? Unfortunately, even if the entire future allied shinobi forces were summoned to unleash a 10,000-li earth flow wall together, it would mean nothing. Mud was just mud, even if reinforced with chakra. Under Susanu's assault, a single punch sent the towering earthen wall crashing down, turning it back into a handful of yellow dirt on the ground. The IWA rogue ninja was stunned senseless. This man could tear down a wall faster than he could form hand seals. What chance did he have? There was no point in fighting anymore. He might as well surrender. Following the principle of a wise man not asking for trouble when outmatched, he immediately dropped to both knees and kowtowed toward Madara, feigning repentance as he did so. I surrender. I admit my mistakes. You are a man of great magnanimity. Please let me off just this once. I swear I'll turn over a new leaf and never dare to do evil again. Madara walked over from afar and shook his head at him. Isn't it a little late to admit your mistakes when death is already at your door? He looked up with a face full of ingratiation, ready to start flattering. But when he saw Madara's face, he couldn't help but freeze. An old man. The one who had attacked them was an old man who looked as if he could breathe his last at any moment. But right now he couldn't afford to care about that. Whether it was an old man or an old woman, he was about to die. How could he have the spare thought to worry about such a trivial matter? Oh, what a thing to say. It's not late at all. As the old saying goes, whenever someone truly wants to change, it's never too late. To a rogue ninja, things like dignity and morality weren't even worth a bowl of ramen. As long as he could survive, he would have no problem licking Madara's shoes. Madara was noncommittal. He merely asked him a question: how many people have you killed? Did they beg for mercy? Did you let any of them live? The IWA rogue ninja's heart instantly sank. He wasn't stupid. He had been a rogue ninja for nearly 10 years, killing 40 or 50 shinobi. The number of civilians would be tens of times that. As for begging for mercy, he had heard it countless times. But as a former umbu of a Wagakure, how could he ever be soft-hearted? Naturally, he killed every last one. After all, the full name of the umbu was the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. To prevent intelligence leaks, he had killed even his own comrades more than once, let alone ordinary people who got in his way. It was obvious from Madara's words that he had no intention of letting him go, so he naturally had no intention of giving up without a fight. Steeling himself, he activated the explosive tags hidden in his clothes and hurled them desperately at Madara's face, hoping to blow him up with a sneak attack. Madara shook his head in mild exasperation. This guy was ridiculous. Did he truly believe his little tricks could escape the gaze of the Sharingan? In Madara's eyes, the IWA rogue ninja's move was just like a student in class who thinks the teacher can't see him and secretly lowers his head to eat a snack. Although Madara truly had no intention of letting these people live, if this one hadn't tried to ambush him, he could at least have survived a little longer. As the explosive tags drew closer, Madara activated Susanoo with an expressionless face. When the smoke of the explosion cleared, he was completely unharmed, and had even gained an azure four-armed giant around him. The rogue ninja leader, who had remained calm all along, could no longer sit still. Those eyes. Could this be the ultimate jutsu mentioned in his clan, the one that could only be used by the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo? While he was lost in thought, the IWA rogue ninja's heart instantly plummeted to rock bottom. The corners of his mouth twitching, he struggled to force out a sentence from between his teeth. Hiss. Can we make peace? At this moment. After you attacked me, you actually asked for peace. You must be joking. You coward. You only dare to strike at those weaker than yourself. Hell is the most fitting place for you to repent. For chakra blades pierced his body, severing every trace of his life in an instant. He couldn't even utter his last words. In the final moment before death, he finally understood what those he had killed had felt. That sense of utter powerlessness. It truly was agonizing. After dealing with the third one, Madara turned his gaze to the remaining two. The AIM rogue ninja had been busying himself with his own little tricks in the corner all along. Madara had seen it all clearly, but simply hadn't moved to stop him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Die, you madman. He expelled an enormous amount of water from his mouth, which gathered behind him into the form of a colossal dragon. Thanks to the involuntary sacrifice of his 3 comrades, he finally completed all 44 hand seals and unleashed his strongest jutsu. For some reason, Madara suddenly felt like bursting into laughter. Good, excellent. You actually want to defeat me with a water dragon. You're even more impressive than Tobirama Senju. Watching the water dragon charge at him, Madara was pleased rather than angered. This move had come at just the right time. He swung his giant sword, carving an X-shaped slash through the air that shredded the water dragon mid-flight. The resulting torrent of water came down over the burning village, noticeably dulling the great fire. TCH. It was even more useless than he had imagined. He had thought that after such a long charge it could at least extinguish the village fire, but it had only weakened it. Then again, that made sense. Without any lakes nearby, relying on one's own chakra to extinguish a village-wide blaze would require at least the skill of an elite jonin. Apart from Hanzo, it was hard to say whether Amigakure even had such a master. By now, the AIM rogue ninja had fallen into the same state of utter collapse as the previous one. His carefully prepared ultimate move had been casually brushed aside. He couldn't accept it. But Madara didn't care what his enemy was thinking. A massive chakra blade descended from above, piercing him clean through, and he fell to the ground just like the ordinary people he had killed. Madara gave the blade a few disgusted flicks, shaking off the lingering blood. Fighting someone like this, he felt, was an insult to himself. Such a man was unworthy of being his opponent. Having cleared away the small fry, Madara was in no hurry to fight the leader of the rogue ninja, because he still had something more important to do. Although the Uchiha clan was renowned for fire release, Madara was not merely a master of fire release. In fact, after transplanting Hashirama cells and supplementing his yang release chakra, he had assembled all 7 chakra natures: earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, yin, and yang, becoming a true all-nature shinobi. Madara clapped his hands together, instantly summoning a vast amount of swirling water that formed a sky-piercing water spout. This was the technique he had secretly learned from Tobirama Senju, water release, water shockwave. At Madara's will, the enormous water spout shot into the sky, then broke apart on its own, turning into a downpour over the burning village. The fire visibly began to die down, and in the blink of an eye the towering inferno was reduced to wisps of smoke. Although there were still many more powerful water release techniques, Madara wanted to put out the fire, not flood the village. If he let loose a great waterfall technique, the flames would be extinguished, but the village would probably be washed away by the flood. After the great fire died down, the houses once swallowed by the flames finally showed themselves. Most were scorched black, their original appearances utterly unrecognizable. A saving grace was that with the flames no longer obscuring his view, his Sharingan detected a considerable amount of chakra throughout the village. That meant quite a few villagers had survived, though he could not yet tell the precise condition. After disposing of the 4 underlings and putting out the great fire burning in the village, Madara finally had the leisure to observe the rogue ninja's rather unconventional leader. As Madara killed the man's underlings, he made no move at all, neither attempting a surprise attack nor seizing the chance to flee. He merely watched in silence. This did not fit the typical behavior of a rogue ninja. After all, there were generally only 2 types of people who became rogue ninja. The first were those who committed a serious crime in their own village and were forced to flee, becoming wandering shinobi. The second type were those who chose to leave voluntarily due to differences of opinion or conflicts of interest, and slashed a line across their forehead protector to signify a clean break with the past. No matter which type they were, rogue ninja were usually far from good-natured. Most were shameless scum, and even after accepting a commission, they would readily turn against their employers if the enemy offered a higher price. Among them, an extremely small number of decent people chose to take commissions from small villages to make a living, but the majority chose another simpler method: robbery. In most villages across the shinobi world, there were no resident ninja. In a few remote countries, one could not find a single ninja in the entire nation. Faced with rogue ninja who were at least Chunin level, these villages were especially fragile. The rulers of small countries could still hire ninja with money, but the villages in poor and remote areas simply had no such means. They often fell victim when rogue ninja found their pockets a little light, but in most cases the attackers only took food and money. Directly destroying an entire village like this was rare. Madara was in quite a foul mood, and not even killing most of the rogue ninja had eased it. He would send every last one of these wretches to hell to atone for their sins. You were sent by Konoha. Before Madara could speak, the mysterious masked man spoke first. Perhaps because of the mask, his voice was very deep. If the occasion were not so unsuitable, Madara would probably have started complaining. He had not even managed to lure Obito back to his side, yet, so why did a mysterious masked man have to appear now? But now Madara wanted to do only one thing: tear off the man's mask, and give his face 2 hard, satisfying blows. His Susanu's wild rampage just now had indeed been satisfying, but the price was that the flow of chakra in his body had slowed greatly. He could no longer maintain it, and had no choice but to dispel it. A gentle breeze blew past, and the blue giant dissolved into mist. For the first time, Madara's true body was revealed before the masked man. The gaze beneath the mask swept over the red fan emblem at Madara's collar. That pattern. So you truly are of the Uchiha clan. You've come after me after all. A tree with a glorious exterior, but inside it has long been riddled with holes. It has been put in shackles, yet it does not wish to break free. How pitiable, how lamentable, how detestable. The masked man muttered incomprehensible words with a deeply aggrieved look, but Madara was in no mood to listen to his nonsense. He just wanted to settle things quickly. But just as he completed the hand seals and was about to exhale a great fire annihilation, he stopped at once. He had almost forgotten, this was not a wasteland. If he let out a breath of fire, the village whose flames had just been extinguished would once again turn into a sea of flames. That would defeat the whole purpose. His goal was to save people, not to kill. Fire release and indiscriminate attack was not suitable for this occasion. Fortunately, he knew many ninjutsu, and even without the most powerful fire techniques, he could still win the battle. Would release adamantine forest. Several trees, each as thick as a man could embrace, burst out of the ground at the masked man's feet, about to bind him hand and foot. He pulled out the short blade at his waist, cut down 2 of the trees before being surrounded and leaped out, not forgetting to glance at Madara. He wore the clothes of the Uchiha clan and was suspected of having the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet he was using would release a technique exclusive to the first Hokage. Though he considered himself decisive, he was now shaken with doubt. Although he really was a traitor to his clan, there was no reason for them to send such an expert to hunt him down. It must be those idiots' fault. He should not have traveled alongside that lot. He had intended only to leave the land of fire quietly. Those idiots who had latched onto him on their own initiative killed people just because the village head's tone was a bit unpleasant, and he had not even had a chance to stop them. The masked man inwardly cursed his bad luck. In truth, he and these rogue ninja had been complete strangers. He had simply met them by chance at the village entrance and planned to team up to accept a mission. He was not a powerhouse like a Kage, and he had no confidence in defeating 4 opponents alone. The only thing he could do was not to take part in this despicable killing. The masked man had thought about explaining, but Madara had never given him time to explain clearly. At the same time, he had secretly wondered, by standing idly by while injustice was being done, was he really innocent? Madara did not know what the masked man was thinking, but even if he had, it would not matter. At the very least, he had to give the man a thorough beating to calm his anger. The masked man's movements were extremely agile, always escaping at the last moment before being bound. But human stamina was limited after all, and under the relentless attacks his movements gradually slowed. Finally, the instant the first tree wrapped around his thigh, he lost all ability to resist. One tree after another bound his limbs tightly, leaving only his head sticking out. Madara quickly stepped forward, pulled off the blank mask on his face, and was startled. The face under the mask was much younger than he had expected, but that was not the important part. What mattered was his eyes, white, almost pure white. No matter how he looked at them, they were the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan actually had rogue ninja too. But remembering a certain famous Uchiha rogue ninja, Madara quickly felt relieved. Given the absurd main house and branch house system of the Hyuga, it was only too normal for there to be rogue ninja. Branch family members were born inferior, entrusting their lives to the main family and forced to give everything to it. If not for the caged bird seal, the Hyuga clan would definitely have fallen into internal turmoil. Aren't you going to kill me? The Hyuga clansman whose mask had been removed looked at Madara with some confusion. After becoming a rogue ninja, he had long prepared himself to be hunted down. Did you kill the people in the village? Madara had calmed down by now. This man did not seem to be cut from the same cloth as the other rogue ninja. He shook his head. No, those men did it. I met them for the first time as well, and they were the ones who started the fire. When they started slaughtering the villagers, why did you just stand by? There were no other ninja in the village. I had no confidence in defeating all 4 by myself. If I had died too, no one would have been left to rescue the remaining villagers after they left. The Hyuga clansman's tone was very calm. Even under Madara's Sharingan gaze, his expression did not change at all. Madara let out a sigh and dispelled the wood release binding him. Help rescue people first. I'll question you about your matters later. Don't think about running. At least he had not seen any signs of lying on the man's face. He would let him help first, and after everyone had been saved, he would decide how to handle his case. Thank you so much, honorable ninja, not only for avenging our village, but also for being willing to help us rebuild. From now on, if anyone speaks ill of the Uchiha clan, our village will not let them off. A heavily bandaged uncle excitedly grasped Madara's hand. If his body had allowed it, he would have knelt down and kowtowed twice. Madara awkwardly turned his head away. He was truly not good at handling such situations and could only nod silently. Although the village was razed by the fire, fortunately the casualties were not too severe. In a village of 400 to 500 people, only a few dozen died. Most were merely injured, and with timely treatment were not in life-threatening danger. As a ninja born in the Warring States period, he had some emergency medical techniques. Although Madara had only learned one technique, the palm sage art, it was more than enough for this situation. Severe burns. No problem. The palm sage art could regenerate skin in just a few minutes. With a month or so of rest, one could recover fully. Wounds bleeding profusely. Also no problem. The palm sage art could not only disinfect and stop bleeding, but also stimulate the body to rapidly produce blood in a short time, though the patient would be weak for a while afterward. Of course, the essence of medical ninjutsu is to accelerate the metabolic rate of human cells, and the number of cell divisions in a lifetime is limited, so it would shorten the patient's lifespan. Therefore, once the injured were out of danger, Madara would immediately stop, leaving the rest to the patient's own gradual recovery. The heavily bandaged uncle before him was precisely the village chief. He was lucky that the rogue ninja's blade had just missed his vital points, only knocking him unconscious. What's more, the collapsing roof during the fire didn't crush him either. Instead, it formed a small, safe triangular area, allowing him to survive until Madara's arrival. As for the buildings destroyed by the fire, most were restored by Madara using wood release continuous pillar houses technique. Although it consumed a large amount of chakra, it could instantly construct several wooden houses, including the interior furniture. However, even with Obito's assistance in providing chakra after releasing the technique several times, Madara was somewhat exhausted. Even after sleeping, he hadn't fully recovered. The Hyuga clan member who had nearly been physically liberated confessed his situation to Madara after the rescue work was largely completed. His name was Hyuga, always a member of the Hyuga clan's branch family. He had once been a Konoha Chunin and participated in the recent war between Konoha and Iwagakure. Not long ago, taking advantage of the enemy's surprise attack, he swapped uniforms with a dead Iwagakure whose face was destroyed, disguised himself as a casualty, and fled Konoha. As for the reason, it was his long-suppressed dissatisfaction with the Hyuga clan's main family system that drove him to leave. Despite having the same Byakugan, the treatment of the main family and branch family was vastly different. The branch family fought desperately, yet received no reward, and even had to risk their lives protecting the main family on the battlefield, ultimately unable to control their own lives. The Caged Bird Seal. When the main family's eldest son reached 3 years of age, Hyuga clan members of the branch family would be branded with this curse mark, which would accompany them for life. Through this curse mark, the main family had absolute control over the branch family, able to remotely control and damage the branch family's brain nerves. Only death could release the caged bird. Furthermore, to prevent the Byakugan from leaking out, the caged bird would immediately destroy the eyeballs and brain upon the removal of the eyes or death, preventing exploitation by malicious parties. As if that weren't enough to distinguish the branch family from the main family, the originally 360 unobstructed Byakugan was deliberately weakened, leaving a one blind spot in the branch family's Byakugan. Of course, this information was not provided by Hyuga always himself. He merely intended to escape the Hyuga clan, but he wouldn't casually disclose the clan's weaknesses. But who was Madara? He was a man who possessed the script. He would never forget such a plot setting that ran through the entire story. Utterly foolish. Although he didn't know which Hyuga ancestor had set this rule, that person was absolutely a complete idiot. To protect the heir, they would not hesitate to let their other children and most clan members become cannon fodder. Under what circumstances could such a strategy be justified? Also, a great clan that had lasted for 1,000 years, the Uchiha clan, had no branch or main family distinction. The clan head was always elected by the members. Such a situation of clinging to power had never occurred. Even the clan head's son received no special treatment on the battlefield. Those lacking strength would be killed by the enemy, including his own brothers. Thinking of his own brothers, Madara couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Not counting himself, he had 5 brothers, most of whom had died in war during his youth, leaving only Izuna. But this last remaining brother was gravely wounded by Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique during the later great battle with the Senju clan, and died shortly after returning to the clan. Although he thus obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the price of this power was too great. It required the life of his last remaining relative as exchange. Oops, he had inadvertently fallen into thought again. Madara quickly looked up, only to find that the uncle before him hadn't noticed his absent-mindedness at all. The uncle, still wrapped in bandages, walked out and began directing the villagers' reconstruction. Madara could help the villagers rebuild houses, but he couldn't make crops grow quickly. They still had to rely on manual sowing. As an ordinary small village with no special products, fields and livestock were their main source of income. Although many livestock had been burned to death, increasing the meat on the villagers' tables, recently some livestock had stubbornly survived, ensuring the villagers' basic income. The crops in the fields were completely burned, but fortunately, they had just been harvested not long ago. Replanting now would still be barely in time. With the mindset of helping to the end, Madara not only refused the reward the villagers had pulled together, but also left all the hundreds of thousands of ryo found on the rogue ninjas to the village. He wasn't too obsessed with money. As long as he had enough for daily use, it was fine. He still had tens of thousands of ryo in his pocket, more than enough to get him back to Konoha. The rogue ninjas had gotten what they deserved, and the village's reconstruction was progressing well. But Madara hadn't forgotten his true purpose for this journey. He had to go to the land of rain to prevent Nagato's corruption. At least this time, he wouldn't have to carry rice. No need to carry a bag of rice up several floors. If anyone had to carry it, it would be him. But before he set off, he still had to convince this elderly Chinibu youth of the Hyuga clan. Please allow me to become your disciple. For some reason, after fighting with Madara, Hyuga always persistently begged to be his disciple, and his reason was even more baffling. I want to learn from you the method to change the Hyuga clan. How could one learn to change the Hyuga clan from an Uchiha? It couldn't be a military coup, could it? Madara's teaching ability could only be described as a tragedy. When asked how to awaken the Sharingan, he replied, "Witness the death of a loved one before your eyes. If you fail, make a few more die." When asked how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he said, "Do you still have any loved ones left? Kill the one closest to you, and it will basically succeed." This was also one of the reasons he refused to take disciples. What if a disciple turned out to be his filial, as Nagato sending his own master to the grave? Hiruzen Sarutobi had 3 disciples in his lifetime, 1 gambler, 1 drunkard, and 1 poisoner. Ahem, my mistake, let me start over. In his lifetime, he took 3 disciples. The most prodigious Orochimaru became a traitor and later attacked Konoha, indirectly leading to Hiruzen's own death. Tsunade, after both her lover and younger brother died in battle, severed ties with Hiruzen and almost never returned to Konoha until years after his death, when they finally reconciled. Ironically, Jiraiya, the one least expected to succeed with an ordinary background and average talent, turned out to be the most outstanding of the three. He appeared to wander the nations idly, but in truth he gathered intelligence for Konoha and personally trained 2 Hokage. Yet even Jiraiya, who was skilled at educating students, failed to guide Nagato during his moments of confusion, thus failing to prevent his fall to darkness. Ultimately, he was killed by his own disciple. One Hokage and the teacher of a Hokage, both directly or indirectly met their end at the hands of their disciples. Even Orochimaru, after teaching Sasuke for a time, was betrayed. It could be said that in this world, anyone who has ever been a teacher inevitably suffers betrayal from their disciple. Even Sasuke in the future would have his Rinnegan stabbed out by Boruto. Though it was due to Momoshiki's control, the result was the same. Speaking of which, there was also a group of low-grade Otsutsuki on the moon. Though they bore the same name as descendants of Himura, they possessed no special traits other than the Byakugan, just like the Hyuga clan. They even had the same main house and branch house system as the Hyuga on Earth, but the moon's Otsutsuki lacked the caged bird curse as a control measure, which led to the annihilation of the main house by the branch. As for the Tenseigan, he didn't even understand the logic behind it. The branch house of the Otsutsuki fused all the Byakugan of the clan into a spherical rock that could emit purple lasers, calling it the Tenseigan. A massive yellow eyeball left behind by Hagoromo after his death, capable of moving the moon, was also called the Tenseigan. Then Tonari Otsutsuki, after stealing Hanabi's Byakugan, evolved it into a blue eye with the ability to master yin-yang release, and that too was called the Tenseigan. These 3 Tenseigan, aside from sharing the same name, had completely different appearances and abilities. Could they really be considered the same thing? Madara couldn't understand this, but it didn't matter much to an Uchiha like him. He didn't have the ability to fly to the moon, so even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't. Unless technology suddenly advanced 100 years and allowed him to build a rocket to fly up, there was no way he could ride his Susanoo all the way to the moon. Despite his rich inner thoughts, Madara's face remained calm. He helped Hyuga Aoi, who was kneeling on the ground, to his feet and brushed the dust off his pant leg. I've said it many times. I don't intend to take disciples. I'm not good at teaching, and I don't know how to change the Hyuga clan. You've come to the wrong person. Unless solving it with force counted as change, he silently added in his mind. Having resolutely abandoned the comfortable life of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Aoi was not one to give up easily. He bowed deeply, maintaining a humble posture. I won't ask you to accept me as your disciple, but please allow me to follow you for now. Until I find my answer, I will never let go. Though his tone was polite to Madara, it sounded like a stalker's declaration. Compared to being secretly followed, being openly followed seemed not so hard to accept. Madara's first reaction was to send him back to Konoha, but Aoi was considered dead in Konoha. If he returned, he would likely be treated as a deserter and might be killed by the main house using the caged bird curse. To prevent the Byakugan from leaking, the Hyuga clan was fanatical in this regard and would desperately try to eliminate any unstable factor. But letting him follow didn't seem right either. He wasn't like Jiraiya, who traveled the nations. He would stay in Konoha for a while, so following him would be walking right into the trap. Was there a place that was both outside Konoha's sphere of influence and could satisfy his desire for equality? Madara suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit. The original Akatsuki, founded by Nagato and the others, was exactly such an organization. Perhaps he could find a way to get this naive Hyuga boy to join Akatsuki. It would be better than becoming a wandering ninja. Madara cleared his throat. I have to return to Konoha later, so I can't let you follow me all the way. But I know of a group of people who share a similar wish with you. They want to create a peaceful world without discrimination where everyone is equal. Always Byakugan widened. There were actually dreamers in this world, even more idealistic than him. A world without discrimination where everyone is equal. He had only heard of such a thing in the tales of the Sage of Six Paths. Legend has it that in the distant past, before the age of ninja, the Sage of Six Paths distributed his chakra to people all over the world, using it to connect the spiritual energy of individuals, thus creating a world where all hearts were one. But legends were just legends. The chakra of today connects not the spiritual energy between people, but one's own physical and spiritual energy, and is merely regarded as a powerful weapon. In the current shinobi world, only 3-year-olds would believe such tales. Aoi felt his face wet. He touched it, and found that to his surprise he was crying uncontrollably. He could sense that this was not a lie Madara made up to get rid of him. Somewhere in the world there were indeed people who harbored the same wish as his. After leaving Konoha, he had doubted himself many times, questioning his cowardly escape, questioning his betrayal of the clan's nurturing, and questioning his own heretical thoughts. Until Madara's words awakened him. The caged bird was the shackle binding the Hyuga clan, not only restraining the branch house, but also turning the main house into caged canaries. People should not suffer unequal treatment due to birth. Whether main house or branch house, everyone should be equal. In a world of endless war, even destroying the caged bird would not truly solve the problem. The real problem was the world itself, a world that made children bleed and die on the battlefield. When the main house no longer needed protection, the caged bird, having lost its reason for existence, would naturally wither away without external force. Please take me there, take me to them, let me join them. A hand still retaining some youth grasped the aged hand, his tone filled with unprecedented determination. Looking at Hyuga Aoi, who seemed as energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline, Madara felt somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he had unconsciously activated the power of Talk no Jutsu? Why did this guy suddenly seem like a completely different person? If those Byakugan eyes were replaced with Sharingan, Madara would have believed that the young man standing before him was a youthful libido. It was a shame he wasn't the protagonist of a shonen manga. He let out a light cough, rapidly cooling Aoi's adrenaline-fueled mind. A wave of intense embarrassment washed over him. His thoughts from earlier had been far too presumptuous. Here he was nearly at the age to settle down and start a family, yet he had still ended up crying. If he could, he would have used Earth Release to bury himself in the ground right then, and they're only emerging after a decade or so. Unfortunately, as a legitimate member of the Hyuga clan, he had precious little time to learn other jutsu. I apologize. I was far too emotional just now. Please forgive me. Aoi bowed deeply to Madara, once more leaving him utterly speechless. Madara hadn't done anything at all, so where did this guy get the idea that he was displeased? It couldn't be that his suppressed smile had been mistaken for trembling rage, could it? Madara lifted Aoi's bowed head and patted him with a hint of resignation. I'm not angry. Get up now. Seeing that the villagers were beginning to gather again, Madara, dreading the thought of being dragged into another round of handshakes by the crowd, didn't even wait for Aoi's reply. He vanished on the spot with a body flicker jutsu. You could set Madara against 1,000 ninja in battle, and he wouldn't even furrow his brow. But force him to accept the gratitude of 100 people, and he would be struck speechless with sheer awkwardness. He was fine in front of acquaintances, but among strangers, especially large numbers of well-meaning strangers, Madara became intensely nervous, afraid of doing something wrong. The village chief's bandage-wrapped hand had barely extended halfway when Madara vanished like the wind. He could only withdraw his hand with an embarrassed chuckle. He had still wanted to ask the Great Lord about any specific requirements for the statue. But since Madara had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't stay in the village for a few more days, the statue would have to be handled at his own discretion. This decision had just been reached through a collective discussion with the villagers. Madara had neither left his name nor accepted any payment from them. As a group of ordinary villagers, the most they could do was erect a statue of Madara in the center of the village and carve upon its base all that he had done for them. Still, the village chief couldn't help but feel a lingering regret that he hadn't gotten to showcase his cooking. Back in his days at the Konoha restaurant, there had been lines out the door every day. His mastery of Chinese cuisine had won over countless men, women, and children in the village. If it hadn't been for the mysterious disappearance incidents a few years back, which had rattled him so deeply that he packed up his family and fled back to his hometown overnight, he'd probably be a multi-millionaire by now. Aoi was startled by Madara's sudden departure, but quickly recovered. Channeling all his chakra into his legs, he sprinted at full speed and finally caught sight of Madara, who had slowed down. Madara had left in such a hurry that he forgot he had promised to introduce Aoi to the Akatsuki organization before it had become a haven for rogue ninja. Huff huff. Sir, why did you leave so suddenly? Aoi gasped for breath. He had assumed that someone of Madara's age should have suffered a significant decline in physical fitness, yet he had nearly failed to keep up with him. There isn't much time left. I can't linger. Compared to the panting Aoi, Madara hadn't broken a single sweat, looking completely at ease. There isn't much time left. Could it be that you? Aoi's expression clearly showed he had misunderstood. Tears he had just wiped away nearly spilled out again. I'm far from death. Recently someone has set their sights on my junior. I need to hurry to the land of rain and prevent any mishap. There was no way he could explain that he knew the plot. Madara could only offer a half-truth. Nagato was Jiraiya's disciple, Jiraiya was Hiruzen Sarutobi's disciple, and Hiruzen was barely considered a disciple of Hashirama and Tobirama. Madara had once been as close as a brother to Hashirama, so Nagato could more or less count as his junior. Right? By Madara's logic, virtually everyone in Konoha could be linked to him somehow. But Aoi had no idea how many layers of nesting dolls existed behind it all. He merely nodded, half understanding. Sir, do you care deeply about this junior of yours? There was a trace of envy in Aoi's tone. As a member of the Hyuga clan's branch family, his parents had sacrificed themselves protecting the main family before he even graduated. Madara scratched his head. Care. He couldn't quite explain why he was so fixated on changing the future he already knew. Wouldn't following the plot yield the greatest benefit? Figuring out a way to trick Nagato into using Rinne Rebirth to revive him would have been far simpler than rushing over to save him. He wouldn't even have to bear the blame for the Akatsuki's downfall. After all the misdeeds were carried out by Danzo and Hanzo, Madara had nothing to do with it, and no one would come looking for him. If forced to name a reason, it might be his guilt over his past actions mixed with a lingering unwillingness to accept history as it was written. By the time Naruto and Sasuke defeated Kaguya, at least 20 years would have passed. In that time, how many more tragedies would befall the shinobi world? Did those people deserve to die? Now that he knew the infinite Tsukuyami was nothing but a lie, Madara wished to reduce the meaningless sacrifices as much as possible, even willing to relinquish a portion of his control over the future to do so. Standing in the present, he couldn't change the past that had already been written, but he could reshape a future not yet realized. Edo Tensei's dream come true was nothing more than a fleeting comfort. When it came to truly fulfilling dreams, one had to look at Uchiha Madara. Nagato, you just wait. Within 3 days, Yahiko and Konan will shove dog food right in your mouth. Let's see if you still feel miserable then. And you, Obito, go ahead and laugh all you want now. Just wait until you see Kakashi and Rin holding hands. See how pleased you'll be then. That blonde kid named Minato isn't off the hook either. The missing piece in your son's upbringing has to be filled by you. Don't forget to pay the fine. Your son has been scribbling graffiti on the Hokage rock again. Burned out, turned to pale white ashes. Can't handle it anymore. Woke up past 8 in the evening, ate a few bites to fill my stomach, and started writing. In the end, I could only manage this much. Don't complain about it being too little. I did my best. 3 hours just to squeeze out this bit. I happened to browse through the Hyuga clan's named characters and accidentally discovered that there's a nameless extra called Hyuga Hamura. That really cracked me up. Kishimoto's naming talent is a bit abstract. Also, I found out that Hanabi actually has a maid named Hyuga Natsu, who looks remarkably similar to Hinata. If you all have the time, you can take a look. Of course, such a thought only flitted through his mind. He would never actually say it aloud. Madara considered himself a man who still had some dignity. Unless it was someone as shameless as Toby. Wait, could this be the reason Obito had let himself go so completely while disguised as Toby? On the surface, he had put on a mask. In reality, because he no longer needed to worry about his identity, he had taken off the mask he had been wearing all along. In a sense, could that also count as a Kamen Rider? His mind was occupied with serious thoughts about complete nonsense, and he nearly ran into a tree several times. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough that he managed to dodge aside every time. As the two of them drew closer to the land of rain, the trees around them gradually thinned, and traces left by the last Great War still remained visible. Collapsed houses, shattered longswords, untriggered exploding tags, and forehead protectors flung onto the ground. The surrounding atmosphere almost made one believe the war had never ended. In the Land of Fire, villagers had grown accustomed to ninja passing through, but the villagers of the Land of Rain held a wholly different attitude toward them. Even if the two of them showed no ill will and politely asked whether they could be provided with food, the villagers basically only responded in one of two ways. In the first case, the villagers would shout or scream at them to leave, and those who grew especially agitated would even try to attack them with pitchforks or similar weapons. Fortunately, ninja were not witchers, so pitchforks did no extra damage to them. Even so, to avoid escalating the conflict, they could only choose to leave. The other response was the exact opposite. The villagers acted extremely servile. Even when Madara pressed money into their hands, they did not dare take it. They simply pleaded in ingratiating tones for him not to hurt them. It was hard to imagine what the people of the Land of Rain had endured to become so extreme. This was no isolated occurrence. After entering the Land of Rain, Madara passed through several villages, and in every one of them more than half the villagers had responded in one of those two ways. Not that the rest of the villagers were particularly rational. The reason they could converse normally with Madara was, "You ask why I'm not afraid of ninja. Haha, our Land of Rain has that great lord. What reckless fool would dare make trouble right under his nose? You ask who that great lord is, eh? Why, it's Lord Hanzo. The man who saved the Land of Rain from the brink of disaster single-handedly. The pinnacle of the shinobi world, hailed as a demigod." The closer they drew to the Hidden Rain village, the more zealously devoted Hanzo worshippers they encountered. After learning that Madara and his group came from Konoha, the villagers showed no fear at all. Instead, they wore an inexplicable look of pride. Anyone unfamiliar with history standing there would probably think the Land of Rain was the victor of the Second Shinobi World War. The truth, however, was that the Land of Rain, already backward to begin with, had never managed to rise again after its defeat. More than a decade after the war, it still had not fully recovered. Apart from Hanzo, whose reputation still loomed large, the Land of Rain had almost nothing going for it. Unlike the Land of Fire, which had already started using electrical appliances, the Land of Rain's industrial level lagged a full step behind. The villages closer to the Hidden Rain village were passable. Although electrical appliances were basically nowhere to be seen, infrastructure such as gas pipelines was still in place. But the villages along the Land of Rain's border could only be described as barely getting by. Pickled vegetables, brown rice vegetables picked from their own fields, 2 slices of salted meat, so thin they let light through, and a small bowl of miso soup. That counted as a fairly lavish meal. As for how it tasted, to put it politely, it reminded Madara of his younger days. When Konoha was just founded, the living conditions had been poor, and he had often crammed together with Hashirama to eat brown rice balls. But he had no interest in dwelling on past hardships to savor the present sweetness. He had already tasted more than enough hardship. He had been fighting all his life. Surely it was time for him to enjoy himself a little. After leaving 2 100 Ryo banknotes behind, Madara fled the village with Aoi, who wore a strange expression. Though she was from the branch family as a member of the Hyuga clan, she had grown up in luxury. How could she be used to brown rice balls mixed with sand? Never mind her. Even Madara, hardened by so many years of struggle, nearly lost it when he bit down on a pebble. At the very least, they could have washed the rice. A full pound of those brown rice balls probably contained a tenth of sand and gravel. If he hadn't seen the locals casually spit out pebbles after eating, he would have suspected the villagers of trying to kill him. He had thought the small villages on the Land of Fire's border were already unrivaled in being a decade behind Konoha. Who could have guessed the Land of Rain would be even bolder, nearly sending him all the way back to the Warring States period? Wait, no. Even in the Warring States period, the rice balls he ate hadn't contained sand. This was enough to hurl him back to the Stone Age. As they stepped into the Hidden Rain village, the Uchiha emblem on Madara's clothing was so conspicuous that the guards naturally stopped them. Halt. Come over for inspection. Any person of unknown identity or suspicious nature is forbidden from entering the Hidden Rain village. One was an Uchiha, the other a Hyuga. Hiding their identities was basically impossible. Then again, Madara had never intended to hide them in the first place. You've already checked us. We pose no danger to the Hidden Rain village. Let us through now. After Madara glared at him, the guard's expression instantly became vacant. No threat. Permitted to pass. The Hidden Rain village had far less foot traffic than Konoha, so no one noticed what Madara had done. The gatekeeper dazedly pressed the button, the gate rose slowly, and the two slipped into the Hidden Rain village without the least bit of trouble. Only after the two had gone far away did the gatekeeper scratch his head, as if jolted awake from a dream. No one had passed through. Why had he opened the gate? He quickly lowered the gate again. If the squad leader on patrol later found he had left the gate open, his salary would be docked again. He had already been docked twice this month, and at this rate, he would be working the whole month for nothing. Once inside the Hidden Rain village, Madara felt as if he had walked into a modern city. High-rises lined the streets and signboards of every kind crowded the entire road. In bustle and prosperity, it was in no way inferior to Konoha. Only one thing was strange. Almost all of the Hidden Rain village's ninja wore respirator masks, the same style Hanzo usually wore, which made the scene rather eerie. Madara pressed the bamboo hat on his head lower. Because the Land of Rain spent most of the year in its rainy season, almost everyone went out wearing one of these hats. Although his cloak was rainproof, he had still bought one for each of them to fit in with local customs. They had been fairly expensive too, 500 ryo per hat. He strongly suspected the shopkeeper had quietly hiked the price several times after seeing he was an outsider. Still, the hat was comfortable enough, so he decided not to go back and make trouble for the shopkeeper. Madara extended his hand from beneath the cloak, feeling the cold raindrops striking his palm. Only after a long while did he withdraw it. At least Nagato wasn't in charge yet. Otherwise, the Rain Tiger at will technique would have already sensed his intrusion. Hanzo at least was more straightforward, simply posting a few extra guards at the gate. Still, that technique only really worked in the Rain village where it never stopped pouring. In essence, it was a sensory jutsu that infused chakra into the rain, allowing its user to detect the anomalous chakra of intruders. But the technique also had an obvious flaw: it depended heavily on the environment. In a country like the Rain village, rich in water and perpetually drenched, a single activation by pain could last for days, even months. Yet in a barren, water-scarce land, such as the Wind Country, whose territory was mostly desert, even an hour of sustained use would be a testament to Nagato's abundant chakra. Had this been a time of peace, the technique could have been used for artificial rainfall, safe, pollution-free, and capable of ending at a moment's notice. Madara silently cursed Hanzo under his breath. The ninjas under his command had learned all the wrong habits. Not everyone had been implanted with the salamander's poison sac, so why the hell were they all wearing masks? A moment ago, a rain ninja with vacant eyes had walked past him, and he nearly thought a biochemical apocalypse had broken out. Startled, he almost cremated the man on the spot with a single blast of fire. Moreover, although the Rain village was filled with towering buildings, for some reason every single rooftop bore a spire-top tower looking for all the world like a syringe. Though the distance was considerable, Madara observed the spires with his Sharingan and found no trace of chakra within any of them. Unless it just so happened that no ninja resided in those towers, their construction likely served some purpose other than housing. Perhaps they were shrines for worship. The Rain village had another distinctive trait. Unlike most nations which favored wooden structures, its people preferred to build with steel and rock, covering the exteriors with a dense network of drainage pipes. It wasn't that the villagers were particularly unconventional. It was simply that in a place battered by rain without cease, wooden homes would begin to mold within half a year, and within a year the roofs would be leaking. As an old man who had spent decades cooped up in a cave, Madara found everything in the Rain village fascinating. Though he wouldn't go so far as to touch things like a child, he couldn't help stopping to stare every now and then. What about Chui, you ask? As a true-born Leaf villager, this was the first time in his life he had ever left Konoha outside of combat. His curiosity rivaled, if not far exceeded, Madara's own. Fortunately, within half an hour, Madara remembered that he wasn't here on a sightseeing trip to the Rain country. There was still unfinished business to attend to. How could he spare the time to soak in local customs? He knew he had to find the Akatsuki, but where to even start was another matter. Surely they wouldn't be walking the streets in those red cloud cloaks, and happened to cross his path. Just as Madara found himself at a loss, a young man in a black robe embroidered with red clouds sprinted past him. Seriously, not a shred of rebel discretion among you lot. You really just stroll around the streets in those outfits out in the open. Come to think of it, if the Akatsuki had been even remotely cautious, they wouldn't have ended up wiped out in a single strike later on. 3 leaders reduced to 1 dead, and 1 crippled, while the rest died to the last man. After all, the current Akatsuki was nothing but a band of youths barely 20 years old. Aside from Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, it was doubtful whether the remaining members could even match a Chunin. Seeing that the young man was about to vanish from sight, Madara cast aside his musings and hastily pulled Shui along as he gave chase. The opportunity was right before him. It would be a waste to let it slip away. The young man, completely devoid of any awareness of being tailed, walked on obliviously toward the meeting spot and finally stopped before a courtyard. He stood at the gate, gave a few gentle knocks, and as the door slowly opened, he stepped briskly inside with an air of familiarity. Madara was utterly speechless. The original Akatsuki had prepared no security measures whatsoever, no passwords, no identity checks. They simply let the man walk right in. He seriously suspected that if he threw on a red cloud robe and pulled his straw hat down low, he could waltz straight in through the front door. No wonder they were eventually wiped out by Hanzo. These passionate young fools were far too naive. Had they no fear of spies slipping in one day? While Madara observed from outside the gate, 2 pairs of eyes were covertly watching him from the shadows. Those 2 have been standing at the door for quite a while now, haven't they? Did they find our base? Probably. Should we go drive them off? I don't think so. Didn't the leader say all are welcome to join? What if they want to join us too? Then what do? We can't just let them keep standing at the door. How about this? You go notify the leader and let him decide. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. Fine, I'll go find the leader then. You stay safe. Overhearing the whispers from beyond the gate, Madara's exasperation climbed another notch. If you know he's standing right outside, then stop communicating with spoken words. If you can't use hand signs, then at least write it down. They didn't just lack security. They didn't even have the faintest notion of confidentiality. They were exactly like those villains who insist they'll never reveal a thing only to spill every last detail of their plan without realizing it. Still, since they mentioned going to fetch the leader, that would likely be Yahiko. At this point, Nagato and Konan were merely Yahiko's right and left hands, not the future leader. Speaking of which, what abilities did Yahiko actually have? Konan's jutsu mostly revolved around paper, while Nagato, in addition to the Rinnegan, was skilled in all 5 nature transformations and was no pushover himself. Yahiko. What jutsu did Yahiko know again? He died too early and had too little screen time. Madara's memories of him were mostly from the time he became Pain's Deva Path. As for what he could do while alive, Madara honestly had no clue. Whatever. He'd meet him soon enough, and then he'd find out. A supplementary piece of lore. In the original story, before Yahiko's death, Obito had already disguised himself as Madara Uchiha to deceive Nagato. But there's a small plot hole here. First, you need to understand that Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were peers, just as Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were peers. Nagato was 4 years older than Obito and was already 35 when he died. Obito, meanwhile, only became a Chunin at age 11. That means after becoming a Chunin, he was gravely wounded at the Battle of Kanobi Bridge, was taken back to a hidden chamber by Madara, and treated with Hashirama's cells. After finishing his rehabilitation, he witnessed Kakashi piercing Rin's chest with Chidori, went berserk, and slaughtered the Miss Umbu on sight, returned to the chamber, and accepted the Moon Eye plan, mastered Madara's teachings, and proclaimed himself Madara Uchiha. This entire chain of events occurred within a single year, and in that same year he still found time to travel to the Rain Country and attempt to recruit Nagato under the identity of Madara Uchiha. On a side note, the Third Great Ninja War hadn't even ended when Yahiko took his own life, which made the timeline even tighter for Obito. It's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? All you can say is that long-running works inevitably have such flaws here and there. Ban couldn't help stroking his chin. To be honest, he had never seen the young Mi Yin fight. His most vivid impression of him was that he voluntarily impaled himself on Chong Min's kunai to save the captured Xiaonan. As for what happened after he became Tendu Pain, it actually had nothing to do with Mi Yin himself. Behind it was Chong Min remotely controlling him. Before they had waited even a few minutes outside the door, someone voluntarily opened the gate. A young man with orange spiky hair and a Yu-In forehead protector stepped out, none other than the current leader of the Shao organization, Mi Yin. How should I put it? Although Mi Yin's face was not ugly and could even be called handsome, Ban felt that something was missing. His ordinary brown pupils and clean face were far from the Tendu Pain in Ban's memory. He didn't look like a leader commanding an organization, but rather like a sunny boy next door. Old man, what is this? Upon opening the door, Mi Yin was startled by the combination. Before him, a member of the Yuzhibo clan followed by a member of the Rishiang clan. Was he currently in the Leaf Village? I have heard about your goals before. I am very interested in them and wish to join you. The person behind me feels the same way. He also hopes to end the wars between nations. To avoid being taken for a fraud, Ban decided he must first infiltrate the Shao organization, earn their trust, and then reveal the truth to the three of them. Otherwise, who would believe the words of a stranger who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? They would surely forget it the moment they turned away. Upon hearing this, Yin looked Ban up and down the corner of his mouth, twitching involuntarily. He seriously suspected he was being pranked. But as a good young man who respected the elderly and cherished the young, he still remained patient with Ban. Old man, we are mercenaries. We need to fight. The one behind you is fine, but you. Yin didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. He didn't think Ban was suitable to become a member of the Shao organization. Even if one had been an agile ninja in the past, after entering old age, various physical qualities would decline sharply, perhaps even becoming inferior to ordinary people. After all, ninjas spent almost their entire lives accompanied by battle, accumulating countless hidden injuries and ailments all over their bodies. Many ended up in wheelchairs even at a young age, let alone the elderly. Ban naturally thought of this point. He merely gave Yin a silent glance, and Yin immediately froze on the spot. After several breaths, he suddenly came to his senses, a layer of cold sweat beating on his forehead. With just one look, Yin had fallen into the illusion of the Sharingan. If Ban had intended to kill him, just then Changmen's time to create Tendu Pain might have been advanced by several years. The next instant, after breaking free from the illusion, Yin drew a kunai from his waist and held it in front of him, his eyes instantly sharpening. The Yuzhibo clan and the Rishian clan were both top-tier clans of the Leaf Village. The entire ninja world knew the fame of the Sharingan and the Byakugan. It was rare to see even one of them on ordinary days, yet today they appeared together. Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could it be that the Leaf Village had already learned of the Zhao's existence so early and sent people to eliminate this threat? Just as he prepared for a life-or-death battle, he found that the two people standing opposite remained motionless, looking at him with puzzled eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze, as if he were the one being aggressive, Yin couldn't stand the atmosphere. He sheathed his kunai and couldn't help but ask, "You? Aren't you going to fight me?" Upon hearing this, Ban's gaze toward Yin gained a hint of sympathy. This poor kid, his ears were already failing at such a young age. No wonder he would later need to have so many black rods inserted. "I already told you my goal is to join the Shao. Is there any need to fight you?" Yin almost couldn't help but complain. Two strangers followed him all the way to the door of his organization, then cast an illusion on him without a word, yet they claimed they didn't want to fight him. Was that really okay? Identity. Tell me your identities. The Shao will not allow those who hide their faces and refuse to reveal themselves to join. Fortunately, having been a leader for these years, Yin had developed a sufficiently strong heart and could still converse calmly with Ban. "I am actually a close friend of your master's master. Roughly speaking, you can call me Grandmaster." Ban really wanted to say that, but he felt it would be easily dismissed as nonsense, so he chose a milder approach. "My name is Yuzhibo Jing, a fellow disciple of your Grandmaster. You can also call me Master Senior." Well, it didn't seem much milder. Yin clearly didn't believe him. But thinking about it, it was understandable. If someone suddenly appeared claiming to be a senior of your master, he wouldn't believe it either. But it didn't matter. Unless Yuzhibo Jing himself was suddenly resurrected, no one could expose his lie. "Don't believe me. It's fine. I'll say some things and you'll believe me. You are a disciple of the Toad Sage Zilai Yi, one of the Leaf's 3 ninja. 2 others also became his disciples with you, Shao, and who can manipulate paper, and Xuanhua Changmen, who possesses the Rinnegan. All of you were war orphans who lost your parents during the Second Great Ninja War. Zilai Yi taught you ninjutsu for 3 years, and after 3 years he returned to the Leaf Village. You founded the Shao organization with the goal of achieving peace through the methods of war." Ban was only halfway through his words when Yin couldn't help but interrupt him. "Stop. Who exactly are you? Where did you learn all this?" Ban shrugged. "I told you I can barely be considered a senior of your master, which makes me your senior. Isn't it only natural that I know a few things about you?" "Liar. Teacher Zilai Yi once said that the ninja named Yuzhibo Jing died young and could never have lived to this day." Tisk, why did Zilai Yi tell his disciples everything? How was he supposed to happily trick the kid now? To cover his embarrassment, he coughed a few times and chose to reveal part of the truth to Yin. "Ahem, I cannot tell you my specific identity, but it is true that I can be considered a senior of your master. As for the person behind me, he escaped from the Rishian clan. After hearing about your deeds, he wanted to join you. These are not lies either. I can assure you that we have no ill intentions toward the Shao. On the contrary, I am here to help you." Yin silently stared at Ban for a long moment, then finally revealed a smile. "I can trust you for now, but if you dare to harm my companions, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let you off easy." Although still full of smiles, Yin's tone was quite serious. He was not just saying it, he valued his companions even more than himself. Koei, who was acting as a background character nearby, almost couldn't help speaking up several times. Why did they have to make the atmosphere so tense when it could be resolved through communication? If Madara knew what was going through Yahiko's mind, he would certainly burst out laughing. If he himself hadn't shown Yahiko a little of his skill, wouldn't he have been dismissed as a common old man and escorted out? It was precisely because he had displayed a strength that could not be ignored that Yahiko had become serious. Otherwise, Yahiko would not have cared in the least about anything he said. Please come in with me, you two. Whatever your real purpose may be, at least for now you are recognized guests. Yahiko still did not understand Madara's purpose, but since things had already come to this, he led the two of them through the gates of Akatsuki. How could one describe the scene inside the gate? If forced to choose a word, it was ordinary. So very, very ordinary that it was impossible to imagine this was where Akatsuki's members gathered. It was just like the courtyard of an ordinary family. Madara thought again. It was only natural. The current Akatsuki had no money and no manpower. They were so poor they had to support themselves by taking commissions. How could they possibly afford an imposing base? Quite a few people stood scattered around the courtyard, perhaps several dozen in total. Every one of them wore a hidden rain forehead protector and a black robe embroidered with red thread, but none wore breathing masks like Hanzo's. Many did not even wear straw hats, as though they did not mind the rain soaking their hair. As you can see, Akatsuki does not have many members. Even counting those out on missions, we only have about 100. We're just a very ordinary little organization. Sorry to disappoint you. For some reason, Yahiko's tone carried a trace of cheerfulness, as if he hoped the two would back out. Madara was too embarrassed to remind him that in the future Akatsuki would not even have 100 members. Its full members would number only a dozen or so, several of them spies. Even adding Pain's 6 paths, they would still not match the number of people standing in the courtyard right now. If one considered only their origins, though, they would be far more diverse than this uniform crowd of hidden rain shinobi. They came from no fewer than 7 lands: fire, earth, water, wind, waterfall, hot water, and rain. That was nearly enough to fill 2 tables of flight chess. Seeing their leader bring 2 strangers back with him, most of the members stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes toward the 2 people behind Yahiko. They looked as though at the mere signal of a shattered cup from Yahiko, they would swarm forward and seize the 2 on the spot. But that thought had barely arisen before he strangled it in its cradle. He was not a man to break his word, nor did he like attacking people behind their backs, and he certainly did not want his companions to die in vain. If someone had to be sacrificed, Yahiko hoped it would be him. Protecting these precious comrades was his duty as their leader. All right, there's no need to worry. These 2 friends heard about what we've accomplished and wanted to take a look. Just continue with whatever you were doing. After soothing the somewhat restless hearts of the other members, Yahiko noticed that Madara's gaze had been fixed on the large building in the center of the courtyard. He could not help biting his lip. Could it be? You 2 please come to my room to talk first. Children raised in the land of rain are used to moving through the rain. You must be uncomfortable in this weather. As Yahiko turned to lead the way, Madara cast a few glances at his robe. Although Yahiko had worn no rain gear the whole time, aside from his soaked hair, not a single water spot had touched his clothes. It seemed the robe had been treated with a waterproof coating. Its original purpose must have been to serve as a raincoat. In a land like the land of rain, which was overcast and rainy all year round, it was indeed quite suitable as a uniform. From a purely practical standpoint, however, the later version with a hood might be even more useful. That way one's hair would not be soaked by the rain. Well, he would have to ask later whether they could sell him a few of these robes. If he ever wanted to cosplay as the mysterious masked man, they would be perfect for the occasion. On ordinary days, they could double as raincoats, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yahiko led the 2 over to a plain little wooden cabin. Opening the door, he made a gesture for them to enter. Please come in. I have nothing worth offering you. Please forgive me. The interior matched its exterior completely. It was so plainly furnished that it looked as if it had never been decorated. Apart from the bed cabinets, table, chairs, and other necessities of daily life, there was nearly no ornament at all. The only things that could be called decorations were the origami pieces arranged around the room. Simple paper flowers and paper cranes, elaborate paper dragons, and paper phoenixes, spread across nearly the entire house. Even with White Zetsu's brain, Madara could guess that these origami works had surely been made by Conan. It was plain that the relationship between those 2 was no ordinary friendship. He could already smell the sour stench of romance. Yahiko, however, knew nothing of the dark thoughts in Madara's mind. He never noticed Conan's maidenly affection. He simply took the origami as gifts exchanged between friends. If this were a primetime urban melodrama, he would be the husband who after marriage discovers that the paper stars given to him by a high school classmate were covered with "I love you." Hopelessly obtuse when it came to matters of the heart. I don't know why the 2 of you want to join Akatsuki, and you're not even willing to state your identities plainly. By all rights, I shouldn't allow people of unknown identity into Akatsuki. At the thought of the mentor who had once taught them, Yahiko's lips curled slightly. He had not expected Akatsuki's name to have spread all the way to Konoha already. But since you know Master Jiraiya, I believe you mean no harm. Still, until you reveal your identities, the most I can allow is for you to become temporary members of Akatsuki. Can you accept that? After pondering for a long time, Madara asked the question he cared about most: do temporary workers get uniforms? Yahiko nearly conjured a huge question mark above his head. What kind of question was that? He answered at once. If you're referring to this robe, every member of Akatsuki receives several, including temporary members. Then I have no objections. I agree. Madara was thoroughly satisfied. He had never planned to stay with Akatsuki for long anyway, or as long as he could get a robe out of it. There was no real difference between a temp and a full member. If I told you my identity, could I become a full member? Koei raised his hand timidly. Although he and Yahiko were about the same age, his bearing was far weaker than Yahiko's, who had grown up scrabbling through life. Simply saying who you are is not enough. You must prove that you are a comrade who shares our ideals, and a trusted comrade in arms before I can make you a full member. Yahiko's answer was firm. He did not want people with ulterior motives mixing into Akatsuki. Oh, all right, then I'll agree to become a temporary member too. Koei looked a little dejected, but he soon perked up again. After all, he had only asked on the off chance. In that case, Yahiko's words had barely left his mouth when a loud crash cut him off. Yahiko, are you all right? I heard you were. A red-haired young man kicked open the door and burst in, staring in shock at the three people who, having reached an agreement, were just about to shake hands. The young man who burst in was Nagato, another disciple of Jiraiya. His medium-length red hair hung down, obscuring his right eye, leaving only his left eye, a violet Rinnegan, visible. Yahiko's mouth opened and closed, but for a long while not a single word came out. He could hardly blame Nagato for barging in out of concern, yet the young man's entrance had undeniably made the atmosphere unbearably awkward. Nagato was well aware of that as well. He intended to lower his head and apologize at once, but being inherently shy, his mouth now felt as though it had been filled with cement. No matter how hard he tried, he simply could not force the words out. Madara, for his part, was not embarrassed at all. Still, witnessing his own eyes lodged in someone else's body felt rather strange. A remarkably peculiar sensation. Whether it was an illusion or not, Madara felt that Nagato's Rinnegan seemed to lack something, its condition entirely different from when it had resided in his own body. If a normal Rinnegan were a healthy adult, then the Rinnegan now embedded in Nagato was akin to a disabled person whose legs had been amputated. Could it be that, unlike the Sharingan, the Rinnegan could only unleash its true power when wielded by its original owner? Madara was intensely curious, but he could hardly pluck the eyes out of Nagato's head on the spot and reattach them to himself. After all, only his clone was present here, so he had no way to pry out his own eyeballs. As for Aoi, the moment he laid eyes on Nagato's Rinnegan, he was frozen in place. After snapping back to his senses, he still felt a lingering thrill of terror. It was not because he was a coward, but because from those Rinnegan he sensed a chakra that did not belong to Nagato himself. A chakra steeped in cruelty, solitude, and overwhelming power. The instant he touched that chakra, Aoi felt as though he had been cast into the heart of a battlefield surrounded by countless enemies hell-bent on tearing him to shreds. Though that terrifying power was nearly spent, and the illusion vanished moments later, his hands still trembled uncontrollably. Had he not been young and physically robust, his heart would probably have given out right then and there. Everyone present harbored their own thoughts, yet all of them, as if by unspoken agreement, chose to remain silent. In the end, it was Yahiko, the group's leader, who broke the silence. He cleared his throat and put on a composed air. Nagato, you've come just in time. Let me introduce you to our newest member. His words suddenly faltered, for it struck him that due to Madara and Aoi's concealed identities, he still did not know their real names. Had he been too hasty in deciding to trust them? A voice from somewhere off-screen: believe in them, because belief needs no reason. Madara, please just call me Atsu. The two of them suddenly displayed remarkable social grace, stepping in to rescue Yahiko from his embarrassment. Madara did not even bother giving a false name. Right, Hyuga Aoi and Uchiha Madara. They wish to join the Akatsuki, and I've already agreed. Yahiko felt the name sounded vaguely familiar. Jiraiya-sensei had once mentioned it, a legendary powerhouse said to have lived in the same era as Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. Well, it must simply be a coincidence of names, right? Hashirama Senju had been dead for nearly 100 years. There was no way an Uchiha Madara from his era could still be alive. Yahiko did not dwell on it. After all, for people of common birth like them, names were nothing more than labels. What truly mattered lay elsewhere. Oh, that's wonderful. Welcome to the Akatsuki. I hope you'll enjoy it here. Nagato extended his hand toward Madara somewhat woodenly, his expression distant and distracted, for he felt a strange sense of familiarity emanating from Madara's presence. Madara and Nagato exchanged a token handshake before letting go. Whether due to illness or the perpetual lack of sunlight in the rain country, Nagato's skin bore a hint of unnaturally pallid whiteness. It might also have been the result of Nagato being unable to deactivate his Rinnegan at will, forcing him to continuously supply it with chakra. Even as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan blessed with an immense chakra reserves far beyond the norm that could sustain the enormous demands of the Rinnegan, the accompanying exhaustion was no less burdensome. This was already the result of Nagato minimizing his reliance on the Rinnegan. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never call upon its power. Whenever he used the Rinnegan, he felt himself becoming someone else. Before receiving Jiraiya-sensei's guidance, he could only unleash its power when he lost emotional control. Still, Nagato understood that such thoughts of his were rather extravagant. To possess power that others could never obtain in their entire lives, and then complain about a few minor side effects was hardly becoming of him. Aoi also shook Nagato's hand. Though those eyes still filled him with dread, he forced a smile onto his face, even if it remained rather stiff. Seeing that Yahiko was safe and sound, Nagato's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. In a daze, he shook hands with the two newcomers, still not entirely grasping the situation. Nagato's origins revealed. First, Nagato was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, but that did not mean his name was Uzumaki Nagato. In truth, everyone referred to him simply as Nagato, and even his entry in the databook bore only the two characters Nagato, without the prefix Uzumaki. Nagato's father was named Ayase, a battlefield physician from the Hidden Rain village. In the anime, his hair was depicted as black, so he was most likely an ordinary man with no bloodline heritage. Nagato's mother was named Fuso, a woman with long dark red hair. By process of elimination, it was she who passed down the Uzumaki bloodline to Nagato, yet she too bore no Uzumaki surname. After the destruction of Yuzushiogakure, most of the Uzumaki clan members scattered across the lands chose to conceal their identities to the point where even their own descendants were often unaware of the Uzumaki blood flowing through their veins. Even among the Uzumaki clan, Nagato's name was simply Nagato, with no family name preceding it, just like Konan and Yahiko, who went by given names alone. Karen had a similar experience. She too was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and because of their special constitution, she and her mother were treated by the Hidden Grass village as walking blood bags, bitten whenever someone needed healing. Thus, Karen likewise bore no surname, going only by her given name Karen. In fact, she had not even known she was an Uzumaki at first. However, considering that both of their mothers were ordinary people without any means of self-defense, it was likely that neither mother was born in Yuzushiogakure. Otherwise, they would at least have known some Uzumaki sealing techniques. Incidentally, since both were Uzumaki, how did Nagato's mother die from a single kunai stab? What happened to their famed vitality? It couldn't be that the blade was made of all-killing ash bones, could it? Seeing the situation stabilize, Yahiko finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Nagato could now tentatively control the Rinnegan's power, there was still a risk of him going berserk if his emotions got out of hand. Back then, Jiraiya-sensei had been there to stop him. If Nagato were to go berserk now, both he and Konan together might not be able to hold him back, and the others were even less reliable. Honestly, he had always harbored doubts about the origin of Nagato's Rinnegan. According to Nagato himself, he had no idea why he possessed the Rinnegan either. According to Jiraiya-sensei, the Sage of Six Paths, revered as the ancestor of today's shinobi and the creator of all jutsu, had possessed the Rinnegan. Even Jiraiya-sensei, a disciple of the Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, had regarded the Rinnegan as nothing but a legend until he saw Nagato with his own eyes. How could such a rare and overwhelming power appear in a child like Nagato at that time? His parents had been ordinary people, not even shinobi. Jiraiya-sensei had examined Nagato several times back then, but could only conclude that he was a descendant of the nearly extinct Uzumaki clan. The origin of the Rinnegan remained a mystery. That was why Yahiko always advised Nagato to avoid using the Rinnegan as much as possible. Nothing in this world is free. Perhaps these eyes were part of someone's plan. Some innocent old Madara spread his hands, indicating that he certainly had nothing to do with this. He cleared his throat, and the others turned their gazes to Yahiko. Since you have all become members of the Akatsuki, Nagato, take these two to get their uniforms. Me? Nagato pointed at his own face uncertainly. Of course, I still have a few things to take care of. If you see Konan, tell her I need to talk to her. Yahiko nodded, also confirming to Nagato that he hadn't misheard. I understand. Should I go over the rules with them? Nagato asked casually, but Yahiko was silent for quite a while before speaking. Well, go ahead. Remember to introduce them to the others. The inexplicable silence together with the perpetually gloomy sky of the rain country was such that, had he not known Yahiko's character, even Madara would have suspected Nagato was leading them to some cave no sensor could detect. For the rest of the way, Nagato remained silent, leading the two to a storeroom where shelves lined with robes of all sizes filled the surrounding walls. Pick your own sizes, but each of you can only take two, no more. If they get dirty or damaged, you can ask Konan to get you a new one. It was Nagato's first time leading new recruits, and he felt a little nervous. He nearly stumbled over his words, and his tone came out stiff. The moment he finished speaking, he noticed that Madara had somehow already changed into a robe, a hooded style no less, and was even wearing a yellow mask painted with black stripes on his face. If you can't protect the ones you should protect, then what meaning does this power hold? Nagato was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Had he missed something? Why had Madara suddenly come out with such a sorrowful line? Meanwhile, Madara was secretly gleeful. He had carved several masks in passing earlier, including this tiger-patterned one which he had originally planned to use later. But on a whim, he couldn't resist stealing the lines of a certain Uchiha boy. While Madara was having his sudden Shinibu episode, Aoi also found a uniform that fit his build. However, he chose the same high-collar style as Yahiko and the others, and he looked quite proper in it. After satisfying his little selfish whim, Madara casually took off the mask, tucked it back into his robe, and looked at Nagato as if nothing had happened. Aren't you going to take us to meet the other members now, Uzumaki kid? I have a name. It's Nagato. Don't call me kid. Nagato felt slightly displeased by Madara's attitude. He had only just joined the Akatsuki, yet Madara was already acting as if they were old acquaintances. They had clearly only just met. No, wait, it seemed. A wave of pain shot through him, interrupting Nagato's recollection. Sometimes he would see fragments of his childhood in his dreams, but every time he tried to recall them, a sudden violent headache would cut him off. Nagato quickly shook his head. Now was not the time to recall childhood. He still had to finish the task Yahiko had given him. Since you've both changed into your uniforms, follow me. I'll take you to meet someone first. With that, he walked out of the storeroom alone, not even looking back to see if the two were following. Old man, those eyes. Could they be the legendary? As Nagato walked a bit further ahead, Aoi quickly turned to Madara, eager to share what he had just noticed. You saw correctly. Those are the supreme eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan which hold the power over life and death. Madara answered quite calmly, adding a silent note to himself. And they were taken from me. Old man, listen. There's something wrong with those eyes. That person named Nagato is not the original owner of the eyes. There's definitely a conspiracy behind this. I know. Madara nodded. He not only knew, he was the mastermind. Black Zetsu was the one who had planned it. Aoi was surprised by Madara's calmness, but on second thought it made perfect sense. Since his Byakugan could detect that chakra, there was no reason why the Sharingan, which could also observe chakra flows, wouldn't have caught it too. Don't worry. Nothing's going to happen. I'm keeping an eye on things. Madara patted Aoi's shoulder, telling him to rest easy. Although he did have a plan to reclaim the eyes, it wasn't now, nor did he intend to use the original method. Perhaps I should give Nagato a pair of Sharingan. The burden of the Rinnegan is too heavy for him, but the Sharingan shouldn't be a problem. As for the Byakugan, at least until the caged bird is removed, Byakugan are hard to come by. There are only a few people in the Hyuga main house, and he couldn't exactly fly to the moon to find the Otsutsuki clan, could he? Wait, why am I so fixated on using other people's eyes? It would be more reliable to just beat up Orochimaru and have him clone a pair of normal eyes. Madara quickly reflected on himself. He had inadvertently slipped into a villain's mindset, actually contemplating stealing other people's eyes. He had nearly sunk to Danzo's level. Hey, you two, why are you so slow? Keep up. Nagato's urging voice came from not far away. After realizing they hadn't followed, he immediately turned back. Coming. You're really impatient, kid. Don't you know old people aren't in good health? Madara habitually teased him a little, but to his surprise, Nagato actually apologized. Sorry, I didn't think of that. I was inconsiderate. Nagato's straightforward apology left Madara completely at a loss. He felt his conscience pricked and a guilty sense of having deceived a child. He quickly waved his hand. No need to apologize. We were just talking a bit, which delayed us. I'm not so weak that I can't walk. Nagato led the two away from the hidden rain village, heading outward until they finally stopped before a barren valley. No matter what you see later, I hope you can keep it a secret. Nagato turned around and gave the two a few more words of caution. Then he knocked rhythmically on the rock wall, and the stone beside him quietly sank into the ground, revealing a vast hollow behind it. Oh, is this the standard secret base for a major organization? Madara felt a spark of interest. He had thought the current Akatsuki was just a ragtag outfit, but it turned out they had something after all. No wonder Hanzo would later view Akatsuki as a threat to his position. It was not entirely because he was overly suspicious. Nagato, you're here. Who are these two behind you? They had barely taken a few steps into the cave when a gentle female voice suddenly spoke. Madara turned toward the voice, but saw no one. Even so, he could identify the speaker. It was Konan, the only female among Jiraiya's disciples who used paper as her weapon. After a moment's thought, he immediately switched to another mask, the orange spiral mask. As the mysterious masked man, he should be able to change masks to suit the occasion. These two are new members who just joined us. I brought them around to get familiar with the place. Also, Yahiko said he has something to discuss with you. If you have time, go pay him a visit. Long since used to Konan's ghost-like appearances, Nagato spoke calmly to the air. Yahiko, huh? Got it. I'll go after I finish up what's left. Who would have thought Yahiko would ask you to look after newbies? What a burden. A small paper butterfly flew out from deeper inside and landed on Nagato's palm. She's gloating again. I thought she was going to help. Nagato muttered under his breath, forgetting that the cave echoed. His complaint reached the two behind him loud and clear. But they were trained ninja, so no matter how funny something was, they would not laugh. Unless they could not help it. Anyway, let me take you inside to get familiar with the surroundings. The terrain is complicated, so stay close and don't get lost. Nagato pretended nothing had happened and changed the subject in a clumsy way. Madara was fine. He was wearing a mask, so no expression could be seen. Aoi, on the other hand, had it worse. He wanted to laugh, but did not dare, so he could only keep a stiff, almost smiling face. Yahiko is holding a meeting today, so most of the members are not here. Usually this place is far livelier. Nagato continued explaining as he walked. This is the training room. You can practice throwing weapons and ninjutsu here, but destructive ninjutsu are forbidden, unless you want to be buried under rocks. Nagato led them into a spacious stone chamber. Not far away stood a number of human-shaped targets, some of which still had a few kunai stuck in them that no one had retrieved. If you want to fight, go do it outside. Last time 2 brainless idiots started a fight in here and almost got everyone inside buried alive. Nagato clicked his tongue irritably at the memory. He genuinely wanted to hang those 2 up and beat them again. Using earth release to fight inside a cave was not a plan any normal person would come up with. If he hadn't knocked away the falling rocks in time, Akatsuki would likely have lost at least 7 or 8 members. This is the dining hall. It's best not to come here outside meal times, or you might get scolded by the cook. After leaving the training room, Nagato brought them into another enormous stone chamber. In the center was a long stone table large enough for dozens of people to eat at once, but no one was sitting there. Strange. The cooks aren't here either. They never leave the kitchen. Did they go out to buy groceries? Nagato scratched his chin in confusion. Was only Conan left in the base? Where had everyone else gone? He decided he was probably overthinking. He would finish showing the newcomers the remaining parts first, then ask Conan about it. Next, Nagato showed them the infirmary, the restroom, the washroom, and several additional exits among other places, giving them a rough understanding of the base's layout. Alright, this is basically all there is. The only place left is where Conan usually. Nagato was about to knock when the door suddenly opened. A woman with short blue-purple hair stepped out, a pale blue paper flower pinned to her hair. Even Aoi, dull as he was, could tell that she was the owner of the voice from earlier at the entrance, and that her relationship with Nagato was hardly ordinary. Done with the tour. You did well. This is a gift for you. She somehow produced another paper flower and tucked it into Nagato's red hair. Not this again. I'd still prefer animals over flowers. What could Nagato say to a close friend and junior disciple like her? He could only accept the little gift. Like all Akatsuki members, Conan was wearing the standard black robe at the moment, with faint traces of paper visible on her body, as if she had recently been in battle. Nagato naturally noticed this as well. He immediately grabbed Conan's wrist. Did someone break in? Tell me who. I'll go take care of them right now. Conan gently shook her head. There were no enemies. I was just trying out some new techniques. She then turned to the 2. Welcome to Akatsuki. I hope Nagato hasn't caused you too much trouble. Hey, it's more like they were the ones causing me trouble. You have no idea how troublesome they are. Don't expect me to do this again. Nagato could not help complaining. It was already hard enough for him to talk to strangers, so asking him to lead newcomers around was really testing him. Alright, since we have the chance, let me show you both my new form. Don't blink. Conan ignored Nagato's complaints and eagerly showed off her new ninjutsu. From her toes upward, her lower body gradually transformed into countless snow-white slips of paper, which then swiftly gathered behind her. As Conan's legs almost completely disappeared, a pair of wings formed from layered paper unfolded behind her. From a distance, they looked just like an angel's wings. I've already thought of a name for this move, dance of the Shikigami angel. With these wings, I can fly freely in the sky. Isn't that amazing? Conan crossed her arms just like a child showing off a new toy. After all, she was only 14, still very much a child. Xiao Nan's wings merely fluttered lightly, and she soared into the air, zipping around the cave with incredible speed. How about it? Envious, aren't you? If you beg me, I might consider taking you along for a flight. Compared to the future, Xiao Nan was not as calm now, but she exuded a bit more girlish vivacity. Thanks, but no thanks. I have no plans to be smashed into a meat patty. If you're free, me, Yin is looking for you. You can go find him now. Slightly recalling his best friend's glorious past, Chong Min refused without hesitation. Xiao Nan's past exploits included, but were not limited to, using laundry detergent as salt while cooking, causing the 3 of them to blow bubbles for half an hour, and once adding half a jar of sugar to the laundry, resulting in a layer of sugar crystals on the clothes after drying. In short, she never made mistakes on big matters, but got every small thing wrong, forcing him and Mi Yin to become all-around domestic experts. Oh, it'll be fine. I've already tried with a dummy. Carrying one person is definitely no problem. Xiao Nan pouted, quite displeased by Chong Min's doubt. Spill it. How many did you break? Chong Min squinted, wearing an expression that said he had seen through everything. Having lived together for so long, they knew each other all too well. Just 2 or 3. Xiao Nan's expression froze instantly as she spoke guiltily. For some reason, Ban felt a sour smell suddenly permeating the air. As a supreme bachelor who had been single for centuries, now was the time for him to step forward. Just as he was about to speak, Chong Min suddenly reached out and touched the pair of wings, even giving them a couple of squeezes. By the way, these wings are part of your body, so. Pervert. Xiao Nan instantly reverted the wings back to her lower body and gave Chong Min a hard slap on the face. So would you feel anything? Chong Min covered his face and finished the sentence indistinctly. Ban felt greatly relieved. With Chong Min's current emotional intelligence, any girl who could fall for him would definitely be true love. This was the second time he had seen someone whose hands moved faster than his brain, The first time was a certain ninja god who wished to remain anonymous. It was almost like the Monkey King freezing the 7 fairies and stealing the peaches of immortality. Although Ban had just had the same thought, he wouldn't go so far as to touch directly. That was something only Hashirama would do. Hiss. You hit hard. I feel like my teeth are a bit loose. Changmin held his swollen cheek and couldn't help complaining to Xiaonan. If you deserve it. Who told you to touch me directly? This is your punishment. Xiaonan, still angry, turned her head away, not wanting to look at him. Watching the two bickering, Ban found it hard to associate them with the cold god and angel they would become in the future. One could only say that Tuanzang's crimes were heinous, causing the people to complain bitterly. He would have to find a way to beat him up again after returning to Muyi. Then I'll be off now. Work hard and don't bite your tongue. Xiaonan stuck out her tongue at Changmin, then turned into countless pieces of paper and flew out of the cave. Ban casually picked up a piece of white paper that had fallen on the ground. Apart from a waterproof coating on the surface, he saw nothing special. Perhaps only Xiaonan and Zilai Yi could understand the principle. Turning various parts of the body into shredded paper effectively nullifies most attacks unless, like Zilai Yi, one uses oil to soak the paper, preventing Xiaonan from transforming her body again. But since this paper can have a waterproof coating, in theory adding an oil-repellent layer should also be possible, right? That would eliminate another weakness. No, Ban suddenly realized. He wouldn't use this technique himself, so why bother thinking so much? It should be Xiaonan who considers this. Alright, basically done introducing his. You guys come out with me. At this moment Changmin's speech seemed deliberately cute, but until his face was no longer swollen, he would probably have to talk like this. The three of them returned along the same path. Just 2 steps out of the cave, they heard a childlike scream from the nearby forest. Help! Murder! Kill the fox! Is anyone there? Come save me! That familiar voice along with that familiar self-proclamation, how did Ju Lama manage to get here? Didn't I ask for you to keep an eye on it? Could it be that the current head of the Uchiha clan is so disgraceful that he can't even keep an eye on a fox with virtually no combat power? Regardless of why it suddenly appeared, at least he had to go check the situation. Sorry, I'll be right back. With that, Ban's figure vanished from the spot. When he followed the sound to the scene, he could barely suppress a laugh. For some reason, a pack of ordinary wolves had targeted Giolama, seeing it as their prey. With no escape, Giolama could only climb a tree, but the wolves still surrounded it below. But beasts were just beasts. After Ban set fire to the fur of nearly half the wolf pack, the assembled wolves instantly scattered, fleeing into the depths of the forest with their tails between their legs. I knew you were here. How about it? Miss me these past few days without me? Giolama chatted familiarly with Ban, seeming to have completely forgotten the promise it had made not long ago. Didn't I tell you to stay in Muyi? How did you sneak out? In response to Ban's question, Giolama said with righteous indignation, I left a note. How can you call it sneaking out? At this moment in Muyi, Fuyu stared at a piece of paper with crooked handwriting, lost in thought. Where was the promised 9 tails? How is there only a note left? If you end up being chased and beaten by Shui Min, I won't help you. Even from Ban's perspective, the sudden disappearance of an uncontrollable factor like the 9 tails would at least trigger a village-wide search in Muyi. He silently clasped his hands together, hoping that the human fox would be fine and not be force-fed Rasengan upon returning to Muyi. But then again, since it couldn't die, a couple of hits probably wouldn't matter. Hey, you're thinking something really nasty, aren't you? I sense a malevolent aura from you. Just as Giolama jumped down from the tree, it suddenly shuddered. No, nothing. You're overthinking. Ban denied flatly, never admitting that he also wanted to hang the brat up and give it a beating. It had promised to stay in Muyi, and he had even specially arranged for someone to watch it, yet it still secretly followed him, infuriating him to the point of a headache. If it were possible, Ban would have liked to throw this wretched fox back to Konoha immediately, but the current circumstances did not permit him to do so. Not to mention the time spent on the round trip, since it had managed to escape once there was reason to believe it could escape a second time. Ban reached out and grabbed Kurama by the scruff of its neck, giving it a couple of sharp flicks on the head. The force was considerable, and the fox couldn't help but rub its head with its paws. Despicable human, how dare you show disrespect to the great Lord Kurama. Once my power is restored, I'll definitely capture you, and flick your head too. Although Kurama thought its curses were muttered quietly enough, its head happened to be right next to Ban's ear, making it impossible for him not to hear. However, after spending time with the White Zetsu, Ban's tolerance threshold had reached an astonishing level, and few things could stir his anger anymore. Unless someone's actions went too far beyond what he could tolerate, such as Danzo's human experiments, or the rogue ninjas, who had set fire to the village days earlier. When a ninja kills another ninja, they must also accept the possibility of being killed themselves. No matter how many enemies are slain on the battlefield, it is the most natural thing in the world. But attacking defenseless civilians in a non-combat situation was an entirely different matter. If a ninja from any village was discovered to have killed a large number of civilians, unless the village's Kage was senile, they would immediately declare that ninja a rogue and dispatch the Umbu to hunt them down. While he wasn't implying that a certain ninjutsu professor was senile, absolutely not. The most pressing issue now was that since he couldn't send Kurama back to Konoha, he had to give it a new identity. For instance, choose become my summoning beast or stay here. Ban shook Kurama in his hand, leaving the choice to the fox. Huh. You want me to be your summoning beast, are you? Kurama opened its mouth to curse, but upon seeing the red light in Ban's eyes it immediately swallowed its words. A wise beast doesn't court disaster when it's already suffered once. Are you able to hear my thoughts? I haven't even spoken, and you already know what I mean. Seeing its dejected state, Ban used his other free hand to rub its ears and comforted, I don't actually intend to sign a contract with you, I'm just giving you an identity. After all, he had just witnessed that Kurama's combat power was currently slightly less than that of a pack of wild wolves, and it was doubtful whether those wolves could even defeat a Konoha Chunin. Who would choose such a summoning beast? It probably couldn't even beat Xianghua's panda. That said, considering Kurama's fragile psyche, Ban chose a more tactful phrasing. Hey, are you okay? You've been gone so long. We're about to head back. Nagato's voice called from not far away. Ban whispered a few words into Kurama's ear, and then carried it back to the two of them. Oh, where did this little fox come from? It has 9 tails in the back. Could it be the child of the 9 tails? Seeing Kurama in Ban's hands, Nagato was so curious that he leaned in to touch it only to have his fingers nearly bitten off. What a fierce little fox. If you don't want to be petted, just say so. Why try to bite me? Nagato couldn't help rubbing his nose. For some reason, he had never been popular with small animals, and was almost used to it by now. Idiot, I am the great. The proud 9-tailed demon fox couldn't accept being treated like a pet, and was about to reveal its identity, but was silenced by a glare from Ban. TCH, I wouldn't deign to. Uff, what's with your eyes? Kurama then noticed Nagato's Rinnegan and nearly choked on its own saliva. Its first thought was that someone had stolen the Sage of Six Paths' eyes and implanted them, but it immediately dismissed the idea. When the Sage of Six Paths had passed away, all 9-tailed beasts had guarded him, watching him breathe his last, and he was eventually buried by his disciples and descendants. So many years had passed since then. The coffin from back then must have long turned into soil nutrients. How could the eyes still remain? Kurama's nose twitched. For some reason, it also detected a faint scent of wood style on those Rinnegan. The sun is starting to set. Maybe we should head back first. Koei timidly raised her hand, interrupting the two people and one fox, each lost in their own thoughts. Indeed, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. You two must be tired from walking so far with me. Nagato rubbed his nose. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt as if someone was watching him. As soon as the three returned, they saw Yahiko standing on a makeshift platform in the center of the courtyard, his face barely concealing his joy, surrounded by a sea of people. Everyone, I have good news to announce. Not long ago, I received an invitation from a great figure. He extended an invitation to the Akatsuki, hoping to collaborate with us. This great figure, I'm sure you all know him. The famous hero of the Land of Rain, the pinnacle of the ninja world, the demigod, Lord Hanzo. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, the Akatsuki members present were electrified, stirring restlessly. Some, overcome with emotion, had already started cheering. Whoa, did you hear that, boss? Lord Hanzo acknowledges us. Do you think he'll give me an autograph? What are you thinking? We'll be lucky just to see Lord Hanzo. An autograph? You're dreaming too big. I think you'd better ask the boss for his autograph now. If he becomes a big shot later, you can show it off. That makes sense. I'll ask the boss for an autograph later. But speaking of which, hasn't Lord Hanzo shown himself in public for a while? Is something going on? Bah, don't be a jinx. Lord Hanzo must be busy with important matters. Do you think everyone is as idle as Yui? What do you mean idle? I'm busy too. It's not like I'm skipping any missions. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Yahiko quickly stepped in to calm them down. Quiet, everyone, quiet down. I know you're all as excited as I am, but please let me finish before you discuss. He cleared his throat and continued. For this invitation, Lord Hanzo has only invited 3 people, me, Conan, and Nagato. So I'm sorry, but I can't bring everyone to meet Lord Hanzo. However, if any of you have something to say to Lord Hanzo, you can tell me privately, and I will relay your words to him. Hearing Yahiko's first sentence, the Akatsuki members showed disappointment, but they quickly became excited again. I want to know why Lord Hanzo is so strong. I want to know about the great battle between Lord Hanzo and the Konoha ninja. Does Lord Hanzo like men? Everyone was incredibly excited, vying to throw out their questions, some of which were so absurd that even Ban found them outrageous. Madara, blending into the crowd, quietly observed it all. It seemed that Hanzo's renown in the Land of Rain ran even deeper than he had imagined. As a small nation that had languished in weakness for far too long, the Land of Rain occupied a uniquely precarious position in the shinobi world, bound as it was to the delicate intersection of the 3 great nations. Should the Land of Rain fall, whichever nation seized its territory would inevitably find itself directly sharing borders with the other 2 great nations. Not only would it be vulnerable to a combined assault from both, but the flames of war might well spread all the way into its own homeland. A thoroughly losing bargain. For this reason, whenever the Land of Rain hovered on the edge of extinction, the great nations could always be counted on to lend their support in one degree or another to prevent the disappearance of their buffer zone. But the converse was equally valid. To the great nations, the Land of Rain was significant solely as a buffer zone. The moment it began to show any sign of growing stronger, they would, in unspoken coordination, move to crush it. This was only because Hanzo's own strength was bona fide. Since his fame had first spread, he had weathered assassination attempts countless times over several decades. Yet no one had ever succeeded. And that was how the name demigod had come to be. You ask where Madara had obtained all this intelligence. Nothing could be simpler. The people surrounding him had already let slip such details as Hanzo's birthday and blood type, who for Madara, not knowing would have been the harder feat. Of course, most of it was embellished idealization from devoted fans, but a substantial amount of actionable information could still be sifted from within. He rather understood now why Hanzo's conduct was so meticulously cautious. Arranging for security guards to rotate around the clock was likely because assassins disguised as his own retainers had attempted his life more than once. The reason for moving against Yahiko and the other two was thus plain to see. The apex of the shinobi world, the legendary demigod who had single-handedly repelled the Konoha forces, Salamander Hanzo, had been overtaken by fear. Fear of his own senescence. Fear of Yahiko, who was like a mirror of his youthful self. Fear that the right he guarded might be torn from his grasp. The Hanzo of today was in the state of a bird startled by a twanging bowstring, looking upon his surroundings with deep suspicion, seeing every man who approached as a conspirator or an assassin in waiting. Yet Hanzo could not be blamed entirely. No matter how powerful a single individual might be, one person could never be a match for an entire nation. Being able to keep the Land of Rain from once more becoming a battlefield was already the very limit of his capabilities. Of course, having said all that, Madara was not much concerned with the spiritual journey of the shinobi world's demigod. However much hardship he had suffered in the past, it did not change the reality that he was gradually sinking into fatuous decline. Well, although the one who would later replace him, Pain, or rather Nagato, had not turned out any better. According to some random passerby, after Pain slew Hanzo and became god, he carried out a great purge within the Hidden Rain village. From Hanzo's elderly parents to his wife, to his infant son, still in swaddling, none were spared. All were slaughtered without mercy. Afterwards, Pain even remembered to burn down Hanzo's residence. If he had stopped there, it would still have counted as vengeance within reasonable bounds. But the targets of Pain's purge extended far beyond these. Hanzo's immediate kin went without saying. They were cleansed to the last. Even distant relatives and friends were not exempted. Every last one was arrested and executed. In its final phase, the purge expanded to the point where even villagers who had only once crossed paths with Hanzo were put to death. This was why nearly 2 decades after Hanzo's demise, remnant factions were still plotting vengeance against Pain. Were they all truly Hanzo's most diehard loyalists? That was hardly plausible. Far more likely, they simply wished to avenge their own slaughtered friends and kin. Thinking about it this way, Hanzo and Nagato were truly two of a kind. No wonder Yahiko was the one leading the Akatsuki. Nagato really was not suited for that role. What mattered most right now, however, was determining the actual purpose behind Hanzo's invitation. Whether he genuinely wished to discuss the Hidden Rain village's future with Yahiko, or whether he intended to extinguish the Akatsuki while it was still in its cradle. Madara's own stance toward Hanzo was after all rather equivocal. A person should not be held accountable for crimes they have not yet committed. Even if the present Hanzo was somewhat muddled, he had not yet committed any unpardonable evil. To be fair, Madara felt no desire to see too many innocent lives wasted. The best outcome would be resolving the problem without shedding a single drop of blood. He deliberately waited until the crowd had thinned before stepping to Yahiko's side and quietly patting him on the shoulder. You said earlier that Hanzo invited the 3 of you to negotiate with him. Did he mention anyone else? Yahiko gave a start at first, then relaxed and shook his head. No, the letter mentioned only him alone. No mention of Danzo's existence at all. Was it an honest desire to talk, or had he already joined forces with Danzo and laid out a trap? Did the letter set a time and place for the meeting? Madara's tone unconsciously grew heavier. This time Yahiko nodded. It did. Half a month from now at the great mansion where he resides. In the original story, Hanzo had used a pre-captured Konin as a hostage to threaten Yahiko and Nagato in a mountain valley, forcing Yahiko to throw himself onto Nagato's kunai and die by his own act. For a man afflicted with such severe paranoia, Hanzo's willingness to allow others to step into his very residence was no ordinary concession. Adding the fact that he had invited all 3 at once, it sufficed to show that he already harbored a preliminary trust in the Akatsuki. It looked as though he really had arrived too early after all. Hanzo had not yet sunk to the level of striking at the younger generation of his own village. As Mifune would have put it, the Hanzo of today had not yet lost his conviction. To put it in plainer, simpler terms, Hanzo still had a sense of shame to hold on to. The undisputed master of the Hidden Rain village, the apex of the shinobi world, the greatly revered hero of the Land of Rain. If such a man were to resort to underhanded schemes to pressure the promising youth of his own village into death, the mere thought of it was humiliating enough to make one cringe. The only explanation Madara could conjure was the old adage, one who stays near vermilion turns red, one who stays near ink turns black. Having spent far too long in Danzo's company, Hanzo had been tainted by his influence and gradually learned to cast aside his own decency. And the consequence of Hanzo taking Danzo as his model was precisely what had befallen Danzo. His victims came knocking at his own door, and in the end, at an advanced age, he was strung up and thrashed before all the world. Oh no, that was wrong. He had nearly forgotten. After being reanimated through the impure world reincarnation, Hanzo was talked around by Mifune's Talk no Jutsu, and given a redemption arc, he willingly sliced open his own poison sac and let himself be sealed away by the allied shinobi forces. On further thought, Danzo was actually worse off. He did not even have a share in the impure world reincarnation. He ended up sealing his own soul into the underworld, taking one of Shirsue's eyes along with him for good measure. Setting aside Madara's rich internal monologue, his outward expression remained perfectly nonchalant. Is that so? Then remember to tell me what it is like inside. I have never been in there. Of course, it was entirely possible he would be stepping inside himself before very long. Madara added the thought in silence. He was certainly not the sort to wait around obediently. The Sharingan was not merely a pretty ornament. As long as Hanzo's guards were not all above Kage level across the board, slipping inside would present little difficulty. Half a month had slipped by since Madara joined the Akatsuki. During that fortnight, many earth-shattering events had supposedly occurred, which was of course impossible. The war among the great nations remained deadlocked. Even when friction ignited into skirmishes, casualties seldom exceeded a dozen or so. Since the Land of Rain was not the main battlefield of this great war, and the Akatsuki in its present form was hardly an organization fond of fighting, Madara had found almost no opportunity to make a move over the past half-month. He had taken on quite a number of domestic commissions, helping a child find a lost cat, climbing the mountain to chop 2 loads of firewood for an old woman, and helping a housewife catch her unfaithful husband. Naturally, more conventional assignments also came his way. Killing a ferocious beast that threatened a village, hunting down missing men for other villages, and putting a stop to outsider shinobi bullying ordinary citizens. Yet because of the immense gap in strength, Madara did not even feel moved to fight. One glare from his Sharingan, one cast of Genjutsu, and the enemy was already stripped of all combat capability. Inevitably, he felt like a max-level character returning to a beginner village to lord it over everyone. Even victory felt dull, like playing house with children. If not for unfinished business, Madara would probably have grown too restless and already gone to the front lines. Though Chunin and Jonin posed no threat to him, if enough of them piled together, he could at least enjoy the thrill of mowing them down like grass. If one had to say what Madara had gained during this period, it was probably that he had raised his friendship level with Yahiko and the others quite a bit, just enough to be loosely considered an acquaintance. Apart from that, Madara had found virtually nothing in Akatsuki, unless the mushrooms sprouting from the bed frame counted as spoils. In the Land of Rain, it rained about 20 hours out of every 24. Laundry could only be hung indoors to air dry naturally, which had, in the most literal sense, turned Madara into a stylish man damp enough to wring out. That morning, Yahiko and his 2 companions set out for Hanzo's residence. Just as the invitation had stated, they brought no one with them. But according to a certain law of inequalities, the fact that Madara had not been invited did not mean he could not tag along. Shortly after the 3 departed, Madara reached Hanzo's estate before they did. Located at the very heart of the Hidden Rain village, it required no effort at all to find. Drawing near Hanzo's grand estate, only one thought crossed Madara's mind: extravagance. A tower even taller than the Hokage Tower stood at the center of the residence, with several guards patrolling ceaselessly on every floor. Madara made a rough count. There were 30 or 40 guards on the outer perimeter alone, and every one of them was a shinobi. The cost of feeding them each day was no small expense. Had Hanzo not been a man of considerable wealth, and standing merely supporting this guard force would probably have eaten him out of house and home. Still, you got what you paid for. These guards were genuinely reliable. Without Hanzo's permission, no one could take so much as a single step inside that tower. Unfortunately, such measures might hold off ordinary ninja, but to Madara, defenses of this caliber meant nothing. Passwords, traps, guard rotations, he paid them no mind. Everyone knew that the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line, so Madara took the shortest route of all, descending from the sky. Wrapping his entire body in Susanoo, he leapt from the rooftop of a nearby building. The blue sphere plummeted at high speed, smashed through the tower roof with effortless ease, and left a great spherical hole in its wake. The collapsed roof abruptly tumbled to the floor, and dust filled the entire chamber. When the dust settled, the cloaked Madara calmly brushed himself off and greeted the man seated in the center of the room. "Yo, Hanzo. I'm here to negotiate." Hanzo clearly was not thrilled to receive this uninvited guest, but no matter how angry he was, his cautious nature would not allow him to strike rashly at someone of unknown origins. "You insolent fool, how dare you act so brazenly before me? Give me your name at once. Hanzo's tone was indeed imposing, provided one ignored the subtle hand signs he was surreptitiously making. Besides, when it came to being old, Madara thought he still had Hanzo beat. Hanzo was roughly the same age as Hiruzen, around 50 or 60, so the gap between them was no less than a full 2 Nagatos. You really want to know my name? What if you run away the moment you hear it? Madara still wore his spiral mask, and his tone was half smiling, half mocking. Altering his voice was hardly difficult, but Madara did not see the need to go to such extra trouble. The mask was simply for his own amusement. Humph. There is no name in this world that could frighten me. Go ahead and say it. Hanzo sneered at Madara's words. As the legendary demigod, how could he be intimidated by someone's name? Since you say so, I can rest easy. Then listen carefully. My name is Uchiha Madara. Madara removed his mask, revealing a cold, stern face. Hanzo's eyes flew wide on the spot, but he quickly composed himself. Uchiha Madara had died decades ago. The weeds on his grave were already 10 feet tall. How could he be standing here before him still so young? Since I became the leader, you are the first person who has made me laugh. If you are truly Uchiha Madara, then I should be nothing more than a child right now. Hanzo laughed so hard that he forgot to pull the alarm. He had endured every conceivable method of assassination: traps, poison, encirclement, hired killers, frontal assault. But this was the first time he had met an assassin who tried to kill him with laughter. Having laughed to his heart's content, Hanzo decided to end the farce. He grabbed the chain sickle beside the wall and swung it at Madara. As a reward for making me laugh, I'll grant you a clean death. He fell silent mid-sentence. A giant blue hand had caught the sickle he swung, and there were a full 3 more such giant hands right beside it. Gulp. Hanzo could not help swallowing. This giant. Was that not the Uchiha clan's Susanoo? Could it be that Uchiha Madara had truly been resurrected from the Pure Land? No. Even if this man was indeed an Uchiha, bore the same face as Uchiha Madara, and wielded a Susanoo of identical appearance, that did not necessarily make him the real Madara. Fine, Hanzo admitted it. Aside from the drastic changes in his personality and past, this looked exactly like Uchiha Madara himself. Appearance could be imitated, personality could be imitated, and height, blood type. All of it could be imitated. But the Susanoo was simply impossible to fake. If the Uchiha clan possessed a technique for mass-producing Susanoo, the great nations might as well stop fighting one another and surrender to the Uchiha altogether. To be honest, Hanzo had already begun entertaining thoughts of slipping away. If he did not still have the Hidden Rain village to worry about, he would have summoned the salamander without hesitation. Of course, this thought vanished the instant it appeared. Whether as the leader of Amigakure or the demigod who shook the ninja world, Hanzo would never flee without a fight. If he were to flee disgracefully before the eyes of all, his reputation would plummet to the abyss in an instant, and his deterrent power over the other nations would be left in question. Both to protect the land that gave him life and to safeguard the legacy he had fought for most of his life, Hanzo could not choose to retreat. Seizing the moment during Madara's speech, he withdrew his chain sickle from Susanoo's grasp and then transformed into a pool of clear water on the spot. Sigh, why does no one believe I'm a good person? At least show some respect for a senior. Madara couldn't help but sigh, as he truly hadn't intended to start a fight. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air came from behind, and he didn't even need to turn around to know that Hanzo was attacking him from the rear. But unfortunately for Hanzo, Madara's Susanoo had more than 2 arms. The pair of limbs behind caught the flying sickle, and with a swift pull, their immense strength instantly hoisted Hanzo into the air. Yet Hanzo was a seasoned veteran of long-standing fame. Sensing the danger, he immediately released his grip, abandoning, without hesitation, the companion that had been with him for over a decade. Because Madara's arrival was so sudden, Hanzo only had his ever-present chain sickle as a weapon aside from 3 kunai strapped to his outer thigh. Hanzo knew well that he was not yet capable of piercing Susanoo with a kunai, so he decided to reveal a bit of his true skill for the first time in a long while. The title of demigod was not earned solely through a chain sickle or a salamander. Water-style water dragon bullet. Hanzo's hands moved with incredible speed, completing the hand seals in the blink of an eye. The surrounding rain swiftly coalesced into a massive, skyward roaring water dragon. Whether due to the disparity in power between the users or the terrain of Amigakure, the water dragon of the rogue mist ninja was, compared to Hanzo's, nothing more than a mere water loach. It was less a water dragon bullet and more a living river. Even in the Warring States period, few could wield water release to such an extent. Accompanied by the occasional thunderclap in the sky, the colossal water dragon descended from the heavens, determined to engulf Madara and his Susanoo alike. Though Susanoo's defense was indeed formidable, it was not absolute. Once submerged in a deluge of water, even if Susanoo remained unscathed, its user would eventually drown from lack of oxygen. The corners of Hanzo's mouth curled upward involuntarily. Once deployed, Susanoo could not move freely. That was its weakness. But unfortunately, things did not go as he had planned. For gleaming giant swords cleaved the water dragon's body into pieces, and the shattered dragon turned into a torrent of clear water, drenching everyone nearby. The soaring water dragon drew the eyes of most in Amigakure. Anyone who wasn't blind understood one thing: someone was fighting Hanzo. The guards downstairs instinctively rushed to protect their leader, but upon seeing the figure of Susanoo wielding its sword, their steps involuntarily slowed. How much was Hanzo paying them each month? Why would they risk their lives for that? Of course, there were also some devoted admirers of Hanzo whose respect for him outweighed their fear. They charged up to the top floor in a single burst of courage. But they hadn't even had time to steady themselves. Hearing their footsteps, Madara turned his head. With just a glance, they silently retreated back to the bottom of the tower, then fainted before their comrades. Though these guards would have no impact on the battle, Madara's primary intention was to prevent them from dying pointlessly here. "Stop right now. I don't want to kill you," Madara shouted at Hanzo, having never launched an attack, only defending all along. "You mean to say that you could kill me whenever you wished? Don't underestimate the demigod." Far from making Hanzo stop, Madara's words only fueled his anger further. "I knew talking to that guy Hashirama wouldn't work. If you don't knock someone down first, they'll never listen to you properly." Seeing the negotiations on the verge of collapse, Madara sighed and increased the output of his chakra. Susanoo, which had only had an upper body, now grew legs, and the ground beneath it, unable to bear the weight, began to crack. "If you can't communicate properly, then I'll talk in the way of a shinobi." Without realizing it, Madara had already moved to the head of Susanoo, overlooking Hanzo like a deity. In truth, he wasn't fond of this form of Susanoo. Without armor covering its surface, he always felt as if he were running naked. But his chakra was limited. If Madara activated the complete form, he would likely run out of chakra before even starting the fight. Susanoo raised its left hand, conjuring a string of blue magatama, which flew one after another toward Hanzo, each nearly as large as Hanzo himself. Water-style water formation wall. Hanzo formed seals rapidly, and several water walls rose from the ground, standing before the Yasaka magatama. However, defense of this level was far from effective. The magatama easily pierced through the water walls, only slightly reduced in size. Hanzo hadn't expected these water walls to completely block Madara's attack. Merely weakening it was enough. Water-style rushing water. A stream of water shot forth, neatly slicing several magatama in half, which then dissipated into the air as chakra. As expected of a demigod, he truly had some skills. The principle of this technique must be to use the high-speed flow of water, turning the harmless liquid into a sharp blade. But even so, the remaining magatama still crashed into the ground beneath Hanzo. Billowing smoke rose, and Hanzo's figure was instantly swallowed. Though they say there's no damage in smoke, Madara still felt a bit worried. What if Hanzo had been killed by him? That was not the outcome he intended. He soon realized his worry was unnecessary. As the smoke of the explosion cleared, a massive brown creature appeared in place. It was Hanzo's summoning beast, the Shanji, named Jingfu, who had fought alongside him for decades. It was the Shanjieu that had just taken the magatama strike for Hanzo. Thanks to its thick hide, the Shanji wasn't seriously harmed. Before the Shanjieu could even figure out what was happening, the ground beneath it began to collapse. It had already endured too much, and finally it could hold no longer. With the collapse of the tower's top floor, the two men and the Shanji fell together with a mass of building debris, crashing through two more floors before finally coming to a stop. Protected by Susanoo, Madara was fine. Aside from a slight feeling of weightlessness, he hadn't even gotten a speck of dust on him. Hanzo, standing atop the Shanjieu, was in a worse state. Though chakra kept him from falling off the creature's head, it couldn't prevent debris from hitting his head. As the current leader of the Hidden Rain Village, a legendary shinobi, the pinnacle of the ninja world, and the hero of Amigate Cure, Hanzo cut an utterly disheveled figure at this moment. The breathing mask he always wore had fallen off. Somewhere his black shoulder cloak lay discarded on the ground, and his upper garment was barely distinguishable from a torn rag, leaving even the cross-shaped scar on his abdomen exposed. With a determined yank, he tore off his tattered shirt and tossed it aside. A faint wisp of purple poison gas seeped from the corners of his mouth. Hanzo's gaze swept over the gathering crowd, and he hastily covered his mouth, terrified that the poison gas within him might leak out. The salamander's toxin made no distinction between friend and foe. Even those possessing resistance could not be completely immune. For an ordinary person, merely inhaling a trace was enough to prove fatal. This was his village. This was his home. Here were his parents, his wife and children, and everything he wished to protect. It absolutely could not be destroyed by his own hands. Seeing that Hanzo had all but lost his fighting spirit, Madara, standing within his Susanoo, attempted to open communication once more. "Do you still want to keep fighting? I wouldn't mind either way, but this is your own village. Let me repeat myself, I have no intention of fighting you. Since no casualties have occurred, yet it is still not too late to stop now." Madara's shout seemed to have little effect. Hanzo stood motionless in place, his gaze continuously sweeping across the surroundings, as if searching for something. After a long while, Hanzo finally spoke. "The mask. Give it to me." The moment he opened his mouth, more poison mist escaped from the corners of his lips. Well, now Madara understood. His words had actually not been entirely futile. It was just that Hanzo, without his mask on, constantly exhaled poison gas from his mouth, and could not speak properly. Madara turned his head to survey the area, but did not spot Hanzo's breathing mask anywhere. It was most likely pinned beneath one of the nearby piles of rubble. Fortunately, a large group of Hanzo's guards was still standing downstairs, and many of them wore very similar masks on their faces. What a stroke of luck indeed. He shrank the Susanoo back to its skeletal form and descended from the building, remembering to put his mask back on along the way. Glancing at the wary guards surrounding him, Madara shrugged indifferently. Don't look at me like that. I'm not your enemy. Since Hanzo's mask is broken, would anyone be willing to volunteer one? Before the guards could even react, some unlucky fellow's mask had already appeared in Madara's hand. Alright, thank you for your selfless contribution. Remember to bring up 2 sets of clothes later. Your boss is still bare-chested. Madara leaped up and returned to the tower that had nearly been reduced to ruins. Hanzo was still clutching his mouth, doing his utmost to prevent the poison gas inside from escaping. The salamander had vanished without a trace. Hanzo had likely released the summoning jutsu of his own volition. Madara casually tossed the mask over. Hanzo caught it and hastily put it on. As the poison gas no longer poured from his mouth, he finally regained a sliver of his demigod bearing. What exactly does your excellency seek from this old man? If you wish for the hidden rain to aid Konoha, then please take your leave. Hanzo did not fully believe Madara's words, merely taking him for some expert of the Uchiha clan whose aim was to drag the Hidden Rain village into the great war currently underway. Uchiha Madara, who had been dead for decades, had not only revived, but had also grown young again. Unless he witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never believe such a thing. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether you believe me. The purpose of my visit is not for Konoha, but for the future of this village. Madara could not help but sigh once more. Old folks really are, I'll wait. He was even older himself. Never mind then. Young people always like to make a fuss over nothing. They can't even accept something like this. Once they got resurrected by Edo Tensei later on, they'd get used to it. What is so impressive about coming back from the dead? That Orochimaru you once fought has been revived several times, frequently switches between male and female, and even ended up creating a son for himself. Although he hasn't gotten that wild, yet he's probably already started cutting into his own body. The future of this village. An Uchiha clansman actually caring about the land of rain. Surely you must be jesting with me, sir. Hanzo stated that he would not believe a single word. Who in the entire shinobi world was unaware of the Uchiha clan's condition? The ordinary clansmen were one thing, but those who had awakened the Sharingan were all somewhat extreme in one way or another. Not to mention that the man before him even possessed a Susanoo, which indicated that he had also unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hanzo dared not imagine how extreme such a person's mentality must be. I don't care what you think. Now immediately listen to me. Hanzo's suspicions had successfully exhausted Madara's patience. That he had not resorted to cursing was already proof of his remarkable restraint. This overwhelming aura suppressed Hanzo, rendering him speechless. At last Madara could properly speak his mind. First, no matter what you have done or intended to do, from this moment on cease all cooperation with Danzo. Do not believe anything he says, or the consequences will be catastrophic. Second, stop clinging to that pitiful scrap of power. This village does not need the past, it needs the future. A future forged by the young. Do you understand? If you have not completely forgotten your dream, then recall it right now. This is for your sake, and for the sake of this village. Mark my words. Madara released in one breath all the words he had been suppressing, not caring whether Hanzo understood them. At least he had gotten it off his chest. What do you mean? Who exactly are you? Before Hanzo could grasp the information embedded in those words, he opened his mouth to ask, only to find that Madara had already vanished from the spot. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. Could that man Danzo have also encountered this mysterious person claiming to be Uchiha Madara? The cooperation. It had never been much to begin with. Severing it was no great loss. But the words that followed. His thoughts had been entirely seen through. At some point, without his noticing, he had become overly cautious and irresolute. He too had once dreamed of changing this blood-soaked shinobi world. But after facing reality, he had gradually grown addicted to power. Wait. Could this person have been dispatched by the Akatsuki? Hanzo suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Why would this mysterious man appear neither earlier nor later, precisely before he was about to make contact with the Akatsuki? But after thinking it over, he deemed it impossible. Could a member of the Akatsuki, an organization established for merely a few years, possess a Susanoo which was known as the power of a god? Had that been the case, the Land of Rain would long ago have become the continent's premier power. Turning the matter over, without finding an answer, Hanzo simply stopped probing further, choosing to take it as a deity descending from heaven. At this moment, the guards downstairs once again summoned their courage to climb up. After confirming that Madara had truly left for good, they hastily draped an outer robe over Hanzo and whispered by his ear, "My lord, the 3 people you arranged to meet today have arrived. Shall I ask them to come another day?" Hanzo waved his hand. "No need. I have nothing pressing, send them all up. I happen to have some matters to discuss with them as well." Just moments ago, the three who had been barred from entry by the guards also witnessed the tremendous battle, unable to resist, whispering among themselves. Even the usually most serious Yahiko was no exception. After all, they were merely a group of teenagers in their early teens, and their combined ages were less than that of Hanzo. The fact that they didn't shout, "Wow!" to witness a clash of powerhouses, even death would be worth the price of admission, was already a sign of normal human behavior. Just now there were indeed a few reckless onlookers who tried to climb over the wall to get a closer look at the battle between Hanzo and Ban, but luckily, they were all driven out by the guards. Tisk tisk, this is quite a spectacle. Say, Yahiko, your water dragon bullet doesn't seem as strong as Lord Hanzo's. Nagato nudged his friend with his elbow and whispered teasingly. Listen to yourself. Are you even speaking human words? Lord Hanzo and I are on the same level as a ninja. Your Rinnegan is said to be the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, yet you're not as strong as him, are you? Yahiko retorted without hesitation. Well, look who's talking. No one has actually seen the Sage of Six Paths. Who knows if the legend is true or false? Maybe the Sage of Six Paths is really about the same as me. I never noticed you had such thick skin before. About the same as the Sage of Six Paths. You might as well claim to be the second Sage of Six Paths. No way, I am who I am. I don't want to be some second. But if I die and someone wants to call themselves the second Nagato, that's not entirely unacceptable. Their conversation grew increasingly absurd, and just as they were about to replace the Sage of Six Paths and become the new progenitors of Ninja, Conan doused their heated brains with a bucket of cold water. Both of you stop boasting. Anyone listening would think it was the two of you fighting just now. We have no idea what's happening inside, and you're still here bragging. Is standing around here that entertaining? Seeing that even the usually gentle Conan was angry, the two immediately backed down, afraid that tonight's dinner table would feature one of Conan's special dishes. Last time their curiosity got the better of them, and each took a bite. They spent the rest of the day in the bathroom. Just then a guard approached and nodded to the three. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lord Hanzo is already waiting for you in the courtyard. Please follow me. The moment they stepped into the mansion, the first impression the three had was chaos, utter chaos, sheer pandemonium. The courtyard looked as if it had just weathered a storm. Uprooted flowers and plants lay scattered everywhere. Broken tree trunks were strewn haphazardly across the ground, and not far away stood a tower, nearly half reduced to rubble. Even the paving stones beneath their feet had not been spared. The paths were riddled with holes of various sizes, and one careless step could easily trip them up. The current state of Hanzo's residence could hardly be called anything less than a ruin. One might think the Rain Village had turned into a battlefield again. The guard leading the way remained silent throughout, merely walking ahead of the three until they reached the destination, where he finally spoke to announce their arrival. Lord Hanzo, the guests have arrived. I shall take my leave now. Hearing this, Yahiko and Nagato couldn't help but lean forward, eager to see what the legendary hero of the Rain Village looked like. Although Hanzo was immensely popular in the Rain Village, few had the chance to speak with him face to face. This was also their first time seeing Hanzo up close. They saw Hanzo sitting cross-legged in the middle of an open space, which seemed to have been deliberately tidied up, unlike the messy rest of the mansion. Good, you've worked hard. Go rest for a while. Hanzo had already changed back into his usual attire, no longer wearing the wild outfit from before. The guard was somewhat surprised by Hanzo's response. Normally Hanzo was not so gentle in his speech. Though he rarely resorted to yelling or scolding, he was never particularly warm, at most offering a mere, "Oh." Could it be that their boss had suddenly changed his temperament? Was he planning to follow the third Hokage's example and adopt a more approachable style? The guard left with a few lingering doubts in his mind. My apologies for the wait. As you can see, there has been a slight mishap in my home. I must ask you to meet me here under these humble conditions. Please forgive me. Hanzo gestured for them to come closer and pointed to a few cushions beside him. Originally, the venue he had planned was far from this shabby, but unfortunately the original location had been reduced to rubble, and by his own hand no less. Faced with this unexpected welcome, Conan hesitated for a moment, but Yahiko and Nagato had already sat down, so she quickly followed suit. Hanzo's sharp gaze swept over the three and finally settled on Yahiko's face. You are the leader of the Shao, I believe. Your name is Yahiko, correct? Yahiko was flattered and quickly straightened up. Yes, I am Yahiko. May I ask the purpose of your summoning us here? I'll make it brief. I intend to make you my successor. Hanzo's tone was casual, but the content of his words left the three utterly astounded. Cough, cough. Please say that again, or I think I misheard. Yahiko nearly choked on his own saliva. What? He was to become the successor of the demigod. You heard correctly. I want you to be my successor. Hanzo showed no irritation at their loss of composure and repeated himself calmly. With all due respect, what exactly does successor mean? Yahiko couldn't help but pinch his thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming. In the literal sense, inherit my position and become the new leader of the Rain Village. Yahiko's current reaction was exactly what Hanzo had anticipated. No one could remain indifferent in the face of such temptation. I must respectfully decline. After a long silence, Yahiko gave an unexpected answer. He refused this power within easy reach. Why? Don't you want to become the leader of the Rain Village and bring prosperity to the Rain Country? Hanzo frowned involuntarily. Although the Rain Country was not a major power, it was still somewhat renowned in the ninja world. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Yahiko would reject him. If you agree, I will immediately announce your status as my successor, personally guide your training, and you will remain the leader of the Shao. What reason could you have to refuse my offer? I am grateful for your favor, but I cannot accept this gift. Yahiko stood up and bowed to Hanzo, a note of apology in his voice. The goal of the Shao is not to change a single country, but to establish a peaceful world based on mutual understanding between people, not on military force. To that end, our stance cannot be biased toward any side. Yahiko rubbed his nose sheepishly. To be honest, your offer is very tempting, but precisely because of that I cannot accept it. I do not wish to betray my dreams, nor do I wish to betray the people of my homeland. Please reconsider your decision. The expression on Hanzo's face shifted constantly, finally settling into a sigh. You are more remarkable than I was at your age. He was right. This is the era of the young. Yahiko didn't quite understand Hanzo's words. What did he mean by being more outstanding than his former self, and who was that person referring to? Still, Yahiko understood the praise in those words and chuckled awkwardly in response. You flatter me. I simply want to protect my comrades. No. Hanzo immediately cut him off. Wanting to protect one's comrades is by no means an ordinary thought. The reason this shinobi world is engulfed in endless war is precisely the greed in people's hearts. Yahiko, the promise I made earlier still stands. Now I will ask you once more, are you willing to become the future leader of Amigakure? With that, Hanzo extended his olive branch to Yahiko, once again a trace of expectation in his eyes. This time Yahiko did not hesitate even for half a second and gave the same answer. I cannot accept your gift. I am the leader of the Akatsuki. We belong to no faction. Hanzo laughed in satisfaction. Good, very good. I understand your thoughts. I, Hanzo, hereby pledge as the leader of Amigakure. From this day forward, Akatsuki shall be recognized as a third-party organization within Amigakure, permitted to recruit members throughout the Land of Rain. So long as you do not violate the law, no one may unreasonably obstruct Akatsuki's normal activities. It was only then that Nagato and Konan snapped back to their senses frantically, signaling Yahiko with their eyes to accept the offer. Such terms were beyond anything they had ever dared to imagine. Lord Hanzo, I must make it clear to you that Akatsuki will not change its principles for this. If you attempt to start a war, we will stand on the opposite side. Faced with what seemed like an unexpected windfall, Yahiko remained calm, refusing to rush into acceptance, and instead questioning Hanzo directly. As a senior who had been renowned for decades, Yahiko's words to Hanzo were nothing short of audacious, the sort of thing that would normally get one visited by the ANBU the very next day. Sure enough, Hanzo's expression swiftly darkened and his tone turned icy. Are you saying that to achieve your goals you would even go to war against your own homeland? Nagato hastily tugged at Yahiko's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Hey Yahiko, what are you saying? Not only did you refuse Lord Hanzo's terms, you deliberately provoked him. Aren't you afraid the three of us won't leave here alive today? Konan remained silent, but her gaze toward the two of them carried a hint of worry. Yahiko's expression did not change. He faced the pressure radiating from Hanzo head-on, showing no sign of yielding. Ha ha ha, Yahiko, you have exceeded my expectations. I have roamed this world for decades, and today I concede defeat to you. Those conditions I offered still stand. You need only promise me one thing. Seeing Yahiko like this, Hanzo could not help but laugh heartily, the corners of his wrinkled eyes growing slightly moist. If only he had possessed such steadfastness back in his own youth. Promise me this, no matter how many years it takes, no matter what happens, no matter who stands in your way, never forget the words you spoke today. You must create a world of peace. These old bones of mine can still hold on for a while longer. As long as I draw breath, the gates of Amigakure will always be open to you. With that, he rose to his feet and tousled the heads of the three young people. I am not entirely unaware of your past. Though I was not yet the leader of Amigakure at the time, I still owe you an apology. I am sorry. I failed to protect your parents. Hanzo was indeed a seasoned old fox. With those few words, half true and half false, he nearly brought the three of them to tears on the spot. As the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko was the first to step forward. Lord Hanzo, on behalf of the Akatsuki, I thank you for your generosity. Please watch me closely. I will never ever give up. At that moment, Hanzo seemed to see his former self in Yahiko. No, he saw someone who had surpassed his former self. To be fair, if a young Hanzo had faced the temptation of becoming a village leader, he could not guarantee that he would have resisted it, let alone twice. Then let us leave it at. Hanzo was about to conclude the conversation when he happened to catch sight of the eyes hidden beneath Nagato's long hair. He could not help but inwardly draw a sharp breath. If his eyes were not playing tricks on him, those appeared to be the legendary Rinnegan. Hanzo had once read a description of it in an ancient text, a supreme pair of eyes said to govern life and death, a deity of creation capable of bringing worlds into being, and a deity of destruction capable of annihilating them. Though the book's words were somewhat vague, even those scant lines were enough to convey the immense power contained within. Hanzo could not help but wonder, could it be that the mysterious figure had approached him specifically because of those eyes? Ahem. I still have some private matters to attend to today, so let us leave the conversation here. Guards, see our guests out. At Hanzo's command, several guards in black uniforms emerged from the shadows. After saluting him, they respectfully escorted the three out of the estate. Even some time after leaving the gate, Konan had not fully come back to her senses. The terms Hanzo had offered were far too generous and came with no demands in return. She wondered if she was still dreaming. She was not the only one. Yahiko and Nagato had not fully registered what had happened either, and Yahiko in particular felt lightheaded. What was going on? Hadn't everyone said Hanzo was suspicious by nature and rarely showed himself before others? Yahiko suspected he had met a fake Hanzo. Throughout the entire meeting, the man had been gentle and magnanimous, willing to strongly support Akatsuki's cause, and had even offered to make Yahiko the future leader of Amigakure. If not for the vastly different hair colors, Yahiko might have wondered whether he was actually Hanzo's illegitimate son. He could not help but pinch his own thigh. It hurt. So this was not a dream. After thinking it over for a long time, Yahiko could only arrive at one conclusion as to why Hanzo would treat a few nobodies like them with such kindness. His unwavering conviction had moved Hanzo, inspiring the demigod to voluntarily support the three of them. It must be so. I'm a sentient bar of laundry detergent. I can't help but feel like we've washed Hanzo a little too clean, turning him into a venerable elder of great virtue, entrusting the dreams he had long abandoned to a young man from his homeland. Now that I think about it, it's actually quite stirring. Dramatization is not fabrication. The manga does mention that in his youth Hanzo had a dream similar to Yahiko's, to put an end to the endless wars plaguing the shinobi world. But clearly he ultimately failed. Considering that Hanzo is often associated with the word belief, and that in his youth he once spared a young Mifune, it seems that during the Second Great Ninja War in his middle age, he came to terms with reality, abandoned his old dream, and gradually became the paranoid Sasori of the Salamander. No Hanzo the Salamander. You're right, but witness my conviction. Hanzo's first formal contact with the Akatsuki ultimately came to a conclusion that pleased everyone involved. As the mastermind behind it all, Madara was savoring a local snack of the hidden rain at a street stall, planning to bring some regional specialties back to Konoha. After he had persuaded Hanzo through physical means, Madara seized the ensuing chaos, slipped away under the cover of the crowd, and changed back into the Akatsuki robe. The robe was made of sturdy material, and its surface had been treated with a water-repellent finish, so it could even double as a raincoat in wet weather. Apart from the fact that it offered absolutely no defensive protection, Madara could find no reason not to wear it. As a true veteran of Konoha, he also made sure to bring along his old acquaintance, the nine-tailed fox, or rather Kurama. Tisk, they didn't clean the innards out of this grilled fish, so it tastes a bit fishy. You want some? Madara casually handed over a skewer of half-eaten grilled fish, and was unsurprisingly met with a glare. Do you take me for some stray dog on the street? You toss me what you don't want, and on top of that it's already been bitten. Whoever wants it can have it. I'm not touching it. Kurama's face was full of disgust. The last thing he wanted was to eat someone else's saliva. Fine, if you won't eat it, then I'll finish it myself. Madara quickly devoured the slightly fishy grilled fish and tossed the leftover bamboo skewer into a roadside trash can. Although the grilled fish was cheap, the seasoning was truly mediocre. If not for his reluctance to waste food, he probably couldn't have finished it. On a 100-point scale, he would give it at most 50, barely even passing. Although the land of rain was landlocked thanks to year-round rainfall, it boasted abundant water resources and every kind of freshwater product imaginable. It was just a pity that the local cuisine was utterly underwhelming. Especially at the street stalls, the various seasonings were simply left out in the open, and most of them, soaked through by the moisture in the air, carried a strange odor. The flavors were truly beyond praise. After seeing candied hawthorns with some unidentified substance on the surface, fried noodles black from wok to oil, and a murky soup, whose original ingredients were impossible to identify, Madara began to suspect he had wandered into some kind of underground workshop. After also tasting a flatbread with a sour stench roasted meat with a rank smell, and an all-natural grilled fish, Madara felt he had become Shinnon, tasting every herb under heaven. Afraid that the next bite might be heartbreak grass, Madara hurriedly retreated with Kurama in tow. He had no intention of turning himself into a fountain from both ends. Suddenly, he looked at Kurama with a serious expression. You can cook. Kurama glanced down at his own claws and wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Are you serious? While asking a fox to cook was indeed expecting rather too much of him, especially one not even as tall as the kitchen stove. Forget it. Madara was completely disillusioned with the cuisine of the land of rain. This was definitely a realm no mortal could venture into. He would rather go home and boil radish soup with plain rice and a small dish of pickled vegetables. At least that wouldn't be impossible to swallow. Maybe we should just head back. There's really nothing good to eat in this place. Madara bought a cup of street-side drink to rinse his mouth, but ended up choking on the taste of unboiled water instead. I agree with you. The food here isn't even as good as me catching a couple of fish myself and eating them raw. Gazing at the charred black fried fish wrapped in newspaper at the stall, Kurama couldn't help but nod. While this one-man one-fox duo was being enthusiastically entertained by the Rain Country's signature cuisine, the Akatsuki organization was buzzing with excitement. After returning, Yahiko and the other two shared their experiences and Hanzo's promises to the Akatsuki. Instantly, the young members were thrown into a flurry of excitement. What did you hear what the boss said? The Akatsuki is going to be an officially recognized organization now. Finally, I can explain things to my family. They thought I'd been tricked into some pyramid scheme. You still have family, huh? That's lucky. Mine are all gone now, only me left. Still, if they could see this from the afterlife, I'm sure they'd be happy for me. Hey, don't be so down. Today is a day worth celebrating. Isn't everything we do aimed at making sure war orphans like us never have to appear again? Yeah, I guess you're right. A person can't dwell in the past forever. But speaking of which, wasn't Hanzo supposed to be an extremely cautious man? How could he agree at the very first meeting? Hey, that's just what the rumors say. You can't take those seriously. Besides, didn't you hear what the boss said? Lord Hanzo once had dreams similar to ours. That's what you call sharing the same aspirations, get it? Nope, I don't get it. I never went to school, so what do you expect? You blockhead, you're infuriating. Forget it. Once I save up enough money to open a school, you'll be the first one I teach. Dozens of people were all talking at once, the chirping voices filling the entire courtyard. Yahiko had no choice but to knock on the small table in front of him to quiet everyone down. I understand how everyone here feels. I'm thrilled too. But please keep it down until I finish speaking. He cleared his throat. From today onward, the Akatsuki will be an organization recognized by the shinobi world. This is a wonderful thing. But I hope all of you will stay true to your original purpose and never let down the people you used to be. I plan to carry out some structural reforms within the organization. It may take some time to get used to, so I ask for your patience. Alright. I'm sure every one of you has someone you want to share this joy with, so I won't dwell on it any longer. Tonight there will be a celebration party at the base. Don't forget to attend. Though the crowd below was stirred with emotion, Yahiko himself was actually the most excited of all. If he didn't have the leader's image to maintain, he would have loved nothing more than to sprint around the hidden rain village 2 full laps right then and there. Nagato, by contrast, was considerably calmer. He didn't truly harbor much desire to change the world. What he cared about most was protecting both Konan and Yahiko. Joining the Akatsuki had merely been going along with the flow. Konan, meanwhile, silently watched Yahiko from the side, her gaze carrying emotions too complicated to put into words. Unfortunately, the other two men present were both blockheads of wood, completely oblivious to the feelings of this maiden's heart. Kuka, Hell Warrior, emerge. It was once again that time of year when Old Man Madara returned to Konoha. Wait, wrong franchise, slip of the tongue. Since there were several possible story routes ahead, let's take a quick vote here. Note, losing doesn't mean it won't appear, only that it comes later. A, the theatrical film Land of the Lost Tower, going with the young Minato to the ancient kingdom of Lolon, with future Naruto and others showing up. B, the theatrical film Blood Prison. We can obtain the useless box of bliss, and since we're in the land of grass, we can bring Karen's mother back to Konoha ahead of schedule. C, go find Orochimaru and meet him before he's changed bodies. D, obtuse angle. Why do people live their lives after all? After tasting the fresh and delicious food of Amigakure, Madara suddenly grew sentimental. I'm not even human. Why ask me? Kurama had not taken a single bite, and thus had not developed such superfluous emotions. His words remained as merciless as ever. As the discomfort in his stomach gradually subsided, Madara suddenly thought of something important and hastily poked the fox head on his shoulder. By the way, how much chakra have you recovered so far? Kurama scratched his chin and glanced at him. About 20 to 30%. Not much anyway. Why do you ask so suddenly? Nothing. Just asking casually. Madara couldn't help sighing inwardly, having intended to borrow some Ninetales chakra to see if he could activate Kurama mode. He had actually coveted that glittering golden robe for a long time. He cared little about ability amplification and the like, but he absolutely had to secure that visual appeal. As a qualified member of the Uchiha clan, your strength may be lacking, but your appearance absolutely cannot be subpar. Though rather regretful, since the Ninetales didn't even have half its chakra, now Madara couldn't bring himself to force it. After all, he wasn't some kind of demon. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you came here should be for that pair of eyes. Kurama suddenly spoke, a sharp glint flashing across his eyes. Not entirely wrong. It is indeed part of the reason. Madara did plan to retrieve the Rinnegan, but definitely not now. At least before he regained his youth, these eyes were nothing but a burden to him. Even if he got them back, it would be meaningless. Besides, even if he were to take them back, he would at least need to prepare replacement eyes for Nagato. He couldn't just let him become a blind man in the future. As an elder with a sense of responsibility and accountability, Madara considered himself incapable of doing what Danzo did, harming the younger generation. The aftermath had to be handled properly. Maybe he should go ask Orochimaru for some artificial organs. After all, even cloned humans could be produced, so cloning organs should be even less difficult. Let me tell you this first, although the old sage of six paths is indeed quite strong, it probably has little to do with those eyes. Don't overthink it. Out of gratitude for Madara's feeding over these days, Kurama kindly reminded him. Don't worry, I'm well aware of that. Madara nodded. He knew all too well the power of these Rinnegan. After all, it was gouged out of his own body. Though the installation had been carried out by Black Zetsu, the most filial in the shinobi world, his mother's good son, of course. For one thing, his body at that time couldn't allow him to move freely. Moreover, the Rinnegan would gradually go dormant if separated from the body for too long. During the period when he was adapting to the new eyes, only Black Zetsu could play that role. You're about done with your business here, right? When do we go back to Konoha? As for the damp land of rain, Kurama really didn't have much fondness for it, especially since the food there was terrible. Soon. Probably within a day or two. After I give a few instructions, we can leave. Madara's purpose in coming this time was to prevent Hanzo from setting up and killing Yahiko. As things stood, Hanzo had seemingly reformed. No, he had regained his original resolve. His days as a temporary worker for the Akatsuki were almost over. After that, he would find Yahiko and the others to reveal his identity and also give Nagato a preventive warning. Then there would be nothing left to do in Amigakure. To be honest, although the food in Amigakure was a bit bad, the errand requests were a bit too many, his clothes were a bit damp, and the dirt roads were a bit worn out, everything else was still fine. At the very least, when he went out on missions, the villagers were extremely warm-hearted, to the point that they would stuff a couple of eggs into his arms before he left. Although the Land of Rain's infrastructure was ordinary, it made up for it with the simplicity and honesty of its people, far better than the neighboring Land of Grass. Due to the lack of a sufficiently influential leader, the Land of Grass was mired in endless internal strife for years, with the peace faction and the war faction locked in perpetual conflict. If not for its knack for playing both sides, it would have been destroyed as a country long ago. Thinking this, Madara didn't slow his steps, heading straight for Yahiko's room, and heard Yahiko's voice from inside. Konan, Nagato, there's something I've been concerned about. For the past few nights, I've been having the same nightmare over and over. I dreamed. Yahiko paused for a moment, then continued. I dreamed that Konan was captured, and someone used her to threaten Nagato into killing me. Or else he would kill Konan. It's just a dream, right? You don't need to take it to heart. Konan's voice sounded as if she wanted to comfort Yahiko. No, I had a similar dream too. I watched with my own eyes as Yahiko died right in front of me. Nagato's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't slept all night. The more Madara listened, the more wrong it felt. How had these two both started having prophetic dreams? Would a white-bearded old man claiming to be the sage of six paths suddenly pop up out of nowhere? He quickly pushed open the door, interrupting their conversation. Yahiko turned to look at Madara outside the door. It's Toby. Something come up suddenly. If it's nothing urgent, could you come back later? I'm about to leave. Some things are due to be told to you now. Madara took off his mask, revealing his original face. Is that so? I had roughly guessed it. Those actions of Lord Hanzo's must have something to do with you. Yahiko wasn't surprised. After all, Madara had shown himself to be extraordinary from the very beginning. He strongly suspected that the blue giant that fought Hanzo today was also Toby's doing. Legend said that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan held the power of the god of destruction, or perhaps it was that giant. Yes, you're right. I did go to see Hanzo before you. But what he said had nothing to do with me. I only asked him to restrain himself a little. Madara spread his hands. Hanzo's desire to take Yahiko as his heir had nothing to do with him. It must have been a spontaneous move. What is your purpose? The Akatsuki shouldn't have anything worth your interest. Unless... Yahiko's gaze swept over the bewildered Nagato beside him, and alarm bells rang in his heart. So these eyes had ultimately attracted those who covet them after all. Let me ask you a question. Go ahead. The fur on your body is natural, right? What else? Don't tell me you sewed it on me while I slept at night. So does that count as running around naked? Have you ever seen an animal wear clothes? Aren't there plenty? Ninja cats, ninja dogs, they all basically wear clothes. Don't lump me together with those summoned beasts. Then who do you want to compare with? The wild wolf that chased you last time. If you don't mention that we can still be friends. Then how about telling everyone about the time two ninja dogs courted you? You? Madara glanced at Yahiko's expression and immediately knew what he was thinking. To prevent any misunderstanding, he quickly added a remark. Don't misunderstand, those eyes were never his to begin with. His body cannot withstand the true power of the Rinnegan. Nearby, Nagato was still not fully grasping the situation. He simply scratched his head at being mentioned abruptly. What is the true power of the Rinnegan? Teacher Jiraiya never told me about that. Are you trying to tell me that the owner of these eyes is actually you? Under the cover of his robe, Yahiko silently formed hand seals in his sleeve, ready to cover the two of them in retreat. Oh, you actually guessed it right. The owner of these eyes is indeed me. Madara was slightly surprised. Could Yahiko have a talent for being a detective? How could he figure that out? Madara saw Yahiko's subtle movements clearly. Casually picking up a pebble, he flicked it toward his wrist, interrupting the activation of the jutsu. Young man, don't be impatient. First, let me finish what I have to say. If I had ill intentions toward you, all of you combined couldn't stop me. Madara was deeply moved by Yahiko's willingness to sacrifice himself to protect his comrades, but at least he should identify the right target. After all, he was a friendly entity. He pointed at Nagato, who was still out of the loop. I ask you, do you remember how you got these eyes? Nagato shook his head. He didn't even recall when the Rinnegan had appeared in his memory. Madara cleared his throat. The story of these eyes begins with a pair of brothers and their mother. Long, long ago, in an ancient era before ninja even existed, there was a woman who descended from the heavens. She gave birth to 2 children, and the elder of them became the Sage of 6 Paths. The woman who descended from the heavens was named Kaguya. With her own power, she became the ruler of the world, dominating everyone on this planet with cruelty. As time passed, the 2 children who inherited Kaguya's bloodline grew up, each possessing power, second only to their mother. But after witnessing the suffering of the people under Kaguya's rule, resentment toward their mother gradually grew in their hearts, eventually escalating into a full-blown confrontation. Nagato couldn't help but interrupt Madara's story. Wait, this story doesn't seem to have much to do with the Rinnegan. Madara was just getting into the flow when he was interrupted. Though slightly annoyed, he patiently explained Kaguya and the Sage of 6 Paths both possess the Rinnegan. It is the symbol of their clan's bloodline. Understand? Oh, so do I also have the same bloodline? Although he received an answer, Nagato's confusion remained unresolved. Just listen to the story properly. Don't interrupt me again. Madara felt for the first time that letting Nagato turn dark might not be so bad. At least he wouldn't ask so many questions. The battle between Kaguya and her descendants lasted for months. The aftershocks caused mountains to collapse and rivers to change course, drastically altering the surrounding terrain. Finally, the two used the power of yin-yang release to draw Kaguya and the surrounding land into the sky, sealing their mother inside a giant sphere of rock, the moon we see today. But before being sealed, Kaguya used her remaining power to give birth to a 3rd child. However, due to the urgency, this 3rd child did not possess the strength of his elder brothers and had to lurk in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to rescue their mother. But the Sage of 6 Paths is already a legendary figure. Shouldn't his younger brother have long since? This time it was not Nagato who spoke, but Konan, unable to contain her curiosity. Madara's mouth twitched involuntarily. They really wouldn't let him finish the story, would they? Didn't their families teach them that interrupting others is rude? Oh, they were orphans. Their families probably never taught them that. With that thought, Madara could only sigh and explain again. The Sage of 6 Paths and his brother were the offspring of Kaguya and a human. Though their lifespans were long, they were ultimately finite. The 3rd child was born directly from Kaguya's body and does not age with time. So does that mean Kaguya and her 3rd child are still alive now? Yahiko, who had remained silent until now, also spoke up, and his first question hit the key point. Congratulations, you've learned to answer ahead of time. Not only are they alive, but they are also planning to turn everyone in the world into biological weapons and rule this planet as well. Madara spread his hands, uttering something quite astonishing. Cough, cough, wait a minute. Weren't we just discussing the Rinnegan? How did it suddenly involve the entire world? The more Nagato listened, the more his scalp tingled. Was this a topic for a teenager like him? Madara scratched his chin, feeling that he had indeed said too much. Even Yahiko, the calmest of the 3, was stunned, and Nagato had long since been bewildered. Simply put, Kaguya's revival requires a vessel. The vessel must possess both the Rinnegan and the power of the 9-tailed beast, becoming the legendary 10 Tails Jinchuriki, much like the Sage of 6 Paths of old. He pointed at Nagato's eyes. After obtaining my Rinnegan, Kaguya's 3rd child chose Nagato, who possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, to implant the Rinnegan with the ultimate goal of reviving his mother. Although Madara's words omitted some intermediate steps and his own role as one of the masterminds, over 90% of it was true, at worst a white lie. So, your goal is to take back your own eyes. Yahiko spoke tentatively. Despite Madara's lengthy explanation, he was at best half convinced. After all, the history of the ninja world was passed down almost entirely by word of mouth. Ninjas from 100 years ago were already legendary figures. How could anyone know what happened during the Sage of 6 Paths era? This power is harmful and useless to you. I am reclaiming it for your own safety, at least to spare you from the fate of being pawns. Madara's tone was quite sincere, and coupled with his actions in the Akatsuki these past days, which Yahiko had witnessed, he was already mostly convinced. After all, in this world where the strong rule, the fact that Madara was willing to talk to them at length rather than simply taking Nagato's eyes already demonstrated his sincerity. Yet even so, he had some questions he had to ask. What will happen to Nagato after you take the Rinnegan? Seeing that Yahiko was already swayed, Madara eagerly pressed on. You can rest assured about that. I will prepare replacement eyes guaranteeing no adverse effects. Apart from not being able to use the Rinnegan, it will be exactly the same as now. You earlier. I'll forget it. Let's leave it at that. Yahiko wanted to ask something more, but then suddenly fell silent and turned to look at Nagato. Nagato, as a face, said, his strength far surpasses all of us. There is no need for him to deceive us. You. Even though he had made up his mind when the words came to his lips, Yahiko could not help but hesitate. Just as he found himself at a loss, Nagato took the initiative to grasp Yahiko's hand. I never cared for these eyes anyway. They're hideous. You can't even see the pupils. Now that I can exchange them for normal ones, I'm more than happy to. Nagato. Yahiko. Just as their hands clasped ever tighter, Madara hastily spoke up to interrupt them. What in the world were they doing? He had no desire to witness anything strange. Hold on. If you two want to bond, save it for later. There are other people here. Kindly have some consideration for their feelings. Just as Madara was unable to resist complaining, a peculiar sensation crept over his feet. Looking down, he saw countless slips of paper had somehow wound around them and were gradually spreading upward. I don't know whether what you said is true or false, but I won't allow you to take away Nagato's light. While Madara's attention was elsewhere, Conan quietly used the divine paper folding technique to disguise the ground, seizing the opportunity to strike. The technique's power of disguise was impressive. Even Madara's Sharingan hadn't noticed anything wrong. Unfortunately, Yahiko, Nagato, the two of you run. Conan hastily shoved them, both hoping to escape, while Madara was entrapped, but it was all in vain. Madara merely clapped his hands, and trees sprouting from beneath his feet instantly burst through the paper bindings. From detection to escape, it took less than a minute. Impressive. To think you managed to devise a jutsu of this caliber by yourself. Young people really are creative. Too bad you weren't ruthless enough. Next time, swap the paper for explosive tags and detonate them before the enemy can react. Otherwise, you're wasting the technique's potential. At Madara's well-intentioned advice, Conan merely nodded blankly, uncertain whether she had truly absorbed it. Madara was not at all surprised by Conan's sudden assault. If anything, Yahiko's reaction was the oddest. When a normal person hears someone intends to gouge out his brother's eyes, his first instinct should be to attack. Nagato's case could be explained as not coveting the Rinnegan's power, but Yahiko's attitude. It wouldn't be strange to suspect he had read the script beforehand. If I'm not mistaken, the name you gave earlier was your real one, wasn't it? Madara. Or rather, Uchiha Madara. Yahiko raised his head, meeting Madara's gaze without a shred of fear, his voice brimming with certainty. I should have known not to use my real name next time. The Sharingan paired with the name Madara is like those shiny golden wings in some browser games. There's no way to keep pretending. No wonder future Obito always claimed to be Uchiha Madara. The name is far too famous in the shinobi world. Next time, he might as well call himself Uchiha Obito, so the young Obito can learn what a despicable adult is like. You aren't surprised that I've come back from the dead. With his identity exposed, Madara didn't bother pretending anymore, even though he hadn't put much effort into it to begin with. Surprised? I am, of course. But since even an immortal visitor from beyond the heavens has appeared, resurrection isn't so hard to accept, is it? Yahiko spread his hands. More so than Uchiha Madara rising from the dead, I'm surprised you've joined the Akatsuki. I thought you'd be more cold-blooded, more ruthless, more capricious, more unreasonable. That's all slander, you know. Slander? I came up with the name Konoha. It was Hashirama and I who founded the village, bringing an end to the age of endless warfare. Getting swept up in his own words, Madara couldn't help complaining. If not for all those talkative fools uniting in opposition, I'd have been the first Hokage. Hashirama even agreed at the time. Besides, I thought it over and figured Hashirama was indeed more suited to lead than I was, so I'd have been content with second Hokage. But anyone who isn't blind could see the villagers wanted Tobirama Senju as Hokage. At this point, Madara couldn't stop himself from slamming the table. They all say I'm unpopular. If Tobirama weren't Hashirama's brother with that sour face of his, how many people would have voted for him? Madara poured out decades worth of grievances in a single breath, successfully shattering the trio's idealized image of the legendary figure. Alright, enough. Telling you all this won't do any good. In any case, just know that I bear you no ill will. After venting his frustrations, Madara's countenance quickly softened, even taking on a trace of benevolence. He had intended to give Nagato something as compensation, but unfortunately Madara was currently flat broke, possessing nothing more than a few thousand ryo in loose change. He should have brought along the Uchiha clan's heirloom war fan. Otherwise, relying on Susanoo in every fight was no sustainable approach. Even Danzo could modify a kunai into a wind blade capable of cutting with sword aura, yet he himself still fought barehanded. How shameful, utterly shameful. The more Madara thought about it, the more despondent he grew. In the blink of an eye, he vanished on the spot, leaving only his parting remark echoing in the air. Jiraiya will be staying in Konoha for a while. Drop by if you have the time. The three exchanged bewildered glances, looking from one to another. Even Nagato with his Rinnegan hadn't managed to see how Madara vanished. There isn't much on the Akatsuki's agenda lately. How about we go visit Master Jiraiya in Konoha in a few days? In an effort to break the oppressive silence, Nagato began making idle conversation. I don't mind at all. It's been several years since Master Jiraiya last bid us farewell. Yahiko nodded. He had previously intended to wait until the Akatsuki was on the right path before visiting their teacher. Now was almost the perfect time. Should we bring the Frog Squad uniforms? Mine has been well preserved. Conan poked her fingertips together, asking casually. Hakonin, you've still kept that outfit. It hasn't fit you for ages. Sigh. A garment with such sentimental value should naturally be kept with care. Nagato, don't tell me you've lost yours. When I cleaned the room last time I somehow misplaced it. Nagato scratched his head sheepishly. He had a habit of losing things from time to time. Ahem, actually. It's not just Nagato, mine too. Yahiko's face suddenly flushed. It had been many days since he had last laid eyes on his uniform. As time passed, and a sense of shame took root, every time he saw that frog mask he felt a bit awkward, fighting the urge to dig a hole and bury himself. At some point the uniform he had sealed deep within his wardrobe vanished without a trace, whether secretly taken by someone or not he had no idea. While Yahiko and his two companions were reminiscing about the past, Madara had already traveled some distance from Amigakure when an unexpected visitor suddenly blocked his path. Although the newcomer was wrapped in a cloak, Kurama saw through his identity at once. Oh, isn't this that fellow with the poisonous breath? Has he come to settle a score with you? Indeed, the unexpected visitor was none other than the hero and leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod, who had fought Madara not long ago. But Madara could not understand why Hanzo was blocking his way. Hadn't the man already turned over a new leaf? He couldn't possibly want another fight, and Madara had never heard that Hanzo was a battle maniac. Please wait a moment, at least allow me to express my gratitude before you leave. Hanzo had certainly not come to be beaten up. He was no masochist. Who would want to suffer a pointless beating? Once Madara halted, Hanzo pulled a thick stack of banknotes from his robes, at least several dozen. Each one bore the denomination 100,000 ryo. But Madara was in no hurry to accept the windfall. He looked at Hanzo with a puzzled gaze. Amigakure's economy can't be doing very well, can it? Where did this money come from? I'm ashamed to say that after I cooperated with Danzo, he sent this portion of funds to me. I have no face to keep this ill-gotten money, so I might as well give it to you. Though a mask hid his face, the guilt in Hanzo's voice was plain to hear. That old-robed Danzo turned out to be a wealthy man. Madara had gone too easy on him last time. He was so busy blowing up the laboratory that he forgot to squeeze some money out of the bastard. A real oversight. After a mental struggle, Madara pushed the huge sum back. Money is useless to me. Better to use it to build schools in Amigakure or improve the food of the Land of Rain. That would be far more useful than giving it to me. If you asked him whether he was tempted by the money, to say he was not at all would be a lie. The sum was enough to put bounties in the black market on elite jonin of middling strength. If he did not spend extravagantly, he might not use it all up in a lifetime. Then again, Madara's need for money was actually very small. For most ninja, daily expenses mainly went to all kinds of consumables, soldier pills, explosive tags, kunai shuriken, and so on. Missions in the shinobi world were not like those in a certain world where people fought monsters at close quarters with blades, where they kindly provided mission-specific supplies. All those costs had to be borne by the ninja themselves. If a mission succeeded, it was fine. The generous reward was more than enough to offset the expenses. But if it failed, not only was there no reward, but the tools consumed during the mission and the hospital bills alike all had to be paid by the ninja alone. Unless you were exceptionally gifted and came out unscathed from every mission, you might even find that the more missions you took, the poorer you became. The shinobi world had no unemployment insurance. With a medical system that was still immature, a ninja could be forced into retirement by injury at any moment. High rewards came with equally high risks. Of course, if you had no grand ambitions and did not want to spend every day risking death in battle, you could always take D-rank missions like finding lost cats, chopping firewood, and looking after babies. Provided you could endure the strange looks from genin and the near certainty of being quietly mocked by your peers, merely spending time to earn relatively meager pay. Moreover, once a ninja died on a mission, unless it was a compulsory mission conscripted by the village, the family received not a single cent of death benefits, directly losing all source of income. None of that, however, had anything to do with Madara. Consumables like kunai shuriken, explosive tags, and soldier pills were useless to him. As for injury, unless he no longer wished to live, there were few people now who could harm him. If not for the occasional urge to buy small trinkets, it could even be said that he had no need for money at all. Hanzo plainly had not expected such a refusal. He stood frozen for a good while before awkwardly putting the money back into his robes. Your integrity commands my admiration. But if I know a kindness, yet do not repay it, that would violate my principles. From this day on, as long as I live, you will forever be the most honored guest of the Land of Rain. Ding. System notification: player Uchiha Madara has reached revered reputation with the faction Land of Rain. From now on, you will enjoy a 10% discount on local transactions, and certain special items have been unlocked for purchase. No such notification actually existed, of course. It was purely a sound effect Madara had conjured up in his own head. The main reason was that Hanzo's tone was too official, and Madara simply could not restrain the urge to play a prank. I wasn't expecting any repayment, but I appreciate your kind intent. However, I still have matters to attend to. Would you mind letting me pass now? Following the principle that one should not strike a smiling face, Madara could only exchange a few pleasantries. Only then did Hanzo react, and he quickly stepped aside. My apologies. May your journey be smooth, and may the sun warm your face. Although Hanzo's original intention had probably been to offer a blessing, Madara felt a chill down his back for some reason, and faint hallucinations began to echo in his ears. Like growth, life, happiness, and friends, and the Earth Mother is proud of you. Madara quickly shook his head to dispel those illusions. Too sinister. Even more sinister than release sinister beyond all measure. Thank you for your blessing. May you change this land that has never stopped weeping. I await that day. After freeing himself from Hanzo, who had become almost excessively enthusiastic after turning over a new leaf, Madara's journey back to Konoha was largely uneventful. At most, he wiped out a nest of rogue ninja who occupied a mountain and exploited the surrounding villages, rescued several captured girls from their stronghold, and was then stuffed with a huge bundle of local specialties by the grateful villagers. Then, because of that large bundle, he was targeted by rogue ninja several times in succession. In the end, he tied them all up, handed them over to the nearby assembly hall, and collected a bounty of tens of thousands of ryo. After Madara returned to Konoha, his purse had not grown lighter. It had grown even fatter than before, and he carried several bundles of local specialties on his back. At the gate, he was almost mistaken by the guard for a merchant returning from a supply trip. Had the fan-shaped crest on his clothes not been conspicuous enough, Madara would probably have had to pay a goods tax before entering Konoha. Having returned to Konoha just that morning, Madara noticed members of the Konoha military police force frequently rushing through the streets, their expressions grave and hurried, as if searching for something. He paid it little mind, assuming it was merely a missing pet belonging to some prominent clan, hardly any of his concern. However, when Madara arrived at the Uchiha clan compound, he found ceiling tags plastered across his own front door and a squad of fully armed Konoha shinobi standing guard around it. What is this? Had some Konoha higher-up grown tired of living and decided to test their strength against Susanoo? Even so, a few Chunin and a handful of Jonin in the lead wouldn't be nearly enough. If they weren't going to summon the 5 Kage, at least they could have brought some elite Jonin. Watching from a short distance, Madara realized these Konoha shinobi, much like the police force members outside, seemed to be searching for something. But if they were searching for something, why seal his door? It couldn't be because he hadn't paid his water and electricity bills. Actually, come to think of it, he recalled that he had indeed never paid those bills. Surely they weren't after him for that, were they? That seemed excessive. At most, adding up the time he'd spent in the land of rain, he'd only been gone about 2 months or so. Having his water and power cut off would be understandable, but wouldn't this be making far too much of a fuss? It wasn't as if he were some yellow electric rodent. His electricity usage couldn't possibly have reached a level that warranted a manhunt. Unless Kurama had secretly been sneaking off to chew on power lines behind his back. Speaking of which, Madara lowered his head and glanced around. The Kurama that had been following behind him just moments ago had vanished without his noticing when. You oath-breaking bastards. Even Hiruzen agreed to let me roam free. Surely you're not going to defy your own leader's orders. Following the sound, he saw several strangers clad in black form-fitting attire and wearing masks of varying designs locked in combat with Kurama. No, although their attire matched, the ANBU were a special force directly subordinate to the Hokage. Since Hiruzen knew that the Nine Tails was by his side, there was no reason he would send his subordinates to clash with him. Even if they succeeded in taking the Nine Tails, there would be no benefit. It would only deepen Kurama's hatred toward Konoha and humanity. It would bring nothing but harm. Could someone be impersonating the ANBU? Madara wasn't in a hurry to join the fray. Kurama's recovery was far better than he had let on. Even under the siege of several masked figures, he remained completely at ease, still finding time to hurl insults. All of you wearing masks. Is it because you're so ugly you can't bear to show your faces? How pathetic. Want Grandpa Ninetails to give your face a couple of hits. Maybe it'll pretty you up a bit. Haven't you eaten? Moving so slowly. Your grandpa here was faster than you lot, even when he'd just been born. What are you all mutes? Not saying a single word. Oh, I get it now. It's because I, your lord, am putting too much pressure on you, and you can't even speak right. From Madara's perspective, Kurama showed no sign of needing help whatsoever. If anything, he seemed to be growing more spirited the longer he fought. It wasn't just his imagination. In battle, Kurama's body had visibly expanded by more than a full size. From something small enough to perch on Madara's shoulder to larger than a grown adult. And faint crimson chakra particles flickered around his form. This little fox was being dishonest, secretly hoarding tailed beast chakra instead of handing it over. Fine, then next time he bought snacks, he wouldn't get a share. That was merely talk, though. Even as he claimed no help was needed, his body moved on its own. He clapped his hands together, and a dense thicket of wildly growing trees burst through the earth, binding every masked figure to the trunks, without a single one left. Since he couldn't yet confirm their identities, Madara held back from lethal force. Though they looked rather battered, the masked figures had actually sustained only minor scratches, along with a few vindictive claw marks from Kurama. Tailed beast claws probably weren't carriers of rabies, right? After all, it was debatable whether they even counted as living creatures in the strict sense, so it was unlikely any pathogens lingered on their bodies. After dealing with the uninvited guests, Madara felt a strange, indescribable sensation well up in his chest. the feeling of being watched by something. He casually pulled off one of their masks only to reveal a stranger's face he had never seen before. So they weren't his personal enemies after all. It seemed they had been sent by someone else. Then who could the mastermind be? Danzo. That was the first name that surfaced in Madara's mind, but the more he thought about it, the less likely it seemed. Danzo was certainly wicked, but he wasn't stupid. If he truly intended to capture the Nine Tails, he would have come in person. Could they be shinobi from another village disguised as Konoha ANBU to seize the Nine Tails? That didn't seem plausible either. It wasn't possible that both Konoha's gate guards and the Uchiha guards had simultaneously gone blind, letting in not just a spy, but an entire squad of them. Given the current circumstances, the true identity of these masked figures really should be Konoha's ANBU. Yet Madara could find no reason why Hiruzen would go back on his word. Throughout the time Kurama had been with him, he had never caused any trouble. At worst, he scared a few children or snuck into shops to steal rice dumplings, far better behaved than some summoned beasts. A certain disciple of Hiruzen had a summoned beast that fed on living humans. When it came to actual danger, that creature was countless times more harmful than Kurama in his current state. And now they had even sealed off his home. If this was tolerable, then what wasn't? Madara decided to march straight to the Hokage building and have a word with Hiruzen. Had Hashirama taught him nothing? The man showed not the slightest respect for his elders. He must have been corrupted by Tobirama. Wow. If I can bring back the Nine Tails, I'm sure Tsunade will see me in a whole new light. Just as Madara was about to set off, a rather roguish voice rang out from above. Looking up, he spotted a giant toad perched atop the roof. Bonus trivia time. Lightning fast Naruto trivia QA session. Question: It is known that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were close friends since childhood, inseparable, and together founded Konoha village. Which of the following ninjutsu serves as a testament to their friendship? A scorching release light, will tempest wind, pitch black, arrow zero. B. Taijutsu secret art, super fire release illusion, / great shuriken two-step technique. C. Light wheel popsicle whirling hair, Jiraiya twin style ball. D. Armored Susanoo wearing Senju, great Buddha. Good news, they won the revival match. Bad news, they only won half of it. After taking medicine, my throat is a bit better than yesterday, but now it seems I've developed a fever. My face is so flushed it looks like I've opened the 8th gate. Recently, the temperature difference between day and night has been drastic, and it's all too easy to fall ill. Everyone must take care, and be sure to drink plenty of water. When I woke up this morning, my throat hurt. Even to speak, it took 2 full glasses of water before I could feel any relief. Right now, everything I eat tastes like nothing, truly like chewing wax. I can only perceive the texture, but no flavor at all. Madara rubbed his eyes hastily, confirming whether his vision was playing tricks on him, for he had just heard what sounded like a toad speaking. Looking closer, he noticed someone sitting atop the toad's head. A figure wearing a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil, flowing white hair reaching down to the waist, draped in a crimson haori, with wooden clogs on his feet. An old acquaintance, no less. The legendary Sannin, disciple of the 3rd Hokage, teacher of the 4th Hokage, devoted admirer of the 5th Hokage, master of the 6th Hokage's master, and mentor to the 7th Hokage. He was also the one who received the great Toad Sage's prophecy of a disciple who would one day transform the entire world. One of the legendary shinobi Toad Sage Jiraiya. What? You say there's only one person on the rooftop? Exactly. All of that refers to a single man. Madara now recognized the toad beneath Jiraiya as well. Though the markings were all similar, the necklace bearing the character for loyalty marked it as Gamakichi, the toad who would often appear alongside Jiraiya in later years. However, the Jiraiya before him differed somewhat from his memories. His face showed few traces of age, and though his eyes held a mischievous glint, they remained remarkably sharp. And although Jiraiya was still speaking, he was secretly channeling his chakra, preparing to deliver a surprise Rasengan to Madara. Madara had no intention of fighting, but Jiraiya could hardly stand by and watch the Nine Tails, which had escaped the village not long ago, vanish once more. I don't enjoy raising my hand against the old or the weak, but you're clearly no ordinary fellow. Don't blame me if you die. He spat out a large amount of toad oil refined from chakra and ignited it with fire release. Once ignited, the toad oil clung to its target and was nearly impossible to extinguish, burning relentlessly. Both its power and duration far surpassed ordinary fire release techniques. This was one of Jiraiya's signature techniques, fire release flame bomb. Only those who had signed a contract with Mount Mayaboku and learned to refine chakra into toad oil could wield it. Faced with this sudden assault, Madara's thoughts were rather pragmatic. All these houses around here are made of wood. If they catch fire, who's going to pay for the damages? Out of concern for his own wallet, he didn't dodge the flame bomb. Instead, he raised a wall of earth on the spot, letting the burning oil slowly consume itself upon it. Madara did have the chance to explain himself, to say he wasn't an enemy, that these people had attacked him first. But he refused to do so. He was no figure molded from clay. And even a clay statue retains a trace of spirit after being ambushed time and again. He no longer wished to play the gracious gentleman. In the world of shinobi, if you want others to speak with you properly most of the time, you must first beat them until they can no longer move. Only then can conversation truly begin. Without sufficient strength, generosity is seen as weakness, gentleness as incompetence, and kindness as hypocrisy. Many in the shinobi world hold such beliefs. Together now, Kurama, Madara shouted, hurling the still-dazed Kurama straight at Jiraiya. You bastard, throwing me alone isn't exactly together. Despite the complaint, Kurama's movements didn't stop. Tailed beast chakra began to form a cloak over its body. Madara's action wasn't born of vengeance. At least not entirely. It was more about giving Kurama some exercise. The great nine-tailed fox hadn't fought a single battle since following him and would go to waste at this rate. Now that there was finally a chance to train, he might as well take it out for a stroll and buy himself some time in the process. Neither Jiraiya nor Madara could afford to go all out inside Konoha. If Gamabunto were summoned and swung his blade a few times, the village's construction division would be busy for quite a while. At present, Yamato was still known as Tenzo and couldn't easily erect houses. Everything relied on craftsmen rebuilding bit by bit with hammer and chisel. It was nowhere near as fast as the future reconstruction of Konoha. As for Madara, if he truly went all out, he could barely summon a complete Susanoo and unleash a single draw cut. After that, there was no after that. Any more would drain Obito dry. But even a single slash would be enough to devastate a small portion of Konoha, flattening the nearby hills along with it. Clearly neither man had any intention of doing so. Instead, they exchanged probing blows with minor techniques. Fire release, great flame bomb. The ignited toad oil surged toward Madara like molten lava. But Madara used earth release to sink the ground into a pit, catching every last drop of the falling oil without a single hair singed. After absorbing the attack, Madara vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Jiraiya and driving a powerful punch forward, which predictably struck the hardened mass of hair. Old man, I may not feel pain, but have some consideration for my body. Don't you have that Susanoo thing? Why use your fists? Obito couldn't help but complain in his ear. Even staying silent meant getting hit. Ninja art needle Jizo. By wrapping his hair around his entire body and injecting chakra, he could make it nearly as hard as metal. It wasn't just for defense, it could even be fired off at range. It was one of Jiraiya's original techniques. Incidentally, bald and short-haired individuals are incapable of using this technique. To master it, one would be well advised to learn another of Jiraiya's signature arts. One that allows hair to grow rapidly in a short time, ensuring one never goes bald or suffers a receding hairline. Madara knew this technique inside and out. Seeing his attack fail, he immediately retreated with the body flicker technique. He had no desire to get his hand stabbed full of hair, an experience akin to caressing a cactus. Jiraiya wasn't in a hurry to pursue. Instead, he spoke at a leisurely pace. I don't know who you are, but if you're willing to hand over the nine tails, we can both save ourselves a lot of trouble. What do you say? Author's note. Author's note. Author's note. System notification. System notification. System notification. With Jiraiya's current strength, he had long since released most jutsu without needing hand seals. As for Madara, that went without saying. The jutsu that required him to form seals were rarer still. Although Kurama was slacking off at the moment, at least he was technically fighting. Theoretically, the battle between the two should have been intense, reducing at least a few streets to rubble. But this was the Uchiha clan compound, surrounded entirely by Uchiha. Madara naturally couldn't go all out, so he merely harassed Jiraiya with taijutsu. As for Jiraiya, although he had jutsu like the swamp of the underworld that could trap enemies, its range would inevitably affect the villagers nearby. He could only rely on his defenses and endure Madara's taijutsu attacks. You ask about Gamatsu. With his strength, he was completely unable to participate in this battle. Right now he was being spun around like a top by Kurama, who had a belly full of pent-up fire. But Kurama had been following Madara for so long that his temperament had improved greatly compared to when he was sealed. Despite looking fierce, the injuries he left were only superficial wounds. At that moment, Jiraiya was like the future Gaara being pummeled by Rock Lee. It didn't hurt, but his naked eye could barely track Madara's figure, so all he could do was keep defending with Needle Jizo. But Madara wasn't much better off either. He hadn't opened the 8 gates. He was moving entirely by repeatedly using the body flicker technique. As time passed, his chakra began to run low. He drove a powerful kick into the hair bristling with needles, and before his foot could be pierced through, his body flickered away, landing on the roof of his own house. Even though both were trying their best to restrain themselves, the noise was still considerable. The ninja who had been surrounding Madara's house jumped onto the roof and encircled him in the center. Madara still couldn't figure out what was going on. He had merely gone on a long trip to the land of rain. Why, after returning to Konoha, was it as if he were wanted? Putting ceiling strips on his house was one thing, but now they were attacking him. Even if he owed a little water and electricity money, it shouldn't have called for such a fuss. Couldn't Fugaka that junior just pay the bill for him? Complaints aside, Madara's movements never stopped. A mass of blue electric current gathered in his palm, then split into countless tiny needles. Sasuke, although you haven't been born yet, it isn't too much to ask for me to borrow your jutsu, is it? Like rain pouring down, the lightning Senbon struck each person's chakra points with perfect accuracy. The attached lightning release chakra left them unable to move, frozen stiff on the spot. This was the Chidori Senbon that Sasuke would later use to seal Deidara's chakra points in their battle. Sasuke wasn't born yet, but that didn't stop Madara from learning it. Although Chidori was an A-rank jutsu, it wasn't actually very difficult to learn. Before leaving Konoha, Madara had discussed it with Kakashi, its original creator, not only causing Kakashi to create Chidori ahead of time, but also letting Madara copy it along the way. After mastering Chidori, he easily grasped all its variations, including Chidori Edge, which attached chakra to a weapon, Chidori Sharp Spear, which extended Chidori into a long-range attack, and Chidori Stream, which released a massive lightning strike centered on the user. Apart from Kirin, that one trump card held in reserve, Madara had basically learned all of Sasuke's lightning release techniques from the Shippuden era. For some unknown reason, they felt especially natural to use. He clasped his hands together and observed 1 second of silence for the ninja, with the most Senbon stuck in his body. This was the first time he had used the technique on a human, so his control hadn't been very good. Because his muscles lost control after being paralyzed by lightning, and because he hadn't used the restroom beforehand, a large wet patch appeared on his trousers. This was a small deviation from Madara's expectations. But at least the man was fine, and no one on the rooftop had seen it. At worst, he would be mocked by his colleagues for a while. I can see you don't want to hurt anyone. Why are you stopping us from taking the 9 tails? Do you not understand how terrifying its power is? Jiraiya leaped onto the roof, hoping to persuade Madara not to keep resisting. Hearing these words, Madara almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He pointed at Kurama, who was tangled up with Gamachu in the distance, and said, "You call this terrifying power? Ahem, the 9 tails hasn't fully recovered its power yet. We must seal it back into Mito while we still can." Jiraiya's words were cut off halfway. Madara couldn't help but laugh. "You don't even know who the 9 tails Jinchuriki is, and yet you came to capture it. That kid Hiruzen hides things even from his own disciple. How underhanded of him." Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. Since the end of the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade's relationship with Hiruzen had deteriorated sharply. He himself spent most of his time traveling the nations, rarely returning to Konoha. When he did come back, he usually stayed only a few days before leaving. On top of that, in order to protect the Jinchuriki, Hiruzen had not publicly announced Mito Uzumaki's death. Only a handful of high-ranking officials knew that Kushina was the new Jinchuriki. Most of the ninja world, even the Sannin, still thought Mito Uzumaki was the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Lady Mito has already passed away. Jiraiya's shocked expression couldn't be faked, leaving Madara even more speechless. Kushina had been the Jinchuriki for years now. Could Jiraiya really not have noticed the 9 tails chakra on his own disciple's wife? Should he say Kushina controlled it too well, or that Jiraiya was away too often and lacked care for his disciple? So, you didn't even know who the 9 tails Jinchuriki was, and Hiruzen sent you out anyway. Madara was speechless. They had kept this secret so well this time, so why did they drop the ball when it came to protecting Naruto's identity? After exchanging a glance, the two silently knocked out the Konoha ninja around them who had been immobilized by the chakra point seal. Some information wasn't meant for too many years. "So, big brother, you know who the new Jinchuriki is?" After the battle stopped, Jiraiya's tone was as familiar as his name suggested. He called Madara big brother, and without realizing it raised his own seniority by several generations. "I do. She's the wife of your disciple Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. As another descendant of the Uzumaki clan, she should have been regarded as the new Jinchuriki by Konoha from the very start." Madara couldn't be bothered to correct how he was addressed. He had never cared much about such things. At worst, Jiraiya would be lectured by Hiruzen, nothing to do with him. Kushina. That child. Jiraiya was first startled by the news that his disciple's wife had become the new 9 tails Jinchuriki. But on reflection, it really was the village's way. Otherwise, why would they have deliberately arranged for a member of the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha? His originally playful expression instantly turned serious. How is that child doing now? Though Jiraiya was nearly 40, because he had always chased after Tsunade and never had another partner, he had no children of his own. In his eyes, Minato was like a son to him, and Kushina was his daughter-in-law. How could he still smile when he thought that his daughter-in-law might have met with something bad? Relax, she's fine. Before the 9 tails seal was undone, it left almost all of its chakra with her. She's more spirited now than before. Maybe you can't even beat her anymore. Madara patted Jiraiya's shoulder to set his mind at ease. After gradually absorbing the tailed beast chakra in her body, Kushina's strength had skyrocketed. Combined with her own sealing arts, even Minato would be taken down by her if he didn't use the Flying Thunder God technique. Hold on. Let me get this straight. First, Mito-sama has already passed away, and the new 9 tails Jinchuriki is Kushina, who is also a member of the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya clutched his forehead, still reeling from the shock. Madara nodded. As someone of the same generation as Hashirama and Madara, Mito's bodily functions had rapidly deteriorated after the 9 tails was extracted from her. Combined with her long-held death wish, it was impossible for her to remain alive. Unless someone had prepared the impure world reincarnation of the Rinnegan resurrection package for her as well. If such a blessing truly existed, Madara could only say, "One for him too, please." And after you met Minato, you happened to encounter the Ninetales rampaging inside Kushina. So you helped suppress it, convinced the Ninetales to leave its chakra within her, and swore it would never actively attack humans again. Madara nodded once more. Though there had been a touch of artistic embellishment, over 90% of it was the truth. Jiraiya stroked his chin, sinking into deep thought. The mission he had received was merely to track down the escaped Ninetales. Wait, Sarutobi, that old man, had only asked him to bring back information about the Ninetales, never mentioning anything about a seal. At that realization, cold sweat began to bead on Jiraiya's forehead. Had he, unknowingly, ended up fighting his own allies? He suddenly remembered the loyal Toad long forgotten in the chaos, and looked up to find that the Toad and the Fox had not only ceased hostilities, but were actually chatting with each other. "TCHU Toad, why are you so silent? You don't even yelp when you're hit." "I'm bored out of my mind beating you," Kurama said in a rather hostile tone. Fortunately, the loyal Toad had a good enough temperament not to take offense. "I don't feel pain, so why should I yell?" The Toad rubbed its head with a foreleg. Among the many toads of Mount Mayaboku, it was nothing particularly special, though its honesty could count as its one virtue. What a dull-witted Toad. You need spirit, understand. Like if someone wounds you, you let out a mighty roar. Whoever harms me shall pay tenfold. That alone shaves 3 parts off your opponent's morale. Don't you get it? Kurama was deeply dissatisfied with the honest, unassuming Toad. This personality reminded it of that fellow Isabu. Whenever it encountered an enemy, it would just curl into a ball. What an embarrassment to the tailed beasts. Remember this well, when you fight, always shout while swinging. Don't say I never taught you anything. Oh, but I'm just Jiraiya's mount. Fighting rarely has anything to do with me. The Toad's voice remained slow and unhurried. Its disposition was gentle, and it had no love for battle. Its days were usually spent basking in the sun and staring off into space. Enough. I can't be bothered wasting words on a spineless thing like you, or I'll die of anger before long. I'd rather spend that time eating 2 skewers of dango. Well then, it seemed the exchange between the two beasts had not been entirely pleasant. Still, at least they had shifted from throwing blows to exchanging words. Wasn't that a form of progress? That was Madara's take, but Jiraiya could hardly remain so composed. The Nine-Tailed Fox, legendary for nearly destroying Konoha and waging war against the god of shinobi, had willingly struck up a conversation with the loyal Toad. It was as inconceivable as Tsunade actively pursuing him. By that logic, could the possibility of Tsunade pursuing him actually exist? "Hey old man, the clan leader uncle said you'd gone far away. So you're back now. And who's this big guy beside you?" The boy's voice came from below at an angle. Obito Uchiha, who had just finished his lunch, was out for a stroll, and happened to spot the two chatting on the rooftop. Seeing his acquaintance Madara, he greeted him warmly. Unfortunately, he failed to recognize Jiraiya. Though the legendary Sannin's renown was considerable, Obito, a notoriously hopeless dead last during his academy days, had spent most of his history classes asleep. He was lucky not to have noticed the unconscious Konoha shinobi lying behind the two. Otherwise, he would likely have spent the afternoon unconscious as well. Jiraiya silently shot a look at Madara. "He's your acquaintance, right? Send him off quickly. The Nine-Tails affair is not something a child should be dragged into." Madara naturally read his gaze. At this stage, Obito hadn't even awakened his Sharingan. Forget controlling the Nine-Tails. Even Kurama, still not fully recovered, could scratch his face to ribbons. "Right, I went to the Land of Rain to meet a few old acquaintances. And as for this uncle, oh, by the way, I just saw Kakashi. He seemed to be looking for you. Better hurry over." "Huh. That guy finally needs me after all, huh? I always said he couldn't manage without me, but he refused to admit it. Well then, goodbye Grandpa Madara, goodbye uncle. Take your time chatting, I'm off ahead." When it came to Obito's personality, Madara understood him all too well. No matter what it was, as long as Kakashi or Rin was involved, Obito was guaranteed to run faster than anyone else. Even though they constantly bickered, Obito still regarded Kakashi as his best friend, and also his rival in love, competing for Rin. After sending Obito off, Jiraiya likewise shared the intelligence he had gathered with Madara. "I just confirmed it. Those guys you tied to the trees aren't Umbu at all. At least I've never seen them on any roster. There's one guy I recognize among them. He spent quite some time in the Umbu training department. I suspect Danzo is pulling strings behind this. That old bastard is the captain of the Umbu training department." The Umbu training department Jiraiya spoke of went by another name, the Foundation. Before entering, the Umbu candidates would pass through Danzo's selection. When he found a suitable recruit, he would use every means at his disposal, both carrot and stick, to coerce them into joining the route. Moreover, Danzo could exploit his position to plant his own subordinates within the Umbu, which should have answered directly to the Hokage, thereby seizing a measure of the Hokage's authority. Good news, good news. The resurrection match progress bar has ticked up. Although my nose is still stuffy, my body isn't as weak as it was a couple days ago. It must be the merit I've accumulated by releasing giant slug summons in the war with Sakura. You should try it too. Also, the new year is coming up soon, and afterward I'll likely be dragged out to family dinners, so I might sporadically miss a day or two of updates. Please bear with me, everyone. I'm thinking about whether to write 1 or 2 New Year's side stories pulling out some characters who haven't had a chance to appear yet for a brief cameo. Since it's a side story, there might be some ninja from the future era, like Naruto or even Boruto. And because this side story timeline happens to coincide with the new year, a lot of characters who had already left the stage might also show up. Or perhaps they'd be spending New Year's in the Pure Land. For example, Orochimaru staying behind in Konoha takes in Kimimaro, not to use him as a new vessel, but to train him as an assistant. Gaara's mother didn't die in childbirth. Raza isn't as extreme as in the original story, and Yakushi doesn't have to carry out a suicide mission. The siblings' relationship is warm, the parents' marriage is loving. Truly the most fitting timeline for Gaara. There is a faint possibility of infinite Tsukuyami. Things like that. I won't list them all here. If any of you have characters you'd like to see, feel free to mention them in the comments, and I'll see if I can fit them in. I originally had a nightmare-themed side story written here, but it got too long. Almost longer than the main story itself, so I'll bring it out later when I need to pad the word count. Why does Danzo keep getting involved? Madara thought to himself, recalling what he knew. Among the second Hokage's guards, excluding Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had assumed the Hokage seat, and the untimely deceased Kagami, Uchiha Danzo Shimura, actually wielded the greatest authority. Kohara Udatane and Hamura Midokado served as Hokage advisors. Though their nominal standing equaled that of the Hokage, their role was largely ceremonial. Were it not for Hiruzen's soft-hearted nature, they would barely differ from mascots. As for Torafu Akimichi, although this honest man had become the 14th patriarch of the Akimichi clan, his presence was so faint that without specific mention, he could easily be forgotten. And Danzo's position, assistant to the Hokage, essentially made him the Hokage's right hand. Moreover, if Hiruzen were to vanish one day, Danzo could directly assume the role of acting Hokage. He could not help stroking his chin. Danzo's current position was higher than his own had ever been. What more could the man possibly want? Even Madara, one of Konoha's founders, had not complained. He had never even served as a Hokage guard, let alone as Hokage's assistant. He had reaped none of the benefits of Konoha's founding. The more Madara thought, the sadder he grew. Truly, those who do not strive in youth shall lament in old age. In his younger days, he had spent all his time fighting, and now that he was old, there was no pension. He still had to keep working. Hey, are you even listening to me? Jiraiya's call snapped Madara out of his self-reflection. He looked up and found Jiraiya carrying an unconscious Konoha Chunin over his shoulder. Since they're not enemies, give me a hand. We can't just leave them up here, can we? Jiraiya said, leaping off the rooftop with the man in his arms and propping him neatly against the wall below. Following Jiraiya's example, Madara set the remaining shinobi on the ground, yet the final arrangement carried an oddly unsettling quality. A row of people leaned silently against the wall, heads drooping, faces obscured. If it were night and the surrounding walls were stained with more blood, Madara would have thought the genocide night had arrived early. Jiraiya stood up and clapped his hands. All right, no need to worry about Danzo's men anymore. Now I have a few questions of my own to ask. Madara was bewildered. You've never beaten me, so why would I be obligated to answer your questions? Jiraiya looked at him with astonishment. Huh, don't old folks usually enjoy chatting with young people? Your hair is whiter than mine. You've got to be at least 40 or 50. What do you mean, young person? Madara was amused. He was indeed rather old, but Jiraiya was hardly young himself. Don't talk nonsense. I'm only in my 30s, still far from 40. I'm clearly young, thank you very much. Jiraiya immediately retorted. After all, he was still an innocent, a young lad at heart. Madara looked Jiraiya up and down for quite a while. Since Tsunade and Orochimaru, his contemporaries, had basically never changed in appearance since adulthood, and Jiraiya's weather-beaten skin from wandering the nations made him look far older than he actually was. On top of that, his fashion sense was rather mature. A crimson haori over tea-colored clothes with wooden clogs on his feet made him look like Hiruzen's contemporary. If Hiruzen shaved his beard and stood beside Jiraiya, right now people might well believe Jiraiya was his elder brother. Jiraiya paid no mind to Madara's stare. He casually sat down on a step and started asking questions without waiting for permission. You're from the Uchiha clan, right? How come I've never seen you before? And the Ninetales' attitude toward you is pretty subtle. Do you have some way to control it? Why does everyone who meets me ask about my identity? Is there a question mark floating over my head or something? Madara wondered. Madara felt a bit troubled. Making up lies was mentally taxing, you know. As for controlling the Ninetales, would feeding it sweet rice dumplings count? He kept those thoughts to himself, and when he spoke it was a different story altogether. You rude little brat. I joined Konoha when it was first founded. In my youth I clashed with the village and left. I only just returned not long ago. Still his most familiar trick, 9 parts truth, 1 part lie. To make it more convincing he added, if you don't believe me, go ask Hiruzen. Ask him whether I'm his elder. Because Madara's tone was so utterly confident, Jiraiya could not tell whether he was being sincere, so he moved on to the next question. What was that jutsu you used earlier? Madara raised an eyebrow. What, you want to learn it? Too bad. You don't have lightning release chakra, so you never could. You know what I'm asking about. I mean that great tree that suddenly rose from the ground. If I told you I was a half-breed of the Senju and Uchiha clans, would you believe me? Madara blinked his not-so-large eyes, his voice brimming with sincerity. Do I look like someone who would believe that? Jiraiya blinked back, indicating he had not yet lost his wits. Then what if I said Danzo captured me for experiments, and that's how I learned would release? That's a bit more credible than the last one. But Danzo and I are roughly equals in strength, and when you fought me, you didn't even use your Sharingan. You expect me to believe he captured you? Seeing how fervent Jiraiya's curiosity was, Madara decided to tell the truth. Actually, I am Madara Uchiha, the one who once controlled the Nine Tails in battle against Hashirama Senju. In truth, I never died back then. After biting Hashirama, I learned would release, and have lived on until now. How about we go back to discussing your thoughts on being a Senju Uchiha half-breed? At these words, Jiraiya showed absolutely no sign of believing him. Madara could only spread his hands. Even when he told the truth, no one believed him. Sometimes it really wasn't that he wanted to lie. It was that people wouldn't accept the truth. Obscure lore time. Hiruzen really did take excellent care of himself. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, his contemporaries Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado had already gone gray, while his hair remained brown. Although those two old fogies Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado appeared to lack combat ability, according to the Book of Rin, their strength and wisdom were on par with Hiruzen's. Moreover, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, Koharu Uchiha, Hamura Mitokado, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Torafu Akimichi, whose scenes were cut from the anime adaptation, fought side by side, suggesting their strength was not far apart, at least at elite Jonin level. As an aside, in that battle, Danzo was the only surviving member of Tobarama's guard squad who did not appear, arranged to be buried right from the start. Perhaps because his name contains the characters for Watergate, Hamura Mitokado specialized in space-time jutsu. This could hardly be blamed on Jiraiya. After all, though the shinobi world did possess techniques capable of resurrecting the dead, such as the Ise Tensei or the Rimei Tensei, almost no one ever employed them. Such arts were exceedingly difficult to learn, and some even required specific bloodlines to perform. Moreover, after reviving the deceased, the caster would invariably fall into a near-death state, essentially sharing their own life force with the departed. Not only were the demands on the caster severe, but the deceased also faced numerous restrictions. First, the body must be preserved intact. If it had been desiccated into a mummy, resurrection was impossible. Secondly, the time of death could not be too long. 7 days after death, the soul would depart the flesh and return to the Pure Land, rendering revival unattainable. Thus, for the deceased to be brought back, all of the following conditions had to be met. The departed had recently passed, and their body was fully intact. There was someone present who had mastered a resurrection art, and that person was willing to sacrifice themselves to call back the deceased. As for the condition of intact body, one could simply take a look around Konoha Cemetery to see how many empty tombs existed. Shinobi who fell in battle could not even have their bodies retrieved, let alone be resurrected after the fighting ended. Madara was talking pure nonsense at the time, and Jiraiya went along with the rambling. One pretended to be ignorant while knowing full well the other turned the situation to his advantage, and together they brushed the matter aside. Words are empty. Even if you say the Nine Tails has reformed for the safety of Konoha, it must meet with the Hokage. However you may accompany it. Jiraiya proposed a relatively lenient condition. The Nine Tails need not be resealed, but at least he had to complete his mission, otherwise he would face another scolding. Madara leaned against the wall and nodded indifferently. After all, he had intended to see Hiruzen anyway. Sooner or later made no difference. He shouted toward the roof, "Kurama, get down here now. Once we're done, I'll treat you to a barbecue restaurant." Seduced by the prospect of grilled meat, Kurama promptly abandoned the sluggish Hama. Zhong shrank, its body leaped down from the roof and landed in Madara's arms. "Let's go, hurry up. That wretched place in the rain country has nothing decent to eat. I'm starving to death." Despite its words, its vigorous voice betrayed no sign of hunger. If not for the unmistakable tailed beast chakra within Kurama, Jiraiya would never have connected the legendary nine-tailed demon fox with the docile little fox before him. It was far too gentle. As for Kurama occasionally calling itself Old Man, well, didn't Gamabunta do the same? For a tailed beast with power rivaling, and even surpassing, the Kage level, of brusque demeanor was hardly a concern. Freed from Kurama's entanglement, Hama Zhong also jumped down from the roof, raising a cloud of dust. Jiraiya looked down at the toad, then at the Nine Tails in Madara's arms, and gained a deeper understanding of the disparity of life. "You've worked hard. Go get some rest." Jiraiya sighed, patted Hama Zhong's head, and dispelled the summoning jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, Hama Zhong returned to Mount Mayaboku. Along the way, Jiraiya chattered incessantly, his mouth never ceasing. "See that steam rising over there? That's a wonderful bathhouse with hot springs. Many people go there in winter. If you're interested, don't miss it. Oh, by the way, have you read my book? The one called The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. It's a huge hit in every nation." I never thought I'd have such a talent for writing. I even have signed copies here. Speaking of which, I've been traveling across the nations gathering inspiration for a new book. The general outline is ready, but I still need a spark of inspiration. Madara had always considered himself a talkative type, but he had met his match. No wonder he was Naruto's master. His gift of gab was no less formidable than his disciples. Kurama had long since closed its ears, nearly dozing off in Madara's arms, but would rather pick a fight than listen to such drivel. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan had not yet been forced to relocate, and the distance to the Hokage building was short. After Jiraiya identified himself, the two finally stood before the door of the Hokage's office. Jiraiya knocked heavily on the door. Hiruzen's voice came from within. Enter. Pushing open the door despite the open window, the room still carried a faint scent of tobacco. Stung by the odor, Kurama couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing Jiraiya return empty-handed, Hiruzen was about to question him when Madara walked in holding Kurama and spoke with displeasure. Hey monkey, can't you even control your own men? Sealing my home is one thing, but that Danzo dared to try and take the nine tails right in front of me. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Though unclear on the specifics, Hiruzen immediately realized. Danzo had lost patience again, completely disregarding what he had been told last time. Hiruzen wiped the sweat from his brow, quickly set down his documents, and placated. It's like this. The Nine Tails made a pact with the village. Until we deem it no longer a threat, it must remain within Konoha's borders. But Fugaku reported that the Nine Tails had suddenly disappeared. Danzo was just a bit too anxious. He had no ill intentions. Ahem, it seemed there was indeed such an agreement. Madara looked down at Kurama, waiting to hear what it had to say. What are you staring at me for? Can you blame me? Do you know what that guy Fugaku fed me? Raw meat. He treated me like a stray dog on the street. Kurama stood up in fury. No seasoning at all, not even salt. Just a huge basin of raw meat reeking of blood. Could any of you stomach that? Jiolama's words plunged the few present into silence. As humans, not to mention whether they could endure the psychological pressure of eating raw meat, their digestive systems alone would likely be unable to handle it. Turning into spray warriors, collectively, would be considered fortunate. The parasites in raw meat were the real, physically lethal threat. Among the three, Zilai's expression was the most subtle. During his days studying at Miyamu Mountain, he had actually eaten insect cuisine for quite a while. The couple Shinzua and Jima were extremely hospitable, always preparing a full table of dishes for him. But in the beginning he was already full just by looking at them, and the enthusiastic pair would constantly heap piles of food into his bowl. Even decades later, Zilai could not forget that experience. The sensation of biting into a soft yet resilient insect body, and the sudden burst of copious juices in his mouth. Ugh, no, it's still disgusting to recall. If not for having to maintain his image, Zilai would want to go to the restroom and vomit for a while right now. Risen, having been Hokage for decades, quickly regained his composure and explained with a serious expression. Ahem, this matter was indeed Fuyue's oversight. I will speak with him about it later. However, you should not have left without saying goodbye. I thought you had been targeted by some malicious force, so I increased security in the village and had Zilai, who had just returned, search for you. Jiolama was not buying this. Due to its size, it had to jump onto the table to look Risen in the eye. Bullshit. Those guys just wanted to capture me. You never told them the truth. Having a boss like you, they are truly unlucky. Risen, being reproached to his face, felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the Hokage, and Jiolama's words were somewhat disrespectful. So Risen, in a fit of rage, used a forbidden technique to die together with the Nine Tails. Of course that was impossible. There were no outsiders in this office, so losing face was not a big deal. Your situation is rather special. The matter of the Nine Tails breaking free from its seal is not suitable to be disclosed to too many people. I had to issue vague orders. If it made you feel uncomfortable, I apologize. It was just receiving some pressure. Risen was already used to bearing pressure. Not to mention others, his old friend Tuanzang often came to pressure him, either asking for funds, demanding personnel, or occasionally plotting to replace him. Being lightly scolded by Jiolama was nothing compared to the pressure of daily work. It was like getting a massage. Seeing Risen's smiling face, Jiolama felt as if it had punched a roly-poly doll. Wanting to vent, but not knowing what to say, a sense of helplessness surged within it. You humans are cunning. You can turn black into white. I cannot argue with you. But you must compensate for the mental distress. Yes, mental distress compensation. During its days with Ban, Jiolama had learned many new words. Although it felt it had no actual loss, it had used up a lot of chakra. Wasn't that what they called mental distress? Alright, what compensation do you want? Within reason, I will try to fulfill your wish. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, Risen agreed to Jiolama's request. From now on, don't restrict my freedom. I'll go wherever I want. Know your power is too strong. If not restrained, you will eventually repeat past mistakes. Make another request. Drive that guy Tuanzang out. He's definitely set his sights on me. I refuse to stay with him. Tuanzang is the Hokage's assistant. Without sufficient reason, even I cannot drive him away. Try another one. Back then, who dared to disobey that guy Feijin? But when it comes to you, why is this not allowed, that not allowed? I've never seen such a weak Hokage. Ban felt that Ju Lama might have been influenced by him. It was actually bargaining with people. Next would it turn into a cat? A fox boy repaying kindness? No judging from Ju Lama's tone and voice, if it were to take human form, fox boy seemed more likely. Better forget it. However, the two tales you won seemed to be female. That one might actually become a cat girl. I digressed. Because Risen knew he was in the wrong, he was utterly humbled by Ju Lama's words, but he also successfully got Ju Lama to lower its demands. Fine, you have nothing to give. Just give me 1 million Rio. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? If even that is not possible, I will really turn hostile. Here is 1 million Rio. You can check it. Risen took out 10 large bills, each marked with a value of 100,000 Rio from under the desk. Although my village was not the richest village, 1 million Rio was nothing to the village. Ju Lama took the money, quickly calculating in its mind how many years of food expenses this would cover. It was not human. It did not need to buy a house, or a vehicle, a horse-drawn carriage. The only place it needed money was to satisfy its own appetite. But before Ju Lama could even warm the money in its paws, a large hand snatched it from its chest. Ordinary people would be scared seeing a fox buying things. I'll keep it safe for you. Come find me when you need it, Ban said as he stuffed the money into his own pocket. Having never received New Year's money, Ju Lama did not understand the true meaning of this gesture. Many times when adults say they will keep it safe for you, the money might never return. But a mere 1 million Rio was beneath Ban's notice. He would not stoop to embezzle it. When he said he would keep it safe, he meant it literally. Since the main party, Ju Lama, had expressed understanding, Ban could not be bothered to argue over such a trivial matter. At most, he would land a few extra blows on Tuanzang next time. Risen also apologized to the two, and the matter was settled. However, Risen's next words made Ban frown involuntarily. Has the key plot point been triggered so soon? What I am about to say may be hard to believe. About 6 years ago, a mysterious figure appeared. Someone suspected of having traveled from the future. As an unrelated party, Jiraiya had already been politely escorted out, leaving only Hiruzen and Madara in the office. Well, and a fox. I know you may think I am speaking nonsense, but according to intelligence reports, that man who suddenly appeared bears an extraordinary resemblance to a missing rogue ninja from Sunagakure named Hyodo. It is almost certain they are the same person. Madara could not help but raise an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, this was the plot of some movie. Though the details escaped him, he recalled that Naruto had traveled to the past, met a young queen in the ancient land of Lolan, and even encountered a younger Minato. For someone like Madara, who had already seen the script asking whether he believed in time travel was unnecessary, of course he did. In the world of Naruto, time travel was not a rare occurrence. From Naruto to Boruto, all had experienced similar events. Unaware of Madara's inner thoughts, Hiruzen continued. Hyodo infiltrated a small country near the land of wind called Lulan. He successfully approached the queen of Lulan. We suspect he may intend her harm. Madara interrupted. Wait. Aren't we still at war? Does Konoha have so much leisure it can concern itself with other nations' affairs? If one did not know that Madara had just recently meddled in the affairs of the land of rain, his words might have carried more weight. Even though his words were cut off, Hiruzen did not seem the least bit annoyed. He explained patiently. Lulan itself is only a small nation, but legend has it that a powerful force called the Dragon Vein runs beneath it. If someone with ill intent were to harness it, it could wreak havoc on the entire shinobi world. Since it is a rogue ninja of Suna, shouldn't Sunagakure be more concerned? Aren't they going to do something about it? The third Kazekage disappeared without a trace recently. Suna is already overwhelmed dealing with the aggressive lightning and earth nations. They have no spare energy to worry about a rogue ninja of questionable origin. Then what the hell is Konoha's business here? This is pure meddling. Madara wanted to complain, but on second thought, hot-blooded protagonists really did love sticking their noses into other people's affairs. This was hardly an exception. Especially under the current circumstances with Suna and Konoha being allies, it did not really count as unnecessary interference. In any case, I have already dispatched an elite squad to protect the queen. Under that premise, we will do our utmost to stop Hyodo's plans and prevent the future from being further disrupted. So, you've already sent your people. What is the point of telling me this? Surely you're not mentioning it just for the sake of mentioning it. Madara tilted his head, cracking his neck with a series of pops. Having sat in the office for far too long, his old back was starting to ache. The power of the Dragon Vein is unstable and loses its effect once taken beyond a certain range. For safety, Sake, I hope you can head to Lulan and rendezvous with the earlier squad. They left the village only yesterday. If you set off now, you can still catch up. Oh, and why should I care? Unless you can give me a reason to help, we have nothing to discuss. I don't owe you anything. Madara collapsed onto the sofa like a heap of mud. Having pushed himself too hard recently, his muscles were still aching. If you are willing to go to Lulan, I will remove Danzo from his position as the head of the ANBU training division and guarantee he will never trouble you again. In response to Hiruzen's promise, Madara merely let out a cold laugh. Leaving aside whether removing Danzo's position actually benefited anyone, Madara would sooner believe Hiruzen was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths than trust him to control Danzo. At this point Hiruzen might as well say, send me 5,000 Rio, and I'll throw in a free Kurama. Add another 1 million Rio, plus an annual premium VIP membership at the Konoha Hot Springs. I have no use for that much money, and I have no interest in soaking in hot springs. Such things hold no appeal for me whatsoever. Offer something more practical. Then add a weapon left behind by a previous Hokage, and you may also peruse 2 forbidden scrolls. Surely that is enough. TCH. Why would I care about the heap of junk Tobirama left behind? I would not deign to take anything that man left. The armor of the first Hokage. And I will also permit the Nine Tails to temporarily leave the village while accompanying you. That is the best I can offer. If you still refuse, then forget it. Fine, I agree. But remember to include the 1 million Rio we agreed on plus the 1-year premium VIP membership at the Konoha Hot Springs. Noticing that Hiruzen's breathing had grown noticeably heavier, Madara realized that these were already his bottom-line terms. It was about time to stop pushing, so he agreed with remarkable ease. The moment Hiruzen heard Madara agree, his previously overcast expression returned to normal in an instant, making Madara seriously suspect he had been tricked. That face-changing speed was quicker than flipping a page. But since he had already agreed, Madara could hardly back out on the spot. He would have to see it through. Hiruzen briefly introduced the members of the squad: Minato Namikaze, Shibi Aburame, Choza Akimichi, and Kakashi Hitaki. Aside from Kakashi, who had been temporarily added to the team, the other 3 were elite jonin, all renowned masters within Konoha. The Aburame and Akimichi clans were also major families of Konoha. While not as influential as the Uchiha or Hyuga, they were founding clans that had been with the village since its very beginning. To summarize the current intelligence on Lulan in a single sentence: after joining Lulan 6 years ago, Hyoto changed his name to Amrokusen and gained the trust of both the previous queen and the current one. After the former queen's death, with the current queen still so young, Amrokusen had effectively become the true ruler of Lulan. The current Hyoto, or rather Amrokusen, held a position in Lulan roughly equivalent to Hanzo S in the Land of Rain. The only difference was that his reputation was far worse, and he maintained control solely through his puppets. However, rather than worrying about Lulan, Hyoto or the Lost Tower, Madara would much rather take a nap first. Having traveled through the night, he was severely sleep-deprived. If he had not been disturbed, he would already be buried in his blanket by now. The Lost Tower movie action. Though he wanted to mock the villain named Amrokusen, he held it in. Later, the future Naruto would come into contact with old Madara and spoil part of what was to come. By the way, the original movie had a plot hole. Only about 20 years had passed, yet Sarah's daughter was already around Naruto's age, and she even brought out a dagger claiming it was a memento. So basically Sarah had died around the age of 40. One can understand that the screenwriter did not want to affect the main storyline, so they chose not to have a 40-year-old Sarah meet the 16 or 17-year-old Naruto. But that was hardly a reason to just write her off by killing her. Alas, I've been doomed to a life of endless toil. I've only just returned, and now I have to leave again. Madara sighed and took the dossier Hiruzen handed him, which contained all the information needed for the mission. He had flipped through only a few pages, and most of it was useless. Information he had already known for ages. For instance, this rogue ninja named Mukade was exceptionally skilled in the puppet arts and called himself the world's strongest puppeteer. Madara was skeptical. If the man was really that strong, would he still be the one running from his pursuers? Beyond that, there was an introduction to Lulan. Its territory was located near the Land of Wind, so like the Land of Wind, most of Lulan's land was a vast uninhabited desert, and its residents largely lived in oases. At the very end were the mission's precautions. Minimize the area of impact, as much as possible avoid unnecessary casualties, and so on. In the end, it all came down to reducing the influence exerted on other nations. What a pain. In Madara's day, missions didn't have so many rules. Spotted during infiltration. Just kill all the witnesses. Need to protect a hostage. Knock them out, hoist them over your shoulder, and leave. In those days, as long as you achieved your objective in the end, no one cared what methods you used during the mission. Now that was no longer allowed. Violating the rules on a mission would bring punishment, and severe violations could even get you exiled from the village. Feeling that Hiruzen had taken him for a ride, Madara turned and left, regretting that he had asked for too little. This lousy mission had too many rules. Kurama hurried after him. As he turned, one of his 9 huge tails happened to whip Hiruzen across the face, leaving a red mark. Once he caught up with Madara, Kurama couldn't help complaining. That Hiruzen Sarutobi only knows how to order everyone else around all day while he rests every day. With a leader like him, Konoha is bound to collapse sooner or later. TSK. Konoha has over 10,000 chunin in the active roster alone. If you add in the genin and ordinary civilians, saying 100,000 would still be an understatement. This seat is not as easy as it looks. Even though he had never been Hokage, Madara knew a thing or two about that burden. Back in those days, merely managing the Uchiha clan was enough to keep him busy. One could only imagine how difficult it must be to govern a village as vast as Konoha. Even Naruto, the reincarnation of Azura, the hero of the shinobi world and the one who had once sealed away Kaguya, was so busy after becoming Hokage that he had to use a shadow clone to stand in for his child's birthday. Oh, give me a break. I think even I could take that Hokage seat. It's just stamping papers behind a desk all day. As a tailed beast, Kurama had naturally never attended school. The only difference between him and an illiterate was that he could read characters. Madara had intended to explain the difference between the two, but on second thought the one being ridiculed was Hiruzen Sarutobi, not him, Madara Uchiha. It was already good enough that he wasn't joining in the mockery, so why bother explaining at all? Receiving no response, Kurama grew bored, and after a while stopped on his own. He didn't enjoy performing a one-man show. Although Hiruzen had urged him to set out quickly when assigning the mission, Madara was in no hurry. He had only been back for half a day. At the very least, he should first meet some familiar faces in Konoha. As for Minato, he was out on a mission, so he would go see Kushina first. He wondered whether she had fully adapted to the chakra the Nine Tails had left behind. Following his memory, Madara found the Namikaze's residence. After knocking on the front door, he waited a moment, heard footsteps approaching, and then Kushina's voice came from inside. "Who is it? If you're looking for Minato, he's on a mission and won't be home for a while." Her voice was robust without the slightest sign of weakness. It seemed that during Madara's absence, Kushina had not experienced any adverse reactions. "It's me, Madara. I just returned from the Land of Rain today, and I have to head out on another mission soon, so I wanted to see you before I leave." Minato and Kushina had both questioned Madara's origins. However, though the name Madara wasn't particularly common, it wasn't especially rare either. Of course, many people in Konoha still had some reservations about the name, and would basically never name their children Madara. But in the end, the current Uchiha clan head Fugaku had vouched for Madara, testifying that he truly was his second uncle who had left the village decades ago. As outsiders, others found it hard to say anything further. Mr. Madara, I never properly thanked you for helping at the hospital last time. Please come in." Kushina quickly opened the door. She was wearing an apron, and a baking glove was still on one hand. A fragrance mixing milk and sugar drifted out from behind Kushina. Catching the scent, Kurama grew restless. He hadn't had lunch yet today. "Are you hungry? If you don't mind, I just baked some cookies. I can let you try a little." Even though she wasn't a mother yet, Kushina was already displaying a mother's qualities. Even though the one before her was the Nine Tails that had plagued her for a long time, Kushina noticed Kurama's agitation and still went into the kitchen. She brought out a small plate of cookies and set it in front of him. Kurama took large bites of the cookies and said with his mouth full, "You're much better than that, Mito. You actually know to bring me food on your own initiative. Not bad at all. I didn't leave that chakra to you for nothing." Maybe it was Madara's imagination, but he felt that Kurama had grown a whole size rounder recently. Logically, a tailed beast was a life form composed of chakra, so it should have been impossible to gain weight. Right? He wasn't a science maniac like Orochimaru, nor had he ever studied the ecology of tailed beasts, so he couldn't be sure whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. He tugged at Kurama's tail and reminded him in a low voice, "Image. Mind your image. Aren't you the strongest tailed beast? You should set an example for the other tailed beasts." Now that the matter was raised, Kurama perked right up. He at once stopped chewing, wiped his mouth with a paw, and then picked up a cookie with his claw and nibbled at it in small, delicate bites. Face was face, but he couldn't lose the substance for the sake of face. Kurama understood that well. The cookie still had to be eaten, but his pride as a tailed beast couldn't be thrown away. At least not entirely. Watching Kurama wolf down his food made Madara, who had not been hungry to begin with, feel a bit peckish. But he was too embarrassed to ask. Receiving an offer was one thing, asking for it yourself was quite another. "Don't just stand outside the door. Come in and sit for a while. I'll brew some tea for you. Please make yourself at home." Kushina turned and went back into the kitchen. While she was heating the water to make tea, Madara gave Kurama a hard knock on the head and quietly snagged a cookie from the plate in front of him. One Kurama hadn't touched yet. Keep eating. We still have a mission to complete. There's no time to waste here." Kurama rubbed the spot where he had been hit and said in an aggrieved tone, "What do you mean we? The only one with a mission is you. If you wanted a cookie, you could have just said so. It's not like I wouldn't share. Why did you hit me?" Being found out left Madara somewhat embarrassed, but Kurama clearly did not grasp a simple truth: before you expose someone else's secret, you had better be certain you can bear the consequences. Madara extended his merciless demonic hand and thoroughly ravaged Kurama's head, kneading and squeezing until Kurama could only mumble an incoherent surrender. "MMPH. I'll let go. I won't say anything more. All right." Guessing that Kushina would be coming out any moment now, Madara released his grip at once and dragged Kurama over to sit in the middle of the living room. In front of outsiders, he still had to maintain some dignity. He couldn't completely let loose. Sure enough, Madara had no sooner let go than Kushina walked out with a large plate of cookies and 2 cups of tea. "Sorry to keep you waiting." She set everything down on the table and naturally took a seat on the other side. Madara lifted the teacup and took a light sip. The faint bitterness blended with the aroma of the tea was just enough to offset the cloying sweetness of the cookies. Kurama stared at the cookies with longing and was just about to reach for one when Madara gave him a covert kick. He had already eaten a whole plate and still wanted more. This wasn't a nine-tailed fox, it was a nine-tailed pig. To prevent Kurama from growing a layer of fat thicker than his tailed beast cloak, Madara resolved to control Kurama's diet from now on and stop him from indulging in endless gluttony. What? You say Madara also eats and drinks without restraint? Well, that's different. He's in a clone state right now, so everything he eats is simply converted into chakra and has no effect on his figure. Probably. Seeing Kurama's pitiful state, Kushina found it hard to connect him to the nine tails that had once been so wild and domineering, constantly whispering temptation into her heart. She smiled and shook her head, pushing the plate of cookies over to Kurama. Go ahead and eat. Have some more. Minato isn't home, so I can't finish all of this by myself. Since Kushina, as the host, had given her permission, Madara, as a guest, could hardly object. He merely sent Kurama a silent look telling him to show at least a little decorum. After all, Madara was now in a sense his half-keeper. Temporarily ignoring Kurama, who had buried his head in the cookies and was wolfing them down, Kushina raised her hand. A ball of orange-red chakra formed in her palm. Though Kurama sensed his own chakra, he had not the slightest intention of stopping his feasting. A wisp of chakra. What was that compared to filling his belly? Upon activating his Sharingan, Madara immediately detected the abnormality in this chakra. In theory, a person's chakra natures were fixed at birth and could not usually be altered later. Kushina's chakra natures were threefold: wind, water, and yin. Yet this chakra was purely yang-natured. It should not have existed in Kushina's body at all. Lately, I've been assimilating the chakra the nine tails left behind. Besides making my sealing arts stronger, the feel of the chakra has changed as well. Kushina touched her head without the slightest realization, showing none of the composure one would expect from a Kaga-level powerhouse. One thing had to be understood: the Rasengan was originally invented by Minato to draw upon the chakra in Kushina's body. Its inspiration had come from the tailed beast balls fired by the four tails and the five tails. In a sense, the Rasengan was essentially the ninja version of a tailed beast ball. Once Kushina had gained command of the chakra Kurama left behind, combined with her already immense reserves as an Uzumaki clan descendant, calling her a humanoid tailed beast was hardly an exaggeration. While thinking this, Madara picked up a cookie and put it in his mouth. He suddenly felt a faint itch at his sleeve. Looking closely, he saw a host of squirming white shapes crawling out from the edge. For about 1,000th of a second, he suspected he had turned into the sort of natural enemy of magical girls that appeared frequently in R18 literature, though that was obviously impossible. Toby, what are you doing? Pull yourself back in right now, immediately. Because Kushina was too close, Madara was forced to lower his voice, and only Kurama, who happened to be nearest, heard what he said. Hey old man, that's unfair of you. Why are you allowed to eat while I can't even have a taste? Toby's frivolous voice sounded laced with a hint of complaint. You don't have a mouth either above or below. You neither eat nor excrete. Don't tell you mean to use that hole on your face to taste things? Even after spending a long time alongside the White Zetsu, Madara was still liable to be infuriated into a headache by their bizarre reasoning. Had Kaguya been kicked in the head by a donkey when she created this batch of eccentrics? Oh right, I suppose we really don't need to eat. But aren't you the same old man? A clone shouldn't need to eat either. Perhaps because he had spent too long around Madara, Toby's thinking was remarkably logical. Almost too normal for a White Zetsu. Shut up. Whether I eat or not is none of your business. Now keep yourself hidden, or I'll have the other White Zetsu ostracize you. How could you? If you treat Toby like this, I'm going to cry, you know. He sniffled a few fake sobs, but unfortunately for Toby, who had only a hollow where an eye should be, crying was an impossibility. Kushina had in fact vaguely sensed another current of chakra inside Madara's body. But she had no idea the White Zetsu existed and assumed that some being akin to a tailed beast dwelt within him. After confirming that Kushina was completely fine once the nine tails was extracted, Madara felt at ease. He couldn't afford to accidentally end up killing Naruto. When guys like Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki descended, he still needed Naruto and Sasuke to hold the front line. What you ask what Madara was going to do then? As an elder, of course, he'd only show up when the younger generation could no longer hold their ground. He'd toiled his whole life. After all this, was it so wrong to enjoy his remaining years? He dragged Kurama away, who was still reluctant to leave his biscuits, and said goodbye to Kushina. That fellow had probably been spoiled rotten. All he did all day was eat. He'd almost completely lost his passion for battle. Madara pinched the scruff of Kurama's neck, and the heavy weight reached his hand. Compared with a few months ago, right after being released from the seal, Kurama had at least doubled in weight. Part of it was due to recovered chakra, but the food he'd consumed must have played a big role too. He couldn't keep letting Kurama ride on his shoulder like this. Otherwise, he'd give himself a frozen shoulder. Better to let it run on its own four legs. Maybe that would help burn off some of that excess fat. Looking at Kurama's belly, which had visibly bulged out a good deal, Madara thought to himself. Not long after leaving Minato's house, a male voice that sounded stirring and full of fervor gradually approached from somewhere in Madara's direction. Oh, right now is the peak of youth burning bright. Guy, today's goal is to run 100 laps around Konoha together. Of course, father. The response still sounded a bit childish, yet the fervor in its tone was by no means weaker. Just by hearing the voices, Madara had already guessed who their owners were. The future blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy, and his equally youthful father, Might Dewey. He silently switched to another path heading in the exact opposite direction from the voices. Although both were genuinely good people worth befriending, that father and son youthfulness was too much for an old man like him to handle. Kurama wisely shut his mouth too. After personally experiencing youth, once he had kept his distance from the Might father and son ever since. It was a weight this little fox couldn't bear. As everyone knew, the shinobi world's tech tree had always been crooked in absurd ways. While ninja were still fighting with cold weapons, every household in Konoha already used electric lights and natural gas. In the end, all he could say was chakra, isn't it amazing? Honestly, Madara still suspected that Konoha was secretly using lightning-release ninja to generate electricity. However, in terms of transportation, the shinobi world's development had long remained stagnant. Forget oil or electric-powered cars. Even steam locomotives hadn't been widely adopted. The most common means of transport at present was actually horse-drawn carriages. Why had he suddenly begun sighing over all this? Because at this moment Madara was standing at the edge of a desert, haggling passionately with a stall owner whose head was wrapped in white cloth over his mode of transport. This was a nameless village in the southwest of the Land of Fire. Not far ahead lay the largest desert in the Land of Fire. If one wanted to reach Lolon, one had to cross this desert first. Madara had originally planned to do what he'd done before. Cross the desert quickly on foot using chakra instead of riding a horse. But after feeling how the sand was scorched hot under the sun, he abandoned that rash idea. In the daytime, the desert's temperature basically stayed around 50 degrees Celsius for extended periods, and the temperature of the sand itself was even higher. If you placed an egg on it before long, it would turn into a boiled egg. If anyone was bold enough to walk across barefoot by the time the sun set, both feet would probably be about 70% cooked. Madara had no intention of turning himself into teppanyaki grilled meat, so he ultimately decided to buy a camel in a nearby village as his mount. Boss, are you treating me like some gullible fool? 200,000 Ryo for an adult camel. That much could buy a small house in Konoha. Why don't you just rob people outright? Guess that's not right to say. This camel rents for 2,000 Ryo a day. Every one of these camels isn't over 10 years old, and everyone can live at least another 30 years. 365 days a year, 30 years is over 10,000 days. When you think about it, you're getting an incredible bargain. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a thick, bushy beard, seemingly honest and simple in appearance, but that was limited to the way he looked. When quoting prices, he had nothing whatsoever to do with honest and simple. One camel for 200,000 Ryo. Even someone like Madara, who wasn't particularly sensitive to prices, couldn't accept that. Camels were different from horses. They didn't value looks and pedigree that much. An excellent camel went for roughly the same price as an ordinary fine-grade horse. A common low-quality horse would sell for about 10,000 Ryo, while a well-trained, good-looking young and strong horse usually wouldn't exceed 150,000 Ryo, unless it was a purebred horse of particularly noble lineage. As for the camels before Madara's eyes, bright-eyed, muscular, with full humps, they were indeed fine camels, just as the boss himself boasted. But they were still absolutely not worth 200,000 Ryo. If the boss had asked for 100,000, Madara would have happily paid it. But 200,000. Did his head look the size of a sucker's? Boss, who does math the way you do? Going by your way of reckoning, if I buy 2 eggs, would I have to pay the price of 2 chickens? The stall owner looked up with an unbothered, defiant air. Hey, how you buy your eggs is no business of mine. But this camel sells for 200,000, and I won't take a single Ryo less. Calm. You were going to become a partner of justice. You couldn't let yourself get worked up over this kind of person. Madara took several deep breaths in a row before suppressing the urge to land a punch. The boss had unknowingly survived a fatal calamity. Having failed at reasoning, Madara decided to use a method he'd once disdained to solve the problem. He pulled off the cloak draped over him, revealing the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his chest. Know what this is, eh? The moment he saw the red and white fan crest, the boss's attitude did a complete 180. Rubbing his hands together, he laughed. Yes, of course I know it. How could anyone in the Land of Fire not know the Uchiha? Madara immediately wore a satisfied smile. Good that you recognize it. Then this camel. Take it. I'm giving this camel to you voluntarily. If I'd known you were an esteemed Uchiha ninja, how would I have dared to charge you? The boss wore a fawning smile. He didn't want to get his stall flipped over a second time. Although the boss refused to accept the money, Madara still forced 50,000 Ryo into his hand as payment for the camel. He just didn't want to be taken for a fool. It didn't mean he was about to turn to banditry. And many thanks. Thank you for your generosity, The boss was so overcome with emotion that he nearly dropped to his knees to kowtow, but Madara stopped him. Enough. Paying for what you buy is only natural. That's hardly generosity. If you stop swindling people from now on, that's already enough to make me happy. Madara's expression was peculiar. No matter when he'd never been accustomed to people kneeling before him, just as he disliked having people behind his back. This is the desert southwest of the Land of Fire. Since the kingdom of Lolon was established around an oasis in the desert, if Ban wished to reach Lolon, he first had to cross this sea of sand before him. Even he had no desire to cross the desert on foot. The temperature difference between day and night here was extreme. By day the sand could serve as an iron griddle for roasting meat. By night it was cold enough to witness the spectacle of water freezing instantly when thrown. Although he and Giolama were not ordinary people, that didn't mean the two of them could simply ignore the environment. Stepping on 50-degree sand still scalded their feet, and when struck by the cold wind, they still shivered. Perhaps moved by Ban's personal charm, just a few steps after he led the camel out, the shopkeeper suddenly called him back and piled a host of miscellaneous items onto the camel's back. These included several large water jugs, a headscarf to shade against the blazing sun, flint, a compass, torches, sleeping bags, and other survival supplies. There was even a portable tent. These items were indeed not very valuable, but for most people trying to cross the desert, they were absolutely necessities. "Boss, what are these?" Ban's first reaction was that he had been forced into a bundled sale. Just as he was about to get angry, he found that the boss had set down the items and turned away, never mentioning money. "These are extra gifts for you as a special guest." The boss dropped those words and walked away without turning back. Lately the small town had seen more outsiders, so he had to keep an eye on his camels. Although your behavior of jacking up the price just now was a bit much, your move of sudden conscience made up for it. Ban couldn't help but rub his chin. So this was what it meant when a good deed was rewarded. It sure was fast. His good deed had been done only moments ago, and the reward had already arrived. Giolama jumped onto the camel's head, poked its skull gently with its claw, and a glistening strand of unknown liquid dripped from the corner of its mouth. "This big guy looks like he's got a lot of meat. I wonder if he'd taste good roasted." Even though the camel was several times larger than Giolama in his current form, after sensing Giolama's aura, it could only tremble, helplessly hoping that someone would come and save it. Ban had never indulged Giolama's bad habits. His iron fist of punishment came crashing down on Giolama's head. "If you dare to eat this camel, believe it or not, I'll ride you to Lulan." "Ahem, I was just joking. This big guy obviously doesn't taste good. The meat is definitely too tough." Giolama quickly wiped the drool from its mouth, put on a solemn and upright expression, and retracted all its claws into its palms, not daring to show a single one. The experience of being ridden back then was already awful enough. It didn't want to experience it a second time in this life. No one, no matter who, would ever ride it again. The camel Ban chose was a Bactrian camel. He waved his hand and shooed Giolama to the rear. He grabbed the saddle, swung himself up, and landed steadily between the two humps. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, the camel began to run on its own. He leaned back comfortably against the hump, pulled the cloak down a little further to block the glaring sunlight, and planned to take a short nap. Though the camel's running speed was not particularly fast, only about half that of a horse, its endurance was remarkable. A horse would conk out after 5 or 6 hours, but a camel could run for 2 or 3 days without rest. This made it far superior to a horse. And the slower speed wasn't without its advantages. At least Ban didn't have to worry about falling off while asleep. With the hump as a backrest, it was simply perfect for an afternoon nap. Of course, Ban's having no objections didn't mean everyone else was fine with it. The other passenger on this journey had quite a few complaints. "Hey, can't you go any faster? At this rate, I'm going to get roasted dry." Fun fact, foxes are canids, and one of the ways canines cool off is by sticking out their tongues. Although Giolama was not quite like an ordinary fox, that didn't stop him from being so hot that his tongue lolled out. Giolama was practically about to be sun-dried into a dog, so why was Ban perfectly fine? The answer was that someone was out there enduring the burden in his place. "Old man, what kind of godforsaken place is this? It's so hot out here. I feel like the sweat streaming off me is about to drip onto you, though I don't actually sweat." Even though Fei, being a White Zetsu, lacked the ability to feel pain, he still had a basic sense of hot and cold. Even with a cloak covering his outer layer, he felt as if he would melt the next second. Ban couldn't help sighing. Young people nowadays had no endurance at all. They had only been exposed to the sun for a few hours before losing it. Back when he had been stabbed through the heart by Zhujian, he hadn't made a peep. Alright, he also thought he was being a bit preachy. To ease the mood of his two companions, Ban rummaged through the large and small bags on the camel's back for a while, and pulled out 4 short sticks and a piece of oilcloth. Using earth release, he temporarily fixed the short sticks onto the camel's body, then tied the 4 corners of the oilcloth to the tops of the sticks. A simple awning was thus complete. The oilcloth was large enough to completely cover the camel from above. "Now the sun can't reach you. No more complaints, right?" Ban's words were aimed at both Giolama and Fei. One was nagging in his ear, and the other was muttering behind him, which made it impossible for him to sleep, even if he wanted to. The fox and the White Zetsu both stayed silent, so Ban took it as their consent. He stretched his back, finally getting the chance to sleep well. He had been exhausted lately. "Stop. If you're smart, hand over all the valuables on you, leave the camel, and get lost. I might spare your life considering your old age." A rough voice rang out, shattering the drowsiness Ban had just managed to gather, and successfully ignited his anger. "You son of a... Can't you let me get some decent rest?" After spitting out a string of bleeped-out curses, Ban, without even seeing the face of the speaker, lunged up and gripped that bastard's neck. Ugh. Obviously the speaker hadn't expected Ban to explode so suddenly. Before he could react, his throat was already grasped. He couldn't even beg for mercy, and could only twist his body uselessly. As Ban's hand kept squeezing, the man found it harder and harder to breathe. His eyes gradually rolled, white foam began to appear at the corner of his mouth, and he seemed on the verge of death. Normally Ban wouldn't strike too hard unless the person had crossed his bottom line. But today his mood had already been bad. Having been bombarded by a Fei and Jiolama in turn, and then having to sleep, he had finally managed to plan interrupted, not using ninjutsu was already him showing mercy. Hiya! Jiolama jumped up and delivered a flying kick, sending the man flying several meters. The man tumbled across the searing sand for several laps before stopping, but that also succeeded in saving his life. Jiolama had no idea what Ban had been through over the years. Not only did he know its name, but his behavior was completely different from the past. If someone said that the old sage of six paths had appeared to him in a dream, Jiolama would believe it. But according to Ban's usual personality, he would never kill someone so casually. As the strongest tailed beast, Jiolama should step in and stop him when he went berserk. That would also be a way to repay all the meals it had freeloaded during this time. At the moment, Madara was merely venting his rage on instinct. Once he came to his senses, he would most likely have no memory of what he was doing now. It was a state much like the grumpiness of just waking up. Seeing his target vanish, Madara, whose anger had yet to subside, set his sights on Kurama. Whoever dared to disturb him would be silenced. He leaped into the air and spat out several fireballs shaped like dragon heads. They came from above, below, left, and right, simultaneously sealing off all of Kurama's escape routes, forcing it to stay where it was and take the hit. The only thing it could do was wrap itself in its tails and cover its body with chakra to endure the attack. As the fireballs exploded, billowing black smoke rose and swallowed Kurama's body. The spreading smoke even temporarily obscured Madara's sight. Fire Release Dragon Flame Song was one of Madara's signature jutsu. Its advantage was striking the enemy from 4 directions at once, leaving no option but to withstand the attack. However, it demanded a great deal from the user. Shaping fire into a form was difficult enough, let alone controlling 4 simultaneously. Even an ordinary jonin might not be able to learn this jutsu. However, as everyone knows, there is a law in this world called where there's smoke, there's no harm. Therefore, when Madara blew away the smoke with wind release, Kurama emerged without a scratch, pale red chakra swirling around its entire body. If anyone is going to go berserk, it should be me, damn it. Don't steal my role, you bastard. Kurama grumbled while expanding its body dozens of times, 9 enormous tails shooting straight into the sky. Faced with Madara, who had once controlled it, Kurama always harbored a trace of wariness in its heart. Even though Madara had confessed his identity to it, and his transformation could only be described as earth-shattering, Kurama still held back when it came to its chakra recovery. It was afraid that the moment it regained its full form, it would be wrapped in Susanoo. In fact, the Nine Tails chakra had already recovered for the most part. Though it could not compare with its heyday, it was at least half as powerful as before. But Madara, in his current state, did not care about any of this. Even when the Nine Tails became a giant beast that blotted out the sky, he silently activated Susanoo and met it as a towering giant. At this moment, only one being could stop this meaningless battle: Tobi, who dwelled inside Madara's body and was still continuously providing him with chakra. If Tobi could temporarily leave Madara's body, the physical change should bring him back to his senses. But as a White Zetsu, Tobi had always believed that when it came to watching a good show, the bigger the trouble the better. If it did not fan the flames that was already lucky, expecting it to stop this scene was impossible. Fight, always fight. That was Tobi's thought right now. The fiercer the battle, the more excited it became. What? You asked, what if it got caught in the crossfire? It did not matter. As long as it could witness a battle among the strong, even dying would be worth it. Susanoo's giant sword could easily cut through the tailed beast cloak over Kurama's body. After another sword scar was carved across it, Kurama was forced to rely on its agile body to dodge continuously and seize chances to strike back with its claws. Regrettably, because Kurama possessed the strongest physique and the largest chakra reserves among the 9-tailed beasts, apart from attacking with fangs and claws, the only jutsu it excelled at was the tailed beast ball, a technique every tailed beast was born knowing. But under Susanoo's relentless attacks, Kurama spent most of its energy merely evading and simply could not find an opening to unleash a tailed beast ball. If it were interrupted while charging, the half-formed tailed beast ball would explode right in its own throat. After his sword swings missed one after another, Madara could no longer stand it. His hands formed the snake seal, and Susanoo's 4 arms simultaneously formed 3 other seals, as if about to release some extraordinary jutsu. Kurama focused its mind, wary of an attack that might come from any direction, but in the end, nothing happened. Without the Rinnegan, even Madara could not activate Tengai Shinsei. On an ordinary day, Madara would never make such a low-level mistake, but right now he had forgotten that, and was foolishly maintaining the hand seal. Seeing Madara standing there blankly, Kurama had no idea what was happening, but it immediately seized the opportunity and started charging. Purple-black and azure-blue yin-yang chakra mixed together, and the tailed beast ball gradually began to take shape. Boom. Before Madara could react, Kurama fired the fully charged tailed beast ball. He instinctively raised an arm to protect himself, and with a deafening crash, Susanoo was engulfed by a burst of white light. Tui tui tui. That should have calmed that guy down by now. Kurama spat out the sand that had splashed into its mouth, and looked toward the site of the explosion. There Susanoo's two arms had completely vanished, and a great hole had been torn in its body. However, Madara standing inside its head was unharmed. His cloak was ragged and parts of Toby could be faintly seen through the torn fabric. Thanks. I finally snapped out of it. Madara yawned, then dispelled Susanoo, and landed on the ground, patting Kurama, which had also shrunk back down. TCH. It wasn't for your sake that I did that. I just didn't want you hitting me. After Madara recovered, Kurama returned to its original size, snorted, turned its head away, and ignored Madara's touch. Madara suddenly remembered the unlucky fool who had walked straight into the line of fire. After sweeping his gaze around the area, he found the trembling man in a place that had once been a cave. Only now did Madara see his face for the first time: gaunt cheeks, sallow hair, and a pair of earrings in his ears. At first glance, anyone would take him for a street thug. Madara tried to pull him up from where he was curled on the ground, but the man shrieked in terror, "No. Don't come near me. Wah. The people outside are too terrifying. I'll definitely work hard from now on and never wander out again." He was crying with tears and snot streaming down his face, choking on his sobs several times, which only made him cry harder. Madara was a little speechless. With that level of nerve, he still wanted to try robbing people. His mental endurance was too weak. He had broken down before Madara even did anything. "Stop crying. I have something to ask you." Madara attempted to question him. "Wah, father, your son has been unfilial. I've made you bury your own child. Stop crying. I said I have something to ask you." Madara's mouth twitched as he forced himself to continue. "Mother, your son can no longer support you in your old age. Please take good care of yourself. Shut up. Keep crying, and I'll beat you to death." A man's crying was hardly a pretty sight. Madara, whose head ached from the noise, could not take it anymore. He brought his palm down to help the man calm down. "Please stop crying, stop crying. I beg you, kind sir, have mercy and spare my humble life. I have an 80-year-old mother at home and a 3-year-old child." The man clung to Madara's leg, wailing loudly, even trying to wipe his snot on the latter's cloak. Madara hastily yanked his leg free and kicked him. A bit of sand was tolerable, but if snot got on the cloak, he could never wear it again. He hadn't bothered to ask the man's name earlier, but now he decided to just call him Yellow Hair. "Scram, scram, scram. You look like you're only in your 20s or 30s. Where do you get an 80-year-old mother? I said I wouldn't kill you, and I won't go back on my word. Get up and speak properly." "Yes, yes, yes. Ask whatever you wish, great sir. I swear to tell everything I know, holding nothing back." Realizing his life was safe for now, Yellow Hair dropped the act and grinned obsequiously, rubbing his hands together. "Next I ask and you answer. Don't run your mouth unnecessarily. Understood?" When dealing with strangers, Madara seldom smiled. Paired with his fierce gaze, the intimidation effect was remarkable. "Yes, yes. Just ask away." Yellow Hair nodded frantically, afraid that a single moment of hesitation would send him straight to the Pure Land. "What made you target an unarmed old man like me?" Madara crossed his arms and stared down at Yellow Hair. It wasn't like his own attire made him look wealthy anyway. Well, it's just, When the topic came up, Yellow Hair stammered and couldn't get a word out. Only after Madara slapped him did he finally speak. "You were alone. And you seemed really weak. So Before Yellow Hair could finish, Kurama, who had followed along, cut him off. "Tell me, what do you mean alone? Are you telling me you don't consider this lord an opponent?" Kurama was greatly displeased at being overlooked by an ordinary human. "Great fox spirit, spare my life. This lowly one had eyes but failed to see your divine might. I deserve 10,000 deaths. Please, in your boundless magnanimity, spare this wretch once." Yellow Hair's begging routine was clearly well practiced. From kneeling to kowtowing, it was done in one smooth motion, so fast that even Madara barely caught the movement. "TSK, get up, who allowed you to kneel?" Kurama had little patience for such shameless people. He couldn't even muster anger, only disappointment and boredom. Shoo, stop causing trouble. Wait until I finish questioning him." Madara waved Kurama away dismissively. "Tisk, you really turn your back on people in an instant. When I fired that tailed beast ball earlier, I should have aimed it right at your face." Despite his harsh words, Kurama ultimately found a corner and obediently lay down. "I haven't even brought up the matter of you ruining my clothes. Couldn't you have just woken me up? Did you have to resort to violence? Bah, ungrateful wretch. I still bear 2 sword wounds on my rear from you. If anyone should apologize, it's you apologizing to me." Kurama displayed the scars on his thigh. Though the wounds had healed, the fur had yet to regrow. 2 bare, glaring scars stood out starkly against his orange coat. Ahem. On that point, Madara was indeed at fault. Had he not been blasted awake by the tailed beast ball, Kurama might have gone from a 9-tailed fox to an 8-tailed one. Unable to think of a retort, he could only vent his frustration by kicking the innocent Yellow Hair beside him. "How dare you target someone like me, an old man? You deserve death. Though the kicks looked fierce, Madara wasn't using chakra at all, just simple kicks to let off steam. The bruises would fade within a fortnight at most. If you have questions, just ask them already. Please stop hitting me. After several minutes of being beaten and kicked, Yellow Hair couldn't take it anymore and begged Madara to interrogate him. Ahem. I got a bit carried away and nearly forgot the main business. Are you a local here? Having vented his anger, Madara felt refreshed and finally remembered he hadn't finished his questions. This lowly one, of course, doesn't live in this sandy. Catching sight of Madara's clenched fist, Yellow Hair immediately changed his tune. This lowly one was born and raised in this very desert. Wherever you wish to go, just let me lead the way. Roll on. Do you know of it? Madara created a reclining chair out of thin air using wood release, then lay back and cast a casual glance at him. Know it. Roll on is the jewel of the desert. Everyone living on this land knows of it. Yellow Hair nodded eagerly. Despite being an idle, cowardly scoundrel, he genuinely knew of Roll-On. It had been years since he last visited, but Roll-On was a nation after all. It wasn't like it could suddenly grow legs and run away. Madara was satisfied as well. He had forgotten to bring a map when he left Konoha, and Hiruzen hadn't thought to remind him. He only realized the problem after 2 days of travel, and it was too late to turn back. Having a local who knew the way was far better than riding a camel and relying on luck. With a flick of his finger, Madara shot a seed into Yellow Hair's mouth. Only after the man instinctively swallowed it did he speak. Lead the way for me. If you try any tricks, that seed will go boom and burst open inside your stomach. At these words, Yellow Hair's face turned ashen. He nodded hurriedly. Rest assured, I wouldn't dare. To be honest, even without the seed, he wouldn't have dared to scheme any further. The sight of the martial god battling the nine-tailed fox had been far too overwhelming, and his legs still felt like jelly. Trembling, he climbed atop a rock. After looking around, he pointed in a direction and said, "My lords, if you keep heading that way, you'll reach Roll-On. But lately something seems to have happened there. I haven't seen anyone from Roll-On in a long time. What happened?" What happened indeed. A rogue ninja from the future had traveled back in time for a reverse rebirth. He had persuaded Roland's former queen and current queen, becoming the nation's de facto ruler. His true goal was to seize the Dragon Pulse. Despite looking like a protagonist from a doujin manga, he cared only about the Dragon Pulse and puppets. He had even gone so far as to remodel his own body into a puppet. Some red-haired puppeteer from a certain sand village gives you a thumbs up. Speaking of which, the turban worn by desert dwellers was truly ugly. He had tried wearing one once and looked like an old man selling barbecue on the street. Thus, the turban gifted by the camel owner could only remain on the camel's back, where it would most likely sleep forever. You don't need to concern yourself with Roland's affairs. All you need to do is lead the way. So said Madara. There was no need to explain such matters to an ordinary passerby. Yellow Hair didn't even recognize the Nine Tails or would release, so saying more would be pointless. The camel merchant had not lied. His camels truly were well trained. Even when Kurama's tailed beast ball blasted a crater dozens of meters wide into the desert floor, the camel remained not far away, calmly chewing on a cactus. Not only had the young camel come through the shockwaves of that battle unscathed, but it had not lost a single item from its load. Its composure was countless times steadier than that of a certain yellow-haired fellow. After climbing onto the camel again, Madara roused the absent-minded yellow-haired youth. What are you staring off into space for? Since you know where Lulon is, why aren't you leading the way? The yellow-haired youth wanted to refuse, but the moment he remembered the scene of Madara and Kurama fighting, the courage he had just gathered vanished without a trace. No wonder his father had always told him that people outside were dangerous. If anything, his father had understated it. Whenever he thought about how he had once intended to rob beings like this, he felt his trousers growing damp. Yes, please follow me, both of you. However, scorching the sand beneath his feet was it could never be hotter than a tailed beast ball, and he knew exactly which was the lesser evil. Even if Madara were to invite him onto the camel, now he would not dare. The psychological shadow cast by Susanoo and the Nine Tails was not about to fade so soon. The yellow-haired youth walked ahead on the scorching sand, the camel stepping obediently behind him, while Madara and Kurama rested together in the shelter of an oilcloth awning. Everyone had a bright future. After the brief novelty wore off, Kurama began to feel bored. In the desert, apart from endless sand, there was virtually no entertainment whatsoever. No roast meat, no cold drinks, no desserts. Not even a single human figure in sight. They did occasionally encounter native desert animals, but none dared to bother them. At most, they would take one look from afar and run away. The sun gradually sank into the sea of sand, and night was about to fall. The yellow-haired youth stopped and made a somewhat humble request. "My lords, it's getting late. Why don't we rest here for the night?" He was thirsty and hungry and had not drunk a drop since noon. His lips had long since split into a terrible state. If Madara had not been watching from behind, he would have revolted long ago. Fine. Madara jumped down from the camel and casually tossed a canteen to the yellow-haired youth. Suspecting nothing, the youth caught it and drank greedily. After drinking, he did not forget to thank Madara for his generosity. Thank you, my lord. Don't mention it. You deserve it. The water in that canteen had been created by Madara using water release. Earlier the youth had plucked up his courage and tried a sip. There was no flavor at all. It was just very ordinary pure water. Of course the youth would never bring that up on his own. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. A ninja skilled in water release did not have to worry about dehydration even in the desert. Although using water release was harder there, a ninja at the Chunin level was enough to supply a full team's daily water needs. Madara was not especially skilled at water release, but that was only by his own standards. Compared with an ordinary Chunin, he was undoubtedly a master of water release. After drinking his fill, the yellow-haired youth became much quicker in his work. He took the initiative to set up the tent for the night, gathered dead branches nearby to make a fire, and even hung a pot over it. The yellow-haired youth had volunteered to catch some animals for dinner, but Madara turned him down without the slightest hesitation. It was not that he was afraid the youth might take the chance to flee. It was just that the desert offered mainly scorpions, lizards, rattlesnakes, and sand rats. Ingredients that were not exactly conventional. Madara would rather have jerky boiled in plain water than touch that kind of dark cuisine. Though disappointed by the refusal, the yellow-haired youth could only sit dejectedly by the fire and warm himself. He had hoped to use his reasonably decent cooking skills to win favor with Madara. Perhaps as an after effect of expending too much chakra, Kurama seemed somewhat listless at night. His eyes were drooping, and he even yawned from time to time. Madara was not much better. At an advanced age, he always grew sleepy, especially early. After downing a simple soup made from dried meat, he climbed into his sleeping bag early. The sleeping bag, kindly provided by the camel merchant, carried a smell of camel, not particularly pleasant. It was also mummy-shaped. It kept you warm once you were inside, but your lower body had almost no room to move at all. If this had been a forest, Madara could have made do in a tree for the night. But in the desert, better not. Sand at more than 10 degrees below zero was not much different from ice. An ordinary person who slept outside would genuinely freeze to death. Besides Madara, the tent held Kurama and a terrified yellow-haired youth. Afraid the simpleton would freeze outside, Madara had dragged him in by force. Since the merchant had given them 2 sleeping bags and Kurama had no need for one, the yellow-haired youth was fortunate enough to get one, thus avoiding the fate of being frozen into an ice pop. Madara's eyelids were heavy, but he still suppressed his drowsiness and chatted with the youth. How old are you this year? Does your family know you've gone out to rob people? The mention of family made the yellow-haired youth fall silent for a long time before he mumbled, S16. I'm the only one left at home. That answer did not catch him off guard. These days orphans were all too common in the ninja world. Not to mention Yahiko's group. Even Orochimaru was one of the war orphans. He had merely been lucky enough to have a good teacher. After a barely perceptible sigh, Madara continued, before me, how many people did you rob? And what did you do after it succeeded? His expression shifted continuously before the yellow-haired youth finally wore a wry, almost mocking smile. Old sir, this was my very first time robbing someone. How could I have known I'd run into such a peerless hero as you? Madara was non-committal about that answer. Though the youth's tone and expression did not seem fake, Madara had no ability to detect lies. What if the yellow-haired youth was just exceptionally good at lying? Then tell me why you tried to rob me. I don't exactly look rich, do I? Even though his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, Madara still asked with great interest. I wanted to make those. Return. Madara felt the rising tide of drowsiness overwhelm him. The yellow-haired youth's answer went on for a long time, but Madara only managed to catch a few vague words. Sir, are you still awake? The yellow-haired youth's question received no reply. All he could do was curl deeper into his sleeping bag, hoping it would grant him a little warmth. Madara spent his first night in the desert in peace. No one with poor judgment came to disturb him again. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Madara was already awake. Although the surroundings were pitch black, he could still see the situation inside the tent clearly. Kurama lay sprawled in the center, his 9 fluffy tails tucked beneath him, his exposed belly rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Perhaps he was dreaming of something pleasant because he kept smacking his lips. This 9-tailed fox is way too fat. Maybe we should take him to the river. Ahem, of course that's just a joke. Still, since Kurama had begun following Madara, he had clearly grown rounder, yet his temperament had become noticeably gentler. Could this be what is meant by a face that reflects the heart? As for the yellow-haired man huddled at the edge of the tent, aside from the obvious fox paw print on his face, he showed no other signs of anything wrong. It seemed he had enjoyed a good night's sleep. Madara did not disturb either of them. He walked out of the tent alone. A cold wind hit him in the face, and it took him some time to get used to the chill of the early morning. Light was faintly showing in the eastern sky, and the sun would be rising before long. To be on the safe side, he had sent Toby back on an errand last night. By his calculations, it was just about time for him to return. Woohoo! Sorry to keep you waiting. I've brought back what you wanted. A white figure emerged from underground. It was Toby who had been sent back. In his hand, he carried a round fan as tall as a person. Good work. Give me the fan, then come back. Madara nodded, took the round fan from Toby's hand, and prepared to do a little rehabilitation training. During his fight with Hanzo, Madara had noticed a problem. As a would clone, he could barely withstand attacks. Once he entered close combat with an enemy, the disadvantage of lacking a suitable weapon would be infinitely magnified. He had neither eaten a devil fruit nor practiced armament hockey, so there was no way he could directly clash with a weapon using his bare body. So last night, he had Toby use the mayfly technique to return to the cave and retrieve this old companion that had been sealed away for decades. But the moment the fan touched his hand, Madara sensed that something was wrong. This flame gunbai, as a weapon passed down through the Uchiha clan, should have had a chain sickle attached to its tail, just like Hanzo's weapon. Why was it bare and smooth now? A bad guess suddenly rose in his heart. To verify his suspicion, he asked Toby, where is the sickle behind this fan? Why didn't you bring that too? Huh? Did you want that sickle as well? Why didn't you say so earlier? I even specially removed the chain from the end. Toby's tone was adorably airhead, but Madara didn't find him the least bit cute. He only wanted to hit him in the face with the fan, and he seriously suspected that this guy had done it on purpose. The round fan could indeed be used by itself, but without the chain sickle to assist it, aside from unleashing Uchiha reflection, it could basically only be used as a shield. It lacked offensive means. Unless of course you wanted to use it as an oversized racket, which would be more insulting than offensive. Forget it. I shouldn't have held any excessive expectations for you in the first place. When communicating with White Zetsu, Madara often felt a deep sense of powerlessness welling up from his gut. No matter how much you scolded or hit him, he was guaranteed to make the same mistake again next time. His defining trait was remembering only what he ate and never the punishment. Madara shook his head helplessly and swung the bare round fan a few times. Although there had been a small accident, having a weapon was still better than being barehanded. Alright, hurry back. It's about time. After a long sigh, Madara spread his arms and let Toby crawl back into the mended cloak. He was about to go wake the two still sound asleep in the tent. Don't misunderstand. This cloak was certainly not mended by Madara himself. His needlework could only be described as silencing men and moving women to tears. It was the yellow-haired man who, seeing the hole in the cloak, had volunteered to repair it for him. On the strength of a give-it-a-try attitude, Madara agreed to his proposal. In the end, he obtained a cloak in which the repairs were almost impossible to see. It was no exaggeration to say that with the yellow-haired man's sewing skills, he could open a clothing shop in Konoha and make a living there. It was hard to imagine why he would want to be a bandit. Good morning. You're awake this early. Before Madara even entered the tent, Kurama had already strolled out with a yawn, a few teardrops squeezed from the corners of his eyes. Good morning. I'm just waking up for now, but we'll set out in a little while. Madara had become accustomed to Kurama's sudden appearances. As expected of a fox, he never made a sound when walking. Morning. Good morning, my lords. I never thought that I would be the last to wake. I'm truly humbled. Not long after, the yellow-haired man emerged with messy hair. He was still a bit drowsy, but the moment he saw the two, he was startled awake. Alright, don't be so tense. We're not going to eat you. You can relax a little. Madara spoke up to comfort him. Although the two of them were figures in Konoha who could silence crying children, they had now washed their hands of all that. Probably. Oh, okay. Despite what was said, the yellow-haired man's legs still couldn't stop shaking. He probably would never forget what he had seen yesterday in his life. After a simple wash-up, the group packed their luggage and set off once more. To increase their speed, the yellow-haired man also rode on the camel's back. For an adult Bactrian camel, carrying two grown adults at the same time did not have much of an impact. Kurama's weight was almost negligible. Sitting in front of Madara made the yellow-haired man feel uneasy. To ease his mood, Madara transformed into a caring grandfather and started chatting with him. By the way, I've never asked your name. If you don't mind, could you tell me your name? My name is Jello, my lord. The yellow-haired man, no Jello, answered stiffly. Is that so? That's a very nice name. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Survive. I must survive no matter what. Of course people want to survive, but in what kind of way do you want to survive? I don't dare think about those things. In this world, just being alive is already good enough. Don't you have any wishes? Like becoming a wealthy man, or? That kind of thing is impossible, my lord. For people like me, just living is already the greatest luxury. Jello interrupted Madara, cutting off his words. The look in his eyes was like a pool of stagnant water. Uchiha Madara, white mask, no hope, no light, only despair. Madara was no therapist. Comforting others was hardly his strong suit. Compared with words, using his fists suited him far better. But seeing how passive Garo had become, he could not help speaking up. Don't be too pessimistic. At most another year or two, and this war will be about over. After that, even if the war ends, so what? At best it only means another country will come to rule over us. For people like us living on the fringes, what difference does it make who wins or loses a war? A bit of light returned to Garo's eyes, yet he still wore an indifferent expression. Perhaps this was how he usually looked after all. If Madara had been a proper Konoha shinobi, he would have launched into a lecture about the will of fire, the village comrades, and all that. Unfortunately, he was not. Strictly speaking, Madara had not received a single day of Konoha education. If he were to take the Genin exam now, his written score would probably be a failing grade. So he chose more direct means to solve problems. For instance, a giant dragon formed from what burst out of the sand, casting a shadow over Garo and instantly commanding all of his attention. I give you my word the world will change soon, and it will be 10 times better than before. Until that day comes, there is only one thing you need to do: stay alive and wait. Garo had heard pretty words like these countless times. No matter what those in power had once promised, in the end it was all empty talk. But perhaps the shock of Madara's action had struck him too deeply. Garo did not argue at once. He merely nodded quietly and urged his camel to go a little faster. Perhaps because of Kurama, the largest animals they had seen along the way were a few palm-sized lizards. Vipers, hyenas, vultures. The predators that usually roamed these lands had all disappeared without a trace, completely ruining Garo's plan for an extra meal that night. Madara, however, was very pleased. Maybe their group did not look threatening at all. The old and the young, plus a rather plump pet fox. From any angle, they seemed like an easy target. In just one morning, Madara had already dealt with 3 waves of sand bandits who had set their sights on them, 5 or 6 rogue ninja who tried to strike by surprise, and 2 petty thieves trying to steal something. The 2 light-fingered fellows were beaten and let go, while the sand bandits and rogue ninja who had blood on their hands were all harmlessly disposed of and turned into fertilizer for the desert. The valuables they carried were loaded onto the camels, stuffing several pouches until they bulged. The law and order in this godforsaken place is on par with Gotham's. Except there isn't even a Batman here. Madara could not help complaining. Ever since arriving in this desert, he had realized how safe Konoha was. Gotham? Is that the name of a village? How come I've never heard of it? And who the hell is Batman? A ninja who formed a contract with bats. Kurama curiously poked his head over, making Madara's skin itch from the rubbing. It's not a village. Fine, if that's how you want to understand it, I'll go with it. Anyway, it's a place with terrible law and order, the kind where you can run into 3 rogue ninja just by stepping outside. Explaining would be too much trouble, so Madara could not be bothered to correct him and simply let the misconception stand. TSK. Is that Batman the leader of Gotham? Doesn't he plan to do something about his own village? He swore he would never kill anyone, so after rogue ninja are captured, they quickly escape again, only to be caught by him once more. This goes on in an endless cycle. That guy is absolutely a maniac. That was Kurama's assessment. In a sense, he had indeed gotten it right. Alright, it's about time. Let's. Madara's words had barely begun when he was interrupted. A gang whose appearances alone marked them as bad news charged out from the nearby dunes and quickly began to surround them. You people ahead on the camels. If you know what's good for you, hand over your stuff, and I might let you die a quick death. Otherwise, enough noise. All of you get lost. At first, Madara had tried to reason with them. But after 4 or 5 consecutive run-ins, he could not be bothered to say anything more. These scum were not worth his breath. He took the war fan from his back, poured chakra into it, and gave it a slight flick. A violent whirlwind swept the sand bandits and their mounts into the air, carrying them farther and farther away amid shrieks. Nobody knew where they would land, but judging from the height, even if they landed on sand, they would at least be crippled for life. Garo felt a faint regret. Those bandits had no habit of saving money, they always carried valuables on them. Not searching their bodies was such a waste. As regretful as he was, he certainly did not want to defy Madara when Madara was angry. Otherwise, the one flying across the sky might well have been him. The nuisances are gone. Let's keep moving. Madara turned to glance at the stunned Garo. He had a hunch that this trip might lead him to encounter something extraordinary. The movie had never explained the true origin of the dragon vein, but with his experience, he could roughly guess. The essence of chakra was the energy of the planet. The so-called dragon vein was probably nothing more than a special terrain that gathered the chakra around it. Compared to the dragon vein itself, Madara was more concerned about how it could let people travel through time and space. Even the Otsutsuki needed tools to cross space-time. Could the dragon vein actually be related to the Otsutsuki? Thinking of the Otsutsuki made Madara feel a faint ache in his chest. Besides, Black Zetsu, who loved a good backstab, and his mother, another Otsutsuki, was currently reviving on this planet, Ishiki. Unless he could become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Madara did not think he could defeat a fully recovered Otsutsuki. Nor did he have an old sage of 6 paths to hand him a cheat code. Hey, why the long face? Sure, those guys were annoying, but there's no need to look so miserable. Kurama noticed his change in mood and quickly patted his shoulder to offer comfort. It's not them. It's something far, far more troublesome than small fry. For various reasons, Madara could not disclose everything he knew right now. No matter how heavy the pressure, he had to bear it alone. If he happened to run into a Naruto who had traveled through time, he could give him a small spoiler. After all, in the end, Minato would seal away everyone's memories on the spot, so it should not affect the present. Probably. It was Madara's 3rd day in the desert. If nothing unexpected happened, he would reach Lulan by this afternoon, provided that no tactless fool came along to cause trouble. As everyone knew, however, when you least want something to happen, that is exactly when it happens. That fan. It's the wind god. Everyone run. Run. A group of rogue ninja came face to face with Madara's camel. They wildly hurled kunai at him, and while he raised his war fan to block, they all turned around and fled in unison. Perhaps because word had deliberately been spread of Madara taking down dozens of rogue ninja in a single day, his image among the desert rogue ninja had basically become synonymous with Ajura, the sort of thing that could scare anyone awake from a nightmare. What was most exasperating was that because he used his war fan to unleash wind release in most cases, he had also earned the epithet Wind God. To be fair, he was clearly the reincarnation of Indra. If anything, he should have been called the Thunder God. The Wind God should have been Ajura. But he could hardly explain all that to rogue ninja. If he cleared it up properly, those guys would swarm back and cling to him like stubborn plasters. He swung his war fan hard in the direction they were fleeing. The sand thrown into the air made the rogue ninja unable to open their eyes, forcing them to abort their escape. If you won't let my brothers leave, even the Wind God won't get out of this unscathed. Faced with the rogue ninja leader's bluster, Madara's heart did not stir even slightly. The man was rubbing his eyes and hurling threats at the same time. The only reason Madara didn't laugh was his excellent control over his expression, let alone the fact that the fellow was yelling threats with his back to him. To avoid wasting time, Madara decided to get slightly more serious. He used his war fan to create 3 tornadoes, then ignited them with flames. Once the flames merged with the whirlwinds, they were greatly strengthened. The massive fire tornadoes swallowed the rogue ninja and their screams together. When the flames faded, only a few human-shaped forms made of ash remained in place. Then with a gentle breeze, they vanished without a trace. Fire release, Great Fire Whirlwind, one of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques. It possessed the strengths of both fire release and wind release, was immensely powerful, and enemies could hardly avoid it, yet very few people could use it. It wasn't that it was difficult to learn. The technique's difficulty was neither high nor low. A ninja of Jonin rank could master it. But merely learning it was useless. The key to Great Fire Whirlwind was that one had to create a tornado and flame simultaneously, allowing the two to fuse successfully. Otherwise, its power might not even match the Great Fireball Jutsu. But how could a single person release both wind release and fire release at the same time? Unless that person had 2 mouths, it usually required 2 people working together to perform. That raised the question, since there were already 2 Jonin there, why didn't they simply use their own specialized jutsu separately? Unless one possessed a weapon capable of creating storms like Madara's, to most people this technique was practically useless. Either they couldn't use it, or it was better not used at all. Ah, what a pity. We didn't get to search their bodies. Old man, next time you take action, can you leave them intact? Garo had already grown accustomed to Madara's performance, and could even tease him in a relaxed tone. I did it on purpose. If you search them, it would waste time. We'll reach Lulan today. After I'm gone, search all you want. Madara shot him an exasperated glare. He had never met anyone more obsessed with wealth than himself. This fellow probably wished he could peel up the very ground and carry it away. So is there anything good to eat in Lulan? We've been eating jerky for 3 straight days. All I taste in my mouth is jerky. Kurama curled up on the camel's back. Its hindquarters hadn't fully healed, so it didn't want to move at all. From encountering the rogue ninja to annihilating them all took only about a dozen minutes. To Madara, it did not even qualify as a warm-up, but he still felt irritated. Theoretically, they had already stepped into Lolan's territory, yet the number of rogue ninja they met did not decrease at all, showing that Lolan's control over its own land was rather weak. After recalling Lolan's current situation, Madara revised his assessment. It wasn't weak control. It was no control whatsoever. Most of the country's adult men had been seized by Mukaid as laborers. The ones who remained were almost all women and children with no combat ability. The supreme leader, Sarah, was treated as a puppet and knew nothing about the country's situation. If not for the war leaving other nations no time to cast their eyes on it, Lulan would probably have been destroyed long ago. Oh no, strictly speaking, Lulan would indeed be destroyed 20 years later, except the residents had moved away in advance. I can see Lolan's city walls. Old man, we've arrived at Lulan. Garo's voice broke Madara's train of thought. He looked up and saw a towering stone wall in his field of vision, with a few faint human figures visible. When they drew a little closer, Madara immediately sensed something wrong. It was noon, yet there was no crowd entering the city, and the enormous gates were shut tight. Hey, we want to enter the city. Open the gate right now. Garo shouted at the figures on the wall, but did not receive any response. The figures remained utterly still. How that's strange. Old man, wait here a moment. Let me go over and ask what's going on. He couldn't help scratching his head, but as he tried to get down from the camel, Madara reached out and stopped him. No need. I'll handle it. Madara saw clearly with his Sharingan. Those standing on the wall were not guards at all, but wooden puppets. They didn't even have chakra threads behind them. It would be a miracle if they answered. It seemed Lolan's situation was even worse than he had imagined. Even the guards at the gate had been replaced with puppets. It was obvious that Mukaid truly loved puppets. After having Garo take Kurama farther away, Madara stood before the gate and pounded on it heavily. The dull echoes showed that this gate was no flimsy construction. An ordinary ninja could expend all his chakra and still not move it in the slightest. Take my normal punch. Borrowing a move from a certain bald-caped hero, Madara activated Susanoo and slammed his fist into the city gate. The heavy gate fell with a crash, and the dust it sent up even reached Garo in the distance. Cough cough. Old man, if someone comes looking for compensation later, don't drag me into it. I can't afford it. Garo had developed a strong immunity over the past few days. He wouldn't be surprised even if Madara one day made a moon appear. Madara's initial idea had been to activate the perfect Susanoo directly and slash both the gate and the city wall apart in one blow, but he abandoned the thought because it would draw too much attention. Even though the city gates had already fallen, the puppets clad in guard uniforms remained utterly unresponsive, standing motionless at their posts, completely indifferent to Ban's actions. Tisk tisk tsk. This guy named Hayakushi is a bit lazy. These puppets don't even have the most basic core installed, they're no different from wooden stakes. For the puppet guards, Hayakushi had created Ban's evaluation with succinct garbage. They were too ugly to even serve as ornaments, better off being used as firewood. Stepping over the fallen gates into ruin, the architectural style around him was vastly different from any country Ban had ever been in. Countless towers built of brick and stone surrounded him. Red bricks fired at high temperatures and meticulously polished stone formed the majority of ruins buildings. The craftsmen who once built this city had spared no effort in adorning every corner with artistic flourishes. The tops of columns reminiscent of ancient Greek style were carved with various figures. Tall floor-to-ceiling windows bore intricate floral designs, and they even lavishly used colored glass as decoration. At first glance, Ban thought he had somehow traveled to a Western-themed world without realizing it. It was hard to believe that such a city could be built in the middle of a desert. If there was something off, it was the oppressive silence. The streets were devoid of a single soul, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, showing no signs of human activity. If this scene were in a game, a swarm of monsters would probably burst out in the next second surrounding them, and they would have to shout some passionate slogans to fight their way out. Hiss. Old man, maybe we should leave. There's not a single person around here. Something big must have happened. Garo had been to ruin before. At this moment, he had no mood to enjoy the scenery. Instead, he just wanted to turn and run. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, the fact that everyone in ruin had vanished was clearly not something someone like him should meddle with. That he hadn't immediately fled was thanks to Ban's previous psychological counseling. If it were the beginning, he would have already ridden his camel and bolted. Kurama's thoughts were simpler. He only cared whether there was a cook here who could make food. He hadn't had lunch yet, and his stomach was starting to growl. Let's go. We finally made it here. Why are you all just standing around? It stepped past the hesitant Garo, then past Ban, who was admiring the scenery, and walked ahead on its own. But before it could take a few steps, a massive iron hammer suddenly descended from above. Kurama instinctively leaped aside to dodge the ambush. It looked up at the attacker. Its true form was a giant puppet about twice as tall as Ban. In its shrunk state, Kurama was smaller than the puppet's head. The hammer just now was its modified right hand. Hey, why do you attack me from the get-go? I don't want trouble today. If you disappear now, I might still let you. Kurama tried to negotiate, but the puppet swung its hammer again, dashing any hope of a peaceful resolution. Kurama dodged the falling hammer once more. During the puppet's recovery interval, a miniaturized tailed beast ball blasted most of its body into pieces. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Won't listen to me, huh? You only feel happy when you're smashed to bits, don't you? After destroying the puppet, Kurama was still fuming, hopping around on the remains. Enough. If you're still not satisfied, I happen to have some good news for you. Ban walked over to Kurama and patted its head. What good news? More puppets are coming for us. You can have your fill of fighting. Hearing this, it looked up at the sky. Dozens of puppets of various designs were swarming toward them from all directions. Several of them with laser cannons attached to their arms were already taking aim. Are there too many puppets in this place? Is chakra free? Kurama felt exhausted. A single miniaturized tailed beast ball, which required no charging, could only take out one puppet. Who knew how many more were hiding in the city? If there were thousands more like these, he would wear his throat hoarse and still not be able to kill them all. You know what? You're right. Apparently there's something called a dragon pulse here that can extract infinite chakra. Despite being surrounded by puppets, Ban remained calm, even having the leisure to play along with Kurama. The reason for his calm was simple. Although these puppets were fairly formidable, they had a fatal weakness. They were extremely dependent on the chakra threads supplying them energy. If you cut those threads behind them, these hulks would instantly collapse into a pile of scattered parts. Those chakra threads, as fine as hair, were completely exposed under his Sharingan. Ban just needed to swing. Wait, he seemed to only have brought an Uchiha war fan. Could this thing cut chakra threads? Before he could think further, several purple beams shot toward him. Ban immediately raised the fan to block. A powerful impact nearly made him lose his grip. Fortunately, the impact quickly faded, and then a fierce gale erupted from the fan's surface, blowing all the puppets in the air down to the ground. A considerable number crashed and were destroyed in that storm. Fortunately, the puppets weren't painted yellow and black, otherwise it would have been a tribute to a legendary helicopter pilot. The puppets that survived the storm were not much better off. Many were missing arms or legs. The few that could still move were quickly dispatched by Kurama's miniaturized tailed beast balls. Not sure if all the surrounding puppets had been cleared. Ban waited for a while, but saw no new ones. He put the fan back on his back. This Uchiha reflection technique was indeed effective, but no wonder it was named after the Uchiha clan. This fan was said to have been carved from a divine tree by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. It was not only the symbol of the clan's leader, but also possessed the special ability to absorb chakra and convert it into wind nature. However, Ban strongly suspected that the so-called divine tree was actually the god tree, but he had no proof. It wasn't as if he could check whether the demonic statue of the outer path had a missing piece on its rear. After Madara's unilateral domination brought the battle to a swift end, the surrounding environment was left in utter ruin. The once level ground was now pitted and scarred, littered with the shattered remains of clay puppets. Fragmented limbs and broken parts scattered everywhere, as if a war had just ravaged the area. Yet despite the tremendous commotion that had just occurred, the entire city remained eerily silent, a stillness that felt like death itself. Though it was high noon, Garo felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He couldn't help rubbing his hands together. Even at the hottest moment of the day, with the sun blazing overhead, he felt not the slightest warmth. Instead, a bone-piercing chill crawled up from his spine and rapidly spread through his entire body. A city devoid of any human presence, overtaken instead by swarms of puppets. No matter how one looked at it, this bore all the signs of a catastrophe. He was nothing more than an ordinary man, and any one of those puppets could have sent him straight to the Pure Land. All Garo wanted now was to flee this accursed place and put as much distance between himself and it as possible. All right, our agreement is fulfilled. If you want to leave, just take the camel and go. No need to wait for us. Madara, ever considerate, took the initiative to give Garo an out, urging him to ride on ahead alone. After all, the battles to come would only be fiercer than what had just transpired. Madara was confident he could protect the others from Hayakushi, but if Garo was unwilling to stay, there was no reason to force him. As he had said, the two had originally agreed only on guiding them to their destination. Now that the path had been shown, Garo had no reason to remain. He could leave without hesitation. To put it bluntly, Garo had essentially become dead weight, incapable of even keeping pace with them. You two must take care. When we meet again, please be sure to come and taste my cooking. After bowing deeply to Madara, Garo finally mounted the camel. Yet he left behind most of his supplies, taking with him only what he truly needed. Once Garo's silhouette had faded from view, Madara suddenly spoke without preamble. All right, the irrelevant parties have left. No need to hide any longer. You've finally gone senile. This place has only the two of us. Who else is there? Kurama barely had time to sneer before being proven wrong, for a response truly came from the nearby thicket. As expected, compared to you, I still have a long way to go. Not far away, a large tree began to disintegrate, revealing a rather expressionless face. Brown short hair paired with a face guard-style Konoha headband, a black combat suit covered by a jonin flak jacket. It should have been a spirited appearance, yet the lack of visible pupils gave it an eerie quality. Fortunately, there were still highlights in his eyes, otherwise he could have played a Yandere character in some game, without any sense of dissonance. Hey, who the hell are you? I don't recall any jonin of Konoha looking like you. And how the hell do you also use wood release? Don't tell me you're Hashirama's bastard son. Due to wood release's excellent concealment and Kurama's relaxed vigilance, it had failed to detect the man's presence earlier, a blow to its pride that made its tone particularly hostile. Madara, however, instantly recognized the man's true identity: the substitute captain of Team 7, a wood release master of unparalleled skill blessed with divine talent, Captain Yamato. Alright, I know this man. He's not our enemy. Leave this to me. Madara rubbed Kurama's head to quiet it for a while. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I first met you back then. You had already known me by that time, hadn't you? As the wood covering his body sank back into the ground, Yamato smiled and approached Madara, acting as if they were old acquaintances. Wait, what the hell did my future self do? Why is Yamato using honorifics when addressing me? Madara felt his mind go numb. He had known before that Yamato would travel from the future alongside Naruto, but he had forgotten to factor in the variable that was himself. The carefully laid plans in his mind now required a complete overhaul. Despite the panic churning inside him, Madara maintained the facade of someone who had everything under control, nodding with an air of profound composure. You're right. If I'm not mistaken, the fourth Hokage's son should have come with you as well. Yes, you're exactly right. Naruto also traveled through time with me to this place, but I don't know his exact whereabouts at the moment. Hearing this, Madara's mood soared. If Yamato knew that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son, then in the future timeline Minato had not died during the Ninetales incident. Naruto had grown up as the son of a Hokage. But then he thought again. Kurama had already been liberated by him, so there should be no reason for it to be sealed inside Naruto's body. Could it be that he would end up encountering a Namikaze Naruto who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Then how would he deal with Obito? Alright, he almost forgot. He was the mastermind behind Obito's fall to darkness. Without his machinations behind the scenes, Obito would never have become a villain at all. Yamato had no idea that a single sentence from him could trigger such an elaborate chain of speculation in Madara's mind. Ashamed of having lost Naruto, he lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry. I should have been the one protecting Naruto. I failed as his captain. Please punish me. Rise. This is part of history. You need not apologize for it. Madara, completely in the dark about the future, could only steel himself and maintain the facade. In truth, he desperately wanted to ask what he had done in the future, how the Uchiha clan was faring, and who the fifth Hokage was. But he feared his questions might alter the future, so he kept them buried in his heart. Supplementary notes. The claim that he was the world's greatest would-release master wasn't mine. It was written in the databook. If you have complaints, take them up with Kishimoto. Due to the unique nature of the Lost Tower, the futures that Naruto and Yamato came from differ from the original timeline. Thus both of them knew Madara, but Madara himself had no idea what his future self had done and could only guess. The specifics of time-space travel are far too complex to explain in just a few words. To put it simply, it's the butterfly effect. Madara's current position is in the present. What he does in the present will affect the future. The same logic applies in reverse. If Naruto and Yamato, who traveled from the future, change the present, then the future they came from will change accordingly. By the way, have you seen Kakashi? Minato brought him along for this mission, and if I'm not mistaken, he should be around here somewhere. Although Madara had forgotten most of the movie plot except for a few details, he did recall that at the end young Kakashi was brought over by Yamato, so he should be nearby. Is Senior Kakashi here too? I'm terribly sorry I haven't seen him here yet. No wonder Yamato had so little screen time in the original movie. He was completely clueless. It made one wonder who the real time traveler was. Madara couldn't help but cover his face with his hand, unwilling to admit that this man shared the same Hashirama cells as he did. Let me make this clear, you should not reveal any future information to anyone in this era, or you might return to find history in utter chaos. Even though Yamato, being a former Umbu, was unlikely to make such a rookie mistake, Madara still felt the need to remind him again. Not even the Otsutsuki clan could control time, let alone anyone else. Rest assured, I only speak of these things because it's you. If it were anyone else, I guarantee I wouldn't breathe a word. Yamato's tone was resolute, but his lifeless eyes were hardly reassuring. Madara was already prepared to silence him at any moment. Hey, look what I found. There's a masked brat hiding around here. Kurama carried a struggling figure in his claws, his body now swollen to about 3 or 4 meters in size. The masked brat in his mouth was none other than Hatake Kakashi, who had accompanied Minato and the others to Lulan earlier. I was just looking for something to eat nearby, but the moment I opened the door, this brat charged at me with a knife. Where's the justice? Judging by his bared fangs, Kurama was in a foul mood. Not only had he failed to find food, but he'd nearly been stabbed. He wished he could bite Kakashi into mincemeat. As a ninja, when a fox several times my size suddenly burst through the door, it's only natural to strike first. Even as he was being held aloft, Kakashi maintained his usual deadpan expression, calmly rebutting Kurama. Once Kurama set Kakashi down, Yamato hurried over and delivered a heavy punch to the boy's head. Finally, I got my chance. After all the times you bullied me, it's my turn to get back at you. Young Kakashi was utterly bewildered. Who was this dead-eyed guy? He was wearing a my forehead protector just like him, so why had he suddenly hit him? What had he done to deserve this? He silently memorized that face. This grudge was etched into his mind. If he ever got the chance, he would definitely repay the favor. Alright, you're not really hurt. Let him go. Don't forget Minato is here too. Madara had no love for conflict, only for resolving it. With a few words, he made Kurama release his grip. The fox still remembered the time Minato had hit him in the face with a Rasengan. So this guy is from the future, and Minato's son came with him to stop a rogue ninja who also traveled from the future. After hearing Madara's explanation, Kurama still looked skeptical. In all his long life, he had never heard of anyone who could travel through time. Not even Hagoromo Otsutsuki had such power. This thing called the Long Mai could actually make people travel through time. To be honest, he didn't quite believe it. But he dared not openly question Madara, so he just grumbled inwardly. So what do we do now? Go find that guy named Makade. Kakashi shot Yamato an annoyed glare before speaking slowly. Minato-sensei and the others investigated a couple of days ago. Makade suddenly appeared in Lulan 6 years ago, changed his name to In Lushan, and gained the queen's trust through some means. After the previous queen passed away and Lushan's power reached its peak, the new queen is practically a puppet, and the teachers can only protect her in the shadows. The city is now full of puppets. You can barely see a single person. You must be. Well, never mind. You probably don't need to be careful. Kakashi had intended to warn everyone not to alert the puppets, but after glancing at the yawning Kurama, he realized his warning was rather redundant. If these puppets could stop the Nine-Tails, Konoha wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of finding a Jinchuriki. They could just send a few elite jonin to tie the Nine-Tails up like a roast. Not to mention Madara, who could subdue the Nine-Tails single-handedly. Rather than worrying about puppets, he might be more concerned about whether Lulan would be destroyed by these two powerhouses. In short, we just need to kill that guy named Makade, or In Lushan, right? Kurama's thinking was crude but effective. Unfortunately, Kakashi vetoed the idea. The current queen has an extraordinary trust in Lushan. If we kill him outright, it will inevitably sour relations between Lulan and Konoha. We must first make the queen see his true face before we strike. Do you have a plan then? No. If I did, I wouldn't be standing here. Madara lounged comfortably on the sofa, sipping his soda with one foot resting casually on the coffee table. It felt good to be home, where he didn't have to worry about appearances. An unexpected visitor interrupted his rest. He reluctantly got up to open the door, and found several Umbu standing outside looking none too friendly. Is there something you need? If not, please don't disturb my rest. The pressure emanating from Madara nearly made the Umbu unable to lift their heads. The leader barely managed to speak. The village. A ninja from another country has arrived. The Hokage requests your assistance. What? A ninja from another country? Why come to me about that? Isn't diplomacy the Hokage's job? The Umbu leaned in and whispered a few words, startling him so much he nearly choked on his own saliva. Cough cough. What? You say that ninja claims to be from the land of reeds. There's no point in your talk, you pretentious brat. This old man will teach you a lesson on Minato's behalf. Feeling that he had been made a fool of, Kurama was furious, itching to claw Kakashi across the face and make him wear an eye patch over his left eye ahead of schedule. Could everyone please hear me out first? Why don't we go find Naruto? He crossed over with Makade, so maybe he knows something. Yamato spoke in a very polite tone, due not only to his own personality, but mainly because the identities of the people present were each more formidable than the last. As his senior, Kakashi needed no introduction. The authority he had built up over the years remained palpable. Having just dared to take a small revenge was already the limit of his boldness. As for the remaining two, let alone a former Umbu like him, even the daimyo of the Land of Fire might not dare to speak loudly in their presence. Good idea, I agree. It was Madara speaking. He genuinely wanted to see what Naruto, who had both parents alive, would be like, and also to confirm whether he was still the Jinchuriki of Kurama. Whatever. The sooner we settle this, the sooner we eat. I'm getting hungry. Compared to these inedible puppets, Kurama cared more about his lunch. Whatever, I don't mind. Kakashi simply gave up, figuring that the main purpose of Minato bringing him here was to broaden his horizons. He had seen both a tailed beast and would release in a single day. By any calculation, it was equivalent to witnessing the Battle of the Valley of the End with his own eyes. For most people, that would be something to brag about for a lifetime. In the end, the three people and one fox unanimously approved Yamato's proposal and decided to first go find Naruto wherever he was. As the group gradually approached the heart of Lolon, the number of clay puppets they encountered grew, but before this temporary team of overwhelming combat power, no matter how many puppets there were, they were merely targets. After Kurama once again reduced a large group of clay puppets to shards of pottery, with a tailed beast ball, his ears twitched slightly, catching the sound of battle from afar. Puppets could not fight among themselves, so it could only be some outsider battling the puppets. He immediately shared this information with the others. Someone nearby is fighting those puppets. Don't know if it's the person you're looking for. Should we head over? After exchanging glances, Kurama simply jumped off Madara's shoulder and ran north, his speed even briefly surpassing Yamato and the others. Hey, keep up with me. If you fall behind, I'm not coming back for you. Though he said that, Kurama still slowed down a bit, so that no one would actually be left behind. When Kurama came to a stop, everyone saw a blonde ninja wearing an orange and black tracksuit, with a Konoha forehead protector, playfully toying with the clay puppets. As for why it was called toying, too slow, too slow. At that speed, you'll never catch me. The blonde ninja tossed a kunai into the air, then vanished on the spot. The next instant, he appeared above a puppet and severed the chakra thread behind it that supplied its energy, letting the puppet disintegrate and fall from the sky. Great, it's good that you're all right, Naruto. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to answer to the fourth Hokage. Seeing that his charge was safe, Yamato sighed in relief, finally able to put down the worry that had been hanging on his heart. Is this Minato-sensei's flying Raijin Jutsu? This is an S-rank technique, even I. Who the heck is this guy? Kakashi was rarely astonished, but for a split second, he thought he had seen Minato-sensei. Only Madara's mood was the most complicated. His earlier conjecture had come true more than a decade earlier than expected. He was now seeing the child of prophecy, the hero of Konoha, the savior of the ninja world, and Azura's reincarnation, Uzumaki Naruto. Although Naruto was dressed exactly as he remembered, he didn't recall the boy being able to use the flying Raijin Jutsu. More importantly, the Naruto before him didn't have Kurama's chakra inside him at all. He was not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This can't be right. If Naruto isn't the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then who will fight when Ishiki Otsutsuki resurrects? It can't really be him, right? Not to mention the three celestial visitors of the Otsutsuki clan, Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and Urashiki. Not a single member of the Otsutsuki clan is weak. Of course, the Otsutsuki on the moon don't count. As descendants of Himura, they only inherited the Byakugan, no different from the Hyuga clan. Naruto used the flying Raijin Jutsu with remarkable skill. The surrounding clay puppets couldn't even hope to touch him, as every attack only struck air. When Naruto noticed the others approaching, he swiftly cut the chakra threads behind the puppets, and they collapsed into a heap of parts on the ground. Captain Yamato, I was going to go find you later, but you found me first. Naruto sheathed his blade and hurried toward Yamato, but then abruptly stopped. Naruto felt that the two people beside Yamato looked familiar, but he didn't dare speak up to greet them in case he mistook them for someone else, and it became awkward. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you all for allowing me to reunite with Captain Yamato. I thank everyone here. Since it was their first meeting, Naruto spoke in a somewhat formal tone, which felt a bit unusual to him. Tisk, with that blonde hair, you're Minato's son, aren't you? Just like your father. Even though Naruto did not harbor the young Ninetales within him, Kurama could see through his origins at a glance. Perhaps that was fate. Wait, could you be Uncle Kurama? Naruto seemed to recognize the Ninetales blurting out its true name. Huh, you know my name too. Am I famous in the future or something? Kurama was not too surprised that he had been recognized since Minato's wife had been his previous Jinchuriki. Her child would naturally know him. But he had never revealed his name. Could that Madara fellow have leaked it? Curse the Uchiha clan. Back then he should have advised the old sage of 6 paths to hang his 2 sons up and beat them. What day is it today? It's so lively outside, almost like New Year's. Idiot, today is New Year's. Huh, is it New Year's today? Then why are we still working? Because we're workhorses. Hey, didn't Lord Fugaka glance at you when he passed by with his wife and kids just now? Ahem, I mean to ensure the residents of Konoha can safely enjoy the new year. All this is our duty. On the street, 2 members of the police force couldn't help chatting while on guard. Even though the ninja world had a rare day of truce, they still had to stay at their posts to prevent any malicious individuals from taking the opportunity to ruin the annual spring festival. Why won't you let me in? What do you mean dangerous items? This is art. Art, do you understand? Deidara was furious. He had spent 3 days preparing so that he could show the people of Konoha true art in the evening, only to be stopped by the village gate guards. Now don't be angry. It's their duty. Let them hold on to your treasures for a bit. They'll give them back tonight, won't they? As his junior disciple Kuratsuchi gently tried to reason with her stubborn senior, whose heart was not bad, but who tended to go to extremes. That was exactly why her grandfather had asked her to come along. So there are too few people who can appreciate art. Tonight I'll make the masses understand the true essence of art. Sighing, Deidara pulled out from some corner a huge pile of differently shaped explosive clay, from finger-sized clay spiders to a clay dragon taller than a person, piling it all into a small mountain. Inspection complete. Welcome to Konoha. You must be tired from the long journey from Iwagakure. Happy New Year to you both. Please enjoy the festival. After Deidara and Kuratsuchi's figures had reseated, the 2 guards couldn't help muttering to each other. Are you sure we don't need to arrest that guy? He's obviously a dangerous person. You idiot, he's Inoki's disciple. When Lord Fugaka later scolds you to your face, don't say, I didn't warn you. Isn't the one next to him that Tsuchikige's granddaughter? The 2 of them, a man and a woman, came alone together. Could that guy with mouths on his hands be the future 4th Tsuchikage? Just stop talking nonsense. I feel like that pile of clay is staring at us. I don't want to be blown into the sky before the fireworks. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's laboratory. Master, it's fine for you, but why do I have to wear this too? This part around my chest is so tight, and the shoes are not breathable at all. I'm suffocating. Anko, now in a Chipao, couldn't help complaining to Orochimaru. After putting on the outfit, her movement was severely restricted, especially in the upper body. A slightly larger motion could easily pop the seams. Although she didn't care about revealing herself as much as ordinary girls, that didn't mean she was an exhibitionist. This outfit suits you well. And this year is the year of the snake. As my most prized disciple, you naturally have to celebrate with me. Orochimaru adjusted the monocle on his right eye and casually stuck a few more hairpins into Anko's hair. Honestly, I can't believe I got a master like you. Did I owe you in a past life? She said that, but Anko didn't argue further. Lord Orochimaru, today you are even more enchanting to me than usual. Being able to see you like this, I would even cough. Cough. Kimimaro, also dressed in New Year's attire, praised Orochimaru as he always did, then immediately began coughing blood due to intense emotion. Haven't I told you? You just had surgery recently. You can't have such big emotional swings. Quickly take your medicine first. Orochimaru began to wonder if he had accidentally bumped Kimimaro's head when he picked him up all those years ago. Otherwise, why would the boy worship him so much? Still, the boy was his own, and Orochimaru couldn't just let Kimimaro die of illness. He quickly fed him some fast-acting medicine. The first thing Kimimaro did after recovering was kneel before Orochimaru. I am truly sorry for causing Lord Orochimaru such worry. I deserve to die for my crime. Please punish me. Get up quickly. I've told you many times I only picked you up. The surgery was done by Tsunade. If you want to thank someone, thank her. Even after Orochimaru said this, Kimimaro remained on his knees. Although Lady Tsunade cured my illness, it was Lord Orochimaru who picked me up when I was severely wounded, and it was also Lord Orochimaru who asked Lady Tsunade to perform the surgery. Kimimaro would never be a person who forgets kindness. Exhausted, Orochimaru had never imagined that saving someone could be such a tiring affair. He shouldn't have gone on that whim to the land of water, or he wouldn't have brought back a battered Kimimaro. Hiding underground doing research was more suited to him. On the streets of Konoha, an ordinary family of 5 from Sunigakure. Today Daddy is happy. Tell Daddy whatever you want as long as it's not too much, I'll buy it for you. Raza pounded his chest proudly. For today he had prepared a big bag of gold sand. Funds were more than sufficient. The industrial level of Sunigakure was mediocre. The children rarely had toys. Having finally come to Konoha, how could he not buy them some gifts? Dear, don't spoil them too much. It wouldn't be good if they got used to it. Karura helplessly shook her head. Ever since her difficult childbirth, her husband had shifted much of his focus to the family. I know. The kids are sensible. Oh, don't worry. Raza shrugged it off. If he couldn't even take good care of his wife and children, how could he still call himself the 4th Kazekage? I don't think I want anything. Kankuro, do you want something? Temari stroked her chin and thought for a while, feeling that she was missing nothing, so she turned her gaze to her 2 younger brothers. There are no puppets around. Don't they have puppet masters in Konoha? Kankuro looked around and found nothing as appealing as puppets. He felt he was born to be a puppet master. As long as everyone is happy, I don't want anything special. Gaara pressed his lips together, content as long as he could stay by his family's side. How could there be nothing you like? Come, Daddy will buy it for you. Raza flew out on a cloud of golden sand, then flew back a while later carrying a bag. He first stuffed a folding fan into Temari's hand. Here, this is a fan inscribed by Nara Shikamaru. You're quite interested in that Nara kid, aren't you? Temari's face instantly turned red. She waved her hands repeatedly and no. Aye. How could I possibly like that lazy guy? She said that, but her hand still obediently accepted the fan. Raza then took out a book with a worn cover and handed it to Kankuro. He took it with little interest. He had no interest in reading. But Raza's next sentence made Kankuro kiss Raza right on the face. These are the notes left by Monzaemon, the founder of puppet jutsu, from his early years. I happened to see them in an antique shop and bought them for you. Dad, you're my real dad. I love you to death. Brow, what else could I be if not your real dad? Looking for a beating, are you? Wrong, don't hit me. At least let me put the book away before you hit. Phew, that Kankuro really doesn't give me peace of mind. At least Gaara is sensible and doesn't make Daddy angry. Come, this is your gift. I saw you seemed very interested in it earlier. After disciplining the blunt-tongued Kankuro, Raza took out a pot of cactus shaped like a foxtail from the bag and handed it to Gaara. The people of Konoha are so clever, even giving cacti names. What is it called? Nine-tailed fox. Did they forget how the nine-tailed demon fox nearly tore down their village back then? Gaara took the cactus and gently stroked its soft spines. Unlike most of its kind, although it was still a cactus, the spines of the nine-tailed fox did not prick the hand at all. They truly felt like fox fur. I will treasure it dearly, thank you. Father. Though it was supposed to be a joyful day, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable urge to cry, as if he had once lost something precious. What's this talk of thanks? We're family, why be so distant? If you want to thank someone, thank your mother. When she was giving birth to you, she suffered a difficult labor and nearly slipped away from me. Raza smiled and gave Gaara's head a light, exasperated knock. Seeing Karura beside him covering her mouth with a laugh, he couldn't help but reach out and wrap his arm around her waist. The day Karura nearly died in childbirth was the most helpless day of Raza's life. Neither his identity as the Kazekage nor the ninjutsu he took such pride in could be of any use that day. All he could do was pray for the wife struggling in the delivery room. Fortunately, that day passed with no real calamity, for had it ended otherwise, he alone could never have become a good father. Hey, so I don't get a present. Shikaka suddenly poked his head out of Gaara's hip pouch. Ever since learning that that stinking fox had managed to reach an accord with Konoha, Shikaku, who deemed himself inferior to no-tailed beast, refused to be left behind. Seizing a chance when the seal loosened, he negotiated with Raza, who had his whole family in tow, for an entire night. The final result was this: he could move about in his current form, but he had to promise not to attack humans or villages at will. Neither a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, nor an orphan, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, time to get up and eat breakfast. It's the first day of the new year, so no more sleeping in, okay? The morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting a warm glow across Naruto Uzumaki's face. He rolled over and answered in a daze. All right. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. Naruto buried his face back into the soft pillow and was fast asleep once more. Half an hour later, Kushina had had enough. She stormed straight into Naruto's room and hoisted him out of bed by his ear. Naruto Uzumaki, you've gotten bold in the new year, haven't you? Open your eyes and look at the time. The breakfast I made for you has already gone cold. Hearing the commotion, Minato went upstairs to see what was happening. He intended to say a word or two in his son's defense, until he saw the towering Nine-Tails chakra radiating from Kushina. He wisely chose discretion and quietly pulled the door shut. Forgive me, Naruto. This is the last time. After a cacophony of wails, Naruto, now thoroughly physically awakened, washed up and went downstairs for breakfast, glaring accusingly at his father, who had refused to save him. Minato could only spread his hands helplessly. After all, Naruto had been in the wrong first. If he dared to play peacemaker, Kushina would surely make both of them kneel together. Even if he was the fourth Hokage of Konoha before his family, he was merely a husband and a father. Surely no one would try to throw their weight around in front of their own family. As compensation, Minato cleared his throat and said, I spoke with the head of the Hyuga clan. Lord Hayashi approves of you and Hinata. Hinata is a fine girl. Next time you visit the Hyuga estate, remember to bring a gift. Naruto's expression at that moment was remarkably rich, surprise, joy, and a hint of shyness all mingled together. You mean? Yes. Kushina and I both support you. When to hold the wedding is entirely up to the two of you. Minato nodded, confirming the suspicion forming in Naruto's heart. Oh, Dad's the best, Mom's the best. I'm full by Mom and Dad. Eager to tell Hinata the news, Naruto dashed out on the spot. Honestly, why so impatient? I wonder who he takes after. Minato shook his head with a helpless smile. Youth was a wonderful thing. He was getting old, no longer able to act purely on instinct as he once had. Not satisfied with his speed, he simply used the flying Raijin technique to travel, and in the blink of an eye he stood at the gates of the Hyuga estate. Is that the son of the fourth Hokage? Please. The Hyuga gatekeeper hadn't even finished his greeting before Naruto had already transformed into a golden streak of light and charged inside. To protect the personal privacy of Konoha, 10,000 words of intimate contact between the young couple are omitted here. The avenger who needs no revenge. Itachi Uchiha crouched atop a utility pole, his aloof face void of expression. Only the faint glistening of tears at the corners of his eyes betrayed him, his collar swaying gently in the breeze, much like his life itself. Brother, please come down and put on a jacket. It's really cold today. Lady Tsunade operated on you half a year ago, and your body still hasn't fully recovered. What if the wind makes you catch a cold? Sasuke Uchiha felt utterly exasperated. His brother was perfect in almost every way, handsome, powerful, but for some reason he loved crouching atop utility poles. If their father weren't the clan head, the neighbors would probably have filed complaints long ago. My foolish little brother, Asicho. In his desperation, he unconsciously activated his Sharingan, faint purple chakra beginning to coalesce and take shape. But because Itachi had already leapt down from the pole, the phantom giant hand vanished in an instant. Sasuke hurriedly steadied his brother, the one he loved most, and who loved him most in return. Aunt Izumi came looking for you just now, and Aunt Yazuka is here too. They're talking inside the house right now. They asked me to come fetch you. Seems like something important is going on. At the mention of Izumi's name, Itachi froze, having been about to affectionately tap his little brother's forehead. Even Izumi's mother had come, which could only mean, ahem, Sasuke. No matter what you hear upstairs later, don't come down. Your big brother has to go do something that only adults do. Even though Sasuke was already in his teens, Itachi still regarded him as a 7 or 8-year-old child. For that very reason, despite Sasuke attracting plenty of admirers since childhood, he remained single even now. The closest female acquaintance he had was probably Sakura Haruno from the same team, but it was mostly Sakura chasing after him. Sasuke would merely nod coolly, then decline her gifts. Oh no, could it be that I can't even finish the side stories in 2 chapters? I still haven't written the Kakashi and Obito side story. How are 2 chapters already gone? I'd even prepared scenes with rejuvenated old Madara and Edo Tensei Hashirama. In this world's timeline, only the 2 Senju brothers remain among the Edo Tensei F4. The 3rd and 4th Hokage are both alive. Reply here if you support me writing 1 more chapter. Reply here if you don't support me writing 1 more chapter. Reply here if you want me to write a shorter side story plus a main chapter tomorrow. Due to typing speed limits, this option gets the latest update. The final chapter of the new year probably. Even during the new year, youth never ends. You're absolutely right, Dad. Oh, this is youth. 3 people of completely different ages ran in perfect formation around Konoha, wearing identical green spandex and matching bowl cuts. A passerby might easily have thought Konoha had manufactured clones. Though his body could no longer open the 8 gates due to age and injury, Might Dai still dragged his son Guy out for a run through Konoha's streets at the crack of dawn. As they passed the residential district, Guy also pulled along Rock Lee, who had been training in his yard. The 3 sprinted at full tilt, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. Fortunately, the residents of Konoha had long grown accustomed to such a sight. Some enthusiastic bystanders even opened their windows to cheer them on. Oh Guy, did you hear that? People are cheering for our youth. Then how can we let their enthusiasm go to waste? 100 more laps. And if we fail, we do 10 laps around Konoha on our hands. Of course. Burn my body. Lee, can you keep going? As your disciple, how could I ever give up here? Kakashi, who had just stepped out of his house, couldn't help but shrink back, terrified of being dragged along to burn youth by Guy. This wasn't baseless paranoia. That kind of thing really had happened before. Honestly, he's well past 30, and he hasn't changed a bit from over a decade ago. He's just like that dead last. Ah, you damn Kakashi, caught you bad-mouthing me again. I never should have lent you that eye back then. Obito emerged from who knows where, having happened to overhear Kakashi's grumbling. You think I actually wanted red-eye sickness? Face it. If I hadn't brought the medical squad back, then you'd be on the memorial stone by now. Believe it. Even though both had saved each other's lives on multiple occasions, Kakashi showed absolutely no mercy when it came to roasting his old friend. In the end, both of them, flushed with indignation, started dragging up each other's embarrassing pasts. When you were 11, you wet your pants and were too embarrassed to say anything, so you just spent the whole day in those wet pants. Bah? How can the Hatake clan produce someone so petty? You once hugged Kushina-sensei in your sleep and called her mom. Bullshit. I never did anything like that. If we're really digging up the past, you also swore up and down that you'd become the 4th Hokage. Dare you say that again in front of Minato-sensei? You. They grew more and more heated with each exchange, each determined to air every ounce of the other's embarrassing history. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a delicate pale hand came down on Obito's head. All right, that's enough. Both of you stop it. Honestly, you're both grown adults. Why are you still so childish? Rin felt a little helpless. Obito was one thing. He'd always been like that since he was little, but why was Kakashi joining in the foolishness? He was supposed to be the calm, collected one. Obito, didn't I ask you to go get Kakashi so the three of us could go to Minato-sensei's place for New Year's greetings? How on earth did you two end up fighting? He started it. They both pointed at each other at the same time. Seeing them like this, Rin couldn't help but cover her mouth with a laugh. Watching you two still getting along so well. That sets my mind at ease. Who gets along with this guy? They denied in unison. All right. Shall I repeat what you two used to say to each other back then? Rin laughed even harder. No matter how many years had passed, some people truly never changed. Kakashi, that was my fault just now. I shouldn't have made such a fuss over nothing. Remembering the embarrassing records of his Chinibyu days, Obito quickly grabbed Kakashi's hand to apologize. Not at all, it was my fault. My careless words wounded our sincere friendship. Kakashi's adolescent Chinibyu was more or less a match for Obito's. His apology was faster than a lightning cutter. Even as they spoke the words of apology, their eyes continued to clash with fierce intensity, neither showing the slightest intention of backing down. The Toad Squad assembles. Do we really have to wear this? Can we just switch to our regular uniforms? Nagato's face was written all over with the despair of the living dead, and the cause of his despair was none other than the green toad costume he was currently wearing. Konan and Yahiko had secretly ordered 4 Toad Squad uniforms behind his back, then half-forced him into one. Their teacher Jiraiya was even more unreliable. He'd been the first to put his on. Nagato, what are you spacing out for? Come take a group photo. You're the only one missing. Jiraiya beckoned Nagato over with a grin, showing no sign of being a man in his 50s. All right. But seriously, Jiraiya-sensei, why didn't you stop them at all? At over 30 years old, wearing a plush costume meant for kids, Nagato felt like he might collapse on the spot from sheer embarrassment. Yahiko flashed a bright smile. Don't worry about it. Konan and I are here with you, aren't we? Besides, even Jiraiya-sensei and Konoha isn't afraid of the shame, and we'll be heading back to the land of rain right after New Year's. What's there to fear? That actually made a certain kind of sense. Having overcome his psychological barrier, or rather given up on himself, Nagato planted himself firmly in the center C position and flashed a big V sign at the camera. As long as you have company in embarrassment, it suddenly becomes far less embarrassing. Though the living cannot be sent below, the dead can be summoned above. So let me get this straight. Nothing is happening in Konoha, and you revived me and my elder brother with impure world reincarnation just for fun. You bastard, don't you know forbidden jutsu shouldn't be used carelessly? The dead should not interfere with the world of the living. That was the natural order of things. Among the countless forbidden jutsu he had developed, impure world reincarnation was the one he had used least of all. Mainly because every time he used it, Hashirama would lecture him for ages. After long enough, he just stopped using it. And now he found himself summoned by the inherently evil Uchiha Madara. He must have used innocent villagers as sacrifices. How wicked. Why was the Uchiha clan so wicked? Don't be so quick to get angry. Haven't you seen everything Madara has done all these years? Hashirama tried to soothe him as he always did. Though the reason was unclear, the dead could observe the outside world to a certain extent from the Pure Land. Ever since Madara had reappeared, it was as if he had become a different man. Not only did every single thing he did turn out good, he barely asked for anything in return. You might even call it Hashirama possessed. I don't think someone who killed my brother has any right to criticize me. But for Hashirama's sake, I'll reluctantly give you an explanation. Madara casually picked up a creature that could barely be recognized as human. I provided Orochimaru with some of Hashirama's cells, hoping he'd use them to create safer artificial organs. But he couldn't resist researching human cloning. This is his final research result. It's certainly alive, and it has plenty of chakra within it, but it has no intelligence whatsoever and can't even walk on its own. It wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder, but it can serve as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. So then what's your purpose in summoning us? Hashirama asked with an adorable vacant look. Truth be told, he hadn't understood a single word of the long explanation. He had never been much of a scholar since childhood. Madara spread his hands so they could get a clear view of the festive lanterns decorating the surroundings. To invite you both to celebrate the new year, of course. What else would it be? That's all. Tobirama didn't buy Madara's explanation, but Hashirama had already walked forward and wrapped his arms around Madara. Ha ha ha, I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Madara. You'd make a great Hokage too. Forget it. I don't have much interest in the title of Hokage now. Some people died at the hands of nameless nobodies, and that rather killed any appeal the position once had. As he said this, Madara deliberately glanced at Tobirama, infuriating the latter so much that he nearly detonated his interlinked detonating tags on the spot to blow that bastard to Kingdom Come. Damn it all. If it hadn't been to cover the retreat of his juniors, how could he have died at the hands of those two brothers from Cloud Village? Though it's not quite finished yet, this is already the extended version force. Coo. Some authors hide away as New Year's pigeons, yet I'm still here updating. I really want to write about monster girls, but what can I do when my typing speed can't keep up? So Centipede traveled through time 6 years earlier than us, now renamed in Lushan, having seized most of the power in Lulan. The current queen, kept in the dark, is channeling the dragon vein's power to him. After understanding the situation, Naruto looked at the others with confusion. Since the queen controls the dragon vein, why don't we just go to her, explain everything, and get her to stop supplying energy to Centipede? Yamato sighed and rubbed his forehead. Did this guy graduate through connections? How could he lack such common sense? Think carefully, Naruto. If a group of strangers suddenly appeared before you claiming without evidence that the elder you've known for years, who comforted you during your mother's death, was a fraud exploiting you, would you believe them? Definitely not. Naruto answered without hesitation, then immediately realized the implication. They had no proof, only words to convince the queen. Unless the queen was love-struck and happened to be secretly in love with one of them, they'd likely be thrown out. Speaking of which, old man, you look familiar. MMPH. Before Naruto could finish, Yamato lunged forward, covering his mouth, and whispered in his ear. Uchiha clan. Valley of the End. Madara only caught fragments, but Naruto's expression was quite telling. Shock, confusion, and a hint of relief. From Naruto's reaction, Madara deduced that his future self was likely still alive. Naruto must have known the older Madara, whose appearance differed from now, hence the lack of recognition. Theoretically, if the current Indra reincarnation were alive, the next reincarnation, Sasuke, wouldn't be born. And since Azura, Indra's younger brother, always reincarnates after Indra, his future self must have died at least once. Madara almost laughed out loud. His plan to resurrect via the Rinne rebirth had succeeded. He stifled the chuckle, forcing composure, aware of the others nearby. Ahem, anyway, Naruto, did you happen to see a young woman with long red hair before arriving here? Madara cleared his throat, seeking to confirm if the plot still aligned with his memory. Yes, I did see a red-haired lady when I arrived, but she fled as soon as she saw me. I don't even know her name. For some reason, Naruto's voice carried a hint of regret. Back in the future, Konoha, Hinata sneezed. Is Naruto thinking of me? I wonder how his mission is going. When will he return? Good, at least the plot hadn't deviated yet. As Madara was racking his brain for the next scene, cannon fire erupted nearby, and a crowd gathered around a tall tower, apparently for a grand ceremony. He remembered in the original story, Naruto would first be injured by puppets, then rescued by Minato, who would bandage his wounds and urge him to leave. Then Naruto would perform a dramatic save, carrying the princess in his arms to win her favor. But without the Nine Tails hindering him, and having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique from his father, Naruto had become so powerful that the clay puppets couldn't even scratch him. Minato's rescue was unnecessary. Time didn't stop for Madara's thoughts. The grand doors of the tower swung open, revealing the queen in opulent attire, flanked by two clay puppets in royal guard uniforms. It's her. She's the queen of Lulan. Naruto couldn't help exclaiming, but the cannon fire drowned out his voice. Just as the queen waved to the crowd below, someone shoved her from behind. She stumbled, teetering on the edge of the tower. For an ordinary person, a fall from that height meant certain death, so complete that even the impure world reincarnation could only gather blood. The moment Naruto saw the queen falling, he transformed into a flash of light and dashed forward. Even disregarding her status, he couldn't stand by and watch someone die. But Madara moved even faster. A colossal vine like a dragon burst through the ground, extending countless slender branches that wove into a hammock, catching the falling queen. Though Madara had planned to let Naruto take the credit for saving her, he remembered that in the original story Naruto got slapped. As a senior, he decided to spare his junior that humiliation. It was a matter of comparison. Naruto's father Minato once carried Kushina in his arms and won her heart. Naruto too carried the queen in his arms, but got nothing but a slap in return. Thinking about it, aside from being Azura's reincarnation, Minato seemed more like a protagonist than his son. No wonder Jiraiya once believed Minato was the child of prophecy. Naruto did not dwell on such thoughts. As long as he could save someone, it mattered not who it was. As for Queen Sarah, the victim, she was startled when pushed from the tower, but before she could feel fear, she was caught by a hammock woven from vines. Aside from the fright, she bore no marks. Yet neither noticed that even though the queen had nearly perished before the crowd, the celebrating throng showed not a shred of surprise, continuing their festivities as if nothing had occurred. Sarah stared at Naruto, suddenly frozen, and instinctively reached out to touch his cheek. The 16-year-old bachelor blushed so fiercely it seemed he had activated the 8 gates. You are the one from earlier. Before Sarah could finish, 3 masked figures appeared, led by a man with striking blonde hair, none other than Minato's squad, who had infiltrated Lulon ahead of time. Having been lurking nearby, they saw the queen in peril and were about to act, but Naruto beat them to it. Thus, they could only appear afterward, playing the role of silent experts. Just as Naruto felt the blonde man before him looked familiar, Minato, still masked, spoke, first cutting off the question Naruto had yet to voice. Come with us first. Ask your questions later. This is not a place to talk. Even without knowing their identities, Naruto instinctively sensed no hostility from them, so he followed the 3 away. The bewildered Sarah was also brought along. She had felt someone push her from behind, causing her to step forward, and then the ground coincidentally collapsed. Even as naive as she was, she could not believe it was mere coincidence. But she could not understand, if the people loved her so dearly, and she loved them in return, why would anyone wish to harm her? Sarah did not want to think further, and simply dismissed it as an accident. Madara held back Kakashi and Yamato, who were about to rush forward, preventing them from further complicating the situation. His Sharingan observed the gathering crowd below, who every single one was a puppet driven by chakra, with a chakra thread connecting them to the dragon pulse. It seemed that Mokade, using the queen's orders as an excuse, had rounded up all the adult males of Lulon as laborers, while the women and children formed the so-called rebel army, seeking to overthrow Queen Sarah, who had issued these commands. Madara even began to appreciate Mokade, the puppets around large and small numbered in the tens of thousands. Though they were all wooden puppets with no combat ability, the workload was immense. What a waste of talent not to be a carpenter. Naruto followed the 3 to the queen's palace. No sooner had Minato removed his mask and opened his mouth than Naruto pointed at him and shouted, "Dad." The room fell into silence. Sarah looked from Naruto to Minato, and the 2 appeared more like brothers than father and son. Shibi Aburame and Choza Akimichi both widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe that Minato, barely in his 20s, already had such a grown son. Though one had narrow eyes and the other wore sunglasses, their expressions remained unchanged. Minato himself was the most bewildered. He was only in his early 20s and Kushina was not even pregnant. How could he have such a big son? But with Mokade as precedent, the trio quickly realized that Naruto was Minato's son from the future. With this thought, Minato ventured, "What is your name?" "Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. It's the name you gave me, Dad." Hearing that name, Minato confirmed that Naruto was indeed his child. Though he wondered why Naruto did not inherit his mother's red hair, Naruto was the name he had prepared for his future son. How to communicate with a son who was almost the same age as himself? Urgent. Even Minato, with all his mission experience, was at a loss for words. He felt that even the first Hokage could not have encountered such a situation. Ahem. In any case, Naruto, 6 years ago, a future man named Mokade came to Lulon. Using the power of the Dragon Pulse, he created countless puppet weapons not meant for this era. Based on current intel, the space-time jutsu within Mokade is the cause of the time travel. Once he is defeated, you who do not belong to this era should be able to return to your own time. As expected of Dad. In short, just beat that Mokade guy right. Minato had spoken a great deal, but Naruto only understood the last sentence. Defeat Mokade, and we can go back. So, you want to become my assistant? In Orochimaru's laboratory, an uninvited guest arrived today. He should have thrown the brat out immediately, but being in a good mood, he listened to a few more words. Why yes, I am very interested in your research, and I hope you will take me in. The bespectacled youth was nearly overwhelmed by Orochimaru's aura, but he managed to stutter out his request. You are the one from Nonos Kabuto, isn't it? Why do you wish to become my assistant? Orochimaru's snake-like pupils fixed intently on Kabuto, and impatience began to stir within him. Anko alone was already a handful. Orochimaru had no intention of adopting another child. He did not consider himself suited to raising children. Just as he was about to toss the little brat out of the lab, Kabuto finally mustered the courage to shout, "Thank you for securing funds for the orphanage. The director and all of us are very grateful." TCH, so that was all. If not for Anko's fierce protests and the chance to suppress Danzo's arrogance, he would not have bothered with such matters. Fine. Since you want to be my assistant, start by reading through all of these. Orochimaru gestured casually to a bookshelf over 3 meters high, hoping to deter Kabuto. Kabuto gazed at the towering bookshelf, his eyes unwavering. He nodded firmly and immediately immersed himself in reading. Orochimaru clicked his tongue inwardly. He had not expected the kid to be so persistent. Well, he would probably leave on his own before long. Wait, who exactly is this 100 feet you speak of? The one who appeared 6 years ago was Uncle Lushan. Not only has he supported Lulon all these years, he is also a man who deeply loves peace. He is nothing like what you describe. There is no way he would ever manufacture puppet weapons. Seeing the people before her slandering her elder so brazenly, Sarah finally lost her composure. When her mother passed away, unexpectedly only Uncle and Lushan had stayed by her side. How could he possibly be the villain they spoke of? I will prove it to you myself right now. He is not the evil man you claim he is. Even though a sliver of doubt lingered in her heart, Sarah still refused to believe that the gentle and Lushan she knew could be using her in secret, as they had said. Sigh. Naruto, could you please go protect Queen Sarah? I am worried something might happen to her. Seeing the situation, Minato had no choice but to temporarily entrust the task of protecting the queen to Naruto. Their group needed to locate 100 Feet's hiding place first. By the way, take this with you. It may come in handy later. Minato took a kunai engraved with the words Blade of Ninja Love from his waist and handed it to Naruto, only to be unexpectedly refused. Dad, did you forget something? I'm your son after all. Naruto grinned and produced a flying thunder god kunai of exactly the same design. The only difference between the two was the appearance of the technique seal. Minato was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with relief. Yeah, you're my son. How could I forget that? Shibi nudged the belly of Choza beside him and whispered, Hey, why don't we go ask our sons later? I'm quite curious to know. Not a good idea. Didn't we say before that this could easily disrupt history? Well, we're both married now and our kids are probably due within a couple of years. It shouldn't hurt to find out a little early. Let's just finish the mission first. We can set this aside for now. Forget it. We won't ask then. Our children probably won't turn out all that different from us anyway. While they were talking, Madara and his group had quietly caught up. Seeing Sarah run off, he immediately followed after her. As Sarah ran alone through the corridor, a black shadow suddenly emerged from a room beside her and pulled her inside. Within stood a large group of masked figures, their faces concealed behind black cloth. Recalling the unseen hand that had pushed her from behind earlier, Sarah broke out in a cold sweat. Could these people be the ones behind the attempts on her life? Since their previous plan to make her fall from the tower had failed, were they now going to kill her here? The room was dimly lit and her mind was in turmoil. So much so that she failed to notice the masked figures were holding nothing more than pitchforks and rakes. Are you the real Lady Sarah? The leading masked figure spoke. Judging by the voice, it seemed to be a woman. I am Queen Sarah. What is it you intend to do? If you wish to take my life, then come at me honorably. Though Sarah had no idea why anyone would want her dead, she mustered her courage and shouted. Every one of us here is sincere. Please return everything to us. The leader of the masked figures seemed unwilling to resort to violence, hoping instead that Sarah would return whatever she had taken. Give it back. Please. Return it. Return what you have taken. Return it all. After the leader spoke, nearly all the masked figures echoed in unison. Some voices were old, some young, but all of them repeated the same words, return it. Sarah was utterly bewildered. What was all this about? She had no memory of ever taking anything from anyone. If they wanted something back, why couldn't they just say what it was outright? The masked figures kept advancing towards Sarah, and with every step they took, she instinctively stepped back, until her back pressed against the wall, and she could retreat no further. It was then that Madara walked in, and as it happened, switched on the lights. Everyone calm down. Rashness will never lead to anything good. As the light flooded the room, Sarah finally saw the masked figures clearly. Beneath the black cloth, each of them wore Lalan-style garments, and in their hands they held not weapons, but ordinary farming tools. Both Sarah and the masked figures were startled by Madara's sudden appearance. None dared to speak first, all stared at him with a mixture of shock and uncertainty. Ahem, don't misunderstand. I'm a ninja sent by Konoha as well. Feeling awkward under the weight of their gazes, Madara drew a kunai engraved with the leaf symbol to prove his identity. He hadn't spoken to this many people in a long time, and he was a little nervous. Help. Please don't kill me. A short, plump masked figure was so terrified by the kunai that he immediately crouched down and covered his head, leaving Madara speechless. Did he really look that frightening? Realizing there was no longer any way to keep up the ruse, the masked figures all removed the black cloth from their faces. Among them were frail elders with white hair and young children still carrying an air of innocence. But aside from the leader, the vast majority were women, the only males being a few young boys. Throughout the entire crowd, there was not a single adult man in sight. Had Madara not known the truth behind it, he might have suspected that Lolan's true name was the Kingdom of Women. Who exactly are you people? Sarah was completely at a loss. Judging by their clothing, all of them were citizens of Lulan. They had no reason whatsoever to want her dead. My name is Sarah. I'm absolutely not a suspicious person, okay? Despite her words, her appearance stood out starkly from the rest of the group. Her eyes were large and round, yet they held not a hint of light, lending her a rather unsettling look. How rude of me. My name is Masako. The leader beneath the black cloth was a woman with a sharp, composed demeanor. With her hand pressed against her thigh, she bowed to Sarah in apology. We only wish to ask Lady Sarah for a favor. Sarah scratched her head in mild distress. Had her tone been insufficiently polite? What exactly do you want me to give back to you? Sarah still did not understand. They kept insisting that she return something, but she didn't even know what she had supposedly taken, let alone how to return it. This isn't the right place to talk. Please come. There you are, Sarah. Naruto's sudden intrusion cut Masako off, and everyone's gaze instantly converged upon him. Once he took in the situation in the room, even someone as thick-skinned as Naruto couldn't help but blush. Sorry. Forget it. One more person won't make a difference. Please follow me. Masako sighed. Judging by the forehead protector worn on Naruto's head, he should also be a Konoha ninja, not one of Lushan's men. While they were talking among themselves, Madara and his group had already caught up quietly. Seeing Sarah run off, he immediately followed. Yazi and her companions were merely ordinary people before lacking the Brotherhood's stealth capabilities or the connections to bypass the guards. The only way to move through the city was to rely on the sewer system that connected the entire metropolis. The group followed her steps, watching as she skillfully lifted the manhole cover and the others expertly slipped inside. So, you entered the palace directly through the sewers. Given Sarah's usual fastidiousness, she would never have crawled into a sewer while wearing a dress, but she had no time to care about such things. The unseen hand that sought her death, the commoners who had demands of her, and the war machines that the Leaf Ninja mentioned were being built by Baizu. This sense of helplessness reminded her of the days after her mother's passing. Yazi had already sent most of the people home, leaving only herself and Sa-Lai to guide the group. Hearing Sarah's question, she smiled helplessly. Does Lady Sarah not know? On the ground, in the sky, everywhere is patrolled by puppets. Where else can we go but stay underground? Sarah wanted to retort, but ultimately could only respond with silence. The situation in Lulan seemed different from what she knew. Naruto was still carrying out his mission to protect Sarah, his hand constantly near his kunai, ready to draw his weapon at the first sign of trouble. As for Ban, he was pondering whether he might encounter a rat teaching 4 turtles ninjutsu in this place. Whether due to Lulan's exceptional sanitation or the daily maintenance by the residents hiding in the sewers, there was no sewage flowing freely on the ground, nor any foul odor. On the contrary, the underground pipes were quite spacious, easily accommodating someone of Ban's height, 1.8 meters. The walls were built from large stones, showing considerable effort in construction. Actually, Ban is only 179, he's not 180 at all. He lied about his hay. Ban, who asked you to speak? Think you're the only one who can talk. It's about time to go up, said Sa-Lai, who was leading the way, stopping before a ladder. After reminding everyone, she began to climb. Though she appeared slow, her movements were quite nimble. All right, Lady Sarah, please come up with me. There are too many puppet guards in the palace. There are some things I can only tell you outside. Yazi gave Sarah a deep look before climbing up second, with Sarah following closely. Finally, only Ban and Naruto remained in the sewer. They stared at each other for a long time, neither making the first move. Naruto, you're still young. You have common ground with them. You go up first. No, old man, you're older. You should go first. I'll cover the rear. You're still young. You are the future of the Leaf Village. You should go up first. It's not like that. The two of them deferred to each other, each insisting on being the last to go up. The other 3 had been up for a while, yet they still hadn't reached a conclusion. Sarah, who had climbed up first, grew impatient. She leaned down and asked, You two? Is something wrong? Why aren't you coming up? In unison they replied, Nothing, will be right up. To avoid further suspicion, they had to go up together. When they emerged, the sun had already set, but the celebration site, not far away, was still brightly lit. The crowd still gathered in the square before the palace, cheering. The statues in the grand parade were adorned with numerous colorful lanterns, their flickering lights appearing especially dreamlike in the pitch-black night. How beautiful! Because it was a completely different perspective from her usual view, even though she had seen this scene many times, Sarah couldn't help but exclaim. So what are these people doing? Naruto still didn't understand the situation. Yazi had specifically brought them here, or was it just to show them this? This parade was arranged by Lushan. He and the people hoped to use such activities to comfort me, who was deeply saddened by my mother's death. Isn't that strange? Sa-Lai interrupted Sarah's words without mercy. She didn't think so. What's strange about it? Sarah frowned slightly. Could it be that all the people she saw were fake? Everyone treats Sarah like a puppet princess, mocking you as a fool. Sa-Lai appeared honest, but spoke without any mercy. Sarah, never expecting to be judged this way, stared at her wide-eyed. Puppet princess. Seeing Sarah's expression darken, Yazi quickly grabbed Sa-Lai's collar, telling her to restrain herself a bit. Idiot, shut up. Fine. Even though she was scolded, Sa-Lai didn't feel she had done anything wrong because everything she said was true. I am truly sorry, Your Majesty, but please do not blame Sa-Lai. Everyone's family members were taken away a few days ago, and it was said that you gave the order. Even though Yazi's manner was quite respectful, her tone faintly revealed a dissatisfaction with Sarah. This was evident from the fact that she didn't even make Sa-Lai apologize. What? Did you really do that? Naruto was so startled, he stepped back twice. Could it be that the queen he was supposed to protect was actually the culprit? While they were talking, Ban tried to minimize his presence. Decades of experience had taught him that when several women were speaking, he should never interrupt, or he would be dragged into it. Don't lie. I never gave such an order. Sarah denied it outright. Her mother's and her own wish was for the people to live happily. How could she have issued such a command? Really? But my father and brother were taken away. Salai didn't say much, but every word struck at Sarah's weakness. Rumors say they are being forced to build weapons of war somewhere in this country. So everyone had to come directly to request Lady Sarah. Yazi continued along Salai's line of thought. Her brother and father had also been taken away by the puppet soldiers. Yazi's words reminded Naruto. Isn't this almost exactly what my old man said? So in Lushan is definitely Baizu. This is absolutely a lie. If it were true, how could there be so many people warmly welcoming me here? Sarah still refused to accept reality, arguing loudly with Naruto. Ban silently shook his head in the corner. He had said it before, don't try to meddle in women's conversations, or you'll get dragged into the mess. Naruto was still too young. Salai was already somewhat exasperated with Sarah. How could the reigning queen be such a person? Not only was she completely ignorant of her own country, but now she was throwing a tantrum like a child. There are no welcoming subjects at all. Don't you understand yet? Upon hearing Salai's words, Sarah felt a surge of dissatisfaction. There were clearly so many people before her eyes, yet he claimed there was no one. It was simply a blatant lie. What are you talking about? Aren't all these subjects here welcoming me warmly? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Ban finally couldn't bear it any longer. If he didn't intervene, they might be stuck in this alley listening to their bickering all night. He quietly turned his right hand into a randomly picked up person from the crowd before him and pulled it over. With a snapping sound of something breaking, the person that had been repeating its movements instantly collapsed. This is what you've been seeing every day, the so-called welcoming subjects. Now you should understand that you've been kept in the dark, shouldn't you, puppet princess? Even though the person before him was of noble status, a queen of a nation, and a strikingly beautiful woman, Ban spoke mercilessly. Unlike Naruto, who was more cautious in his words, Ban paid no heed to such things. Even the feudal lords of the 5 great nations were nothing in his eyes, let alone a small country like Lulan built in the desert. He alone could probably annihilate Lulan. Staring at the puppet lying on the ground, Sarah was speechless. She had never imagined that the people who welcomed her every day in the square were nothing but puppets. If the people in Lushan had arranged were puppets, then what about the real subjects? The thought struck Sarah like a knife to the heart. Could it be that she had been living in a lie all along? O queen, you stand on the high tower of the palace every day looking down upon your subjects, yet you can't even see such crude puppets. How negligent can you be? By the way, how long has this so-called parade been going on? About a few years now. Ben almost burst out laughing. Was this queen too sheltered to be fooled by such a scam for 2 years? Use your brain for a moment. How many people are there in Lulan? There are at least 10,000 puppets here. Tens of thousands of people doing nothing all day just to comfort you, standing in front of the palace for years on end. Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Sarah couldn't refute Ban's words. She had never thought about it before. From the high platform she stood on, she couldn't even tell if the waving hands below belonged to humans or puppets. All she saw were countless tiny dots. While Sarah was being lectured by Ban, Naruto silently crouched beside the puppet, pouring chakra into its lifeless body. Soon blue light began to flicker along the chakra threads at the puppet's limbs, tracing a path all the way to the pipes in the air. Not only that, but numerous connected chakra threads appeared around the pipes, their other ends linked to the celebrating puppets before them. The chakra threads extend from that pipe. Naruto's instinct told him that following this pipe might lead to traces of Baizu. Inside that pipe flows the power source that drives this city, the power of the dragon vein. It wasn't Queen Sarah who spoke. After being scolded by Ban, she had retreated into a corner to sulk, so Ban took it upon himself to explain to Naruto. Just then the sound of music suddenly filled the air. A band of puppets began to play. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the music. Even Sarah, who had been sulking, glanced over. Accompanied by the music, a puppet, Sarah, dressed in the queen's robes, appeared above, escorted by 2 clay puppets, continuously waving to the subjects below. Seeing a puppet dressed exactly like herself standing on that high platform, Sarah felt a wave of nausea. Was this how in Lushan saw her? What is going on? Still don't understand. It seems I really need to find you a doctor when we get back to my. Baizu has been manipulating you like a puppet. He probably pushed you from behind this morning, and he's even prepared a replacement for you. No, I don't believe it. And Lushan would never do such a thing. Sarah's worldview was shattered. She refused to accept the truth and wanted to flee, to escape to a place where no one was. After all, with her mother's early death, Sarah had ascended the throne at a young age. She was merely a girl of Naruto's age who hadn't even had time to learn how to be a qualified ruler. But Ban had no intention of letting her run away. Too much time had already been wasted. If he hadn't been unable to sense the dragon vein's location, he would have gone alone to deal with Baizu. He turned his arm into a vine again, wrapped it around Sarah as she was about to dive into the puppet crowd, and pulled her back. If not for her youth and the fact that she had lost both parents early, Ban would have slapped her across the face. The facts were right before her eyes, yet she still threw a tantrum. Do you think you're the only one who has suffered? My mother passed away when I was 5 or 6. I once had 4 younger brothers, but 3 died in wars, and the last one died right before my eyes. I was betrayed by the clan I protected, and my lifelong friend and I eventually turned against each other on the battlefield. But I never stopped. You are unfit to be a ruler. Go back to being a puppet princess. As he spoke, Ban's voice grew genuinely heated. When it came to misery, none of those present could compare to him. Before he met Hashirama, his mother had died of illness. Of his 4 brothers, only Izuna survived to adulthood, only to be killed by Tobarama's flying thunder god Slash. After founding Mai, he was abandoned by his clan, and he and Hashirama went their separate ways, even fighting each other. If anyone should cry about their suffering, Ban thought it should be him first. He truly had nothing. Sarah still had a kingdom to inherit. What did he have to inherit? The Mai village that Hashirama left behind. Ban's ruthless words deeply stung Sarah. She bit her lip, her gaze lingering for a moment on the puppet that resembled her in appearance. The sight before her finally made up her mind. I still can't fully believe your words, but as the Queen of Lolan, I want to see with my own eyes what this city truly looks like. Hearing her say this, Ban knew she had already come around in her heart, but she wouldn't be completely resigned until she saw with her own eyes how Makade was making puppets. So he withdrew the trees that had bound her. Sarah adjusted her appearance, her eyes becoming unprecedentedly serious, and she finally looked somewhat like a queen. As queen, I have the power to sense and control the flow of the dragon pulse. As long as we follow the direction of the power, we should be able to find the convergence point of the dragon pulse in the city. Sarah closed her eyes, sensing the residual dragon pulse force in the pipes. After a moment, she pointed to the north. There, the power of the dragon pulse comes from there. Following Sarah's guidance, the group headed north along the direction of the pipes. The dense network of pipes on the road made Ban's eyes gleam with envy. It could not only supply the entire city's consumption, but also create a puppet army for Makade, and even serve as a power bank to replenish his chakra. Almost like a tailed beast. However, the dragon pulse essentially had no self-awareness. Only the bloodline of the Queen of Lolan could communicate with it to some extent. If the Queen's bloodline were ever severed, perhaps no one would ever be able to mobilize it again. If not for the many restrictions, Ban would have considered moving the dragon pulse to use as his own power bank. Otherwise, if Nagato ever went crazy and summoned the ghetto statue, he might have to learn from a certain god king and shout, "Revive my true body." Finally, they stood before a huge exhaust vent. All the pipes in the city were connected here. If my senses are correct, this should be the center of the dragon pulse that connects the entire city. If they want to manufacture anything, it can only be here. Sarah had been frowning all along. Her mind was conflicted. She hoped to find something, yet also wished it was all a misunderstanding. Considering that a fight would likely break out once they went down for safety reasons, Naruto didn't want Yako and the others to follow. Bringing Sarah was necessary because she could control the dragon pulse. The others coming down would serve no purpose and might even become hostages of Makade. It's dangerous down there. You're not ninjas. It's better to wait here with the others for news from us. Yako and Sarai's expressions were conflicted. They knew going down would be pointless, but thinking that their families might be suffering inside, they couldn't bear to just stand by. Don't worry. If your families are down there, I'll definitely rescue them. Just trust me. Really. Sarai was clearly convinced. She was timid by nature. If not for her family, she would never have dared to do these things. I swear it in the name of the queen. Sarah's thoughts were similar to Naruto's. Protecting the people was the ruler's duty, and there was no need to involve more people in their own affairs. All right, Lady Sarah has agreed. Let's go quickly. Although Yako wanted to go down too, she was more worried about leaving Sarai alone. So she seized the opportunity and quickly pulled Sarai's hand to leave. You must rescue them. Sarai was still worried, but she knew she could do nothing, so she obediently followed Yako. I'll leave it to us. Naruto showed his white teeth and gave her a thumbs up. He moved aside the wire mesh, revealing a ladder built for maintenance workers. The three climbed down in order, protecting the defenseless Sarah in the middle. After reaching the bottom of the ladder, they found a low passage. Naruto and Sarah could only proceed hunched over, while Ban had to almost crawl to move forward. Naruto used a kunai to pry open the cover of the passage. He carefully pushed it aside, revealing what seemed to be an operating factory below. After confirming no one was around, Naruto jumped down directly. The passage was at least 4 or 5 meters above the ground. For ninjas like Naruto and Ban, it was nothing, but for an ordinary person like Sarah, jumping directly was essentially suicide. Just as Sarah was about to grit her teeth and jump, Ban pushed her aside, turned his right hand into a wooden ladder, and gestured for her to climb down. With increasing usage, Ban's understanding of wood release deepened. He felt he could call himself the second Hashirama. Sarah gave Ban a grateful look and slowly climbed down the ladder. During this time, Naruto took the opportunity to observe the surroundings and was immediately stunned. After Sarah landed safely, Ban withdrew his right hand and immediately dropped down from the passage. Seeing Naruto stunned, they both looked in the same direction and were instantly frozen. In the passage, a group of adult men in ragged clothes were pushing a huge disc forward like beasts of burden, their hands and feet heavily shackled. Nearby, clay puppet golems with gleaming blades served as overseers. Around them pipes flowed with purple dragon pulse energy, continuously manufacturing puppet parts, which were assembled by humans, also wearing shackles. It was quite a dark joke. Humans doing hard labor, while robot-like puppets acted as overseers. Ban was almost amused by the scene. This was literally being treated like beasts of burden. Even Ban was angry, let alone the younger Sarah and Naruto. They couldn't wait to rush down and smash those puppets to pieces. Unbelievable. And Lushan is actually manufacturing weapons, and even doing this to the people of Lulan. Sarah no longer held any expectations for her elder. He was no longer the person she knew. What should we do now? Naruto looked at the dense swarm of puppets below and felt his scalp tingle. With this many, even the flying thunder god technique couldn't dodge all attacks. A frontal assault was definitely out of the question. Sarah looked around and pointed to the only exposed patch of ground in the factory. Please take me there quickly. We must stop him from continuing. She had confirmed that place was the core of the dragon pulse, the source of power for the factory. As long as she could get close, Sarah could cut off the entire factory's energy supply. Watching the two of them discuss with all seriousness how to infiltrate the factory, Madara wanted to ask if they had simply forgotten about him. Was he not a person at all? Besides, hadn't that Naruto forgotten one thing? He himself could use space-time ninjutsu, so why not use it now? Madara barely suppressed the urge to retort and silently pointed at the flying thunder god kunai hanging from Naruto's waist. Naruto froze for a moment, then slapped his head as if a light had just gone on. How could I forget that? Thanks, Grandpa Madara. Before Sarah could even figure out what they were talking about, Naruto threw out a flying thunder god kunai and scooped her up in a princess carry. Before she could react, the world around her shifted in an instant, and she stood at the convergence point of the dragon vein. Madara was the only one left behind, staring at the sky in solitude. Couldn't they have brought him along? Oh, come on, old man, don't be sad. Aren't I still here with you? Toby offered his comfort at just the right moment, but Madara did not feel comforted in the least. But Sarah had no time to worry about that now. She quickly knelt beside the object that resembled a dragon's eye and began communicating with the dragon vein. In the name of the queen, I command you, cut off the torrent of the dragon vein and suppress your power. As Sarah spoke, the chakra within the dragon vein coalesced into a tangible orb of light, which she then pressed back into the vein. The surrounding spell patterns gradually lit up, then together with the dragon's eye sank back underground as if it had never existed. With the dragon vein's power gone, the once thundering factory fell into absolute silence. The production line no longer produced new puppet parts, the blazing furnace stopped, and the exhaust vents released no more heat. Was it all over? It should be fine now. I've completely severed the dragon vein flowing into the factory. Sarah smiled at Naruto. At last she had done something right. That's great. Quick, let's take the chance. Naruto's words were cut off by a sudden anomaly. A mass of purple chakra threads fell from everywhere, connecting to the half-assembled puppets on the production line. Just as the pair was growing uneasy, an arrogant voice rang out from above. Your Majesty, what are you doing in a place like that? Although the voice addressed Sarah as Your Majesty, there was not the slightest respect in it. As the words died away, a plump, bearded, middle-aged man stepped out from the shadows. Anro-cousin. Sarah immediately exposed his true identity. What? That guy is Anro-cousin. Naruto was shocked. If he remembered correctly, Anro-cousin was Makade's alias. But the Makade he remembered had been as skinny as a rail. The man called Anro-cousin before him was at least 3 Makades wide. Was this really the same person? Seeing his identity exposed, Anro-cousin bowed to Sarah without the slightest hurry, but the scorn on his face never once faded. I have already severed the flow of the dragon vein. I will never allow you to use that power for war. As the queen, I command you stop the development of puppet weapons and immediately release the subjects serving hard labor. Sarah believed Anro-cousin no longer had the strength to resist, and for the sake of their past relationship, she wanted to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. But Anro-cousin's expression had not changed at all. He simply looked at them coldly. Oh. So you already know that much. Then I can't let you live any longer. After this, a puppet double will be more than enough to replace you. Why, you ask? Because my puppet army is complete. I no longer need you to operate the dragon vein's power. Anro-cousin raised a hand and casually waved it. Dozens of puppets emerged from every corner of the factory, surrounding Naruto and Sarah. His earlier premonition had come true. Naruto quickly instructed Sarah, you lead everyone out of here first. I'm going to catch this guy. Sarah knew that staying here would only make her a burden. After Naruto opened a path for her with a Rasengan, she ran for the exit. To enrage Anro-cousin and draw his fire away from Sarah, Naruto immediately taunted him, are you really Makade? You've put on a lot of weight. Looks like Lulan is a good place to raise pigs. Reason told Anro-cousin that he should be capturing the fleeing queen. If he did, he would truly become the ruler of Lulan, with no one left to stand in his way. But the enemy who had chased him like a stray dog 6 years ago was right in front of him. How could Anro-cousin suppress the urge to gloat? You Konoha ninja. Putting all that irrelevant nonsense into the queen's head. Anro-cousin muttered a few curses. If not for those Konoha ninja from before, his puppet army wouldn't have barely been completed only now. It's been 6 years, hasn't it? Even after 6 years, he still remembered the face of that little blonde brat. If a puppet hadn't taken the blow for him, he would never have had the chance to flee to Lulan. Sorry, but for me we met only yesterday. I don't know when you started to get fat, but as long as you're still Makade, I will never let you go. Naruto still couldn't understand why Makade had traveled through time 6 years earlier than him, but such matters were completely irrelevant. All he had to do was take the man down. Ha ha ha. Anrokuzen began to sneer. Makade, I forgot that name long ago. Suddenly he bulged his eyes and laughed wildly like a madman. I am now Lord Anrokuzen, Minister of Lulan. As he spoke, he began manipulating the puppets to attack Naruto relentlessly. Sarah had intended to escape while she had the chance, but Anrokuzen was not the man he used to be. The nearby puppets that had stopped moving all stirred to life, sealing off every one of Sarah's escapes in the blink of an eye. Seeing Sarah endanger, Naruto could not afford to waste any more time on Anrokuzen. He flashed to Sarah's side at once and shielded her behind him. I told you, didn't I? The puppet army is already complete. You cannot win. Anrokuzen's smile grew more arrogant. In his own territory, no one could defeat him. I'll open a path in a moment. You slip away and find Grandpa Madara. Once he makes his move, everything will be all right. Naruto felt his palms start to sweat. If he were the only one here, no matter how hard Makade tried, he could never catch him. But he couldn't abandon Sarah and run away alone. All he could do now was buy her time to go find reinforcements. My name is Madara Uchiha. I am 75 years old, and my home is beside the Uchiha clan head's residence in Konoha in the Land of Fire. Unmarried. I'm currently semi-retired and have no formal job. I basically never go home. I never smoke, and my drinking is limited to no more than a light sip. Please stop. We only wanted to know the hero's name. There's no need to say so much. The white-haired king wiped the sweat from his forehead and interrupted Madara's self-introduction. He felt that the hero summoned this time was quite a bit different from the hero recorded in the books. In that case, you have no more business with me. I'm leaving. The moment the words fell, Madara, clad in red armor, made to leave. The old king hastily blocked his way. Please stay for a moment, hero. At least listen to what I have to say before you go. If the man before him had not been a hero summoned from another world, the king would have started cursing. How had someone so self-centered been chosen as the hero? As for why Madara was here and who this old man with a crown was, that was a long story. In short, he had found a pattern that looked like a magic circle on the ground. Out of curiosity, he touched it with his hand. A flash of white light later, he found himself standing in the center of a magnificent platform facing the old man who claimed to be king. Judging from the fragments in Madara's memory, this was the plot favored by certain trashy light novels. The otaku protagonist is hit by a dump truck and thrown into another world, then discovers he is the summoned hero, and finally relies on a cheat to become an overpowered, domineering protagonist. It was basically that kind of development. According to the usual story progression, shouldn't the one welcoming the hero be a princess or a holy maiden? Why was there only an old man about his own age standing before him? Madara sensed something was wrong. For some reason, not only was he wearing the same armor he had worn in his battle with Hashirama, but his withered white hair had also turned pitch black and glossy. Could it be that he had regained his youth? Feeling the abundant chakra surging within him, Madara's mood immediately became cheerful. There might not be any cheat ability, but getting to be young again was pretty nice. For the sake of this youthful body, he decided to listen to a few words from the king. Whether he would act on them afterward was another matter. About 30 years ago, the previous sword hero charged alone into the Demon King's castle and fought a great battle against the Demon King who intended to rule the world. In the end, both sides suffered greatly. The Demon King was killed by the hero, but the hero also died not long after returning to the kingdom. However, though the Demon King's body had died, his soul remained. A year ago, the Demon King revived, even stronger than before. Within just 1 year, humankind and the other races had suffered defeat after defeat, and it looked as though the world was about to fall into his evil grasp. Stop. In short, you want me to go kill the Demon King, is that it? Madara cut off the king, who was speaking with great enthusiasm. He had long since grown tired of this kind of backstory. Yes, as long as you understand. Please draw the hero's sword and cut off the Demon King's head. Even though his words had been interrupted, the king was not angry in the least. Instead, he took out a gleaming golden sword and handed it to Madara. Before the king could finish his sentence, Madara eagerly raised the hero's sword left by the previous hero. The light pouring from the blade was so dazzling that the king shut his eyes. But Madara was completely unaffected. The sword looked rather beautiful, but he had never learned swordsmanship and had no idea how to use it. By all logic, a notification sound from some system should have popped up by now. While he was thinking, he gave the blade a light flick with Susanoo. The edge, blessed by the dragon god, snapped in two on the spot. At the sight, the king's eyes nearly fell out of his head. Perhaps it was a side effect of regaining his youth. Madara's body had become young, and so had his behavior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something so like Hashirama. Without the sword, how are we supposed to defeat the Demon King? No, wait. If the hero can break the blade that easily, then killing the Demon King should be no trouble at all. The king might be old, but he was not senile. He understood this logic with ease, and his tone became even more polite. Ahem. Please set out at once, cut off the Demon King's head. Rather eliminate the Demon King and liberate the world from his threat. Having just snapped the king's heirloom sword, Madara found it hard to refuse. He put away the broken blade and prepared to leave. Just then a massive golden bird talon smashed through the wall and shot toward Madara, looking as if it would crush him into pulp. It's Garuda, one of the 4 heavenly kings under the Demon King. Why would he appear here? The king's heart sank. The hero had only just been summoned and had never trained. There was no way he could fight one of the 4 heavenly kings. Garuda had received word from a subordinate that the king had recently been preparing to activate a summoning spell to call a hero from another world. As a well-read bird, it knew full well that he who strikes first gains the advantage, and he who strikes second invites disaster. Even a hero was nothing more than a weakling right after being summoned. If it killed the hero while he was still weak, then no one would ever be able to obstruct the Demon King's plan again. It secretly rejoiced. If the Demon King learned of this, he would surely make it the head of the 4 heavenly kings. Hero run. That's not an opponent you can defeat yet. Before the king could finish, Madara, his face expressionless, severed the talon with the broken hero's sword. The sprayed blood dyed his whole body red. HM, what did you say just now? Madara turned his head to glance at the king. The wind had blown in from outside, so he hadn't heard clearly. Nothing. Please do as you wish. The king retracted his earlier doubts about the summoning spell. Who had said this hero was no good? This hero was far too good. Garuda, having lost 1 talon, was both shocked and furious. This wasn't right. Wasn't a hero supposed to be weak at this point? How could one swing sever its claw, and with a broken sword at that? Damn you, hero. To think you already have that kind of strength. Looks like I'll have to deal with you seriously. Garuda was about to unleash its ultimate magic, a storm that would destroy both the hero and the castle, but then its wing throbbed with pain, and its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. While it was still talking, Madara had already activated Perfect Susanoo. He severed both of its wings with twin swords and stamped down heavily on its body. Even in the middle of battle, Madara couldn't help remarking that youth was wonderful. He could activate Perfect Susanoo whenever he wanted. Don't get too cocky. I'm only the weakest of the 4 heavenly. Even in defeat, Garuda's mouth was still tough, but Madara was in no mood to listen to its blather. One slash across the neck sent it cleanly to hell. Shut up. A small fry should know its place as a small fry. Bow out quietly. The colossal bird's head fell to the ground, and the gushing blood flooded the courtyard. It would take considerable effort to clean up afterward. The king, however, had no time to worry about such trifles. His eyes were fixed only on Susanoo's godlike form. Perhaps the Demon King would never appear again. Ban leisurely descended the stairs, treating Lushan's puppet army as if they were nothing. The world is in decline. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Why couldn't they wait for me? Don't they know old people have trouble with stairs? Where did this old man come from? Who gave you the right to speak here? Feeling ignored, Lushan was furious. Since he had taken this position, no one had ever dared to ignore him. He immediately manipulated his puppets to attack, vowing to tear Ban limb from limb. But when he moved the chakra strings, he found that all the puppets were frozen in place, not moving at all. And Lushan refused to give up, thinking it was just a malfunction with some puppets. He switched to another batch, but the result was the same. The puppets were completely immobile, as if stuck by something. Guh. You bastard, what did you do to my beloved puppets? He was a bit broken. After spending so much time and effort creating this puppet army, they were unusable on the first day of completion. No one could accept that. Idiot, what do you think I was doing up there? Ban was very satisfied with Lushan's frantic state. That was exactly the effect he wanted. He had scattered seeds made from wood style up there. As soon as the seeds fell into any gap in the puppets, they would quickly grow and fill the entire puppet body, turning them into motionless statues. Incidentally, this technique also works on living beings. If a creature inhales the seeds, Ban can make trees grow inside the creature's body. However, since the scene is quite bloody and might spoil one's appetite at dinner, he rarely uses this move. Don't think this is the full power of the puppet army. Now combine. And Lushan quickly recovered, and the immobile puppets turned into parts, rushing toward Ban. Ban on a whim stood still, without dodging, letting the puppets wrap him into a ball, curious to see what tricks they could pull. In the end, you can't match the power of puppets. How is it? You can't use any strength, right? Because this thing keeps absorbing your chakra. And Lushan was extremely pleased. Indeed, puppets were the strongest. Ban didn't have the heart to tell him that he was actually absorbing the puppet's chakra in reverse. The puppet's absorption speed was completely inferior to wood style. In a little while it would probably be drained dry by him. Meanwhile, Mingren, also unable to keep up with chakra consumption, was caught by the puppets and bound. Now he was also trapped inside the giant puppet, just like Ban, though Mingren was genuinely captured. Seeing that both Leaf Ninjas had lost the ability to resist, and Lushan descended on an elevator. During the descent, he didn't forget to taunt Sarah. I deeply thank you for your previous help, Lady Sarah. You have worked so hard for my great goal in place of your late mother. But now you are useless, so die like your mother. Thinking that his goal was about to be achieved, and Lushan completely dropped his act. Not only did his expression distort, but he also revealed a shocking fact to Sarah. The previous queen had died by his hand. Could it be that you, my mother? Sarah finally realized that her mother had not died of illness, but had been secretly murdered. Finally figured it out. Your mother was a cunning queen. She saw through my true intentions not long after and refused to cooperate with me. I had no choice but to eliminate her. Speaking of this, and Lushan's features twisted. Unlike your mother, you were an excellent puppet on strings, just like the puppets I control. But now it's time for you to exchange places with the real puppets. Faced with such a shocking truth, Sarah couldn't utter a single word, just crying silently. What had she done in the past? Treating her mother's murderer as an elder, completely unaware of her people's suffering, greeting a bunch of puppets every day. Perhaps she really was only fit to be a puppet queen, as Lushan said. Oh dear, the little girl is crying. Then I won't keep playing with you. Since Sarah had learned the truth, Ban had no reason to continue acting. He exerted just a little force, and the giant puppet shattered into pieces. Impossible. After absorbing so much chakra for so long, how can you be completely fine? And Lushan's face was full of disbelief. This move had never failed before. Ban shrugged. Having absorbed quite a bit of chakra, his hair roots had turned black again. Sorry, looks like I'm a little stronger. Next life, remember not to compete with style users in absorption. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue greatsword appeared in Lushan's abdomen. His eyes wide open, he collapsed, not even knowing when Ban had struck. Just as Sarah and Ming Ren were about to rejoice, they saw that under Lushan's wound were countless parts, and it quickly healed, as if nothing had happened except for the torn clothes. As long as I'm in Lolan, my power is infinite. And Lushan was very proud. Over the years of using the dragon vein, he had successfully connected his body to it. As long as the dragon vein existed, he could infinitely repair his body and could never be defeated. With that, his body split from the inside and his torso began to expand continuously, eventually turning into a giant puppet centipede tens of meters long. What's with this body? Ming Ren had seen puppeteers who modified themselves into puppets, but they at least roughly retained their original appearance. Baizu had completely lost his human form. Stupid brat, saying such things when you're about to die. You all will die here today. Now Lushan had truly transformed into a centipede, and his tone became even more ferocious. Did you just say that as long as you're in Lolan, your power is infinite? Ban suddenly smiled. He didn't expect to use the chakra he had just absorbed so soon. Huh? What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you think you can stop me. Baizu was confused by Ban's seemingly random remark. He hadn't lied. Once he left the range of Lolan, the power of the dragon vein within him would automatically disappear. Nothing, just preparing to give you a free ride into space. Ban smiled and activated the complete body of Susanoo. In front of the Azure War God, Baizu's body was like a garden snake, and in the blink of an eye, he was taken high into the sky far from Lolan. The moment they left the range of Lolan, the Baizu, which had been struggling fiercely, suddenly wilted. All the power of the dragon vein within him had returned to the dragon vein. When the perfect Susanoo manifested, Sarah felt as if her mind had nearly shut down. Was this truly power that any human could hope to possess? Anrokuzan suddenly transforming into a colossal puppet centipede was already absurd enough. Now a white-haired old man had turned into a towering Azure War God. If not for the fact that everything around her was so undeniably real, she would have suspected that sheer stress had finally driven her into hallucinations. Oh, where has all your arrogance gone? You were so pleased with yourself just now, weren't you? You wanted me dead, didn't you? And wasn't it you who said your power was limitless? Since it was rare for him to unleash the perfect Susanoo, and the battle was nearly over, Madara was determined to savor every moment. He shook the limp, seemingly lifeless Moccade in his hand, eager to hear what this man at the center of it all had to say. Aya, impossible. My plan was flawless. Just where did it go wrong? Moccade remained completely trapped in his own world, showing no reaction whatsoever to Madara's words. After all, Moccade had only been a minor rogue ninja wanted by Sunigakure. He had never even seen a skeletal Susanoo, let alone the perfect Susanoo, and this was utterly beyond anything his decades of life could have prepared him to comprehend. At that moment, the puppet army that Moccade had taken such pride in meant nothing. It could not so much as slow the Susanoo down for half a second. The puppet body he had obtained by abandoning his humanity was just as useless. The moment his giant scythe struck, it broke cleanly in two without leaving so much as a single scratch on the Susanoo's armor. Monster. Moccade had already given up struggling. The flaw was not in his plan, or rather when faced with absolute power his plan became as meaningless as a blank sheet of paper. How boring. You were so cocky just a moment ago, and now you've already fallen to such a state. Was I expecting too much of you? Madara let out a helpless sigh. He had expected a fierce battle, but this was all the hidden mastermind had to offer. Honestly, with a threshold for mental damage like that, Madara thought Moccade had better not become a ninja in his next life. Otherwise, he would probably be scared to death by the Otsutsuki clan. Their abilities were far more outlandish than Madara's own. Not to mention those descendants of Hamura on the moon. One of them would rise capable of splitting the moon with his bare hands. Wasn't that far more absurd than any Susanoo? Mukade was still so lost in his own world that he paid no heed to Madara. Bored by the lack of response, Madara drove his sword cleanly through Mukade's puppet-transformed head, cleaving it in half from the center, and put an end to the culprit who had plagued Lulan for years. To be fair, Mukade's talent was not lackluster. He had developed the technique of human puppet transformation entirely by himself, which in a certain sense made him a genius. Unfortunately, his methods were far too unscrupulous. If he had simply served faithfully as a minister, he probably would never have attracted Minato's pursuit in the first place. To prevent any possibility of revival, Madara made a special point of cutting Mukade's remains into countless pieces. Even if his original body had been an earthworm, there would be no chance of him coming back to life. Sorry, am I too late? Having sensed something amiss, Minato finally arrived at the factory that had already been reduced to ruins. But he found that all the puppets had stopped and Sarah and Naruto were helping the weakened residents of Lulan make their way outside. He took a look at his surroundings. He had no idea where Mukade was, but at the very least the immediate priority was to get the local residents to safety. Mukade is temporarily nowhere to be found, but these people are still weak. Let's take them up first to receive treatment. Minato issued the order in his capacity as captain, but even if he hadn't, Choza and Shibi would have volunteered of their own accord. They were not the kind of people to watch others die. It was only after most of the people had been rescued that Naruto finally had a moment to greet Minato. Though his face was covered in exhaustion, he could not hide the excitement stirring within him. Dad, you finally made it. It's a real shame you missed that scene. Mukade suddenly turned into a giant centipede, and then Lord Madara immediately activated the Susanoo, grabbed Mukade, and flew into the sky. Is that so? Looks like quite a lot happened. Are the two of you all right? Minato's expression turned complicated. A Susanoo that could fly. If this had been pure speculation before now, he was completely certain of Madara's identity. This was none other than Madara Uchiha, the man who had once fought the first Hokage in a legendary battle. The only question that remained in his mind was what Madara Uchiha had gone through since the battle at the Valley of the End to cause such a drastic transformation in his personality. Could it be that the story Kushina had told him was true? The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was actually a woman. She had married Mito Uzumaki only to make her the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and afterward she adopted an orphan and passed him off as her own biological son. Unaware of this, Madara assumed that Hashirama had betrayed the bond between them. Furious beyond reason, he resolved to destroy the fruit of their relationship, Konoha, while even Minato himself thought that theory was a little too wild. But ever since Kushina had raised that possibility with him, he could not help but keep coming back to it. An army is raised for 1,000 days to be used in a single hour. Now is the time for you to play your part. Quick, share your chakra with them. Madara's hair had once again turned snow white, and in his hand, he was holding Kurama, whose face was plainly marked with reluctance. If you keep exploiting me like this, I won't recover even in another 10 years. Kurama groused, but even as he complained, his actions were swift and unreserved. All the shackled residents present were wrapped in red chakra, and the wounds on their bodies began to heal rapidly. At the same time, Kakashi and Yamato also arrived on the scene. They had not yet figured out what was happening, but since everyone else was rescuing people, joining in was certainly the right call. Poor Mukade. He still had a hidden supergiant puppet form, but unfortunately Madara interrupted him during its activation. Once outside the range of the dragon vein, he would lose his regenerative abilities and most of his combat power. After all the imprisoned residents were out of danger, Kurama reluctantly withdrew his chakra with a pained expression. Times were tough now, and even the Nine Tails had no spare chakra. Gazing at their long-lost husbands, fathers, brothers, children. Most residents embraced each other with tears in their eyes, their emotions spiraling out of control. From time to time sobs could be heard, but they were tears of joy. Madara scratched his head. Because he had struck too swiftly, Mukade was forced off the stage almost as soon as he revealed his puppet body. Although Lulan's architecture had thus escaped much damage, it also meant that Sarah never had the chance to display her resolve as a queen, nor could anyone know what impact that might have on the future. Just as everyone was about to celebrate, specks of white light began to emerge around Naruto and Yamato. With the mastermind behind their time travel, Mukade dead, the world instinctively began to reject the two who did not belong to this era. It seems the time has come for us to part ways. Yamato felt a twinge of regret. The incident had already been resolved, yet he had hardly even had a real chance to fight. He had practically just come along for the ride. Thinking this might be his last chance for revenge in this lifetime, he could not help but give Kakashi another knock on the head. TSK. I've memorized your face, you bastard. You'd better not cross my path again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Kakashi gave Yamato a disgruntled glare. That fellow had inexplicably knocked him on the head several times. A grudge not to be settled was beneath a gentleman. Naruto, is it time for you to return to your era? Because of Madara's involvement, Sarah's feelings for Naruto had not developed into something close to love as in the original timeline. They remained merely at the level of friendship. Now that she knew Naruto was about to leave, although reluctance lingered in her heart, she had no other thoughts. Well, I crossed over from the future just like Makade did, and now the time has come for me to go back. There was not a trace of gloom on Naruto's face. He had seen his father in his youth and Kakashi-sensei as a child. It was quite an eye-opener. Naruto, my boy, can you quietly tell us what our children will be like in the future? Choza and Shibi hurriedly crowded around Naruto and whispered in his ear. Well, Naruto scratched his head. He had a decent relationship with Choji, but Shino. To his shame, he truly did not know how to describe him. He certainly couldn't say that the kid had such a low presence that people usually didn't even notice him, could he? Choji resembles you, Uncle Choza. He's the best of his generation in the Akimichi clan at the expansion jutsu. Shino. He also resembles you, Uncle Shibi. He raises his destruction bugs very well, it's just that he speaks a little less in daily life. Naruto squeezed out those two sentences dryly, but that was hardly enough for the two men. Yet when they tried to press further, Minato's gaze made them stop. Their emotions had been running high, nearly causing them to make a grave mistake. They certainly did not want to alter their children's future. Naruto, you've grown into a man of towering integrity. Although Minato was about the same age as Naruto at this moment, his demeanor was infinitely more mature. He patted Naruto's head, and his smile carried a hint of paternal affection. Minato had once worried about what kind of person his child would grow into. Someone as capable as Kushina, or as gentle as himself. Now, however, he no longer had such worries. His child was someone both gentle and decisive. Even if he still seemed immature now, he would ultimately become a ninja, even more outstanding than himself. But judging by age, Kushina would probably become pregnant in about 2 years. I'll need to start preparing ahead of time. Madara was the most idle of all. With all his tasks done, he was only waiting for the father-son heart-to-heart to finish so he could return to Konoha and demand payment from Hiruzen. To accomplish this mission, he had even gone so far as to activate his complete Susanoo. At the very least, it should count as an S-rank mission. Even by the lowest standard of S-rank missions, the reward should start at 1 million Ryo. The money had not yet arrived, but Madara was already planning how to spend it. Among clothing, food, shelter and transportation were already settled. Only clothing and food needed consideration. His robe was already tattered beyond measure. When he got back, he had to buy some spare replacements no matter what. He would also take Kurama out for a couple of barbecue meals. The fox had contributed a lot in this incident, so he couldn't just forget about it. In order to prevent future disorder, I would like to seal everyone's memories of this period. May I? In the midst of a harmonious atmosphere, Minato suddenly made this request. In response to Minato's proposal, Madara simply pointed at the tens of thousands of Lulan residents around them, reasonably suspecting that Minato's head had been struck by a steel beam. Leaving aside whether the sealing jutsu would even work on him. Even if they dug up Hashirama Senju after casting sealing jutsu on so many people, he would have to lie down for half a day. Minato could never release that many sealing jutsu, even if he wrung himself dry. Now it was Minato's turn to scratch his head. Normally ninja performed missions in secret. It was impossible for so many people to be in the know. But this time the situation was especially unusual, involving nearly the entire city, with an exceptionally large number of people caught up in it. Silence them. That was absolutely impossible. They were Konoha ninja, not rogue ninja. How could they silence anyone? Not to mention so many people. Even if they wanted to, it would be difficult. While Minato was pondering, the white light around Naruto and Yamato grew ever more intense, and their bodies began to turn somewhat translucent. Goodbye, Dad. Remember to take care of yourself. You'll have your hands full from now on. Don't wear yourself out. After etching everyone's faces into their hearts, the two vanished from where they stood. 20 years later in Lolan, Naruto and Yamato scrambled up from the ground, clutching their backsides. The process of returning had been much the same as when they had traveled to the past. They fell straight from the sky, a landing method that was rather hard on the rear. Thank goodness you two are all right. Where did you go just now? You had me worried sick. Sakura helped Naruto up. Had Sai not pulled her back, she would probably have followed Naruto into the chase. It's fine, it's fine. We were transported to a place far away, but in the end we managed to resolve it without mishap. We took care of Makade. Naruto buried the experience of time travel deep in his heart. It was better not to let too many people know about the Dragon Vein's power. Let's go. Sai silently drew a giant black and white eagle. Since the mission was already complete, they should return to report. Even though Lulan and Konoha had a good relationship, they shouldn't stay here too long. Gazing at the spotless surroundings of the shrine, and recalling the ruined cobweb-filled wasteland before his time travel, Naruto couldn't help but smile. The past had indeed been changed, but only for the better. Your Majesty, you truly should consider the matter of heirs. You're almost 40 this year. Some people your age are about to have grandchildren. After the minister had urged marriage yet again, who knew how many times that was, Sarah remained as resolute as ever. I've said it many times, I only wish to marry someone I love. Stop bringing this up. The young minister was puzzled. Your Majesty, over the years, countless people have come hoping to become your partner, yet you haven't taken a liking to any of them. What kind of person is it that you truly like? I'm not quite sure myself. Perhaps someone like a god of war. The minister did not fully comprehend the queen's words. Their queen was flawless in every regard, except that her standards were a little too high. One could only wonder whom she had encountered in the past. After resolving the issue, Lolan Ban was supposed to take a rest, but he had no heart for it at the moment. He was now facing the most important and troublesome problem he had encountered since moving to Konoha. Before long, he might have to reunite with Zhu Jian in the Pure Land. You mean Chong Min used the summoning technique to call the Outer Path Demon statue over? When he first heard the news, the clone thought of Fei was joking with him. But when he returned half doubtful, he found that the Outer Path Demon statue had indeed vanished from its spot, and Ban was replenishing his chakra with the continuous supply of Baiju. Hey, what's going on? Don't tell me that you, the original, will die before me. The clone pressed his forehead. Why on earth would Chong Min summon the Outer Path Demon statue, and how did he even know about it? Under normal circumstances, without external interference, Chong Min's development of the Rinnegan would have remained at the most basic 5-element abilities. He shouldn't have known about the Outer Path Demon statue at all, let alone summon it. Though his life was like a flickering candle in the wind, Ban showed no signs of tension, as if he were not the one about to die. He waved away the Baiju, then used his remaining chakra to erect a barrier sealing off the sound of their conversation. Don't rush. At worst, I'll meet Zhu Jian 2 years earlier. The clone was utterly exasperated. He had never known he had such a serious self-destructive tendency. Now the problem was that Ban was about to die. Couldn't he just wait to be dug out by either Da Shiwan or Yao Shidou? Calm down and listen to me properly. A while ago, He Ju went out several times without my orders. When I asked what it was doing, it kept changing the subject. Ban adjusted his sitting position to make himself more comfortable. This wretched place had nothing but stones, more like a prison than a prison. Though it kept silent about it, you can probably guess what it would do. Faced with Ban's riddle-like manner, the clone silently raised his right hand's middle finger. What was the point of posing riddles to oneself? First of all, He Ju's goal had never changed to resurrect Datong Mu Huiyi. The prerequisite for Datong Mu Huiyi's resurrection was a body that had awakened the Rinne Sharingan. A pointed head, no, a body with the Rinne Sharingan. To awaken the Rinne Sharingan, one must absorb the complete 10 tails, which was the God Tree. Since Huiyi had once swallowed the fruit of the God Tree, the power within the God Tree was actually Huiyi's. Therefore, whoever absorbed the God Tree would become the vessel for Huiyi's resurrection. As the only human alive who had awakened the Rinnegan at this stage, Ban became He Ju's predetermined vessel. His recent actions, no matter how you looked at it, didn't seem like he was about to launch the infinite Tsukuyami. Once He Ju sensed any abnormality, it would surely find a way to steer Ban back on track. Waiting for the next person suitable to become Huiyi's vessel was too difficult. It had only found such an opportunity once in 1,000 years. So to achieve its goal and prevent Ban from deviating from its plan, what He Ju would do was make Ban bow out early. No matter how many unfinished matters one had in life, they would all turn to nothing after death. Since Ban's identity had not yet been revealed, once he died, everything would proceed according to He Ju's plan. It would induce Chong Min to fall to darkness, have him seal the tailed beasts into the Outer Path Demon statue, and ultimately revive the 10 tails. Dai Tu would likely be chosen again, inheriting the name of Uchiha Ban and stirring up turmoil in the ninja world as originally planned. By the time Ban was resurrected again, he might find himself the enemy of the entire ninja world with no choice but to absorb the 10 tails or die. So He Ju induced Chong Min to summon the Outer Path Demon statue. Its purpose was to make you die early. The clone could hardly believe it. He Ju was too clever to be a creation of Huiyi. But the clone felt something was off. Normally, if He Ju wanted Ban dead, the Baiju wouldn't keep replenishing his chakra. They should let him slowly drift toward death. When he raised this question, Ban revealed a benevolent smile. Oh, nothing. I just used wood release to drain a few uncooperative ones, and the rest were willing to cooperate. If the situation weren't inappropriate, the clone would have protested on behalf of the Baiju, maybe with a slogan like, Baiju's lives matter too. So, once He Ju returns, it'll try to stop you from living any longer. What are you going to do? Wait to die? Perhaps infected by Ban's mood, the clone had become strangely calm. Of course, it might also be because of the nature of the wood clone. It wouldn't disappear after the original's death. Isn't that where you come in? What do you mean? I'm not a power bank. Do you have any idea how weak both of us are right now? The clone was left speechless by Ban's cryptic words. For the first time, he realized he not only had a self-destructive tendency, but was also a master of riddles. I've made it clear enough. Go find Chong Min now, and have him use the reverse summoning technique to send the Outer Path Demon statue back. Ban was almost amused. Wasn't the answer obvious? Why don't you just go peacefully and let me be the original? After Zhu is born, I'll find a way to resurrect you. In response to this rebellious idea, Ban raised his right hand's middle finger in return. Based on his knowledge of himself, that guy would probably shout, "Resurrect my beloved." Joking around was fine, but if he were the one involved, he'd rather slit his own throat the moment he was resurrected. Too embarrassing. He wouldn't be able to face anyone. Scram, 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 scram. Get to work now, or I'll cancel the clone technique before I die. After giving his orders, Ban dispelled the barrier, laid down on the stone in exhaustion, and slowly closed his eyes. Resurrect. Seeing the legendary figure about to pass, the clone seized the opportunity to speak, but Ban opened his eyes and cut him off. Scram now, or I'll really cancel the clone. Hey, no sense of humor at all. Watch out, someone might say you have a reason to die. Before arriving at the Hidden Rain village, Ban had envisioned many possibilities, including, but not limited to, Yahiko being assassinated, Nagato succumbing to darkness, and the Akatsuki falling into depravity, an external invasion forcing Nagato to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path in desperation. He had thought the worst-case scenario would be having to stop a rampaging Nagato, yet the scene unfolding before him seemed far more troublesome than anticipated. The demonic statue of the Outer Path was wreaking havoc outside the village, its colossal body like a moving mountain effortlessly leveling forests and shattering peaks. Anything daring to block its path was crushed into oblivion. Though its chakra was nearly depleted, rendering it unable to use ninjutsu, a single casual swipe of its palm could reduce boulders the size of houses to dust. If it were merely a rampaging demonic statue, it would be manageable as it retained only a primal instinct. Dealing with it wouldn't be too difficult. The real problem was the figure standing atop the statue's head. His conspicuous red hair betrayed his identity. It was Nagato, the very person Ban had come to find. But now not only was a pipe connecting Nagato's back to the demonic statue, but half his body was also enveloped in some unknown black substance. Damn, no wonder Heijua hadn't returned to the cave. He had attached himself to Nagato. That explained everything. For Heijua, controlling a Kaga-level ninja was child's play. Nagato's resistance was futile. Yet Nagato was not entirely reduced to Heijua's puppet. He continued to struggle for control of his body. The most direct evidence was the demonic statue occasionally halting and attacking its own body. But as the hollow shell of the divine tree, its body was nearly indestructible, leaving only a few scratches at best. Just as Ban pondered how to separate Heijua from Nagato, countless sheets of paper swirled before him, coalescing into a human form. Conan had sensed his presence. You've arrived just in time. Nagato suddenly screamed and ran out of the room, then summoned this giant to wreak havoc outside the village. We tried everything to stop him, but failed. Please lend us your aid. Conan's expression was grim. The Akatsuki had been thriving lately, and she had planned to announce her relationship with Yahiko soon. But then this calamity struck at such a critical moment. If it wasn't resolved quickly, the demonic statue would breach the village, causing countless deaths. The Akatsuki's reputation in the Land of Rain would plummet to rock bottom. Though Ban knew the cause, he had to ask a few perfunctory questions to avoid appearing like the mastermind. Has Nagato displayed any unusual behavior recently? Conan bit her lip, thinking. Since last week, Nagato has been locking himself in his room. Sometimes I hear voices coming from inside as if he's talking to someone else. While Ban was now certain if that black mass on Nagato wasn't Heijua, he would kneel and kowtow 3 times before Tobarama's portrait. I think I understand. Leave it to me. You and Yahiko should guide the villagers to safety. It wouldn't do if they got caught in the crossfire. He had said the words, but Ban had no idea how to stop the demonic statue. Compared to the 100-legged centipede that was instantly slain by Susanu's blade, the demonic statue's combat power was leagues beyond. Even if it stood still, Ban might not be able to damage it. It was too tough, an absolute iron tortoise. In this situation, the simplest solution was to kill the controller. But aside from the difficulty of killing the Renegade's owner, there was no way he could actually kill Nagato. Though he hadn't found a solution yet, Ban couldn't stand by idly. He clapped his hands together and immediately activated the wood release birth of the world tree. The surrounding area was already dense forest. Countless plants grew rapidly under the influence of chakra, tripping the unstable demonic statue and sending it crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, strike while the iron is hot, as they say, Ban manipulated the trees to bind the statue's limbs, pinning it to the ground and preventing it from moving. But wood's strength was ultimately limited. It couldn't seal the demonic statue for long. As it struggled, cracks soon appeared in the wooden restraints. Taking advantage of this moment, Ban hurriedly approached the statue's head to get a closer look at Nagato's condition. Nagato hung his head motionless, the pipe at his back broken, seemingly unconscious. However, Ban didn't intend to approach recklessly. His frail body couldn't withstand a blow, and what if he got backstabbed up close? His gaze fixed on the black substance writhing on Nagato's body. Perhaps to avoid a complete rupture, Heijua neither revealed himself nor uttered a single word after Ban appeared, acting as if it were just a lump of black slime. Suddenly, the lowered head of Nagato snapped, open eyes wide. A powerful gravitational force erupted from nowhere, attempting to pull Ban toward him. If Ban hadn't activated Susanoo in time, causing the universal pull to lose its target, he might have been caught. Damn, it seemed that his earlier trip had knocked Nagato unconscious, and now Nagato's body was completely under Heijua's control. Ban covered his face, never imagining he would become a liability. What a disgrace. Now he could only hope that Heijua wasn't adept at using the Renegade's powers, otherwise Ban wasn't sure how much of a chance he had left. The only silver lining was that the demonic statue's movements had noticeably slowed, likely due to the chakra supply being cut off. The wood release should be able to seal it for a good while longer. Nagato, without a word, unleashed a barrage of attacks at Ban. A pair of laser cannons sprouted from his arms and high-energy beams melted even the skeleton of Susanoo. The constant missile fire prevented Ban from dropping his defense, forcing him to endure under Susanoo's protection. Extremely urgent. What do you do when you're attacked by your own eyes? Ban knew the Rinnegan's abilities all too well, which made him fully aware of how dire the situation was. With the Preta Path's absorption ability, using ninjutsu was equivalent to recharging the enemy's battery. Especially since his own chakra was already limited, the attrition would soon drain him dry. Though he could use Sage Chakra to counter the absorption, unfortunately Ban had never learned Sage Arts. He didn't have a single trace of Sage Chakra within him. Among the currently living ninja, only Jiraiya likely mastered Sage Arts, but there was no chance he would appear here. The Azura Path's power allowed Nagato to summon weapons from every part of his body, even firearms from another world. The missiles launched from his hands seemed inexhaustible, and the blaze of the explosions blinded Madara completely. Calling him a humanoid weapon would not do his power justice. More precisely, Nagato at this moment was like a walking arsenal. Given enough time, he could raise an entire city to the ground. If an ordinary ninja had been standing in his place, they could probably skip the cremation process and go straight to being boxed up. Madara knew perfectly well that simply taking hits would solve nothing. His chakra would run out before Nagato's, and when that happened, no one would be left to stop Black Zetsu's plan. He certainly did not want to wake up next time inside a coffin with a bizarre figure wrapped in bandages standing before him. Perhaps believing that the weapons summoned by the Azura Path alone were insufficient to breach Susanoo's defenses, Nagato bit his finger and called forth 3 giant summons, each as huge as a small mountain. They were the multi-headed hellhound with a pair of small wings on its back, the Yatagarasu with an extra claw beneath its body compared to ordinary birds, and the chameleon with a lolling tongue. Each of the 3 summons had black chakra rods piercing various parts of its body, and like Nagato eyes of the Rinnegan. They seemed utterly lifeless, yet that did not hinder their movements in the slightest. Madara had barely managed to separate the demonic statue of the outer path from Nagato's body, earning himself a one-on-one chance, but the instant Nagato summoned his beast, the situation became 4 against 1. To be honest, Madara's state of mind was beginning to crack. He had been fighting at Amagekyure's gates for quite a while with not a single sign of reinforcements. Where are his teammates? Where are they? Someone help him already. Even if ordinary ninja can't help, where is Hanzo? Your own village is about to be destroyed. Come out and help. You can't really let him fight alone, can you? Even so, Madara did not give in. The appearance of these beasts instead gave him a bold idea. Susanoo's giant hand seized the chameleon's tongue, spun it around like a meteor hammer a few times, and hurled it away. The chameleon's body arced through the air, seeming about to land squarely on Nagato's head. It was common knowledge that the Preta Path could absorb ninjutsu, but it could not grant immunity to physical attacks. As for the question of whether Nagato might be crushed to death, if Black Zetsu were truly that weak, Madara would have smashed it to death with a single blow long ago. Why would he have waited until now? Sure enough, a colossal repulsive force blasted the chameleon's body away. It slammed heavily into a mountain, and the blood it shed stained a large stretch of ground red. The chameleon now looked like a tattered ragdoll, its body covered with wounds, and its tail snapped off in the crash. If it had somehow still been alive, it would have been long dead by now. Even though it had been modified and had lost all concept of pain or injury, its flesh was so mangled that continuing to fight was impossible. It would have to be repaired completely before it could return to battle. The first summon had been disposed of. Madara temporarily ignored the hellhound's bites. This creature would multiply when attacked, but if he left it alone, it could never bite through Susanoo in its lifetime. His next target was the Yatagarasu, which kept dropping explosive eggs from the sky. That's right, eggs, not bombs. Though the principle was unclear, the eggs laid by the Yatagarasu exploded upon contact with any object. In just a few moments, the ground all around was riddled with blast craters. To conserve chakra, Madara had not activated his perfect Susanoo. He remained at only the humanoid stage, which still lacked the ability to fly. That was no problem, however. Who said swords could only be used at close range? He cast the 4 long swords in his hands into the sky at once, leaving the Yatagarasu no chance to dodge, and a hole the size of an adult appeared in its right wing. Since the Yatagarasu was not a Dozone-class powerhouse, it could not walk through the air. After its wings were damaged, it naturally crashed. After it fell, the Yatagarasu skidded across the ground for a long distance before stopping. Its massive beak carved a deep trench in the earth, and it finally plunged headfirst into a crater. Its own explosions had made its entire body coated in mud. Before it could process what had happened, Madara flung it toward Nagato like a paper airplane. The bird's slender body shot out like an arrow from a bowstring. Then at even greater speed, it was repelled and slammed into the cliff, just like the chameleon. Moreover, because of its fragile avian bones, the Yatagarasu's condition was even worse than the chameleon's. Except for its head, which remained relatively intact, its two enormous wings were little better than minced meat. There was basically no word for its current state other than a lump. Susanoo weathered the relentless bombardment, physically split the hellhound in two, and then slammed it down at Nagato as a weapon. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. Even though every strike was deflected, even though the hellhound had grown more heads than a hydra, Madara never stopped. He only kept repeating the motion. After the hellhound split into 99 heads, perhaps it had reached the limit of its multiplication. It managed only one whimper before dissipating into smoke. Even swinging a giant hammer for that long would tire a person out, let alone the additional drain of keeping Susanoo active. Madara's chakra had already dropped by more than half, and he had no choice but to withdraw Susanoo back to its initial form, keeping only its skeletal frame around him as protection. Nagato was not in an easy state, either heaving great breaths as he panted heavily. Although the Uzumaki clan's chakra was indeed several times greater than an ordinary person's, the strain of using the Rinnegan was no less significant, especially since the demonic statue of the outer path had just absorbed quite a lot of chakra from his body. One could say that both sides were approaching total depletion. Black Zetsu had already begun to think of retreat. It had no intention of dying together with Madara. If it died here, its mother would never have another chance to be resurrected. But Black Zetsu was equally unwilling to slink away with its tail between its legs. Lately, Madara seemed to have taken the wrong medicine, as if his very nature had changed. Not only was he indifferent to the infinite Tsukuyomi, he had even sent out clones to do inexplicable things. It had a premonition if this went on, its plan might very well fail at the final step. For that reason, it was willing to risk an open break just to make Madara exit early. Only after it stole the young Nine Tails did the assembled ninja, Minato included, realize that it was there. So it was perfectly normal that Yahiko and the others had not noticed Black Zetsu. As long as it did not actively reveal itself, almost no one would notice its presence. Nagato too had been quietly possessed by it. Lord Hanzo, are we truly fine just watching from here? Shouldn't we go out and help? Gazing at the scene outside the village that could be described as a battle of gods, a rain ninja beside Hanzo spoke, suppressing his fear. Hanzo remained silent. Was it that he didn't want to help? It was simply impossible to help. Even he couldn't intervene in this battle, though anyone else joining would only be courting death. Your mission is to maintain order in the village. This battle is not for you. Watching the two of them in battle, Hanzo felt a twinge of bitterness. They were all ninjas, but wasn't the gap in strength a bit too vast? It seemed he had indeed grown old, unable to keep up with the young. Wait, something seemed off. Hanzo suddenly realized that one of these two was actually older than him. Could it be that age had nothing to do with it, and he was simply too weak? But then he thought again, one of them possessed the Rinnegan just like the Sage of Six Paths, and the other was a legendary figure once said to rival the god of shinobi. Roughly speaking, it was two gods fighting. It was only natural that he, a demigod, couldn't measure up. But come to think of it, that kid from the Uzumaki clan was this strong. He had never seen him fight before and had assumed the Rinnegan was merely overrated. Was this now the true power of the Rinnegan? Nearby, Yahiko was desperately trying to break free from the restraints of white paper. He wanted to rush over and wake Nagato, but Konan, who was relatively more rational, stopped him. Yahiko, calm down. Nagato can't hear you in his current state. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Although the two of them didn't know of Black Zetsu's existence, Konan had noticed many details while observing from the air and eventually concluded that the black slime on Nagato's body was most likely some kind of organism that had taken control of Nagato's body through special means. In this situation, even if they went up, they couldn't wake Nagato, they would more likely end up as hostages. So all she could do now was stop the hot-headed Yahiko from rushing into his death. Madara seemed isolated, but he had never expected help from the people of Amigate here. In fact, their staying away made it easier for him to fight without worrying about friendly fire. The ally he truly summoned was not human, but summoning technique. As the pattern on the ground extended, a massive cloud of smoke exploded, enveloping everything within hundreds of meters. Moments later, claws gleaming with white light tore through the mist, and a true behemoth appeared in its place. From the nine tails reaching toward the sky behind it, it was clear that Madara had summoned the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, Kurama. Before setting out for the Land of Rain as a precaution, Madara had specifically signed a summoning contract with Kurama so he could call it whenever needed. However, the price was that after each summoning he had to take it to an all-you-can-eat barbecue, because Kurama said, "Fighting makes me hungry, ooh, I've got to eat to make up for it." Madara had originally thought of becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but Kurama was adamant that unless it was a life-or-death situation, it would never stay inside someone else's body again, even if it could come out anytime. TCH. I knew you wouldn't call me for anything good. It's only been a few days, and who are you fighting now? Since Kurama had been freed from its seal, this was the first time it had displayed its full power. Isn't that the red-haired kid? What did you two have a fight? That's no reason to ask me for help. After recognizing the person standing opposite, even though it knew things were not as it had said, it couldn't help teasing a bit. Lend me some of your power. I must get rid of that thing residing in Nagato. Because this was serious business, Madara didn't respond to Kurama's joking and looked at it seriously. Alright. I'm already standing here, do you think I'd refuse to help? Kurama had no reason to refuse Madara's almost pleading request. It couldn't just stand by and watch its old acquaintance get beaten up. Black Zetsu now wanted to slip away even more. How had the Nine Tails been summoned in the middle of battle? The demonic statue of the outer path was still bound with little chakra left and no chance to absorb more. Not to mention that the owner of this body was constantly trying to regain control. At this rate, it wouldn't even have a chance to escape. After suppressing Nagato's counterattack, once more Black Zetsu summoned the remaining summoning beasts all at once as cannon fodder, not even sparing the King of Hell. After ordering them to delay as much as possible, it prepared to flee. As long as Madara didn't obtain the Rinnegan, the demonic statue of the outer path couldn't be reverse summoned and would remain in the land of rain. The original body would eventually die from chakra depletion, and its plan could still proceed. Trying to escape. Let's go, Kurama. Madara's Chinibyu syndrome flared up after a long time, and he also stole the line of a certain 7th Hokage. I told you not to order me around. The skeleton surrounding Madara vanished, replaced by blue armor covering Kurama's body, with 2 arms wielding long swords growing from its back. After decades, the armored Susanoo appeared once again in the ninja world, but unlike last time, Kurama had willingly accepted the fusion. Centipedes, bulls, crabs. The summoned beasts were cut in 2 before they could even dodge, not slowing Kurama's advance in the slightest. It didn't even spare them a glance. Madara was a bit worried though. After all, the Rinnegan was his. If there were no more summoning beasts in the future, he couldn't just capture and modify someone else's. However, the King of Hell had turned into smoke and disappeared the moment he drew his sword, so he could cut down these summoned beasts without any concern. But the sight of those summoned beasts sliced in half gave him a strange sense of déjà vu, bodies cut in 2 at the waist. Could it be that he was actually Sukuna? After seeing Kurama appear, Hanzo had completely given up. Whatever he thought. Even if the Sage of Six Paths showed up now, it wouldn't matter. He couldn't do anything about it anyway. Might as well have some aliens appear so he could convince himself he was dreaming. Now victory was certain. Black Zetsu could only suppress Nagato's consciousness, while frantically evading the pursuit of the armored Susanoo. The slash attacks launched from time to time left it no time to think of anything else. It could only keep moving in one direction. Madara followed leisurely behind. If he weren't worried about accidentally harming Nagato, he could have finished Black Zetsu off with a tailed beast ball right now. Heiju's only thought now was to go faster, run even faster, or else he might never see his mother again. In his entire life, he had only been more embarrassed once, when he was first born and almost discovered by his 2 unfilial brothers. Where had it gone wrong? That Yuzebo ban had been deceived for decades. How could he suddenly see through his plan? Heiju couldn't figure it out, nor did he have time to think further. He had pondered for a moment and nearly lost control of his body to Chongmen. In his panic, Heiju fled into a desolate canyon, which precisely fell into Ban's trap. Due to the incessant rain in the Ujigwa, the soil had extremely high moisture content, and the rock structure was quite unstable, often causing landslides. As a result, almost no one lived near the mountains. On the other hand, no matter how much trouble Ban caused here, it wouldn't harm innocents, so he could fully unleash his power. Giolama fire-tailed beast balls at both sides and blocked the path ahead. Leave it to me. As Ban's voice faded, a massive amount of chakra gathered and compressed in Giolama's mouth, eventually forming a purple-black sphere that shot out. Of course, this small was relative to the 100-meter armored Nine Tails. Its actual volume was as large as a wooden cabin. Before the first tailed beast ball exploded, a second one flew toward the other side of the peak. Compared to the hundreds-meter-high mountain, a tiny tailed beast ball seemed insignificant. But the moment the tailed beast ball struck the peak, a deafening roar erupted, and the upper half of the mountain vanished without a trace. Countless pieces of rubble, large and small, mixed with mud and fell, blocking the already narrow path in the canyon solidly. If anyone wanted to pass, they would have to clear a path first. But time was running out for Heiju. He could escape through the ground, but Chongmen's body lacked that ability. To leave Chongmen's body and live, or to stay and die together with Chongmen. Heiju made his choice in an instant. Life. No matter how much time it took, no matter how many years he had to wait, no matter how many things he had to abandon, he would surely survive and free his mother from that damned seal. I must survive. Taking advantage of the armored Nine Tails still some distance away, Heiju unhesitatingly crashed into the rock, and in the second before impact, he left Chongmen's body, his own form quickly merging into the ground. Chongmen had just regained control of his body when, before he could figure out the situation, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead and fainted again. After noticing this, Ban directly deactivated Shuzwa Nunghu, jumped down from Giolama's head, and checked Chongmen's physical condition. Apart from the heavy consumption of chakra in his body, the most serious injury on Chongmen was the large bump from the collision. Even without medical ninjutsu, a week of rest would be enough to recover. Tisk tisk, what dirty thing did this kid touch? The smell on him is almost making me puke. Giolama shrunk, and slowly walked over his face full of disgust. To Jiulama, malice from others carried a scent. The stronger the malice, the heavier the smell. And on Changmin's body some of Heiju's malice remained, carrying negative emotions that even surpassed Ban's from the past. How could he describe that malice? If Ban sent back, then was like rotting fruit, then Changmin's now was like being tied next to a fly-infested latrine surrounded by socks that hadn't been changed for half a year. I don't smell anything. Let's take him back first. Ban clapped his hands, lifted Changmin by the waist, for his other self was waiting for the Wai Dao Maxiang to return. At that moment Jiulama looked at Ban as if he had seen Lao Ba. To be able to handle such a stinky person, he was truly a godly man. Regarding Jiulama's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Ban was completely baffled. Aside from the earthy smell of soil, he didn't smell anything. Could this be the so-called dogs can see things ordinary people can't? On their way back to Yuin village, Jiulama kept a distance of over 5 meters from Ban the entire time. He simply couldn't stand the stench. He almost vomited last night's dinner. By the time Ban arrived at Yuin village, Banzong was already waiting at the village entrance with a squad of ninja, including Mi Yin and Xiao Nan. Changmin. Seeing Changmin, his face covered in blood from a head scratch, and unconscious Mi Yin was the first to rush forward and take Changmin from Ban's hands. He held Changmin's cold body, having just been caught in the rain for half a day, and wept. How could this be? Didn't we promise? You were supposed to be my best man. If Ban hadn't just checked Changmin carefully, just seeing Mi Yin crying like that, he would have thought Changmin was truly dead. Look, clearly Changmin is still breathing. He's just unconscious. Xiao Nan was more rational. She lightly slapped Mi Yin on the back of his head to make him sober up. Mi Yin blinked in a dazed manner, quickly put his hand under Changmin's nose, and upon feeling the warm breath, he shouted excitedly, "He's fine. Changmin is fine." Banzong coughed lightly, making the overexcited Mi Yin immediately calm down. Sorry I was rude. Disturbed by Mi Yin's commotion, Changmin, who had been sleeping, also woke up. He touched the large bump on his head and looked around at the crowd in confusion. What happened? Why is everyone looking at me? And I suddenly feel so tired. Where did this bump on my head come from? During the time he was controlled by Heiju, Changmin's perception of the outside world was quite blurry. He didn't even know what had happened. You mean I summoned that huge thing? And the scene outside the village was also caused by me. After learning the situation, Changmin couldn't help rubbing his temples, suspecting he was dreaming. Summoning a summoning beast, controlling attraction and repulsion, fighting the Nine Tails, wearing Shuzhua Nenghu. Wait, Shuzhua Nenghu? Nine Tails? Ban noticed Changmin's gaze and gave him a perfect smile, the Yuzebo fan emblem on his chest especially conspicuous. If this person summoned Shuzhua Nenghu, then the Nine Tails must be. Changmin silently looked at a certain fox that had already started burying its head in its meal. He really must still be dreaming. Urged by Madara, Nagato, though still not fully grasping the situation, used the reverse summoning technique to send the Gedo statue lying on the ground back, leaving only a scene of chaos behind. Did I do all this? Nagato couldn't help but sigh as he took in the sight along the path from the village entrance. Madara, listening nearby, felt a bit guilty. In terms of sheer destruction, the impact of the advent of a world of flowering trees might have been even greater than that of the Gedo statue. After all, the Gedo statue had merely rampaged with its body, creating a few large craters at most. Madara, on the other hand, had conjured an immense primeval forest around the Amigate cures, so dense that even sunlight couldn't penetrate. Anyway, the danger is over. I should return to Konoha. Seeing that matters had come to a close, Madara, who had been working overtime on a whim, prepared to head back. However, Hanzo insisted on urging him to stay for another day, insisting that they couldn't slight the hero of the Land of Rain. If you hadn't intervened just now, who knows how many people would have died to stop that giant thing. If word got out that we didn't even honor the hero who saved the village, the entire nation would be ridiculed. As the leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo had already spoken to this extent. Madara didn't want to dampen the mood, so he reluctantly agreed. You might wonder why being treated to a meal would be a reluctant affair. Even Kurama, who was never picky, looked troubled when he heard this, giving you a sense of the culinary standards in the Land of Rain. If the dishes from the Chinese cuisine master glowed golden when the lid was lifted, then the cuisine of the Land of Rain, when uncovered, would release a black mist shaped like a skull, a formidable opponent even in the dark culinary world. Moreover, the Land of Rain was perpetually drizzling. To fend off the damp and cold, the locals favored a certain pasty dish, heavily spiced and stewed with vegetables. Its appearance and texture were both peculiar. Whether it was the restaurant Madara had chosen, he couldn't say, but it had left him and Kurama psychologically scarred. Dry, tough, and utterly unseasoned chicken paired with a mushy vegetable blend that had been boiled beyond recognition, and a broth that was both spicy and bitter, leaving a burning sensation in the mouth after swallowing, as if they had just swallowed a great fireball whole. From that day onward, Madara never again touched any specialty food from the Land of Rain. The shadow of that experience was too deep, turning him into a once-bitten, twice-shy soul. Half an hour later, this actually tastes pretty good. In Hanzo's newly rebuilt mansion, Madara placed a carrot soaked in brown gravy into his mouth, daring to take a bite. The sweetness of the vegetable paired with just the right amount of spices was surprisingly delicious. It seemed the restaurant he had chosen before was the problem, nothing to do with the food itself. It was simply the chef's lack of skill. If you like it, that's wonderful. I'll have the chef prepare more immediately, Hanzo said, relieved that his earlier worry about Madara not liking the local food had been unnecessary. This is what humans should eat. That last stuff wasn't even fit for dogs. Beside Madara, Kurama was seated at the table devouring his meal. After expending so much chakra today, he had to replenish it. Don't question how Kurama could sit on a chair. His body structure was quite different from that of an ordinary fox, longer and more slender, with forelimbs resembling human hands capable of gripping a spoon firmly and even writing with a brush. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Konan were carefully tending to Nagato, almost chewing the food for him. Despite his gratitude, he couldn't help but feel a little amused and exasperated. I told you I'm fine. Aside from a lingering headache, there's nothing wrong. Just eat yourselves and don't worry about me. Like a doting mother, Yahiko placed one hand on Nagato's shoulder to keep him still and brought the spoon to his lips with the other. No, you're injured. The doctor said you can't move around. Open up, I'll feed you. Konan made no move to stop Yahiko. She couldn't help but feel a little hurt that Nagato had planned to handle things alone. The three of them had promised to always be together. What was he thinking, keeping secrets from them? If something had really happened to Nagato, wouldn't they have been even more devastated? Meanwhile, in the cave, the Geto statue reappeared at the spot where it had vanished. Madara was not at all surprised by its sudden appearance. Shooing away the nearby White Zetsu, he skillfully connected several tubes to his back, and the familiar sensation immediately returned. How is it that I have more chakra after going out? Did some unlucky fool get drained by it? Upon connecting the tubes, Madara instantly noticed the change in the Geto statue. A strange new chakra had emerged within him. After a moment of thought, Madara reached a conclusion: it must be a reward from the Sage of Six Paths. Yes, definitely. Well, he knew that was impossible. If the old sage were to grant power, it wouldn't be now. It would only happen at a level of threat like the Otsutsuki clan. Nevertheless, he had a suspicion that someone had willingly transferred their chakra to the Geto statue. This transfer was completely voluntary and could be stopped at any time, unless the person didn't want to live. Madara absorbed it with a clear conscience, feeling no guilt. If it had been like the chakra dragon summoned during Nagato's rampage, which stole both life and chakra, he might have felt a twinge of guilt. In the midst of this harmonious atmosphere, a pitch-black figure deep underground kept muttering incessantly. Damn, Madara. I should have let you die long ago, you bastard. When Mother is resurrected, I'll make sure you suffer then. And finally, due to the vulgarity of the language, it has been censored. And that ungrateful fox. Those idiots in Konoha. How did they let him out? Did they not care about the Jinchuriki anymore? These lower beings, when Mother is resurrected, I'll turn every last one of them into the most mindless, most foolish, most despicable White Zetsu. The original plan had completely fallen apart. Black Zetsu had disguised himself well enough. After all, he had never shown his control abilities in front of Madara before, so he might not be recognized. After the banquet ended, Hanzo arranged a room for everyone and even made a point of giving the most luxurious one to Madara. The moment the door opened, Kurama couldn't wait to leap onto the large striking bed in the center of the room, his body sinking deep into the soft mattress. I didn't think that guy would be so thoughtful. Perhaps because he still hadn't fully calmed down, Kurama kept rolling back and forth on the bed. He wondered what Hanzo would think if he knew that his carefully arranged room hadn't impressed Madara at all, but had instead earned Kurama's praise. Hearing him say that, Madara felt tempted to try it too, but he would have to wait until Kurama calmed down first. He wasn't about to join the craziness. He hoped tailed beasts didn't shed. Otherwise, Madara worried he would wake up in the morning with his clothes covered in fox hair. He quite liked the outfit he was wearing and wasn't ready to throw it away just yet. Just then the rain outside stopped. The moon was a rare sight in the land of rain, so Madara thought he would go for a walk and see if he could run into some sort of special event. Like a beautiful girl falling from the sky. Oh, that wouldn't do. In the shinobi world, what usually falls from the sky isn't a beautiful girl, it's an Otsutsuki. Then perhaps he might run into a mysterious white-haired beauty. Oh, that doesn't seem to work either. The entire Otsutsuki clan have white hair. Come to think of it, when Kaguya first descended to Earth, wasn't she essentially a beautiful white-haired girl from the sky with an extremely mysterious origin? Madara hastily shook his head. That thought had been far too blasphemous. Forget that her age had at least 4 digits. If pressed, she could even be counted as his half-grandmother. The sheer blasphemy of that was no small thing. However, one thing he still hadn't figured out was whether Hagoromo and Hamura in this world had actually been born to Kaguya and a human from Earth, or whether they had merely been brought into being through the people's blessings. He had a feeling that if he dug any deeper, the Sage of Six Paths might jump out and silence him. Better to stop thinking and go out for some fresh air. Madara pushed open the door. Because it had just rained, the air was damp. Fortunately, his current body was made of wood, so not only was he immune to rheumatism, he actually found the dampness rather pleasant. Looking up, the silver-white full moon hung high in the sky. If he ignored the knockoff Otsutsuki clan living up there, as well as the rabbit goddess who had been sealed inside the moon for thousands of years, it was actually quite beautiful. Unfortunately, once Madara knew all this, it was hard for him to look straight at the moon anymore. Sometimes it even gave him the creeps, as if someone was staring right back at him. He wandered aimlessly around the courtyard for a while, without seeing a single person. It seemed everyone else had gone to bed quite early. What am I thinking? Who in their right mind would stay up at night wandering around? I'd better go back. Madara couldn't help shaking his head. He figured Kurama should have calmed down by now. It was about time he rested too. It had been a long day. Unexpectedly, just as Madara turned around, he saw a dark shadow with a blurred face standing behind him. Startled, he immediately activated Susanoo to protect himself. At that moment, all he wanted was to give Hanzo a piece of his mind. Was this new place of his even clean? How could it be haunted? Don't be nervous, Madara. It's me. Seeing that Madara was about to have Susanoo draw its blade, the shadow quickly explained as he stepped out from the darkness, revealing his slightly faded red hair. Nagato, weren't you injured today? Why aren't you resting at this hour? Madara was rather surprised to see Nagato's face. Even for an Uzumaki, Nagato had first been drained like a power bank by the demonic statue of the outer path, then made to use the Rinnegan for so long under Black Zetsu's control. He should be exhausted. Why was he out wandering around? Ever since you spoke with me last time, I've been thinking about a question. Nagato didn't answer Madara's question. Instead, he brought their previous conversation back up. What question? If you don't mind, tell me about it. I might even be able to offer some advice. Caring about the mental health of the younger generation, Madara felt he needed to hear the boy out. What if the child went to the dark side? Is having the Rinnegan truly a good thing for me? Does it truly belong to me? If someone covets these eyes, can I really protect them? Nagato's expression was somewhat gloomy, as if he had just gone through a fierce inner struggle. Madara, listening at his side, grew more and more uneasy. That dialogue sounded familiar. If it were you, you would surely put this power to good use. This may sound presumptuous, but please accept these eyes. Nagato was not joking. His hand was already poised to reach in. If Madara nodded, he would probably have gouged the eyes out on the spot. Madara drew a sharp breath, thoroughly shaken by Nagato's words. Was this kid suffering from aftereffects of being controlled? He was already ready to rip out his own eyes. The plot had fast-forwarded 20 years. Have you talked to Yahiko and the others about this? At least talk it over with them first. According to Madara's original plan, he would need to have a replacement pair of eyes ready before taking back Nagato's Rinnegan. He couldn't just leave the boy blind. Nagato's mental state didn't look right, so Madara was especially careful in his words, afraid of accidentally triggering him. Sure enough, Nagato shook his head. No, I was afraid the two of them would worry, so I never told them. But I'm serious. These eyes shouldn't stay with me. You are more suited to be their master than I am. Madara couldn't help but grumble inwardly. How could they not be suited? These Rinnegan had been taken from his own body. If they weren't suited, that would be absurd. Of course, that wasn't something he could say out loud, or Nagato might just give him a live demonstration of ocular hot swapping. Ahem, it's getting late. Let's talk about it next time. Madara was about to use a stalling tactic, but Nagato cut him off. I understand what you're thinking. You're worried about how I'll live after losing the Rinnegan, right? Don't worry. Even if I lose my eyes, I'm still a shinobi. No matter what, I can take care of myself. Madara was almost persuaded by Nagato. After all, those eyes had originally been his. At most, they had only been temporarily stored with Nagato, so taking them back was only fair and reasonable. I understand. I'll accept them. After a moment's thought, Madara nodded. But just as Nagato was about to act, Madara stopped him. What is it? Nagato didn't understand. Hadn't Madara agreed to accept them? Why did he suddenly stop him? Surely he didn't intend to do it himself. Don't misunderstand. I did agree to accept your eyes, but not now. When I come next time, I'll bring you a new pair of eyes. You can hand them over to me then. After saying this, Madara vanished on the spot in the blink of an eye, before Nagato could react. With the man gone, it wasn't as if Nagato could force himself to gouge out his own eyes. But Madara wasn't merely brushing Nagato off. He really did plan to visit Orochimaru soon, and while he was at it, see if he could teach Anko a thing or two, at least so that she wouldn't turn into a red bean cake 40 years later. The next morning before sunrise, Madara left the land of rain, with Kurama telling no one, leaving only a note in his room to explain the situation. The things Nagato had said last night were a bit excessive. Madara felt it best to keep some distance from him for now. After all, Nagato was Jiraiya's disciple, which made him something of a junior to Madara. No matter what, he couldn't let a kid in his teens go blind. So this is why we're on the road starving. Kurama couldn't understand Madara's logic. The other party had offered it to him. Shouldn't he just have taken it? Especially to skip breakfast over it. What a loss, a total loss. I actually have some food on me. If you're hungry, I can share some with you. Madara knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue. Having witnessed the chaos of the warring states, he didn't want to see more meaningless sacrifice. Madara wasn't against sacrifice per se, he was against pointless sacrifice. Nagato had no need to become a blind man for a while. It was that simple. No way. Those so-called ration pills can't even be called food. If you want to eat, go ahead. Tailed beasts are creatures of chakra. For them, chakra alone is enough to live. Eating was mostly for the pleasure of taste. For Kurama, going months without food changed nothing, at most it would just make its temper worse. It was just complaining anyway. After all, the chef Hanzo hired was genuinely skilled. Yesterday, even Madara couldn't resist eating several bowls. Don't be upset. Once we're back in Konoha, I'll treat you to another meal. Order whatever you want. At the word treat, Kurama's expression instantly brightened. All you can eat. You said it yourself. Better not back out later. Quick, let's go quick. We need to get back. Hey, you're too slow. Get on my back. I'll carry you there. After Madara agreed to the treat, Kurama's speed shot up by more than a little. It even dashed ahead of Madara, then turned around and complained that he was too slow, telling him to ride on its back. The speed of its attitude change made Madara wonder if what he'd raised was less a nine-tailed fox and more a nine-tailed pig. It only perked up at mealtime. Kurama's originally slim, slender waist had nearly become a bucket. Now every bit of Kurama's fur was glossy and sleek, and its whole body had grown plump. Its once fierce and ferocious face, due to the added flesh, now had a strangely benevolent look. Madara hoped this change in appearance wouldn't harm its health. Otherwise, he thought he might have to visit the Akimichi clan and borrow their butterfly transformation secret technique, so Kurama could learn it and burn off its fat properly. Hoo-hoo. Unlimited feast, I'm coming. The more Kurama ran, the more excited it became, until it was no longer content to run on the ground, and instead galloped through the sky. Galloped in the literal sense. Even high in the air, Kurama's forelegs never stopped moving, as if beneath its feet were not empty air, but solid ground. If this were a continent with no magic, only battle-chi onlookers would surely gasp. A Dozong expert. How terrifying. Alas, although the ninja world had no magic, it had no battle-chi either. Most people could only see a black dot streaking across the sky, unable even to distinguish their shapes. Thanks to Kurama's full-speed travel, the two were already standing before the Hokage's office before most people had lunch. Before Madara could knock, Kurama barged straight through the office door, startling Hiruzen into hastily shoving the crystal ball back under his desk. Who was so rude and didn't knock? What if they gave him a heart attack? But when he saw Kurama's sour face, eager to eat, he swallowed his complaints. Forget it. Why argue with a tailed beast? It wasn't even human. Ahem, you two have finally returned. Minato and his team have already reported everything to me. You did very well. On behalf of Konoha, I thank you. Hiruzen quickly recovered his usual composure and smiled at them as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, his little sleight of hand had been caught clearly by Madara. He didn't expect Hiruzen to already be peeping at the women's bathhouse at this early date. No wonder he had taken Jiraiya as an apprentice. The two were kindred spirits. Cut the idle talk and hand over the money. I haven't had breakfast yet. Kurama was completely unimpressed by Hiruzen's pleasantries. What was the use of all that talk? Could he talk someone to death? Even such rudeness from Kurama didn't anger Hiruzen in the slightest. Compared to the nine tails that used to destroy streets at the drop of a hat, this was a tremendous improvement. Last time they'd met, it had cursed him as a brat. This time it hadn't. A visible improvement indeed. If even the most ferocious and terrifying nine tails could be reasoned with, then maybe the other tailed beasts. Hiruzen shook his head. This war was still ongoing. Oh, what was the point of thinking about that now? Rest assured, I've had your reward ready for some time. Like Minato's team, this counts as an S-rank mission. Here's 1 million Ryo. Please accept it. Hiruzen took out 2 thick stacks of bills from under the desk, bound them neatly, and laid them on the table. The amount was double the 1 million Ryo he had spoken of. This is... Madara didn't understand Hiruzen's intent. Could he be trying to bribe him? But Madara wasn't someone who could be bought with money. Hiruzen must have known that. According to Minato's report, you must have encountered other ninja, who like Makade came from the future during the mission, right? At that, Hiruzen bowed his head gravely, and said in an almost pleading tone, please keep this absolutely secret from everyone else. If others learn that the Dragon Pulse can cross time, it will bring ruin to Lulan. If someone were to use it to rewrite history, the entire world could be destroyed. Kurama blinked, not understanding how they'd suddenly gotten to the destruction of the world, although it hadn't intended to blab about it anyway. Madara had considered this even earlier, but after actually experiencing the Dragon Pulse, he thought Hiruzen's worries were a bit over the top. The Dragon Pulse could indeed traverse time and space, but it was far from unrestricted, and it certainly couldn't rewrite history at will. The reason was simple: the Dragon Pulse's power had a limited range. Once a traveler left Lulan's territory and lost the Dragon Pulse's power within them, they would immediately be yanked back to their own time. So even if someone used the Dragon Pulse to go to the past, they could only remain near Lulan, unable to affect the entire ninja world. Still, to put Hiruzen's mind at ease, Madara nodded. Seeing this, Hiruzen breathed a long sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried about Madara's attitude. After all, Madara had once been the head of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha's way of thinking was beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Madara had once planned to destroy Konoha, the village he and Hashirama had built together. Even if he seemed easygoing now, it didn't mean he was as harmless as he appeared. After Obito agreed to keep the secret of the Dragon Vein's power, Hiruzen finally felt relieved. He had been on edge all this time, terrified that one day he would wake up to find the statue of the first Hokage replaced by Obito's face. So can you finally treat me to a meal now? As a cheerful little fox, Kurama only cared about what he would have for lunch. Humans could fight all they wanted. Whoever won or lost was none of his concern as long as it didn't disturb him. Alright, I'll treat you right now. Have you decided which restaurant? Obito knew that if he refused now, Kurama would likely pester him for at least half a month. Dumplings. No, too many sweets or cloying. Barbecue. I've had too much lately, not in the mood now. Everything seems okay, but nothing feels quite right. Since he could only pick one place, Kurama naturally wanted to choose the best. But every shop that survived in Konoha had some unique specialty that others lacked. He fell into a dilemma, pondering for several minutes without reaching a conclusion. Just then the aroma of meat drifted into Kurama's nostrils. He sniffed, following the scent, and saw a small shop surrounded by layers of people, with the queue even stretching to the entrance of a neighboring store. Kurama's thinking was simple: any shop with such a long queue must have good food. Let's eat here. I'm going to stuff myself. Obito silently glanced at the shop name. Good, it was Ichiraku Ramen. Too bad Naruto wasn't around now, but even if he were, he probably wouldn't have waited for you. As everyone knew, Naruto ate 3 bowls of Ichiraku Ramen a day and never waited for anyone. Whenever you went, you'd only see the ramen, never the person. But Obito had no complaints. After all, Ichiraku Ramen tasted great and was cheap. Even the most expensive bowl, the Chashu Ramen, cost only 90 ryo. What more could you ask for? However, Kurama had never experienced the terror of queuing before. They stood in line for a full hour before finally getting their turn. During that time, Kurama almost couldn't resist using a tailed beast ball physically to solve the queue problem, but Obito stopped him, leaving him to merely grumble verbally. Grr. Damn humans, how dare you block my way? Come on, stop complaining. We've made it to the front. Eat your noodles before they get cold. Obito slurped his noodles while soothing Kurama. He hadn't had ramen in a while and kind of missed it. But he wasn't planning to eat ramen every meal like Naruto. He was getting on in years, and food as heavy on oil and salt as ramen was fine occasionally, but too much would be hard on his body. Although his current body was a wood clone, theoretically unaffected by what he ate, he couldn't shake his old eating habits. Of course, if he could be younger by 3, 4, 5, 6, 70 years, he'd sit here and devour dozens of bowls, snatching the title of Big Eater from Hinata in advance. But for now, he'd settle for a few bowls. What if the clone got gout? However, Kurama showed no signs of stopping. The empty bowls beside him had already formed 2 small mountains, and the count was still rising. Fortunately, Tucci was in his prime and could roll noodles fast enough to keep up with Kurama's eating speed. Even so, the ingredients in the back were visibly dwindling. Another bowl. Kurama had lost count of how many he'd had. He wouldn't stop until he was full. Even those who had finished their noodles stayed to watch, all curious to see how many bowls Kurama would down before stopping. The queue only grew longer. Wow, that's 40 bowls now. Is that summoning beast still not full, eh? I counted, it's the 42nd. It doesn't look like it's full yet. Amazing. Come to think of it, watching this is making me hungry again. Boss, I'll have one too. TCH, you've made me hungry too. Tucci, one for me as well. The crowd buzzed with chatter, but Kurama paid them no mind. They could say whatever they wanted as long as they didn't disturb his meal. Tucci was too busy to serve the noodles individually, so he placed them all on the counter. The customers simply left their money and took their bowls. Though the empty bowls had piled into several small mountains, Obito remained perfectly calm. The most expensive bowl of ramen cost only 90 ryo. Even if Kurama ate 100 bowls, that would be just 90 ryo. A mere pittance compared to a ninja's income. Burp, I'm about full. Satisfied. Finally, after another mountain of empty bowls appeared, Kurama let out a burp, patted his belly, and stopped. Hey, did you see that? That guy ate so much, but his body hasn't changed at all. Maybe he's still not full. No kidding, I'm not blind. Did anyone count how many bowls he ate? I counted. Exactly 52 bowls, all licked clean, not a drop of soup left. Damn. I couldn't eat that much even if I were stuffed. Are all summoning beasts this gluttonous? When Tucci heard Kurama say he was full, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Making money was nice, but it was also exhausting. Today's sales nearly matched an entire week's worth. Ingredients that should have lasted 3 days were almost entirely consumed in one day. After taking a deep breath, Tucci walked up to Obito and said seriously, "Could your summoning beast give me an autograph?" Obito was stunned. His hand, which had been reaching for his wallet, froze. What was going on? They weren't celebrities. Well, maybe they were famous, but not for good reasons. Why would anyone want an autograph? And especially only Kurama's autograph. What did he look down on him, Uchiha Obito? Seeing Obito's expression, Tucci knew he didn't understand. He rubbed his hands and explained, "We had an unusually large number of customers today, and your companion contributed a lot. I've decided that from now on, Ichiraku Ramen will hold an annual eating contest. The winner will have their photo and signature hung on the wall. If you're willing, I'd like your companion to be the first champion. What do you think?" Worried that Obito might refuse, Tucci added, "As a reward, you and your friend can eat for free at Ichiraku for a year." Obito gently poked Kurama's belly. "Do you want your photo on this wall, eh?" Still dazed from carb overload, Kurama nodded vaguely. Alright, he has no objections. But forget the signature, he can't write. A paw print will do. After the meal, everyone was satisfied. Kurama was full and happy. Tucci had traded dozens of bowls of ramen for long-term advertising. Obito was pleased too. He hadn't spent a thing and got a year of free ramen. It was a win-win-win situation. Before long, a framed photo of Kurama was hung on the wall of Ichiraku Ramen. Upon it was a tiny paw print, and along the frame ran a line of small characters: champion of the first Ichiraku ramen eating contest. Beneath the photo, the number of ramen bowls Kurama had devoured was recorded, 52. No doubt from this day onward, the Akimichi clan, famed for their prodigious appetites, would frequently come seeking to shatter this record. So full. I don't want to move. How about you carry me? Kurama had not eaten this much in decades, and the sudden fullness left him sluggish, his steps growing painfully slow. Full. Perfect. A brisk walk will help you digest. Rest a moment. Soon I need to take you to see someone. Madara felt he shouldn't indulge the beast too much. If he truly raised the nine tails into a plump pig, the last thing he'd want to do is force it onto a diet later. You always have too much to do. I barely ever see you rest. Even Hiruzen, now that he's Hokage, isn't as busy as you. Why not just kick him off the seat and take the position yourself? Kurama had been itching to voice this complaint for a long while. He couldn't understand why Madara seemed busy from dawn to dusk, as if something were perpetually chasing him. Madara paid little mind to Kurama's words. This blasted Hokage seat. He'd had a flicker of interest in it decades ago, but now, not a chance. It didn't suit him, and he had no desire for it. Only someone with an overbearing need for control, who could never bear to stand beneath another like Danzo, would scheme day and night to claim the title of Hokage. Spare me the prattle. Just say whether you're coming or not. Madara had no intention of lingering here any longer. Besides, Orochimaru posed little threat to him now. Even heading over alone would be no trouble. Should anything unexpected happen, he could always summon Kurama with the summoning jutsu. Fine, I'll come. Alright. Those years locked up, I could do nothing, and now it feels like I have to do everything. What a damn joke. Kurama grumbled a couple more times before obediently trailing after him. So who exactly are we going to see? Madara answered in an offhand tone, 3 casual words: I don't know. If this were a game, every question mark hovering over Kurama's head would have exploded by now. The guy doesn't even know where he's going. Was he just being toyed with like a monkey? Even Madara knew how absurd his words sounded, so he quickly explained, cough. I meant to say, I don't know where that man is right now. I plan to look for another of the 3 Sannin, Orochimaru. The moment the name Orochimaru left his lips, Kurama gave Madara a look of pure exasperation. You should have said so earlier. I know exactly where that bastard is right now. Now it was Madara's turn to be astonished. Hadn't this beast spent decades in a prison cell, only being dragged out recently? How could he possibly know Orochimaru's whereabouts? Seeing the shock on Madara's face, Kurama grew indignant. You think I wasted all those years in Konoha? I might not have been able to leave, but I'm not blind. Whatever the Jinchuriki can see, I can see too. Then lead the way. With Kurama willing to help, Madara had no reason to refuse. Still, he silently resolved that he'd never become some Jinchuriki. Knowing someone could be peeking into your head at any moment. Who could endure that? Especially if one ever engaged in certain private activities. Having a tailed beast whisper commentary in your ear would be infinitely worse. Don't misunderstand. Madara meant private activities as in practicing jutsu. When a tailed beast hurls unsolicited critiques from the sidelines, it can thoroughly sour one's mood. Nothing more. Kurama led Madara to the edge of the village, eventually stopping before a single-story shack. Are you sure Orochimaru would be holed up in a place like this? To put it bluntly, Madara thought the shack looked no better than a village public latrine. Worse still, the entire structure had not a single window. If Orochimaru were conducting experiments in this dump, it would hardly do justice to his reputation. Why would I lie to you? I can sense it clearly. Orochimaru's chakra is right here. Kurama took great offense at Madara's skepticism. You could question his intelligence, but never his perception. No, wait, his intelligence was off limits too. Madara tried pushing at the door. As expected, it was bolted from the inside, showing no intention of opening. Still, that only confirmed that someone was inside, and that they likely had something they didn't want anyone to see. Madara could have smashed through the door with raw strength, but that would make too much noise. It would draw unwanted attention and spoil the conversation he intended to have later. So he ruled out the simplest option first. Instead, he slipped a single seed through the crack of the door. The next moment, a rush of frenzied trees swelled upward, forcing the lock open. But even with the door wide open, the room remained buried in gloom. He could barely make out shelves lined with bottles and jars. TCH. All that trouble for nothing. One swipe of my claw, and the damn thing'd be wide open. Kurama was unimpressed by Madara's roundabout approach. The sheer sight of wood style also stirred some unpleasant memories. With no windows, the only scant light spilled through the doorway. Most of the room stayed in darkness, though for them night vision was hardly a concern. A bare desk, a bookshelf crammed with biology texts, and dozens of empty glass jars. That was all the room held. Not the faintest trace of human habitation. Even Kurama was beginning to doubt himself. He could have sworn Orochimaru's chakra was right around here, yet there wasn't a soul in sight. Had he eaten so much that his senses were starting to fail? Madara's gaze had been fixed on the bookshelf since the beginning. If this were a puzzle-solving game, the situation all but screamed hidden entrance, and a bookshelf was often the trigger for a secret door. After Madara shut his eyes and randomly pressed at the books, a few volumes did sink inward, but no hidden door appeared. His luck wasn't quite that good, and Orochimaru's mechanism wasn't foolish enough to be tripped by mere fumbling. Maybe he should just have Kurama fire off a mini-tailed beast ball after all. Once the shack was blown flat, Orochimaru would have nowhere left to hide. Author's note: in the original timeline, Orochimaru only defects after Minato is promoted to 4th Hokage. The exact time of his attempts to transplant Hashirama's cells is unknown, but I've placed it earlier in this story. Therefore, at this stage, Orochimaru bears no hatred toward Hiruzen. He is simply a man driven by the pure desire for immortality and an obsessive scientific fervor. He has no intention to defect, and his obsession with becoming Hokage has also faded somewhat. Another reason rumors claim Danzo's base was destroyed by the first Hokage, and Orochimaru had indeed discovered traces of with style within the abandoned root facility, which genuinely spooked him. Violence may not solve problems, but it can certainly eliminate the person who raised them. After a frantic bout of random button-pressing, Madara not only failed to open the hidden door, he triggered the room's traps instead. A pale yellow gas began seeping from every corner of the room, while a strange noise echoed from the doorway. Damn, what the hell is this stuff? It already looks disgusting enough. Kurama had bolted outside the instant the gas spewed out, displaying what could only be described as revulsion. It was like walking down the street and suddenly noticing beneath your foot a wad of bubblegum someone had chewed, thoroughly soaked in saliva. Holding to the philosophy that he couldn't die anyway and would make trouble even if he did, Madara stood rooted to the spot, eager to discover what secret the gas possessed to make even Kurama give it a wide berth. Before the gas could even take effect, a fierce gust rushed in through the open door, sweeping every trace of it outside, where it was quickly diluted by the air and vanished entirely in an instant. If Madara's guess was correct, the mechanism should have sealed the door shut the moment it was triggered, leaving intruders no avenue of escape. However skilled a ninja might be at holding his breath, there was always a limit, and eventually he would have to inhale the mysterious gas. As for the gas's effects, Madara didn't know the exact ingredients, but it was almost certainly designed to render someone unconscious or dead. Yet considering the master of the house was most likely Orochimaru, literally any effect was possible. He wouldn't be surprised even if the gas turned out to be a gender-switching potion. Who the hell knew how many bizarre inventions Orochimaru kept in his arsenal? Only when the gas had mostly dissipated did Kurama venture back inside. At the same time, the wall beside the bookshelf split open silently, unveiling a staircase leading down. Well, although the method had been wrong purely by the result, the door had opened after all. But as the hidden door slid open, a tall, gaunt figure emerged alongside it. Sigh. People nowadays are far too nosy. Whatever. I'll erase their memories first, then by Anko 2 skewers of Dango. With black hair hanging down to his chest, beast-like slit pupils, purple eyeshadow reaching the sides of his nose, and skin so pale from long years without sunlight that it looked eerie, combined with an androgynous face. This was Orochimaru, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Before Madara could open his mouth, Orochimaru was already looking at the two of them and muttering to himself, the nine tails freed from its seal actually comes here, and standing next to an Uchiha. Remembering Uchiha Madara's empty grave, he couldn't help laughing. Interesting. Most interesting. I never thought I'd live to see a living Uchiha Madara. Madara wondered whether he had the words Uchiha Madara branded across his forehead, or otherwise how could everyone recognize him? Then again, he hadn't exactly tried very hard to disguise himself. So what business do you two have with me? Surely you don't intend to destroy Konoha. If so, I must respectfully decline. After a brief spark of excitement, Orochimaru returned to a blank expression, his pale golden eyes locked onto Madara. He did dislike Konoha's methods, and he thought Hiruzen had become too indecisive, but those were separate matters. That hardly meant he was going to become a traitor to the village. Seeing his reaction, Madara couldn't help whispering to Kurama, "Do you think that sounded convincing?" "Not the slightest bit. That guy doesn't look like he has a shred of compassion. He looks more like a villain than both of us combined." "I agree with you, but can we not be the examples? You make it sound like we're the bad guys." "True enough. He does look like he's cut from the same cloth as that bastard Danzo. We still need his help later, so there's no need to swear that crudely." Being ignored, Orochimaru felt somewhat disgruntled, but given the difference in strength, he didn't dare kick up a fuss. Watching the conversation drift further from the point, he finally couldn't hold back. "You two. At the very least, tell me why you're here." Kurama turned his head toward Madara. "Right. You never told me why we came to see him. I'd like to borrow a pair of eyes from you. and while you're at it, perform an eye transplant for me. Madara made no effort to hide anything. He had never learned the art of hot swapping eyeballs, and when it came to replacing eyes, a professional was required. That's all. Nothing else. Orochimaru thought his ears must be malfunctioning. The Nine Tails and Uchiha Madara. Either of those names alone could silence a crying baby at night. Now the two of them had come to his doorstep together merely to have him perform a surgery. Believe it or not, you may rest easy. Neither I nor it has any intention of destroying Konoha right now. Madara didn't intend to explain too much, because if he truly started from the beginning, it might not be finished even by the next day. Hey master, you've been up there such a long time. Why haven't you come back? Did something happen? A brash, carefree voice drifted up from below, forcing Orochimaru to let out a helpless sigh. Nothing happened. Keep reading your book. This silly apprentice was truly one of a kind. He had explicitly told her before going up not to make a single sound until he returned. She had completely ignored it. What was more, they had been right in the middle of a conversation. It was terribly rude for a junior to interrupt while elders were speaking. That was my disciple Anko just now. She's still young, and there are a great many things she doesn't understand yet. I hope you two will forgive her. There was nothing he could do. She was his own disciple after all. No matter how foolish, he couldn't just abandon her. To avoid being held in resentment by the two monumental figures before him, Orochimaru had no choice but to apologize on Anko's behalf. It's all right. She's only a child. Understandable. Madara felt Orochimaru was probably misunderstanding him. He wasn't a monster that ate people, so why did the man have to speak so cautiously? So for which acquaintance of yours would you like me to perform the eye transplant? Orochimaru's fingers twitched with excitement. He had never operated on someone from the Warring States period. This was a brand new experience. For myself. Orochimaru thought his ears really must have broken. Uchiha Madara's eyes were the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a pair unique since the founding of Konoha. Was there any need to replace them? He couldn't be thinking of swapping in the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, could he? Setting aside the caged bird curse mark, the Byakugan wasn't exactly superior to the Sharingan. He couldn't be preparing to trade them for the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan, could he? To be honest, Madara's return from the dead had not entirely exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. After all, when he had once excavated the grave of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he had also incidentally dug up Uchiha Madara's coffin. The coffin was completely empty. Not even a single strand of hair could be found inside. He had suspected at the time that Madara had probably not died in his duel with Senju Hashirama and had faked his own death by some means. But with no evidence, the idea had remained only a speculation. Now that they had met today, Orochimaru immediately recognized Uchiha Madara's identity. After all, with a combination of the Uchiha and the Nine Tails, he could hardly think of any other answer. But performing an eye transplant on Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru suspected that what he had eaten that morning was unclean, because this had to be a hallucination. Allow me to first confirm. What is your reason for wanting to change eyes? Madara pondered for a moment. He felt that the act of taking his own eyes out, putting them into someone else's body, taking them back, and finally giving that person a new pair of eyes was somewhat abstract, so he decided to apply a little artistic embellishment. In simple terms, my eyes were lent to someone before. Now that person intends to return them, so I have to prepare a new pair of eyes for him. Orochimaru sighed. That tone reminded him of those people who said they had a friend. They were not lying, but they were not telling the whole truth either. But this had nothing to do with him. His priority was to find a way to send this formidable figure away, or else he would never be able to focus on his experiments in peace. Very well. But before we begin, I must first prepare my tools and clean up the area. Otherwise, during the operation, some accidents that none of us would want to see might occur. Tears nearly welled up. Who would have thought Orochimaru could be such a conscientious and responsible doctor? Of course that was impossible. His true purpose was actually to collect Madara's genetic material for experiments during the surgery. As a researcher, how could Orochimaru let such a golden opportunity slip by? Genes from the dead would never rival those from the living. Now that he had finally encountered a living Uchiha Madara, would he even be human if he didn't seize the moment to harvest a little? If not for the gap in their power, he would have loved to tie Madara to the bed and dissect him. As someone whose goal was immortality, Orochimaru would never court death before his own safety was assured. But then again, weren't physical examinations mandatory before surgery? Drawing a bit of blood, taking a few dozen hairs, and collecting some flakes of skin, that was only reasonable. At the thought that his experimental collection was about to gain another heavyweight specimen, Orochimaru nearly failed to suppress a soft hum. As you wish. But before that, would you allow me to look around the laboratory? Compared to the operation, Madara was more interested in Orochimaru's experiments. After all, Nagato and the original body were absent, so there was no way to perform the operation anyway. Well, everything down there is just clutter, so I wouldn't want to offend your eyes. Orochimaru's expression did not change, but the refusal in his tone was unmistakable. You stinking snake, you really are the talkative one. I've been standing here for ages, and you haven't even offered a drop of water. Are you looking down on me? Kurama grew impatient. What was wrong with all these people? If it was yes, say yes. If it was no, say no. Their dragging words were driving him to death. He wished Orochimaru would immediately turn hostile so he could beat him up with a legitimate excuse. However, Orochimaru truly deserved the title of King of Survival. Even when cursed, he was not the least bit angry, and instead sent a clone out to buy refreshments for them. One moment, please. I'll go prepare some tea and pastries for you. In the meantime, please sit here for a while. Orochimaru's attitude was simply too impeccable. Kurama could not continue making a scene, so he could only pull over a chair and sit down. The three of them then sat around the table staring blankly at one another. Before long, Orochimaru's clone returned carrying a bag laid out pastries all over the table, then took 2 boxes of glutinous rice dumplings and a bowl of red bean soup and headed downstairs. Soon a young girl's voice sounded again. Wow. Thank you, master. From now on, I'll never say your skin looks like a dead person's again. Orochimaru somewhat regretted taking this disciple. Back then, Jiraiya and Tsunade had successively taken on students, and on a whim, he had accepted Anko as his disciple. As a result, this unfilial disciple managed to provoke him every few days. Even that idiot Jiraiya could take on an excellent disciple like Namake's Minato. Shizun's talent was not particularly outstanding, but she had a very considerate nature, and by the age of 10 or so, she had already begun to take care of Tsunade's daily life. Looking at his own troublesome disciple, if not for the fact that she, like him, had lost both parents, Orochimaru would have wanted to throw her out directly. Being fond of sweets was tolerable. Shinobi consumed enormous amounts of energy, and she was at an age of rapid growth. Eating more was not a problem as long as she did not keep binge eating in the future. Her personality was what gave Orochimaru the biggest headache. Anko was not only carefree in appearance, she was genuinely reckless in reality. Moreover, unlike him, Anko carried a hint of self-destructive tendency in her bones, and she was forever trying to learn suicidal ninjutsu at the slightest impulse. He dared to use those techniques because he had plenty of methods to get out unscathed. Whether by shedding his skin or reincarnating, he would never die as a result. But Anko had learned none of that. She genuinely intended to perish together with her opponent. No matter how many times Orochimaru admonished her for this mindset, it was utterly useless. Anko would agree cheerfully on the surface, but her secret practice never stopped. No matter how much he complained inwardly, she was still his own disciple, and Orochimaru genuinely worried about Anko's future. Just as he was feeling sentimental, Kurama whispered over, "Hey, that guy's expression suddenly turned a little disgusting. Are you sure you really want to ask him? Be careful he doesn't take your kidneys. Don't panic. When the time comes, you just keep an eye on him from the side. If he dares to make a move, go up and bite him directly. Damn, do you think I'm a dog? I wouldn't do something like that. 1 barbecue meal. Order whatever you like. What do you take me for? Do you think a mere barbecue can make me cave? At least 2. Fine. Bite hard when the time comes. Don't be afraid of biting him too hard. He's tremendously resilient." Listening to their conversation, Orochimaru nearly broke out in a sweat. He felt he should probably flee as soon as possible. Konoha was too dangerous now. What kind of people were these? After a cordial exchange between the two parties, Orochimaru not only agreed to perform an eye transplant for Madara, but also volunteered to provide Nagato with a pair of freshly cloned eyeballs, on the condition that Madara reveal the method for awakening the Rinnegan. Honestly, let alone the method for awakening the Rinnegan, Madara would tell him even how to unlock 6 Paths mode. After all, saying it is one thing, actually being able to do it is another. Unless Orochimaru killed himself on the spot hoping to become the next reincarnation of Indra, then transplanted some cells from Azura's reincarnation, and waited a few decades, he might have a chance. The odds of that are probably lower than being reborn into the Otsutsuki clan. After eating the fruit of the god tree, he could even awaken the Rinne Sharingan. But would he dare? The moment he ate it, he would become Kagaya's vessel for resurrection. Just as Madara was about to take his leave of Orochimaru, he suddenly recalled a detail from the original story about Nagato's use of the Rinne Tensei. Apparently, Nagato's death was not caused by the Rinne Tensei itself, but because too many people had died in Konoha, he exhausted his chakra trying to revive every one of them. So that technique didn't actually kill him. No matter how powerful Madara's memory was, he could not possibly remember every single detail of the shinobi world. He only remembered that Nagato died after reviving the dead, but he had forgotten the true cause. That being the case, his resurrection plan could perhaps be moved up a little. Orochimaru, there is one more thing I need you to help me with. Madara had already stood up to leave, but suddenly sat back down and said in a very serious tone. Orochimaru had been just about to say his goodbyes when he was interrupted, and a hint of impatience stirred in his heart, yet he kept a genial expression. He knew his own limits. When he was outmatched, he was outmatched. Please go ahead, if it is something I can do. Revive me. Those 4 short words made Orochimaru's face grow troubled. You can't possibly be serious, can you? Let alone the fact that reviving the dead is nearly impossible. Aren't you still alive? Oh, I'll go kill myself in a little while. Madara said it as if it were nothing, but even Kurama, who was beside him, couldn't hold it together. Hey, wait just a damn minute. What the hell do you mean you're going to go kill yourself? Kurama nearly choked on the cookie in his mouth. How had the conversation suddenly led to Madara getting ready to commit suicide? Madara also realized he might have sounded a bit alarming, So he added, I'll give you a sample of my own body. All you need to do is resurrect me in the form of Edo Tensei. You don't need to worry about anything else. The moment the words left his mouth, Orochimaru spat a sharp blade out from his throat and pressed it against Madara's neck. The doors were also blocked by countless brown vipers, making it look for all the world as though he intended to kill him to keep the secret. Kurama's body instantly expanded until it filled the entire room, his sharp claws hovering over Orochimaru's chest, ready to tear down at any moment. The atmosphere became explosive in an instant. Even with the gleaming blade already pressed against his neck, not the slightest trace of panic appeared on Madara's face. If he had wanted to, Orochimaru would never even have had a chance to get close to him. No matter how fast Orochimaru moved, could he be faster than a Susanoo that materialized with a single thought? If it truly came to blows, by the time Orochimaru had so much as opened his mouth, the Susanoo's colossal blade would already be nearly shoved down his throat. Don't be nervous. I know you secretly snuck into Konoha's forbidden jutsu archive and went through every jutsu recorded there. You had a particular fondness for the Edo Tensei that Tobirama left behind. I know all of it. Orochimaru had previously imagined the scene of being discovered. It might be his teacher Hiruzen, his fellow Sannin Jiraiya or Tsunade, or even the Uchiha from the Konoha military police force, but he had never imagined that it would be Uchiha Madara who saw through him. It had been years since he sneaked a peek at the forbidden jutsu. Could Uchiha Madara have been lurking in the village even back then? And he even knew what he had been researching. Was this the legendary shinobi? Truly terrifying beyond measure. After a brief moment of panic, Orochimaru's mind calmed down again. Since Madara had brought this up voluntarily, it at least meant he had no intention of reporting him for now. There was no need to rush into mutual destruction. Orochimaru swallowed the still steaming Kusanagi sword back into his stomach, and the vipers covering the ground vanished without a trace in an instant, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. I understand, but Edo Tensei requires a living sacrifice, you. Orochimaru trailed off halfway, but his meaning was clear. He would not provide the sacrifice. You can rest easy on that account. I found a substitute for a living sacrifice, so there's no need for you to worry. Madara smiled. He couldn't say for sure about anything else, but White Zetsu. You could grab a handful anywhere. They were as plentiful as stray dogs by the roadside. Since you put it that way, I have no objections. I'll prepare the other materials and await your word. At the thought of being able to resurrect Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru felt a little thrill. After all, ever since mastering Edo Tensei, he had never once put it into practice. After all, Edo Tensei required a living human sacrifice. Even if he considered his own moral bottom line to be rather low, he hadn't sunk to the point of casually grabbing villagers for experiments. After leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, Madara felt some regret at not having gone down to explore it more thoroughly, but what filled his heart was far more irrepressible excitement. If the plan succeeded, he would be able to break away from the demonic statue of the outer path, and instead act through his true body, which would make things considerably more convenient than they were now. Once he regained his youth, no one would recognize him as Uchiha Madara, except for a few old relics left over from the Warring States era. If anyone could recognize him from the stone statue at the Valley of the End, one could only say it was a shame they hadn't become a detective. Apart from the hairstyle and clothing, he couldn't see the slightest resemblance between the statue and himself. The only thing more abstract than that statue was probably Hashirama's Hokage rock carving. Even he couldn't recognize that bald-looking face as Hashirama's, let alone anyone else. Hey, are you really going to go die? Kurama was silent for a long while before speaking again, his tone carrying an indescribable emotion. Whether it was joy or regret was hard to say. It's about time. I should die now. Madara's tone remained as calm as ever, as if the one about to die was not him at all. Why? Weren't you clearly still wanting to live? Did you get affected by that Orochimaru guy's poison gas? Just say the word. I'll go beat him up right now and force him to hand over the antidote. Seeing Madara's attitude, Kurama grew anxious. He had finally managed to come across someone he could barely bring himself to respect. How could that person simply leave like that? Madara didn't understand why Kurama was so worked up. If he didn't die, how could Orochimaru bring out his younger self through Edo Tensei? And how else could Nagato resurrect him? After a long moment, it occurred to him that he had apparently never told Kurama about the plan. Kurama might very well think Madara truly no longer wanted to live. Listen carefully. What I'm about to tell you. You mustn't be afraid. You mean the old sage of six paths actually had a younger brother, and it was he who secretly instigated the fight between Indra and Ashura from behind the scenes. And that time you suddenly came over and manipulated me into fighting Hashirama. Was that also at his instigation? So his ultimate goal is to revive Kaguya Otsutsuki sealed within the moon and turn every living being in this world into biological weapons. Back then another Otsutsuki descended alongside Kaguya. Now all that is needed is a suitable vessel for the resurrection. A few decades from now more Otsutsuki will descend, and each of them will be at the very least above Kage level. After Madara shared the bulk of the intelligence with him, Kurama felt his brain reeling. Every single item was a momentous matter that could determine whether the entire planet survived. He now somewhat understood why Madara was so busy. There really was someone on their tail. If they dawdled any longer, everyone would be bound to a tree together and turned into human plants. Kurama did not doubt the truth of these words. During the time he had once spent following the Sage of Six Paths, he had heard him speak of many events from the past. This was especially true since he had personally witnessed the rift between Ashura and Indra. The only problem was, where did you learn all of this? According to your own account, shouldn't you still have been kept in the dark by that Zetsu fellow? Because I've read the script. Madara certainly couldn't say that, or else he would be taken for a madman. Zetsu disguised himself as the clone I created. But if I truly created him, why couldn't I create a second one? Once a single suspicious point was found, he had no way to keep up the act in front of me. As for the rest, what if I said the Sage of Six Paths appeared to me in a dream and told me? Would you believe it? Kurama stared at Madara without a word, suspecting that he was being taken for an idiot. You're not even related. Why would old Hagoromo appear in your dream? Just to have you burn paper offerings for him? Madara felt a little awkward under Kurama's gaze. He knew this explanation was a bit too far-fetched, but it was still more plausible than the truth, that he had transmigrated and two souls had merged into one. As long as the Sage of Six Paths himself did not jump out to refute him, no one could prove he was lying. And what if the sage really did manifest? Well, then the Sage of Six Paths, who had the shinobi world at heart, would surely forgive him for lying in order to save it. Forget it. I'm not concerned with where you learned all this. So what exactly do you plan to do next? Judging by Madara's expression, Kurama knew he wouldn't tell the truth, and he didn't intend to pry. After all, everyone had their secrets. Well, to put it simply, first I need to make myself younger. This body right now is far too weak to sustain high-intensity combat. He had already shared the more important matters with Kurama, so there was no need to hide this one. Madara told Kurama his plan to regain his youth through impure world reincarnation, followed by Rinne rebirth, once again astounding Kurama at the sheer audacity of his imagination. Using the forbidden art of impure world reincarnation, a technique that enslaves the dead, to make himself young again was practically exploiting a loophole in the cycle of reincarnation. Even the Sage of Six Paths had never thought of such an unorthodox method. God damn it. If you'd had a brain like this back, then how could you not have become Hokage? Kurama couldn't help ribbing him. Other people only grew more muddle-headed with age, but Madara had to go exactly the opposite way. Don't even mention it. I was nothing but a complete fool back then, so thoroughly played for a sucker that I didn't even realize it. Madara's mouth twitched. That was the very time his adolescent delusions of grandeur were at their worst. He looked down even on Hashirama and believed his own clan had betrayed him. Now that he thought about it, he wanted to slap that past self twice and tell him to stop being such a maniac. The clansmen had followed you, their clan leader, through decades of life and death struggles, and had finally settled into peaceful days. But just because you failed to become Hokage, you tried to drag them all into the wild to live like savages. Who on earth would be willing to go along with that? At the very least, he could have been Konoha's second-in-command. Instead, he stormed out of the village in a fit of anger, lived like a caveman, and eventually returned with the Nine Tails hell-bent on destroying Konoha, successfully making the Uchiha clan's name even fouler. Although Black Zetsu had been stirring up discord behind the scenes, Madara's own personality was also one of the reasons. His mind was too easily trapped in an obsessive dead end. So what's the reason you suddenly told me all this? Kurama didn't understand why Madara would confide in him at this moment. Apart from adding to his immense pressure, it didn't seem to have anything to do with what they were doing now. Madara scratched his head rather awkwardly. How should I put it? The two of us can barely count as friends by now, right? His bashful, fidgety demeanor instantly gave Kurama goosebumps all over. If you've got something to say, just say it directly, damn it. Don't make me sick. Never mind, Kurama. Madara himself felt a little disgusted as well. He reached out his hand to Kurama. I don't have the confidence to defeat the Otsutsuki clan on my own. For the sake of this planet, I hope you'll lend me your strength. Kurama gave a disdainful snort, then took Madara's hand in a firm grip. Who the hell do you think I am? A mere Otsutsuki clan. Watch me drive them back into outer space. In that case, I hope you can do me a favor. A faint smile curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. There was something he had wanted to try for a very long time. What is it? Tell me. I'll see if I can help. Because he had been tricked by Madara once before, Kurama was now especially wary, afraid of falling into the same pit again. Can you lend me your power? Kurama didn't quite understand what Madara meant. Hadn't he already been lending his power all along? Last time he had even merged with Susanoo. What more did Madara want from him? What I mean is, you take up residence inside my body and make me the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Of course I won't place a seal on you. You can come out whenever you like. Madara's face was full of sincerity. He merely wanted to be the Yellow Flash once. What was wrong with that? Even if you say that I don't really like being inside someone else's body. Kurama was about to refuse without a second thought. Ever since he had been sealed away, he had no intention of dwelling inside another person again. But Madara had no intention of giving up. After all their time together, he had completely read Kurama's personality, sharp-tongued, but soft-hearted, yielding to coaxing, but never to force a hopeless tsundere. As long as he was thick-skinned enough, Kurama was bound to soften eventually. Fine, I'll agree, okay. But I'm telling you now, only this once. Sure enough, under Madara's relentless gaze, Kurama couldn't hold out for long and agreed to his request. As Kurama's body vanished from the spot, Madara's entire form blazed into a blinding gold. The Nine-Tails chakra surged within him, and his physical abilities even surpassed his former peak. Madara tried running a couple of steps, but before he could adapt to his current body, he had already crossed all of Konoha in the blink of an eye. People along the way didn't even notice that he had passed by. He now understood extremely well how the Raikage had felt upon seeing Nine-Tails Naruto during the Shinobi World War. This speed was so immense that it didn't even arouse jealousy, because you knew you would never catch up to it in a lifetime. After dashing wildly through Konoha in Kurama mode for quite a while, Ban finally felt satisfied. Remembering how Naruto had activated Kurama Link mode back, then he had been practically drooling with envy, and today, he finally got to indulge himself. Hey, haven't you had enough? Don't you have something to do? Even Kurama found it unbearable and couldn't help but remind Ban, who had lost himself in the thrill. Jolted by the reminder, Ban suddenly remembered he had serious business to attend to and couldn't afford to waste time on play. Since his main body didn't require much effort, all he needed to do was handle Nagato. Come to think of it, Ban felt that he had visited the Rain Country an unusually high number of times, even though he hadn't set foot in several other major nations yet. Though his mind was still occupied with thoughts, Ban's body had already transformed into a streak of light darting forward. Having adapted to the boost from Kurama, he could effortlessly avoid any obstacles, even scaling Konoha's high walls in the blink of an eye. Can your chakra keep up with the consumption? Need me to slow down? Considering Kurama's body, Ban thoughtfully asked, but knowing Kurama's temperament, he would never admit to being unable to keep up even if drained dry. Who do you think I am? This little chakra isn't even a single hair on my body. As the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, Kurama indeed had the capital to be arrogant. In a one-on-one fight, no tailed beast could defeat it. Even Gyuki, the second strongest, could only last a little longer under its onslaught. Of course, Kurama's pride also made it disdain learning any ninjutsu. In its eyes, all such techniques were heresies. Only its fangs and claws were the most reliable weapons. At least that was what it believed until being sealed by Hashirama. After being imprisoned for decades, its attitude toward ninjutsu had changed considerably, from not wanting to learn to not being able to learn. A few hours later, Ban was already standing under the eaves of a shop in Amigakure, seeking shelter from the rain. The speed of Kurama mode was even faster than he had imagined. Neither mountains nor lakes could stop his advance. How fast exactly? After he had run several kilometers, the sonic boom finally arrived. His body had achieved supersonic speed. If Ban wished, he could transform into a human battering ram, plowing through everyone he encountered. Most people would be shattered before they could even react, their bodies instantly bursting apart. But Ban was not bloodthirsty, nor would he ever turn into a human missile to indiscriminately attack others. His mind wasn't broken. He couldn't do such a thing. Upon stepping into Amigakure, the most noticeable change to Ban was that the atmosphere among the people was no longer as tense as before. People talked in taverns without being so cautious, and Akatsuki members could occasionally be seen openly maintaining order on the streets in their uniforms. Shops selling toys, flowers, and other decorative items had noticeably increased. Even though no blood had been shed, the country had undergone its own transformation. Seeing this, Ban was rather pleased. If things could be accomplished without sacrifice, there was no need for death. This nation, this world, too many had already died. There was no need for more sacrifices. Rather than severing the chains of hatred, it was better to prevent them from ever appearing. But the Akatsuki robes lacked the red cloud patterns. Their aesthetic appeal was somewhat diminished. Maybe he could suggest to Yahiko later to modify the uniforms a bit. To avoid drawing attention, Ban had Kurama separate from his body. Especially in the typical rainy weather of the Rain Country, a golden glowing body was like a light bulb. When Ban met Nagato again, his mental state was much better than during their last encounter. Yahiko and Konan must have spent time consoling him. Ban, so you've come about the matter from last time, haven't you? Please rest assured I haven't gone back on my word. I'm ready. Though only a day or two had passed since their last meeting, Nagato's demeanor seemed like a different person. His taciturn nature remained, but the rawness in his eyes had faded considerably. While this visit does relate to last time, I actually came for another matter. Ban was somewhat unsettled by Nagato's transformation. If not for the lack of physical changes, he would have thought this Nagato had traveled from the future. Nagato waited quietly for Ban to continue, but Ban's words suddenly caught in his throat. If Nagato asked, how would he explain being more proficient with the Rinnegan than its owner? He couldn't just keep using the excuse of a dream from the Six-Path Sage, could he? That kind of lie might fool a Beto, but no ordinary person would believe it. Unless he could actually summon the Six-Path Sage in front of others, then he wouldn't need all this elaborate scheming. He could just in pure world reincarnate the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura and have them deal with Otsutsuki, Kinshiki, Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Ishiki. After all, they had fought before and had more experience than anyone else. Or even more absurdly, he could reach a reconciliation with Kaguya and have her join the fight against the Otsutsuki. Since she betrayed her clan, she had no place among them anyway. Wait, there really was a stone tablet left by the Six Paths sage beneath the Naka shrine. Although Black Zetsu had tampered with parts of its content, it was still a relic from the Six Paths sage rite. There's something I'd like to ask of you, but it's extremely dangerous and may cause irreversible harm to your body. So even if you refuse, I'll understand. Ban tightly gripped Nagato's hand, bent his waist a little lower, and squeezed a few cloudy tears from the corners of his eyes, putting on an appearance of someone near death. Nagato was taken aback by Ban's acting and quickly helped him up. Please get up. Let's talk properly. Just tell me what you need me to do. I won't refuse. After a long sigh, Ban began to embellish his story. Actually, the person standing before you is just a clone. My original body is on the verge of death, but my great ambition remains unfulfilled, and I can't bear to leave just like that. I once read the stone tablet left by the Six Paths sage, which explained why the Rinnegan is called the eye that governs life and death. Its power is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true ability of the Rinnegan lies in resurrecting the dead, but the prerequisite is that the body must be intact, and the soul not yet reincarnated. Otherwise, resurrection is impossible. When he first heard that the Rinnegan could revive the dead, Nagato's eyes lit up immediately, but then dimmed again after hearing the conditions. He had wanted to resurrect his deceased parents, but nearly 10 years had passed. Not to mention whether their bodies still existed, their souls had long since reincarnated. Nagato gazed at Ban with a deep look. You want me to resurrect you after your death, don't you? More or less. Ban rubbed his nose. Somehow hearing those words from someone else's mouth felt a bit strange. In short, the one who controlled your body before is the one who has been driving the nations to slaughter one another, preventing the shinobi world from ever uniting. The collapse of the peace talks between the second Hokage and the second Raikage back then was also his doing. To resolve the crises that are upon us now and those yet to come, this body of mine alone is not enough. Therefore, I wish to borrow your strength. In as straightforward a manner as possible, Madara explained to Nagato the existence of Black Zetsu. As for the Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya the sage of Six Paths family troubles, and the like. It was better not to mention any of that. Otherwise, he would have to explain how he knew all of it, which would be troublesome and meaningless. I think I understand. Then should I revive you right now? To be honest, Nagato had only grasped one thing from the long explanation, that black shapeless thing was still causing trouble. Not just yet. After I die, I will come to you. That is when you shall revive me. It was utterly absurd content, yet Madara spoke with the calm of someone ordering soy milk at a breakfast shop. Had an uninformed outsider been present, they would likely have already rushed off to notify the security forces. They would either have the two of them arrested, or else committed to a hospital. Nagato's mood was rather delicate at this moment. Never had he imagined he would one day be discussing such matters with anyone. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he decided to change the subject. Did you know Yahiko and Conan have been growing quite close lately? Perhaps in a few more days they will announce their relationship. I have been thinking about what gift to prepare for them. Such talk of romance was utterly remote to Madara, whose years of singlehood matched his age exactly. If 30 years of celibacy could turn one into a magician, then by now he was undoubtedly an archmage. In his youth, he had never given such matters any thought. After his father's sudden death in his later years, merely managing clan affairs had consumed all his energy, leaving neither time nor heart to consider a partner. When the Warring States period finally ended, he reconciled with Hashirama and founded Konoha, but before a few peaceful years had passed, he stormed off alone in resentment. As for what followed, there was no need to elaborate. He had remained single ever since. Not to mention that he could hardly find any contemporaries anymore. The first 5 Kage had long since reported to the Pure Land, and the second Hokage and his peers had all died off as well. He could not even find an old acquaintance to chat with. Oh, it was not as though everyone Madara knew had died. There was one non-human still alive. That was Kurama, currently by his side. One could say they had a decades-long acquaintance, though in all that time they had met only once before. Seeing Madara's face instantly darken, Nagato realized he had misspoken. Discussing gifts for young lovers in front of an old bachelor who had been single for nearly a century carried more than a hint of deliberate provocation. In that instant, his brain went into overdrive. What should he say to make up for his mistake? Think, Nagato, think. Have you ever had someone you loved, eh? After a fierce collision of thoughts, Nagato, as if some wire had gotten crossed in his head, blurted out precisely that sentence. Madara was silenced by the question. If he said no, it would sound rather pitiful, but if he said yes, it would somehow sound even more pitiful. Let alone a beloved. Unless one counted White Zetsu and Black Zetsu as people, Madara had spent these decades entirely alone. I have more important matters to attend to. I have no time for such things. Madara's first half of life could basically be summed up in one phrase: facing countless meaningless deaths amid unending war. The days of skipping stones with Hashirama were the sole amusement of his youth. Once their clandestine meetings were exposed, he was stripped even of that single diversion. In the end, matters deteriorated to the point of swords drawn against one another. Nagato was naturally unaware of most of this, yet he could sense from Madara an emotion laced with both regret and melancholy. Not being particularly skilled at comforting others, he could only pat Madara's shoulder. No one is flawless, every person is capable of doing things they come to regret. He was no exception. Nagato had never truly emerged from the shadow of his parents' death. He had always believed that he was the reason they died. If not for protecting him, his father would not have suddenly charged out, and would not have been instinctively treated as an enemy by the shinobi. For a long time he could not understand why, when everyone abhorred war, people could not simply stop and talk things through instead of ending the problem with one side's death. Only as he grew older did he realize that anger, greed, arrogance. There were far too many reasons to ignite a war. Perhaps merely a sliver of someone's selfishness could send tens of thousands to their deaths. That was why after Yahiko founded the Akatsuki, Nagato became his most steadfast supporter. Not only to support Yahiko, but because they shared the same dream to banish war from this world and ensure that the tragedies of the past would never repeat. Though Madara had never spoken of such things to him, Nagato could sense that Madara harbored a goal similar to his own. This must be what they call a sixth sense, Nagato thought. Unimportant ramblings. Someone once asked me why my updates are so few and so late. Because I have to play Naruto. Just kidding, because in order to gain new insights, one must review the old. When writing fan fiction, the most important thing is to have read the original work. A somewhat outrageous little skit. Sasuke, if your clan was annihilated, why not examine your own problems? When your own brother went mad and killed your parents, why not examine your own problems? When you got up at night and found your whole family dead, why not examine your own problems? What do you mean Minato Namake's popularity ranking is higher than mine? Am I a freeloader who just got carried? Let me make a not-so-apt analogy. The allied shinobi forces, or the 5 Kage for that matter. During the infinite Tsukuyomi, they were all stuck in trees, contributing nothing to the battle. In the end, it was basically just me and Naruto. Kakashi and Sakura could only play support on the sidelines. Everyone else was a freeloading carry. Final score 3-0. Me and Naruto sealed Kaguya and Black Zetsu with the Chibaku Tensei and saved the world. Our score 13-0. Carried the whole game, we were the MVPs. The allied shinobi forces were all freeloaders. Can you say that? No, you can't. Did they or did they not battle 100,000 White Zetsu? By the way, Koei has found a girlfriend too. I heard they are already preparing for the wedding. Perhaps to offer consolation, Nagato suddenly brought up the young Hyuga boy who had joined the Akatsuki with Ban and eventually stayed. That's really. Congratulations. Once the date is set, you must tell me. I'll definitely be there. Although his feelings were somewhat mixed upon hearing this, Ban sincerely expressed his congratulations. Thanks to his baby face, Ban still had no idea of Koei's real age, thinking he was still a minor, only to find out he was already old enough to marry. Ban wondered if coming to see Nagato was a mistake. It wasn't even spring yet, so why was everyone suddenly stirring with romantic feelings? Speaking of which, Nagato, you're about the age to settle down and start a family too. With the intention of mutual harm, Ban also concerned himself with Nagato's marital matters, putting on the airs of an elder. Isn't it too early? I have no plans to start a family yet. Nagato tried to make excuses, but Ban, having been struck twice, wouldn't let him off so easily. He had to make Nagato feel his pain. What nonsense is that? In my day, someone your age would already have children. If you really can't find anyone, I'll introduce some Uchiha girls to you when I get back. Don't worry, the Uchiha are different from the Hyuga. No need for marriage into the family and no messy tattoos carved on the body. Thank you for your kindness. But someone like me, born a commoner, those noble ladies would never look at me. Nagato waved his hands, frantically frightened by Ban's words. He was content just to be with Yahiko and Konan. Marriage was far too distant for him. He hadn't prepared mentally to take on the responsibility of a family. The only woman he had ever interacted with since childhood was Konan, and he had no idea how to get along with females. Don't lump us together with those arrogant types. There are no pampered princesses in the Uchiha clan. If you're willing, I can arrange for you to meet 7 or 8 girls right away. Surely one of them will click with you. Although Ban's main purpose was to tease Nagato, he wasn't entirely joking. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, even without the Rinnegan, Nagato's future achievements would be far from ordinary. He was more than qualified to be a son-in-law of the Uchiha. Not to mention that the Uchiha clan leader's wife had a close friend named Uzumaki Kushina, from whom Nagato could learn the Uzumaki clan's renowned sealing techniques. A win-win situation. Well, Nagato was rendered speechless. He actually felt that Ban's argument made some sense, and even felt a slight flutter of temptation. Fortunately, he still valued his friendship with Yahiko and others more, and firmly rejected Ban's proposal. Sorry. I still want to stay in the rain country. I'm sorry for disappointing your kindness. Nagato thought Ban might be displeased, but when he looked up, he saw Ban struggling to hold back his laughter. Teasing children was too entertaining. Ban felt he was increasingly understanding the psychology of elders who teased kids. Watching them think seriously was simply hilarious. Haha, were you feeling nervous just now? Seeing Nagato's utterly bewildered expression, Ban couldn't help but laugh out loud, and casually ruffled his red hair into a mess. Compared to the deeds recorded in the books, you are truly. Nagato trailed off. If he hadn't witnessed Ban's power himself multiple times, he would never believe that the smiling old man before him was once hailed as the strongest shinobi Uchiha Ban. Too frivolous. Not at all like the person in the books, right? Ban finished the words Nagato dared not say, casually digging at his ear. Nagato said nothing but silently nodded. That was exactly what he meant. Ban stroked his chin in thought, then lifted the nearly sleeping Kurama, ignoring its irritated glare, and asked Nagato, "Let me ask you, do you think this guy looks like the nine-tailed demon fox from the legends?" No. According to Master Jiraiya, the Nine Tails is as huge as a small mountain, harboring intense hatred for all living things, and would mercilessly destroy villages and kill humans. The more Nagato spoke, the more hostile Kurama's gaze became. Can humans be any more shameless? Did it come to Konoha willingly? It was that guy behind him who forcibly controlled it. And what hatred? Who wouldn't be furious after being locked up for decades for no reason? Not to mention that inside the Jinchuriki's body, it couldn't move a single step, bound by sealing techniques like a dumpling. It would be a miracle if it bore no resentment. Hey, hear that? You're a famous ferocious beast in the shinobi world. Be careful not to scare children next time you go out. Ban shook Kurama in his hand, deliberately provoking it with words, making it grind its teeth, in anger, planning to leave a mark on Ban's fingers later. Nagato actually wanted to say that Uchiha Ban's reputation was on par with the Nine Tails. Both were used by parents to scare children, but survival instinct prevented him from speaking. Having had enough jokes, Ban put Kurama down, ignoring its murderous glare, and got down to business with Nagato. I've made an appointment with the best doctor in Konoha village for your eye transplant surgery. The replacement eyes are ready too. I'll come to the rain country to pick you up then. Remember to tell Yahiko and the others in advance. Nagato's mouth twitched. He felt like Ban had planned this all along. He had only mentioned giving him his eyes yesterday, and now on the very next day a doctor was already found, and even the replacement eyes were prepared. That said, Nagato was still touched because Ban didn't have to do all this. He was only doing it out of a sense of responsibility. Thank you, but I've already discussed this with both of them. You can just come directly to me when the time comes. The thought of parting with the Rinnegan filled Nagato with mixed emotions. Joy would certainly be wrong, but it wasn't exactly sadness either. To be honest, Nagato had never known the true power of the Rinnegan before. He didn't even know its name until Jiraiya told him. If he had to put a feeling to it, it might be discomfort. After all, it had been with him for over a decade. Even if it was transplanted by someone else later, it had become as much a part of him as his own body. No, I still can't bring myself to do it. Ban had finally steeled his resolve, yet the moment he saw that face, the sword in his hand refused to fall. After his conversation with Chongmin, the greater part of Ban's plan had already fallen into place. All that remained was to have Da Shiwan revive him through the impure world reincarnation and then resurrect Chongmin. The only problem was that the impure world reincarnation could only revive the dead, yet he was still alive, and it seemed he would not be departing for the Pure Land anytime soon. For the plan to proceed smoothly, Ban had to first take care of himself. To that end, he asked his clone to drive a sword through his heart, killing him cleanly and swiftly. But the clone shared not only the same memories as the original, he also possessed the same sense of self. Killing oneself was the kind of thing that even Ban needed a moment of psychological preparation for. Oh, just do it already. Find the spot, thrust in. How hard can it be? It's not like I haven't died before. What's one more death? In contrast to the hesitant clone, Ban's original appeared thoroughly at ease, as if he and not someone else were not about to die. After all, he had already been stabbed by Zhu Jian once. There was really nothing left to fear. The clone let out a helpless sigh. It's not that. I'm thinking about what happens after death. Don't forget, Zhu Jian is still in the Pure Land. Once you go down, you'll most likely run into him. Have you thought about that? Ban sucked in a breath. He truly hadn't considered that angle. There was bound to be an interval between death and revival, during which, being dead, he could only remain in the Pure Land. Ban's knowledge of the Pure Land was almost non-existent. All he knew was that the Six Paths Immortal had created it as a dwelling place for the dead before their rebirth. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Though Ban had died once before, the Izanagi had rewritten the fact of his death, so his soul had never actually gone to the Pure Land. From Zhu Jian's death to now, he must have been down there waiting for at least 40 or 50 years. Anyway, meeting him is inevitable sooner or later. Just get on with it. Strangely enough, even with the gleaming sword tip right before his eyes, Ban felt an unprecedented calm in his heart. I never imagined I'd one day have to kill myself with my own hands. The clone's feelings were complicated. To avoid further complications, he had specifically asked Giolama to stay not far from the cave. Now that he thought about it, it would have been better to bring Giolama along. At least it wouldn't be so torn about striking the blow. You're saying something that amounts to nothing. As if anyone ever thinks about resurrecting themselves. After a brief silence, the sword pierced his chest, running through Ban's increasingly feeble heart. As his brain slowly lost oxygen, his consciousness faded, and before his eyes there was only darkness. Ban was dead, dead atop the stone throne he had occupied for decades, his expression remaining calm throughout. If not for the all-too-conspicuous hollow in his chest, one might have thought he was merely asleep. After Ban died, the clone lingered before his corpse for a long time. Due to the special nature of the wood clone, even though the original had died, the clone would not vanish immediately. It simply could not reappear again. Even the densest Baiju could sense the atmosphere, and with tacit understanding none of them stepped forward. The clones silently collected some of Ban's blood as material for the impure world reincarnation, then turned and walked out of the cave. All done. Zhu Lama, who had been waiting outside the cave for a long time, was already impatient. Had it not promised to wait there, it would have long since barged in to see what was happening. He had entered the cave at dusk, but when he walked out, the sky was already full of stars. Zhu Lama had grown so bored that it had started catching fireflies to play with. With a long sigh, the clone nodded. It's done. Even though I was already prepared for it, I have to say. Killing yourself feels absolutely horrible. Back when you controlled me, I never saw you getting all sentimental. Since it's done, let's get moving. You don't want to wait until your body starts stinking before you resurrect, do you? We're practically old acquaintances, aren't we? Can't you at least console me? Maybe you'll come back to life tomorrow. Why the hell would I console you? Should I wish you a swift revival? You? When you die, I'll definitely set off a couple of firecrackers for you. Sorry, but I automatically resurrect when I die. Can you do that? Damn. So what if you're a tailed beast? Careful, or I'll sell you to Shi Wan for experiments. Sorry, but being a tailed beast is something to be proud of, and I'm the most impressive of all tailed beasts. Besides that, Shi Wan bastard isn't worthy of studying me. One swipe of my claw, and he'll turn into a snake kebab. As the clone and Zhu Lama walked along bickering, the little melancholy that remained was washed away completely. He strongly suspected that the reason Zhu Lama spoke so harshly was because it possessed both yin and yang chakra within, making its words perpetually sarcastic and weird. On the other side, after Ban's consciousness returned, he was delighted to discover that he had turned white, so white that he was glowing. At that moment, a faint white radiance enveloped his entire body. Every wrinkle on his skin had vanished without a trace. His hair was jet black and lustrous, and he wore the blue-black robe he had donned when he founded my village. The appearance of one's soul is linked to one's state of mind. Ban now looked only in his 20s, proving that deep inside, he had never considered himself old. This place is the Pure Land. Ban looked around this nameless space for a while. Aside from himself, no other soul seemed to exist here. He couldn't even tell north from south, east from west. There was only boundless darkness. This isn't right. Even if there's no welcome ceremony, at least there shouldn't be only one person here, right? Ben seriously suspected he had been treated unfairly. No matter what, the Pure Land couldn't possibly contain only one deceased soul like him. He probably had been locked in some tiny dark room. Even if King Yama popped out to pass judgment on him, that would be better than waiting here in vain. There wasn't a single form of entertainment. It was even harder to endure than the days in the cave. Back in the cave, he could at least tease the Baiju, but here there wasn't even a single strand of hair. Ban, finally I see you. I was wondering why I hadn't spotted you before. Just as Ban was still trying to make sense of the situation, a voice he knew all too well sounded. The one person he could never forget even after decades. As the voice appeared, the surroundings shifted rapidly. Darkness was replaced by light. Ben then realized he was standing in the middle of a courtyard. Was this the real Pure Land? Zhu Jian. Ban crossed his arms and shook his head helplessly. He had been thinking of how to avoid him, but the first person he encountered was him. As Ban's only friend and archenemy, Ban's feelings toward Zhu Jian were quite complicated, not exactly hatred. Back then, what Zhu Jian did was right. If he hadn't stepped up to stop him, not only Konoha, but half of the Land of Fire would have been destroyed. But after everything that had happened, he was uncertain whether he could still get along with Zhu Jian as before. After all, Zhu Jian had indeed killed him. If he hadn't implanted the Izanagi in his right eye beforehand, he would have truly died. The emotions in Ban's heart were like a tangled ball of yarn with a tight knot at the end. Long time no see, Ban. Compared to the troubled Ban, Zhu Jian had never thought about any of that. He excitedly rushed over and hugged Ban with such force that even Ban, who was only a soul, could barely breathe. Zhu Jian's words and actions were nothing like those of a man who had become a grandfather before his death. He was like a brash youngster just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Let go. Let go right now. Are you trying to strangle me? Ban pushed Zhu Jian away in annoyance. He still couldn't understand why he had ever lost to this fool. Ban had imagined all sorts of reactions from Zhu Jian upon seeing him. Perhaps he would demand to know why Ban had tried to destroy Konoha or how he had come back from the dead. But who would have thought that Zhu Jian wouldn't ask a single question, just rushing over and hugging him? Sorry. It's been so long since we met. I got a little excited. Zhu Jian quickly apologized and released his grip. He had waited in the Pure Land for a long time without seeing Ban, and had once thought Ban had already reincarnated. He had originally intended to reincarnate as well, but someone stopped him, saying that his power would be needed in the future, and hoping he would remain in the Pure Land. Zhu Jian, who was always bad at refusing others, agreed in a daze and spent decades waiting in the Pure Land. During this time, he saw many familiar faces, including his younger brother Feijian, the first Hokage, and the other 3 Kage and their successors. Without exception, none of them had reincarnated. They all stayed in the Pure Land for reasons unknown. Not long ago, a young man came claiming to be the 3rd Kazekage. What a pity dying so young, it was said he didn't even have time to leave descendants. After calming down a bit, Zhu Jian finally asked a crucial question. "Ben, you were clearly dead back then, so why didn't I see you in the Pure Land before? Could it be that you weren't actually dead?" I had set up the Izanagi in my eye in advance. When the time came, it activated, automatically rewriting the fact of my death. Then I used a clone to disguise as my corpse while I quietly slipped into the forest and left. It was just an old incident from decades ago. Given their relationship, Ban had no intention of hiding anything. He simply told Zhu Jian everything in detail. "Is that so? That's great." Unexpectedly, after hearing all this, Zhu Jian showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled happily. "Aren't you going to be angry about me faking my death?" Ban didn't understand Zhu Jian's reaction. Normally, wouldn't a person be angry after discovering they had been deceived? "Because I never wanted to fight you in the first place. I'm sorry, Ban. Back then, to protect the village and our dream, I had to battle you." There was no trace of falsehood in Zhu Jian's smile. He was genuinely happy that Ban had survived. Although it was not the first time, Ban still wanted to say, the 1,000-armed cannon was indeed the most suitable ninjutsu for Zhu Jian, because he truly had a compassionate heart like that of a Buddha. Of course, if Feijian hadn't been watching over him, Zhu Jian might have been tricked out of his very underwear within a single trip outside. Zhu Jian was not only gullible, even after being deceived once, he would fall for the same trick from the same person again. If you asked him why, he would say, "What if he really needs help?" Ban seriously suspected that if he had told Zhu Jian back then that he didn't want to destroy Konoha, but just wanted to walk the 9 tails he had just captured, Zhu Jian might have believed him. "It's been so long, why are you still dwelling on that?" Regarding the events of that time, Ban actually felt a bit guilty. He had indeed been somewhat paranoid back then, planning to destroy Konoha, which was the crystallization of their shared dream. Zhu Jian was quite surprised at Ban's now peaceful attitude. If not for the fact that a soul cannot be faked, he might have doubted whether the person before him was the Uchiha Ban of the past. After all, when they first met, Ban's tone had been extremely arrogant, and that personality had never changed until their falling out. "Ban, you must have been through a lot these years. You've had a hard time, but now you can rest well here." Compared to seeing Ban again, the change in him made Zhu Jian even happier. If Ban had been like this back, then surely no one would have opposed him becoming Hokage. After meeting Zhu Jian, Ban had been thinking about one thing. "I have something to tell you." Actually, Rinnegan. Impure world reincarnation. Resurrection. Zhu Jian had never imagined that the forbidden technique Feijian had developed could be used in such a way. Moreover, after Ban transplanted his own flesh and blood, why could he awaken the Rinnegan? Isn't that the legendary Eye of the Sage of 6 Paths? Could it be that he himself was actually a descendant of the Sage of 6 Paths? Zhu Jian didn't quite understand, was it his own special genes or Ban's eyes that were special? Which one was the factor for awakening the Rinnegan? After pondering for a while, Zhu Jian asked only one question. "What is it that makes you willing to be resurrected through others' help to accomplish?" As a close friend, Zhu Jian understood Ban's psychology well. Physical aging did not frighten them. The only reason was that Ban needed more time to do something. How should I explain it? If I told you that there are aliens in this world and they will descend in a few decades to destroy the ninja world, would you believe it? Even Ban himself thought this sounded absurd, but Zhu Jian nodded seriously. "I believe you." "Why? You wouldn't lie to me, would you?" Ban couldn't tell whether Zhu Jian was truly naive or pretending to be. This guy actually believed such an obviously false story. It was so typical of him. "Big brother, how could you sneak off on your own behind my back again?" Before Ban could even feel moved, he caught sight of a white-haired man with a pointed head. No way to spiky hedgehog head, running toward him. Ban's already decent mood sank the moment he saw Feijian. Why did this fellow always have to show up at critical moments and stir up trouble? "Big brother. Tisk, so you finally died, you bastard." Feijian was not to be outdone. The faint smile on his face darkened the instant he saw Ban, and his eyes turned sharp and piercing. "Huh. A man who was killed by trash like Jin Jiao, and Yin Jiao still dares to spout nonsense. Shall I tell you what your former bodyguard Tuanzang did back then?" Having been scolded for no reason, Ban naturally fought back, especially when the one scolding him was that Feijian. Struck where it hurt, Feijian's expression changed. Back then, in order to cover the escape of Konoha's younger generation, he had been entangled with Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's forces for far too long. In the end, his strength too depleted, he was surrounded and killed by the two brothers. That nearly became the greatest blot on his life. As for Tuanzang, he had heard from newly arrived souls before. If it were merely human experimentation, one might have let it slide. After all, it wasn't as if he had never done such things himself. But Tuanzang had even gone so far as to turn his hand against his own people, and that fully crossed Feijian's bottom line. Everything he had done was to protect Konoha and its villagers. Tuanzang's way of doing things had completely put the cart before the horse. The first time Feijian heard of it, he wished he could leap straight out of his grave and slap Tuanzang until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. If Ban's words had been lies, that would have been one thing. Unfortunately, they were all too true. Feijian could not think of a retort for the moment, so he could only glare at Ban with piercing eyes. Seeing that Feijian still dared to glare at him, Ban rubbed salt into his wound. When the first great shinobi war broke out, how many innocent people lost their lives? All of that was your fault. Feijian didn't like hearing that. Yes, he had indeed died at the hands of the Jinjiao and Injiao brothers, and he had indeed failed to guide Tuanzang properly. But what did the first great shinobi war have to do with him? He hadn't started it. It was Jinjiao and Injiao who had launched a sneak attack, while Cloud and Konoha were negotiating peace, gravely wounding both him and the second Raikage. No matter how one looked at it, the blame should not have fallen on him. Don't slander me like that, you bastard. What does the great shinobi war have to do with me? Ban turned his head away and said in a flat voice, because you were too weak. If I had been there the instant they made a move, I would have beheaded them. Guh. Feijian was not resigned to it. He knew Ban was telling the truth. As the only shinobi who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhujian, Ban naturally had the confidence to say such a thing. But no matter what, Feijian could never reach that level. No matter how diligently he trained in ninjutsu, no matter how desperately he racked his brains to develop forbidden techniques, Feijian could still feel the gap between himself and those two. You bastard. Feijian made no effort to hide his contempt for Ban. That foul mouth of his had remained just as foul for decades. If not for the fact that he knew he could not win a fight, he would have lashed out long ago. All right, both of you stop arguing. Don't dwell on the affairs of your former lives. At least now that you're dead, can't you two be a little friendlier? Zhujian stood between them with a genial chuckle. On one side was his beloved little brother, on the other a dear friend he had known since childhood. Feeling that taking either side would not be right, he could only play the peacemaker as he always did. For whatever reason, the two of them would almost inevitably quarrel the moment they met. Zhujian had tried to mediate before, but it had done no good whatsoever. Argue they did all the same. Thrown off by Feijian's interjection, Ban suddenly forgot what he had meant to say. He had a vague feeling there was still something he wanted to talk about. Oh right, there is a very important thing I forgot to say. Ban slapped his thigh as the memory returned. He had been so busy with idle chatter that he'd forgotten to address the real issue. You'd better not waste my time with useless drivel. My time is precious. Feijian folded his arms and looked at Ban with an expressionless face. But we're all dead now. We should have plenty of time, shouldn't we? Zhujian mercilessly called out his foolish little brother. In the Pure Land, there was absolutely nothing to do each day, and at most one met old acquaintances and chatted. Big brother, don't butt in at a time like this. Feijian could not help retorting. His elder brother seemed to have poured all his stat points into strength rather than emotional intelligence, and sometimes spoke exactly as if he had no brain at all. I'm sorry. Zhujian's shoulders visibly sagged. Ban had long grown used to the two brothers' clownish antics, and was completely unmoved. He began to explain seriously. According to legend, a woman once descended from the sky and put an end to the planet's wars. The people of that era consequently worshipped her as a deity and called her the Rabbit Goddess. Mankind loved their goddess and prayed to her every day. Amid the blessings and prayers of the people, the goddess gave birth to a pair of twins. The twins bore an exact resemblance to their mother and were both no ordinary beings. Unlike their mother, however, these twins born of blessings had grown up among the people. Though equally gifted, they did not possess the goddess's haughtiness and regarded humans as their equals. Then one day the goddess abruptly changed and brutally ruled over everyone on the planet. The two children could not accept their mother's ways, so they rose up in revolt. In the end, they succeeded in sealing the rabbit goddess within a great orb of rock, an orb later generations would come to call the moon. Feijian had grown somewhat impatient. He thought Ban was about to say something impressive, yet all he got was some nonsensical myth. Did Ban take him for a 3-year-old child? If not for fear of spoiling his elder brother's enthusiasm, he would have left long ago. In contrast, Zhujian was listening with rapt interest, and he kept feeling that these words sounded familiar, as if he had heard them from someone long ago. In a corner that none of the three noticed, an old man with horns growing from his head stared at Ban in astonishment. Could this incarnation of Indra really have turned over a new leaf? Back then he had even thought his stone tablet had exerted a negative influence, and he had regretted it for a while. The old man's true identity was none other than the Sage of Six Paths, known as the progenitor of all shinobi and the creator of the Pure Land. Sensing that a powerful new soul had entered the space, he had intended to show himself, only to find that the newcomer was the reincarnation of Indra. The Sage of Six Paths felt both self-reproach for failing to educate Indra properly and displeasure at his violent quarrels with his brother. All these factors considered, he did not hasten to appear, but silently observed from the side. The sight of Zhujian and Ban getting along reminded him of his own pair of children. Back then Ashura and Indra had also. Well, Indra had been proud and aloof since childhood. Even when facing his own father, he never wore a pleasant expression. This was also why he had chosen Ashura as the heir of the shinobi sect all those years ago. Compared with the conceited Indra, Ashura, who could bind people together with love, was the most suitable choice. You said you had something important to tell me, and this is how you choose to spend it. Reciting fairy tales. Have you lived so long that you've gone senile? Tobirama had no interest in the tale Madara was spinning. Such fairy tales might fool children, but the moon being man-made. It was more plausible that the far side of the moon was inhabited by moon people. Patience. Let me finish my story. The crucial part is yet to come. Madara remained unperturbed by the interruption, for his words were never meant for Tobirama in the first place. Madara's true target was none other than Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths, who though long since dead in name still possessed a lively soul that lingered in the Pure Land. As the creator of the Pure Land, the sage of 6 paths must have sensed Madara's arrival there. It was highly likely that his words would not escape the sage's ears. Black Zetsu had thrived in the ninja world for so long largely because he operated in the shadows. The sage of 6 paths had no idea he even had such a dark brother, or else Indra would never have been manipulated. Thus Madara had to warn the sage of 6 paths in advance, making him aware of Black Zetsu's existence and purpose. As long as Black Zetsu did not abandon his plan to resurrect Kaguya, the sage might take the initiative to stop him. What? You say the sage of 6 paths is already dead and no longer possesses the power of a shinobi. Those words were hardly worth heeding. Anyone who believed them would be a fool. The chakra of Ashura and Indra had continued to pass down through generations. If their chakra could persist, then their father's, the sage of 6 paths, was even more formidable. His physical body might be gone, but his chakra remained. It was the sage of 6 paths who lent Naruto and Sasuke the yin-yang power to seal Kaguya. Even if he had weakened considerably after losing his physical form, he still surpassed the vast majority of living beings. Madara had a clear understanding of his own strength. Was he powerful? Exceptionally so. In the current ninja world, there was hardly anyone who could match him. But considering the strength of future enemies, whether it was Susanoo or the Rinnegan, they were barely enough to put up a fight against the Otsutsuki clan. Victory was far from certain. Even leaving aside the other Otsutsuki who had yet to descend, just Ishiki, who was currently trying to revive himself, would be a formidable challenge. Not to mention that he still possessed another 10 tails, which would be a massive headache if unleashed. Especially the divine abilities each Otsutsuki possessed, each one more absurd than the last. Madara strongly protested this. Why did he awaken such a plain ability as Limbo while a certain blue-haired cyborg was born with a cheat-like power like omnipotence that rivaled a game modifier? After venting his grievances internally, Madara continued with the latter half of the story. Before the rabbit goddess was sealed, she used the last of her power to create a third child. Unlike the blessed twins, this third child was both ugly and weak, resembling a clump of black sludge. But it was precisely because of its insignificance that it escaped the notice of its 2 elder brothers. The sage of 6 paths grew more astonished the longer he listened. He had indeed inscribed the past on a stone tablet, but he had no knowledge of a third child of his mother. Could this younger brother of his still be lurking in the ninja world? The third child had never come into contact with humans. It trusted its mother's words implicitly. Grief-stricken over its mother's seal, it swore to free her no matter how many years it took. To that end, it set its sights on a child who had been called a genius since birth. That child was the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the eldest son of the sage of 6 paths, Indra. Because the sage of 6 paths chose his younger brother Ashura as the heir of the Ninshu, the second son. For Indra, who was proud and arrogant, this was utterly unacceptable. For the first time, he felt jealousy toward his brother, whom he had always considered foolish. It was then that the third child, seizing the opportunity, whispered in his ear, inciting a great war between Indra and Ashura. In the end, alone and defeated, Indra swore that his soul would never fade and that he would never acknowledge Ashura. From that day forward, his descendants became enemies of Ashura's descendants, and the 2 clans regarded each other as mortal foes for generations. Their war lasted for over a millennium without end. Hashirama, who had heard enough of the tale, couldn't help but frown. If Indra's descendants were the Uchiha clan, then the Uchiha's sworn enemies were. Madara, do you mean? Madara nodded, confirming Hashirama's guess. The Senju clan are the descendants of Ashura. After the war between the 2 clans raged for over 1,000 years, most people forgot the reason for their enmity. Tobirama finally understood. This was no fairy tale Madara was telling, but a piece of history that had never been recorded, or rather deliberately concealed by someone. The sage of 6 paths now suspected that Madara was the reincarnation of Indra, having awakened his past life memories. Otherwise, there was no way Madara could know such things. Especially the matter of the third child. The sage had long believed that his own teachings had been flawed, and he had blamed himself for centuries, thinking he had caused the destruction of the Ninshu. Now, however, he was told that Indra's descent into extremism had been instigated by someone behind the scenes. If circumstances permitted, the sage of 6 paths would have gladly sent that useless younger brother of his to the moon to reunite with their mother. Wait a moment. If everything you say is true, how do you know all this? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tobirama posed the question. That's because I've seen it with my own eyes. Or rather, it came to me. Just as it once sowed discord between Indra and Ashura, it tried to drive a wedge between Hashirama and me. Madara had long anticipated this question and had his answer ready. I mentioned earlier that after Indra's defeat, he swore never to acknowledge Ashura. Thus their chakra attaches itself to their most outstanding descendants, continuing the battle they never finished. Before Madara could finish, Tobirama's expression darkened. Without a doubt, Madara and Hashirama were the most outstanding descendants of their respective clans. Unless the chakra of Ashura and Indra was blind, there was no other choice. Hashirama's smile also faded. He cared little about reincarnation. What truly concerned him was something else. Did that thing have anything to do with your sudden departure from the village back then? Madara nodded silently. When he left Konoha, it was because Black Zetsu had tampered with the Sage of Six Paths stone tablet, deceiving him with the so-called Moon's Eye plan. Note Indra's reincarnation refers to his chakra. Indra's soul and the souls of each reincarnation are independent. It is not like Indra floating behind the reincarnate, like a mentor. This is not a card game, so there is no spirit behind. Ashura and Indra only reincarnate in their own descendants. The Uzumaki clan are distant blood relatives of the Senju, so Naruto is also a descendant of Ashura. Also, I'm considering whether to let Hashirama also participate in the revival battle, but I feel that if Hashirama comes back, Tsunade's plot might become a bit awkward. She'd return to the village to find her grandfather resurrected. Is that so? I understand. If possible, would you let me return to the living world with you? Hashirama lowered his head in silence for a moment, then his next words nearly made Tobirama's jaw drop. The elder brother who had faced death with such equanimity back then now actually wanted to be resurrected. Tobirama's gaze toward Madara grew even more hostile. This fellow had barely arrived before leading his honest, simple-minded elder brother astray. Damn, that Uchiha Madara, truly wicked. The Sage of Six Paths, eavesdropping nearby, felt a pang of heartache. It was bad enough that Indra's reincarnation never gave him peace, but now Ashura's reincarnation was joining in the recklessness. What did these people take the cycle of life and death for? If the dead could come back whenever they wished, the world would have long since become chaotic. Even so, he had no intention of stepping out to stop them. Let alone the fact that the ninja world already had many forbidden arts capable of reviving the dead. If he appeared now, wouldn't it prove he had been eavesdropping? The Sage of Six Paths had his pride to maintain. Even Madara hadn't expected Hashirama to say that. Why, oi? He didn't understand. Madara himself had gone through all this trouble to change part of history, but Hashirama didn't know the course of the world. Mito had also passed away peacefully a few years ago. Shouldn't Hashirama be resting quietly in the Pure Land? The smile that had been lingering at the corner of Hashirama's mouth vanished, and his expressionless face finally took on the imposing aura befitting a Hokage. I'm going to settle accounts with that bastard. How dare he set his sights on Madara? I can't allow such a dangerous man to stay in the ninja world. From Madara's understanding of Hashirama, he must be angry now, and very angry at that. Hashirama was known across the ninja world for his good nature. He was not someone who lost his temper easily. During the first 5 Kage summit, facing the 4 original Kage whose strength was far inferior to his own, Hashirama had been so polite as to verge on humility, even going so far as to kowtow to them. It was exceedingly rare to find another powerhouse with such a temperament in the entire ninja world. Even if someone pointed at Hashirama's nose and hurled abuse, he would only laugh it off. He very seldom took that level of rudeness to heart. Just such a mild-mannered person, yet he had flown into such a rage. Even Madara was seeing an angered Hashirama for the first time. Even when he had attacked Konoha with the 9 tails back, then Hashirama had not been this angry. Quite the opposite right up until the final betrayal. Hashirama had kept hoping to persuade Madara to turn back, but Madara at that time simply wouldn't listen. For the Madara of those days, every word from Hashirama felt like provocation. When Hashirama said he didn't want to kill him, Madara took it to mean that if Hashirama wanted, he could kill him at any moment. Looking back now, Madara himself couldn't stand to look at who he had been. That wasn't just the level of an edgy teenager, it was outright mental illness. It was all Black Zetsu's fault. That thing had done so much harm, ruining a perfectly good man like himself. It's possible. It should be possible, but... Madara had been about to say that resurrection required the dead person's DNA, but then he reconsidered. Other people's DNA might be uncertain, but Hashirama's was definitely not lacking. Never mind anyone else. Just Orochimaru alone had secretly dug up Hashirama's grave. Who knew how many Hashirama cells he had on hand now? Enough to resurrect a whole village of Hashirama, let alone a single one. When he first learned of this, Madara had still intended to teach that unfilial grand disciple a lesson for Hashirama. But upon hearing that Orochimaru had also exhumed Tobirama's grave, Madara decided to let him off the hook for the time being. Hehe, you loved digging others' graves while alive. Now after your death, your own grand disciple has dug up yours. Karma. Of course, this also reminded Madara never let Orochimaru learn where his own corpse was, or he would be the one exhumed. But what? But you'll have to wait a moment. Before coming to the Pure Land, I only asked Kurama to resurrect me. He doesn't know about your situation yet. If you asked Madara whether he wanted to fight Hashirama once more, the answer was a definite yes. Especially after losing to Hashirama an unknown number of times, he dreamed night and day of winning fairly and squarely just once. But Hashirama was different from himself. Hashirama's face had been up on the Hokage rock in Konoha for decades. Once the news of his resurrection got out, the entire ninja world would likely experience a massive upheaval. He could never hope to hide it. How on second thought, that might not be half bad. As long as Hashirama was revived, the Third Shinobi World War would likely end immediately. The Battle of Canopy Bridge would never even get the chance to happen. Unless someone had a death wish, no one would want to go up against the true several thousand hands. Even Madara had been soundly beaten despite wearing the armored Ninetales back then, so the others were simply not worth mentioning. But the question was, if the ninja world became perfectly peaceful, would Naruto and Sasuke still reach the heights they were supposed to? They couldn't just have the Sage of Six Paths hand his yin-yang powers to Madara and Hashirama and let those two seal away Kaguya, could they? Tisk, why does that actually sound pretty thrilling? Might as well try it. Kurama. Who is that? Hashirama blinked in confusion. He had never heard that name. Could it be a friend Madara had made over the years? It's the Ninetales. Its real name is Kurama. To be precise, it wasn't just him. Every tailed beast had its own name apparently given to them by the Sage of Six Paths in the beginning. Only then did Madara remember that he hadn't told those two about Kurama. For all they knew, Kurama was still inside its seal. So he quickly recounted what had happened after he went to Konoha. He had encountered the Ninetales, and through communication by both persuasion and coercion, he had eased the conflict between it and humans, and it had been accompanying him on his adventures. What? You actually brought Kurama out of its seal? Do you mean to destroy Konoha? Wicked Uchiha Madara, I'll fight you right now. Tobirama couldn't sit still halfway through the story, making a move as if to hurl himself at Madara, only to be pressed back down by a single hand from Hashirama. Don't act rashly, Tobirama. Madara said that his actions back then had not been his true intention. Why would he possibly want to destroy Konoha now? Don't forget, he was also one of the founders of Konoha. Tisk, big brother, don't be fooled by this man's lies. Who knows if anything he says is true? All I know is that this man nearly destroyed the entire village back then. And big brother, weren't you also? MMPH. Tobirama, still agitated, wanted to continue, but Hashirama firmly clamped his mouth shut, leaving him to emit only muffled moans. Enough. Those matters are decades in the past. You should have let go long ago. A trace of tension flickered across Hashirama's face, as if he didn't want Tobirama to finish his earlier sentence. All right. Tobirama remained indignant, but since his elder brother, the one directly involved, had spoken, he could only vent his complaints. Uchiha Madara. Gojo Satoru. Madara, don't take Tobirama's words to heart. He was only speaking offhandedly. There was no real malice behind it. Hashirama patted Madara's shoulder, urging him not to dwell on what Tobirama had said. Their relationship had never been good since Izuna's death. The only reason they hadn't come to blows was for Hashirama's sake. Madara waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It's not like I just met him today. I've long since gotten used to it. As for Tobirama, he had little liking for Madara, or rather for the entire Uchiha clan. In his view, though the Sharingan was immensely powerful, the Uchiha placed too much weight on emotion, which made them a potential source of instability within the collective. A single lover killed on the battlefield could be enough to breed resentment toward the village, make them blame Konoha for everything, and perhaps even drive them to desire the destruction of it all. Obito-Achu. Who's talking bad about me? It must be that damn Kakashi. The rational Tobirama and the predominantly emotional Uchiha had never had good chemistry, and this led many to form the impression that Tobirama detested the Uchiha and wanted to have them vanish from Konoha. Yet observing Tobirama's actual actions, one would find that he had never deliberately singled out the Uchiha. This could be seen in Uchiha Kagami, who served as a member of Tobirama's guard unit. Whether it was wealth, reputation, or status, the Uchiha had obtained it all. Thanks to the clan's daily efforts to protect Konoha, as the military police force, the villagers treated the Uchiha with both reverence and fear. Madara even occasionally received fruits and vegetables from warm-hearted villagers. Having personally experienced how the Uchiha were treated in Konoha, Madara cast aside his old prejudice against Tobirama and was able to view his deeds through a more impartial lens. What? You're asking what Madara used to think of Tobirama? A cold-blooded ninja, a pathologically controlling freak, an inhumane science fanatic, a petty schemer who suppressed the Uchiha. And an obsessive brother complex on top of that. Madara withdrew most of his cliched impressions of Tobirama, except the brother complex one. That one was true, no misunderstanding. Madara, you should be staying in the Pure Land for a while. Would you like to come see Izuna first? Hashirama's sudden suggestion made Madara think of that boy from decades ago who had gripped his hand and asked him to protect the Uchiha clan. Izuna. Madara did not answer, only nodded silently. Tobirama for once did not speak in objection, either, silently deferring to his older brother's suggestion. Stay close to me. The sense of space in the Pure Land is very vague, and you could easily get lost. You won't get hurt, but searching for you later would be a real hassle. Hashirama walked at the very front to lead the way, while Madara followed close behind. He knew little about the Pure Land, and did not even understand why he had appeared in this courtyard. To be honest, the Pure Land's environment was somewhat different from what Madara had imagined. He had thought it would be nothing but a void of chaos containing nothing except the dead. But after a second thought, he could understand. This was after all a place prepared by the Sage of Six Paths. How could it truly be empty? During the Great Ninja War, the second Mizukage revived through impure world reincarnation deliberately revealed his weakness to the allied shinobi forces, just so he could return to the Pure Land. He even betrayed his own summoning beast, the giant Mirage Clam, which ended up having its shell shattered by a single punch from Inoki. Hashirama saw what Madara was thinking and elbowed him with a mischievous grin. Unexpected, right? When I first arrived in the Pure Land, I was startled too. I thought some Grim Reaper or something would come to take me away. Seeing Hashirama's mischievous smile, Madara thought that the familiar feeling had finally returned. Many in the ninja world regarded Hashirama Senju as an impossibly noble and upright man. Only those like Madara who had known Hashirama since childhood knew that although Hashirama was genuinely kind, he had played no shortage of pranks on him back in the day. He was also a master of mischief. He had even stood behind Madara while he was using the toilet, making him unable to pee for a long time. He had committed every bad deed under the sun. Madara curled his lips disdainfully. It's just so nothing special. Far inferior to the Pure Land I imagined. I can't even see the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths, still quietly following behind the three, muttered, "Is this guy really not here just to have fun?" However, at the thought of meeting his younger brother, Madara could not help feeling a hint of unease. After making so many mistakes, would Izuna still acknowledge him as his older brother? Don't worry, you're his older brother. Don't you know how much Izuna trusts you? Besides, he has long heard about your deeds from other souls. In all these years, he has never once said a single bad word about you. Hashirama continued to comfort Madara. After realizing their mistakes, most people would feel something like this, especially someone with as fierce a pride as Madara. Madara said nothing but tightly gripped Hashirama's hand. At this moment, he could deeply understand Azura's way of thinking. People leaning on one another in life was indeed far better than living alone. No friend to share your joy with, no one to confide your sorrows, and no one to comfort you when you are sad. He had long had enough of such a life. Yet as it turned out, Hashirama had been right. Madara had indeed overthought things. Big brother. The instant Izuna saw Madara, he rushed over and embraced him, wrapping his arms tightly around Madara's waist. If Madara weren't already dead, he would have suspected that he might be squeezed until he passed out. Because souls in the Pure Land did not age even after decades, Izuna remained just as young as he had been back then, though the features around his eyes had softened considerably. "Izuna, you..." Madara began, then stopped. He had so much he wanted to say to Izuna, but did not know where to start. "Is it about the clan? I already heard. It wasn't your fault, big brother. The clansmen made their own choice to stay, and I won't blame you." Madara scratched his head in embarrassment. "No, actually, I meant to say, I've already returned to the clan." Huh. Izuna had never expected such an answer. He seriously suspected that the big brother before him was an imposter. Otherwise, given Madara's pride, he simply could not imagine someone that arrogant actually returning to the clan after leaving it. Under Izuna's astonished and suspicious gaze, Madara became even more awkward. "Ahem, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to see up close how the clan has been doing over the years." "I see. As expected of big brother. You still worry about the clan even now. Truly worthy of being the greatest clan chief in the entire history of the Uchiha." Izuna wore a look of sudden understanding which stirred a trace of guilt in Madara's heart for deceiving his younger brother. In truth, he had merely wanted to find a wealthy household to live off back then. At the same time, a powerful chakra appeared above Konoha. After pausing briefly, it shot straight for the Uchiha clan head's mansion and sank into the abdomen of Uchiha Makoto, who was enjoying an afternoon nap. She was completely unaware of the chakra and continued sleeping soundly, having no idea how remarkable her child's future would be. Sensing Indra's chakra, the Sage of Six Paths could not help but frown. Even though Indra's reincarnation had already let go, had Indra himself still not given up. In the near future, a new reincarnation of Indra was about to be born, and Azura would likely choose a new heir as well to oppose Indra. While the Pure Land was joyfully making dumplings together, Kurama, in Orochimaru's laboratory, had already begun to sweat profusely. The shelves around were filled with numerous creatures submerged in an unknown green liquid, especially all kinds of colorful snakes. Kurama had never been fond of these elongated creatures. They had little meat, and if bitten, could be quite painful. If it were just that, Kurama wouldn't have been so agitated. What truly unsettled him was Orochimaru's own demeanor. After Orochimaru confirmed that the blood and flesh sample in his hand came from Uchiha Madara himself, his yellow snake-like pupils instantly dilated into circles. The next moment, a greedy gaze involuntarily fell upon Kurama's increasingly sleek and glossy fur. Undoubtedly, a tailed beast was also a highly valuable research subject, especially the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. If he could seize its power. As Orochimaru pondered the probability of success if he were to betray Kurama's eyes gradually turned cold. He sensed a malevolent intent directed at him emanating from Orochimaru. I'll say this up front, if you don't want to die, keep your hands to yourself. Having his thoughts seen through, Orochimaru felt no embarrassment. Instead, he grew even more excited. The Nine Tails could also detect the malice of living beings. Very valuable information. Another entry for the notebook. But at this time, Orochimaru was far from the madness of the future. After a brief moment of excitement, he began the preparations for the impure world reincarnation. Basic tasks like drawing the formation were quickly completed, but one thing made Orochimaru couldn't help asking, where did this thing come from? On the laboratory floor, a White Zetsu was tied up like a pig awaiting slaughter, its limbs bound together, writhing futilely on the ground, while incessantly muttering complaints. This rope is tied with absolutely no artistic sense. At least tie a bow. If you don't know how, you can untie me first, and I'll demonstrate. By the way, is there lunch here? I think it's about time for lunch, though I don't eat anything. Oh, and did you know? They say we have a very long lifespan. There's a guy who claims to have lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years, but I think he's bragging. In all his life, Orochimaru had never seen such an absurd creature, if it could be called that. He had just taken a tissue sample from the White Zetsu for testing, and found its genetic structure similar to the Hashirama cells he had previously extracted. But, how to put it? Orochimaru conducted a thorough examination of this creature, which Kurama called a White Zetsu, and discovered that although its appearance resembled a human, its internal structure was completely different from any organism he knew. No blood, no internal organs, not even a brain. The entire body was composed of identical cells. Theoretically, the flesh of different individuals could perfectly fuse together. To be honest, Orochimaru wasn't sure if this thing could even be considered a living being. When he had previously tested the impure world reincarnation, he had tried using live livestock, human corpses, and other substitutes for living humans, all of which failed. Livestock as sacrifices could not summon human souls. Human corpses succeeded halfway. The soul of the deceased was summoned, but it couldn't move lying on the ground like a corpse until it turned to dust in due time. Due to lack of materials, Orochimaru had never successfully cast the impure world reincarnation. It remained in the experimental stage. He was skeptical about whether a White Zetsu could replace a living human as a sacrifice. Why do you care so much? Just do it. If it fails, I won't hold you accountable. Once Kurama said that Orochimaru's courage grew. He didn't fear failure. After all, experiments often fail. But he feared being hit by a tailed beast ball from the Nine Tails. As long as there were no repercussions, he was always eager to seek death, relentlessly pursuing the mysteries of science. To prevent any accidents, Orochimaru had specially bought red bean soup and dumplings for Anko yesterday, telling her to rest for the day and not disturb his experiment. Placing the bound White Zetsu at the center of the formation, Orochimaru bit his finger and dripped his own blood. This step was to form a contract with the deceased and summon them from the Pure Land to the mortal world. Why you even bite yourself? You have the potential to be a White Zetsu. How about becoming one of my brethren? Even though it might die, the White Zetsu showed no tension, even having the mood to chat with Orochimaru. Orochimaru ignored the White Zetsu's words, quickly forming hand seals, or snake dog dragon, and finally slapped the ground, completing the hand seals for the impure world reincarnation. Although it was classified as a forbidden S-rank technique, the hand seals for the impure world reincarnation were not complex. Only 5 movements in total, with the release requiring only 6. This was consistent with Tobirama's style of inventing jutsu. He disliked complicated hand seals as they were too slow and impractical in combat. The jutsu he created or improved usually had only 3 to 5 seals. For example, the water dragon bullet, originally requiring 44 seals, was improved by Tobirama to only 3 seals, or rabbit tiger. Even ordinary jonin who learned from him needed only 6 seals, far superior to the original. Still, it couldn't compare to certain monsters who could release jutsu with just a clap of their hands. Sometimes the gap between people is greater than the gap between humans and dogs. As white smoke burst within the formation, a cloud of dust completely enveloped the White Zetsu's body, finally silencing its incessant mouth. In the Pure Land, Madara felt a force pulling him towards some place beyond. He understood that the impure world reincarnation had begun, but the force was not as strong as he had imagined. If he had to describe it, it was like leading a bounding Labrador. The pull was not insignificant, but he could stop it if he wanted. However, since he had gone to such lengths to succeed, he certainly wouldn't stop now. As long as he didn't stop, the path would continue to extend. Sorry, wrong line. It seems the time has come. I should be going back. If everything goes smoothly, there should never be another large-scale war in the ninja world. Madara embraced each of the 3 people present one by one, not excluding Tobirama. The 3 reacted differently. Hashirama was first surprised, then tightly hugged Madara back. If souls could cry, he would probably have wept on Madara's shoulder. I'm sorry for what happened back then, but the days I spent with you were the happiest of my life. Thanks to Hashirama's example, Azuna was mentally prepared when he was hugged. Even so, he couldn't help but freeze for a long time. How many years had it been since his brother had hugged him? As for Tobirama's reaction, ugh. Well, at least Madara learned a new fact: souls can also vomit, though what comes out is some indescribable substance. Hey, is this impure world reincarnation really reliable? It's been so long and nothing's happening. The rising white mist churned like boiling water, but no sound came from within. Kurama began to suspect that Orochimaru's jutsu might have malfunctioned. Impossible. I followed the scroll's steps precisely. Could the sacrifice be flawed? Orochimaru had never encountered such a situation before. Normally, whether success or failure, the mist should have dissipated quickly. This was unprecedented. Since his research on the impure world reincarnation was mostly theoretical, Orochimaru dared not act rashly, fearing he might make things worse. He had no other sacrifices on hand. Fortunately, after a while, things finally changed. A hand clad in a black glove emerged from the mist, then clenched into a fist. The mist that had shrouded half the laboratory vanished instantly. As the mist cleared, the white Zetsu that had lain on the formation was gone, replaced by a black-haired youth clad in crimson armor. The youth, just returned from the Pure Land, was still disoriented. He glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Got a mirror? Madara tilted his head, studying him. Typically, the impure world reincarnation revived the deceased at their prime. He wanted a mirror to confirm which stage of his life he was in. It would be laughable if the Jutsu considered his elder self with the Rinnegan as his strongest form. After all that effort, he'd end up back where he started. Huh. Ah, yes. Wait a moment. Orochimaru was taken aback. He hadn't expected Madara's first words to be this. But he quickly recovered, grabbed a small mirror from a nearby shelf, and handed it over. Gazing at the mirror, a face that looked fierce even without expression, Madara breathed a sigh of relief. The plan had worked. He was revived in his youth. Uchiha Madara, glorious resurrection. Well, half-resurrection at best. The impure world reincarnation body, though superficially indistinguishable from the living, was fundamentally different. The body felt no pain, had no need for food or drink, and was in some ways similar to the human puppets of Suna. However, the impure world reincarnation stuffed a dead soul into a body made of dust, while human puppets modified the corpse to retain its former abilities. While Madara examined himself, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with cunning. In his left hand, hidden behind his back, he held a kunai engraved with talismans. According to the scroll, embedding the special kunai into the back of the dead's head would erase their consciousness. If he struck now, Kurama, sensing the malice, fixed him with a glare, successfully dissuading Orochimaru from the ill-advised idea. He had actually tried to subtly control Madara's body, but it had no effect at all. Thus, the binding power of the impure world reincarnation was limited. If the revived dead were too powerful, they could break free. Orochimaru noted this mentally. The quality of the human sacrifice affected the revived strength. To prevent loss of control, he should use ordinary ninja as sacrifices in the future. Alright. Madara suddenly clapped his hands and turned to face him, startling Orochimaru so much that he nearly dropped the kunai. I met Hashirama in the Pure Land and told him about you. But Madara wasn't addressing him. He was looking at Kurama, who was wagging his tail nearby. At the mention of Hashirama's name, Kurama instinctively tried to flee. The psychological trauma of being beaten by the great Buddha still lingered. Just hearing the name triggered an urge to escape. Why are you running? Hashirama is still in the Pure Land, safe and sound. Madara grabbed Kurama's tail and dragged him back. The claw marks on the floor were his final act of defiance. Kurama's instinct told him that Madara bringing up Hashirama was never good news. The last time he heard that he'd been beaten and then sealed away for decades. You're not thinking of reviving that Hashirama, are you? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten again? What do you mean? I was the one beating Hashirama back, then not the other way around. You provoked him and lost, and you still have the nerve to mention it. Especially since you dragged me into being sealed for decades. That's because you were useless. I fought Hashirama to a stalemate. If you'd just come out and finished him off, we'd have won. And you ended up being sealed with a single slap. You were just dead weight. You're making me laugh. Who forced me to fight in the first place? If I'd been awake, I'd have put 2 holes in your belly. You crack me up. When I fought Hashirama, you were sleeping like a pig. Now you eat like a pig too. I suggest you stop calling yourself the nine-tailed fox and start calling yourself the nine-tailed pig. Listening to this childish bickering between man and fox, Orochimaru wondered if the Uchiha Madara and Nine Tails before him were just students using the transformation technique. He couldn't sense any of the dignity of a powerful being. After a long absence, bickering with Kurama helped Madara find his old self. The impure world reincarnation body had minimal sensory feedback. This was one of the few things that made him feel alive. Hashirama asked me to apologize. He sealed you back then to protect the villagers. If he's really sorry, why didn't he just not seal me in the first place? Kurama was not moved by Hashirama's apology. No one would be happy after being beaten then sealed away like a beast for decades, especially not the proud Kurama. To him, being controlled by Madara was a disgrace, and being sealed by Hashirama's slap was the ultimate humiliation. He would never forget the image of that great Buddha. If you two are done, could you please leave? I still have experiments to conduct. Seeing that the two powerful beings were about to continue their argument, Orochimaru finally voiced his protest, though his tone and words betrayed a hint of cowardice. Madara's most commonly worn crimson-layered armor was actually a Senju clan specialty. The Uchiha clan's armor had no shoulder guards or groin guards, prioritizing mobility. After the Senju and Uchiha clans reconciled and Konoha was founded, Madara adopted this armor, symbolizing his acceptance of the Senju and his letting go of the clan's ancient grudge. Hear that? You're in everyone's way. Can't you stay as composed as I am? Seizing the moral high ground through Orochimaru's words, Madara left Kurama no choice but to swallow his anger and hold back. Madara had initially intended to have Orochimaru perform the impure world reincarnation on Hashirama as well, but with no spare White Zetsu available and no one to seize on the spot as a sacrifice, he would have to settle for doing it himself when the opportunity arose. Had it not been impossible to use the impure world reincarnation on oneself, Madara would never have sought Orochimaru's help. When it came to mastering the technique, he had learned it decades before Orochimaru, only deigning never to use it. He wasn't the only one. Hashirama also knew the technique. After all, before any of Tobirama's jutsu were designated as forbidden arts, they were typically subject to Hashirama's review, who would confirm they were unsuitable for widespread dissemination before they were sealed away. But at their level, the so-called forbidden arts had long lost any real taboo. Using them or not made little difference. Take the multiple shadow clone technique, for instance. It was not particularly hard to learn, yet the coexisting shadow clones consumed vast amounts of chakra, a drain most ninja could not endure, thus earning its status as a forbidden art. Of course, the impure world reincarnation had been classified as forbidden mostly because it was morally reprehensible. Not only did it desecrate the rest of the dead, but it also demanded living sacrifices. It would be a wonder if it hadn't been prohibited. Half of Madara's resurrection plan was already complete. All that remained was for Nagato to cast the Rinne rebirth on him, and he would be completely restored to life. At the thought, he could not help glancing at Orochimaru. If he had been able to find Tsunade, he would never have gone to the trouble of asking Orochimaru to serve as his physician. Madara had been feeling a gaze on his back for a while now, and he strongly suspected that Orochimaru had set his sights on him. Had his current body not been a fabricated construct of the impure world reincarnation, he figured he would probably have had at least 2 vials of his blood drawn by now. I'll leave the subsequent procedures to you as well, Madara said. Given that Orochimaru had cooperated so readily, he hoped the man would not pull any tricks. Otherwise, Konoha would lose one of its scientists. He was not Orochimaru's master, so there was no reason to show any mercy. If Orochimaru overstepped, Madara would have only one thing to do: send him to meet his grandmaster. After leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, Madara picked up a mirror and examined his reflection. The features of the impure world reincarnation were rather obvious. Not only had the whites of his eyes turned black, but cracks of varying sizes had surfaced across much of his body. It was passable at night, but far too conspicuous in the daylight. The looks he drew from passers-by were distinctly different. To avoid drawing further attention, Madara had no choice but to take a path better suited to a shinobi: the rooftops. Free of the obstruction of crowds, Madara raced across the rooftops at full speed, ultimately coming to a halt atop the police force headquarters. According to his original plan, he should have gone straight to find Nagato by now. Still, a small detour would not hurt. As an elder, how could he not share his joy with the younger generation? After confirming that Fugaku was in his office, Madara slipped in through the open window. "Who's there?" Fugaku immediately shifted into a defensive stance the instant Madara entered, instinctively preparing to spew a fireball his way. "So it's you. Wait, no. How are you?" Upon recognizing Madara, Fugaku first relaxed, but then realized something was wrong, his expression showing that he had more to say yet held back. "Oh, nothing much. Just died, that's all." "No big deal," Madara said lightly, as if discussing something utterly trivial, leaving Fugaku to wonder if he was still dreaming, or perhaps had never woken up at all. Fugaku discreetly pinched himself hard, nearly crying out from the pain. He was not dreaming. It was all real. "Then what's with your current state?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fugaku regretted them. Why did he have to ask? If this formidable ancestor got angry, he might just off him too. "Oh, curious are you? Care to experience it for yourself?" Madara invited with a light chuckle, his words impossible to tell how much was true and how much was jest. No, I'll pass. Itachi is still too young, he needs me to look after him." Fugaku waved his hands repeatedly. He had always maintained a cautious distance from anything that looked remotely dangerous. "By the way, I've got good news for you. I'm planning to be resurrected." Before Fugaku could even process the previous statement, Madara dropped a bombshell. Fugaku had no idea what expression to make, so he settled for an awkward yet polite smile. He certainly hadn't woken up properly today. Uchiha Madara was planning to come back to life. Just imagining the chaos that would erupt among those clan members who considered themselves the spiritual heirs of Uchiha Madara made Fugaku's head throb. Those hotheads were already impulsive enough, and now outright rebellion was not out of the question. And he wasn't done. Since Madara had made a special trip to see him, he figured he might as well deliver a little extra shock. Not just me. Hashirama is planning to be resurrected too. Once he's back, he's going to nominate me as the 4th Hokage. Fugaku's heart had already gone numb. There was nothing he could do about any of this anyway, so let it be. Even if Hashirama and Madara were to clash again, it was none of his concern. It wasn't as if he could stop them. Seeing Fugaku's gradually dulling gaze, Madara felt it was time to offer some comfort. After all, he couldn't drive the lad into depression, could he? Look on the bright side. As long as Hashirama is alive, not a single other nation will dare make a move. What the Uchiha need most now is time to recover and rebuild, isn't that right? Madara patted Fugaku's shoulder and spoke with the tone of an elder who had seen it all. I'm old now. The future of the Uchiha clan rests in your hands. Don't let me down. Fugaku felt that something was off, but he nodded out of habit, and then found himself staring at Madara's face, which looked to be about 20 years old. Something had to be wrong here. A man from the generation of his great-grandfather looked younger than him. Did that make any sense? No, it clearly did not. Watching Fugaku's utterly bewildered expression, Madara finally felt some satisfaction. Kurama was just too composed. The only thing that got a real reaction out of him was anything involving Hashirama, while everything else was met with complete calm, making him no fun to tease. Fugaku, on the other hand, was far easier to toy with. A few casual words were enough to leave him utterly speechless. If he ever lost his position as clan head, he might consider a career as the straight man in a comedy duo. I've had a bit of a headache lately. I wonder if it's the after effect of staying up half a month with my sleep schedule turned upside down. Don't follow my example. Catching up on sleep later can't undo the damage of staying up late. And all-nighters are even worse than just sleeping late. Unless it's something urgent, never stay up late. I'm not saying you've changed too much. You crossed half of Konoha just to scare people, huh? When Ban returned to the rooftop, Jalama had been waiting for a long time. Even though it had gradually gotten used to this pace during the days of following Ban around, it couldn't help but want to complain. In response, Ban made no reply. With so much pressure on him, it was only natural to relax a bit now and then. Having fought wars all his life, couldn't he be allowed some enjoyment? An unnamed Konoha high-ranking official often peeps into the women's bathhouse. Compared to that, his little prank was nothing. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is called cultivating the mental resilience of the younger generation, got it? Although Jalama was right, Ban would never admit it. Yeah, right, cultivating the younger generation. If you were really that kind-hearted, I'd rather believe the strongest tailed beast is that stinky Tanuki. Jalama dismissed Ban's explanation with disdain. It wasn't the first day it knew this guy. How could it not know what he was like? The stinky Tanuki Jalama referred to was precisely the tailed beast owned, or rather sealed, by Tsunagakure, the one-tailed Shoha, whose appearance resembled a tanuki about the size of a small hill, with violet cursed marks all over its body. Because Jalama advocated the theory that the more tails the stronger the tailed beast, Shoha, having the fewest tails, naturally disagreed. What's wrong with one tail? Are you targeting me? Thus the relationship between the two beasts was the worst among the 9-tailed beasts. Shoha called Jalama Stinky Fox, and Jalama called Shoha Stinky Tanuki. They would almost always quarrel whenever they met. But to be fair, Jalama's theory that more tails meant greater strength might not be wrong. After all, the 10 tails formed by the fusion of the 9-tailed beasts was indeed the strongest, and had the most tails among them. Speaking of Shoha, Ban suddenly remembered something. The current Jinchuriki of Shoha Finfu probably didn't have many years left. Not long after his death, Jelloa died in childbirth, and Luosha sealed Shoha into Wailua's body, after which came Wailua's lonely childhood. Ban stroked his chin. Although theoretically the sand after Jelloa's death also protected Wailua and helped him considerably in the early stages, if he considered maximizing benefits, he could simply ignore the matter. However, he had meddled in quite a few trivial matters already. One more wouldn't make a difference. Decided. Since the time for Edo Tensei was long enough before going to find Nagato, he would take a slight detour and visit Tsunagakure first. The only question was, Jalama, do you know how to deliver a baby? What kind of madness makes you think I know how to deliver a baby? In response to Ban's question, Jalama just wanted to give him a question mark. Was that a human thing to say? Asking a fox if it could deliver a baby. Why not just ask if it could turn into a fox girl? As expected, you don't know either. Ben wasn't too disappointed. He hadn't really expected much, just asking casually. Because to solve Wailua's problem, there were only 3 approaches. First was his father Luosha, who hadn't yet become the 4th Kazekage. If he could work things out in advance and arrange medical staff, it would definitely greatly reduce the possibility of Jelloa dying in childbirth. The problem was that although Tsunagakure and Konoha were still allied at the time, Luosha was at least mid to high ranking in Tsunagakure. Why would he listen to a stranger? He couldn't just put a sword to his neck and say, when your wife gives birth, you must hire the best doctor, preferably invite Tsunadeheim from Konoha. If he did that, Luosha would probably suspect that he had an affair with Jalua, otherwise why would he care so much about his wife giving birth? The second method was to find Waala's mother Jalua, and find a way to improve her health so that she could not only give birth to 3, but even 30 with vigor. This was slightly easier than the previous one, but still not much less difficult. Not to mention how to gain Jalua's trust, he didn't have that much time to waste. Improving one's health was not something that could be done overnight. Finally, since part of the reason for Jalua's difficult childbirth was that Luosha sealed Shoha into Wa, while she was pregnant, wouldn't it be fine if Finfu continued to live and Shoha didn't need to be sealed? Finfu was even older than Hiruzen, and being imprisoned in a cave rarely seeing sunlight for years, he was so thin and weak it was barely human. That he was still alive was thanks to the Sage of Six Paths. Even the Rinnegan couldn't revive someone who had died of old age. All his bodily functions had deteriorated to the extreme. Even if revived, he wouldn't live long. After careful consideration, Ban came up with a win-win method: kidnap Shoha. As long as there was no tailed beast, even if Luosha wanted to seal something, he would have nothing to seal, and naturally Jalua would not die in childbirth. As for whether losing the tailed beast would affect Sunagakure, Finfu had been locked in the cave for decades and had hardly ever acted. Having or not having Shoha made no difference to Sunagakure. Among the current 9-tailed beasts besides him and Jalama, only Kalabi and Yogawe had reached a consensus, barely counting as combat power for Kimobikure. The rest of the tailed beasts. It was a victory if they didn't break free from their seals. According to Ban's plan, in the worst case, he would have to carry Finfu on his back and flee from Sunagakure, taking both the man and the tailed beast together. He would probably be hunted by Sunagakure Zumbu. The best case was naturally that Shoha, like Jalama, would leave most of its chakra with the Jinchuriki and be taken away by him in an incomplete form. Ban thought for a moment and decided to give Jalama a heads up. Jalama, what do you want from me? Do you mind if I go find other tailed beasts? You have to ask me that. Go find whoever you want, it's none of my business. Jalama's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Asking such a question, was he up to something? You said it yourself, don't go back on your word. Then let's go to the land of wind and find Shoha now. Ban smiled with satisfaction. It was Jalama who said it, nothing to do with him. Damn, you tricked me again. I don't want to see that stinky tanuki. That guy should be eating sand in the desert. Upon learning that Ban was going to find Shoha, Jalama's fox face instantly wrinkled. Rather than the stinky tanuki, it would rather play the tail fishing game with Jifu. Kalabi was truly a godly person. Other Jinchuriki were isolated by the whole village. He directly isolated the whole village. At this moment the sun had already set. After nightfall the forest was pitch black with not even a sliver of moonlight penetrating through. An eerie aura pervaded the surroundings. Ordinary people would never choose to venture out at such a time. The deeper the night, and the quieter the surroundings, the greater the danger. Beasts, bandits, and ronin. Many such creatures prefer to strike under the cover of darkness. Fortunately, Ban was no ordinary person. If he truly encountered a bandit blocking the road, it would be the other party who would suffer misfortune. Although the body after impure world reincarnation had many drawbacks, it was not without benefits. Besides a body that could withstand most damage, it granted extremely fast chakra recovery and inexhaustible stamina. According to this logic, the dead summoned by impure world reincarnation need no rest and can work endlessly. Moreover, they require no human currency, so even wages become unnecessary. Ban felt he should not ponder further, or he might one day end up hanging from a lamppost. Must we really leave without dinner? I have been running around for your sake, and didn't even have time for lunch. In the end, I cannot even enjoy a warm meal. Do you not feel any guilt at all? For some unknown reason, Jalama seemed obsessed with food. Whenever mealtime approached, he grew unusually restless. Ban worried that one day the fox might eat himself into a ball. Stop complaining. Once we reach the Wind Country, I will treat you to their specialty grilled beef tongue. Then what are we waiting for? Do not waste time. Let us go quickly. I want to eat beef tongue tomorrow. These simple words from Ban meant more to Jalama than 1,000 speeches. The fox's spirits lifted instantly, and he wished he could carry Ban directly to the Wind Country. Perhaps thanks to Jalama, the journey proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. When the sun rose the next day, Ban stood at the border between the Wind Country and the Fire Country. The rising sun dispelled the shadows of the previous day. Bathed in light, the entire sea of sand glittered like a field of golden grains. Yet such a magnificent scene went unappreciated. Neither Ban nor Jalama was a stranger to the desert. No matter how spectacular the view, seeing it too many times led to aesthetic fatigue. If it seems my luck is not bad. We have not encountered any fool along the way. We should be able to have an early lunch today. The moment he thought of soon eating grilled meat, the corners of Jalama's mouth curled up slightly. Although the thought of that stinky tanuki was somewhat nauseating, it was all the more reason to eat his fill before meeting that creature, lest he lose his appetite after being disgusted. Hey, do not jinx it. In general, whenever someone says something like that, they usually get slapped in the face very soon. Hearing Jalama's words, Ban's heart skipped a beat. as everyone knows certain phrases are extremely deadly in specific contexts such as, after this battle I will return to my hometown and get married. It's fine, don't worry. The mastermind is. Almost everyone who utters such words ends up dead or crippled. Ban had reason to suspect this might be some kind of curse. Sure enough, as soon as Julama finished speaking, a red-haired youth appeared at the other end of the desert. The distance between them was only a few hundred meters. Another member of the Uzumaki clan. Their nation has been destroyed for so long, yet their people are everywhere. Look more carefully. Are you sure that thing is human? Julama had not yet grasped the situation and even intended to approach. Ban quickly reached out to stop him. At first, Julama did not understand Ban's words. Only after a closer look did he finally notice the anomaly. The red-haired youth appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet he never breathed. Even in the scorching desert, he did not shed a single drop of sweat. He was clearly not normal. Where did this freak come from? This is the first, no the second time I have seen someone so similar to a corpse. Julama could not help rubbing his eyes. The number of bizarre creatures he had encountered recently nearly matched the total from the past few centuries. The world was changing too fast. He felt he could not keep up with the times. Are they pursuers? It seems those guys are not completely useless. A talking summoning beast, and a samurai. When he saw Ban, the youth's tone carried a hint of astonishment. Who still wore armor in this era? Was he a samurai from the Iron Country? Although it might sound strange coming from him, a puppet body, this was the desert. Did wearing armor not make one feel hot? Ban had long recognized the youth's true identity. He was the grandson of Chiyo, a genius puppeteer and eternal artist, and also the murderer of the third Kazekage, Sia. One of the triggers of the Third Great Ninja War was the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage. After the leader's disappearance, the Sand Village was left leaderless. The Rock Village seized the opportunity to attack, and the Sand Village, unable to withstand the assault, sought an alliance with the Leaf Village. Never mind. Since you managed to catch up with me, you shall become part of my collection. Sia snorted coldly, took a scroll from his back, unrolled it, bit his finger, and pressed it onto the scroll. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke billowed from the scroll. When the smoke dissipated, a puppet clad in a brown robe floated silently before Sia. If any ninja from the Sand Village were present, they would be shocked, for the puppet's appearance was exactly like that of the missing third Kazekage. You should be delighted. To experience eternal art firsthand is not an opportunity that comes to everyone. Sia raised his right hand, and several invisible chakra threads extended from his fingertips, firmly connecting to the puppet of the third Kazekage. With a mere lift of his hand, the puppet's mouth split into several segments, revealing poisoned fangs that gleamed coldly. Its arms were replaced by two sharp blades. The puppet, which had once looked somewhat human, had now become a killing machine. Are you crazy? I do not even know your name. Chasing you. My ass. After dodging the incoming blade, Julama could not help cursing at Sia. Was this guy for real? They had not even made a move yet the enemy struck first. How I never expected your summoning beast to be more eloquent than its master. I hope you can still speak like that after being torn to pieces. Due to his childhood experiences, Sia was particularly sensitive to the word parents. Julama's words had stepped on a landmine. Ignoring Ban entirely, he focused all his efforts on controlling the third Kazekage puppet to attack Julama. Magnetic release, Iron Sand time reign. During his reign, the third Kazekage was once called the strongest Kazekage, thanks to his ability to manipulate iron sand. After his corpse was turned into a human puppet, his living techniques were perfectly preserved. A wave of iron sand appeared behind the puppet out of nowhere, rapidly forming countless tiny needles that shot toward Julama. If an ordinary ninja were here, they would have no way to dodge, and would end up as another puppet in Sia's collection. But Julama did not even think of dodging. The orange-red-tailed beast cloak on his body blocked all the needles, leaving not even a scratch. Sasori had assumed Kurama was merely a summoning beast that could speak human language. Intelligent summoning beasts were hardly a dime a dozen, but neither were they especially rare, so he paid it no mind at all. Only after it unleashed its tailed beast cloak did Sasori finally take Kurama seriously. But when he looked closely, the nine tails behind it, the fox-like silhouette, it looked a little too much like the nine tails. Yet its personality and size were too far from what the records described, and there had been no news of the nine tails escaping. Could it be a descendant left behind by the nine tails? The instant he reached that conclusion, Sasori's long cold body began to burn with excitement. If he could turn a tailed beast descendant into a puppet, it would surely be a creation worthy of rivaling, no surpassing, the third Kazekage. Humph. Good. Excellent. Today my art will climb to an entirely new height. You will become my greatest masterpiece. The previously expressionless Sasori now wore an unusual smile, and with his delicate boyish face, he looked utterly harmless. Provided that one could ignore the ghastly puppets beside him. The thought that those twisted things had once been human made the uncanny valley effect especially pronounced. Fortunately, Madara possessed strong mental fortitude. He had seen far more revolting things, so this level of horror did not bother him in the least. If one went a step further and made a human puppet endlessly repeat the last words of the deceased, the creepiness would climb to yet another level. When Kurama learned that the red-haired brat before him had set his sights on his body, he nearly laughed with indignation. Just who did this guy think he was? The Sage of Six Paths? Because the true body of a human puppet was comparatively fragile, Sasori did not risk having his puppets move in recklessly. Instead, he kept his distance and manipulated the iron sand to assault Kurama from every direction. The sharp spears formed by compressing the iron sand to a high density were bitten in half by Kurama one after another. The iron sand cube that fell from the sky was carved into countless small pieces by his claws. The iron sand pyramid that could easily pierce solid rock was swept back by a single swing of Kurama's tail, nearly tearing a huge hole in the third Kazekage's abdomen. The sky-darkening iron feathers raining down from above failed even to penetrate the tailed beast cloak's defense and were simply ignored. Who the hell is this brat? With such paltry skills you dare to attack me? Crawl back and train for about 200 years before you try again. Kurama had formed a terrible impression of Sasori. The man would not listen to reason, attacked on sight, and kept muttering something about eternal art. He could not quite make sense of it, but the fellow's mind seemed unhinged. He did not look like a missing nin either. Did Tsunagake have no one to keep him in check? None of Sasori's attacks had the slightest effect on Kurama. Instead, one of the great blades in the third Kazekage puppet's hands was snapped off by the rebounding pyramid, leaving the puppet looking thoroughly pitiful. Even so, Sasori was not discouraged in the least. If anything, he grew even more excited. The stronger the opponent, the more worthy he was of becoming a work of art. The weak did not even qualify to become his puppets. They were only fit to be swept away like garbage. In that case, witness the power of the strongest Kazekage. Magnet release iron sand world method. The surroundings suddenly darkened. It was not the arrival of night. Massive quantities of iron sand had blotted out the sun. For hundreds of meters around, the sky was filled with dark elongated spikes, each one coated with a poison that could kill with the barest scratch. Madara looked down at the spike that had pierced his thigh. Perhaps he should simply pretend to be poisoned and collapse, just to give Sasori a little face. How about it? Are you still? Before Sasori could finish, Kurama fired a tailed beast ball straight at him. The countless iron sand in front of him could not slow it down by so much as a fraction. Instinct screamed that he would die. If he took this attack, even a puppet would perish. His chakra core would be annihilated along with his body. His survival instinct forced him to cancel the iron sand world method on the spot. Instead, he turned all the iron sand into a barrier in front of him, forming a wall of iron several meters thick. Sasori regretted leaving all his other puppets behind in Tsunagake. If his salamander were here, he could at least summon it to take the blow instead of being so hard-pressed. After successfully killing the third Kazekage, Sasori knew full well that he could not stay in the village. He had to leave as early as possible. To avoid attracting attention, he abandoned all of his ordinary puppets and took only the third Kazekage, his one true work. Although he had crafted a few puppets barely worthy of his notice during the days after escaping, none of them could compare to the third Kazekage, and they were not even as useful as taking to the field himself. Human puppets could preserve the ninjutsu the deceased had used while alive, but a human puppet's body was ultimately made of flesh, so its defensive power was even lower than that of an ordinary puppet. Sasori could not even summon a human puppet to block a blade for him. After a blinding flash, the iron sand that had been as thick as a castle wall was reduced to a layer no thicker than a finger. A crater 20 meters in diameter appeared in the flat sand, and in some places the sand had even begun to crystallize. The third Kazekage puppet fared even worse. The robe it had once worn was reduced to a few tattered strips hanging from its frame. Its entire left arm and a small half of its shoulder were gone, and even part of its chin was missing. By comparison, Sasori looked considerably better. At least he had not lost any limbs on the outside. Other than looking a bit disheveled, he was largely unaffected. However, most of his chakra had already been used up. He had temporarily lost his combat ability and did not even have enough strength left to operate his puppets. He could only barely manage to remain standing. Yet even in this situation, his gaze at Kurama remained full of fanatical fervor. Perfect. This is the art I have been seeking. Go find your grandmother. Kurama had long since given up trying to communicate with this fellow. One slap sent Sasori's head spinning a full 360 degrees. Holy crap. What the hell is wrong with you? Your neck is a spinning top turning that far. Kurama was startled. Why were people these days one after another so obsessed with modifying themselves? Could no one be content to stay normal? Sasori was born in Tsunagake, the grandson of Chiyo Tsunageke's advisor. His parents were killed by the White Fang of Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War, and from then on he became withdrawn. After Chiyo taught him the puppet technique, he displayed remarkable talent and was hailed by the villagers as a prodigy puppeteer. As a qualified narrator, Madara felt it was time to step in and introduce Sasori's life story with great emotion. After losing his parents, a lonely Sasori made puppets modeled after their appearances. Yet he never forgot his hatred. Not long after the White Fang of Konoha took his own life, so Sasori could only shift his hatred toward the third Kazekage. He blamed the Kazekage's negligence for his parents' deaths, and from that moment on the seed of hatred was planted. Wait. Are you telling me this guy decided to take his resentment out on his own village's Kage because his parents died on a battlefield? Kurama interrupted Madara's narration, unable to stop himself from speaking. That's right. During the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunagakure clashed with Konoha many times, and his parents were among the dead. Damn it. War is never without casualties. You make it sound as if someone deliberately killed his parents. That guy is nothing more than a spoiled child. After learning the reason, Kurama's gaze at Sasori carried a trace of contempt. War inevitably brings casualties. If people do not wish to see tragedy repeat itself, what they should do is prevent it from happening again, not vent their anger on some particular person. Even a beast like him understood this principle. Now when facing Minato and his wife who had sealed him more than once, he could keep a level head, at the very least, he would only flinch involuntarily at the sight of a Rasengan. Shut up. You lot don't understand at all. It's because of that third generation that father and mother never came back. When his parents were mentioned, Sie's emotions spiraled out of control. His originally delicate features twisted into a grimace and his dense hatred nearly materialized. Jalama couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. This resentment almost rivaled the period when he was sealed. It seemed that Shine Village didn't pay much attention to ninja mental health. They had let the child bottle up to this extent. Even though Sia was clearly enraged now, Ban didn't take it to heart and continued his own explanation as if nothing had happened. If sheer presence could win battles, nobody would need to train. They'd just compete to see who had the worst temper. To put it bluntly, Sia had been spoiled by Chiendai since childhood. Since he was on the battlefield, he had to be prepared for sacrifice. His anger toward the third Kazekage was no different from a child throwing a tantrum. The third Kazekage didn't take Sia's resentment to heart. Instead, he grew quite close to Sia because of his puppet talent. However, Sia was secretly researching the forbidden art of turning humans into puppets, the so-called human puppet. The unsuspecting third Kazekage was cut by a blade coated with deadly poison and died a violent death. His body was then turned into a human puppet by you. Am I right, Sia? With just a few words, Ban exposed Sia's secrets completely. Amid his anger, Sia couldn't help but wonder. How could this man dressed in the style of a ninja from 50 or 60 years ago know so much about him? Even if Shine Village had discovered that he was the Kazekage's murderer, they couldn't possibly have disclosed his entire life story to outsiders. As the grandson of an advisor, if news of Sia killing the Kazekage got out, it would be a huge blow to Shine Village's reputation in the ninja world. Even within the village, it would be kept secret from most people and absolutely could not be leaked to outsiders. Have you been targeting me all along? Perhaps the person before him had noticed him long ago and only approached him after he defected from Shine. Ban looked at him with a baffled expression. Who's targeting you? Don't flatter yourself. It's just a coincidence. If you hadn't attacked first, I wouldn't have bothered with you at all. He had indeed considered going to the phone country to find Sia earlier, but quickly abandoned the plan. There were two main reasons. First, Sia's whereabouts were uncertain. He could be in any corner of the desert. Ban couldn't possibly traverse the entire phone country just to find one person. Second, Sia was basically beyond saving now. Unlike Obito's case, Sia's personality had already twisted not long after his parents died, and even more so after he killed the third Kazekage. Sia's situation was completely different from Dashuan's. Dashuan killed Risen to carry out his plan of killing was a means, not an end. Sia killed the third Kazekage purely to vent his anger. Killing was itself the result he wanted. Ban's only problem now was how to deal with Sia. He definitely couldn't let him go. If Sia left like this, countless innocents would suffer. After all, in the future, the 100-puppet performance would directly destroy a small country with at least several thousand people dying under the puppets and countless more indirect victims. But simply killing him wouldn't work either. Although in Ban's eyes which country one came from didn't matter, and he didn't consider himself part of the My Camp, others didn't think so. The people of Shine Village would only think he was meddling, believing that matters of their village were none of an outsider's business. They might even frame him as the murderer of the third Kazekage to demand resources from Mai. Don't think Ban's thoughts were too dark. In this era, most people had such personalities. Their so-called feelings were worthless when faced with interests. He finally made a difficult decision. He disassembled Sia's limbs and packed them together with the half-destroyed third Kazekage into a scroll. Sia, now only a torso, was tied onto the back of the enlarged Jalama. After witnessing Ban disassembling Sia, Jalama felt a chill down his spine. If he hadn't cooperated back then, would this have been his fate too? Ban had already planned to simply throw Sia back to Shine Village. After all, it was the Kazekage who died, not the Fire Shadow. They could decide how to deal with Sia themselves. When he transformed himself into a puppet, Sia never imagined he would end up like this. With his limbs removed, he looked like a large roly-poly toy, unable to do anything but turn his head and blink. Because Sia kept cursing, Ban simply removed the parts of his jaw as well. The world instantly fell silent. Even though Xie had lost the sense of pain after abandoning his human body, that didn't mean he could accept being reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Xie's eyes seemed to shoot fire at Ban, but he could do nothing. Glaring with anger was his last stubbornness. Who are you? State your name. With his attire from 50 years ago, Ban was unsurprisingly stopped by the Shrine guards. Of course, it might also have been because of Xie on Jalama's back, who was too conspicuous. I am Uchiha Ban. I have found the murdered third Kazekage and brought the culprit with me. Ban spoke every word truthfully, but the guard waved him off with disdain. Go, go, go. Which lunatic is this? How dare you spread rumors about the Kazekage? Watch out for the umbu. Sigh, no one believes the truth these days. The world has gone to the dogs and people's hearts are no longer pure. Fortunately, Ban had a backup plan. He pulled a document stamped with the Fire Shadow's official seal from his pocket. Just kidding. Actually, I'm an envoy from Might Shine. Here's my proof. The guard took the document and examined it carefully. The seal was indeed in the style of Mai, but he hadn't heard of any envoy coming. Hey, where did you get that? I don't remember Risen giving you anything, Jalama whispered. Oh, I stamped it secretly while he wasn't looking in the office. Now it comes in handy. Why not just tell the truth? That Badger's Jinchuriki is locked up. They probably don't care about him. I just told the truth. Did they believe me? People sometimes prefer to believe a reasonable lie rather than an absurd truth. Ban was also helpless. He didn't want to lie, but nobody believed his truth, so he had to be forced into lying. Fine, since you're an envoy from you may pass. The Kazekage is currently missing. For political matters, please go see the two advisors. The disappearance of the third Kazekage had thrown Shine Village into chaos. Preferring to avoid trouble, the guards simply let them through without reporting the matter. By the time Ban and Jalama had disappeared from sight, the guard finally remembered that the puppet tied to the fox's back bore a resemblance to Lady Qiandai's grandson. Could it be that it was made to imitate his appearance? Since the founder of puppet technique, Second Wind Shadow Shaman himself, had classified the human puppet technique as a forbidden art, even the ninja of the village would not immediately associate it with human puppets upon seeing Xie, only regarding it as a well-made, ordinary puppet. After entering Shine Village, Ban's first thought was, wow, this wretched place is still this poor. That wasn't said by Ban, but by Jalama from the heart. The geographical location of Shine Village was not favorable. The entire village was situated in the desert, so the architectural style was indeed distinctive. Due to constant wind and sand erosion, most buildings in Shine Village were not painted. As far as the eye could see, there were only yellow brick walls and brownish-gray rocks. If not for the bustling crowds on the street, Ban would have mistaken it for a desert ruin abandoned for centuries. Are you sure this place has grilled beef tongue? I doubt there are even cows here. Jalama suspected whether he had been deceived by that bastard Ban again. This wretched place didn't look like it had the conditions to raise cattle at all. He worried that he would only have to choose between grilled lizard and grilled snake. It should be there, right? Ban wasn't sure either. Theoretically speaking, as the strongest village in Foam Kingdom, even though it was still in a period of war and supplies might not be as abundant as before, it shouldn't come to the point of having no beef. Probably. To be honest, Shine Village looked even poorer than Yuin Village at first glance. After experiencing the watery paste of Yuin, Ban was very worried that he might find flatbread harder than stone in Shine Village. Hearing Jalama's words, the surrounding Shine villagers cast strange looks at them. If not for Ban's attire, not seeming ordinary, some hot-tempered villagers might have already prepared to teach them a lesson. After all, it was one thing for the locals to say such things, but for an outsider to come and make critical remarks about the village right away, it was as if they had no respect for them. Ban had always adhered to the principle of avoiding pointless conflicts. If he couldn't avoid them, he would first try to talk it out, and only resort to force when forced. Seeing the expressions of the surrounding villagers gradually turn hostile, he hurriedly led Jalama into a small alley, and the strange looks finally disappeared. Do you have to speak ill of them in front of others? Ban seriously doubted whether the tailed beast's brains lacked something called emotional intelligence, otherwise they couldn't possibly do such things. I didn't say anything false. This place looks really poor. Even the houses built by the old man of the 6 paths weren't this ugly. The houses here are like covered with a layer of mud. Jalama snorted disdainfully, not feeling he had said anything wrong. Could he be expected to say it was good against his conscience? It's not that I can't understand your thoughts, but at least you should respect the locals. You can't say it in front of them. Ban didn't expect to completely change Jalama's personality, only hoped he could restrain a little and not offend people for no reason. If using a game as an analogy, when Ban first entered Shine Village, the villagers' attitude toward him was neutral yellow, but after Jalama's mockery, his reputation in Shine dropped to cold orange, to the point where they wouldn't even respond when spoken to. Although according to Ban's initial plan, he wouldn't stay in Shine for long. He would lure Shoha away and then run, and by the time Shine reacted, he would be long gone. However, now that he encountered Xie, he would inevitably need to deal with the Shine higher-ups a few times. Thinking about this, Ban felt a headache. He had no interest in the cliches that the higher-ups liked to say, neither in the past nor now. especially a certain elderly woman whose children had died in the Second Shinobi World War and whose grandson had an unusually withdrawn personality. In Ban's imagination, in the worst-case scenario, he might have to find a way to fight his way out of Shine Village with Jalama and Shoha without killing the Shine Ninja as much as possible. It's not that doing this is particularly difficult, but mainly because when surrounded by a large number of ninja to break through the encirclement, Ban would have to activate Susanoo, and what Susanoo represents needs no further explanation. It would not only severely worsen the already mediocre relationship between Mai and Shan, but just Ban's kill count would probably scroll the screen for 5 minutes. However, it's meaningless to just speculate here. After all, he didn't know exactly where Monk Finfu was imprisoned. He might as well first go to return Xia to Shan, and also return the human puppet made from the third wind shadow. Ban didn't know puppet technique at all. Even if he kept this puppet, it would be meaningless. Better to return it to Shine as a favor to let them properly bury their wind shadow. He had already traveled thousands of miles from Hua Kingdom to bring the wind shadow's corpse and the murderer of the wind shadow. It shouldn't be too much to ask to let him see Shoha right. What if the people of Shine use the third wind shadow's human puppet as a weapon in war, and it kills my ninja? Then Ban would have nothing to say. To be able to manipulate the corpse of their own village leader in battle in full view of everyone, then Shine Village is ruthless enough. I guess he overestimated Shane's moral integrity. If such a situation really occurs, he would immediately go and tear apart the third wind shadow and the puppeteer into pieces, ensuring they couldn't be reassembled. Why also dismantle the puppeteer? Because Ban didn't want to be turned into a puppet after his death. Just like necromancers in certain Western fantasy settings are universally despised, puppeteers who master the human puppet technique are no different from necromancers. This is also why the creator shaman listed it as a forbidden technique. During war it was acceptable, everyone was busy fighting, and no one had time to care about whether the methods were proper. But once the war ended, such people were guaranteed to be the first to be purged. The reason was also simple: no one would want to be denied peace even after death. Otherwise the impure world reincarnation wouldn't have been listed as a forbidden technique, and the human puppet follows the same logic. If these two techniques were not forbidden, it would be very likely to have a situation where a person who is summoned by impure world reincarnation fights a fierce battle with their own self turned into a human puppet. Are you playing Pokemon Trainer here? With this thought, Ban turned his head to glance at Xia, who had virtually ceased struggling. At first he had resisted quite fiercely, but now his eyes were vacant, and it was impossible to tell what occupied his mind at that moment. Let's head to the Kazekage building first. Once we return this fellow, I'll take you out to eat. How does that sound? Ban never went back on his promises. He would definitely treat him to a meal, but at least he had to send Xia off first. He didn't want to dine under the stare of a human puppet. That would be quite an appetite killer. Suit yourself. I've got plenty of patience, unlike that certain stinky tanuki. Kurama yawned, eager to be rid of the burden on his back, so he naturally raised no objection. Ban now seriously suspected whether Kurama had a secret crush on Shikaku. How else could he bring him up in every conversation? But come to think of it, did tailed beasts even have genders? Since the Ten-Tails was a creature cultivated by the Otsutsuki clan, it should theoretically possess the ability to reproduce. Could the tailed beast split from its chakra also have that capability? At this thought, he couldn't help but steal a glance downward at Kurama. But before he could see clearly, a fox paw slammed into his face, accompanied by Kurama's sharp, indignant shriek. What the hell's wrong with you all of a sudden? Even caught red-handed in his peeping, Ban's face showed not a trace of embarrassment. Instead, he explained with perfect composure. Actually, my shoes were dirty. I just bent down to wipe them. Kurama felt his intelligence was being insulted, bending down to reach under his belly. Do you even believe that yourself? Oh well, I'm used to being misunderstood. If you insist on thinking the worst of me, that's fine. If not for the two paw prints on Ban's face, Kurama might have actually believed he was wronged. But the chilling intent from earlier was unmistakable. Ban had definitely been contemplating something very dangerous. If he hadn't intervened, something far worse than what happened when he was controlled might have occurred. See, I thought, to think I lost to a man like this. I don't want to live anymore. Someone please just smash his chakra core now. I'm tired. Joking aside, Ban had no intention of becoming a biologist, nor was he particularly concerned about whether tailed beasts could reproduce. It was just a fleeting whim. The Kazekage building stood out prominently among Sunegakure's earthy yellow houses. Its round pot-like body, topped with a lid-like roof, made it resemble a giant teapot from afar. A giant character, foam, was carved into the middle of the teapot-like building, signifying its identity. Yet it still exuded an air of shabbiness, with not a single ornament visible on the entire exterior. That half-genuine certificate was indeed very useful. Even the guards inside the building couldn't tell it was fake. After Ban stated his purpose and insisted he had important matters to discuss with the advisor, they arranged for him to wait in the hall. Speaking of which, according to you, this guy is the grandson of that young lady Chiyo. Since you've dismantled her grandson like this, are you sure she won't turn against us? Kurama casually grabbed a handful of free snacks from a nearby bowl and asked while munching. Perhaps afraid they'd grow impatient, the guard had brought them a large pack of thin, crispy, salty chips. Quite tasty actually. At least that's what Kurama said. Ban tried a few and concluded that the dead after being resurrected by Edo Tensei lose their sense of taste. Aside from the crunch of the chips breaking in his mouth, Ban tasted nothing at all. Truly flavorless. Nothing had any taste. No matter how much he ate, he never felt full, yet he could go 3 days without feeling hungry. Ban couldn't figure out where the food he consumed went. He even slit open his stomach to take a look. Inside there was only white ash, nothing else. The food he had eaten seemed to have been transported to another dimension. First of all, Chiyo is over 50 now and already a grandmother, hardly a young lady. Besides, her grandson is a dangerous man who killed the 3rd Kazekage. It's already good that we didn't bring him back as a corpse. Ban leaned back in his chair and casually stroked Kurama's fluffy head, earning a glare. If he loved touching so much, why not pet his own head? Sorry to keep you waiting. Lady Chiyo is free now, please come upstairs to see her. After a while, the kind-faced guard hurried down from the upper floor and delivered the good news. Ever since the Kazekage's disappearance, the number of rogue ninjas in the Land of Wind had increased markedly. As the advisor acting in the Kazekage's stead, Chiyo had been swamped with work every day, barely returning home, let alone receiving visitors. Ban stood up, stretched, and prepared to go upstairs. Kurama followed of his own accord. Seeing this, the guard couldn't help but speak up. You're summoning beast. Noticing the guard's unease, Ban patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, this one isn't a violent beast. Here, little nine, do a trick for him. Kurama made no move, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Do a trick yourself. Don't drag me into this. Ahem. Anyway, he won't harm anyone. Besides, the conversation involves the puppet on his back. You can't expect me to carry a puppet up the stairs, can you? Being ignored by Kurama left Ban a bit embarrassed, but it didn't hinder his ability to bluff the guard. At least it proved Kurama's intelligence, didn't it? Well, alright. But please do keep your summoning beast under control. The guard's expression soured. He was the one who had let them in, and if anything went wrong, the village's punishment would be inevitable. He could only pray that the day would pass peacefully with no incidents. Otherwise, he might find himself doing needlework in the dungeon. But things rarely go as planned. When Ban pushed open the door to the Kazekage's office, Chiyo's first reaction upon looking up was to pull a scroll from her bosom and summon the Chikamatsu no Hunin. Uchiha Madara, how dare you show up here? No, that's not right. You should have died long ago. How can you still be alive? Calm down, calm down. I'm not here to fight. I've brought 2 people you'd want to see, so don't make this so ugly. Even as 10 white-robed puppets glared at him, seemingly ready to crush him in an instant, Ban showed not a trace of tension. Instead, he smiled and tried to soothe Chiyo. People I want to see. If you can bring the Kazekage-sama here, then talk. Otherwise, don't try to cozy up to me. This old woman won't be fooled. Chiyo's attitude remained resolute. Although she had never witnessed the battle between Hashirama and Madara, the 1st and 2nd Kazekage had spoken of it with a certain dread. Now that Tsunegakure was plagued by internal and external troubles, she had to be even more vigilant. Oh, what a coincidence. On my way here, I happened to run into your wind shadow, and even had a brief spar with him. Despite Madara's friendly demeanor throughout, Chiyo remained wary, scoffing coldly. How I don't know why some leaf ninja would dress up as Uchiha Madara, but he's certainly not as good at telling jokes as you. Or are you trying to say that the 3rd Kazekage would just slip away without a word, watching his village fall into war without lifting a finger? Listen here, Tsunegakure may be going through hard times, but that doesn't mean we'll simply tolerate provocation. Were it not for the title of Leaf Messenger, Chiyo would have long since thrown this raving lunatic out and never let him stand there so calmly. Hear me well. I don't know what Leaf sent you here to do, but when it comes to the safety of Tsunegakure, even if it costs this old woman her life. Madara had grown tired of Chiyo's threats. He casually dug at his ear, then flicked his finger, looking utterly unimpressed. Just as Chiyo was about to flare up, Madara tossed a battered puppet from a scroll, slamming it down before her with a clatter. Here you go. Your wind shadow is right there. Though you'd better patch him up. Ooh, I couldn't find the missing arm. What nonsense are you spewing? There's no way this piece of junk could be the 3rd Kazekage. Chiyo's words caught in her throat as she froze in place. This was a human puppet. At first glance, the mutilated puppet before her looked no different from an ordinary one. Even most ninja, or certain puppeteers lacking in skill, might not recognize its true nature. But Chiyo's puppetry had long reached the pinnacle of the art. It was doubtful that anyone else alive could rival her, and she could naturally tell that this puppet was a human puppet crafted from a corpse. That face, and that blue hair. The 3rd Kazekage. Even though she had harbored such suspicions before witnessing the Kazekage's corpse with her own eyes, still left Chiyo feeling dazed and bereft. He had only been in office for a little over a decade. She had hoped he could lead the impoverished village of Tsunegakure to rise, yet now, even in death, he found no peace, his body manipulated as a mere puppet. As Chiyo grieved for the 3rd Kazekage who died too young, Madara considerately refrained from disturbing her, waiting quietly for her to compose herself. Messenger of Leaf, on behalf of Tsunegakure, I thank you for returning the Kazekage's remains. I apologize for my earlier words. Things have been grim in the Land of Wind lately, and I've been overly sensitive. Chiyo's attitude was far better than Madara had anticipated. He had expected her to accuse him of killing the third Kazekage and turning him into a human puppet. It seemed serving as an advisor was no empty title. She was far better than certain advisors who did nothing but hold everyone back. If possible, Madara wished he could trade her for those two stuffier-than-him old fossils back in Leaf. Even a 1-for-2 swap would do. By the way, I also brought along the one who killed the Kazekage. What? Chiyo was so startled she shot up from her chair. But after calming down, she reasoned that since the third Kazekage had been turned into a human puppet, the killer wouldn't casually abandon such a powerful puppet. More than likely, he had fallen into the hands of the man before her along with his puppet. Once that logic became clear, Chiyo's gaze toward Madara carried a hint of wariness. Whoever could kill the third Kazekage so silently had to be formidable in his own right. Otherwise, not even a whisper of news would have gotten out. And after turning the third Kazekage into a puppet, the killer's strength would only have grown greater. Even so, the murderer had still lost without leaving so much as a scratch on the man before her. Could the person standing in front of her actually be that Uchiha Madara? Reason told Chiyo that Madara had been killed by Hashirama Senju long ago. Even if he hadn't died, he couldn't possibly have lived to this day, let alone come to see her under the guise of a Leaf messenger. Yet she also couldn't find a more reasonable explanation. What in the world was going on? Hey, do you still want to see the killer or not? Why are you spacing out? Madara waved his hand, snapping Chiyo out of her thoughts. She quickly nodded. I never imagined you'd actually captured the murderer of the Kazekage. Please bring him forward. Before she knew it, Chiyo's address for Madara had shifted from you to you, sir, and her tone had turned considerably more courteous. Kurama, bring him in. Can't you call me by my proper damn name? Who the hell are you calling Kurama? Kurama grumbled, but still obediently walked in. After seeing the figure on its back, clearly Chiyo vaulted straight over her desk and rushed forward. Sasori. Initially, Chiyo was overjoyed to see her long-lost grandson, but when she noticed the half-concealed chakra core in Sasori's chest, a sense of foreboding surged through her heart. Seeing his grandmother who had doted on him since childhood, Sasori's gaze no longer held the same coldness as before. He seemed to want to say something, but with his jaw dislocated, he couldn't utter a single word. As a helpful bystander, Madara kindly reattached Sasori's jaw, though his limbs were still not returned. Madara had no intention of starting a fight inside someone else's house. Sasori, your body. You guessed right, grandmother. The first human puppet I ever created was myself. Why? Isn't this all thanks to the puppetry you taught me? Look, I've already obtained an immortal body. Perhaps because he had been silent for too long, Sasori spoke with extreme agitation, almost to the point of madness. Madara pondered whether he should interrupt Sasori's passionate speech and show him just how many parts of his immortal body remained. Chiyo couldn't understand how her obedient grandson had come to this, not only dabbling in forbidden arts, but abandoning his human flesh to turn himself into this grotesque neither human nor ghost state. Could it be that the third Kazekage was also? You guessed right. I'm the one who killed that bastard. Ever since he caused the deaths of my father and mother, I've wanted to kill him. This is all the karma he deserved. Well, you've seen my art by now, haven't you? Sasori confessed outright to killing the third Kazekage, showing no intention of hiding it. You. Do you have any idea how many innocent people in Sunagakure have died because of what you did? Chiyo trembled with rage. She had thought Sasori acted on impulse at worst, never expecting that he had planned this for a long time, hell-bent on bringing the third Kazekage to ruin. So what? What does their death have to do with me? If you want to blame someone, blame that third Kazekage. He failed to protect his own village. Even as Chiendai rebuked him, Sie's expression did not change in the slightest. He simply did not believe he had done anything wrong in killing the Kazekage. He was only avenging his parents. Hearing this, Chiendai nearly fainted from the shock. She was usually busy with affairs, and only after her son and daughter-in-law had both sacrificed themselves did she manage to spend some time with Sie, during which she taught him the art of puppetry. Her original intention was to let the puppets comfort her grandson, who she never expected him to become a master. Who would have thought Sie had an unexpected talent for puppetry, and within just a few years he had nearly caught up to her. But she had no idea that Sie's mindset had long been twisted. Ordinary puppetry could no longer satisfy his ever-growing thirst for revenge, so he secretly studied the technique of human puppets, and his target turned out to be the third Kazekage, who had been nothing but kind to him. It was the White Fang of Konoha who killed them, yet you turned your weapon against the third Kazekage. Why? Chiendai could not understand Sie's logic. Even if the pain of the past could not be forgotten, that anger should not have been vented on the innocent Kazekage. Before I even had a chance to take revenge on the White Fang, he had already committed suicide due to a failed mission. How ridiculous. A powerhouse like that killed himself. Life is such a fragile thing. Sie's tone carried a hint of desolation. No one could understand how he felt when he learned of the White Fang's death. There was no sense of vengeance, fulfilled only emptiness. An endless, boundless emptiness. His revenge had ended before it even began. But it's not over yet. Since the White Fang is dead, the third Kazekage who caused my parents' deaths is next. He abruptly lifted his head, forcing his remaining body to support himself as he stood up. This persistence even startled Ban. Even after being reduced to a mere torso, he still struggled. Even zombies in horror movies wouldn't dare act like that. Several invisible threads extended from Sie's heart, connecting to the third Kazekage, who had long stopped moving. Ignoring the damage to its parts, he forcibly pried open its mouth, revealing the internal nozzle. Cover your mouth and nose. Don't inhale the poison gas. By the time Qiandai realized what Xia was about to do, it was too late. The poison mist spread through the room far faster than her warning. In an instant, the entire room was filled with purple toxic gas. Even though Qiandai immediately took her own antidote, it was useless. Her aging body could not withstand the erosion of the poison gas. Even as the poison within her dissipated, she still could not stand for a short while. Don't bother. I know all too well about your detoxification abilities. Common toxins have no effect on you, and even the deadliest poison that kills on contact can only paralyze you briefly. But for now, that's enough. I will leave Sunagakure. From now on, just pretend you never had a grandson like me. Don't send anyone after me, or I won't show mercy. Xia manipulated the third Kazekage, which now had only one arm, to embrace him. Although losing most of his body was troublesome, switching to a new body was not difficult for him as long as he could. Excuse me, who said you could leave? Ban's voice rang out, inopportunely interrupting Xia's half-realized dream. Even though his entire face had turned purple, it did not hinder him from blocking Xia's path. Impossible. This poison is several times more potent than the salamander's venom. How can you be completely unharmed? Xia was astounded. An ordinary person would have been dead long ago. How could he still be standing here? This poison is not that impressive. The venom of the Saikin is far more potent. It can even corrode my fur. You're far from that level. If Ban still showed some signs of poisoning, Jalama simply regarded the toxins around him as nothing. Not only was he unaffected, but his fur actually seemed glossier than before. More than one victim had once called Xia a monster, and he had never denied it. But now he felt that the man and the fox before him were more like monsters than he was. If Ban were still alive, he might have found this poison mist troublesome. After all, he was still human, and his body could not be immune to toxins. But he was already dead. Whether it was poison gas or air, it made no difference to him. After all, he no longer needed to breathe. Although I've already introduced myself before, I'll repeat it now. I am the former clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ban. I don't recall ever allowing you to leave. The office space was not small, but it was still a bit cramped for Susanoo. To avoid getting a bill for damages, Ban did not hastily summon Susanoo. Instead, he drew his chain scythe, which he hadn't used in decades, and cut the third Kazekage in half at the waist. It's been a long time since I used this. My skills have gotten rusty. I didn't even hit the core. Ban sighed in disappointment. He had wanted to show off, but ended up cutting the third Kazekage into a 1/5 Kazekage. He hoped the sewing skills of Sunagakure were good enough to stitch his upper and lower halves back together. The chakra threads were severed by the chain, and the third Kazekage's uncontrolled lower half crashed heavily to the ground. Xia had no time to lament his creation. Before the next attack came, he quickly manipulated the puppet to throw himself out the window. Originally, the office had been designed with windows on all sides for lighting, but now it helped Xia escape. Even without puppets, even limbless as long as his core remained, he could still make a comeback. TCH, a mistake. Jalama used the tailed beast ball to finish him off, core and all. We've achieved our goal, anyway. Again, you make me clean up your mess. I haven't even gotten that meal you promised. Despite Jalama's reluctant words, the tailed beast ball was already prepared, ready to be fired. Xia had already exhausted all his trump cards. After all, it had been too short since he fled Sunagakure, and his standards for selecting human puppets were too high. He disdained using the ordinary puppets he had made before. As a result, he now had no impressive puppets besides the third Kazekage. His own body modifications were not extensive, mainly concentrated on his hands. If he had known this day would come, he would have installed a jet propulsion device on his back, so at least he wouldn't be unable to run like now. Just as he was ready to close his eyes and await death, Qiandai, who should have been completely paralyzed, pushed Jalama with all her might, causing the already aimed tailed beast ball to only break through the ceiling. The explosion's shockwave sent Xia's body flying into the distance, eventually disappearing from everyone's sight. Could it be that this too was within your expectations, Jojo? Madara had just been about to praise Chiyo for knowing right from wrong, unlike a certain Hokage who let personal grudges override public duty, and now she pulls a stunt like this. Not only was she useless, she actively made things worse. A textbook deadweight teammate. If Sasori slipped away now, countless innocents would suffer for it. Madara could only shoot her a glare before grabbing Kurama and launching himself up through the hole in the ceiling. Quick, lend me your chakra once more. We have to catch that bastard. Madara's tone was unusually stern, carrying a commanding edge. Light-hearted banter and roughhousing were fine on ordinary days, but now the lives of tens of thousands hung in the balance. There was no time for sluggishness. For once, Kurama didn't talk back and quietly merged into Madara's body. Even though he still didn't particularly like humans, he wasn't about to work against Madara at a moment like this. The crimson armor was dyed a brilliant gold by the Nine-Tails chakra, and Madara's flowing long hair blazed with golden light. Had the situation allowed for jokes, he might have considered cosplaying Super Saiyan. If anyone happened to look up at the sky at that moment, they would have seen a golden meteor streaking into the distance, the trail left behind by Madara's high-speed flight. Sasori, who had already been resigned to death, was first blasted away by a tremendous shockwave, then his vision began spinning wildly. Were it not for his puppet body which made him immune to dizziness, he would probably have been throwing up mid-flight. Thanks to this inhuman body, Sasori could actually think clearly in that state. If he hadn't seen it wrong, it was Granny Chio who had shoved aside the Nine-Tails-looking summoned beast. That was why he was still alive. Even after everything he had done, she still couldn't bring herself to give up on him. For most humans, Sasori felt not a shred of empathy. In his eyes, people fell into two categories: those worthy of becoming puppet materials, and the trash unworthy of such an honor. Yet he wasn't born a puppet. Toward his own kin, he still harbored a sliver of emotion. Part of the reason he had left Sunagakure was to avoid dragging Chio down with him. Before killing the Kazekage, Sasori had long since foreseen his own fate. Even if he survived, the ninja hunter sent after him the rest of his life would be spent wandering, far worse than the life of a prodigy puppet master who stayed in the village. But he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that his parents had died in vain, while the ones who killed them lived freely in this world. That resentment had become the shackle binding his entire life. No matter how others called him short-sighted or unreasonable, he was determined to avenge his parents. The culprits would wash their sins with blood, even if it all meant nothing in the end. Now that he had lost everything, Sasori was instead unusually clear-headed. Perhaps from the very day he learned of his parents' deaths, he had already gone mad. Whether it was his pursuit of eternal art or his impatience toward waiting, it all essentially pointed to one truth. He was afraid of losing again. But Sasori's moment of philosophy ended quickly. A golden flash tore across the sky and intercepted his body. After getting lost twice, Madara had finally found Sasori, who was beginning his descent. Finally found you. Your personality is absolutely terrible, but I can somewhat understand why you turned out this way. Your doting grandma is definitely partly to blame for that. Madara couldn't help complaining. He had thought Hashirama taking Tsunade to gambling dens was already absurd enough, but apparently there was someone even worse. Not only did Chio lack the resolve to execute justice on her own kin, she even shoved Kuramo aside when he made his move. He could understand her desire to protect her grandson. After losing both her son and daughter-in-law, Sasori was her last remaining blood, but that still didn't excuse her sheltering a criminal. Back in the day, he and Hashirama were close enough to share the same pants. They might as well have been biological brothers. Yet when he lost his mind, Hashirama's blade showed no mercy at all. That was what a true leader looked like. As a Sunagakure elder advisor with the Kazekage, dead Chio was now the highest authority, and it was her duty to be responsible for the village and the people of the Land of Wind. Sasori had not only killed his own village's Kage. After fleeing, he barely concealed his identity and periodically slaughtered nearby civilians. If this had been Konoha, Hiruzen would have already led a squad of ANBU to dogpile him long ago. He never would have been allowed to strut around free for so long. Oh wait, if Sasori had been Hiruzen's student, Hiruzen would probably have been too soft-hearted and let him escape. Come to think of it, Chio and Hiruzen were actually pretty similar. Were it not for the fact that the Nine-Tails incident would almost certainly never happen now, Madara would honestly consider pairing Hiruzen and Chio together. It just might bring Konoha and Suna to reconciliation a decade early. When Sasori saw the Nine-Tails chakra dancing around Madara's body like flames, he felt himself growing numb. Perhaps the Six Paths Sage had resurrected Madara specifically to punish him. Madara's reputation in the shinobi world was in no way inferior to Hashirama's, the god of shinobi. Even though he had lost in their final battle, no one ever thought it was because he was weak, merely that Hashirama was stronger. Moreover, when Hashirama died suddenly in the prime of his life, mere years after Madara's death, many speculated that he had been mortally wounded in the clash with Madara, which was why he passed away so soon after. With that thought, Sasori suddenly felt a little proud. Hashirama and Madara had fought for 3 full days and nights. In comparison, he himself had managed to hold on for half an hour. Rounding up, it wasn't unreasonable to call himself the 3rd strongest in the world, was it? Madara had no idea what was going through Sasori's mind, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. He paid no heed to what others thought of him. Besides, why should that old battle count as his loss? Forget the fact that Hashirama had tricked him with a wood clone. Madara had actually revived afterward. He was the one who got the last laugh. Marginal character lore. Sarutobi Bawako, wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied Kushina to a barrier far from Konoha when she was about to give birth and served as her midwife. She ultimately died at the hands of Obito, who had come to seize the Nine-Tails. Kakashi, whoa, this is about you, isn't it? I didn't know you were this evil. Obito, I'd never do something like that. I would never lay a hand on the elderly or children, let alone a woman who just gave birth. Stop cursing Obito already. When Kushina was giving birth, he was the only one from Team Minato at the scene. and he even considerately worried that newborn Naruto might catch a cold, so he planned to warm him up with explosive tags. When Ban returned with Xie, several parts of Xie's body were missing with some of the mechanical structures in his abdomen exposed. Don't misunderstand. Ban hadn't mistreated the prisoner. Xie was already in this state when Ban found him. The parts had likely fallen off during the explosion. As soon as Ban steadied himself, Qiandai approached with an apologetic expression about what just happened. Don't apologize. I don't need it. I brought your grandson back. Now I only care about one thing: what punishment will he receive? You'd better not say something like, not guilty, otherwise I might have to help the Sha'in clean out some trash. Ban stopped Qiandai from taking Xie from his hands with a look. His trust in her had plummeted. Even though her strength and experience were enough to make her a wind shadow in the ninja world, she was too emotional and fundamentally unsuited to be a leader. To be fair, if it weren't for her breaking the salamander's deadly poison during the Second Great Ninja War and making immense contributions to the Sha'in, she might not even have secured the position of advisor. Please rest assured, even though Xie is my grandson, if he indeed plotted to assassinate the Wind Shadow, he has committed a heinous crime. I will never continue to indulge him. After a moment of silence, Qiandai forced these words out of her throat. In her heart, she still refused to accept that Xie was the culprit, but the third Wind Shadow's mutilated body lay in the office, and Xie himself had confessed. She could find no room for refutation. So you admit you've been indulging him all along. Then you're hardly a responsible grandmother, letting your grandson walk down the wrong path, right before your eyes. Ban's words were essentially a direct insult to Qiandai, but she merely hung her head, saying nothing. There was no choice. Qiandai was not only inferior to Ban in strength, but her decades of experience were like that of a child before him. She was completely overshadowed, and no matter how fiery her temper, she could only endure the scolding. Just then Jiu Lama leaped out of Ban's body. He had cooperated enough and didn't want to stay inside someone else. Even without being sealed, being an independent entity was far more comfortable than living under another's roof. You're about done here, right? I've got something I want to do. I'll be gone for a bit. That okay? Jiu Lama rarely made a request to Ban. In light of his cooperation earlier, Ban allowed him to act independently for a while. Go on, go on. Don't be too long. When you come back, I'll take you for some grilled ox tongue. Ban waved goodbye to the smirking Jiu Lama. He knew it wouldn't be anything serious, but it didn't matter. He understood Jiu Lama's nature. At worst, it would be some harmless pranks. At most, he'd have to take him to apologize afterward. The money would come from Jiu Lama's own compensation anyway. The money Saratobi had given him. It was all in Ban's pocket now. Don't think Ban had embezzled his money. He wouldn't sell his integrity for a few $100,000. It was simply that Jiu Lama was too lazy to keep accounts and had dumped all his money with Ban. That was all. Alright, since you claim you'll be fair, tell me now, according to Sha Yin's rules, what punishment will Xie receive? When Ban turned to face Qiandai, his slightly amused expression immediately hardened. One thing at a time. For someone as troublesome as her, until she proved herself, he wouldn't give her a friendly face. According to regulations, the sentence should be death. Da. An invisible force seemed to grip Qiandai's throat. Her lips were cracked and dry. The words were simple enough, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. Her once rosy cheeks were now as pale as paper. Even though they were in the scorching desert, a layer of sweat beaded on her forehead. Though she bore no injury, her body trembled involuntarily, as if a piece of her heart had been gouged out. Death penalty. There is no other possibility. Xie finished the sentence for Qiandai. Even knowing he might die, Xie remained composed. Or rather, that was simply his nature. If it weren't for the fact that Madara Uchiha's resurrection was too absurd, he wouldn't have lost his composure so many times. Anyone would be the same. But Qiandai wanted to say something, but Xie interrupted her again. Let me guess. You're thinking that my puppet talent is a great asset to the Sha'in right now, and you want me to atone for my crimes by making puppets for the village or going to the battlefield to kill, right? Xie's words made Qiandai's expression change drastically. Clearly she had indeed been thinking that. If possible, she really didn't want to lose her only grandson. Give up your futile fantasies, Granny Qiandai. Once others learn what I've done, a dozen people will probably come to kill me in a single night. Everyone present knew Xie was telling the truth. If anyone found out that Xie had killed the third Wind Shadow, 9 out of 10 would want him dead, and the 10th would just act directly. Killing the Wind Shadow was enough to incur hatred, but more importantly, Xie had directly triggered the start of the Third Great Ninja War. Otherwise, the Sha'in wouldn't have fallen into chaos, and the Earth Shadow and Thunder Shadow wouldn't have invaded the Wind Country, nor would war have broken out. Ban had experienced hundreds of battles in his life, from skirmishes of a few people to massive armies of tens of thousands. He had seen countless faces lost to war, and had been cursed to his face dozens of times. And he was merely a participant. If the victims of war learned that Xie was the root cause, he would likely have at least 5 or 6-digit enemies. But setting other issues aside, Xie wasn't doomed. Ban could easily think of a way for him to survive. Conceal his specific crimes from most people, reveal the truth only to the Sha'in high rank, set up an underground puppet workshop for him to manufacture puppets and teach puppetry to a select few, and keep him out of the public eye. What you say this process looks familiar. Of course, this is exactly how the Muyi handled Orochimaru in the future. Coincidentally, both of them killed their village's third Hokage, a ready-made reference case. Of course, this plan only works if Sia is willing to atone for his past and never makes human puppets again. At least not forcibly turning others into puppets. Unless someone is of the same mind and wants to become a puppet themselves, or someone is dying and voluntarily offers to have their body puppeteered, those don't count. For example, if he voluntarily let Orochimaru bring him back via impure world reincarnation and the subject had no objection, then it's not against humanity. What you say the White Zetsu used as a sacrifice has a problem. Sorry, White Zetsu isn't human. He has no rights. Before Madara had even decided how to handle the matter of Sasori, a tremendous rumble of collapsing earth and stone rose from beneath the ground, and the sudden crash reached every ear in Sunagakure. Most of the villagers were thrown into panic, still having no idea what was going on. A few of the elderly, on the other hand, were already making their way toward the shelters. They had lived through something like this once in their youth. Ahem. Ahem. Attention, all villagers. Shikaku has suddenly gone berserk and most of the seals have already been broken. All combat personnel of Chunin rank or above currently in the village report to the prison at once for reinforcement. As for the rest of you non-combatants, please remain calm. Follow the directions of the staff and proceed to the shelters in an orderly manner. After a moment, a low, measured broadcast echoed through every corner of Sunagakure. His composed tone reassured most of the villagers. The NBU officers responsible for maintaining order gradually appeared on the streets, and the few with ill intent found no chance to cause trouble. For the moment, the situation remained relatively stable. Madara suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The current Jinchuriki of Shikaku was none other than the monk Bunpuku, and in his memory Bunpuku and Shikaku had always gotten along reasonably well. Shikaku had never once gone berserk. Could it be? Thinking of the sly grin Kurama had worn as he left, he wondered, could that blasted fox have run over to show off in front of Shikaku and angered the Tanuki so badly that he went on a rampage? Madara considered it extremely likely. However, to avoid Sunagakure coming to his door with a demand for compensation, he would never admit it in a million years. Oh no, Shikaku has gone berserk. I'm truly sorry, but I must go and help first. Hearing this, Chiyo's eyes immediately lit up. She did feel sorry for the other people in Sunagakure, but Shikaku's rampage could not have come at a better time. It gave her a perfect excuse to postpone dealing with Sasori. The words had barely left her mouth when, without waiting for Madara's reply, she vanished with her 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, leaving only a white silhouette behind as she disappeared. Madara, who had just been about to soften, thought, I never said you had to kill him. What's the rush? Sasori, who had been lying on the ground the whole time, said so. Is anyone going to give me a hand? Staring up at the ceiling this whole time is exhausting. Madara and Sasori looked at each other, and in that instant both caught the same helplessness in one another's eyes. Chiyo's intentions were all too obvious. There was no fooling anyone. Are you going to help, or should I take your core back with me? Facing Madara's almost undisguised threat, Sasori, who had never once bowed to the powerful, decisively agreed. It was not that he was afraid of death. He simply worried that the art of puppetry would have no one to carry it on. Fewer and fewer ninja practiced it these days. Even counting himself and Chiyo, there were no more than 100 puppeteers left in Sunagakure. He felt he had a responsibility to see the art passed down. Even if he was going to die, he should at least train a disciple who could surpass, or match, or at least not fall too far short of him, so that the art of puppetry could take root and flourish across the ninja world, growing into a fourth great discipline on par with ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Seeing him nod, Madara promptly produced Sasori's severed limbs from the scroll, without the slightest worry that he might be lying. At worst, he would simply send Sasori to the Pure Land 20 years ahead of schedule, a minor problem. You can reattach them yourself, right? I don't know the first thing about puppetry. Do you even have to ask? Of course. The cylindrical core in Sasori's chest glowed again, and guided by chakra threads, his arms and legs clicked back into their sockets. For the first time in half a day, he stood up under his own power once more. Still, some of Sasori's internal parts, including the panel covering his abdomen, had suffered varying degrees of damage from Madara's violent dismantling and needed to be repaired or replaced soon, or one day they might simply fail. Wait a moment. It'll be quick. Sasori's gaze swept over the third Kazakage's broken body. Although the chakra core in its chest had luckily survived unscathed, the rest was too badly damaged to be used in battle for some time. Especially inside Sunagakure, the third Kazakage could not afford to show his face at all. Thus Sasori was forced to abandon this puppet, the second best among his works. Who ranked first? Himself, obviously. What puppet could ever surpass the very one who created them? Fortunately, Sasori had not forgotten his old craft. He made a special trip home and fetched the puppets he had once left behind: Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander. But Crow and Black Ant were only useful in combat against humans. They were utterly useless against a colossal creature like Shikaku. So he took only Salamander, leaving the other two to gather dust in the storeroom. Madara, who had been keeping watch from the side, nearly burst out laughing. The future strongest puppeteer Kankuro. From childhood on, every puppet he had ever owned had links to Sasori, including Sasori himself, yet he had never once owned a puppet of his own. It was truly hilarious. He had to stifle his laughter and said ahem. Get a move on and stop Shikaku. This is your perfect chance to atone. As they rushed toward the scene, Sasori could not suppress the question in his mind and finally blurted out. You are obviously from Konoha, so why do you care so much about Sunigakure? Because he was afraid that someone would come looking for compensation. The centuries-old hatred between the Uchiha and Senju clans came to an end through my hands. Why would you think I'm the kind of person who cares about such things? Sasori was left speechless. Madara had a point. To some extent, every village had followed the example of Hashirama and Madara founding Konoha, otherwise the ninja world would only be in even greater chaos now. When the two arrived at the scene, there was no sign of the blood-soaked war they had imagined. Instead, what greeted them was a rather ridiculous sight. This place had once been the prison used to seal Shikaku. Now it had been reduced to ruins and nothing was left but gravel and yellow sand. As luck would have it, in order to guard against the tailed beast's rampage, the second Kazekage had located the prison on the edge of Sunigakure, surrounded by uninhabited desert. That was why no one had been hurt so far. So what if you have more tails? So what if you're not sealed up? I can only choke down a few bowls of sand-laced gruel every day, and you dare complain about being tired of eating barbecue. Today I'm going to settle this with you. The Sunigakure ninja did not understand what Shikaku's roar was meant to convey. They knew only one thing: they could not let Shikaku get anywhere near the residential area. Every one of them was filled with the resolve to face death calmly. Shikaku, however, paid them no heed at all. He had only one goal. Shikaku continuously fired air blasts from his mouth, each one as large as a house, and they were all aimed at a tiny orange fox that looked weak and utterly helpless. You stinking tanuki. If you spit at me one more time, I'm going to turn nasty. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're locked up inside some old man's body. Well, it seemed he wasn't so helpless after all.